The school's recognized schoolflower chases me every day to marry her, but I try to avoid her every day. The reason that scares me is just because I scored 1 point higher than her in the last monthly exam, but just because of this small matter, she wants to bury me alive. Ning Zhuya, as the country's top-ranked rich young lady, not only has outstanding looks, but also surprisingly good academic performance. She has always dominated the first place in the grade, but I just transferred here and pulled her down from her pedestal. How could she, who has been pampered, endure such humiliation? So one night, she came to the library and kicked me awake. I angrily raised my head, and the first thing that caught my eye was a pair of slender, straight, long legs, and the black stockings were even more intriguing. Then I saw a cold, pretty face staring at me. It's you who took my first place in the monthly exam. I stood up, staring at her defiantly. What's the problem with me? Seeing me admit my identity, the indifference on Ning Zhuya's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a strange smile. Alright, from today on, you are my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ning Zhuya with a sympathetic gaze. I thought it was a provocation, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a lunatic. After speaking, I turned and walked towards the library door, but soon a hand grabbed me from behind, accompanied by a sharp pain between my legs. I uncontrollably knelt on the ground, the intense pain stimulating my nerves. I gritted my teeth and cursed. Are you crazy? Ning Zhuya, however, looked at me calmly. It's not my fault. You wanted to run. And besides, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this in my life. Although she said so on the surface, Ning Zhuya was actually more satisfied with the man in front of her. At least this guy was not like those fake rich second generations who would blindly follow orders because of their status. What she was looking for was someone who could accompany her, not a wild dog trying to reach the sky in one step. The commotion attracted many people who were reading, and many were planning to take out their phones to take pictures of the bullying in the corner of the campus. However, when they saw that the person involved was Ning Zhuya, they did not hesitate and quickly ran out of the library. I stared fiercely at this crazy woman in front of me. You crazy person. I'll remember you. Be careful when walking alone at night. But before I could react, my lips were pressed against, and before I knew it, a bloody taste spread in my mouth. Ning Zhuya had bitten my lips hard. Then she stood up, licked her red lips, and said to me, I'll leave a mark on you today. From now on, you belong to me. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll wait for you at the school gate in the morning. Let's have a good chat then. With that, she left without looking back. Watching her leave, I angrily wiped away the blood from the corner of my mouth and quickly left the library as well. Back in the dormitory, I was extremely depressed. My roommate Li Liang happened to come back and was somewhat surprised to see me lying on the bed. Oh, why did Lin Xin suddenly come back to sleep? I sat up from the bed in frustration and recounted what had just happened in the library. That's why I don't hit women. Otherwise I could make her kneel and sing Conquer for me in 3 seconds. After listening to my words, Li Liang disdainfully glanced at me and said, that Ning Zhuya is from the Gongdao Society, and she's the ace there. With just the strength of her arms, she could easily beat you too. Upon hearing this, I lay back on the bed somewhat relieved and stubbornly said, Humph, a real man doesn't fight with women. Li Liang, with a mischievous smile on his face, asked, So, are you going to the appointment tomorrow morning? I casually replied with my eyes closed. If she asks me to go, I'll go. What does that make me? Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. The next morning, a beautiful figure stood at the school gate, with a cold expression on her face. Ning Zhuya dressed up specially for today's date, but the guy didn't show up. Soon, a bodyguard who went to inquire about the news ran over, hesitantly saying, Miss, it seems that Master Lin is still sleeping in the dormitory and hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, Ning Zhuya's face instantly darkened. She had been waiting here early in the morning, wanting to leave a good impression on him, but he was still sleeping in bed. Ning Zhuya with a cold face led the way towards the male dormitory with her entourage of 3 bodyguards looking fierce. Soon, news of Ning Zhuya breaking into the male dormitory spread, but no one dared to stop her. Qianxing Group is an important investor in the Magic City University, and offending this young lady would surely lead to trouble in the future. In no time, Ning Zhuya arrived at the door of room 312, entered quickly, followed by her bodyguards who closed the door behind them. Soon, muffled groans could be heard from inside the room. Inside room 312, Li Liang, who was forcibly awakened, was quietly squatting in a corner with his mouth taped and limbs bound. Ning Zhuya walked to the bedside, her eyes fixed on the man sleeping soundly in front of her, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seemed that this guy didn't take her words seriously at all. For a disobedient boyfriend, Ning Zhuya felt it necessary to discipline him properly. On the bed, Lin Xin was sleeping soundly on his side, hugging the quilt. but soon a stinging pain came from his lips, causing him to wake up instantly. Li Liang, who had been thrown in the corner, was also startled, looking incredulously at Lin Xin, who had been bitten awake by Ning Juya, and suddenly felt some envy in his heart. Good man, is kissing such a noble thing to be done casually? Let go of him. Let me do it. Well, Lin Xian's eyes widened as his head was pressed down hard by Ning Juya, his eyes revealing panic. Ning Juya's eyes were icy cold. Her red lips directly covered Lin Xian's lips, and her sharp little tiger teeth directly bit down hard. The smell of blood once again filled his mouth, and the wound that Lin Xian had managed to stop bleeding was once again bitten through, and his body began to struggle continuously due to the intense pain. But Ning Zhua's arms were controlling him in a deadly grip, not giving a chance to break free at all. Such a scene lasted for 5 minutes, and in the back Lin Xian had given up resisting. There was no way that he could not be physically fit. Letting go of Lin Xian, Ning Juya sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy face and sneered. No one has ever dared to stand me up. Lin Xian, you're pretty good, but the more you try to resist the more interested I am in you. Lin Xian shrank in the corner of the bed and directly cursed. You're out of your mind. This is a boys' dormitory. Isn't it just stealing back your first place? I'll let you have it next time. Okay. When these words came out, Ning Juya's face became even colder, like it was covered in a layer of frost. You said you let me? Inside the quiet dormitory, Ning Juya laughed. As the Missy of the Sky Curtain group, she had received almost countless awards since she was a child, and had been given countless titles, and now someone was actually saying that they wanted to make her? Are you saying that I'm inferior to you? Ning Juya stared at Lin Xian with cold eyes, as if she wanted to see through his entire being. Seeing this look, Lin Xian, who was nestled in the corner of the bed, was inexplicably a little weak, and didn't go up to acknowledge or refute it. People behind the 3 bodyguards staring viciously. Change who was not afraid of damn too many to bully the few. If I had known that it would be so troublesome to take the first place, I should have exchanged terms with old Wang at that time, and now it's a good thing that I've taken myself directly into it. Ning Juya stood up, clapped her hands and ordered in a cold voice. 5 minutes. I want to see him downstairs. With that said, she pushed the dormitory door open and walked out without looking back. With a bang, the door closed heavily, and under Lin Xian's terrified eyes, the 3 bodyguards quickly pounced towards him. For a while the dormitory was filled with Lin Xian's miserable voice. Hey, what are you guys picking my clothes for? Perverts. And you guys are still picking my pants. Don't bully people too much. Big brothers have mercy. Leave me a pair of panties. When Li Liang in the corner saw this scene, his body shivered and closed his eyes. Nobuko, don't blame me for not saving you. There's nothing I can do. Boys' dormitory downstairs. A red Maybach parked there. Brightly colored body reveals the expensive price. Just landing price up to more than 10 million. Not to mention the high maintenance costs, which the average person may not be able to afford even if they don't eat or drink for the rest of their lives. Inside the lavishly decorated back seat, Ning Juya crossed her slender jade legs and raised her hand to see that there was still 1 minute left on the clock. The next second, the car door was opened, and the neatly dressed Lin Xian was thrown in, his head resting thankfully against Ning Juya's feet. Ning Juya looked condescendingly at Lin Xian, who was sprawled at his feet, then lifted his foot and stepped on his head, a cold smile sketching out the corners of his mouth. Does this treatment seem satisfactory to you? Trampled on Lim Shin, in the Maybach traveling to an unknown location. Lin Xian never thought that he would actually be able to ride in such a luxury car one day. He sighed and helplessly inquired to Ning Juya, who was sitting by the side. Missy, what exactly do you see in me? I promise, I'll absolutely change if you say so. You're so dissatisfied with staying with me? Ning Juya was a bit slightly angry, staring at Lin Xian with a dangerous gaze. As long as he dared to say no, the end could be imagined. Lin Xian frowned. Then there must be a reason why you want to be with me if you know that before yesterday. We hadn't even spoken to each other once. Ning Juya leaned aside and suddenly smiled. Let's make a deal. I like to be around good people my own age, and you're barely one right now. And as long as you spend time with me as your boyfriend from now on, I can give you more glory than you can imagine. How's that for a good deal? In Ning Juya's opinion, as long as she wasn't a fool she would agree to her deal. After all, she was at least considered to be the school flower of Mordor University, and her identity background was even more needless to say. How many men would say no to having a heavenly girl like her as a girlfriend? I refuse. Lin Xian almost didn't think about it and directly chose to reject it. This caused Ning Juya's willow brows to frown. Where's the reason? Lin Xian directly extended 3 fingers and slowly said, Number 1. You're not my type at all. Secondly, I don't have any interest in the so-called glory and wealth that you talk about. I'm a person who has nothing to pursue, As long as I live well enough, it's just a waste of more money. As for the third, Lin Xin looked at Ning Juya. A trace of disgust appeared in his eyes. I don't have any interest in going through the house. Isn't that what you want? The so-called friend game? I'm not going to be bothered with kids stuff. This time, not only Ning Juya froze, even the driver who was sitting in front and concentrating on driving couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror. This kid actually dared to say such words to Missy. He's simply tired of living. Kid, you're still too young. As expected, the smile on Ning Juya's face instantly disappeared in the next second. No longer paying attention to Lin Xin, directly turning his head to the driver and instructing him, straight back to the villa. Now Lin Xin was a bit flustered. This couldn't be an attempt to kidnap himself home and then torture himself severely. Holy shit, you guys put me down. Lin Xin hadn't even said a few words yet when Ning Juya came straight up and grabbed him by the collar with a hand slash. Both eyes rolled over and his eyelids sank. Lin Xin directly fainted. Tianyun Villa area. As one of the top villa areas in Magic City, every set of villa in this area is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, moreover even billions of dollars. Those who were able to buy a villa to live in here were all resounding figures in the Magic City. But for Ning Juya, this was just a place to live. She hasn't graduated yet, but she's actually worth hundreds of millions of dollars long ago, most of it from her parents' birthday gifts. That's why she, who had seen a lot of big things since she was a child, had grown up feeling extraordinarily empty inside. Not knowing how long he had slept, Lin Xin opened his eyes in a daze, and his eyes were greeted by an unfamiliar suspended ceiling. Where is this? He just wanted to sit up but realized that his hands and feet were all tied, and his limbs were chained to the four corners of the bed, so he couldn't break free at all. Crap! Lin Xin instantly woke up. His arms and legs began to struggle haphazardly, and the chains binding his arms and legs made a clanking sound. Nima, that crazy woman actually tied me up with a chain. What is she trying to do? It couldn't be that she was about to kill herself to silence her because she had rejected her. Just then, the quiet bathroom door opened and white water vapor bubbled out, accompanied by a charming fragrance in the air. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xin stopped struggling and twisted her head to look over. Her face instantly climbed up to a scarlet red and she couldn't help but close her eyes. You're crazy! Only to see Ning Juya walk out of the bathroom, her wet hair still dripping with water. And more importantly, she was only wearing a thin white shirt on her body, her bare jade feet walking towards the bed. Because of the freshly showered reason, the white shirt was soaked by the undried water droplets, revealing a lot of spring light. The snow-white skin almost bare most of the time. When Ning Juya saw the flickering crimson color on Lin Xin's face, the corner of her mouth curved up as she stood on the bed and looked at him. Firmly tied to the bed by chains, Lin Xin closed his eyes tightly, his voice trembling a bit. I'm warning you, even if you are able to obtain my body, you definitely won't be able to obtain my soul. And you're committing rape. Lose your way. Ning Juya sat on the edge of the bed with her bare feet, wringing out the droplets of water from her own hair, and said without looking back, when a man forces a woman, that's considered rape. It's a shame that you're still number one in your grade. I feel ashamed to lose to you, Lin Xin said in a trembling voice. Sister, what exactly do you want to do? Will you let me go? I promise I won't take first place with you next time. Release you? Ning Juya stood barefoot on the bed, glancing scornfully at Lin Xin, and said disdainfully, you're not. I'm going through the motions. I'll let you know right now if I'm going through the motions or not. Saying that, Ning Juya sat on Lin Xin's stomach. Her hands cupped Lin Xin's face, then her red lips covered it. Her fragrant tongue quickly pried open his teeth. Lin Xin's eyes widened as his breathing became rapid from the forced kiss. Inside the quiet room, the only sounds left were the two men's ragged gasps, and the sound made by the chains constantly being tugged. As Ning Juya's movements grew larger and larger, the proud giant in front of her chest continued to sway. She let go of her hand and stared straight at Lin Xin, her breathing slightly wheezing. Now do you still think I'm going through the motions? Lin Xin's mouth was now full of Ning Juya's flavor, and crystal liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he glared fiercely away. Don't you *King dare? Ning Juya, who was leaning down to look at him, smiled. What a stubborn donkey. But that's what makes it worth being coached. Then under Lin Xin's horrified eyes, Ning Juya directly lifted her jade foot and stomped it hard on Lin Xin's face before repeating this action over and over again. Are you convinced? No. After a vicious stomp. Serve it or not. Don't. Serve it up. After an hour, the nosebleed flowed out. Lin Xin finally could not stand it anymore and shouted to surrender. Seeing this, Ning Juya revealed a satisfied smile. It was true that when dealing with this kind of stubborn donkey, one still had to use a tougher approach. So are you going to be my boyfriend? Do. With a sound of chains loosening, Lin Xin, whose limbs were bound, finally regained his freedom and gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Juya, who was walking towards the bathroom. You wait for me, crazy woman. If I don't get this revenge, Lin Xin, swear not to be a human being. After changing into a long white sarong, Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin, who was slowly following behind her, and coldly said, I think it's necessary to tune you up a bit more, don't you? Lin Xin couldn't help but shiver as he looked at that dangerous gaze, and his footsteps sped up a lot at once, and he sat down in the car in a flash. Seeing his nimble movements, Ning Juya then nodded with satisfaction, the indifference in her eyes disappearing to be replaced by gentleness. Drive. Go to the Skyway Mall. Yes, ma'am. Tianhua Mall is the largest shopping mall in Magic City. There is no one with the most complete source of goods, and its cooperative merchants in the country have a great reputation. The Tianhua Shopping Center, on the other hand, belonged to the Sky Curtain Group, which was one of the industries of the Ning family in Mordor. After parking the car in front of the mall, Lin Xin couldn't wait to jump out of the car. He really didn't want to sit with the crazy woman. The atmosphere is so depressing that it feels like you could be slaughtered at any moment. Since it was the weekend, there were an unusually large number of people coming to the mall today, most of them going in groups looking a bit crowded. Stepping out of the car, with Ning Juya's face value instantly attracted a lot of people's attention and became the center of attention in the room. However, her eyes were cold as she looked at Lin Xin, who was walking in front of her, standing right where she was, looking at his back with a gaze that looked like it was trying to kill. Lin Xin immediately felt a coldness in his back, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying, and subconsciously shivered. Only then did he turn his head and realize that Ning Juya was standing still with no intention of leaving, and snapped and walked back. Why don't you go? What is our relationship now? Ning Juya's eyes were icy cold, just staring at Lin Xin. At those words, hesitation flashed across Lin Xin's face before he returned in an uncertain tone. Boy-girl friendship? But it was this fleeting hesitation that made Ning Juya's mood even worse. Speaking coldly, you turn your body around. Oh, although he didn't know why, Lin Xin obediently turned around. Hell knows if the bitch would slap herself in front of all the people around if she didn't do as she was told. As Lin Xin turned around, Ning Juya raised her little white shoes, then viciously kicked Lin Xin's butt. Crap! The defenseless Lin Xin was directly kicked out a meter away, his face directly coming into close contact with the tiled floor. This kick startled the surrounding people. Looking at Ning Juya's eyes changed, and in a short while they dispersed, not daring to gather around to watch the fun. Lin Xin rubbed his ass and climbed up from the ground, glaring angrily at Ning Juya as he said angrily, "Why are you kicking me? You crazy woman." Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin with a cold face and clasped her hands in a chilling voice. "This kick is because you still don't consider me as your girlfriend in your heart, so I'm very upset. Lim Shin, we've only known each other for less than 2 days. I'd be damned if I'd consider you my girlfriend." As he watched the people around him continue to disperse, and the onlookers became fewer and fewer, Lin Xin's eyes suddenly turned, and a light flashed in his head. Right, now is not in the villa. Why doesn't he take advantage of it to escape? Although this crazy woman had a lot of strength, but no matter what, she was also a woman, and her running speed was definitely not as fast as his own. After thinking carefully, Lin Xin felt that this method was very feasible, but before that he had to make this woman let her guard down before he could do so. There were several bodyguards following behind. Lin Xin wasn't confident that he could outrun them. Thinking of this, the anger on Lin Xin's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sincere smile. He directly walked over and held Ning Juya's hand. Hey, I was the one who didn't know better just now. The time we've known each other is still short after all, so be generous and spare me this time. Looking at Lin Xin taking the initiative to hold her hand, the dissatisfaction in Ning Juya's heart dissipated a bit, and she snorted coldly. "Counting on you to be sensible. I'll let you off this time then," said the two, holding hands into the shopping mall. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a pair of love period of the young couple, is simply a golden boy and girl, male handsome, female playful. Lin Xin was about to open his mouth to go drink something so he could find an excuse to go to the restroom and escape, when he was pulled directly inside a Rolex watch store by Ning Juya. The female manager in black silk walked over and said respectfully to Ning Juya, "Miss Ning, do you need anything?" After all, she was the big miss of the Sky Curtain Group, plus this mall was the property of the Sky Curtain Group. So many people knew this Miss Ning. Ning Juya also loosened her hold on Lin Xin's hand and ordered the manager with a cold voice, "Find him a suitable watch, the best." Hearing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but freeze and scratched his head. "This isn't too good. What's wrong with me being a poor student wearing such an expensive watch? You know this is a Rolex, not to mention the best. Even a piece of second-hand Rolex at least can be bought to more than 5 figures. Pressure is not ordinary people cannot afford to consume." He usually lives on only 2 or 3,000 a month, not to mention using it, and has rarely seen these high-grade goods. In response, Ning Zhuya just coldly returned, "You are now my boyfriend. Your whole body line adds up to not even $500. You don't mind being ashamed, I still mind being ashamed." When people said so, Lin Xin couldn't say anything else, so he could only nod his head. The manager smiled and walked behind the glass case, gingerly pulling out 3 of the latest limited edition Rolexes from inside. "These 3 are all new to our Magic City branch, all limited edition, and even more incomparably rare in China. All 3 are made of 18K white gold for both the case, hands, hour markers and bracelet. Which one do you see you like?" Looking at the 3 Rolex watches in front of him that were expensive at first glance, Lin Xin couldn't help but look at Ning Zhuya beside him. She said coldly, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and pick one, or take them all." All 2. Once Lin Xin heard this, he directly selected the black and white Rolex in the very center that didn't look very conspicuous. "Just this one." At that, the manager smiled and put away the other 2 watches. "Yes, no problem. The total price of this watch is $38 million, and it's very rare in this country." "How much?" Lin Xin's hand holding the watch went limp when he heard this price and almost fell to the ground. He could not help but smack his lips. Good guy on a table actually sold to nearly 40 million. Robbing the bank. While Ning Zhuya heard this price but didn't even blink her eyes, she directly fished out a black card from her body and handed it over. Not long after, Lin Xin had an extra watch on his left wrist, and his value instantly soared from $500 to nearly 40 million. A qualitative leap. Walking out of the door of the Rolex store, Ning Zhuya came forward to spit in Lin Xin's ear. "Now that you have the watch too, if you dare to be late for a date in the future, I promise I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, the corner of Lin Xin's mouth twitched, so he bought himself such an expensive watch just so he wouldn't be late for his date. I have to say, rich people are really arbitrary. In order to slip away as quickly as possible, Lin Xin pointed to the milk tea store in the distance and proposed, "Why don't I treat you to some milk tea?" Ning Zhuya glanced at the milk tea store not far away. She rarely drank this kind of popular drink, but since it was the first time Lin Xin had treated himself to a drink, she would accept it reluctantly. "Fine, whatever." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin happily led her over, with several bodyguards naturally following close behind him. There weren't a lot of people lining up on the weekend, so Ning Zhuya sat on the seat at the entrance and waited, while Lin Xin naturally went to line up for milk tea. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xin's gaze vaguely surveyed the surroundings to determine his escape route later. After 10 minutes of queuing, it was soon Lin Xin's turn. He casually ordered 2 cups of milk tea. The deposit on his body was directly less than 40. "Yours." After handing one of the cups to Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin directly took the milk tea and drank it. Ning Zhuya looked at the milk tea in her hand, then looked at the one that Lin Xin had taken a sip of, then directly snatched the cup from his mouth. "I'll have this one." Lim Shin. After the 2 of them strolled around the mall for a while longer, the time had come to noon, and Lin Xin saw that it was almost time and said with a natural expression, "I'm going to use the restroom. Why don't you wait here for a bit?" Ning Zhuya didn't doubt it and nodded. Lin Xin was so happy that he directly jogged in towards the toilet. His face was an uncontrollable smile. "Ha ha ha, finally able to get rid of this demoness." Walking into the restroom, Jiang Yan quickly ran to the ventilated window and directly pushed it open to look towards the bottom. His current location was on the 2nd floor of the mall, a height that was still bearable with his physical fitness. Grabbing the edge of the window, Lin Xin's entire body squatted directly onto the window, then looked at the lawn below and directly leapt down. Before he even hit the ground, he laughed out joyfully, "Freedom, here I come." With a thud, Lin Xin landed perfectly on the lawn, and since his feet were on dirt, he didn't suffer any inertial force. Looking at the rippling sky in the distance, he took a deep breath. The smell of freedom is just wonderful. Glancing back in the direction of the 2nd floor, Lin Xin smiled disdainfully. "Still want to trap, brother? You'd better play house there by yourself." After saying that, Lin Xin ran towards the outside of the mall without looking back. His speed was as fast as flying. His face was filled with a youthful smile, full of longing for the future. The people passing by looked at the running Lin Xin strangely. "This guy is stupid, right?" Smiling so happily. It so happened that at that moment a yellow and white cab came from the distance and stopped in front of him, and Lin Xin subconsciously sat in it. "Master, go to Mordor University as fast as you can." When the car door closed with a bang, Lin Xin froze and looked at the black-clothed man sitting in the car with a stiff smile, as well as the frosty Ning Zhuya. "How could you be here?" Lin Xin was on the verge of crying inside. It shouldn't be. His plan was obviously so seamless. How could he have been discovered? There must be something wrong. Ning Juya sat in the car and looked at Lin Xin with a cold smile. You're quite capable of running. I said, why were you so obedient when you were in front of the shopping mall? So it was because you were thinking of escaping. Things having come to this, Lin Xin didn't pretend anymore. Right. That's what I think. What can you do with me? Kill me if you can. Glaring at this crazy woman with both eyes, Lin Xin was not the least bit weaker in his aura. But he saw that Ning Juya's face had a few more moments of shade. She said in a chilling voice, fine. Since you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill you. Ning Juya directly ordered to the driver. Drive. Go find a deserted place to bury this guy. Lin Xin, who was sitting on the side, sniffed, and his body shuddered imperceptibly. But his expression was still one of forced composure, and he surreptitiously took out his cell phone from his bosom and sent a message out. At the same time, far away in the Magic City University 312 dormitory, Li Liang, who was struggling LOL, glanced at the cell phone message prompt. Lin Xin, good big son, come and save your righteous father. Crying. There was also a real-time location share below that showed Lin Xin's current location and was still moving, heading towards the outskirts of Magic City. Li Liang glanced at the distress message on his phone and then at the game that had already started. A moment of hesitation flashed across his face before he slapped himself again. What an asshole I am for hesitating between my son and the game. After saying that, Li Liang directly grabbed his battery car keys and rushed out of the dormitory. Half an hour later, inside a deserted hill on the outskirts of Magic City, 3 security guards plus the driver were digging a hole, while Lin Xin was tied up and left aside, his eyes flashing with terror. He looked incredulously at Ning Juya sitting in the car. Crikey, UTM to really is it too late to regret? As time passed, a 2-meter deep hole was soon dug, and it could be closed right up as soon as the person was buried in it. Seeing this, Ning Juya also stepped down from the car, her white shoes stained with some dirt and grime, and she squatted down to remove the rag from Lin Xin's mouth. Do you have any last words? I won't fulfill them for you, but it's okay to listen. The rag was taken out and Lin Xin could finally speak. He looked at Ning Juya pitifully. Sister, this time I really know I'm wrong, so please spare me one more time. Knew you were wrong? Ning Juya tilted her head, the indifference in her eyes clearly visible. But I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it. Lin Xin was a bit flustered, tied to the ground and begging for mercy with a bitter face. Just give me another chance. I'll definitely cherish it. Burying me won't do you any good. You might as well give me another chance. How about that? Ning Juya's pitch-black pupils looked at Lin Xin, seemingly pondering whether or not to give this fellow a chance. Just then, a small modi rushed over not far away, and Li Liang rode with one hand, carrying a bright and shiny kitchen knife on his left hand, and shouted, My son is not afraid. My father has come to save you. Looking at Li Liang, who had suddenly appeared, Lin Xin's face was delighted and he smiled as if he had a bottom in his heart. Ha ha ha, good big boy, I was right about you. Come on, tie me. Ning Juya gave a look to the bodyguard standing to the side, who understood and directly blocked Li Liang's path. About 2 minutes later, Ning Juya squatted in front of Lin Xin and Li Liang with an expressionless face, broke the toy chopper in her hand, and when she let go, the chopper even bounced twice. Lin Xin's mouth twitched as he looked at Li Liang, who was also tied up in 5 different ways, veins popping out of his forehead. I asked you to come and save me, and you're just going to come and give away your head with a broken toy chopper. Inside the silent suburban woods, Lin Xin and Li Liang were tied up in 5 different ways, and right next to them was a pit big enough to bury several people. Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin with interest. Now that your helper has also come to accompany you, feel free to use any other tricks. Lin Xin pursed his lips. Where does he still have any tricks? If he just gives in to softness, is it not a loss of face for himself? But if he does not give in to softness, it is estimated that he will be sent to the Western Paradise. Li Liang's body shivered. Seeing that he was about to be buried alive, he hurriedly persuaded Lin Xin. Shinja, if I see it, you should just accept it. Sister Ning is so beautiful in gold. Other people who want to don't have this chance yet. Impossible. Lin Xin's fire was born in his heart and he didn't give in at all. My name is Lin Xin. Faith of faith. I'm a 7-foot man. You're asking me to play house with a woman. I'm telling you it's impossible. Hearing this unconvincing declaration, Ning Juya completely ran out of patience, and with a flash of coldness in her eyes, she directly stood up and instructed her bodyguard, bury it. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the car without stopping for a second. Crap, Shinzi, you're stupid. Li Liang disgruntledly cursed at Lin Xin beside him. Couldn't you just pretend to be soft first and wait until we're out of the trap? Looking at the 2 bodyguards who came over, Lin Xin was a bit weak at this time. What to do? Could it be that his reputation will be buried alive in this broken ravine? Watching the two bodyguards getting closer and closer, Li Liang even hurriedly urged, "Quickly serve a soft ah. I'm so young, still do not wanna die ah. My TM browser record hasn't been deleted yet. There's still my 18T resources ah." Seeing that Ning Juya had already opened the car door, Lin Xian finally couldn't help himself and directly shouted, "Sister, I was wrong." As soon as these words came out, Ning Juya didn't make any movements, only pulling open the car door and quietly turning her back to Lin Xian and the two of them, as if she was waiting for something. Lin Xian had a bright idea and shouted again, "Daughter-in-law, I was wrong." Hearing the word daughter-in-law, Ning Juya finally turned around with a smile and instructed the two bodyguards, "Untie them and bring them to the car." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Li Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they didn't have to be buried alive. It didn't take long for Lin Xian to be thrown into the car, while Li Liang sadly rode back on his little moti. The car slowly started, the door was directly forced to lock, and Lin Xian was forced to the bedside by Ning Juya as he trembled. "What do you want?" Ning Juya reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, her entire body sitting directly on top of his, softly whispering in his ear, "Kiss me, don't." Lin Xian shook his head noisily and refused without half a moment's hesitation. He had never had a girlfriend, but he knew that kissing was not something to be messed with, and that a man must protect his chastity out there. The chastity she had kept for a full 20 years could not be lost just like that. Ning Juya's face was grim as she reached out her hand and directly pinched Lin Xian's neck, saying in a cold voice, "Are you mistaken about something? I'm ordering you, not consulting with you." Lin Xian's face flushed red, and he hurriedly said, I'll kiss, okay." Only then did Ning Juya let go of him, leaning her body against Lin Xian's again, her voice softening once more, "Hold my waist and kiss me." Having no choice, Lin Xian could only nervously stretch out his own hand, slowly hugging Ning Juya's soft waist and lowering his head to kiss against her red lips, the fragrance of the orchid coming from the tip of his nose. Lin Xian rustily touched his lips slightly on Ning Juya's red lips, and immediately wanted to break free, but a pair of hands suddenly reached out and pressed down on his head. Ning Juya had anticipated this and grabbed Lin Xian's collar, then swapped offenses and directly took the initiative to kiss him. Aha! Lin Xian's eyes widened as he tried to push the woman away, but no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. He had no choice but to clench his teeth to keep this woman's tongue from sticking out, and after attacking a few times to no avail, Ning Juya directly slammed his fist onto Lin Xian's stomach. Lin Xian had a sharp pain coming from his stomach and subconsciously opened his mouth, while Ning Juya took this opportunity to attack and began to clench continuously. After a long enough time, as the vehicle re-entered the city, Ning Juya pressed her face against Lin Xian's heaving chest, her petite body tightly next to his. "This time I hope you'll learn a lesson, and from now on you'll do whatever I tell you to do, and don't try to disobey me, understand?" Lin Xian was silent and didn't say anything, and could only allow Ning Juya to sit on his lap and hold his hands around his waist. He is not clean anymore. The car finally stopped at the door of the University of Magic City. At this time it is already in the afternoon. There are not many people in front of the school. "Give me your cell phone." Ning Juya held out her hand to Lin Xian. "What do you want my cell phone for?" Lin Xian still took out his cell phone from his body and handed it over. Not a moment later Ning Juya returned it. The cell phone stays in the interface of the address book. At this time there is an additional number on it. The note is wife. Ning Juya clasped her hands and warned, "If you dare not answer my calls in the future, just wait for death." After saying that, she turned around and sat back in the car again, not forgetting to give Lin Xian a threatening look on her way out, so it was clear that she was serious. "What is all this?" Lin Xian walked towards the direction of the dormitory somewhat dejectedly, feeling that his future was dark. Slowly returning to the dormitory, Lin Xian had just laid down on the bed, and as soon as he closed his eyes with the intention of resting and relaxing, he heard his cell phone ringing. Shit, it's only been a few minutes and the woman is calling herself. Lin Xian quickly took out his cell phone, but realized that it wasn't that vicious woman Ning Juya, and seeing the contact, he directly chose to connect. "Lim Shin, where are you?" Listening to the voice of Qin Shi on the other end, Lin Xian voice lazy back, "Dormitory, just ready to sleep." Something Qin Shi is Lin Xian's classmate in high school, belonging to the kind of play very well, plus are in the same university so usually have a lot of interactions, and during the weekends, Li Liang, the unfilial son, had dragged Lin Xian out several times in order to pick up Qin Shi's best friend. Qin Shi, who was at the club, propped up his hand and suggested with a smile, "Didn't we discuss going hiking together before? It just so happens that I got word that the sophomore classroom is going to be repaired in a few days, so I thought we'd go hiking together while we're on vacation the day after tomorrow. I know you applied for a break from school, so you must be free right now. Shinshi's words carried the slightest hint of threat. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Are all women so overbearing nowadays? One is like this and two are like this. Still not letting people live. Fine, whatever. Weekend afternoon. Lin Xian hungry lying in bed. Li Liang at this time has also returned to the dormitory. A good vacation. Tossed a whole day as a result of even breakfast and lunch did not eat. Now it's good. Just get ready for dinner. Eat one meal a day and consider it a diet. I say Liangzi, we can't endure this revenge. Why don't we find an opportunity to go and get revenge back? Lying on the bed, Lin Xian suddenly said. Li Liang was sitting cross-legged in front of his computer, watching some kind of blockbuster movie, and sniffed and scoffed without looking back. Revenge? That's the Ning family's eldest miss. You really dare to think about it. It's good that she's not coming after you right now, and you're trying to go after someone else. What? Lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for shit. Although the words are like this, but Lin Xian Li just can't swallow this breath. He was almost buried alive. This revenge is not a gentleman. He incited at Li Liang. How about I give you my treasured payment as long as you're willing to help me? Collector's model. Li Liang's eyes instantly lit up, incredulously twisting his head to look at Lin Xian. Are you serious? I've asked you for it so many times before and you won't give it to me. Is it really that easy to give it to me? A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Cut the crap. Just say yes or no. Fuck. Without looking at the piece, Li Liang directly walked over to Lin Xian's bedside and sat down, inquiring excitedly, how do you want to fuck it up? In fact, he also wanted to take revenge, but Ning Zhuya's power was simply too great, and he simply didn't know where to start. Lin Xian sat up from the bed, mysteriously digging out from underneath in the bed, and finally fished out a yellow urea bag with a sinister smile on his face. Crap, where did you get the urea bag from? And TM hiding it under the bed. Li Liang looked at this urea bag with a shock. This you don't care. Lin Xian smiled thievishly. I don't believe that those bodyguards will keep following that woman around. She's just a bit stronger. When the time comes, the two of us together, we're still afraid that we won't be able to take her. Li Liang's eyes also flashed with a brilliant light, and he waved his hand. Success! This matter is decided. When will we do it? Lin Xian glanced at the sky outside, and his heart made a decision. It's tonight. When the time comes, I'll ask her out. As long as she doesn't have a bodyguard with her by then isn't she at our mercy? When he thought of Ning Zhuya's domineering personality, he didn't know what kind of expression she would have if she was put into a urea bag. And Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a cheap laugh when he thought of it. Without delay, the two of them skipped their meals and got up straight away to start going to prepare the location of the kidnapping and the tools to be used. Make sure you do this kind of thing in an unmonitored place, and have gloves on hand lest you leave any evidence of fingerprints or anything like that. Late at night, Ning Zhuya, who was soaking in the villa's bathtub, received a call from Lin Xian, and she looked at her cell phone with some surprise. It's a rarity that guy's character would actually take the initiative to call himself. White mist hazy bathtub, exuding hot bath water inside a concave and convex body lying in the bathtub, unintentionally revealed the spring light as let people reverie again and again. Ning Zhuya's petite body inside the bathtub rolled over and lay on her back, her jade fingers slightly moving as she clicked to connect, then attached the cell phone to her ear. Immediately, Lin Xian's somewhat formal voice came from the other end. I want to talk to you. Can I come out to meet you? Ning Zhuya's eyes were instantly colorful, and she laughed softly. Why? Is it because you want to talk to me about our future? Lin Xian didn't retort, and in order to avoid revealing his footsteps, he directly said, I'll be waiting for you by the Qingxin Lake. Come alone. After saying that, Lin Xian on the other end directly hung up the phone, and a busy tone came out from the phone. We'll still be shy. Ning Zhuya laughed and saved the call record, then directly stood up and walked towards the outside of the bathroom, the water dripping from her body falling to the ground, reflecting that perfect figure. Not long after, Ning Zhuya drove alone towards the outside of the villa with a look of anticipation on her face. Half an hour later, it was now 9 o'clock in the evening. The sky was completely dark. The gray foggy night sky was glittering with starlight, and the bright white moon hung high overhead. On the shores of the clear Heart Lake, two people were furtively discussing something. Next to a wooden hut used for resting, Li Liang wore a black hood on his head, gloves on his hands, and the yellow urea bag on one side. I mean, Nobuko, is this really going to work? If anything goes wrong, we're really screwed. Lin Xian patted his best friend's shoulder and said confidently in the light of the street lamp. Don't worry, that woman is so obsessed with me. She'll definitely come over. Just then, a car in the distance drove directly toward this side, its bright lights extraordinarily obvious under the dark night. Holy shit, so soon. Li Liang didn't dare to hesitate and directly drilled into a wooden house on the side. holding his breath lest he be discovered. The red Maybach made a dashing drift directly in front of Lin Xin. Stopping right in front of him, the car door opened and Ning Juya walked out from inside, wearing a black halter nightgown inside and a white jacket outside to cover the spring light. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she couldn't wait to hug Lin Xin with her warm petite body, her peach directly on top of his hard and solid chest, and laughed softly in his ear. "Baby, you miss me so soon." Not expecting this woman to come up to such intimate contact, Lin Xin couldn't help but blush on his face, but he still forced himself to hold back the discomfort and opened his mouth. "Well, miss you." At the same time, Lin Xin directly gave a hand signal to Li Liang, who was hiding inside the wooden house, before pulling Ning Juya's hand and sitting down on a chair. "I just want to know exactly what you see in me." Ning Juya turned her back to the cabin and smiled at Lin Xin. "Of course I like it everywhere." A figure stepped quietly and gropingly out of the cabin without making any footsteps, holding a urea bag in his hand. In order to attract Ning Juya's attention, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became particularly serious as he said to her, "I like you." Ning Juya heard this and really froze. Under the cover of the night has quietly walked behind Li Liang. How will miss this good opportunity? Directly holding the urea bag towards Ning Juya's head set up, Lin Xin, who had his head turned sideways, also revealed a conspiratorial smile, and his mind was already fantasizing about how to get back the bill for the previous bullying. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Juya, as if she had expected it, directly stood up and took 2 steps forward, just in time for Li Liang to pounce. Her face went cold as she smiled grimly at Lin Xin. "I said, why did you suddenly find me out? So it's just for revenge." Lin Xin and Li Liang looked at each other, then rushed up together. There was no turning back now. This woman had to be taken down tonight. Ning Juya looked at the two who were rushing towards her and let out a cold smile. A few minutes later, Lin Xin and Li Liang dropped to the ground with their noses bruised and swollen, their clothes torn with several holes, and began to beg for mercy over and over again. "Sis, we're wrong. Please spare me. This matter was all planned by Lin Xin, has nothing to do with me." Li Liang pointed at Lin Xin with a panda eye and betrayed his best friend without hesitation. Lin Xin beside him was no better. Several parts of his body had swollen, grimacing in pain as he also began to beg for mercy. "Daughter-in-law, I'm really wrong, so please let me go." Ning Juya directly picked up the urea bag on the ground and threw it in front of Lin Xin, her voice calm. "Drill yourself in." Seeing the urea bag that was thrown in front of him, Lin Xion's expression was a bit hesitant. This was originally prepared for Ning Juya, but now he has lifted a stone to hit his own foot. He sat down and gave a sardonic laugh. "Can you not drill?" Without speaking, Ning Juya walked directly back to the car and took out a knife and threw it on the ground, making a clanking sound. Faintly said, "Ligate or drill a urea bag. Take your pick." Then I'd better choose the urea bag," Lin Xin said, and directly picked up the urea bag and dug inside. Seeing this, Li Liang on the side was even more considerate and handed over a rope, and smiled. He. "Sister, use this to tie it. It's definitely sturdy enough." Rinshin, who dug into the urea bag. "You." After sealing the mouth of the bag completely, Ning Juya directly picked up the urea bag with one hand and walked towards the car, pulling open the door of the passenger side, and then directly threw the urea bag in. To this Li Liang could really give a thumbs up. Good arm strength for a warrior woman. With that, a kidnapping case where the kidnapper was kidnapped ended and the red Maybach sped away from the lake. Li Liang stood up and patted the dust on his body, feeling incomparably refreshed at the moment, and meditated in his heart. "Good brother, have a good trip. As for your treasured money, brother will keep it for you first." In the Tianyun Villa area, a red Maybach flew by and eventually slowly stopped in front of the small courtyard of a villa. The 2 bodyguards were watching the door, and when they saw the lady return they immediately walked up and respectfully pulled open the door. "Miss, you're back." Ning Juya coldly walked down from the driver's seat with a long face, instructed the 2 bodyguards, and walked towards the upper floor. "Wash him up and bring him to my room." "Yes." The 2 bodyguards answered and curiously opened the passenger door, from which rolled out a urea bag. Still struggling, the strong smell of urine was so strong that even a trained bodyguard couldn't help but shake his head when he smelled it. The smell is so right. You don't even have to look at it to smell it to know it's a good factory. The 2 bodyguards directly carried Lin Xin on their shoulders and headed towards the shower room, ready to wash him white. 20 minutes later, the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Since there were no lights on, the room looked incredibly dim, and the faint moonlight shone through the glass window into the room, reflecting on the floor. On the bed, Ning Juya removed the white jacket and casually threw it on the side of the bed, wearing only a halter nightgown, with her chin resting on her knees, looking down at her bare pink and white feet without knowing what she was thinking. The scene looked a little bleak. Sitting alone on her bed, the way she had been for the last 20 years, aimlessly living a life of getting by without any excitement to speak of. So she took first place in everything, but also rely on their own strength to get into the Magic City University, not with the help of the family's relationship. This alone has killed half of the rich young ladies and young masters, achieving true talent and beauty at the same time. But these were not exactly what she wanted. A life that was nothing but boring at a glance, until she was easily surpassed academically by Lim Shin. Just as Ning Juya was thinking back to the past, a knock came from outside the door, followed by Lin Xian's yelling voice. Shit, you guys let go of me. I told you guys I've practiced Wing Chun, so watch out for me to use my best moves to beat you up. The door to the room was pushed open, and two bodyguards walked in carrying Lin Xian one after the other, with only a bath towel around his body. Still struggling. Throw him on the bed. Ning Juya returned to her senses and ordered softly. The bodyguard nodded, approached and directly threw Lin Xian, who was carried on his shoulder, onto the bed before walking out without a word. With the door of the room closed with a bang, Lin Xian regained his freedom, but in front of Ning Juya he did not dare to shout. He had already seen the horror of this woman, and his body was still hurting, so it would be a real injustice if he messed with her and gave himself another mouthful. Under the moonlight, Ning Juya hugged her legs with calm eyes as she looked at Lin Xian sitting in front of her and said softly, I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now, so you'd better be honest tonight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to do it with a light hand. After saying that, Ning Juya lifted the quilt and lay down on the bed on her own, her body on her side seemingly asleep. Lin Xian, who was still sitting at the end of the bed, had a twinkle in his eye, and after waiting for a full half hour, he sneaked out of the bed, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. But Lin Xian had only just touched the doorknob when he heard Ning Juya, who was lying on the bed with her back to him, speak in a calm voice. 5 minutes, and if you're not in bed, I'll show you what cruelty means. At those words, Lin Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Looking at the door that was close at hand, he finally sighed and honestly walked back, and after hesitating for a while, he lifted the corner of the quilt and drilled in. Never mind, the bed is so big anyway, just sleep on it. Nevertheless, Lin Xian had only just closed his eyes when he immediately felt movement coming from beside him, followed by a warm, soft, delicate body hugging him, and in the quilt, a foot was wrapped around his body, hugging him like a doll. This is not good. Lin Xian lay on the bed not daring to move a muscle, his heart wanting to cry. I've held on to my virginity for 20 years. Ning Juya closed her eyes and hugged Lin Xian, her body pressed tightly against his back, smelling the fresh lemon fragrance of Lin Xian's body with extra fondness. She closed her eyes and whispered, Don't move. Lin Xian dared not disobey, enough to keep the side position after a long time. Behind the sound of steady breathing, without realizing it he closed his eyes as well, not knowing when he fell asleep, and when he opened them it was morning. It was the middle of summer. Even such an upscale villa couldn't avoid the sound of cicadas, and the sunlight was shining through the window on Lin Xian's face. Only then did he open his eyes in a daze, and as soon as he rolled over, his body was empty but still warm. Obviously he had just gotten up. At the head of the bed, there was a set of men's clothes placed there, a long-sleeved shirt with black gold striped edges and black slacks. Just by touching the texture of this fabric, one could tell that it was definitely inexpensive. Lin Xian's clothes had already been torn to shreds by Ning Juya, so the bodyguard just threw them away. Downstairs, Ning Juya was eating breakfast, wearing a white sweater on top and a black umbrella skirt underneath. Even eating was extremely elegant. She glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock and that lazy-ass man wasn't even up yet. Just as Ning Juya was about to go up and teach him a lesson, Lin Xian then yawned and walked down from upstairs. Young Master Lin, please prepare to eat. The maid came forward and pulled out the chair. Thanks. Lin Xian was a bit formal as he took a seat in front of Ning Juya. It was the first time he had been treated with such high standards. Soon the maid brought a steak, medium rare, with 2 small tomatoes as a garnish, and a glass of milk next to it. Ning Juya put the knife and fork in her hand aside and wiped her mouth with a paper napkin, then just stared at Lin Xian with her hand propped up. After last night's events, Lin Xian was no longer that afraid of Ning Juya. Anyway, he had been slept with. What else was there to be afraid of? At this time he looked at the steak with a large portion of it left on Ning Juya's plate and curiously said, Are you such a small eater? Not much of an appetite. Ning Juya faintly replied back, those dainty phoenix eyes just looking straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, picked up a knife and fork somewhat unskillfully, cut a piece down, and placed it in his mouth, realizing that he hadn't eaten for an entire day. His stomach was really hungry, but after taking a bite of the steak, Lin Xian chewed twice feeling that it wasn't very tasty, so he spoke to Ning Juya, I'm not used to eating this steak. Can I process it myself? Hearing that Lin Xin actually knew how to cook, Ning Juya's heart flooded with interest and spread her hands. Of course, after inquiring about the location of the kitchen, Lin Xin directly carried the steak towards the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, to the astonished eyes of the chef, Lin Xin knifed and skillfully cut this steak into strips, and then found a few raw pork chops and scallions. After preparing the ingredients, Lin Xin directly turned the fire to the maximum and began to stir-fry under the blazing fire, and without a moment's effort, an aroma filled out from the pot. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin joyfully sat back at the table, served his own onion-popped beef and ate it, one bite at a time, looking extraordinarily fragrant. Worthy of being rich, the meat of this beef was simply perfect, and it was a treat for a foodie like Lin Xin. Ning Juya, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but roll her throat a bit when she smelled the flavor, then directly stood up and snatched the plate from Lin Xin's hand. Lin Xin watched as his onion-blasted beef was snatched away and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? Aren't you full?" He had been starving all day, and this crazy woman actually robbed himself of his food. It was really inappropriate. Ning Juya ignored his indignant expression and directly took Lin Xin's fork and forked a piece of beef into her mouth, chewing it twice. Her eyebrows lifted slightly and her eyes flashed with surprise. The flavor was actually not bad. I didn't think this stinky man had this craft. Then, under Lin Xin's gritted teeth expression, Ning Juya directly ate this entire portion of scallion-boiled beef into her stomach, contentedly returning the empty plate to Lin Xin. Lin Xin looked at the empty disc in his hand. He really couldn't bear it anymore. "You are also too much." The words had just gotten halfway through, when Ning Juya glanced at him with cold eyes, her eyes full of threatening intent, and Lin Xin immediately stifled his words, and could only go back to the kitchen to make a new one. Ning Juya looked at his back and smiled. "Ha, stinky man, still want to fight with me?" Returning to school after a day's weekend, many of the faces on the way to school were listless, as if their minds were still caught up in yesterday's passions and pleasures. Inside the parking lot of Magic City University, Ning Juya held Lin Xin's hand and walked towards the teaching building, envying many people along the way. Although it was true that they were afraid of Ning Juya's background, it didn't delay them from obsessing over this great lady's beauty. So one by one, all of the male compatriots looked at Lin Xin with envious eyes. Walking down the road, Lin Xin scratched his head with his other hand. "Say, I've already applied for self-study. Why don't you go to the classroom yourself?" Ning Juya thought of something and twisted her head to look at him with a calm voice. "I see. You came first in your last monthly exam just to apply for self-study?" When Lin Xin's grades surpassed hers, Ning Juya had never heard of his name, and had even investigated the list from freshman year specifically for this reason, and still hadn't found anything either. Barely, Lin Xin smiled as he walked. He had learned the university's courses a long time ago, mainly because the daily classes were too boring, so he just applied for self-study with the director. Ning Juya looked at him one more time and directly let go of Lin Xin's hand, coming forward to lean her head on his shoulder, attaching herself to Lin Xin's ear and whispering, "Then why don't you go back to your dorm and get ready? Pack up your stuff and move in with me this afternoon." Lin Xin heard that it is not good. Now are thinking of tempering themselves every day. When moving together do not know how much suffering. No, absolutely not. That what? We're just now getting to know each other and living together. It's progressing too fast. It's better to wait for a while. Lin Xin politely declined, a little nervous in his heart. Ning Juya stared at his side face for a while and didn't force herself. She knew that Lin Xinli definitely hadn't accepted herself yet, and the two of them had indeed known each other for too short a period of time, although she did have some fondness for Lin Xin in her heart. After all, he was the first boy to interest her in so many years, so Ning Juya had plenty of patience. What's more, she had absolute confidence that Lin Xin definitely belonged to her, and anyone who wanted to snatch him away from her was an enemy. So Ning Juya wanted Lin Xin to willingly stay by her side, rather than being forced by herself, the person not being there. "Okay then, I'll call you when class is over, and if you don't answer, you're dead." After explaining a sentence, Ning Juya walked towards the teaching building, thinking in her heart whether she wanted to run a self-study as well. Anyway, it was just a matter of a sentence, and in this way she could also have some more two-person time with Lin Xin. With Ning Juya going to class, Lin Xin went straight back to his dormitory, which was empty at this point as Li Liang had also gone to class. "Hey, it's true that it's better to be comfortable when you're alone." Lin Xin squatted down and pulled out a suitcase from under the bed. He had an appointment with Qin Shi to go hiking tomorrow, so naturally he had to prepare what he was going to use in advance. At the thought of not having to see Ning Juya's cold face for a full 3 days, Lin Xin's mouth couldn't help but smile happily. Mountaineering is good, mountaineering wonderful. went to mountaineering let Ning Juya cannot find. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xin couldn't help but pack his clothes a few minutes faster. His mind full of thoughts about going hiking and not having to see that crazy woman. He and she belonged to the same camping club. And of course Li Liang was part of it, along with two titular ones who were She's girlfriends. Camping clubs rarely have the opportunity to go out camping all semester because of the high overhead. After all, they are all still students with limited financial means. Time came to the afternoon in a flash. Packed up Lin Xin was sleeping in the corner of the library, his cell phone constantly and gently vibrating, but he didn't notice it in the slightest. Directly a hand grabbed his ear and lifted his entire body up, and as soon as the startled Lin Xin opened his eyes, he saw a face with a frosty face. Icy eyes stared at him as if they were gazing at a dead man. Lifting Lin Xin up with one hand, Ning Juya sneered. I seem to remember that I said I wanted you to answer my call. Right, and you ended up sleeping here leisurely? Lin Xin felt the cell phone on his body that was still trembling lightly. The expression on his face suddenly froze and he cried. I didn't sleep well last night. Well, I just slept a little dead. Ning Juya stared at Lin Xin's eyes for a moment before making sure that he wasn't lying before he bypassed him and said in a cold voice, You can't even sleep well with me. Do you have something against me? No. Lin Xin shook his head repeatedly, admitting it at all, or else he would definitely be beaten up violently. Seeing this, Ning Juya snorted coldly and turned towards the outside of the library. Let's go. Accompany me out for a walk. Lin Xin didn't dare to refuse, and after wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he hurriedly jogged to follow. Again, they shopped until the evening, and only after accompanying Ning Juya to stroll through all the fun places near the off-campus neighborhood was she willing to let Lin Xin go. Back in the dormitory, Li Liang was packing his bags. Hiking this kind of thing, surely he certainly wouldn't miss it. Lin Xin closed the door to the dormitory and lay directly on the bed, casually asking, What time is the ticket tomorrow morning? Didn't she tell you? Li Liang gave him a puzzled look, and while packing up his things, he returned, It's not a morning ticket, it's a moving train ticket for tonight at 12 o'clock in the evening, and it's just enough to get to the place tomorrow morning. Lin Xin sniffed, and in his heart, he was incredibly glad that he had slept all afternoon, otherwise he would definitely have lost sleep. Early the next morning, the Sky Cloud Villa area. Ning Juya looked at the steak in front of her and found it tasteless, not at all as good as Lin Xin's handmade onion-blasted beef, and eating alone always feels stuffy. It's like going back in time. I can't. I really need to get that guy back, otherwise I don't feel solid in my heart. Thinking of this, Ning Juya directly took out her cell phone and called Lin Xin over, but the next second her face instantly clouded over. Hello, the user you have called is on the line. Please dial again later. The phone was hung up instantly without even a ring. What does that tell you? Boom! Ning Juya slammed her fist on the dining table. Her expression gloomy to the naked eye. Good for you, Lin Xin, you've got a lot of guts. You actually dared to pull me onto the blacklist. Sure enough, men have to be tuned up and tuned down. Ning Juya instantly lost half of her appetite, and directly took her own jacket and walked out of the villa, her face gloomy to drip water. Lin Xin, wait until you die. At the entrance of the ticket office of a certain hiking scenic spot, Lin Xin took the ticket in his hand, took a deep breath into the woods in front of him, and couldn't help but shout out, Freedom! Here I come! Hearing Lin Xin shouting, she, who was wearing a beige knee-length skirt, walked over and said in disgust, What are you shouting for? Is it embarrassing? Surrounded by the same tourists who had come to climb the mountain, none of them were sizing up Lin Xin with strange gazes. It's just a hike up a mountain. Look how excited the kid is. Alright, let's go. At this time, Li Liang, who was carrying a bag, finally finished checking his ticket and walked over, and the three of them walked together towards the mountain road ahead. This time, they had specially taken a 3-hour train ride across several cities to come to this Yushan, so they had to relax and have a good time. After all, as students of the same Magic City University, not everyone was as perverted as Lin Xin, who had already cleared all the university's courses just by studying on his own, while they, the ordinary people, still needed to spend a lot of time and energy to learn. On the way to the mountain, naturally there is no shortage of chatter. She carrying a small bag, with a pretty face, she has attracted a lot of passers-by along the way. Although it wasn't as nationally beautiful as Ning Juya, it was still considered a great beauty, a relatively rare kind. Lin Xin, I've swiped so many gossips about you on the campus forums in the past 2 days. I heard that you've picked up that big lady from the Sky Curtain group. Is that true? She's eyes stared inexplicably at Lin Xin, wanting to see something from his face, but he heard Li Liang, who was on the side, say disdainfully, Which is he picking up Miss Ning? It's clear that she is picking him up, and he actually tried to lasso people's urea bags, causing me to take a beating. Urea bags? She sniffed and glanced at the calm-faced Lin Xin with some surprise. I didn't realize that your fetish still hasn't changed by the time you got to college. Li Liang froze at his words and queried. Fetish? Does this guy have any other special fetishes? Tell me. It's really nothing. She simply recounted an incident that happened during high school. Anyway, it was when he was in high school. A rich kid messed with Lin Xin, and the guy ended up kidnapping the person that night and throwing them into a stinky ditch that few people passed by, and it took 2 days before anyone found out. However, this matter was only known to Qinshi, as she had already been playing especially well with Lin Xin at that time, and Lin Xin naturally rarely hid anything. A group of people walked towards the mountain. Counting the time, it had already passed an hour. Those who were following behind were getting less and less. Many of them chose to give up, probably due to the altitude. Some white mist could already be seen around, in conjunction with the sky-high giant trees around Manhwa, so it looked as beautiful as an earthly paradise. On the highway, a red Maybach was constantly overtaking cars, rushing towards the end of the road at an extremely fast speed. Inside the car, a bodyguard with a racing license was nimbly driving the car, with the gas pedal fully pressed to the bottom, sprinting at top speed. On the back seat, Ning Juya's face was ugly, her gaze revealing the color of shade, and her fingers clenched her fists with force as she crossed her slender jade legs. Lin Xin, you're really good at this. You're a man with a girlfriend, but you still have the guts to go hiking with another woman. And what's more, you haven't even told yourself about it. Ning Juya's heart was like a volcano erupting. The anger was constantly superimposed, and his heart only wanted to quickly find Lin Xin, and then let him taste the family law. Near noon, Lin Xion's trio finally arrived at the top of Mount Yu after a long hike, and unsurprisingly saw a Daoist temple, but there weren't many people around. After all, it was hard enough to hold on to the top of the mountain, and the vast majority of people were halfway there. Looking at the hazy scene of clouds below, she stretched out his arms and took a deep breath. Even the air was much fresher. When used to the game geeks, Li Liang at this time tired and panting, hiding in the corner. To his physical quality, to be able to adhere to the top of the mountain has been extremely difficult. After all, he usually rewarded himself so often with the pretense of releasing stress that his body's nutrition pressed to keep up. So now it had turned into a two-man alone time for Qinshi and Lin Xin, sitting on a stone bench at the top of the mountain, looking down at the cloudy wonderland below, and their moods would inexplicably change for the better. Lin Xin, we've known each other for almost 5 years now, right? Qinshi suddenly said. Pretty much. What's wrong? Lin Xin, who was enjoying the beauty of the mountains, twisted his head in confusion and looked at her. Qinshi also turned his head, and the two of them locked eyes, so it could be said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qinshi closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened her eyes gazed earnestly at Lin Xin and summoned up the courage to say, Lin Xin, actually I. Just as the last 3 words were about to come out of his mouth, a sound of roaring propellers suddenly appeared, and this loud commotion echoed in the ears of the crowd, who could not help but cover their ears. Even the words Qinshi was about to say stopped at that moment, and she couldn't help but look in the direction of the source of the voice, only to see that at the top of Mount Yu, a latest model helicopter kept climbing up in altitude, eventually stopping right in front of Lin Xin and Qinshi. The good thing is that the mountaintop environment has been specially restored, and with the relatively small number of people, stopping a helicopter is not that difficult. Seeing this helicopter, Lin Xin looked like he suddenly reacted and thought of something in his head. His face suddenly changed. Crap. No good. As expected, the helicopter's hatch opened in the next second, and Ning Juya jumped down from it with a cold face, her gaze quickly locking onto Lin Xin and Qinshi beside him. Good. You're really out looking for a wild woman. Let's see if I don't clean you up. Just when Qinshi was surprised as to how Ning Juya could have appeared here, Lin Xin had already reacted and ran towards the mountain with his legs open, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Slow and easy going on the way up, hating to have 2 extra legs on the way down. Lin Xin directly used all his strength, and both his legs were about to stomp into scuds. Just kidding. In order to come out to climb the mountain this time to be able to clean up a little bit, but directly pulled the crazy woman's cell phone black. And now if she is caught, he will absolutely be dead. You still dare to run? Ning Juya directly glared and chased after her, her speed surprisingly not inferior to Lin Xin, who was running furiously for his life. And even more so, soon there were quite a few people who discovered this comical scene. Everyone else was running hard to the top of the mountain. Only 2 exceptions were going down the mountain faster than anyone else, the same as if there were ghosts chasing behind their asses. But Lin Xin said that ghosts were nothing, no more scary than the bitch chasing after him. Lin Xin, you have the ability to stand still. Behind him, Ning Juya kept chasing after him. Lin Xin flew ahead, and by now had begun to pant slightly, roaring towards the back. Only a fool wouldn't run. Don't chase me if you can. It took a full morning to climb to the top of the mountain, and it only took Lin Xin an hour and a half to descend, running at almost full speed. After taking a few heavy breaths, Lin Xin looked at the ticket office, which was only a few hundred meters away from him, and then twisted his head to look behind him, not noticing the woman's figure. MMD, after chasing me for so long, I finally got rid of you. Thinking that he would be able to escape right away, Lin Xin couldn't help but speed up his steps a bit more again, a smug smile on his face. It didn't take him a while to arrive at the ticket office, and when he was about to leave Mountju, several black-clothed bodyguards suddenly sprang out from within the ticket office. There, Lin Xin, who had already walked out of the ticket office, heard the commotion and subconsciously turned his head to look, then instantly burst out in foul language. Crap, no martial virtues. Looking at the bodyguard who was rapidly chasing towards him, Lin Xin didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, ignoring the exhaustion coming from his body and once again running wildly with all his might, until 5 minutes later, he was lifelessly carried back by a bodyguard, directly locked in a black Bentley, the car surrounded by several bodyguards patrolling and guarding. Lin Xin had already consumed a large portion of his physical strength by ascending to the top of Mountju, plus being whisked all the way by that crazy woman Ning Juya. His body had long since reached its limit. It was only after about 10 minutes or so that Ning Juya walked down from the mountain with a gloomy face, and one of the bodyguards hurriedly handed up a bottle of water and respectfully said, "Miss, young Master Lin has already been brought back to the car by us." Aha! Ning Juya took a sip of water and walked directly towards the car on one side. Then as soon as she pulled open the door, she happened to see Lin Xin, who was preparing to sneakily pull open the car door. The sudden opening of the car door startled Lin Xin. He sensed something move stiffly and turned his head. Seeing Ning Juya's gloomy face, he scratched his head in embarrassment. That what? Such a coincidence. You also come to hiking? Ning Juya smiled at this guy's exasperation. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she directly sat in the car then closed the door with force. Within a short while, Lin Xin's miserable wailing sounded in the car, accompanied by his pleas for mercy. Sis, don't punch me in the face. I was just trying to get out and relax while I was on vacation and accidentally hacked you. The body of the car parked on the side of the road began to shake up and down. Passing pedestrians looked at this side with strange eyes. To be honest, if not for the screams coming from the car, they would have thought that someone was playing with the car in broad daylight. Young people nowadays, what a fancy way to play. This painful beating lasted for a full 10 minutes before it slowly came to a halt. Inside the car, Ning Juya's cold eyes stared at Lin Xin who was cowering in the corner, his shoes casually thrown aside, his bare feet stepping on Lin Xin's chest, pressing him down to death. She chilled. Tell me, who was the woman you were just sitting with? Lin Xin's body was a little shaky, and several locations on his arms had teeth marks from being bitten as he trembled. That's just a friend of mine. It's really not the relationship you think it is. Ah! Lin Xin let out a miserable scream, feeling the ever-increasing force of the jade foot stepping on his chest, and for a moment he had some difficulty breathing. Ning Juya stepped on him with one foot and said in a cold voice, "Are you sure? If you try to lie to me, I'll throw you in the ocean and feed you to the fish right now. It's all true. How dare I lie to you?" Lin Xin hurriedly nodded his head, fearing that if he said anything else a little later, he would receive another kick. After staring at Lin Xin's eyes for a while, Ning Juya then loosened her foot, lay back on the seat, rolled down the window to the bodyguards outside, and said in a cold voice, "Drive. Go back to Magic City." "Yes, ma'am." Soon, several cars left the place one after another, and Qin Shi and Li Liang both arrived late, only having time to see a single taillight. Sprinting down the highway, Lin Xin was using a band-aid on his wound. This woman's mouth was too poisonous, not showing any mercy at all. At this time, Ning Juya leaned over towards him, then directly sat on Lin Xin's lap and lay in his arms, smelling the lemon scent coming from his body, and her heart instantly quieted down. Pressing her face against Lin Xin's chest, Ning Juya whispered, "Hold me." Lin Xin had no choice but to put down the band-aid and gently hug Ning Juya, who was lying in his arms, smelling the fragrance coming from her body, and he couldn't help but have a somewhat dry mouth. His eyes glanced and saw the mineral water that Ning Juya had casually thrown aside when she came in, and at this time, there was still a large portion left inside, so Lin Xin directly gave it over. Unscrewing the cap of the bottle, he just wanted to tilt his head back and take a sip, but suddenly Ning Juya reached out and snatched it away. She lifted her chin. "What? Thirsty?" Lin Xin could only nod his head, not having a single thing to do about this witch. Ning Juya sat up slightly, holding the mineral water in her hand and shaking it, then took a large gulp wrapped in her mouth without swallowing. She looked at Lin Xian with provocative eyes and pointed to her red lips, her meaning already obvious. Want some water? It's easy, grab it from my mouth. Seeing what she meant, Lin Xian suddenly felt less thirsty and shook his head. Forget it, you drink it. As soon as these words came out, Ning Juya's face instantly turned cold, directly swallowing the water in her mouth and threatening Lin Xian in a chilling voice. If you don't drink it now, I'll make sure you don't get a drop of water for 3 days. After saying that, Ning Juya drank another large mouthful of water and wrapped it in her mouth, then opened the car window and directly poured out the rest of the water in the bottle, and the empty bottle was casually thrown in the car. For a while the atmosphere in the car fell into silence, and after a brief moment of silence, just as Ning Juya was about to swallow this saliva as well, Lin Xian finally moved. He closed his eyes tightly, then kissed at Ning Juya's red lips, and all the water that was encased in his mouth was taken away by Lin Xian. His throat rolled a few times before the two lips slowly parted. Lin Xian's face was slightly flushed, his eyes subconsciously looking out of the window. But how could Ning Juya let him off so easily? Directly kissing him again. As the amplitude of her movements grew, Lin Xian's lower body reacted uncontrollably. He was also a normal man, a beautiful woman like Ning Zhua lying in his arms, which in itself was tantalizing enough. And now he was also forcibly kissing himself. This reaction was first noticed by Ning Juya. Her lips slightly parted a bit, feeling the rolling heat underneath her. Her gaze teasingly locked with Lin Xian, and she softly said, "Can't hold out that fast. Want me to help you?" "No need." Lin Xian stubbornly looked sideways out the window, not daring to look directly into those stupid eyes. But it was not up to Lin Xian to make a decision. Ning Juya's petite body once again leaned in tightly, her peaks rubbing against his chest as she laughed coquettishly. "You really don't need it? The opportunity can only come this once." Oh. Feeling the wonderful touch coming from his chest, Lin Xian couldn't help but breathe a little more sharply, directly biting his own tongue as his mind became a little clearer. Seeing his movements, Ning Juya directly grabbed Lin Xian's hand and slowly probed into her skirt. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian was shocked by her sudden bold behavior. Was this something that could be done casually? And quickly tried to pull his hand out. But when Ning Juya placed his hand on the forbidden area inside the hem of his shirt, Lin Xian realized that he couldn't move his hand anymore, and his body gasped with heat and subconsciously pinched a little. Ning Juya hummed softly, her delicate body limply pressed against Lin Xian's chest, allowing him to claim her. Lin Xian felt the touch coming from his fingertips and swallowed, his voice a bit dull and hoarse. "You'll regret it." "Regret?" Ning Juya's petite body was dry and hot as she lay in Lin Xian's arms, slightly raising her head with her eyes staring mesmerized into his eyes as she directly kissed him. She would use her actions to tell Lin Xian her own answer. Regret? She, Ning Juya, never regretted anything. Near dinner time, the red Maybach finally returned to Magic City. Inside the car, Ning Juya was flushed and limp in Lin Xian's arms, her hands wrapped around his waist as she was resting with her eyes closed at the moment because of the intimacy she had just made out. Lin Xian was half lying by the car window, his hand wrapped around Ning Juya in his arms lest she fall, while looking at her with complicated eyes, his mind subconsciously recalling the scene just now. So intimate things have been done. He wanted to ignore this woman in the future. I'm afraid it's not possible. Lin Xian is not the kind of person who eats clean and then runs away. Although just now there is indeed a Ning Juya temptation of his own ingredients in it, but also can only blame him for not being able to fight for it. AI thinking of this, Lin Xian subconsciously sighed, but it drew dissatisfaction in Ning Juya's heart as she raised her head to stare at Lin Xian with an unkind gaze and said in a cold voice, "What? So unhappy with me?" Lin Xian's body trembled minutely, and he hastily shook his head. "No, don't misunderstand. I just think it's a bit of a shame to run away before I've had a chance to get to the top of the mountain and have a good look at the view." Ning Juya lay on her back in Lin Xian's arms, her eyes staring at him scrutinizingly for a moment before she coldly grunted. "Don't even think about going back to the dormitory tonight, just move over to my place. I'll take you straight to the store tomorrow for anything that's missing, before you think of buggering off again." Lin Xian resisted a bit after hearing this, but before he could show it, Ning Juya wrapped her arms around her neck and lowered her head subconsciously, and her lips covered together once again. A moment later, Ning Juya's hand around Lin Xian's neck slowly loosened, stretching out her fragrant tongue to lick her red lips. Her gaze locked with Lin Xian's, and she uttered a domineering declaration. "You belong to me, and before I get tired of playing with you, I'll get you back even if you run to the ends of the earth." Lin Xian let out a bitter smile. "Then you'll have to get tired of playing fast so you can let me live." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya directly came forward and booped Lin Xian on the neck, sneering in his ear. "Then you'd better break this mind early. I'm a person who is obsessive about what I like." Maybe I won't get tired of it for the rest of my life. You have time to fantasize about how to make me get tired of playing with me. You might as well think about how to be able to serve me better. Ning Juya lightly sidestepped her body and stuck out her tongue on Lin Xian's lips, smiling delicately and teasingly. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll even reward you with a lot of favors. Just as the lust in their hearts was about to die out, the car stopped, and it turned out that they had arrived home. Miss, we're here. By now the sky was already showing the color of dusk, the red blazing sun was setting in the west, and in a short while the whole world would be darkened. The red Maybach was parked in the small courtyard of the villa, and the driver, after a word, had the sense to pull open the door and walk out. Only Lin Xian and Ning Juya were left in the car, and the atmosphere was instantly quiet, with only the sound of their breathing remaining. Ning Juya was still sitting on Lin Xian's lap and hooked her hand around his neck. Her red lips slightly opened as she whispered, "Baby, hold me down." Lin Xian wanted to say, "Don't you have long legs?" but still held back, helplessly pushed open the car door, carried Ning Juya princess in his arms and walked towards the villa, walking straight up to the master bedroom on the second floor. Lin Xian directly placed Ning Juya on the bed and turned around to walk out, but she called out to him, "Stop." Ning Juya's face went cold when she saw Lin Xian turn around and walk away without hesitation. "Where do you want to go?" Lin Xian had walked to the door by this time, turned around awkwardly, scratched his head and said, "I'm going to sleep in the side bedroom." What? It was so late. Even if Lin Xian wanted to go back to the dormitory, he would have to wait until tomorrow. So today he could only make do with this big luxurious villa in Ning Juya. At those words, Ning Juya's body radiated rolling chills as she got up and walked straight off the bed. Walking barefoot to Lin Xian, she reached out and pulled Lin Xian's collar, her face grim as she said, "What did you just say? Say it again?" Lin Xian was forced into a corner and dropped to the ground. Looking at the gloomy face in front of him, his heart was weak and he hastily corrected himself. "I mean I'm hungry and want to go down and cook something for dinner." Hungry? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya realized that she was also a bit hungry. After all, she had gone to arrest someone early in the morning and hadn't eaten anything until now. With that in mind, she let go of her hand and turned to wrap her arms around Lin Xian's waist, looking at him and smiling. "That's good. I thought you were trying to run. Go ahead and make me one, too, by the way." Seeing her face return to normal, Lin Xian was relieved and didn't dare to hesitate for a moment as he pushed open the door and ran towards the kitchen. Ning Juya stood in front of the bedroom door looking at his back as he ran downstairs in a state of distress. Thinking of something, a wry smile appeared on her face. She turned directly to the closet, opened a small drawer under the closet, and as soon as she pulled it open, the stockings, neatly arranged inside, were revealed. Whether it's white silk, black silk or fishing net stockings, all of them are available. Looking at her slender jade legs, finally Ning Juya picked up one of the pairs and wore it. Downstairs in the kitchen, Lin Xian, after taking a look at the ingredients, simply made 2 servings of fragrant fried rice, with a magnificent pan-turning technique that left the chefs dumbfounded. Unsurprisingly, they probably won't be out of work for long. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to the second floor with 2 portions of fried rice, and the aroma was overflowing and wafting even before he reached the room. He could smell the strong fragrance. Walking through the door, the room's lights illuminated. Lin Xian placed 2 portions of steaming fried rice on the small table by the windowsill, and without turning his head, he shouted to Ning Juya, who was lying under the quilt, "Dinner's ready." But before Lin Xian could sit down, a pair of hands hugged his waist from behind, and something soft leaned up behind him, only to hear Ning Juya softly say, "Will you feed me?" Lin Xian helplessly responded, "Okay, but can you let go of me first? It's easy to rub your nose in this." Not long after, Ning Juya resumed sitting on Lin Xian's lap, the pair of flesh-colored stockings particularly conspicuous. "You?" Lin Xian laboriously averted his gaze, fighting not to look, but the silky touch coming from his legs tugged at his heartstrings all the time. Ning Juya smiled and looked sideways at Lin Xian. "How is it? Does it look good?" "It's just average." Lin Xian directly picked up the bowl and began to feed the rice 1 spoon at a time. Ning Juya was not in a hurry, and obediently sat on his lap and ate the rice, every now and then wiggling her slender jade legs, as if she was teasing someone. But fortunately, Lin Xian managed to pull through by relying on his superior perseverance, and forced himself to finish his meal while holding back his inner fire. "I'm going to do the dishes. You go to sleep." Lin Xian intended to find an excuse to leave this land of tigers and wolves first, but before he could stand up he was blocked by Ning Juya's red lips. The hustle and bustle of the night outside of style. Late night, Ning Juya directly kissed Lin Xian's lips, and after a few moments, she parted and said with a smile, "The bowl can be washed any time. What do you think you should do now?" But as soon as this was said, Ning Juya suddenly felt a little dizzy in her mind, and in the next second both eyes closed and directly fell down. Lin Xin just busy reaching out to hold her in his arms, looking at the woman's sleeping side face, heart relieved. Some smug smile. I didn't expect it to take effect so quickly. That kid Li Liang really didn't lie to me. Carefully picking up the sleeping Ning Juya, Lin Xin stood up and lifted the corner of the quilt, placing her on the bed, arranging the quilt and walking out of the room. Since he was tied to the bed by this crazy woman Ning Juya last time, Li Liang had brought a bottle of enhanced sleeping pills from his home to ensure that one goes down and sleeps for the whole day with no problem. Lin Xin held this medicine on his person at all times, and now it was finally working. This woman tonight all kinds of behavior is obviously want to eat their own. Lin Xin which can be as she wishes. If let mom know that he is in the school mess, must take a spatula to kill over the night. Walking out of the bedroom, Lin Xin stood in the living room on the second floor and glanced out towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The night was starry. He hadn't been this rowdy for a long time. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xin thought about it and still planned to escape overnight. If he waited for this woman to wake up tomorrow and realized that he had drugged her, he was afraid that he would have to take up a machete and kill himself. Under the cover of the night, Lin Xin unknowingly climbed down from the window of the side bedroom, and after landing, he glanced at the bodyguards patrolling around him and pretended to walk towards the door as if nothing had happened. Soon enough, Lin Xin was spotted by a group of patrolling bodyguards who stopped him, and the leading bodyguard happened to be one of the bodyguards who had caught Lin Xin today and knew him. He laughed. Mr. Lin, going back so late? He knew that his own young lady held Lin Xin in very high regard, so his tone was naturally much more respectful. Under the illumination of the streetlight, Lin Xin gave a bitter smile and said with feigned helplessness, "This is not to make your young lady angry, letting me go back to sleep tonight." The bodyguard captain had an expression of "I understand" and smiled knowingly. "So that's how it is, then you take your time." Saying that, he stepped aside and did not have the slightest doubt in what Lin Xin said. After all, he had seen his own young lady's temper, which could be said to be temperamental. Seeing that they didn't suspect anything, Lin Xin was relieved and took a step towards the exit of the villa area, his footsteps not fast or slow. Early the next morning, the blinding sunlight shone on Ning Juya's face, and in her sleep she subconsciously rolled over, wanting to hug something but flopping. Pretty lashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes looking suspiciously at the empty spot beside her. And then the events of yesterday came back to her. Ning Juya guessed almost instantly that this guy Lin Xin must have tampered with something in that fried rice. Damn it! Actually dared to drug himself. As the Missy of the Canopy group, now someone actually dared to drug her. Damn Lin Xin. This time you're really dead. After simply washing up, Ning Juya directly walked downstairs with a cold face and drove her own red Maybach toward Magic City University to kill. Although the several bodyguards didn't know why their lady was so angry early in the morning, they still drove and followed behind. The original half an hour's journey, under Ning Juya's crazy acceleration, it only took 10 minutes to arrive at the downstairs of the men's dormitory of Magic City University. The students who happened to come out from the dormitory building were startled, and seeing Ning Juya who came face to face with a gloomy face, they hurriedly hid to the side not daring to speak loudly. Ning Juya, who was extremely angry inside, walked directly towards the upper floors, with the bodyguards behind her following closely, and walked up to the third floor, inside dormitory 312, because there was no class today. So at this time in the dormitory Li Liang was hugging the quilt and sleeping, with lewd laughter coming out of his mouth from time to time. Just then, the dormitories was violently kicked open, and the wooden room door directly slammed hard against the wall, making a huge commotion. Crap! Who TM dared to kick? Was awakened Li Liang eyes angry toward the door. He was about to kiss. Really hateful but before he could finish his words, he was frightened by the several bodyguards rushing in at the door and stifled the rest of his words, rushing to curl up under the covers and shivering. A few bodyguards opened the way, and Ning Juya then walked in, her stern gaze sweeping through the dormitory without spotting Lin Xin's figure. She walked directly to Li Liang's bed and said in a cold voice to him, "Where is that Lin Xin fellow?" Li Liang trembled and revealed a head, close to crying out, "Sister, I don't know, didn't you take him away? And he hasn't come back yet." Ning Juya walked over to Lin Xin's bed and reached out her hand to touch it. It was cold. It seemed that she indeed hadn't returned. Where could this guy have gone? Did he grow wings and fly? Ning Juya directly ordered at Li Liang, "Call Lin Xin and ask him where he is now." Curled up on the bed, Li Liang did not dare to hesitate, quickly took out the cell phone under the pillow and called Lin Xin out. The phone rang twice and was soon connected. "Hey, Ryoko, what's wrong?" Ning Juya, who was standing by the side, didn't grab the cell phone in the first place, but instead gave a wink to Li Liang, telling him to ask for Lin Xin's current location. Li Liang would understand. With a hint of trembling in his voice, "Where did you run off to? Shinchan, you kid, you didn't come back all night." In an inn in a small township on the outskirts of the magic capital, Lin Xin was lying on the bed of the inn. His brows furrowed as he heard the wrongness in his best friend's voice. Tentatively, he inquired, "Ryoko, is there someone else on your side?" As soon as these words came out, Ning Juya directly picked up the fruit knife on the side table and stared at Li Liang with a threatening gaze. Li Liang, who was typing on the phone, shuddered and hurriedly said back to Lin Xin on the other end, "No, you're overthinking it." This time Lin Xin was 100% sure that there was someone else on that end. It must be that woman Ning Juya who found her way to the door. Fortunately he was smart enough not to go back to the dormitory. The words were spoken in such a hurry that anyone who wasn't a fool could have guessed. Thinking of something, Lin Xin's eyes twinkled and he laughed. "Alright Liangzi, you've even learned to say the opposite. Tell me, was it that crazy woman who came to the door?" Inside dormitory 312, the sharp tip of the knife was already against Li Liang's throat, and with a little more force Ning Juya could have stabbed right in. Li Liang at this time has Lin Xin cursed the dog blood. "Your great master, against your sister's anti. You are trying to let for the father to die horizontally, and then inherit my certain chanting." He gritted his teeth and said, "There really isn't one. So stop guessing." Lin Xin on the other end pretended to be surprised. Not only her, but also those bodyguards. After saying this Lin Xin directly hung up the phone, and beautifully lay down on the bed and slept back to sleep. As for the 312 dormitory, Ning Juya had completely run out of patience at this point, and directly walked out of the dormitory and waved her hand at the bodyguard before heading downstairs. Not long after, the dormitory resounded with Li Liang's miserable screams. Incomparably miserable. Under the dormitory building, a red Maybach drove out of Mordor University. Ning Juya sat in the car and said in a cold voice to the phone end, "How is it? Have you found out?" A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Got it, Mississippi. We hacked into Mr. Lin's account and found that his last recorded purchase yesterday was in a hotel in the suburbs. Send over the location." Ning Juya hung up the phone directly after saying that, her mind already starting to think about how she was going to punish that guy later. One's own patience to respect him. Did not expect that this guy instead also more and more excessive. It seems that this time must be properly tempered to convince him to do. On the other hand, Lin Xin, who was still huffing and puffing on the other side of the room, didn't realize in the slightest that the turning point of his life was about to come. Magic City. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor of the Canopy Group, a woman with a graceful and luxurious look was dealing with the documents in her hands. Her face was cold and meticulous, and she had a 7 to 8% resemblance to Ning Juya. She is precisely Ning Juya's mother, and is also the chairman of the Sky Curtain Group, and is currently the richest person in China for 3 consecutive terms. The only sound in the quiet office was the sound of steel constantly writing, which was extraordinarily pleasing to the ear, but it was interrupted by a ringing phone. Looking at the cell phone whose screen lit up, Ning Yun frowned, but still put down the pen in her hand and picked up the phone, her voice incomparably cold. "Hello." A butler's voice came from the other end of the phone, and without knowing what was said, Ning Yun's face produced a subtle change, but it remained the same cold face. After listening to the report, she just said coldly, "Let her play if she wants to. It's only less than 2 years anyway, so there's no need to notify me of such trivial matters in the future." After saying that, Ning Yun directly hung up the phone. Her attention once again focused on the documents in front of her, and she worked with a single-minded focus. Inside a certain hotel on the outskirts of Magic City, the innkeeper's mouth was wrapped in a layer of tape, and he honestly squatted in the corner, while Ning Zhuo walked directly towards the upper floor after learning the room number. The coldness emanating from his body made people feel intimidated and subconsciously wanted to stay away. 3 minutes later, Ning Juya stood at the doorway of the room, and without looking back, she ordered the bodyguards behind her in a cold voice, "No one is allowed to come near this room without my orders, and don't come in here later no matter what noise you hear." A few of the bodyguards nodded and quickly took control of the entire inn, not forgetting to put a credit on the owner's account. Walking through the door, it was already noon, but Lin Xin was still lying on the bed huffing and puffing, the corners of his mouth smiling from time to time, as if he had dreamed of something fun. Since it was just an ordinary room, it was very simply decorated for only one person, and there was only a large bed in the room. Ning Juya didn't rush to do it, but after locking the door of the room, she sat on the edge of the bed and took off her shoes, revealing her snow-white jade feet, and slowly and methodically took off her jacket. After doing all this, Ning Juya walked directly to the bed, probably because the bed is too old. Every step she took the bed is to make a branch-ah sound. Ha! Sleeping quite soundly, Ning Juya looked condescendingly at Lin Xin, then raised her foot and stepped hard on his stomach. In the next second, Lin Xian's mournful screams resounded in the middle of the room. Hearing a burst of pity from the bodyguard who was watching outside the door, on the large bed within the room, feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Lin Xian curled up with a pained expression and covered his stomach in death. He looked incredulously at Ning Juya, who had a cold face close at hand, and said incredulously, "Why are you here?" Ning Juya laughed, her smile extraordinarily cold. "In this entire magic city, as long as I want there is nothing I don't know." Saying that, Ning Juya crouched down slightly and lifted Lin Xian up effortlessly by picking up his collar with one hand, her eyes exuding an oozing chill as she said in a cold voice, "Am I not good enough for you? I let you touch people too, and you're still thinking of running away? Do I disgust you that much?" Lin Xian was about to explain when a strong wind came from his ears, and the next second a crisp slap resounded through the room, and a red slap mark appeared on the right side of his face that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian covered the reddened right side of his face in shock, and the fire in his heart erupted as he roared angrily at Ning Juya. "You're crazy." "Crazy?" Ning Juya sneered with a grim gaze and spoke word for word. "It's not just me who's going crazy today, there's also you. Only, you'll be tuned crazy by me. See if you dare to run later," said the originally silent room. In the middle of the wailing sound of Lin Xian constantly resounded. Crisp slap sound is even more continuous. Miserable screams endless. A small pink and white foot stepped on Lin Xian's face, constantly rubbing and abusing him. Ning Zhua was sitting on Lin Xian's body with her entire body at that moment, her face frantic as she punched and punched his body. "I told you to run. Let you disobey. Let you hook up with wild women." Lin Xian had wanted to resist, but after a few attempts he realized that his strength was not at all on the same level as this woman's, and not only did he not succeed, but he made Ning Juya even more crazy. But even crazier was yet to come. After 10 minutes of fighting, Ning Juya seemed to be a bit tired and stopped for the time being, slightly panting as she looked at Lin Xian lying on the bed. At this moment, Lin Xian was panting heavily. The skin on many parts of his body was red and swollen, and there were several slap marks on his face. Until this time, Lin Xian was still unconvinced, gritting his teeth at Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him, and said, You crazy woman. You wait for me." Seeing this unconvincing reaction from Lin Xian, Ning Juya laughed, a smile mixed with madness and morbidity, and once again extended his hand. Lin Xian looked at the hand coming towards his face and subconsciously closed his eyes, but a soft touch came to his face. Ning Juya's eyes suddenly gazed softly at Lin Xian, her right hand gently caressing the side of his face, seeming to be somewhat enamored. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Lin Xian to react, the passionate and ardent red lips kissed up, and Lin Xian's hands were deadlocked by Ning Juya's left hand, so he couldn't break free at all. Lin Xian's eyes glazed over, unable to catch his breath with his lips contained, and his body began to struggle violently trying to dislodge Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him. Ning Juya leaned over and forgot to kiss passionately. Her other hand wasn't idle and directly choked Lin Xian's neck. Her red lips briefly parted to lick the corners of her lips as she laughed grimly. "If you don't want to suffer more, you'd better not struggle, or I can't guarantee I can stop." Saying that, Ning Juya once again kissed up against Lin Xian's lips, her fragrant dinky little tongue constantly teasing him, and both of their bodies began to get hot. After struggling for a while, Lin Xian closed his eyes in resignation, seemingly giving up on struggling and letting Ning Juya, this crazy woman, claim her. This education and conditioning lasted for more than an hour, and even Ning Juya lay panting on Lin Xian's side. As for Lin Xian, he already looks like he's going to die, with no more desire for life in his eyes, devastated beyond recognition. However, Ning Juya was very satisfied with this appearance of Lin Xian, reaching out her hand to touch the side of his face and smiling. "What exactly do you say you don't like about me? I've obviously been so good to you. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to reach me at this level in their lives." Lin Xian was lying on the side of the bed, expressionless, looking at the ceiling, his voice calm and frightening. "If you're referring to the matter of knowing each other for 3 days and violently beating me up 3 times, I don't think it's possible for me to like you for the rest of my life. Not yet together. So violent. If they are together, will not be tortured every day. Who can stand?" Ning Juya pinched Lin Xian's cheeks and frowned in dissatisfaction. "Then didn't I give you a reward? Man, don't think that just because I'm tired now that you can talk nonsense. Better watch your language. This time is a lesson. I told you before, I get tired of playing with you. I will find you even if you escape to the ends of the earth. Don't doubt the truth of my words." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her, and then, another crisp slap sounded in the room. Ning Juya withdrew her hand and said in a cold voice, "Watch your attitude, man." Lin Xian was completely speechless to this bitch, and could only silently lie on the bed without saying a word. so that he could still suffer less physical pain. After a while, Ning Juya's small pink and white foot kicked Lin Xin and faintly commanded, "Get up. I'll take you to buy some necessities. Seeing as how you were sensible just now, I can let yesterday go, but you're coming home with me tonight no matter what." Speaking here, Ning Juya's eyes looked at Lin Xin a few points colder, and her voice threatened fiercely, "If you dare to drug me again, I promise I won't hesitate to cut off your hands." Lin Xin did not doubt the authenticity of her words in the slightest, and could only helplessly sit up from the bed, which did not move. Once moved, the beaten places on his body hurt, and could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This bitch can't hold back her strength. She wants to beat herself to death. After walking to the bathroom and briefly washing her face, Ning Juya held Lin Xin's hand and walked out of the hotel, getting into the red Maybach and driving towards the city. A few bodyguards drove behind them, and the innkeeper walked out, smiling and waving at them with excitement on his face. "Welcome next time. It's worth it. Hiding in a corner and squatting for a while will give you $100,000. It's really a pie in the sky, and it's more than a year's worth of income." On the sparsely populated street, inside the fast-moving car, Lin Xin's mouth was bitter as he looked at Ning Juya, who was sitting on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck, and the scent of the fragrance continued to come. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Ning Juya glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her voice not audibly threatening, but Lin Xin knew that once he nodded his head, he was afraid that he would receive 2 slaps in the next second. He pouted, still not speaking. Seeing this, Ning Juya snorted coldly and pressed her face against Lin Xin's chest, acting like a good girl, not looking in the least bit like the kind of woman who would be domestically abusive. To be honest, Lin Xin also felt that if this woman wasn't so violent, he might actually like her, but it was not to be, and the memory of a day's beating was still fresh in his mind. On the way to the mall, neither of them spoke much. The atmosphere seemed extraordinarily silent. Ning Juya lay motionless in Lin Xin's arms, her eyes closed as if she was resting, as if being in Lin Xin's arms could give her enough security. As for Lin Xin, he kept his gaze on the noisy street scene speeding past outside the car window, thinking in his mind what to do with this woman. According to the current situation, Ning Juya was like completely relying on herself. What's more serious is that she couldn't get rid of her at all. Even if she ran to the suburbs, she could find her, but to say accept her, Lin Xin couldn't help but shiver at the thought of her violent conditioning methods. He just couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't a nice young lady be gentle and elegant? How come her violent tendencies are so serious? Not far away, a red light came on and the red Maybach slowly came to a stop, followed by a dozen cars that slowly arrived then stopped behind the solid line. Neither Ning Juya nor the bodyguard following them noticed that the 3 men sitting in the black car behind them on the right had been observing them. The thin man sitting on the passenger side glanced towards the conspicuous red Maybach and picked up his cell phone and said faintly, "Found her location. Now is a good opportunity." Behind Miss Ning's family is only followed by 3 or 4 bodyguards. There is also a young man beside her. The 2 people's demeanor is intimate, should be a couple. How about it, boss? Want to do it? The red light across the street passed by second, and after a moment of silence on the other end of the line, he finally made up his mind. "Don't do anything rash for now. I'll bring someone over right away. You must keep an eye on the target." The skinny man's face was delighted at his words. Yes, if this order is accomplished, the dozen or so of their brothers will probably be able to go abroad and live a good life. The phone hangs up, the red light's reading ends, and the green light comes on. The leading few cars started slowly, and the red Maybach took the lead and rushed out, heading towards Tiannan Mall at breakneck speed. The black sedan, on the other hand, followed not far behind without attracting anyone's attention. About half an hour later, the red Maybach stopped in front of the mall, and Ning Juya took the lead by pushing open the door and stepped down, then extended her hand to Lin Xin, whose legs were numbed from sitting inside the car. Knowing that she was trying to prevent herself from running, Lin Xin had no choice but to take that small white clean hand, and the 2 of them walked towards the mall with their hands together. Before he even approached, Ning Juya twisted his head around and smiled very broadly at Lin Xin. "Feel free to buy whatever you want today, and this lady will pay for it." Lim Shin. Who would want such a rich young lady? Please, someone come quickly and take her away. Thank you all for the rewards. This author will continue to work hard. Love you all. Inside the bustling shopping mall, Ning Juya directly pulled Lin Xin inside a foreign famous brand clothing store. Lin Xin walked into the store with a helpless face. "I have my own clothes. I really don't need you to buy them." "No way." Ning Juya walked in front, her attitude very tough. "Being my man dressed so shabby, do you think you want to lose me? Because it is a big brand, price is also very expensive. So the store at this time only a female sales are looking at the store. After all, the clothes in the store is not the average person to consume. Seeing someone come in, the saleswoman immediately greeted her and smiled. Miss Ning, welcome. Is there anything you need? Ning Juya let go of Lin Xian's hand and swept a glance at the wide array of clothes in the store. Not bothering to pick them out one by one, she directly instructed the saleswoman, bring me all the latest men's clothes from your store, and as far as sizes go, make them my man's. Saying that, Ning Juya pointed at Lin Xian who was following behind her, and the saleswoman's eyes showed surprise when she heard this, giving Lin Xian an unexpected look. It's enviable that you're already on your way to the top of your life at such an early age. After roughly measuring the numerical value of Lin Xian's figure, the saleswoman pointed to the store's luxurious soft sofa and smiled respectfully. Okay, Ms. Ning, why don't you guys go sit down on the couch and relax for a bit, and I'll go get your clothes. Ning Juya nodded, her somewhat cold little hand once again holding Lin Xian before sitting on the sofa, her body close together without any gap. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xian's body, Ning Juya laughed crookedly. How does it feel to be adopted by a rich woman? Lin Xian kept his gaze on the crowds that kept passing by outside the store, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he heard Ning Juya's words. It's just SOSO. This hard-mouthed words, but Ning Juya was extraordinarily interested and teased with a smile. You're just going to talk tough, but you're actually happy in your heart, right? After all, you can't even find a rich woman with a face and money like me even if you're beating your head against a lantern. Lin Xian couldn't refute this sentence, because what Ning Juya said was indeed the truth. There weren't many rich women like her to be found in the world. You'd be very good indeed if your violent tendencies weren't so severe. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze. Ning Juya sniffed coldly. That's because you don't listen and always think of running. It's not easy for this lady to look at a man. If I let you run away, how can I still mix with the upper class circle in Magic City in the future? Speaking of this, Lin Xian turned his head towards Ning Juya with some curiosity and inquired. So, according to you, you haven't had any boyfriends before? Ning Juya turned her head sideways to collect the smile on her face and looked into Lin Xian's eyes, her gaze calm. Do you wish I had? The first time he was gazed upon by Ning Juya with such a calm gaze, Lin Xian ghostly said, of course I don't want to. The words had already been spoken, and by the time Lin Xian reacted it was already too late. A wry smile appeared on Ning Juya's face as she intimately wrapped her arms around him and laughed softly. Don't worry, you're my first boyfriend and you'll be my last, so you'd better not disappoint me, or I'll show you what kind of crazy things a crazy woman can do. Hearing this, Lin Xian bristled. When did I become your boyfriend? It's always been you forcing me. The smile on Ning Juya's face instantly disappeared, and the coldness that suddenly emanated from her body gave people the creeps, not to mention Lin Xian, who was sitting right beside her, and was the first to change her tone. He coughed lightly twice and smiled awkwardly with a clear conscience. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. I'm just livening things up. Really? Ning Juya expressionlessly loosened her hold on Lin Xian and turned to touch his head, stroking his hair, a cold smile appearing on her face. Then you'd better make fewer jokes of this kind in the future, or else I'm afraid that I'll be unable to control myself from tempering you. Lin Xian's body stiffened and nodded, not daring to talk nonsense. The atmosphere fell silent with it, and there was no other sound in his ears but the clamor of them all. While at this time the saleswoman from the warehouse pushed a pulley hanger came over, above a wide range of men's clothing. The shape of the gorgeous look is from the hand of the master designers. The saleswoman pointed to the men's clothes on the rack and smiled. Ms. Ning, these are all our new summer clothes this year, so feel free to take your pick. Ning Juya stood up from the sofa, her sharp gaze scanning over the rows of clothes before turning back to Lin Xian and hooking her hand. Come here. Lin Xian obediently stood up and walked over, and Ning Juya picked up a black gold-trimmed short sleeve on the hanger and compared it to his body for a moment before picking out a panda-colored casual jacket. Because of Lin Xian's upright figure, just shy of 1 meter 8 tall, it made him look suitable no matter what clothes he wore, and his sunny and handsome face revealed a hint of laziness. Ning Juya picked out several more sets of clothes one after another. Her face kept a faint smile on her face, as if picking out clothes for Lin Xian was a kind of enjoyment. How can I say this feeling? It's like a little girl dressing up her beloved rag doll and being able to enjoy it for however long it takes without the slightest impatience. Then, Lin Xian took a few sets of clothes and walked into the fitting room, and when he tried to close the door, Ning Juya followed him in, and his face was startled. What are you doing following me in here? Ning Juya closed the door of the fitting room and calmly sat down on a chair inside the fitting room, holding her hands and looking at Lin Xian with a slight smile. Of course it's because I'm afraid you'll run away. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This fitting room doesn't even have a window. Can you lie anymore? It's clear that you want to see yourself change clothes. Ning Juya glanced at Lin Xian and crossed her slender jade leg to touch him. What are you looking at? Why don't you change your clothes quickly, just so I can see if they fit? At this moment, Lin Xin was incredibly glad that there were no underwear in this pile of clothes. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose his innocence here today. Just like that, Lin Xin slowly took off his top to reveal his muscular body, which couldn't help but make Ning Juya lick the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect that this man's body is actually so good. Usually wearing that ugly clothes didn't see it. Really hidden gold in the dung. Lin Xin was a little uncomfortable by this burning gaze, and his hands and feet quickly changed his clothes on, fearing that this woman would not be able to resist and directly eat herself here. Sitting on the side, Ning Juya's face slightly showed disappointment. She hadn't seen enough, and this was the end. But as soon as she thought that she could go home in the evening and watch it slowly and get on with it, her heart was bursting with joy, and immediately afterward her eyes looked in amazement at Lin Xin, who had changed his clothes. I have to say, that saying is really true. A man is only as good as his clothes and a horse is only as good as his saddle. Lin Xin, who changed his line, instantly became different. No longer the youth with a hint of lethargy, but instead the elegant and sunny rich young man, even with a little bit of gangly handsome. I just can't help it. Ning Juya lowered her legs and directly pulled Lin Xin's collar over. Her red lips covered it. Lin Xin's eyes glared and he let out a M sound. Inside an upscale restaurant in the mall, Ning Juya's red lips were slightly open as she waited to be fed. Lin Xin helplessly cut off a piece of steak and put it in her mouth, always feeling like he was taking care of a giant baby with violent tendencies. Ning Juya seemed to enjoy this treatment very much, using the knife and fork on the table to also cut a small bite for Lin Xin and put it in his mouth. Lin Xin opened his mouth and ate it. Well, he still can't get used to eating these Western foods, or Chinese food is a little more suitable for himself. The mall was much less crowded since it was almost sunset and dusk. The meal lasted the two of them a good hour, and by the time they got out of the mall it was dark. Looking at the bright moon hanging high in the dim sky, Lin Xin suddenly realized that he had spent this afternoon in an unusually solid manner. If it were in the past, he would probably already be in the dormitory getting ready for bed. But staying with this woman, Ning Juya, it was as if time had pressed the accelerator button and passed unusually fast. Ning Juya, who was beside him, noticed Lin Xin, who was standing still and stagnant, and looked at him as he looked up at the moonlit sky, teasingly saying, "How about that? Isn't it a lot more pleasant inside to spend time with my lady?" At those words, Lin Xin retracted his gaze, walked to the car and pulled open the door, and faintly said, "Well, staying with you has tortured my heart." Tough mouth. Ning Juya snorted coldly and followed suit, closing the car door and then skillfully sitting on Lin Xin's lap before reaching out and wrapping her arms around his neck. Under the moonlight, the red Maybach drove toward the distance. The bodyguards drove close behind, but they did not notice in the slightest. In the corner of the mall squatting two people. Target has departed. Prepare to move. Ning Juya's face was lying on Lin Xin's chest. Listening to his smooth breathing, the corner of her mouth smiled. She actually fell asleep before she reached home. What a lazy pig. It wasn't Lin Xin's fault. He was a person who had a hard time getting to sleep in unfamiliar environments. Plus the fact that he had stayed in a hostel yesterday and the smell of disinfectant made it even more difficult to sleep. I spent the afternoon shopping with them today and quickly fell asleep as soon as I sat in the car. Ning Juya got off his lap and sat down alone, then gently poured Lin Xin onto his lap so that he could sleep comfortably, running her hand through his hair. Ning Juya enjoyed this moment immensely. 10 minutes had passed since they left the mall, and now that they were in a wealthy neighborhood, there were very few other cars to be seen on the roads around them at this point. At this time the driver in the car eyed the front, seemed to have discovered something, face changed, rushed the car to an emergency stop. Sitting in the back of the Ning Juya and Lin Xin body is uncontrollable forward a flurry. The driver said with some trembling, "Miss, there's a situation." At this time, the bodyguards at the back also realized the difference around them, and hurriedly ran out of the car and surrounded the red Maybach, and began to be on guard. Not far away, bright lights shone over, and 3 vans drove over, ear-piercing sounds of tires rubbing together, surrounding Ning Juya and the others. A dozen men wearing masks stepped out of 3 vans with sharp pocket knives in their hands, obviously from the wrong side of the tracks. A man with a tiny scar between his eyebrows took a step forward and laughed coldly. "Don't hide. Miss Ning, come out and play with us." At this time inside the car, Lin Xin woke up from his sleep because of the sudden braking, and before he could figure out what had happened, he was being held by Ning Juya's face, and she said with a serious and earnest face, "I'll help you break out of a gap later. When you do, run straight and don't look back. Remember, never look back. Understand?" Lin Xin at this time also found in the car around the thugs, mainly one in the hands of a small knife. What not to find it is difficult. He wasn't a fool. These people were definitely coming for Ning Juya. Didn't they often act in TV dramas? Kidnapping $1,000 lady or something. After instructing Lin Xin, Ning Juya directly pushed open the car door and walked out, a layer of frost covering her face as she coldly scanned the surrounding kidnappers. 14 men in all, each with a knife in their hand. Not much surveillance on this street, obviously a long-planned kidnapping. This was not the first time Ning Juya had encountered such a situation, so her mind was very clear, and she coldly looked at the leading scarred man. How much do you want? The scarred man wearing a mask sneered. Worthy of being the Ning family's eldest young lady. She's actually still so calm at a time like this. We need Ms. Ning to come with us now. Don't worry. As soon as the money arrives we'll release you immediately. Ning Juya took a dagger from the bodyguard at the side, a murderous intent flaring up in her eyes. Then it seems like there's no way to talk about it. The 3 bodyguards plus the driver took a few steps forward, keeping their lady firmly behind them, staring at the men warily. The scarred man's gaze went cold, his eyes waved his hand fiercely, and the 13 minions who had long been looking at the tiger immediately sneered and walked over. Lin Xin, who was hiding in the car, soon heard the shouts of murder outside, and the first time he was exposed to this kind of scene, he inwardly shivered a little and leaned down in front of the car window to peek, and his face turned white in the next second, only to see that in the chaos outside, a bodyguard moved to break the neck of one of the thugs, but soon a small knife was plunged into his waist from behind, and blood blossomed. The bodyguard stifled a grunt without screaming out, and without looking back, he reached out and gripped the knife stuck in his waist, pulling it out and stabbing it directly towards the sneaky kidnapper. Scarlet blood flowed out from the wound that was stabbed by the knife, and it made Lin Xian's lips turn white as he watched him hiding inside the car. Outside the car, Ning Juya was even dragging the 2 kidnappers by herself, not losing any ground. Lin Xin, who had never seen such a bloody scene, was now a little weak in the legs and did not dare to act rashly, only to wait for Ning Juya's signal. Outside the car, the leading scarred man had joined the fray. Ning Juya was dragging down the 2 kidnappers by herself, while the remaining 4 were under immense pressure, each facing attacks and sneak attacks from 4 people. These kidnappers didn't rush up. Instead they surrounded the 4 of them, slashing every now and then, so that when they waited for a longer period of time, they would be able to easily kidnap Ning Juya, a rich girl. The battle was temporarily at a stalemate, and after Ning Juya cleanly stabbed one of the kidnappers, she hurriedly shouted to Lin Xin inside the car. It's now, go! Lin Xin, who was waiting for the right moment in the car, did not hesitate to push open the car door and ran out, still holding the phone in his hand to have called the police. The scarred man's face grimaced for a moment at the sight, and he yelled at the several minions beside him. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and finish these people off? By the time the police get here, we'll all be eating our words. In a moment, the only 10 remaining juniors rushed up together. This time it was a complete fight for their lives, and soon the 3 bodyguards plus the driver couldn't hold on any longer, especially the bodyguard who had been stabbed in the waist. After resolving one of the enemies, his body convulsed and directly collapsed helplessly on the ground. Ning Juya's face was grim as she watched the scene. She understood that she was afraid that today was really going to be the end, but when she thought that Lin Xin had already run out, she was inwardly glad. That's not so bad, at least the idiot's okay. On a certain street in the Magic City, Lin Xin ran wildly with his eyes constantly looking around, wanting to find helpers to go back to help, but all the way running, he didn't even see a single figure. It's really too fishy. Even if it's a rich man's street, it's impossible to not see a single person. Until then, Lin Xin suddenly saw a standing construction sign at the intersection in the distance, and a man wearing a mask stood guard around the construction sign. Lin Xin shuddered and hurriedly stopped and hid behind a street lamp. After secretly observing for a while, he could be sure that this person was definitely in league with those kidnapping thugs. It's a big night, nothing to do guarding a broken sign, but also wearing a mask is not a thief. What else can it be? Because of the continuous running, Lin Xin stopped and panted heavily, his mind constantly thinking of countermeasures. What to do? They are certainly not the man's opponent, but if you go around the road to waste a lot of time, maybe when you find help to go back. Lin Xin shook his head, not daring to think about it anymore, but the bloody scene just now lingered in his mind, and he was afraid that the next one to fall in a pool of blood would be Ning Juya. She's still a college student like herself. Thinking of this, Lin Xin suddenly slapped himself hard. Pa! A clear slap sounded. Lin Xin, you're really TM waste. I can't believe that you left a woman to run away by yourself, even if she wasn't your girlfriend, but at least she had skin to skin. Under the dark night, Lin Xin clenched his teeth and resolutely ran back towards the way he came, the color of madness and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, running wildly through the silent and uninhabited streets. He suddenly laughed. I must have been influenced by that crazy woman to have such crazy death-seeking thoughts. On the other side, things are not looking good. Under the bright streetlights, Only the last bodyguard was left still blocking Ning Juya's body, but his state was already at its limit, and the wound on his arm was constantly bleeding. With such a huge numerical advantage, Scarman and the others could be said to have been invincible. The surrounding ground was strewn with blood. The 2 bodyguards and the driver were already lying on the ground with serious injuries, and the 11 wounded kidnappers were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. It wasn't that they didn't put up a fight, mainly because they didn't have the willpower to fight back and forth after being stabbed, and frankly, they hadn't been professionally trained. But even so, Scarab's side counted himself. There are still enough 3 people. Almost did not suffer any injuries, just some gasping for breath. The Ning Juya who was protected by the injured bodyguard was not in a good condition either, with several blood marks on her body. Although it was a minor injury, but a large number of them could be fatal. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since the start of the fight, and it was almost delusional to wait for police backup in the current situation. Because of the escaped one Lin Xin, the scarred man obviously didn't want to waste any time. Although he had arranged for someone to guard the intersection, it would not be a good ending if something went wrong. Giving a wink to the only 2 remaining minions, the 3 of them rushed up together. Seeing this, blood flowed from the corner of the injured bodyguard's mouth as he turned around and said, "Miss, I'll block them, you go." Ning Juya stubbornly shook her head, clenched her fists and refused to just run away. If she left, there was no guarantee that this scarred man would lay his hands on the several seriously injured bodyguards. It's already too late to want it now. The scarred man who rushed up sneered, his robust body easily bypassing the bodyguard and rushing towards Ning Juya behind him. The bodyguard tried to block it, but was stopped dead in his tracks by 2 of his minions, unable to get out of the way to help. The scarred man had already rushed close, and slammed his fist fiercely towards Ning Juya's face, without the slightest intention to show mercy. Anyway, as long as he can't die, what does it matter to him if he breaks his face? He can exchange it for money. Ning Juya was obviously rich in real-world experience, slightly crouching to avoid the punch, lifting her foot towards the scarred man's lifeblood and kicking. Her movements were sharp. Ms. Ning is so intent on making me cut off my children and grandchildren. The scarred man easily grabbed Ning Juya's leg, and then with a burst of force directly slammed her towards a side wall. Boom sound. Ning Juya was ruthlessly smashed on the wall and fell to the ground, her gaze cold and murderous, staring at the scarred man walking towards her. The scarred man was already victorious at this point, and slowly walked over and smiled sinisterly. "Miss Ning, if you want to keep this pretty face of yours, I advise you not to struggle, in case I scratch my hand and accidentally break your face. That runaway kid might look at you and be disgusted. And who would want to marry an ugly girl?" The distance was getting closer and closer, and just as the scarred man took out a bundle of twine from his body and tried to tie Ning Juya's hand, a flash of silver light appeared to pierce the scarred man's palm. "You stinking bitch!" The scarred man covered his injured left hand as blood continued to flow out, his face growing more and more furious, obviously really pissed off. "Fine. Since you want to find death so badly, then I'll fulfill you." The scarred man picked up the sharp dagger with blood on the ground and stabbed it towards Ning Juya's abdomen, not attacking the vital positions. Ning Juya, whose back was leaning against the corner of the wall, had blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth, and her body was completely unable to exert any strength at this time, so she could only watch this knife stabbing towards herself. A flash of fear finally appeared under her eyes, and she closed them helplessly. With a stabbing sound, a splash of hot, wet liquid dripped onto Ning Juya's face, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. Ning Juya subconsciously opened her eyes, and her pupils contracted violently, only to see a figure blocking in front of her, bracing one hand against the wall to forcefully block the knife. Ning Juya revealed his disbelief, looking at Lin Xin who was blocking his way, and said in a trembling voice, "How did you come back?" In this life and death situation, she would never have expected Lin Xin, who had left with great difficulty, to actually run back at this time. But at this moment, Lin Xin had been stabbed in the abdomen, and scarlet blood continued to ooze out of the wound and drip onto the ground. Lin Xin similarly held a small knife he had picked up from the ground in his right hand, and endured the pain as he turned toward the scarred man's neck and slashed. But in the end, it was not those few minions. The scarred man reacted quickly and retreated a step back, dodging the knife while saying sinisterly, "I didn't think you little white boy would have the guts to come back. You seem to like this bitch a lot." But the next second, the bottom of the scarred man's feet slipped, and his body instantly lost its center of gravity and fell to the ground. And at his feet he didn't know when there was more than one banana peel. Lin Xin didn't let go of this opportunity, forcibly enduring the feeling of vomiting, ruthlessly lunged towards the scarred man. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh came from the knife accurately stabbed into the scarred man's heart position, instantly losing his reaction. Scarlet warm blood instantly spurted out, coloring Lin Xin's entire body blood red, and the clothes he had just bought today were already full of blood red. stabbed in the abdomen. He lay helplessly on the ground. Lin Xian's eyes were mesmerized as he looked at the dark night sky above his head and suddenly smiled. I guess he never thought in his life that there would be a day when he would put his life on the line for someone else. In the past it would have been a pipe dream. Collapsing in a pool of blood, he murmured shriveledly, Am I going to die? Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window in the hospital room, and a gentle breeze blew the snow-white curtains, making a rustling sound. Inside the luxurious ward, Ning Juya was lying on the edge of the bed in a thin dress, still asleep. On the bed, Lin Xian's face looked a little better in a hospital gown, and a breeze blew over him, and he opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the snowy white ceiling with some confusion. A slight pain came from his abdomen, and Lin Xian instantly woke up a little, remembering what happened before he passed out. A flash of awe and fear subconsciously flashed through his eyes. He tilted his head and looked around. It looked like he should have been sent to the hospital. And glancing at Ning Juya who was sleeping beside the bed, Lin Xian helplessly pushed her with his hand. I'm really not afraid of catching a cold if I just sleep in a chair. Ning Juya opened her eyes as she was shaken, sitting up and rubbing her eyes before joy flashed in her eyes. You're awake. Lying on the bed, Lin Xian nodded with a somewhat complicated mood and faintly said, How long have I been unconscious? It's only been a whole day. Ning Juya was in an obviously happy mood when she saw Lin Xian wake up. She sat on the edge of the bed with her hand propped up, her burning gaze just looking at Lin Xian, and suddenly said, Why did you come back before? It was important to realize that kidnapping was no joke, and if that slash had been a little more off, Lin Xian would have been truly finished. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian faintly replied back, It's probably because I'm crazy, so crazy that I'm not even in my right mind. Having said that, Lin Xian dared to guarantee 100% that it must be because he had been in contact with this woman for a few days, and he had subconsciously influenced himself to actually think about fighting for his life. What about the kidnappers? Don't worry, the police came behind and took them all away. As for that scarred man, died on the spot. Seemingly afraid that Lin Xian would blame himself for the killing, Ning Juya hastened to enlighten him, but don't worry about it, that kind of scum is dead when they're dead, and he's still on the list of the most wanted, with a dozen lives in his hands. So you're a hero now, on the list of wanted criminals. Lying on the bed, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as he twisted his head and said with some excitement, I'm the one who took him out. This should give me the bounty. Ning Juya, I've been trying to talk you out of it, but all you're thinking about is the bounty. Facing Lin Xian's expectant eyes, Ning Juya still nodded and said breathlessly, That guy's bounty is as high as $100,000. Now you're satisfied. It's only $100,000. Not even enough to cover a fraction of one day's pocket money for myself. Lin Xian, on the contrary, was unusually excited, lying on the hospital bed and muttering, $100,000. How many years must this make me struggle less? At those words, Ning Juya frowned and directly reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's ear, saying with some dissatisfaction, As my boyfriend, what money do you still lack? Is it bad that I won't buy you anything you want? As long as you marry me, half of my family's assets will be yours. Lin Xian twisted his head to look at her, then still joyfully murmured about the $100,000, not taking Ning Juya's words to heart in the slightest. Come on, you'd be a fool to marry you. You'd put your life on the line for that family fortune. It's a bad deal. Ning Juya's eyes instantly went cold, stood up then directly lifted Lin Xian's quilt. She took off her shoes and then quickly got into the quilt and hugged Lin Xian, ruthlessly. I tell you, you were born as my man, and you will die as my ghost. You can forget about that $100,000. It's all confiscated. After saying that, Ning Juya directly kissed up towards Lin Xian's lips, her little tongue still trying to pry open his teeth. But this time Lin Xian refused to let go. I told you, don't think so. After attacking twice to no avail, Ning Juya directly used the old method, stretching out her arm to pinch Lin Xian's neck, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, If you don't want to go to the ICU, you'd better cooperate with me, understand? Lin Xian was being choked, so he had no choice but to nod. Ning Juya's red lips covered them again, but this time, they were dodged by Lin Xian without even being kissed, and he pursed his lips and smiled sarcastically. That what? I think it's better to keep a proper distance between us. You see, I'm a poor boy. Where is it good? A few moments later, the ward resounded with Lin Xian's miserable screams, as well as Ning Juya's disgruntled low voice. I'll strangle you. Don't. Be wrong. Really wrong. After fooling around for a while, inside the hospital room, Ning Juya's face was pressed against Lin Xian's chest with a satisfied look, licking the corners of her mouth with some intent. Stinky man, how dare you disobey me? It's fine if you didn't come back the night before last. Since you did, then you can't run away in this life. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had to wrap his arms around Ning Juya's soft waist, with 2 slap marks on his face and a red mark on his neck, looking a little miserable. Lin Xin suddenly said, "Don't you have to go back to class?" The corner of Ning Juya's mouth hooked as she lay down on Lin Xin's side and stroked his face, revealing a charming smile. "Of course I will, and it's not just me, you'll be joining in as well." Lin Xin didn't understand the meaning and queried, "But I applied for self-study, so I don't have to go back to school." "No." Ning Juya stretched out her finger against Lin Xin's lips and smiled smugly. "I used my connections to cancel out your self-study, so when you're healed you'll obediently go to school with me." Lin Xin was baffled and his voice got a few points louder. "What? I managed to get first place in exchange for a self-study opportunity, and you just cancelled it for me. What? Are you discontented?" Ning Juya glanced at the indignant and disgruntled Lin Xin, and his hand hidden in the quilt grabbed his vitals. Lin Xin went limp and lay down on the bed without tears, gulping as he inadvertently looked down and saw something. Ning Juya, who was lying beside him, sensed something and slightly raised her head just in time to see Lin Xin's somewhat fiery gaze, and then looked down again, the corners of her mouth revealing a charming smile. She moved her body towards Lin Xin's. Her peaks were squeezed through her clothes, and Lin Xin even clearly felt the soft touch. His throat slid and he looked away, forcing himself to hold back some of the agitation and restlessness. Who could stand it this early in the morning? Ning Juya reached out and forcefully twisted Lin Xin's head, which was looking away, and came forward to gaze into his eyes teasingly. "Man, it looks like you're not pure of heart. How about calling me wife and I'll help you?" "No. No need." Lin Xin was cupped by his face and could only gaze into those beautiful eyes of Ning Juya, his heart inexplicably a little weak. "Really?" Ning Juya had a smile in her eyes as she continued to engage in physical seduction. Letting go of the hand holding Lin Xin's face and instead grabbing his wrist, Ning Juya's red lips pressed against Lin Xin's ear and said in a delicate voice, "For the last time, screaming or not." Saying that, he also didn't forget to grab Lin Xin's hand and put it on his lap, his red lips constantly blowing in his ear. "Call it or not, wife. That's a good boy. So let's give you a little reward." Ning Juya tugged Lin Xin's hand into the hem of the skirt, slowly pulling down the zipper of the skirt. The snow-white skirt instantly loosened, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. The heart-stopping interaction lasted for a full hour before stopping, and Ning Juya threw the balled-up tissue into the trash. After tidying up her clothes, she lay down on Lin Xin's side with a seductive smile. "Rewarded and rewarded. From today onwards you're my person. Understand?" Lin Xin after this life and death crisis. The heart also see open. "I crazy even afraid of death." "Still afraid of you crazy woman? Dating is dating. Who's afraid?" After seeing that there was no resistance in Lin Xin's eyes, Ning Juya's heart also gained a few more points of joy. How could she not see that Lin Xin was beginning to accept her? "I've been chasing you for so long. It's not in vain after all." Ning Juya suddenly sat up when she thought of this, looking seriously at Lin Xin, who was lying on his side, with a serious tone. "Promise me that the next time something dangerous like this happens, obediently listen to my words." "Aha." Lin Xin nodded perfunctorily. But Ning Juya knew that this guy definitely didn't have it on his mind, but there was nothing he could do about it. But it was true that the defenses around her had been a bit lax the last few days, and it was a shame that she would be threatened by a bunch of third-rate kidnappers. Lin Xin, on the other hand, was looking at the snow-white ceiling and thought in his heart, "This way you have a girlfriend, and it's also a rich girl." It's true that life is unpredictable, and the big ones come in small packages. Think about a few days ago. Their goal is still by earning scholarships also after graduation to open a store to retire. I did not expect a turn of the eye a few days past. On the evening of the rich woman. Perhaps the only duty is that this rich woman's daughter has a bit of a short temper, so I guess there will be less suffering in the days to come. Inside the quiet ward, after the two of them stayed like this for a while, Ning Juya's bodyguard who had been redeployed also arrived at the hospital and brought lunch. Ning Juya directly picked up a spoon and fed Lin Xin, with anticipation in her eyes. To which Lin Xin stated that she had injured her waist and not her hands. Then, ass was slapped hard by someone. It's a violent tactic, but I have to say it works. Lin Xin sat up from the bed, his back resting on the upright pillows, and Ning Juya fed him spoonful after spoonful of food, even blowing on it thoughtfully, a happy smile on his face the whole time. Lin Xin could only obediently open his mouth and finish the meal, at which Ning Juya naturally smiled even more happily. Sometimes Lin Xin felt that this woman was not treating him as a boyfriend, but as a pet to be well cared for and enjoyed. Mordor University. Inside the camping department's club activity classroom. Originally, a small club with only 5 members like the camping club shouldn't have a club classroom, but since one of the members had a somewhat vague background, the school administration still gave a separate classroom as the camping club's club classroom. "Li Liang, Do you know when Lin Xin hooked up with that Miss Ning family? On the only long table inside the classroom, she was somewhat sullenly lying on the table, looking sideways at the sky outside the window, obviously absent-minded. Probably, Lyra sat in the seat across from him, leaning back and looking up at the ceiling, looking a little funny with a band-aid still on the left side of his face. He breathlessly returned. It should have been 2 or 3 days ago. I also heard from Nobuko that he was sleeping in the library and was picked on and forcefully kissed by that Ning Juya. Forced kiss. Hearing these 2 words, she, who was originally absent-minded, instantly became unsettled, slapped the table and stood up, looking at Li Liang with disbelief. Seriously? You're not lying to me, are you? It was no wonder she looked like this. The shock in Li Liang's heart when he found out about this at that time was not small. Why would I lie to you? Li Liang let out a laugh, pondering in his heart how he should find a good friend to get back at him for being beaten up. Although Ning Juya he cannot beat, but clean up his own good friend is not a handful. By the time Ning Juya see Lin Xin injured, certainly not happy. She is not happy, himself is not happy. Thinking about it, Li Liang looked at the snow-white ceiling and hemmed and hawed. I'm really a genius. After she heard Li Liang's answer, a lot of ideas sprang up in his mind at once. Since Lin Xin was forced, that meant that he still had a chance. Moreover, Lin Xin and Ning Juya had only known each other for so many days, but he himself and Lin Xin had known each other for several years, so he definitely wouldn't lose out to that woman. Thinking of this, she was instantly motivated and cheered herself up in her mind. Come on she, you can do it. On the other hand, Ning Juya had just assisted Lin Xin back to the villa, and a middle-aged man in a suit had been waiting for a long time at home. Ning Juya stood at the doorway with Lin Xin in her arms, looked expressionlessly at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, and said in a cold voice, Dad, why are you here? Ning Donghong stood up from the sofa. His face was not angry and gave people a feeling that he was not to be messed with. He stayed on Lin Xin's body for a few seconds and then looked at his daughter. A touch of concern was revealed in the indifferent words. I heard that you met a kidnapper, so I came over to take a look. Are you not hurt? Lin Xin on one side looked at Ning Juya, who flipped her face faster than a book and felt a little strange. Just now she was smiling. How come she changed her face when she said so now? It's okay. In the face of her father's concern, Ning Juya only returned 2 words indifferently and helped Lin Xin walk towards the upper floors. Ning Donghong did not stop. Silently watched his daughter help an unfamiliar man walk up to the second-floor bedroom. I do not know what came to mind after sighing, turned back to the sofa and sat down. In the bedroom on the second floor, Ning Juya helped Lin Xin to the bedside and sat down with a cold face, and after warning him, she turned around and walked towards the downstairs. Stay well upstairs, I'll be back in a minute, and I better not catch you eavesdropping upstairs or you're done for. Lin Xin, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, looked at Ning Juya's back as she left, somewhat curious about the relationship between this father and daughter. But just as the thought of standing by the door to eavesdrop arose in his mind, he heard the sound of the bedroom door being unlocked. In response, Lin Xin could only say, why are you warning me when you've unlocked the door? First courtesy, then war, right? Outside the door, Ning Juya was walking towards the stairs with her keys in her pocket. Her mood was obviously a little off. It was indifference from the bottom of her heart. What are you doing here? Walking to the living room on the first floor, Ning Juya stood in front of her father without half a good face, as if the one sitting in front of her was not her own family, but a stranger she had just met. Back leaning on the sofa, Ning Donghong was not surprised by his daughter's attitude. After all, he had long been accustomed to it, and just calmly took out a cigarette and lit it, and faintly said, that kid called Lin Xin, is it? I investigated him. His family is open restaurant is barely a well-off family, although I do not know why you look at him, but listen to Dad, a word of advice. He is not suitable for you. You two aren't from the same world. Break up. It's for the boy's good and for your own good. With these words, the atmosphere in the living room instantly chilled a few points. Ning Juya's face didn't change in any way. Only her voice gained a few more points of impatience. Did you come over here just to tell me this crap? Nonsense? Ning Donghong stood up from the sofa, meeting his daughter's gaze head-on, and said calmly, I'm doing this for your own good. You and his endpoint are not on the same level at all. Your real stage is the whole world, not cowering in Magic City playing your over-the-top games. Enough. Ning Juya directly interrupted what her father was going to say next with a voice, her cold eyes carrying anger in them as she reached out and pointed at the door. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Ning Donghong stared at his daughter for a while, but finally shook his head and walked towards the outside of the villa. One day you'll understand that your mom and I are doing this for your own good. After saying that, the door of the villa slowly closed, leaving Ning Juya alone in the living room, standing in place with a flash of helplessness in her eyes. Standing alone in place for a while, Ning Juya walked directly toward the upstairs bedroom. Outside the villa, sitting on the car, Ning Donghong followed the phone in his hand. There came his wife's flat voice. I told you long ago. With that child's character you go to persuade her will only be counterproductive. Ning Donghong raised his eyes to look through the car window glass at the blue sky and white clouds at the far end. His eyes flashed with intolerance and sighed. It's us who are sorry for her. It's bitter for this child. Inside the bedroom on the second floor, Lin Xin was lying on the large soft bed and was resting with his eyes closed. When the movement of unlocking came from outside the door, and a silhouette quickly pounced towards Lin Xin. Lin Xin, who was about to sit up, was startled, lying on the bed and looking down at Ning Juya, who was pouncing on him, his face showing a slight surprise. What's wrong with this woman? Ning Juya hugged Lin Xin with both arms, her voice somewhat a little shaky. Don't move, just let me hold you like this for a while. Upon hearing this, although Lin Xin was puzzled as to what had happened, he felt his clothes that were soaked with tears and hesitated before choosing to hug Ning Juya. This hug lasted for most of an hour, and by the time Lin Xin's movements stiffened a bit, he heard the steady breathing coming from the person in his arms. Actually fell asleep on me, Lin Xin muttered, moving gently to help Ning Juya onto the bed to cover her up. Ning Juya was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and there were still tiny teardrops at the corners of her eyes, which was proof that she had just cried. Reaching out his hand, Lin Xin wiped away the flash of tears, looking at the sleeping and calm her. His heart was really a little puzzled as to what had happened to make someone like Ning Juya shed tears. He said softly, go to sleep. Sleep and all sadness will be forgotten. Well, hopefully when you know I'm taking such good care of you, you'll be able to go easy on me in the future. Most of the day passed quickly, perhaps due to the fact that she didn't sleep well yesterday due to having to take care of Lin Xin. This sleep, Ning Juya slept straight through to the next day. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky outside was just dawning, and the whole city was in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. But there were many people who were trying to run around for a living, and had already begun to get ready for work. Ning Juya opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she was lying alone on the bed. The temperature in the morning was a bit on the cold side. She subconsciously wrapped the quilt around her body. The dark eyes looked at the empty bed on his side, revealing a slight loss in his eyes and a self-deluding smile at the corner of his mouth. As a result, Lin Xin still refuses to accept herself? She is so obnoxious. Just as Ning Juya was lying on the bed secretly lost in thought, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the bedroom door being opened. Ouch! Starving little me. He only saw Lin Xin wearing the pajamas that Ning Juya had bought for him, and in his hand was a bowl of fragrant noodles that gave off a strong scent. With a small thud, Lin Xin gently closed the door of the room and turned around with the noodles in his hand to look at Ning Juya's eyes staring straight at him. He subconsciously shrunk the hand holding the bowl. Cook it yourself if you want. I'm a sick man now. Ning Juya sat up from the bed, and seeing Lin Xin's reaction to protecting the food, she let out a pfft and laughed happily. She hooked her hand at Lin Xin, patted the spot beside her, and commanded in an undeniable tone, come here. Holding the noodles, Lin Xin hesitated or limped over, mainly because his waist was still a bit sore, so even walking was a bit inconvenient. I'll hold it for you. Ning Juya's face was calm as she took the fragrant noodles in Lin Xin's hands. You don't want to eat it. Lin Xin gave Ning Juya a suspicious look, then climbed onto the bed with awkward movements. As soon as he got into bed, there was a sucking sound and a compliment from Ning Juya. Well, that was good. Worthy of my man's handiwork. Ning Juya, who was eating noodles, saw Lin Xin's grudging eyes and fed her chopsticks to her mouth, but she didn't realize that he directly dodged them. Never mind. I'll go cook a new bowl. Seeing the flash of dislike in Lin Xin's eyes, Ning Zhua directly reached out and cupped his face, her voice cold. I'm in a good mood right now. It's not a wise decision to mess with me at this time. With that, he passed the noodles in his hand toward Lin Xin's mouth and ordered in a cold voice, give it to me. If there's a single drop of soup left today, I'll have your ass. Ah, this you have eaten. Lin Xin looked at the noodles around his mouth with some difficulty, could feel the heat coming from them, and refused to open his mouth. Personally, he was still a bit of a clean freak, not to mention things that had been eaten, even things that had been touched he wanted to wipe clean. However, seeing Ning Juya's eyes grow colder and colder, vaguely about to explode, Lin Xin still helplessly chose to open his mouth. Forget it, just bear with it for a while and take a step back. A good man doesn't fight a woman, and it's definitely not because he can't. The two of you a mouthful of me a mouthful. A bowl of noodles will soon see the bottom. Ning Juya small meals is full, but the bitter Lin Xin, pressure even a little desire for satiety is not. Ning Juya looked at the sky outside the window. It is still early, so he ate and drank enough to lie back under the covers, closed his eyes and hugged Lin Xin faintly. Get some more sleep. I have to go to school in the morning and you'll be with me then. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin, who had just laid down, complained in dissatisfaction. What? What does your going to school have to do with me? I'm sick now. Ning Zhuya, who was resting with her eyes closed, slowly placed her hand on Lin Xin's waist under the comforter and gently patted it. Good boy. If you don't want to suffer, be obedient. Lim Xin. What a negative girl. In vain I even helped you to sleep on the bed. I should have kicked you to the bottom of the bed at that time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xin, who had managed to fall asleep with great difficulty, was forcibly pulled up by Ning Zhuya and took a car towards Magic City University. Still as usual, Ning Zhuya sat on Lin Xin's lap wearing a black sailor uniform, not caring that his body was now injured. Feeling the hibernation commands that his brain kept giving, Lin Xin wrapped his hands feebly around Ning Zhuya's waist, his eyelids still fighting, and complained in dissatisfaction. What do you have to go to school for? Don't tell me you're there to study. Regardless of whether it was Ning Zhuya or Lin Xin, not to mention resting for a few days. Even if they rested for a semester the course could still keep up, which was one of the reasons why Lin Xin had applied for self-study in the first place. If you have that kind of time to sit in the classroom, you might as well go out and do some odd jobs to earn money yourself. But fate just likes to play tricks on people. Lin Xin had only just finished applying for self-study, fantasizing about a better life in the future when Ning Zhuya, this crazy woman, suddenly barged in. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya relied on Lin Xin's arms and said with a smile, "Do you know about the student council? I'm going to let you join in. The student union has a lot of power in every school, and this is even more obvious in the Magic City University. Compared to the word student union, Lin Xin thinks it is still Genie Wei is more appropriate. Of course, while having great power, the burden of the student council was not generally heavy. Specifically Lin Xin did not know much about it, but he heard Li Liang say that it was able to exhaust people to death. At that time, Lin Xin understood that the organization of the student council must have nothing to do with him anymore, and the matter of the huge workload alone could make him step back. I'm not going. Lin Xin shook his head, and made up his mind that this time, he absolutely couldn't be coerced into agreeing by this woman again. It was a matter of 2 years of his college career. Well, it should be a year. After all, you have to start going out for internships by your junior year and you can only go back to school once in a while. Not waiting for Ning Zhuya to speak, Lin Xin continued in a firm tone. Give it up. Even if you beat me to death, there's no way I'll be able to enter the student union. Ning Zhuya sat up slightly and raised her hand to extend 2 fingers. Lin Xin looked at the erected finger and was a bit puzzled. What does it mean? 20,000. Ning Zhuya's eyes gazed calmly into Lin Xin's eyes as she said indifferently, as long as you join the student union, I'll give you $20,000 of pocket money. Also, how about a job where you can touch fish during your junior year? Lin Xin felt insulted after hearing this. His face immediately became a bit angry. Even his voice got a bit louder. Do you see me as someone who would give in just for a mere $20,000? If I say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's face said with some regret. Alright then, 20,000 pocket money per month is already the limit of what I can give you. Men become bad when they have money. Ning Zhuya knew this, and Lin Xin's family was of the very ordinary kind. Giving him too many things that shouldn't belong to him was not a good thing. What? Hearing that it was actually 20,000 per month, Lin Xin's originally groggy head instantly sobered up, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Just by joining the student council you'll get $20,000 a month. This deal is a good deal any way you look at it. Sis, I'm in. Lin Xin immediately grabbed Ning Zhuya's hand and hemmed and hawed. A far cry from his earlier resolute attitude. If you say east, little faith I will never go west. Guaranteed to fulfill the orders you give. Seeing Lin Xin's wealth-crazed look, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Ning Zhuya's mouth as she felt that she had found this man's weakness. Doesn't like to be kept by himself, but if he puts in some effort of his own, he'll follow him faithfully once the paycheck is right. Thinking of all the things that retained Lin Xin before, Ning Zhuya had a pang of regret. Had I known that when I first directly dumped 2 piles of red tickets on this man's face it would be good. Why bother to go through so much trouble to make him accept himself? Hold me tight. Okay. Kiss me, Pop. Since it was a Monday, there weren't many people on the road, and after half an hour the two finally arrived at the entrance of Magic City University. The students around the room walked towards the prison in pairs, all with a sad look on their faces, discussing how to finish their assignments for the next class. The door of the red Maybach opened, and Ning Zhuya took the lead and walked out, attracting the attention of many people the moment she appeared, frequently looking this way. Look at that. It's Ning Zhuya. Sister is so beautiful. I really want her to be my girlfriend then coldly ravage me every day. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people subconsciously moved away from this pervert, with dislike in their eyes. Just at this moment, the red Maybach inside once again out of a person. This time is a white shirt youth. Face value although belongs to the upper class goods, but also cannot compare to the top of the reader's posture. Let's go. Ning Juya raised her hand at Lin Xin, a faint smile on her fair and slightly pink face. Just as the people around him were shocked at Lin Xin's identity, he incomparably naturally took Ning Juya's small hand before walking companionably towards the inner gates of the school, waiting for the two of them to leave. The students who had stopped by revealed disbelieving looks and talked. Crap, which family's warrior is that TM? Actually dare to move so closely with the Ning family's Missy? Isn't he afraid of being found in trouble by Xiao Jie? This guy is definitely finished. With Xiao Jie's nature he definitely won't spare him easily. Go Warriors! Mordor University was well funded, so a club building was specially constructed for all the clubs on campus to use, and the student council, which was the body that managed all the clubs, was on the highest floor of the building, which was the 4th floor. With a creak, at the end of the quiet corridor, Ning Juya casually pushed open the door to the student union and directly led Lin Xin inside. At this time, there was only one girl with glasses braided in twisted braids in the student council office. Xiao Ting, who heard the commotion, raised her head and smiled somewhat restrainedly at Ning Juya, who walked through the door. President, why did you come over today? President? Hearing her words, Lin Xin looked at Ning Juya beside him with some surprise, his face revealing a look of astonishment. Do you have to join the student council yourself? After all, you're the student president. Instead, Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin somewhat strangely. What else? Didn't you attend the freshman ceremony? Ning Juya had become the president of the student council as early as her freshman year by absolute ability, and although she had family connections, her ability was absolutely unquestionable. Of course, this was one of the reasons why many students were afraid of her, because Ning Juya had fired all the members of the student council on the first day she became the president of the student council, almost causing public anger. At that time, Ning Juya dismissed those people's request to rejoin the student council with just one sentence. A domineering and simple and clear sentence. I don't need useless trash under my hand, if you guys are capable of showing me your strength. At that time, this sentence set off a hot debate throughout the school, and Ning Juya was also on fire throughout the school, and her reputation was constantly demonized. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. At that time, it seems like I called in sick and played games in the dormitory for a day. And with his social circle of just a few people, it's normal for him not to know about it. Ning Juya gave him a breathless look and introduced. That's Xiao Ting, one of the only 2 members of the current student council. Although her personality is a bit complicated, her abilities are very outstanding. Xiao Ting walked over at this moment. Rarely talking to boys, she extended her hand somewhat coyly. Hello, my name is Xiao Ting. I'm a sophomore just like you and the president. Lin Xin was just about to extend his hand, but he saw Xiao Ting smiling somewhat proudly as if she was trying to deepen her good impression. Well, there's also the fact that I hacked into your cell phone and told the president the last time you went hiking. Lim Shin. The smile that had just appeared on his face instantly stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He now sort of understood what was the reason for the complexity of character in Ning Juya's mouth. You assholes got me severely beaten up, only to tell me now with a smile on your face that you're the real culprit. I thank you. Don't leave after school. Where's the rest of the student council? Lin Xin sat on the sofa, surveying the arrangement of the student union office. Not much luxury but also very literary style. Seeing that Xiao Ting was the only one working, some doubts to the side of Ning Juya inquired. Nope. Ning Juya calmly lay on her side on the sofa, took off her shoes and placed her snow-white feet on Lin Xin's lap, and said indifferently, the entire student council is only 3 people total now, plus you, so there's usually a lot going on. At those words, the corner of Lin Xin's mouth twitched. A student council with only 3 people. It's really thanks to you that you're able to keep this organization functioning properly. At this time, Xiao Ting walked over with a blank application form and placed it on the table, smiling somewhat nervously. This is the application form for the student union. Welcome to your membership, Vice President Lin Xin. Lin Xin took the application form and the fountain pen on the table and twisted his head to look at Ning Juya. I'm the vice president now? Ning Juya gave a soft hum and said casually while lying on the sofa. Hurry up and fill out the application form, then get to work for me. Said eyes opened, a slit beautiful eyes squinted at Lin Xin, said with a light smile, if the performance makes me unsatisfied, be careful I deduct your salary. Oh. Seeing that smile on her face that wanted to catch people, Lin Xin suddenly regretted his decision to join the student council a little. This is not a pit. I'm afraid. Soon. Under Xiao Ting's somewhat shy introduction, Lin Xin already had a basic understanding of the student council. Xiao Ting pointed to a spot next to Ning Juya's office seat and said, "This is your spot. I've been busy lately because the school is hosting a fireworks display in a couple of days. So if there's anything else you don't understand, come back and ask me then." "Okay, thank you," Lin Xin nodded. He still knew about the fireworks conference. It was considered an annual event of Magic City University, specially organized to welcome new students. Now that a month has passed since school started, preparations for this year's fireworks display really need to start. Ning Juya walked over from the sofa side at this time and said with a smile, "Understand well? Let's go then. It's so hot I'd like to take a dip." Taking a bath? Thinking of Ning Juya's perfect body, certain indescribable images unconsciously appeared in Lin Xin's mind, and constraints subconsciously flashed across his face. At this time, Ning Juya had already hugged his hand. His arm directly plunged into the proud peaks. Feeling the softness coming from him, Lin Xin subconsciously gulped. His body was a little soft. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Xiao Ting, who was working, inadvertently raised her head and said in a somewhat envious tone, "That's nice. When will I find someone who likes me too?" 10 minutes later, Lin Xin and Ning Juya returned to the car, and the driver twisted the key to start the car, heading towards a private bathhouse in Magic City. Inside the car, Ning Juya was lying on Lin Xin's body as usual, her alabaster fingertips drawing circles on Lin Xin's chest, and her hands were not honestly reaching into his shirt, a charming smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. You, this is not good, right?" Lin Xin winced as he felt the cool little hands that were restless on his body. This woman isn't going to be in heat here, is she? However, Ning Juya's tone was a bit cold, slowly saying, "You just shook hands with Xiao Ting, didn't you? When did I give you permission to shake another girl's hand, even if that person is my friend?" Saying that, Ning Juya's hand within Lin Xin's clothes slapped hard on the wound on Lin Xin's waist with some displeasure and anger in her eyes. Lin Xin pupils shrink, instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, almost screamed out in pain. The voice is a little trembling. "Is not just shake a hand just well. This you are also jealous. Just?" Ning Juya's voice grew a few points louder. Sitting up from Lin Xin's body, his hand also coming out from within his shirt, his voice instantly becoming icy cold. She gazed at Lin Xin with cold eyes and said in a chilling voice, "You're my boyfriend now. You can't have any intimate contact with other women without my permission." The words were simple and clear, with absolute unquestionability in their dominance. After saying that, Ning Juya directly reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck and greedily kissed him, frantically venting her dissatisfaction and the anger that kept welling up inside her. Lin Xin was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden kiss, reaching out his hand to push Ning Juya away, but was firmly captured by the other party with one hand. Ning Juya temporarily stopped her attacking pace, and her near-at-hand eyes stared deathly into Lin Xin's eyes, which were filled with a madness that made Lin Xin's heart couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated, as if her murderous gaze was locked onto Lin Xin's pupils. Ning Juya's voice was a little hoarse and carried a heavy suppression, as if she was controlling something. "Lin Xin, I hope this is the last time I warn you not to have any intimate dealings with women other than me, or I'll make you realize how helpless a canary imprisoned in an iron cages." Threatening words surrounded Lin Xin's ears, and before he could react, Ning Juya kissed again, even as she directly put her hands into his clothes and held Lin Xin in a deadly embrace. Until this moment Lin Xin realized that his girlfriend might be more than a little overbearing, and maybe a little sickly. Inside the sedate car, the driver who was driving stared straight ahead at the road, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. The whimpering sound continued, which meant that Ning Juya's venting continued, and in the back seat, Lin Xin was unable to resist her atrocities at all, and could only allow her to plunder her wantonly. The saliva kept intertwining. I don't know how long it took for Ning Juya to stop moving with satisfaction. Her eyes were mesmerized as she licked her tongue around Lin Xin's neck before she sneered, "Mind you, we're still only just together, so I'll let you off the hook this time. Grow a pair, hopefully you won't have to do it again." The voice echoed in Lin Xin's ears, making his tiger body couldn't help but tremble. Secretly, if there is a next time, this woman won't kill herself, right? Ning Juya then got off of his body and sat alone in a rare moment. She looked down and saw the saliva remaining at the corner of her mouth and said to Lin Xin as she twisted her head and pointed at the corner of her mouth, "Wipe my mouth," she added. "Wipe it with your mouth." Lin Xin, who was just about to take a break, "You forcefully kissed me and made me wipe your mouth with my mouth, but you are really a big smart." Seeing that Lin Xin didn't come over at first, Ning Juya raised her eyes slightly. "You're not convinced?" Lin Xin watched her eyes grow colder and hurriedly sat over, closing his eyes and bringing his mouth up. "This way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way." After Ning Juya once again released her red lips in satisfaction and placed Lin Xin's head on her own white and slender legs. "Rest, it's your reward." I thank you. Lin Xin laid back down, his eyes a little desperate. You're welcome, Ning Juya said very generously, then leaned over and once again played recklessly on his lips before giving up. Lin Xin, who was lying on her lap, indignantly wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth. What a female rascal! Ning Juya reached out and caressed Lin Xin's face without caring, looking into his eyes without resistance and smiling. As long as I can get you, a rogue is a rogue. Meanwhile, inside one of the dormitories within the girls' dormitory, sitting in front of the pink desk, she looked at the 2 tickets for the painting exhibition in her hand, constantly preparing herself in her mind, holding her cell phone on which was Lin Xin's contact information. Her face flashed with hesitation. The roommate on one side just couldn't stand to watch. Lying on the top bunk helplessly said to Qin Shi, Xiao Xia, have you heard of a saying? Hesitation is defeat. You really won't have a chance with Lin Xin if you go on like this. If you like it you have to boldly say it. Staying where you are will only make you and Lin Xin farther and farther apart. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi thought about the fact that she had been secretly in love with Lin Xin for so long, and it would really be too regrettable if she couldn't even say a word of fondness. Thinking of this, the hesitant look in Qin Shi's eyes finally disappeared and turned into a determined gaze. Picking up her cell phone and directly sending a message over to Lin Xin. After sending this message, Qin Shi's entire body instantly relaxed for a moment, lying on the desk and staring at the cell phone's message interface with some anticipation. Will he say yes? After a few minutes, the cell phone trembled a little. It was Lin Xin's side returned the message. Qin Shi opened her cell phone with nervousness and anticipation, and saw the OK emoticon sent by Lin Xin, which was a little piglet in a bai. But Qin Shi laughed out, happiness written all over her face, and her best friend, who was lying on the bed, was relieved. On the other hand, inside a certain high-class bathhouse in Magic City, Lin Xin put his cell phone into the wooden cabinet in front of him after replying to the message, and walked towards a side entrance with only a bath towel around his body. This bathhouse happened to be owned by Ning Juya's family, so all the best configurations were used, and even the water used for soaking was an expensive medicinal bath. Inside the closed bath, white vapor was constantly rising due to the high temperature of the medicinal bath. Hazy water vapor lingering around. A perfect body was soaking in the medicinal bath, and the tender skin was on full display at the moment. Ning Juya closed her eyes and lay comfortably within the medicinal bath, lifting her tender little hands, water droplets continuously dripping from her palms splashing a ripple. At this time, footsteps came, and Lin Xin also slowly walked over from the entrance, his cheeks slightly flushed, not knowing if it was because of the heat or for some other reason. He slowly walked to the edge of the medicinal bath. I don't know what he saw, his face quickly reddened, and hurriedly turned his back to Ning Juya. You, how come you're not wearing anything? Holy shit, this woman is crazy to be so bold as this. Ning Juya, who was lying in the medicinal bath, twisted her head to look at Lin Xin, narrowed her eyes and softly said, what's wrong with that? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. So just look. Lin Xin saw this kind of fragrant scene for the first time, which was a bit too exciting for the honest man in love. The sound of falling water behind him clearly reached Lin Xin's ears, followed by a pair of soaked hands encircling his waist holding on, still dripping. Then Lin Xin's whole body instantly stiffened, felt something soft on his back leaning up, and he could even clearly feel that raised point. Crap! Don't sister. Lin Shinran was about to cry. There is such a temptation. In the midst of the watery and misty bath, Ning Juya, without an inch of clothing, hugged Lin Xin from behind, her red lips whispering in his ear. What? By now you're shy. Didn't you enjoy it when I helped you before? Saying that, Ning Juya's hand moved downward. Lin Xin, who had his back turned to her, had a stifled look on his face. Darn it! This woman was just intent on trying to tease herself. Want me to help you? Ning Juya's voice once again echoed in Lin Xin's ears, as if it were the whisper of a demon. Lin Xin hurriedly shook his head, jokingly if he was here, he could not guarantee that he could control himself. If that kind of relationship really happened, he would have to be controlled by this woman for the rest of his life. Are you sure? A charming smile appeared at the corner of Ning Juya's mouth as she tightly hugged Lin Xin, then rubbed up and down a bit. Lin Xin's body was instantly like electrocuted. Instantly tensed up, his brain was even more somewhat unconscious, and countless thoughts began to emerge. He begged bitterly, sis, I'm begging you, we're still in college, we really can't do that. Under the water mist. Ning Juya, after hearing that, sister, the heart of the dissatisfaction completely broke out, refused himself once, even if this is the second time, really looking for death. In the next second, Ning Juya directly peeled Lin Xin over so that he was facing away from her, then coldly pushed him into the bath, while with a bang, Lin Xin just wanted to open his mouth to speak before he violently drank in a large mouthful of Ning Juya's bath water. his eyes choking and flushing red, and the towel wrapped around his body also fell into Ning Juya's hands. She casually glanced at it then tossed it aside, followed by jumping into the bath herself. Don't! Lin Xian stared wide-eyed at the naked Ning Juya standing in front of himself. A large piece of snow-white spring light appeared, after an unknown amount of time, within the water-steaming bath. Ning Juya, her face flushed, relied on Lin Xian's arms and whispered in a thin voice with her eyes closed. A man's word is a lie. Didn't you just say you didn't need it? Her body was a little limp, powerlessly wrapped in Lin Xian's arms with both hands, completely unable to exert any strength. Lin Xian's face was also a little red at this time. Unable to refute Ning Juya's words, he could only hold her a little tighter. The two of their bodies were naked together. Each other could hear each other's breathing. After soaking for a while, Ning Juya was really a bit tired and turned around in the medicinal bath to intimately hug Lin Xian's waist, softly saying, "I'm tired, carry me to change." Aha! Lin Xian nodded, already accustomed to the snow-white skins exposed in front of him. After all of them had just been violated by him once already. Although that primitive impulsive desire was suppressed by him at the most critical time, it was still an addiction for his eyes and hands. Lin Xian reached out and picked Ning Juya up by the waist, stepping step by step away from the bath, both of them dripping with water droplets that emitted heat. Ning Juya was held in her warm embrace and secretly squinted at Lin Xian, secretly pleased with herself. She knew that after going through something of such a large scale, Lin Xian was completely unable to get rid of himself unless he was a scumbag. But that was a near impossibility. Man, you can't escape me anymore. On the playground of Magic City University, amidst the screams of many female college students, Xiaojia continuously slapped the basketball in his hand, and in front of him there were 5 people blocking the way. But he did not take it seriously. Directly pick up the basketball, footsteps instantly back a few steps, and then jumped up to make a shooting action. With the clang sound, in the 5 people unwilling to watch, the basketball successfully into the basket. At the sight of this scene, the group of girls surrounding the outside of the guardrail instantly screamed with excitement and emotion, as if it was them who had scored the goal. Xiaojia exhaled and smiled lightly at these 5 people. Since I won, the basketball department will be taken over by me according to the betting contract. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xiaojia picked up his satchel in the midst of the cheers from the entire room and walked towards the school gate in the distance. He picked up his cell phone and looked at an unread message on the screen, unlocked the phone and tapped it in. And a few moments later the corner of Xiaojia's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. He gazed at the white clouds drifting in the distant sky and murmured, "Lin Xian? How interesting. This is troublesome. The fiancé was actually preempted by someone else. This can let me as a fiancé what to do." Having said that, Xiaojia's face was completely devoid of the slightest bit of anger. Obviously his future wife was acting intimately with other men, but he did not take it to heart at all. Early the next morning, Lin Xian used the excuse of having to go to the hospital to change the medicine to run out the door alone. Ning Juya didn't follow. Instead, she was leisurely at home applying a mask. There was an unread message on his cell phone, which was sent by Xiao Ting a few minutes ago. Magic City, in front of the Genesis Pavilion. As one of the famous exhibition halls in Magic City, the building is even more magnificent. Although only 1,000 square meters of land, but has 4 floors high. She stood downstairs in the pavilion, wearing obviously well-dressed, snow-white short shirt set off the proud figure. The lower body is a black pleated skirt but also cannot hide the long black silk legs. Such a big beauty standing at the entrance of the pavilion naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. But unfortunately most of the people who came to the pavilion were couples, and she also caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the women who passed by as a result. Luckily, this didn't last long, as Lin Xian trotted over from a short distance away, dressed somewhat casually because he was afraid of being discovered by Ning Zhua that he was sneaking out to play. "Sorry, it's been a long wait, hasn't it?" Lin Xian looked at the time. He was already 10 minutes late, and smiled somewhat embarrassed. "Oh yeah, where's Lyra? Didn't I say he'd be here too?" Lin Xian looked around with some doubt. When she sent a message calling him, he said that guy Li Liang would also come. That's why he agreed so quickly. It would be more or less bad if it was just himself and Shi. And more importantly, in case Ning Juya found out, he would probably have to go back and kneel on the rubbing board. Shi was carrying a small leather bag behind her back, and laughed without blushing. He just received a phone call with an emergency, so he left first. "Oh, so," Lin Xian didn't doubt it and nodded. "Then let's go in as well." She nodded, and the two of them walked side by side towards the pavilion, envying many people in the middle of the way, all thinking that this was a divine couple. This time as the painting exhibition with the previous is not different. The pavilion set out to read the paintings. the value of about 100,000 to a few hundred thousand ranging. Very few paintings more than $1 million. It's not that the pavilion can't afford it, but paintings that reach the $1 million level are superior works and will only be put out for viewing on special days. Inside the pavilion, after Lin Xin and the two of them walked in, they looked at the dozens of different kinds of paintings around them and immediately had a bright feeling, and started wandering around like no one else. I remember that the tickets for this creation pavilion are very expensive, right? How did you get 3 tickets? Lin Xin said with some doubt as he admired it. If he remembered correctly, Qin family belonged to the very ordinary kind just like him, and the tickets for this pavilion would cost at least several $100s, which belonged to a luxury for them. Qin intentionally looked at the side of Lin Xin's face and casually fabricated a lie. It was when I was playing outside with my friends and someone else drew it in an event. In fact, this ticket was saved by Qin for a month just for today, because she had to do something very important. The two watched and chatted along the way, and since the sound was low it didn't affect anyone else, and soon they were heading towards the second floor. Qin, on the other hand, was not in a hurry and planned to wait until she reached the 4th floor. Although she had already made a decision, she still had to do a little mental preparation, lest she get stage fright then all the hard work will be for nothing, and there's no telling how long it will be before the next opportunity comes along. After waiting until he reached the 2nd floor, Lin Xin suddenly had some urination, and after saying something to Qin beside him, he quickly walked towards the toilet. Why don't you hang out? I've got a bit of an internal emergency. I'm going to use the restroom first. I'll catch up with you later. Qin looked at his back as he left in a hurry, retracted her gaze and casually looked around. In fact, she didn't have any interest in these paintings, but because the atmosphere of the pavilion was so quiet and peaceful, she chose the location in order to stabilize her heart. At this time Qin's afterglow glanced at a sunflower portrait with a pale yellow border. From the outside it didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, but the sunflower on the portrait gave her an indefinable feeling. Subconsciously she walked over to this sunflower portrait, with a hunched-over grandmother beside her, her hair all gray with age and old age. With her hands behind her back, the grandmother noticed Qin, who was also observing the sunflower portrait, and smiled kindly. This painting is very good, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin then noticed the old man standing beside her. She had just been a little too absorbed in her observation, so she didn't notice. Nodding, well, it just gives me a weird feeling for some reason. The grandmother's gaze returned to the portrait and her words were filled with stories. I actually painted this picture, and even though many years have passed, I still come to see it once a year, and the painting is only hanging in the pavilion because she wants more people to see it, such as people like Qin. Come to see it every year? Qin was slightly surprised and inquired in confusion. Why? In front of the portrait of the sunflower, the old man stood quietly, with a color of reminiscence in his eyes, and slowly said, because this painting represents something that means a lot to me, something regrettable. The old man turned his head and looked at Qin and smiled. That young man just now shouldn't be your boyfriend, right? Perhaps to outsiders, Qin and Lin Xin were simply a match made in heaven, but to the old man who had been there before, he could see the relationship between the two at a glance. How do you know? Qin nodded, but inwardly, she was a little lost. Perhaps everyone present guessed that her relationship with Lin Xin was that of a couple, but the real relationship between the two was only clear to her. Ha ha, this is intuition from a woman, right? The old granny laughed and said meaningfully as she looked at the sunflower portrait. The language of the sunflower is, you're the only one in my eyes. And you see that young man's eyes are exactly like mine 50 years ago. Wifey, I had a crush on someone when I was younger but never revealed myself until he died on the battlefield. Speaking of this, the old man's face revealed a bit of sadness. Her eyes seemed to have been looking at the sunflower portrait, but her heart was long gone from this small pavilion. After he left I lived in pain every day, and with hindsight I realized a profound truth, that if you just look and don't act, sooner or later you will regret it. Just like me. People, they have to wait until they lose before they realize what's important, but the time that passes will no longer be reversed, and the same is true for those who have passed away. In a trance, Qin seemed to understand something. She looked at the blossoming sunflower portrait in front of her, no longer a feeling of being unable to tell, but instead, her mind was clear. After listening to the grandmother's words, her originally restless heart instantly stabilized, and an unprecedented color burst out from her eyes. In the next second, she walked directly in the direction of the restroom, not forgetting to say thank you to the old granny. Thank you, you've helped me a lot. A few moments later, Lin Xin had just finished washing his hands and came out of the restroom when he saw Qin walking quickly towards him not far away before stopping in front of him. How do you? Don't you say a word. Lin Xin just wanted to open his mouth to ask, only just halfway to be interrupted by Qin forcibly. There is firmness in her eyes. Even if she was rejected, she still have to be brave to say, in order not to give themselves regrets. Appearing calm on the second floor of the pavilion, a man and a woman stood looking at each other. She slowly opened her mouth. Lin Xin, actually I've had a crush on you for a long time. Can you go out with me? I know you're close to that Ning Juya, but I've liked you since I was in high school, and I know you better than she does about your preferences and personality. I won't lose half of my liking for you to Ning Juya. I value you more than her. After saying these words, Xi's cheeks flashed a blush very unnaturally, but her gaze was not the least bit timid as she quietly waited for Lin Xin's reply. Surprise first appeared in Lin Xin's eyes, then he calmed down and returned with an equally solemn face. Honestly, I've fantasized about this happening before, and I have a soft spot for you, and you know me a lot better than that woman. Lin Xin looked at Xi's gaze and said seriously, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. When she heard the words I'm sorry, the corners of Xi's eyes turned red and tears fell uncontrollably as she sadly inquired, is it because of Ning Juya? Lin Xin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Perhaps being straightforward would be a relief for both of them, and it was true that his refusal was also because of Ning Juya. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of many people on the second floor, all looking towards this side with different eyes. Lin Xin also knew that this was not the place to talk, so he pulled Xi's hand towards the stairs, her tears falling uncontrollably on the way. Walked out of the exhibition hall, a red Maybach in the roadside waiting for a long time. The rear window opened, revealing the exquisite face of Ning Juya. Seems to go out of the house in too much of a hurry, so the body is only wearing a thin nightgown. By the time Lin Xin walked out of the pavilion holding Qinshi, who had tears falling from the corners of her eyes, Ning Juya happened to look over sideways, her face surprisingly calm, and in her hand was a cell phone with a constant somewhat raucous sound coming from it. Lin Lettera Pavilion also noticed the red Maybach parked on the side of the road. At the moment this picture, he understood that he may be dead. Lin Xin subconsciously wanted to hold Qinshi and walk over to explain, but he had only just gotten close when he heard Ning Juya coldly speak. I know what you're going to say. Get in the car first and I'll settle things with you when we get back. Lin Xin glanced at Qinshi beside him, hesitated or loosened his hand, and softly consoled. I'll ask Li Liang to come over to pick you up later. Don't cry. It's rare to dress up so beautifully. If you cry again, you'll become a little flower cat. After saying that, Lin Xin walked to the other side of the red Maybach, opened the door and sat in, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Ning Juya's cold face. As the car's engine slowly started, Qinshi looked at Ning Juya, who was seated inside the car, and the firmness in her eyes did not disappear because of Lin Xin's refusal. She suddenly opened her mouth, her voice a few points louder with it, and said to Ning Juya, don't think you've won. I want you to cherish Xin. Don't let me see a chance to take him away or I won't hesitate to snatch him back. Sitting in the car, Ning Juya's face once again turned a few points colder, looking sideways at Qinshi with a sneer. If you have the ability, just snatch him away from me and see. When the words fell, the red Maybach quickly drove away from the place, leaving only a taillight for Qinshi, who was in the same spot and was sad. Looking at the direction the car left, Qinshi squatted down and murmured, is this what it feels like to lose your love? It hurt more than any previous suffering, but she would never regret her confession to Lin Xin because she didn't want to leave herself with regrets. Inside the car, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing. Looking at the silent and cold Ning Juya who was sitting on the side, Lin Xin had a somewhat forced smile on his face. Why did you come over? Originally Li Liang was going to come too, but he had an emergency so he left first. That's why it's just Qinshi and I. Really, I'm not lying to you. Lying to me? Ning Juya twisted her head to look into Lin Xin's eyes, her face quickly grimacing, an uncontainable rage suppressed in her calm voice. Do you think I'll believe anything you say? What do you want me to believe in you? What? You change your medication and then run off to the pavilion with another girl to look at paintings and enjoy life as a couple, right? In the face of this questioning from Ning Juya, Lin Xin opened his mouth but realized that he couldn't refute it at all. But it was this attitude that made Ning Juya even more angry in his heart. She coldly said, I've already given you a chance before. Get ready to be punished. I won't let you off that easily this time. I won't rest until I've taught you a profound lesson. At those words, Lin Xin's body involuntarily shivered, as if he had already anticipated his next tragic end. Inside the general manager's office of the Canopy Group, Ning Donghong was dealing with documents when his cell phone rang on the side, and he subconsciously frowned when he saw the name displayed on it. He temporarily put down the things in his hand and picked up the phone. A calm voice came from the other end. Uncle Ning. I don't know what was said, but Ning Donghong's frown deepened as he sighed before slowly saying, it's all y'all's decision. Everything will be the way it was after graduation. And you don't care about that anyway, do you? Xiao Jia on the other end of the phone let out a light laugh. Of course I don't care about all this, but Ning Juya is also my fiancé now anyways. You guys? Without waiting for him to speak, Ning Donghong spoke directly. Don't worry, I know what you want. This matter is indeed something that our Xiaoya did wrong, and it's only right to give you some compensation. Half an hour later, inside the Skycloud Villa area, in the second floor bedroom of the villa, Ning Juya indifferently pulled the curtains closed. The room suddenly dimmed. She walked to the door of the room, directly unlocked the door after the key thrown towards the bathroom, and then looked towards Lin Xin who was sitting on the edge of the bed. At this point he's still trying to explain. You've really misunderstood, but not waiting for him to finish. Ning Juya's long-contained anger in his heart finally erupted, and his bare foot stepped forward to kick Lin Xin directly in the stomach. Inside the dimly lit bedroom, Lin Xin sat on the floor with a somewhat frightened face, his body constantly retreating and finally hiding in the corner, looking at Ning Juya who was walking towards him in the darkness, and opened his mouth tremblingly. No, Xin Shi and I really aren't the kind of relationship you think. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ning Juya's face was grim as she walked towards Lin Xin, barefoot on the cold floor, but at the moment her heart was even colder as she laughed coldly. Of course I know you don't have anything to do with that woman, but what I'm angry about is that it's okay for you to hide from me and hang out with another woman, but how dare you hold hands with her? In the time it took to speak, Ning Juya had already walked up to Lin Xin, and then stretched out her white arm to pinch his neck. While she choked Lin Xin's neck with one hand, she crouched down and locked eyes with him in the dark and silent bedroom. A murderous intent flashed in her gaze, and she gritted her teeth. I was too kind to you before, that's why you dared to piss me off 3 times. You're so disobedient. After saying that, Lin Xin saw a fist rapidly enlarge in his own eyes, and then a miserable scream came out of his mouth as he covered his eyes with a pained expression. Strongly endure the pain coming from the right eye. Lin Xin received this punch after the heart is a burst of resentment. After these days it is difficult to produce a few points of good feelings towards Ning Juya. In this moment are dissipated. He was wrong. This woman was a lunatic, and if she kept this up, she was going to get herself played. Lin Xin raised his head and stared dead at Ning Juya. The unwillingness and extremely suppressed anger in his eyes were even more so caught in Ning Juya's eyes. Seeing this, she loosened her grip on Lin Xin's neck and turned to touch his face with her delicate, warm little hands, the corners of her mouth curving out. What? It looks like you're very unconvinced? This world is like this. You are too weak to defeat me at all, so you shall not endure. But what's the use of enduring? You will never be a match for me in your entire life, and you will never be able to escape from me in your entire life. After Ning Juya finished speaking the truth, she bent down, her tantalizing red lips directly covering Lin Xin's lips, and began to continuously wreak havoc, her eyes provocatively glaring at Lin Xin. With a tearing sound, under Lin Xin's unwilling gaze, the clothes on his body were torn into rotten strips of cloth and casually thrown to the ground. The lips parted, and within the silent and dark bedroom, Ning Juya sat directly on Lin Xin's body, her excitement growing even more unstoppable as she looked at Lin Xin, whose eyes were unwilling. Since you like staring at me so much, I'll let you stare. While speaking, Ning Juya methodically took off the thin nightgown on her body, and that perfect petite body was displayed without any omission. Lin Xin's eyes looked defiantly at Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him, and said through gritted teeth, "You crazy bitch. It's useless even if you torture me anymore. I can't accept you for the rest of my life. I curse you not to die." This was the first time Lin Xin had ever uttered such vicious words since he was born in this world, showing how much he hated Ning Juya in his heart. But the statement seemed to have an effect beyond his expectations. The undisguised words of disgust were like a sharp arrow, inserted into Ning Juya's heart. She had just planned to make a move after hearing Lin Xin's words. The whole person froze in place, gazing at the disgust and unwillingness in Lin Xin's eyes. Ning Juya seemed to see something in him, and his gloomy face slowly returned to calm. After sitting on Lin Xin's body in silence for a few seconds, Ning Juya stood up from his body, her calm gaze looking down at Lin Xin, her red lips slightly opening her mouth to spit out a word. Roll. At those words, Lin Xin, who was lying on the ground, was also stunned, and in his heart, he looked at Ning Juya incredulously. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he was planning to let himself go? Inside the dimly lit bedroom, Ning Juya hung her head and gazed into Lin Xin's eyes, her voice taking on a bit of distaste, but this distaste was not for Lin Xin but for herself. Get out of my sight right now, get as far away as you can, and better yet, don't let me see you again. After saying that, Ning Juya turned around and directly walked out of the bedroom naked. Seeing this strange scene, Lin Xin sat up from the floor in a million different ways, not understanding what exactly had happened. You just had the attitude that you're going to torture yourself to death. And this is just one curse and you're gone? Never mind her. Gotta sneak out while I can. Thinking so, Lin Xin stood up from the ground without hesitation. Looking at the torn clothes on the ground, he had no choice but to take out the clothes that Ning Juya had bought for himself from the closet and change into them. It's still broad daylight. If you go out naked you probably won't even be able to walk out of the villa area. The big deal is that you will return the money to this crazy bitch later. After quickly changing his clothes, Lin Xin flew out of the villa, fearing that Ning Juya would regret taking himself back again. Unbeknownst to her, behind the window of the side bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Ning Juya stood barefoot in front of the window and coldly watched Lin Xin's back as he escaped the villa, and a tear flowed down from the corner of her eye. When exactly did she start looking like this? In the bottom of Ning Juya's eyes was disgust from the bottom of her heart, not for anyone, but for her own disgust for herself. Retracting her gaze, Ning Juya's face reverted back to a calm and self-effacing calm, reverting back to the aloofness she had before meeting Lin Xin, as if she was indifferent to everything, as if she were a goddess sitting in the high heavens, untainted by half the smoke and mirrors, walking alone on the path that was set out. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin looked at the gate of the villa area behind him, his heart bursting with excitement, his face beaming with joy. Finally, I'm rid of this woman. No, I've got to get back to packing and then go home and hide for a while. Who knew if this woman would renege at some point? It was so hard to get out of this devil's den. Lin Xin didn't want to be captured and abused back by the witch again. But he had only just taken a few steps when a black Porsche suddenly came at the end of the road in the distance, the roar of the gas pedal audible from a distance. Lin Xin originally did not care, self-centered walking on the side of the road. After all, this is the most upscale villa area in Magic City. Porsche, this kind of luxury car is not uncommon. But not a moment later, the sharp, ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, and the stately, luxurious black Porsche stopped directly beside Lin Xin. Looking at the Porsche parked beside him, Lin Xin frowned, not understanding what the owner wanted. The driver's side window slowly lowered, revealing a face familiar to Lin Xin. Ning Donghong had a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at Lin Xin, and said indifferently, "Get in the car. I want to have a good chat with you. If you refuse, I will remove you from Mordor University." Hearing such an undisguised threat, Lin Xin's original joy at escaping Ning Juya was instantly wiped out. Do all you rich people like to threaten people so much? Inside the car, Ning Donghong looked sideways at the dissatisfaction in Lin Xin's eyes, casually dropped the cigarette in his mouth, waved his hand and laughed. "Don't look so horrible. I really just want to have a nice chat with you, and I don't mean you any harm." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xin still helplessly pulled open the rear door of the Porsche and sat in. There was no way. Who told him that his fists were not as hard as other people's? If he was just removed from Mordor University, he would probably have to go home and inherit his ancestral spatula, which was horrifying to think about. Inside a popular cafe in Magic City, Lin Xin and Ning Donghong sat against the window. The store is decorated in a Western style. A piano is placed in the center of the store. The pianist's fingers are constantly pressed. A Western symphony resounds in the store. Looking at the traffic outside the window, Lin Xin took a sip of the coffee in his hand. It was bitter, but it could be acceptable. Ning Donghong sat on the opposite side of the table, his hands crossed in his lap, looking at Lin Xin with scrutiny in his eyes as he spoke in a flat tone. "I came to you today because I wanted to talk to you about something, and before I do I want to ask you a question. According to the information I've researched, your parents moved to Purple River Province 20 years ago, so do you know where your family lived before that? Sichuan Province, and the Magic City close to the center only separated by a small province, is also regarded as the country's more than 20 provinces ranked in the middle of the column." Hearing this strange question, Lin Xin put down the coffee in his hand and shook his head honestly even though he didn't know why the other party would ask this question. Ning Donghong glanced at him one more time, and no longer dwelling on this, sighed and said slowly to Lin Xin, "My wife, who was also Xiaoya's mother, had an accident while giving birth to Xiaoya, so she lost her female reproductive function, which means that Xiaoya became my only daughter and the sole heir of the Sky Curtain Group." As soon as he spoke of these sorrowful events, Ning Donghong's eyes flashed with gusts of intolerance, but he still went on to speak. Xiaoya, her previous personality was actually very cheerful and lively. It's a complete contrast to now. And even though she's going to be picking up the burden of the entire Ning family in the future, her mother and I are still planning to wait until she graduates from university before touching on these things. But then something happened, and we had to expose Xiaoya to matters on the group ahead of time, and even started to squeeze her to grow up, hoping that she could grow up in the shortest possible time. Lin Xin, who was sitting on the sidelines, listened silently. the curiosity in his heart being aroused. According to Ning Donghong's words, the former Ning Juya was a completely different person from the present. So how did she become like this? Lively? Cheerful? Lin Xian felt that this kind of character probably wouldn't have any semblance of connection with that crazy woman Ning Juya for the rest of her life. Ning Donghong naturally noticed the curiosity in Lin Xian's eyes, and looked sideways out the window with strands of sadness between her brows. Do you know about the Qin family in Mordor? Qin family? Lin Xian shook his head after carefully pondering in his head. Sounds and feels a bit familiar. The Qin family's eldest son, Qin Jia, is studying at Mordor University. It's normal for you to have heard of it by chance. Ning Donghong didn't know what came to his mind as a dangerous flash of hatred and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then he began to introduce the origins of the Qin family to Lin Xian. There was more heaviness in his voice. The Qin family is second only to my Ning family in the Magic City, and they are present in many of the country's departments. As small as the mayor of a township, as big as a hand of a state department. In short, the power is beyond imagination. But the Qin family, which only calls the shots in the officialdom, has to face a difficult problem if it wants to go further. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mind also probably guessed something. There was a clear rule for being an official in China. Public people could not engage in business. At the same time, people from business could not enter the state sector. This rule, which Lin Xian had happened to hear his teacher talk about in a college classroom, was said to have been put in place to prevent corruption. And listening to Ning Donghong's description of the Qin family just now, it could be said that it had completely gone to a very high level in the official world. So if one were to say flaws and ambitions, it could only be business. As expected, just as such a thought arose in Lin Xian's mind, he heard Ning Donghong continue. The Qin family's people haven't been wanting to put their hands into the business circle for more than a day or two. For them, power in their hands is undoubtedly a thing of beauty if coupled with a huge amount of financial power. And that's how my Ning family was targeted by them. The Qin family and my Ning family signed a marriage contract when Xiaoya was 8 years old for the sake of my Ning family's canopy group, wanting to empty their pockets. And then, after hearing what Ning Donghong said, Lin Xian did not have the slightest ripple in his heart. After all, what happened to the Ning family did not have half a cent to do with him. But the deception between these big families was really something. Lin Xian had never thought that this kind of plot, which was only seen in novels, would actually appear in reality. Ning Donghong wasn't the least bit surprised by this attitude of Lin Xian's. After all, with his daughter's current character, he thought that there must be quite a bit of hatred in this kid's heart. He pulled out the golden bank card from his body and placed it on the table, his face serious as he said to Lin Xian, I came here without my wife's knowledge this time, and while I know that the sooner my daughter can be on her own, the better, I still want her to be happy for at least these 2 years in college. There's $30 million in this card as a thank you gift, as long as you spend some time with you for us while you're in college. It's the only thing I can do as a father, said. Ning Donghong stood up and looked at Lin Xian with an almost pleading gaze, and then slowly bent over. Because the initiative to lift the scar at the moment is even more painful inside. The character of his daughter today could almost be said to be the result of him and his wife, endlessly nurtured and squeezed, intolerant but compelled to do so. Once the Qin family really annexed the Ning family, with Xiaoya's status as the heir to the Sky Mask Group, she would definitely not survive for more than a year. And in order to completely control the Sky Mask Group, the Qin family would definitely get rid of their own daughter by the most stealthy means possible. But if his daughter could grow up, there might not be no silver lining. After listening to these hidden matters, Lin Xian suddenly felt as if Ning Juya's paranoid character wasn't incomprehensible. While she herself was still playing around with her friends all over the streets, Ning Juya had to start learning all kinds of business knowledge, the process of which must have been unbearable for normal people. It could be said that it was these 10 years of torture that had allowed Ning Juya to develop her current character. But Lin Xian himself was considered an accident, and that was why Ning Donghong had taken the initiative to find him. It was so hard for his daughter to become interested in someone. He as a father had to make up for some of the deficit even if he tried his best, not to mention lowering his waist, if Lin Xian agreed, even if he had to ask him, Ning Donghong, to kneel down on the spot, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Quiet cafe, light piano sound in the ear, the atmosphere of a peaceful only in the corner by the window position, seems out of place, depressing and heavy. Lin Xian stood up from his position, didn't even look at the bank card, and pursed his lips before murmuring, I'm sorry. Lin Xian stood up from his position, his ink-like eyes lowered. I'm sorry. Without any half-hearted hesitation, Lin Xian directly refused Ning Donghong's request. There was no way he could deliberately cater to others for the sake of money. He couldn't do that kind of thing. Ning Donghong's face froze. He didn't think that Lin Xian would reject himself, knowing that this was a full $30 million. just accompanying his own daughter for 2 years to get $30 million. This should be a good thing that Lin Xin from an ordinary family wouldn't even dare to think about, he subconsciously said. Why? Ning Donghong felt that he already knew Lin Xin well enough, and based on his investigation, Lin Xin had been trying to find ways to obtain school scholarships no matter if he was in his 3 years of high school or the year he entered college. Now that he has offered such a generous reward, he actually turned it down without even thinking about it for a second. Just as Lin Xin was about to say that he and Ning Zhuya had fallen out, the glass door of the coffee shop was suddenly kicked open violently. With a loud bang, the glass door was kicked to pieces, and the glass shards kept falling to the ground with a crisp sound. This huge commotion immediately startled everyone in the store, and their gazes looked in the direction of the doorway in horror. At the door of the store, the black-clothed bodyguard who had kicked the glass door out of the way made way for Ning Zhuya, who was wearing only a white floral dress, to walk in with a cold face. Her eyes quickly scanned the store, quickly locking onto Lin Xin, who was sitting in the corner, and especially grimaced when she saw that her father was also there. She casually took out a bank card and placed it on the counter, and said indifferently, "I'm clearing out this place today, and all damages will be deducted from this." After saying that, Ning Zhuya directly took a step towards the corner location, while those guests even more quickly fled the place. Most of the people who can come here for coffee are not short of money, but it is often the rich who are most afraid of death. In the corner of the coffee shop, Lin Xin's body shivered even more when he saw Ning Zhuya, who was walking towards this side with a cold face. What's she doing here? She's not regretting it, is she? Ning Donghong looked at his daughter who was walking towards him, and just as he wanted to speak, he was interrupted by Ning Zhuya. She stood in front of the table and looked coldly at her father, no hatred or resentment in her eyes, only indifference, and said in a deep voice, "I don't need anyone to pity me." After saying that, Ning Zhuya directly reached out and pulled Lin Xin's hand towards the outside of the store, leaving only a backdrop for Ning Donghong. Lin Xin was passively held by Ning Zhuya, and his wrist was held by Ning Zhuya's death grip, which did not allow him to break free at all. The red Maybach was parked in front of the coffee shop. Ning Zhuya loosened her grip on Lin Xin's hand, pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat. She looked sideways and coldly at Lin Xin, who was still frozen in place. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Oh, probably after knowing Ning Zhuya's experience, Lin Xin hated her a little less, so he didn't refuse. After all, if Ning Zhuya didn't want to let herself go, she definitely couldn't escape from her. Boom! As the gas pedal was pressed down, the red Maybach swept towards the distance like a red stump. The atmosphere in the car had an oppressive sense of silence. Ning Zhuya gazed ahead with cold eyes and spoke indifferently. "What did he tell you about my father?" Lin Xin sat on the co-pilot, his body leaning against the car door, squinting out the car window, his tone flat. "What else can I say? Didn't you guess it all?" With Ning Zhuya's mind, Lin Xin didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to guess Ning Donghong's purpose for looking for him. Driving the car, Ning Zhuya's face remained unchanged, her voice as cold as a snowy night. "What are your feelings after hearing this? Do you want to pity me?" If Lin Xin really had this idea, Ning Zhuya wouldn't be surprised. After all, everyone had a compassionate heart, just more or less. But, how? Lin Xin shook his head without hesitation, his gaze calmly looking out the window at the rapidly passing roadscape, and uttered a sentence that caused Ning Zhuya's heart to falter. As if he had thought of something, Lin Xin's voice became a bit dull. "To be honest, not only do I not pity you, but I also worship you a bit. You've been through things since you were a kid that are unimaginable to normal people, and you've managed to make it this far with a knife hanging over your head, and I wouldn't have been able to do what you've done if it were me, giving everything for something you're not interested in. I'd probably have broken down if I were you. When I was a kid, this actually happened to me, but I just chose to give up." The coldness in Ning Zhuya's eyes slowed down a bit when she heard that Lin Xin actually thought this way, but her tone remained unchanged. "Do you realize what you're doing? If you really wanted to get rid of me, you shouldn't have said something like that. Just say that you pity me and I won't hesitate to throw you out of the car. Then you'll be free." Lin Xin helplessly waved his hand. "There's nothing I can do. Do what I want to do and say what I want to say. This is my life creed." Lin Xin is such a person. What offends his bottom line? Even if the God of heaven comes, he can't force him. After about 10 minutes, Ning Zhuya slowly parked her car at the entrance of Magic City University and coldly said, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin didn't show too much joy on his face and directly pushed open the car door towards the dormitory building on campus. When he heard Ning Zhuya's voice from behind him, "Get some rest and relax. Start working for me in the student union tomorrow. $2,000 a month, we had a deal." Lin Xin, who had already half a foot across the school gate, froze. "What do you mean listen to this and still want to pester yourself? Thinking of what?" Lin Xin turned back to look at Ning Juya sitting in the car, his voice a few points louder. Crap, wasn't it 20,000? How did it become 2,000? Besides, aren't you going to leave me alone? Sitting in the car, Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin's appearance. The corner of her mouth looked up slightly, and whispered to him, remember to be on time. Oh, if you're late I'll dock your pay. Don't think about running away or I'll be unhappy. After saying that, the car window was completely closed. The red Maybach roared and drove away from the school entrance, only leaving Lin Xin with the car exhaust. Lin Xin sighed when he saw this scene, turned around and proceeded towards the dormitory building, thinking that Ning Juya had finally gotten tired of it. But it turned out that he was actually teasing himself. But unbeknownst to him, Ning Juya was indeed serious at the time. But after hearing Lin Xin's feelings about his encounter in the car, the suppressed interest surged up again. If it was because of Lin Xin's uniqueness that he had begun to take an interest in him before, then right now Ning Juya was really taking a strong interest in Lin Xin as a whole. It's like a drug. Once you get a head start, you can't stop. In the afternoon, inside Magic City University, Lin Xin was stopped by someone just as he walked to the door of the dormitory building. Xiao Jie stuck his hands in his pants bag and stepped in front of Lin Xin, sizing him up with interest. You're Lin Xin? Lin Xin, who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, raised his head and looked doubtfully at the youth standing in front of him. Looking at his age, he should be about the same as himself, and his face value was not too far off. You are? Xiao Jie stretched out his hand towards Lin Xin, a warm smile on his face the whole time. Get to know each other. My name is Xiao Jie, but you should be interested in my other identity. I have another name called Qin Jie, and I am the fiancé of the Ning family's eldest miss. Upon hearing this, surprise flashed across Lin Xin's face and his gaze towards Xiao Jie became a little more serious. Having just finished listening to Ning Juya speak about the Qin family's marriage contract, he didn't expect that not even a moment had passed before the rightful owner appeared in front of him. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Below the dormitory floor, Lin Xin stretched out his hand and briefly shook Xiao Jie's hand, faintly saying, Lin Xin, sophomore. Xiao Jie nodded. It seems like you should have heard about the Ning and Qin families. Lin Xin's face didn't fluctuate much as he looked at Xiao Jie with a calm and natural gaze. You're looking for me because you want me to stay away from your fiancé? It's normal. After all, no one wants to see their future wife getting too close to other men. However, Xiao Jie shook his head and put his hands back into his pockets as he smiled faintly at Lin Xin. You're overthinking it. I'm simply a little curious about you. I'm a little interested in that woman, but not emotionally, and she's not my type. Among my peers in the Magic City generation, Ning Juya is considered the only person I recognize more, so I'm curious what's so special about you. Who was chosen by her? Upon hearing this, Lin Xin spread his hands and smiled indifferently. Then I might have to disappoint you. I'm just a normal college student. There's no such thing as special. I don't think so. Xiao Jie took a step towards the playground, pausing slightly as he passed Lin Xin and reaching out to pat his shoulder, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A person's eyes can't be fooled, and being able to remain aloof after knowing my identity as the Qin family's youngest master is a special thing in itself. And your eyes tell me that you and I are in the same class, and if there are classes in the world, then you are the one who stands on the same ladder as me. After saying that, Xiao Jie walked towards the noisy playground in the distance, with a smile on his face since the beginning, as if he could get along with anyone. But after Lin Xin heard Xiao Jie's words, he twisted his head and frowned at his back. His intuition told him that this Xiao Jie was very uncomplicated and impenetrable. He rarely encountered people he couldn't see through. At the beginning when he didn't know Ning Juya's identity, she counted as one, but now after Xiao Jie had blown his own identity, it was still shrouded in a layer of inscrutable fog. It's not a typical day to come across something. Returning to the dormitory after a few days, Lin Xin pushed open the door just in time to see Li Liang hiding under the covers and performing misdeeds. The sudden movement of opening the door startled Li Liang, who was hiding under the covers, and he didn't even have time to raise his pants, revealing a pair of eyes that were relieved to see that it was Lin Xin. Rinchen glanced disdainfully at his best friend. Ryoko, be moderate. Go under the covers in broad daylight, and watch out, I'll have to collect your body one day when you're exhausted. I can go to hell with you. Li Liang cursed with a laugh and walked off the bed, looking curiously at Lin Xin lying on the bed. Why did you suddenly come back? Did you get tired of being played by the Ning family's eldest daughter, so you were kicked away? Lin Xin laid down on the bed and sighed sadly. It would be good if that were true. By the way, how is she doing? Qin she? Well, it should be considered fine. Li Liang sat back down at his computer desk. I look pretty normal anyway, so it should be fine. Lin Xin sniffed and let out a soft hum, closing his eyes and falling asleep. At 8 a.m. on Thursday, the summer sun was so harsh that you would sweat just walking along the side of the road. Inside the student council office, Ning Juya crossed her legs and looked at the time on her cell phone somewhat impatiently, while Xiao Ting on the side was still eating her breakfast. 10 minutes had passed since the punching time of the student council, and just when Ning Juya's patience was about to be exhausted, the doors of the student council finally opened. To his eyes, it was Lin Xin who walked in yawning, holding a small half-chewed bun in his hand. "You're late." Ning Juya sat on the sofa and looked coldly at Lin Xin who walked through the door. Lin Xin slowly walked through the door and casually found a seat, nibbling a bite of bun before opening his mouth unhurriedly. According to Rule 16 of the student government, as long as you clock in within 15 minutes of the standard time, you're not late. Ha! Ning Juya stood up and walked towards Lin Xin, sneering, "You know quite a lot about the rules of the student council." Saying that, Ning Juya directly snatched the bun that was still half left in Lin Xin's hand, then ate it into her stomach in 3 or 2 strokes, licking her fingers and faintly saying, "People make the rules, and when I say you're late, then you're late." Xiao Ting, who was sitting on the sidelines, silently took her breakfast and walked out, very thoughtfully putting the office door closed. This left only Lin Xin and Ning Juya in the empty office, and the latter directly lifted Lin Xin from the chair and kissed him in a domineering manner. About 10 minutes later, when Xiao Ting re-entered the office, the originally energized Lin Xin was already lying lifelessly on the sofa. Ning Juya sat beside him, playing with his short black hair, pinching Lin Xin's face every now and then as if she was playing with a favorite toy. She whispered, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Xin pursed his lips. "Not bad," Ning Juya added, "but I didn't sleep well yesterday." "Rinchen, then you're pathetic. You'll get dark circles under your eyes from staying up all night." At those words, Ning Juya's face sank, and although she knew that this was Lin Xin saying this on purpose, she still couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. "Go get me a glass of water." Ning Juya slapped Lin Xin's butt and ordered. Lin Xin let out an "oh," casually picked up the light pink cup on Ning Juya's desk, and walked to the water fountain to get a cup of hot water back. Mumble, "Here." Lin Xin placed the water cup filled with water in front of Ning Juya, but the latter didn't take it. She said lightly, "I'll have an imported one." "Imported?" Lin Xin's brain didn't respond and scratched his head. "Where am I going to get you imported water now? Besides, doesn't water all taste the same?" Ning Juya, who was sitting with her back against the sofa, saw that this nerd didn't comprehend her meaning, so she pointed to her mouth. "Imported. Got it?" Seeing this, Lin Xin then reacted, and somewhat reluctantly took a sip of water towards Ning Juya's red lips. "Anyway, we've kissed each other, so let's import it. It's not like we're losing out." Inside the office of the student council, Ning Juya reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck, plundering all the water from his mouth and finally licking the corners of her lips in satisfaction. She looked at the slight blush on Lin Xin's face and teased, "What? You're an old married couple and you're actually shy by now?" Being poked through his mind, Lin Xin grunted in dissatisfaction and wiped away the saliva on his lips. "Who's an old married couple with you? I'm just a little hot here. Get it?" It couldn't be helped. He wasn't as big-hearted as Ning Juya, who had been maternally single for 20 years and was having a girlfriend for the first time, and even though he said that he was forced to, he couldn't get used to it for a while. Suddenly thinking of something, he sat down beside Ning Juya and pried, "Do you know that Xiao Jie?" Ning Juya narrowed her eyes. "You've seen him?" Lin Xin nodded and inquired curiously. "I met him once yesterday. He feels like a strange man. Do you know him? Want to know?" Ning Juya pointed to her cheeks. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you after calling me my wife." At those words, the curiosity on Lin Xin's face instantly disappeared, and he twisted his head back expressionlessly. "Better forget it. I'm suddenly not curious anymore." A small knife that she had pulled out of nowhere suddenly appeared in Ning Juya's hand, the bright light of the knife reflecting on the side of Lin Xin's face as she twisted her head to look at him. "What did you just say? I don't think I heard you. Can you say it again?" Saying that, Ning Juya played with the knife, very casually and naturally twirling it around her fingertips, and winked at Lin Xin. "Lim Shin, could you be any more obvious in your threats?" He had no choice but to come forward and place a kiss on Ning Juya's fair face. "Can you tell me now, wife?" So good." Ning Juya smiled with satisfaction when she heard this wife. Then he hooked his hand at Lin Xin and pointed to his thighs again. The meaning was clear. A minute later, Lin Xin's face was slightly hot as he rested on Ning Juya's jade leg, the scent constantly coming towards the tip of his nose. Ning Juya leaned her back against the sofa, rubbing her hands through Lin Xin's hair and whispering to him with her eyebrows down. "Xiao Jie is not a simple person. You should try to stay away from him if you can in the future. He is not a good person." Feeling the softness of the jade leg, Lin Xin frowned. How uncomplicated is it? Ning Juya smiled and touched Lin Xin's brow, stretching it out as she softly said, "Your balance is insufficient, so please recharge if you want to know more." Lin Xin was speechless, and once again opened his mouth and shouted wife, before Ning Juya continued. In fact, this Xiao Jie was not originally the Qin family's heir, but rather the illegitimate son of the Qin family's head of the family, Qin Peng, who was outside the family, and my original fiancé wasn't him either. Speaking of this, Ning Juya's eyes took on a bit more seriousness, stroking Lin Xin while calmly saying, but shortly after the marriage contract was concluded, Qin Peng's second and third sons were accidentally kidnapped by a gang of murderers during an outing. I've only heard about it by chance, and it's rumored that the group happened to be enemies of the Qin family, so after kidnapping Qin Peng's two sons, they killed them in the most brutal way possible, and recorded a video and sent it to Qin Peng. After saying this, Ning Juya once again didn't move, and Lin Xin, who was lying on his lap, shouted again, wife. Only then did Ning Juya go on to say, afterwards the gang of murderers all died in a ravine, having been poisoned to death by someone. After Lin Xin heard this, a speculation instantly surged in his heart. Are you saying that they were poisoned by Xiao Jie? Ning Juya shook her head. I'm not sure. It's just my guess. After all, the biggest beneficiary of that incident was Xiao Jie, and after he gained the identity of the successor, he even displayed an amazing business acumen and non-trivial city skills. Even I wouldn't dare to underestimate him. This man is too ambitious. Lin Xin, however, said, shouldn't you be happy about a fiancé who is so capable? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya smiled down and pinched Lin Xin's face. Are you jealous? Don't worry, I've already spoken to him privately, and as long as I help him with one thing after graduation, this engagement will be broken. Who's jealous? Knowing what he wanted to know, Lin Xin just wanted to sit up before he was once again pressed back into Ning Juya's lap and whispered, just stay for a while, no one will bother us anyway. Shorting, who is playing a trivia game? President, you said this. I'm really sad. I'm also a human being. When I see the two of you show love so much, I will also feel uncomfortable in my heart. Come on someone and fall in love with me. Inside the office of the chairman of the Canopy Group, Ning Donghong, who was dressed in a suit, pushed open the door and walked into the office, and Ning Yun, who was dealing with the documents, raised her head and glanced at him, and then retracted her gaze and faintly said, you looked for the boy. How did it feel? Really can't hide anything from you. Ning Donghong let out a bitter laugh, walked over to the sofa within the office and sat down, sighing, it's a bit elusive to be honest. There's something about this kid named Rinshin, who always manages to act beyond expectations when you think you've got him completely under control. That doesn't feel right to me. Whether it's him as a person, or his life, it all gives me a feeling of unreality. The fountain pen in the hands of Ning Yun, who was sitting behind the desk, gave a start and raised an eyebrow. It's really rare. There's actually someone you can't see through. It seems that the young people of this generation are not simple. No matter which one of them is Xiao Jie or this Lin Xin, they all have extraordinary features that far surpass their peers. Ning Donghong looked up at the ceiling, his brows revealing worry. What are you going to do with this Lin Xin? Our daughter is crazy about him. Ning Yun resumed writing furiously, the fountain pen in her hand sliding quickly, writing down a beautiful script, saying faintly, whatever they want. Xiaoya isn't too young to know what her path is going to be. Her future path is no longer something we can interfere with. What's the status of the one I asked you to reach out to? If we can get that gentleman's help, the Qin family will definitely throw in the towel and won't dare to make any moves against us for at least a short period of time. Ning Donghong let out a breath and shook his head, his voice a bit dull. Failed. I didn't even see anyone. This one doesn't have a background. The second doesn't matter. How can people see us? Want to get that old gentleman's help? It's as hard as heaven. Ning Yun heard the heart is also a burst of disappointment. It seems that we can only let nature take its course. Near mealtime, the students of Magic City University swarmed out, rushing towards the cafeteria, bound to grab a good spot. Inside the office of the student council, in the club building, Lin Xin looked at the closed door of the toilet in the office, thought about it and walked out. People are iron and rice is steel. Originally, he only had one bun for breakfast, and as a result, he was also snatched over half of it by Ning Juya, and at this time, his stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. His cell phone vibrated slightly and he picked it up to see that it was from Li Liang. Tertullian, good big son, do you want your righteous father to bring you food? I'm in the top echelon this time, smug. Lin Xin, since my son is so understanding, I will accept the honor. Tertullian, me. Exit the chat interface. Lin Xin face with a faint smile towards the downstairs. At this moment in his cell phone account has quietly lying $2,000, can be said to be the bottom. By the time he walked downstairs, Ning Juya in the office just happened to come out of the bathroom. Looking at Lin Xin who had already disappeared, she looked suspiciously at Xiao Ting who was sitting in the corner. Where is Lin Xin? Xiao Ting, who was eating a luxurious takeout, said in a soft voice after taking a bite of lobster. I just went downstairs. I should have gone to the cafeteria to eat. Hearing that Lin Xin had actually left himself alone to go to the cafeteria, Ning Juya's eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly walked towards the outside of the office. You're really good, Lin Xin. You dare to run away while I'm in the toilet? Is eating more important than me? Meanwhile, inside the lively and noisy cafeteria, at a glance, almost most of the seats were filled with people, and the scene was extremely lively. Although the meals at Magic City University are not extravagant, they are still complete, and the aroma of the food fills the entire cafeteria. In the corner of the cafeteria, when Lin Xin arrived, Li Lian was sitting at the table with the as-usual faced Qin Shi. Lin Xin, who had hurriedly arrived, looked at the table and saw that there was only one serving of rice on it, and said suspiciously to Li Liang, "Where's the rice you gave me? But I didn't even have enough for breakfast, and I'm starving right now, so don't tell me you forgot." Before Li Liang could say anything, he saw Qin Shi bring up a lunchbox from under the table and smiled at Lin Xin. "I've been practicing cooking lately, and I just happened to make an extra serving today, so I didn't ask Li Liang to fetch you a meal." Saying that, she opened the lunchbox, revealing the exquisite meal inside, which was obviously much more advanced than the cafeteria's food. Lin Xin looked at the steaming hot meal that was filled with fragrance and swallowed his saliva, but thought of his current relationship with Ning Juya and hesitated a bit. If she knew about this, she would definitely not be able to avoid an education. But he turned his head to look at the long line in front of the cafeteria window and felt his hungry stomach, and had some trouble deciding. Seeing that Lin Xin was somewhat hesitant, Qin Shi once again spoke out. "Don't stand around. Hurry up and sit down to eat. You'll only have a little bit of edging left even if you go and fight for dinner now. Besides, Ning Juya isn't here right now, so what are you afraid of?" Lin Xin heard as if he was saying the same thing. In the end, it was the desire for a dry meal that occupied his brain, and he directly sat down on the chair, looking at the meal in front of him with an instant appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and directly began to wolf down his food. There was no way he was too hungry. On the side, Qin Shi propped up her face and smiled at the scene, not forgetting to remind, "Eat slowly, be careful of choking." Li Liang, who was sitting beside him, suddenly felt a bit redundant. He raised his eyes to look at Lin Xin's exquisite boxed lunch, and then looked at his own bowl of rice, and immediately felt little appetite. It's true that people are more angry than people. I, Li Liang, am at least as good looking as he is dashing, so why doesn't anyone like me? Because of his hungry stomach, Lin Xin ate much faster than usual, and to outsiders it looked like he was eating in a hurry because the food was so delicious. Li Liang, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table and had already finished eating, stood up and just wanted to go wash the dishes, when out of the corner of his eye he looked as if he had seen something. His pupils shrank, and then he glanced at Lin Xin, who was eating happily. At this moment, countless thoughts spread out in Li Liang's mind, and in the end, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he resumed his seat, ready to watch a good show. And Qin Shi's gaze had been on Lin Xin's body since the beginning, so he didn't notice this scene, and just propped up his side face and watched Lin Xin eat, the corners of his mouth hooking into a faint smile. Just as Lin Xin was about to eliminate the boxed lunch, he suddenly felt the atmosphere around him go cold, and it seemed much quieter in his ears. At this moment, a cold and familiar voice sounded behind him, causing Lin Xin to be creeped out. "Looks like you're having fun eating." Lin Xin's movement of picking up the bowl to shave his rice froze, swallowing a piece of braised pork in his mouth then putting down the bowl. He twisted his head with a somewhat stiff movement, and happened to meet the pair of cold eyes that were glowing with chilling aura. Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin as he twisted his head to look at himself and sneered. "Eat? Why don't you eat?" Lin Xin's face immediately showed a smile that was worse than crying. "Do you want to eat it? I will share it with you." These words put a sound. Sitting on the sidelines to watch the show, Li Liang unkindly laughed out. "God TM points you a little. NB a letter son." Ning Juya's face once again turned cold for a few minutes, and Lin Xin realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. No, I'm wrong, I don't mean that. Seeing this, Qin Shi directly stood up and admitted, "This is the meal I made for Lin Xin. I want him to taste it." "You're not even going to be in charge of this, are you?" Lin Xin on the side was about to cry. "Big sister, I beg you to stop talking. This is trying to get me killed." Only then did Ning Juya notice that the meal Lin Xin ate was obviously different from the cafeteria meal, and her heart was even more like a volcano that was about to erupt. About to erupt completely. But after thinking about it, she decided to hold it in for now. While walking up and sitting next to Lin Xin, glancing at the lunchbox in front of him and giving it a direct push away. Then a black-clad bodyguard came not far away, carrying a 5 or 6 layer lunchbox in his hand. And even through the lid he could smell the aroma coming from inside. The surrounding students just couldn't take it anymore, and one by one rushed to leave this place of wrongdoing with their own bowls, all the while envying Lin Xin in their hearts with envious teeth. Damn it, 2 goddesses delivering food. Why doesn't this asshole go to hell? As the bodyguard put the lunchbox down, Ning Juya slowly opened the lid, revealing a luxurious dish, and the air was filled with the scent that filled the air. Ning Juya directly picked up a piece of braised elbow meat with her chopsticks and put it to Lin Xin's mouth, smilingly saying, "Hubby, open your mouth." Lin Xin looked at the colorful and fragrant elbow meat in front of him, slightly hesitated or opened his mouth and ate it. After chewing twice his eyes suddenly lit up. He was extremely picky about his meals because he knew how to cook himself, but this elbow meat was obviously cooked by a top chef, and the flavor was simply perfect. Ning Juya smiled as she once again picked up a piece of meat and handed it over, her red lips slightly opening. Ah! Lin Xin smilingly opened his mouth and ate it, the whole person looking incredibly well behaved. 2 people's behavior in outsiders seemed to be even more incomparable, intimate, proper couple relationship. Ah! When Qin saw this scene, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He didn't even take his lunchbox and directly left the cafeteria with a quick step. Li Liang also knew that it was time for him to retreat, so he hurriedly picked up Lin Xin's leftover boxed lunch and ran towards the dishwashing room. Ning Juya disdainfully glanced at Qin Shi's gray and fleeing back. On this also with their own Robman. Really do not know what to say. On the other side, Rinchen was still obediently waiting for the food to enter his mouth. Ning Juya, however, directly put the chopsticks into his hands and said to him without any good humor, I'm hungry too. If you don't want to die a horrible death, hurry up and feed me. Lin Xin looked at the chopsticks in his hands, and his heart was aggravated. This flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book, and he hasn't even eaten enough yet, and the usual hot atmosphere is different. Today's cafeteria is extraordinarily quiet, obviously is the mealtime, but cannot see what people. Only in the most corner of the position sits a man and a woman. Lin Xin picked up a slice of small, green bok choy and put it into Ning Juya's mouth, then once again used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fragrant meat and put it into his mouth. Ning Juya propped up her face with her hand, smilingly looking at Lin Xin sitting beside her, her gaze somewhat unkind as she laughed. Eating another girl's bento? How do you think I should punish you? Saying that, he reached out and pinched Lin Xin's face, causing the latter to not be able to help but break out in a cold sweat behind his back. We are intellectuals. We can not make a move. Lin Xin's face shrank his neck with some fear. He was really afraid that this woman would make a direct move, and then he might have to go lie down in the hospital for a few days, and he might not even cover his own medical expenses. Ning Juya smiled and stared at Lin Xin's expression, and after thinking about it, she directly reached out and took his head in her arms, lowering her beautiful eyes to stare directly at him. I hear that woman is in the camping section, and you're one of them, dear. For my sake you'd quit that woman's club, wouldn't you? Lin Xin, who was held in the fragrant soft embrace, sighed in relief at the words. He thought it was something, so this was it. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and he said in an extremely needy voice, of course dear, as long as it's for you, I'm willing to go up a mountain of knives and down a sea of fire. Anyway, the camping department doesn't have a few events throughout the year, so it's just a matter of withdrawing, and getting through the immediate difficulties first. That's a good boy. Ning Juya took the bowls and chopsticks that were placed on the table and let Lin Xin lie in her arms before starting to feed. As she fed, she smiled at Lin Xin in her arms and said, as long as you are obedient, how could I spare my hands to beat you? The meal was long enough to last an hour. After eating, Ning Juya pulled Lin Xin back to the student council's office, ready to get to work. After all, she is at least the president of the student union. The day after tomorrow is the fireworks display. Will certainly have to make a lot of arrangements. Left to Xiao Ting alone, it is certainly too busy. Inside the office, Ning Juya sat in her seat, looking at Lin Xin, who was lying on the sofa playing games with nothing to do, and thought for a moment to rummage through a document from the side. She called out to Lin Xin, come here. Lin Xin, who was playing the original demon, froze, looked at the demon abyss that was about to pass the level somewhat reluctantly, put down his phone, and walked over. What for? Ning Juya directly threw the document in her hand to Lin Xin and said indifferently, you're at least the vice president of the student union now. This is a notification list. Go run and send it to every club. Lin Xin skimmed his mouth somewhat helplessly, took the thick stack of documents, and turned toward the outside of the office. Fortunately, all the clubs are concentrated together, or else dozens of clubs in Mordor University would have to run to their deaths. He had just walked out of the office when he heard Ning Juya behind him coldly say, "You better be honest. If I find out that you sneak into other clubs during working hours to talk about love with other girls, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death." Don't worry about it. Lin Xin turned back and awkwardly scratched his head before quickly walking towards the stairs. Really? How dare you doubt that you are a scum? Am I, Lin, that kind of person? To actually doubt my character? 10 minutes later, on the second floor of the club building, in the middle of the camping section's club classroom, the voice of Lin Xin yelling came out. Lianzi, are you weak? You were actually slashed by that duck for a second. Take more kidney tablets. You fart. You go goods play master actually hide behind me as an output. Can you have any more face? She's somewhat helpless voice came out. I say you two can't stop. I still want to sleep peacefully at high noon. In the narrow classroom that could accommodate a dozen people, Lin Xin was almost on the verge of wrestling with Li Liang, neither one following to give way to the other. Shi, who was lying on the side, was already accustomed to the scene, his face filled with helplessness. As for the notification papers to be handed out, Lin Xin had already taken care of all of them. Anyway, just put one in front of each club's door. At most, it would take some time to go downstairs. Just then, the door to the classroom was violently pushed open, and 3 tall boys walked in, aggressive and obviously ill-intentioned. The leader, Qin Jun, looked at the duo that was fighting. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Which one of you is called Lin Xin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin and Li Liang let go of their hands almost simultaneously, looking at the visitor with displeasure on their faces as he frowned. "Why? Do you want something from me?" Qin Juns looked at Lin Xin with disdain and nonchalantly voiced out a disparaging remark. "It's nothing much. It's just that I want to see what kind of man that crazy woman Ning Juya is looking for looks like. Originally I was kind of looking forward to it, but after seeing you it's really too disappointing for me. The grand lady of the Canopy group actually chose a little yakuza like you." Li Liang also seemed to recognize the identity of the person in front of him at this time and turned his head to Lin Xin. This seems to be Qin Jun from the Qin family. It's said that he pursued Ning Juya when he was enrolled in school, but as a result, he left without paying any attention, and at that time, he became the laughingstock of the whole school. After hearing this, Lin Xin then revealed a look of realization and looked at Qin Jun with a pitiful gaze. "So it's brother blind. Is it because you're jealous of my brother me that you want to come looking for trouble to satisfy your humble sense of falling short?" Li Liang shook his head cooperatively and sighed. "It's so pitiful. A child who lacks a mother's love." Qin Jun's face was instantly gloomy. Who dared to talk to him like this in school on weekdays? These two goods mouths were really cheap. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, and directly said in a cold voice to Lin Xin, "I'm here to warn you. Stay away from Ning Juya. She's not something you can touch. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having warned you if you accidentally get caught in an unoccupied corner and brutally beaten up one day." After saying that, Qin Jun grunted coldly at Lin Xin with an unpleasant expression on his face and led his 2 minions directly out of the classroom, slamming the door heavily behind him. Shi, who was lying on the side, looked at this scene and couldn't help but shake her head. With her understanding of this duo, the next estimate, TSK, really poor children. Seeing the closed door, Lin Xin and Li Liang collected the smiles on their faces and glanced at each other expressionlessly, both reading the meaning in the other's eyes. The next moment is the hunt. I haven't acted in the Jianghu for so long that some people have almost forgotten my existence, and what kind of cats and dogs dare to come to my door? On the other hand, Qin Jun and his group, who had just walked out of the club building, and Xiao Jia, who had just finished playing basketball, coincidentally bumped into each other. Looking at his cousin's gloomy face, Xiao Jia smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Looks like you've already looked for him. I advise you to give up. You're not his opponent." Qin Jun looked at Xiao Jia, who had a harmless appearance, and gritted his teeth. "You come to interfere with me less. Wait and see. I'll let you watch your chosen one be stepped on viciously by me." Words fell. Qin Jun head without looking back and walked away. His hand has been clenched into a fist, veins emerge. Xiao Jia laughed at his departure and couldn't help but shake his head. Stupid. When Qin Jun left, Lin Xin and Li Liang once again picked up their cell phones and played Bound to Get That Dead Duck Today. Watching Li Liang grinding away and changing weapons, Lin Xin disgruntledly urged, "Make it quick. I'm even taking out the generals. Just lie down." Li Liang laughed disdainfully and said to himself, "I don't know how many times someone has said this, but as a result, they quit the game in less than 3 seconds each time." Lin Xin just wanted to refute 2 sentences, The club classroom door was once again kicked open. Scared, his body shivered, thought it was that guy Chin Jun came back again. Turned around with a ferocious look on his face. Really endless. Believe it or not, little master, I beat you to the ground to find teeth. At the last word, Lin Xin silently turned back to his body, gulped, and looked down at his cell phone as he inwardly trembled. But his mind was no longer on it at all. A chill hit his back. A small cool hand patted his hair, and a cold laugh came from behind him. Who did you just say you were going to beat the crap out of? Lin Xin hung his head like a child who made a mistake. His body was a little soft, and there was a tremor in his voice. You heard wrong. I didn't say anything. Ning Zhuya, whose body radiated coldness, stood behind Lin Xin, his face incomparably gloomy as he reached out and pinched his face hard, saying in a chilling voice, I remember I should have warned you, right? In the twinkling of an eye you've turned a deaf ear to my words. Lin Xin, you're really good at this. Lin Xin turned his head with stiff movements, and into his eyes were Ning Zhuya's pitch-black eyes that glowed with a cold aura, giving off a great sense of oppression, and he explained with a bitter face, that, I'm done with my job. It makes sense to take time out to play a game, right? Reasonable? Ning Zhuya rubbed Lin Xion's face hard and abused him, then slapped his small hand hard twice. I don't remember giving you permission to do that, do I? Li Liang, who was on the side, watched the atmosphere go cold all of a sudden, shrunk his neck in fear, and hurriedly ran in a huff to a corner position to crouch. Ever since he was brutally beaten up last time, he had a lingering shadow in his heart over this crazy woman Ning Zhuya. It was just too scary. Brother, go well. Soon. Ning Zhuya very roughly twisted Lin Xion's ear towards the study room, the whole time with a cold face, so that the passing students could not help but feel intimidated and subconsciously got out of the way. Gently, I'm really wrong. I won't dare next time. After waiting until she reached the door of the study room, Ning Zhuya directly kicked the door open, grabbed the constantly wailing Lin Xian and walked in, then heavily closed and unlocked the door. Where was the study room? Lin Xian tremblingly curled up in the corner by the window, his gaze somewhat fearful as he looked at Ning Zhuya who was walking towards him. This scene seems a bit familiar. Inside the silent study room, Ning Zhuya walked to Lin Xian's front and stopped, glancing at the small leather shoes she was wearing, thinking about it or casually taking off her shoes. Crystal jade feet stood on the cold ground. Ning Zhuya looked at Lin Xian's scared appearance, slightly raised her small pink and white feet, and ruthlessly stepped towards him. Lin Xian subconsciously closed his eyes. The ear came bang. When he opened his eyes again, the pink and white small feet from his head is only a small gap. At the last moment, Ning Zhuya still left her hand. Her cold eyes gazed at Lin Xian, as if she was trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. You'd better coax me right now, or I don't promise I'll step out of line next time. With a gulp, Lin Xin gulped, knowing that this was his last chance, and hurriedly stood up from the ground, and in a somewhat stiff movement, he swept over Ning Zhuya's thin waist, and then carried her to the side of the chair to sit down. Ning Zhuya sat on Lin Xian's lap with her bare jade feet, a hint of curiosity in the bottom of her eyes. She wanted to see how this guy would coax people. At the moment Lin Xian's brain is running fast. Never been in love, how he knows how to coax people. Countless thoughts flashed in his head, and finally came up with a way. There's no time for that. Put it together. Lin Xian held Ning Zhuya's waist with both hands. His lips slightly open seemed to be brewing something. Seeing this, Ning Zhuya's heart was getting a bit expectant. Then, inside the study room, a singing voice like a duck voice sounded. Lin Xian hugged the person in his arms, thought he was handsome, closed his eyes, and chanted out loud, Twinkle, twinkle, bright, the sky is full of little stars. Singing, Lin Xian gradually lost his voice, and awkwardly said, that is giving me some time to think. I forgot the words. Ning Zhuya was directly exasperated by this bastard and laughed, reaching out to pinch Lin Xian's face with a somewhat dangerous gaze. You just sing children's songs to coax me? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Or do you want to suffer a little? Lin Xian sat on a chair and said with some aggravation, but that's the only one I can sing. Why don't I sing you the national anthem? That one I'm old and familiar with. I'm sure I won't forget the words. Forget it. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Ning Zhuya sighed before lowering her body and snuggling into Lin Xian's embrace, saying softly, hold me close and leave me alone for a while. After saying that, Ning Zhuya directly closed her eyes and shrunk into Lin Xian's arms like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Xian, who had escaped, breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to hug her tightly, the pleasant fragrance constantly filling the tip of his nose, smelling so comfortably that one couldn't help but linger. Warm sunlight shone through the window on the two people's bodies, light and shadow floating. Hugging together, the two people are resting with their eyes closed. This scene looks particularly cozy. After a long enough time, Ning Juya contentedly opened her eyes from Lin Xian's arms and softly said, "Put my shoes on." But after waiting for a while, Lin Xian didn't have any reaction. His chest was rising and falling regularly, obviously asleep. Ning Zhua sat up from Lin Xian, helplessly looking at him who was huffing and puffing, suddenly remembering that the first time he met with this bastard, he was also taking a nap. It seems that he really isn't generally lazy. A few moments later, the sleeping Lin Xian had his head resting on Ning Zhuya's soft, white leg without his knowledge. What a big lazy pig. Ning Zhuya stroked Lin Xian's hair, the corners of her mouth hooked into a faint smile. Until close to evening, Lin Xian slowly awoke from the snow-white legs. At this moment his face is exactly towards Ning Zhuya's skirt. I do not know what he saw subconsciously. Crap. Black lace. A cool voice rang in his ears. Does it look good? Ning Zhuya stroked Lin Xian's head, a somewhat dangerous smile on her lips. She sneered. I let you coax me, but you're good. Even if you sing children's songs you're still like a pig. You actually slept on my lap for the whole afternoon, driven by the desire to survive. Lin Xian quickly sat up and sat aside, then placed Ning Zhuya's snow-white jade leg on his lap and began to tenderly pound and press it. He hemmed and hawed. How was it? Was the force still appropriate? Ning Zhuya snorted coldly at the sight. Count on your understanding. After massaging for a while longer, Lin Xian and Ning Zhuya walked out of the study room. At this time, the sky outside showed a dusk color, full of romance and sacredness. At this time Lin Xian's cell phone rang. He picked up a look. Good guy, dozens of unread text messages. This is the end of the world? Walking down the quiet corridor, Lin Xian's cell phone was constantly vibrating, and he subconsciously glanced at Ning Zhuya beside him. But in the end, he chose to pick up the call and turn on the speakerphone. The corner of Ning Zhuya's mouth, who was silently observing this scene, revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed that this man was still a bit long in the tooth. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Liang's very irritated voice came from the other end. Holy shit, Shinchan, where are you people? If you don't answer the phone, that dog is going to run away. I've been following him hard all afternoon. Are you coming or not? Hearing the meaning of Lin Xian's embarrassed smile, accidentally fell asleep. Definitely go. You wait for me for a while, I'll be right there. After saying that, Lin Xian directly hung up the phone and applied to Ning Zhuya. That what? I'm a little bit busy right now. Why don't I just get off work first? The two of them had already walked downstairs by now. Ning Zhuya walked with a calm gaze and faintly said, when will you go home? Lin Xian put away his cell phone and scratched his head. We'll see how it goes. I'll go back when I'm done. Ning Zhuya nodded and said nothing, walking alone towards the parking lot on campus, leaving Lin Xian with a lonely back. Lin Xian stood still and watched her leave, suddenly feeling that this woman had changed so much. If it was the old days, she must have directly kidnapped herself home without saying a word, and now she was actually able to discuss and listen to her own opinions. When Ning Zhuya's back disappeared into thin air, Lin Xian also turned around and ran towards the school's entrance, with a bad smile on his lips. Dog thing, still dare to threaten the little master. Today if you do not beat you doubt life. You believe master I cut my own throat on the spot. Soon, under Lin Xian's flying all the way, he found Li Liang, who was waiting at the entrance of the school, and who was carrying a bulging black bag in his hand. Seeing his good friend finally come over, Li Liang disgruntledly urged, you can hurry up. You won't have a chance if people run away later. Where are the people now? Lin Xian inquired, at the same time taking out his own cell phone and beginning to skillfully flip through his address book. Li Liang looked at Qin Jun, who was picking up girls in the milk tea store across the street from the university, and probed his mouth. That guy is having fun right now, embracing left and right all the freshman school girls, he said with some envy. Such a scummy guy. No wonder Ning Zhuya can't see this guy. He should die in a woman's bed to be good. Meanwhile Lin Xian made a phone call and talked and laughed familiarly with the caller. Ye sister now free come to the list to take or not? As for the price, I'll give you 200 more on top of the original. After all, they're all old partners. With a huge sum of $2,000 lying in his card, Lin Xian spoke with a bottomless, thuggish look. A mature female voice came from the other end of the phone. The words were full of teasing. Yo, Xiao Xinzi developed what good things are thinking about sister. I also don't know which unlucky person has been targeted by you again. Into it, you send a location over. I will immediately go over now. Okay, Lin Xian smiled and answered after hanging up the phone, then sent a location over through a certain letter. On the other side, Ning Zhuya, who was driving, was wearing a miniature Bluetooth headset that was flashing a bright blue light. As a competent girlfriend, it makes sense to do something small to your boyfriend's cell phone while he's asleep, right? Originally, Ning Zhuya had thought that it would take a while for the goods to be available, but he didn't expect that he had just left not even 10 minutes ago. and Lin Xin was on the phone with an unfamiliar woman. A single, plus 200? Old partner? The original mood is still good. Ning Juya, the face of the naked eye visible gloomy down, directly stepped on the brakes, turned around toward the school to kill. Dog man, I'll buy a lock tomorrow and lock you up with me so you don't wander around. As the sky gradually darkened, Qin Jun, who had added the contact information of more than a dozen schoolgirls in the milk tea store across from Magic City University, walked out with satisfaction. At this time, the street lights outside were already on. The school side of the road at night will rarely be passed by. After all, covers too large an area, so it will certainly be built in a slightly remote place. Just when Qin Jun happily walked out of the milk tea store, his footsteps were instantly stopped, and his eyes stared straight at the girl under the streetlight not far away. The white flowery thighs exposed under the ultra-short skirt, but the upper body is wearing a white t-shirt. From the back to see the absolute extreme beauty. Qin Jun immediately straightened up his grooming, a confident smile on his face, and headed that way, relying on the identity of the young master of the Qin family, the chicks he had his eye on. Except for that woman, Ning Juya had yet to lose a single battle, so his heart was full of confidence at the moment. Soon, Qin Jun smiled and walked behind the woman, smiling in a very gentlemanly manner. Pretty girl, it's not safe to be out there alone at night. Are you waiting for someone? Mo, who was waiting for the car, looked sideways at Qin Jun, who appeared beside her at an unknown time, and returned out of politeness, I'm waiting for the car. Well, Qin Jun reached out and ran his hand through his hair, inadvertently revealing his 10 million level green water ghost, and laughed. It's not safe at night. Why don't I send you back? Saying that, Qin Jun pulled out a car key of the latest Porsche and pressed it, and the black Porsche parked on the side of the road flashed its lights. The dominant and cool model instantly gives a feeling of expensive elegance and looks like a top-of-the-line sports car. How about this? I just picked up this car today, worth more than $20 million. Just want to take a drive by the way, can give you a ride. Hearing that the car was actually worth more than $20 million, Remo's eyes immediately lit up. This was a top-rich second-generation. She pretended to hesitate. That's not good. Qin Jun saw a show. The heart of the proud cannot. Humble smile, nothing. I'm helping people. You will not give me this opportunity. Eventually, under Qin Jun's continuous bombardment of money, he finally holds the beauty. 10 minutes later, in a secluded alley, the black Porsche slowly came to a stop. Remo smiled and stepped down from the car, waving her hand at Qin Jun, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Thank you, Qin Jun. Qin Jun, who had already gotten the contact information, flung his head handsomely. It's all a small matter. Next time you're free to go out together. Before Remo, who was standing outside the car, could say anything, a dull voice sounded in Qin Jun's ears. No need to wait for the next time. Just right now, young Master Qin. Qin Jun, who was in the spring breeze, froze. Who is talking? He just wanted to turn his head toward the car window to look out. The car door was violently pulled open, not to give him time to react, followed by him into a burst of darkness. Shit, what a guy, roughly bagged. Qin Jun struggled in panic as the smell of urine filled his nose. I'm the Qin family's Qin Jun. Hurry up and let me go and maybe I can spare your lives. But it was immediately followed by a violent beating and accompanied by two dull male voices. Let you pretend to be every day, all the way to my little master's head. Haven't you heard of my great name? The god of urine war. Another person echoed, that's right. Really don't know how to die. Lousy, even women's hands have not held. You kid, a moment's time actually soak a dozen girls. You don't die who die. The sound of Qin Jun's wailing and howling constantly came from within the secluded alley. His entire body had been viciously entertained and was already covered in bruises. Outside the alley, Li Mo, who had changed into a black hood with only two eyes showing, warned, you guys watch yourselves. This is at least a member of the Qin family. It won't end well if you go too far. Inside the dark alley, Lin Xin and Li Liang, also wearing black hoods, beat the urea bags in front of them with full force, controlling the force just right. On Lin Xin's hand was a pair of plastic gloves. Even his shoes were covered with black plastic bags, so he could be considered very well prepared, and was obviously very skillful at this kind of thing. Even the urea bags were bought new by Linxin a few months ago and will never be ID'd. After fighting for a while, Lin Xin felt that the time was almost up, and after calling out to Li Liang, who still wanted to continue to fight, he crouched down and opened his mouth in a pretense of profoundness. If you don't want to keep getting beat up, be a good boy and answer my questions. Who told you to go after Lin Xin? Inside the urea bag, Qin Jun, nosed and swollen, lying in the voice trembled back. It is myself. I've long looked at that Lin Xin in a bad light, and then Xiao Jia said that I'm not as good as him, so I just... Upon hearing this, Lin Xin under the hood revealed an expression of I see. Sure enough, it was related to that Xiao Jie, and just like what Ning Juya had said, it wasn't a good person. He had only met him once, and he was actually starting to trouble himself. Only after asking a few more details did Lin Xin and his party leave, leaving the next finishing touches to the professionals. On the street where people were coming and going, Lin Xin and Li Liang had already taken off their full body equipment and were walking along the street chatting with one another. If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have had to punch that bastard a few more times. Li Liang swung his fist. Lin Xin reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Almost on the mark. Come on, let's go find a barbecue stand to rub a meal. Righteous father's atmosphere. Li Liang's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. But right at this moment, a gray van suddenly came from the street behind them, stopping directly in front of Lin Xin's two men. And before the two men could react, 3 or 4 black-clothed men with hoods drilled out of the car. You guys? Lin Xin just wanted to open his mouth to speak. His neck was hit hard and heavy, and the whole person was directly knocked out and carried to the car. Li Liang, who was still in a daze on the side, the group had already rejoined the car and directly started it towards the distance. Li Liang with an extra $200 in his hand. He thought he probably guessed who the kidnapper was, and with a few seconds of pity in his heart for his best friend, he earned the $200 he had hoarded out toward a nearby barbecue stand. Today is really lucky. I can beat up the scum even if it's not, and I can eat a burnt meal for free. Just a little bit of fibro. At night, the dark starry sky is shrouded in layers of gray fog, making it difficult to see what's in it. Inside a certain villa in the Tianyun Villa area, inside the second floor bedroom where the candlelight was flickering, a few candles lit at the corners of the wall were slowly burning. On the soft bed, Lin Xin opened his eyes in a daze. To his eyes was the slightly dim room. Before he could react to what was happening, a teasing voice came to his ears. Finally, you're awake. But you made me wait. The newly awakened Lin Xin subconsciously looked sideways, his cheeks subconsciously starting to burn while his mind quickly recalled the scene before he was knocked out. Did you arrange those people? Lin Xin inquired with some uncertainty. But he didn't provoke Ning Juya. When he left, the mood seems to be good at just how long past the past to arrest himself. A silhouette revealing her spring light was lying on Lin Xin's side. Ning Juya was currently staring at Lin Xin with her mouth teasingly agape, wearing a black halter nightgown that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin. On its shoulders there were only 2 thin threads dangling from the skirt. The hemline was short, only just enough to cover the most critical places, and the white thighs were so casually bare. Lin Xin looked sideways at the bottomless ditch and subconsciously gulped, then quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look at it again. Ilu, an infinite heavenly father, this is too foul. There is so seduce people. A small, cool hand touched Lin Xin's face. Ning Juya's voice suddenly became a bit cold. How do you think I should punish you? I just left before you, and you have the nerve to call other women and add $200 more? I give you money and you take it to whore other women. Since Lin Xin had hung up the phone, Ning Juya didn't know exactly what had happened, but she already had a few guesses in her heart. Feeling the small hand on his face getting heavier and heavier in force, Lin Xin hurriedly told everything, not daring to hide anything. I'm telling the truth, and I've got it on video, believe it or not, said Lin Xin. Took out his cell phone to point to open the album, but directly by Ning Juya snatched and threw to the wall with force. The screen is shattered. I just bought a cell phone less than 5 months ago. This cost me 3,000 oceans. Lin Xin covered his chest in pain. Don't mess with me like that. Ning Jua coldly rolled over and sat on Lin Xin's body, gazing condescendingly into his eyes, and coldly said, I don't care what you did tonight, but I'm very angry right now. So what do you say you're going to make it up to me? Lin Xin asked in a weak tone. Then what compensation do you want? First things first, no money or life. He. Who looks at your 2 crooked dates, sitting on Lin Xin's abdomen? The corner of Ning Juya's mouth hooked up into a charming smile as she leaned forward to whisper in his ear. Of course I'm going to pay for the meat. Can you change it? Lin Xin said with some tears in his eyes. My meat doesn't taste good at all. As soon as these words came out, Ning Juya's face darkened, and in the next second, she directly reached out her hand with a force, and the clothes on Lin Xin's body were torn into 2, and were casually thrown to the side. Ning Jua reached out and brushed the sling off her shoulders, licking the corners of her mouth as she watched Lin Xin's fearful appearance, suppressing a sneer of excitement. It's already too late. You don't think you'll be able to escape when you're in my territory, do you? After saying that, Ning Juya couldn't hold back any longer and directly hugged Lin Xin's head and kissed it, her bosoms being flattened a bit. Without the isolation of the fabric, Lin Xin felt the unspeakably soft touch even more clearly, and his teeth had already been pried open by Ning Juya's little tongue, which was wreaking havoc. Gradually Lin Xin's breathing became rapid, Ning Juya, somewhat unfulfilled, stretched back to the small tongue, greedily licked the corner of the mouth. See Lin Xian's eyes hot looking at their side. Once again came forward to tease, looking so mesmerized. Want to touch it? As he said that, he even blew a mouthful of aroma in Lin Xian's ear, which was extremely tantalizing. Lin Xian pursed his somewhat dry lips. Think. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya laughed as she lay on top of him, her voice much softer. Big pervert, just touch it if you want to. As the words fell, Lin Xian stretched out his hands without any further qualms. In the middle of the silent night, in the bedroom where the candlelight flickered, murmurs were constantly coming out. Ning Juya was at the moment letting Lin Xian do his thing, lying on her side and looking at him with doting eyes. Lin Xian lovingly played with his hands. Ning Juya's face flushed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. This is your reward for not avoiding me when you answered the phone today. Satisfied? A hoarse voice rang out with a soft Lin Xian's hands tightly embraced her soft waist into his arms. The fire of desire in his heart was about to spurt out. He looked at the pair of moving beautiful eyes, and somewhat uncomfortably prayed, "Is it okay?" Seeing his hard look, Ning Juya shook her head after a slight hesitation. "Not yet. I have that one coming in the next few days." "Then you're still tempting me so much." Lin Xian was having a hard time in his heart at this time. All of his strength had nowhere to be vented, and he was extremely depressed. Alright, Ning Juya, who was being held in Lin Xian's arms, reached out and pinched his face, the flush on his cheeks intensifying. "Let me help you. Okay?" Lin Xian nodded obediently and loosened his hold on the soft waist, then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Ning Juya sat up. The quilt slipped off her body, exposing a large area of unseeable beauty. A few moments later, Lin Xian only felt a burst of comfort inside. This night he lived in incomparably peaceful. The night was silent. Nothing was done and nothing was done. Just a simple massage to grow some experience. On the following day, it was just slightly light, and the sun had not yet risen in the east. Inside the silent bedroom, Ning Juya was lying on the soft bed with her eyes closed. The fatigue on her face was faintly visible, and her perfect petite body was covered with a thin quilt, but she still couldn't hide that attractive figure. At this moment, the sound of shivering noodles rang out. Ning Juya was noisy and opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lin Xian, who was lying beside her with a bowl of noodles, and the room was filled with fragrance. Lin Xian, who was eating noodles, also noticed Ning Juya, who had woken up, and after swallowing the noodles in his mouth, a smile appeared on his face. "You're awake. That's all I cooked. Why don't you sleep in a little longer and let the cook make you breakfast later?" Saying that, Lin Xian even drank all the soup in the bowl, holding an empty bowl in his hand without wasting half of the food. In response, Ning Juya just lay on the bed and looked at him, faintly saying, "I'm hungry. I want to eat what you made." It's only half an hour away, bear with me." Lin Xian put down the bowl in his hand and got under the covers as fast as he could. I could tell he didn't want to get up at all. Ning Juya, who was lying on the bed, frowned as she looked at Lin Xian, who was hiding under the covers, and then a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A few moments later, only to hear Lin Xian was kicked directly under the bed, covering his buttocks and sucking in a breath of cold air. "What are you doing?" The temperature in the morning was extraordinarily low, not to mention Lin Xian, who was only wearing a pair of pants, and he immediately stood up and wanted to get back under the warm blanket. Ning Juya said in a lazy and casual tone as she lay on the edge of the bed and watched his movements sideways, getting more and more disobedient. "Don't think that just because I pampered you last night that you'll be able to act recklessly. If you don't go, you can take care of it yourself the next time you get hard." At those words, Lin Xian's body, whose hand had already been placed on the bed, suddenly stiffened. This threat could be too cruel for him. What a vicious woman, actually threatening herself with this. Ning Juya lay on the bed and stared at Lin Xian with a crooked head, her red lips rising slightly. "What? You have an opinion?" The air was briefly silent for a moment, and finally Lin Xian smiled sardonically. No, it's my honor to cook for my sister." Hearing the word sister, Ning Juya frowned in dissatisfaction and corrected. "I hope this is the last time I hear this title. It has to be wife. Understand?" Yes. Lin Xian smiled in agreement. His attitude was somehow much more humble than just a moment ago, and then he quickly walked downstairs to prepare his wife's breakfast. Ning Juya, on the other hand, picked up the nightgown that had fallen by the side of the bed and put it on, her fair and watery skin showing off to the fullest. It was just a pity that Lin Xian couldn't see it. Otherwise, this early in the morning said anything to be passionate again. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xian pushed open the door of the room and walked in carrying a delicate meat steak, the scent all spreading in the air. After drilling into the bed as fast as he could, Lin Xian leaned against the bed, while Ning Juya lay on his chest and faintly said, "Don't want to do it. You feed me." Lin Xin had no choice but to cut the meat steak into small pieces and feed it into Ning Juya's mouth, carefully serving her. Lin Xin felt that if he were to go find someone else to fall in love with right now, he would definitely be the perfect take on this level of thoughtfulness. But he didn't dare to voice this thought for fear of being beaten to death by someone. In a mountain on the outskirts of the magic city, the green leaves rustle, light and shadow floating, accompanied by the cries of birds from time to time. The surrounding scenery is even more moving, giving people a bright feeling. It was in the middle of such a mountain, at the foot of an uninvited hill, that a small earthen slope was piled up in front of a dilapidated cabin, and in front of it was inserted a gravestone. At this time, the sun had just risen from the east, and the warm sunlight reflected a shadow sitting in front of the grave, and if Lin Xin was here, he would have recognized that this person was none other than Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie sat with his back slumped in front of his mother's grave, a dozen or so empty wine bottles lying cluttered around him, and he stared at the black and white photo on the tombstone, a photo of a smiling young woman with a still infantile child in her arms. There was a drunkenness in his voice, but his words were clear and articulate. "Mom, just wait a little longer. It won't be long before I get that asshole down there to make it up to you. Just wait a little longer. I'll make all the people who bullied us, mother and son, go to hell, and then I'll go down and serve you so you won't be alone." After saying that, Xiao Jie bowed towards the tombstone after tidying up the garbage around it, and then left the place, not wanting to disturb his mother's resting place anymore. Okay, brothers, more points to urge more and add to the bookshelf. The book has come to an important period of validation. To witness the survival of life and death of the time has come. Thank you for all the readers of the reward, but also immensely grateful for your support. I will continue to work hard. Love you, Dong brother. By the way, this book is absolutely single heroine. The heroine is to take the domineering route, rather than sickly petite. Hope you are clear. Early in the morning, a familiar red Maybach outside Tianhua Mall stopped, and Lin Xin and Ning Juya walked down from the car. Lin Xin looked at the phone card he was holding in his hand and said somewhat depressedly to Ning Juya beside him, "You're going to have to pay me back for losing one of my good cell phones." Ning Juya, on the other hand, found the depressed Lin Xin adorable and reached out to take his arm, speaking in a wealthy manner. "It's just a cell phone. I'll buy you the most expensive and best one later on. Since you did so well last night." Lin Xin was a bit speechless. How come I'm like a soft eater? The two chatted as they walked towards the mall, and along the way, because of their outstanding face value, they naturally attracted passers-by to sneak a look. It wasn't until the figures of the two walked into the mall that they withdrew their gaze. There are more people on the first floor of the mall at this time, as the first floor is the most affordable area and the best choice for many ordinary families to buy things. Spending the same amount of money as outside but getting the best value for money items. It's no wonder that Tianyun Mall has become the #1 mall in Magic City. Not to mention, the daily turnover alone is more than the rest of the several large shopping malls combined can catch up with. "Come on, let's go buy you a cell phone first." After entering the mall, Ning Juya directly walked towards the elevator leading to the second floor on Lin Xion's arm. They had a day to spend shopping today, since tomorrow is the day the fireworks display will be held. The school has purposely taken a day off early so that the students can prepare what they are going to use. It says it's organized by the school, but it's actually the officials who are paying for it. So more than just college kids will be there. Soon the two were in front of a fruit cell phone store. One of the saleswomen inside recognized the identity of Missy Ning Juya and immediately walked up with a smile and bowed respectfully. "Ms. Ning, is there anything you need?" At the same time the saleswoman looked at the arm-in-arm duo. Her heart was even more shocked, and she looked at Lin Xian with a much more respectful gaze. I had heard before that this great lady had found a boyfriend, but I didn't think it was actually true. Ning Juya walked to the transparent glass cabinet and simply scanned it, and said directly to the saleswoman, "Bring me one of the most expensive and best cell phones you have here." The saleswoman nodded. "Yes, just a moment." Saying that, he walked towards the innermost storage room, because the cell phones in the glass cabinets are for display purposes, belonging to the used products, which naturally can't be sold to the guests. Lin Xin, on the other hand, took the opportunity to glance at the price of these cell phones and couldn't help but smack his lips. What a great guy. Although he had long heard that fruit cell phones were particularly expensive, he did not expect that they could actually be so outrageous, with any one of them actually requiring a price of tens of thousands of dollars. What? Too expensive? Ning Juya laughed as she watched him smack his lips. Lin Xin nodded. Well, I didn't think I'd be able to use such an expensive cell phone in my life. Upon hearing this, the smile at the corner of Ning Juya's mouth became teasing, and she suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Xion's waist, coming forward to whisper in his ear, "Be my man, not to mention anything else." At least you can spend whatever you want in the money department. Che Lim Shin bristled. So are you going to give me a raise, Chairman Sama? Before going to work in the student union, the original negotiation was 20,000 a month. Who knows that this woman is angry directly erased to zero. Lin Xin to now have some heartache. That's a whopping $20,000 a month. Almost as much as he saved in 3 years of high school combined. Meanwhile, just as Lin Xin and Ning Juya were strolling through the mall, Qin Jun, who had been brutally beaten, woke up from the hospital. Inside the pure white ward, Qin Jun's face was grim as he sat on the hospital bed. There was no need to even think about it. It was definitely Lin Xin and that follower beside him who sneaked up on him last night. Damn! These two people are also ruthless enough. They do not just threaten them a few words. Revenge does not carry overnight. The night to set themselves. On the side, the father, Qin Wuha, dressed in formal attire, looked at his son's miserable appearance and coldly grunted, chiding with hatred. What do you want me to say about you? I told you a long time ago not to go and have any contact with Xiao Jie, but you're so good. When people incite you for a couple of sentences, you're happily going to go and give people a gun. How could I have such a stupid son like you? And now you can't find any evidence after being beaten up. Qin Jun didn't dare to raise his head when he was scolded by his father, and could only clench the quilt hard as his hatred for Lin Xin skyrocketed in his heart. The two of you wait for me. This revenge I Qin Jun if I don't get it. I'm damn not surnamed Qin. At the same time, Qin Jun's mind suddenly recalled Qin Shi, who was sitting with the two Lin Xin at that time, and a plan instantly surfaced in his mind, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the middle of the Tianhua shopping center, Lin Xin was carrying a large bag of things, while Ning Juya was leisurely walking in front of him, looking at the various kinds of clothes and cosmetics in his hands. Lin Xin swore that in the future, whoever was calling him out to go shopping with women would be his father's murderer. Of course, Ning Juya doesn't count. He is not her opponent at all. The whole day of shopping, Lin Xin legs are soft already panting. Ning Juya see this also had to hit the road back home. She actually didn't really like coming out to buy things herself. She would have someone prepare whatever she wanted and needed. But with Lin Xin it was a different story. Let's go. That's it for today. Outside the mall, after putting the large bag of things into the car, Lin Xin finally sat in the car with a sigh of relief. Ning Juya sat in right after him, skillfully sitting on Lin Xin's lap, not minding the sweat on his body in the slightest. At this time, the falling sun in the sky sprinkled shining afterglow. Ning Juya just sat on Lin Xin's body, looking at the sky through the car window, suddenly said, "Do you think we'll always be together?" Impossible. Lin Xin laid back on the backrest and uttered these three words without hesitation, showing off his rebellious style. Then there were two pops in the car. Ning Juya expressionlessly withdrew her hand, looked toward Lin Xin, whose cheeks were red and swollen on both sides, and said indifferently, "And now?" Lin Xin covered his face and said with tears in his eyes, "Please make sure that I stay with you forever. This is from my heart." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya rubbed Lin Xin's face in satisfaction and laughed lightly. "That's right. In the future you have to control your mouth well. Don't dislike everything, otherwise." Ning Juya made a gesture of reaching out and waving her hand twice into the air, frightening Lin Xin's body and directly reaching out to embrace her soft waist. Ning Juya rubbed his hair, seeming to enjoy Lin Xin's dependence on himself, even if it was only physical now. Magic City, Upper Feather Group. Inside the chairman's office, a middle-aged man with a shadowy face was sitting on a chair, and it was Xiao Jie's biological father and the current head of the Qin family. "Qin Peng, is everything you say true?" After listening to the report on the other end of the phone, Qin Peng's face was ugly as he slammed his fist on the table. Bang sound, his gaze instantly gloomy down. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "1,000 times true, Chairman. Right now the entire Magic City University is rumoring that Ning Juya and a kid named Lin Xin are in a relationship." Hanging up the phone, Qin Peng gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Ning Donghong, how dare he play tricks in front of me." The Ning family and his Qin family had a marriage contract a long time ago, and now that the bitchy bitch Ning Juya was looking for a man in school, Qin Peng didn't believe that the other party didn't know about it. If this were to spread out, wouldn't his Qin family lose face and become the laughingstock of the entire Magic City's upper-class circle? Thinking of this, Qin Peng also did not care about work, directly picked up his jacket and walked towards the office, vowing that the Ning family to give himself an explanation. On the other side, the dozens of school buses from Magic City University had all departed, heading towards the venue that had been prepared in advance. After all, it is a fireworks display funded by the city government, and the scale is naturally not ordinary, so it is necessary to choose a place with a vast water source, lest it cause a fire. Ning Juya and Lin Xin were naturally no exception. riding in the middle of the same school bus, attracting the attention of most of the people on the bus. On the double seat by the window, Lin Xin looked at Ning Juya, who had taken off her shoes and snuggled in his arms, and wrapped his arms around her thin waist and whispered, "I thought for sure you were going to drive there. What made Missy think of taking the school bus?" Wrapping her arms around Lin Xin's neck, Ning Juya closed her eyes and faintly said, "I occasionally want to experience the life of an ordinary person. And, wouldn't it look like I'm playing the big shot if I made a special appearance at a public event like this?" Looking at Lin Xin and Ning Juya's intimate appearance, the students sitting around expressed envy while their stomachs were already full. The road was a bit long, as the fireworks display was not due to start until the evening, so the school didn't organize the departure of the students until the afternoon. Saturday was a fireworks display and Sunday was a bonfire at the school, so both days were extra busy. But after the bonfire party, all the students had to enter into the study state. The curriculum of Mordor University was very strict, and there was little time for relaxation at the back, except, of course, for those with good academic records. Magic City, Canopy Group. Inside the chairman's office, Ning Donghong and Ning Yin rarely dealt with things, instead sitting on the sofa together. Putting down his cell phone, Ning Donghong frowned. "I didn't expect the Qin family side to get the news so quickly. I thought it would take at least a while." With that, he looked to his wife, who was also stony-faced, and inquired, "What should we do now? Either we delay it for a while longer, or we'll have to fall out with the Qin family." The most terrifying thing about the Qin family was the huge number of relationships, and one could imagine the countless troubles that would find their way to the Ning family once they completely fell out with the Qin family. This was also the reason why the two had to conclude a marriage contract with the Qin family in the first place. At that time, the Sky Curtain Group was still far from being as strong as it is now, and once they rejected the Qin family, it was feared that the huge group would collapse in a single moment. But even after more than a decade of preparation, it was almost delusional for the current Canopy Group to want to deal with the Qin family, which was different in nature. What they, the businessmen, fear most is trouble from the public. Hearing her husband's words, Ning Yin shook her head. "Now that it's come to this, there's no use in delaying. We can only make one choice. Either it is to obey the Qin family, or it is a complete break. At least with more than 10 years of effort, it should be no problem to hold out for a while. As for the back, can only look at Xiaoya himself." Inside the quiet office, the husband and wife raised their heads and looked at each other. Their years of companionship allowed them to know the meaning of each other's eyes at a glance, and the corners of their mouths unanimously revealed bitter smiles. Is there any need to think about these two choices? The answer was predetermined from the beginning. With the passage of time bit by bit, the sky was approaching evening, the most beautiful time of the day in addition to the early sunrise of the sky. In front of a large man-made beach in Magic City, a lot of people had already gathered at this time, and the scene was very noisy and lively. Dozens of school buses pulled over, and a swarm of college students all poured out, excitedly rushing toward the beach. In the middle of one of the empty school buses, Lin Xin held Ning Juya in his arms and patted her face with his hand. "Ning lazy pig, get up." Ning Juya hadn't slept well enough to open her eyes in a bit of a daze, and the first thing she did when her mind cleared was to give Lin Xin a slap. She reached out and cupped Lin Xin's face hard and smiled grimly. "What did you just yell at me for?" Dominated by the pain, Lin Xin hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Wife, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. It better be." Ning Juya snorted coldly. Sitting up from Rinchen's body, he put on his shoes and then headed down towards the car. "What's all this?" Lin Xin covered his face and followed behind. But before the two could get off the bus, a middle-aged man in a suit came face to face, and seeing the visitor Ning Juya's face changed slightly. This person she recognized was her own mother's bodyguard. Was the army king of soldiers retired down? Strength can be much stronger than those bodyguards around themselves. Ningde walked up to the two of them and bowed his head respectfully to Ning Juya. "Eldest miss, Madam has asked you to go over there now." Originally, Ning Juya was in a good mood because she could watch the fireworks with Lin Xin, but her face instantly turned cold after these words from Ningde were uttered. What did she want with me? Ningde bowed and honestly replied, "It's the Qin family that's coming, so Madam asked me to make sure to bring you over." Miss, Qin family. Ning Juya's face turned a little ugly. If that was really the case, she really had to go for a bit on this trip. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Lin Xin, stepped forward and cupped his face and kissed him, whispering, "I'll go for a bit and be back before the fireworks start for sure." Lin Xin also knew that this matter was not something he could get involved in, so he could only nod. "Well, be safe, and call me if anything happens." After a brief explanation, Ning Juya followed Ningde into a black sedan, while Lin Xin could only watch her leave. I do not know why. At this moment, Lin Xian looked at the black sedan that was getting farther and farther away. His heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously covered his chest, and his face unnaturally flashed a flash of ice. Located in the middle of a five-star hotel near the shore of Spring Lake, there was a depressing atmosphere in the Imperial box. Right at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Ning Zhuya, who was dressed in a black dress, walked in with a cold face, her gaze sweeping the scene inside. Xiao Jie, who had just arrived, sat silently beside his father, Qin Peng, and for Ning Zhuya's arrival, he merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. Ning Donghong, who was sitting opposite Qin Peng, beckoned to his daughter. Xiao Ya, you've come at the right time. Come and sit down. Sitting beside her husband, Ning Yan saw her daughter again after half a year and couldn't help but look at her twice more, but didn't know what to think of and quickly retracted her gaze to become a little bleak. Ning Zhuya's face was cold as she walked over to her father and sat down. Seeing that all the people had finally arrived, the slightly gloomy-faced Qin Peng looked at Ning Donghong with his shadowy gaze and spoke bluntly. Now that your daughter has arrived as well, regarding the matter of her corrupting my Qin family's reputation, you, the Ning family, will have to give my Qin family a statement, won't you? My Qin family is at least a famous big family in China. Now that the future head of the family's wife is messing around outside, this makes my Qin Peng lose face. Ning Yan didn't say anything, while Ning Donghong beside him looked at his daughter beside him and softly said, you're growing up. You always have to make your own decisions about some things. It was mom and dad who wrongly wronged you before, but you can make your own decisions now. Whatever choice you make, your mom and I will choose to support you. In order to not let his daughter have a psychological burden, Ning Donghong continued, Mom and Dad have still built up some reserves over the past decade or so, and the rest is up to you. As soon as these words came out, Qin Peng, who was sitting across from him, couldn't hide the fact that his face moved with anger. He didn't expect Ning Donghong to actually dare to say these words. Is he not afraid that the Qin family will make a move against their Ning family? Canopy Group is an opportunity that Qin Peng has waited for many years for, and the Ning family, which is far superior to the Qin family in business, has been coveted by him for a long time. If he was able to take down the Ning family, he was certain that the Qin family's influence in the country would rise even higher, even if it was not impossible to be on top of 10,000 people under the four great patriarchs. Sitting beside her father, Ning Zhuya was also slightly surprised in her heart, not expecting her father, who had been euphemistically pleading with the Qin family for many years, to actually say this. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't happy in her heart. Just as Ning Zhuya was about to speak, Qin Peng interrupted with a gloomy face. Xiao Ya, marriage is not a child's play. You have to think carefully about the consequences before you open your mouth. Some things can't be undone once they are done. Qin Peng's words were full of threats, and Xiao Jie, who was sitting on the side, could not help but frown when he saw the determination in Ning Zhuya's eyes. Once Ning Zhuya chose to repent at this time, his plans would also be affected, so he naturally didn't want this marriage to fall through. Under the gaze of the people in the box, Ning Zhuya finally spoke. On the other side, Spring Lake, at the corner of the man-made beach, Lin Xian looked at the sky that had completely darkened, and not far away, people were already starting to carry fireworks and prepare a series of things to be used. With some concern on his face, he muttered, why isn't he back yet? Lifting his hand and glancing at his watch, Lin Xian's face was a little anxious. It was now almost 7 o'clock, and there was less than an hour left before the start of the conference. After standing still and hesitating for a while, Lin Xian ran towards the crowd and at the same time began to dial Xiao Ting's number on his cell phone. The atmosphere was oppressive in the imperial box. I don't agree with the marriage contract with the Qin family. With determination in her eyes, Ning Zhuya spoke these words without hesitation. Bang! With a sound, Qin Peng slammed the table with an ugly face and spoke harshly at Ning Donghong. What a good Ning family! It seems that your previous methods towards you were too merciful. In this magic capital, no one has dared to offend my Qin family yet. On the side, Xiao Jie leaned his back on the chair and sighed darkly. Alas, why bother? But it's just 2 more years of patience. All agreed with himself, and now he's actually making this mess. I guess it has something to do with that Rinchen. Is this the power of love? In the end, Qin Peng angrily left alone, while Xiao Jie got up and prepared to rush back to the fireworks display. There was no longer any point in staying here. After Ning Donghong and his wife glanced at each other, they stood up at the same time, and he patted his daughter's shoulder. Since it's a choice you've made, your mom and I support you. Don't worry, not to mention anything else at least within a year. His Qin family won't dare to make any big moves. Ning Zhuya just listened silently without saying anything. After giving a few more instructions, Ning Donghong suddenly turned his head as he was leaving and said, remember to get that brat over to the house for a get-together when you have time. Your mom hasn't met him yet. After saying that, the couple took a car and left the hotel. While Ning Juya, after they left, took a look at the color of the sky outside and also left the hotel at a quick pace. On the street, because of the fireworks display, this area of the street is a bit crowded. Car traffic jam, people crowded. The road to the spring lake cannot drive through. Ning Juya looked at this scene and gritted his teeth. Now it's already past 7 o'clock. If you take the car to go, then it will definitely be too late. Obviously it was the first time to watch the fireworks with Lin Xin, and now she was actually going to be late, which was unacceptable to the always strong Ning Juya. Just as she was about to run straight over, a bicycle came rushing in not far away, a familiar figure on it pedaling playfully. Ning Juya froze as she looked at the visitor and stood frozen in place. The bike's brakes squealed and a panting Rinchin slumped over the steering column, gasping for breath and laughing. Beauty, beauty, want a ride? Why did you come over? Ning Juya was a bit surprised, and her heart was even more incomparably joyful. Lin Xin felt a little better after taking a deep breath and laughed softly. It's not that I saw that someone hadn't come back yet, so I came over to pick it up. If it is not, Xiaoting can locate your cell phone number to find out your location. Tonight this fireworks you will definitely not be able to see. Just as Lin Xin was speaking, Ning Juya suddenly came forward and kissed him on the cheek, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. This is a reward for you. With that, he sat on the back of the bike and wrapped his arms around Lin Xin's waist. What a loss. Going through all this effort to come here results in a reward of a kiss. Lin Xin laughed helplessly, turned his side and began to rapidly press the pedals. Lin Xin began to ride his bike as fast as he could towards the shore of Spring Lake, and since he was running back and forth, his forehead was covered with sweat at this point. The road along the way was all blocked by cars, and the seriousness of the situation was evident in the fact that a police officer had already begun to direct the situation at the front of the road. On the crowded road, a bicycle was traveling quickly towards the location of the fireworks display. Just when Ning Zhua thought it was too late, reality often came in the form of regret. With only 1/3 of the journey left, the sky suddenly exploded in a series of explosions, and the remnants of colorful fireworks could be seen faintly falling from the distant sky. They ended up missing it. At this moment, Ning Juya's heart was even more incomparably self-blaming. It was all because of herself that she had become like this. The obstruction of the tall buildings in front of them prevented them from seeing even one complete firework, and they could only listen to the thunderous explosions coming from their ears. The fireworks display had come to a perfect end during the noisy night, and Lin Xin still hadn't given up on his bike. Dressed in a black dress, Ning Juya sat sideways behind Lin Xin, watching him still struggling to ride his bicycle towards the venue, and comforted him with some loss. Forget it, it's just a fireworks display. If you miss it, you miss it. Big deal. I'll run a separate one tomorrow. In response, Lin Xin didn't say anything and rode his own gnashing teeth ever onward. Ning Juya thought that he was unwilling, so she stopped persuading him and just silently hugged him, leaning her face against his sweat-soaked back. Another 10 minutes passed, and as the conference came to a successful conclusion, everyone began to leave, and the crowded roads naturally cleared up at once. While Lin Xin and Ning Juya belatedly returned to the beach, there were no more people at this time, only a dozen or so boats with no idea what they were doing on the lake in the distance. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lin Xin picked the best spot and sat down on the beach without any image, panting heavily, while Ning Juya on the side wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead. She said with some heartache, "What's the point of fighting so hard, just for a fireworks display that's already over?" Of course not. Lin Xin's face revealed a smile that seemed incomparably radiant to Ning Juya as he took out his cell phone and made a call. Phone call connected. Lin Xin held up the phone and smiled faintly. "Start when you're ready." There was a click and the phone quickly hung up. Ning Juya sat beside him and wondered. Starting what? Lin Xin turned his head to look at Ning Juya, put his finger up on his lips, made a shhh gesture, and then stretched out his arms to hold her in his embrace. Softly, "Look up at the sky. I have a surprise for you." It was also just as Ning Juya had just raised her head that the sound of loud cannon booms suddenly came from the dozen or so small boats on the lake in the distance. A bright light like a shooting star straight into the sky, and then boom sound, violently exploded and bloomed colorful fireworks. In the dark night sky formed an excellent view. Not far away has returned to the school bus on the crowd of students surprised to watch the sky fireworks bloom scene. What is going on? Fireworks assembly is not already over. This is where the fireworks, though I don't know why. The crowd, which wasn't buzzing enough, flew off the school bus and got high again, as if they were crazy. The thunderous sound continued to resonate, reaching the ears of everyone in the city. On one of the boats on the lake in the distance, Li Liang, tired and sweating profusely, lay on the boat, panting non-stop, and said with some regret, "NND, this time dry loss ah, I should have known that I should ask for 2 more discs. Only one for the dog are not dry. On the beach, Ning Juya looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky in surprise as Lin Xian whispered in her ear. How about this for a surprise? This is a fireworks display that I spent a huge amount of money to create just for you alone. Are you satisfied? The corner of Ning Juya's mouth curved up and she nodded lightly. Fireworks continued to bloom in the night sky. The sound was noisy, but Lin Xian looked sideways at Ning Juya's focused look at the fireworks. On the way here he had already known about the Ning family's repentance, and in his heart it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy. I don't know what came to mind, but Lin Xian's eyes dimmed for a split second, and ghostly spoke to Ning Juya, kinda adore you sometimes. The soft words were masked by the loud sound of the fireworks blooming, so Ning Juya didn't hear them, and Lin Xian also withdrew his mind and focused on the fireworks. Rear roadside. Because of the traffic jam until now to come, Xiao Jia looked at the air-blooming fireworks, hand inserted in the pocket, tone a little disgusted to open the mouth. It's so pretty it's annoying. Ever since his mother passed away, he had an innate resistance to all things or people of beauty, clearly in front of him, but in the netherworld it always felt incredibly far away. Because of the delay, Lin Xian and Ning Juya returned to the villa very late. Comfortable. Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom wearing a large pair of pants, and looking at Ning Juya, who was already lying in the comforter looking at himself, he casually turned off the light and got into the comforter. As soon as he lay down, a soft delicate body hugged him, especially the touch from his arm. Although it was still through the nightgown, it still made Lin Xian feel soothed inside. Ning Juya rubbed her face against Lin Xian's face and closed her eyes and softly said, "It's late, go to bed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian hugged Ning Juya and closed his eyes, his nose constantly flooding with the young girl's fresh scent as he slept incomparably peacefully. Early the next morning, the soft chirping of birds echoed outside the window, and warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian opened his eyes in a bit of a daze, and in the next second, his entire body did instantly become energized. Comfortable? Only to see that inside the bedroom, Ning Juya was sitting on the bed, while Lin Xian was lying on her soft and fragrant asterisk, and the scent of the ghostly scent was constantly running towards the tip of his nose. Ning Juya looked at Lin Xian, who was lying on top of him, with a smiling face, her warm little hand already touching his abs, teasingly. "I didn't notice before. You look pretty good in shape, hubby." Knowing that last night's round trip was several kilometers, Lin Xian was able to carry her and ride back and forth, which was not something an ordinary person would be able to do. Because of her curiosity, Ning Juya went straight for it, her small hands touching east and west within Lin Xian's clothes, and complimenting him from time to time. Lin Xian lay expressionless on his chest and said bluntly in response to this behavior of Ning Juya, "I didn't expect you to be more than just overbearing. You're also a female pervert." As soon as these words came out, Ning Juya's movements instantly froze, and the joy she had originally felt because of her man's strong body disappeared without a trace. Soon, the villa resounded with Lin Xian's pig-killing screams, and Ning Juya, with a whip in her hand, chased Lin Xian barefoot, all the way from upstairs to downstairs, without a moment's effort. Lin Xian was tragically trampled on the ground by a small pink and white foot, his heart crying without tears, "I'm just saying you're a pervert. That's all." Ning Juya frowned as she looked at his expression, and then a whip hit Lin Xian's butt, causing him to wince in pain. She said in a cold voice, "Man, watch your status. Don't think you can get an inch just because you've pleased me." At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xian and Ning Juya's figures appeared at the school's entrance and were walking towards the club building. It's Sunday, and the school will also be hosting a bonfire on its own after the fireworks display, a sort of celebration for the new freshmen. "This is for you." As she walked, Ning Juya took out a bank card from her body and handed it to Lin Xian beside her, saying in a flat tone, "There's $500,000 in this card. Consider it a material reward for your good behavior last night." Lin Xian looked at the shining golden VIP bank card in his hand, hesitated, but still stuffed it into Ning Juya's bag, and said after a light laugh, "No need. If my girlfriend has to pay for even the preparation of the gift, then what kind of person am I?" Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya's gaze gave Lin Xian a somewhat surprised look, but she didn't force herself. As a qualified girlfriend, she had to learn to take into account her man's face. The two walked hand in hand within the school, attracting the eyes of many students, especially those freshmen who didn't know Ning Juya's identity yet. "This is too pretty. It's like a legendary fairy." The atmosphere in the early morning was peaceful, but the situation of the Canopy Group, which was the #1 group in Magic City, was not so good at the moment. Inside the office, a preoccupied Ning Donghon looked at the returns coming in from the branches around the world, his brows furrowed together. His wife Ning Yun's face was similarly unimpressive, and the atmosphere between the two was even more incomparably depressing. Ning Donghong raised his head slightly and sighed somewhat helplessly as he looked at his wife. The Qin family is even harder to deal with than we thought. Just this morning alone, all the branches of the Canopy Group in various provinces and places had news of their industries being investigated, and some had even had to stop operating, causing the internet to now be filled with rumors and gossips. It was even rumored that the Canopy Group was some kind of black-hearted enterprise, and the original great reputation was even more seriously damaged. Ningyan put down the information in her hands and rubbed her brow with a bitter smile. Now we can only take one step at a time. In the end it's still me who's useless. If it wasn't for me, Xiao Yu wouldn't be. Now. Alright. Seeing the look of self-blame appear on his wife's face, Ning Donghong stood up and walked behind her to help her stretch her tightly wrinkled brow, softly comforting her. What happened back then wasn't your fault. No one expected something like that to happen. So don't dwell on that now that it's happened. I know you've been blaming yourself in your heart all these years, causing you to feel guilty when you see Xiaoya, and that's why you deliberately treat your daughter with a cold appearance. Ning Donghong gently hugged his wife and whispered in her ear. In fact, you love Xiaoya more than anyone else, don't you? At midday, the blazing sun overhead emitted waves of searing heat, as if it were going to cook the land. Inside the office of the student union, the door and windows were tightly shut, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air continuously. On the sofa, Ning Zhuya was covered with a blanket. The whole person curled up in Lin Xian's arms, hugged his waist, and softly said, I'm going to the office tomorrow to take care of some things, so you just stay in school and don't run around. Understand? Yes. Yes. Lin Xian's attitude was a bit perfunctory, yawning and hugging the delicate body in his arms tightly. His heart was thinking about how to go about earning some extra money. Yesterday's surprise was enough, but his wallet is also empty. If you do not want to find a way to earn some money after graduation, I guess I can only honestly go to work for others. It was a million miles away from the swinging life he had envisioned. Hearing Lin Xian's perfunctory voice, Ning Zhuya lay on top of him in dissatisfaction, reached out and pinched someone's cheeks, her tone eerily threatening. You better be honest at school. If I find out you're hitting on other girls while I'm gone, I'll. Saying that, Ning Zhuya viciously bit towards Lin Xian's neck, causing the latter to grimace and suck in a mouthful of cold air. Hey, you're a dog, Lin Xian said in pain. Ning Zhuya let go of his mouth and sat on Lin Xian's body, looking at the exclusive mark on his neck that belonged to him with satisfaction before sticking out her little tongue and licking it. Hiss. Lin Xian winced. Ning Zhuya sat up, her two small, slightly cold hands propped up on Lin Xian's chest, and looking at this reaction of his, she couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth. It's really cute. Lin Xian looked at the playful Ning Zhuya and unwillingly wrapped his arms around her thin waist and hugged her tightly before covering his soft lips. I am a 3-foot body. How can I be played by a woman in the district? And I absolutely can't lose in terms of momentum. Ning Zhuya, who had her red lips blocked, looked at Lin Xian's reaction with some surprise, a smirk appearing out of the corner of her eye before she began to sweep all of Lin Xian in an even more frantic manner. Well, Lin Xian stared wide-eyed. He cried without tears as he looked at the pinching of his white jade arm, his body somewhat unable to use its strength for a while. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, was sitting on Lin Xian's body, and while she was choking him with one hand, her other hand was constantly caressing Lin Xian's body. Since the movements were too frantic, and the fact that she was wearing a skirt, this was even more of a feast for Lin Xian, who couldn't help but think dark thoughts while struggling. I can't believe it's black lace again. Do bossy girls like black? Only after a few moments, until Lin Xian's face was suffocating red from not being able to breathe, did Ning Zhuya satisfactorily let him go. Moving forward and wrapping her arms around Lin Xian's neck, Ning Zhuya teased in his ear. It's not my fault. It's mostly because your reaction was so adorable that I totally couldn't resist. Lin Xian looked sideways at the delicate features close at hand and complained with dissatisfaction. You're cheating. Ning Zhuya reached out and held Lin Xian's right wrist, softly saying, alright, don't be mad. Consider this compensation. Saying that, Ning Zhuya led Lin Xian's hand to slowly probe into her own dress. Inside the quiet student council office, Lin Xian lay on the sofa and gulped, his right hand being led by Ning Zhuya into a forbidden area. Feeling the gentle touch coming from his hand, he subconsciously pinched a little. Lying on top of him, Ning Zhuya uncontrollably low gasped. Style, you're so bad. Lin Xian, who was exploring the forbidden domain, hemmed and hawed. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. With the occasional female murmur coming from the office, it didn't die down until half an hour later. Ning Zhuya stood up unclothed from Lin Xian's body, walked off the sofa with bare jade feet, and casually threw 2 balls of toilet paper into the trash can before walking towards the bathroom. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa with a satisfied face, his mood pleasant to the extreme, his mind still recalling the touch he had just experienced. He realized that he seemed to have been poisoned, and the antidote to the poison was Ning Juya. In the evening, the atmosphere in the playground of the Magic City University was a burst of fire, and hundreds of students were constantly carrying things. Since it's a party, the more lively the better. Something like a barbecue is even more essential. A huge bonfire table had been set up in the middle of the playground, and a dozen bottles of fire powder had been placed on the side as a precaution. The sky grew grayer and grayer, and with the ringing of a class bell, the originally noisy students quieted down in a flash, their eyes looking in the direction of the lectern. Tap tap, the sound of high heels on the ground rang out, and under the illumination of the lights, Ning Juya, who was wearing a party dress, walked to the center of the lectern with a microphone. Slightly cold words echoed in everyone's ears. Hello all new enrollees, this is the student council. In the corner of the playground, Lin Xin, Xiao Ting, and Li Liang were sitting in front of a small barbecue grill, the firelight shining on their bodies. As for why this trio, Lin Xin stated that he didn't like too lively an atmosphere, while Xiao Ting also came to the corner because of social terrorism and didn't like crowded places. As for Li Liang, because Lin Xin felt that if he and Xiao Ting stayed alone together, if someone saw them, he would definitely feel uncomfortable, so he pulled him over. Lin Xin chewed a piece of beef that didn't cost anything in his mouth and looked at Ning Juya, who was talking so eloquently on the lectern, with some admiration. This expression, movement and detail acting is so on point. Those who don't know would think it's some cheerful schoolmate. Li Liang approvingly ate a piece of roasted waste and agreed. Yes, it's a pity that such a beautiful flower was given away by a pig. Lim Xin, Xiao Ting, who was sitting on the side and was a bit shy, however, opened her mouth in a rare manner at this time. Actually, the president didn't used to be this high-strung. It's just that no one has been willing to get in touch with her at school, and she became this cold and icy look later on. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin turned his head and inquired curiously, "Then are you familiar with her? It wouldn't be the same high school, would it?" Xiao Ting blew on the vegetable skewer in her hand and carefully took a bite before laughing. "But it's not just high school. Oh, the chairman and I have actually known each other since elementary school, and at that time she was a bit cold as well, but it wasn't as bad as it is now," Xiao Ting said with a serious face. The previous president would even smile politely when he saw people. Awesome, right? Lin Xin and Li Liang glanced at each other, thinking of Ning Juya's high-flying goddess-like demeanor, and nodded seriously. That's kinda awesome. Obviously something that seems sparse and normal to others, but if the target was changed to Ning Juya, it would change into something completely different. On the speech platform, Ning Juya's every word and action attracted everyone's attention. There was no way. It was just too beautiful. Like Ning Juya, such a scourge of the country and the level of the great beauty. Not dress up as already on earth. Dress up as 9 days of the nymphs to visit the red dust. Just ask who can control their eyes when such a fairy is right in front of them. Finally, as the last sentence fell, Ning Juya ended the first stage, followed by the most important stage of this bonfire party, choosing a dance partner. Now that there's a party, there's definitely a dance to celebrate the occasion, and the way to pick one is to draw straws. With several students carrying a ballot box and placing it in front of the lectern, Ning Juya took the lead and stepped forward to take out a small ball from it. Then without looking she made a show of walking towards the campfire table that was burning not far away, and the rest of the students see this, but also have excitedly rushed forward. The heart at this moment is even more eager to use all the virtue accumulated in their ancestors. Some people were happy and some people were sad, especially a boy with glasses who had a humiliated look on his face as he was held in the arms of his 300-pound junior sister. God is going to kill me. In the corner of the playground, Li Liang ate a kebab looking at the scene in the distance, saying vaguely as he chewed, "Nobuko, aren't you going to smoke it? That's your girlfriend. What if someone else draws it?" Lin Xin, who was currently sitting on the sidelines feasting, casually replied back, "I've got to admire him if anyone really dares to go on. I just don't know if he'll be lying in the general ward of the hospital this time tomorrow, or in the intensive care unit." Joking, let Ning Juya pretend to look okay. If someone really dares to go up to get close to the words, it is estimated that there is no 10 days and half a month cannot get out of bed. And, with her nature, she'll probably come over in a little while. By the bonfire in the distance, surrounded by dancing couples in pairs, only Ning Juya stood there nobly in that black party dress. She didn't really see the point of it, and the fact that it had come to this point didn't cause her heart to ripple even a little bit. And in the middle of the corner, Lin Xin inadvertently turned around just in time to see this scene, and the chewing motion in his mouth suddenly slowed down. In his perspective, Ning Juya stood alone amongst the crowd, her face cold, as if she couldn't muster any interest in anything, looking at the black-skirted girl standing in front of the campfire. Lin Xin was in a trance as if he understood something. Putting down the kebabs in his hands and casually grabbing Li Liang's clothes to wipe the grease stains on his hands and mouth. You guys eat first. I suddenly have something to do. Lin Xin stood up and jogged towards the center of the playground in the distance. Li Liang looked at his white short sleeves that he just bought today. Black lines popped up on his forehead. You just leave. Actually wipe your mouth with my clothes. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xin's back and said enviously, love is so good. Pairs of dance partners stood around the sparkling bonfire, and as the melodious music blared from the campus radio, the crowd began to dance to the sound. And Ning Juya also intended to turn around and leave. Just as she turned her head she bumped into a hard solid chest. Luckily Lin Xin held her in time. Ning Juya looked doubtfully at Lin Xin who suddenly appeared behind him. Why are you here? Lin Xin stretched out a hand and smiled. This lady, can you dance with me? Ning Juya's face froze slightly. Then she stretched out her own hand to rest on Lin Xin's hand and laughed softly. Seeing as you're so pious, I'll grudgingly oblige you. The two of them then wandered around the campfire stage in an extremely standard dance position, their elegant figures making the others who were dancing ashamed of themselves and unconsciously stop. At this moment, the protagonists of the party undoubtedly belonged to Lin Xin and Ning Juya. Lin Xin wrapped one arm around Ning Juya's thin waist and whispered to her as he danced. You should actually be lonely, right? Alone? Ning Juya frowned. What are you talking about? She's the big miss of the Canopy group. She'll be alone? Lin Xin smiled slightly and came forward to whisper in her ear. You have to realize that lonely and solitary are only one word apart, but they represent vastly different meanings. I hadn't realized it before, thinking you belonged to the latter, but just now I realized that you belonged to the former. As the words fell, Lin Xin took advantage of the situation and placed a kiss on Ning Juya's red lips, a happy smile spreading across his face. Ning Juya frowned, but after glancing at the gazes that seemed to be coming from all around her, she held back from snapping. Stinky man, how dare you make a bad move in public? I'll clean you up when we get home. After the bonfire party was over, Ning Juya didn't stay long and directly grabbed Lin Xin's ear and got into the car. That night, Lin Xin spent 2 hours of pleasant and painful abuse, and all parts of his body were even being pampered by Ning Juya. Early in the morning, inside the quiet bedroom, Lin Xin sleepily opened his eyes and subconsciously tried to hug something, but fell short. He twisted his head to look around and unexpectedly realized that his side was empty and there was no figure of Ning Juya. There was a small note placed on the bedside table. Lin Xin opened it, and only then did his face reveal a few moments of realization. It turned out that he had gone to work in the group. No wonder he was missing so early. Lin Xin knew that the Ning family's repentance to marry the Qin family would definitely put a lot of pressure on Ning Juya, but then it would seem like he was a bit of a chicken himself. At that moment, the cell phone rang with an incoming call. Lin Xin, who was just about to lie down, picked up his cell phone and took a look at it, which showed 3 big words Little Witch, and it was Ning Juya's call. Phone call connected. A somewhat lethargic and flexible voice came from the other end. Not up yet? Haishin, who was leaning his back on the bed, gave a soft and said after yawning. Just woke up. Why are you at the group so early? It's only 8 in the morning. Ning Juya on the other end of the phone laughed softly. It's not about raising a certain big lazy pig. Immediately afterward, Ning Juya's frivolous tone of voice tightened up a bit and said in a flat tone to Lin Xin, I'm going to be very busy for the next few days, so I may not have time for you. So you'd better be honest these days. Don't let me know you've been screwing around. You know what happens. At those words, Lin Xin's mind couldn't help but recall the whip that was used by Ning Juya to make a tiger last night, and his body couldn't help but shiver as he laughed sardonically. Ha, you don't worry. What character you still cannot know it. Put 100 hearts. The other end grunted. It better be. After that, the phone was hung up. Lin Xin wiped the cold sweat emerging from his forehead, and now he couldn't sleep at all. So he had to get up and get dressed with the intention of going to school to pack up his things. Inside a certain high-end villa area in Magic City. Family Master. I'm telling the truth. This time, even if I can't get Ning Donghong sentenced, I can still make him go in and squat for a few days. In the living room's eunuch chair, Qin Peng listened to the report coming from the other end of the phone. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and laughed. Good. Then I'll leave this matter to you. The more noise you make at that time, the better. I want everyone in the country to know what the consequences of offending my Qin family will be. As long as this matter can come to fruition, it's not impossible for me to put in a few good words for you at the top. At least it's definitely not a problem to raise your position upwards. As the words fell, a somewhat excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Then thank you, Qin family master. I definitely won't let you down. Aha, Qin Peng simply responded before hanging up the phone. He looked out the window at the beauty of the early morning wigwam. The sinister color in his eyes flashed. No one who dared to go against him, Chien Pang, could have a good ending. Meanwhile, the entrance to Mordor University. Lin Xian had just gotten down from the car when shouts came from behind him. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that it was his homeroom teacher Wang Lixing. Lin Xian, it's not easy to want to see you. Behind him, Wang Lixing quickly came up and grimly grabbed Lin Xian's shoulders, not allowing him a chance to escape. Helplessly, Lin Xian turned around with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Old Wang I'm self-taught now. According to the rules you can't control me anymore. Old Wang? Hearing this address Wang Lixing froze, then directly grabbed the collar of Lin Xian's clothes that he was carrying with one hand and roared angrily. No big deal. Who do you call old king? Do you believe I'm going to call your father and tell him to teach you a good lesson? Here we go again. Lin Xian skimmed his mouth. His old man and the director of teaching Wang in front of him were good friends. Plus he was childless in his old age. So this homeroom teacher was not usually strict with Lin Xian, almost educating him as if he were his own son. For this reason, Lin Xian had suffered a lot, which was why he had applied for self-study. Wang Lixing stared unkindly into Lin Xian's eyes again, a seeping smile surfacing on his face. And I seem to recall that your self-study has been cancelled, right? As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something. His body instantly stiffened, and it was only then that he remembered that Ning Zhuya had threatened to cancel his self-study earlier. Shit. I didn't think this woman would actually come for real. Immediately, Lin Xian's head shook like a rattledrum and said in a roguish manner, No go. There's no way I'm going to go anyway. Old Wang, you can just die of this. Wang Lixing obviously knew Lin Xian's character, and once he thought of the bet he had made with a few other teachers today, he spoke out to lure him in. It's just one class, and as long as you go to it, I don't care what you want to do afterward. And you have, at home anyway. Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Lixing didn't say the latter words and rolled his eyes, thinking of a more direct and quicker way. He stretched out two fingers and smiled faintly at Lin Xian. I'll be honest with you. I've made a bet with a couple of other teachers that they're going to come and see me teach when the time comes, as long as you give me a facelift. With that said, Wang Lixing glanced around to make sure no one was there, and then came forward to whisper in Lin Xian's ear. I'll give you $200 pocket money afterward if you come. Hearing the word $200, Lin Xian's eyes instantly lit up, realizing that he was now penniless and in need of money. Although 200 a session was a lot, Lin Xian felt it could be more. A few minutes later, under some bargaining, Lin Xian finally talked about $350. With a joyful smile on his face, the two of them walked towards the school building together, and Wang Lixing touched his wallet without a good reason. I really don't know who taught you this bargaining ability. You don't learn proper knowledge. You engage in these crooked ways, walking on the side of the road. Lin Xian smiled smugly. Sorry, I have the qualifications of a great emperor and am self-taught. On the other hand, on the crowded commercial street of Mordor, a police car out of the police parked under the big building of the Canopy Group. The car door opened, and under the astonished gazes of passers-by, 5 or 6 police officers entered the building with handcuffs on their waists. Before a few minutes had passed, Ning Donghong, who was the general manager of the Sky Curtain Group, followed these police officers out, and finally got into a police car and drove towards the police station. The scene was photographed and posted online by a number of people, creating a buzz. You have to know that Ning Donghong is a famous person in the country, and he is even a man under 10,000 people in the Canopy Group. Such a person would attract the public's attention wherever he went, not to mention being taken away by the police, something that would be enough to sensationalize the entire internet. Under the deliberate guidance of certain people, the news spread abnormally fast, and soon the stock market of the Canopy Group was affected in no small way. Magic City University, inside the classroom of the management department, because of the other teachers who came to listen to the class, a lot of students got the message and settled down a lot. In the last row of the classroom, 5 other subject teachers were ready to watch the show, and were calculating how to pit Wang Lixing, the old fox, against him. But see, at this time the door of the classroom opened, armpit clamped with books Wang Lixing full of spring into, not waiting for a few teachers to figure out why this guy smiled so happy when another figure walked into the classroom. Sitting in the back row by the window seat next to a teacher, Li Liang's eyes immediately lit up. In addition to his good friend Lin Xian, who else could it be? As Lin Xian entered the classroom, many of the students were slightly stunned, followed by the back row of the classroom, which was the figures of several teachers standing up at the same time and walking towards the outside of the classroom with darkened faces. Watching a play? Watch what play? This old dog Wang is really in order to win actually called Lin Xian all the way back. Really do not want billion. Several of the teachers present had more or less taught Lin Xin, and naturally knew his ability to learn, so they didn't hesitate to get up and leave. Seeing this scene, Wan Lixing placed the book on the tabletop and smiled at the several old favorites who were about to leave. "Ha, old Li, you guys are leaving already? Aren't you coming to listen to the lesson?" The middle-aged male teacher named Old Li had a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points as he laughed in an insipid tone. No need. Your old Wang's teaching level, we still cannot know it. Is simply the Magic City University a great Wang Lixing smiled at his words. Where? Overpraise. Don't bring out these facts. We have to keep a low profile in teaching, don't you think so? Old Li, who understood the secret message, walked out of the classroom with a black face. His heart was dripping blood. This time he lost a lot of money. As for Lin Xin, who was the main character, he directly ran to sit beside Li Liang in a puff of smoke, and this was his exclusive seat. Looking at the director on the stage who was preparing to give a lecture, Li Liang secretly gave Lin Xin a thumbs up. Admiringly, he said, "Okay Nobuko, it's like saving my brother's life." Lin Xin glanced at the bastard, spread his hands at him, and directly said, "Thanks should be a little sincere. I'm short of money lately. Why don't you donate some to me?" The smile on Li Liang's face instantly disappeared and he twisted his head back. "It's better to forget about it then." As if he suddenly thought of something, Li Liang came over again and whispered in Lin Xin's ear. "Old Lin, is there a single business to do? As long as you sell your color, I'll cover your living expenses this month." Lust? Lin Xin gave Li Liang a somewhat skeptical look. "What do you mean?" Li Liang then whispered a few words in Lin Xin's ear, and his face immediately darkened as he couldn't help but curse. "Your kid's heart is so damn black. You can do this kind of thing." Li Liang hemmed and hawed. "You say you're done if you're done." Eventually, pressured by life, Lin Xin chose to give in. It mainly started with this guy Li Liang chasing after a girl from another department, only to be treated as a spare tire, and then turning to pursue someone's mother. Inside the office area of the Canopy Group, Ning Juya sat in the office with a frown on her face. The documents placed in front of her were completely unreadable, and her mind was constantly thinking about how she could get her father out. This morning, men from the police station arrested her father on charges of bribing an official, with no evidence but with witnesses sitting in on it. Even in the best-case scenario, you'd have to spend some time at the police station. There was no need to think that this matter must be the work of the Qin family. Other than that, Ning Juya couldn't think of any other people who would dare to target their Ning family. For a while, Ning Juya's mood was inexplicably a bit irritable, and she simply couldn't enter a state of focused work. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Liang pulled Lin Xin, who was well-dressed, to the entrance of a restaurant and pointed to a couple sitting inside. He said viciously, "It's that woman who not only cheated on me emotionally, but also made me buy her all kinds of bags and gifts. If I hadn't stumbled upon her making out with another boy outside, I'd have been kept in the dark the whole time." Lin Xin, dressed in a black suit, said somewhat breathlessly, "So you got someone's mom's contact info and plan to humiliate her? I have to say, you have quite a brain." Li Liang also knew that this matter was a bit disgraceful, and scratched his head awkwardly. Hell knows that her mom agreed to me straight away at that time. I'm still a bit confused myself until now, and it's a special date at a restaurant with my daughter, so I don't know why this family's brain is so new. Hurry up, people are already here, Li Liang urged. Although helpless in his heart, Lin Xin still followed Li Liang into the restaurant and walked towards the seat next to the couple, where a delicately dressed middle-aged woman had been waiting for a long time. The woman raised her eyes and spotted Li Liang walking in, and uttered in surprise, "Li Liang, why are you here?" The young man sitting in front of him flashed a shadowy color in his eyes, but on his face, he still smiled courteously. "Lori, is this your classmate?" Lori nodded hesitantly, smiling without blushing. "Well, it's my suitor." Hearing this, Li Liang was even more furious in his heart. This woman had promised herself in the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have paid so much. He pushed Lin Xin beside him. "Old Lin, it's your turn to play." Lin Xin looked at the middle-aged woman sitting next door. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he still sat down stiffly and smiled dryly at the woman. "Hello sis." "Sis." Lori looked at her mother in surprise. "Mom, you know them?" Li Liang sat down with a smug look on his face and said with a foreign smile, "I didn't expect it. I found out long ago that you were messing around outside. Since I can't be your baby, I'll just have to try my hardest to be your mom's baby for a little bit, and don't worry, you'll still be my baby when the time comes." Saying that, Li Liang twisted his head and smiled at his ex-girlfriend's mom in a natural tone. "Hello sis, I'm little Li. You are much more beautiful than in the picture." Lin Xin, who was sitting beside him, secretly vomited in his mouth. Really any meaty words can be said. People can be your mom at this age. If it wasn't for the cost of living, beating Lin Xin to death wouldn't want to come. The middle-aged woman looked at the two young fresh meat, Lin Xin and Li Liang, and the smile on her lips never broke, laughing joyfully. That's really flattering. Don't mention it, you'll be family from now on anyway. The next table, sitting in front of Xiaoli's youth, face instantly gloomy down. TMD, what does this mean? Combined with that boy later is his future father-in-law? Xiaoli's face also darkened. Completely did not expect this situation. If this matter spreads out, how will she still want to mix in Magic City University in the future? And Li Liang was still cheerfully introducing it. Sis, this is my friend Lin Xin. He's a sophomore freshman like me, and he's currently single 2-0. Being able to see the dog man and woman suffer. At this moment, Li Liang's conscience is not to mention how happy. The next, as long as this big sister in front of him to deal with away on the line. The corners of Lin Xion's mouth were bitter, and he smiled dryly. Hello, sister. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Xion's angular features and her peach blossom eyes were coming out. She hadn't tasted such a handsome fresh meat yet, but just then, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly got much colder. Since they had their backs to the door of the restaurant, Lin Xian and Li Liang didn't notice that there was already an additional silhouette behind them that emitted a chilling aura. Just as Lin Xian sat in his seat and laughed dryly, a small, icy hand suddenly touched his face. This familiar touch even made Lin Xian instantly shiver. While thinking, it shouldn't be that coincidental, the middle-aged woman, on the other hand, looked at the girl standing behind Lin Xian and stroking his face with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Is his face something you can touch? This was the fresh meat that he had his eye on, and now someone was actually getting on it before he did. So how could this be? Lin Xian's movement stiffened as he twisted his head, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw a certain Missy staring at him with cold eyes, and underneath them was an ice coldness that seeped into his heart. His face instantly jerked and he twisted his head around and smiled awkwardly. It seems to be so hungry that it's giving me hallucinations. Li Liang, who was sitting on the sidelines, silently swallowed his saliva and hurriedly gave up his seat, already anticipating the scene later in his mind. Without a moment's effort, Ning Juya coldly pulled Lin Xian by the back of his collar and dragged him directly out of the restaurant, while behind him, the two bodyguards were staring at the unwilling-faced middle-aged woman. Looking at the expressionless Lin Xian who was dragged away, Li Liang secretly prayed in his heart, I hope I can still see you alive tomorrow. Don't come to me if you die. Soon, Ning Juya drove directly away from the restaurant, stepping on the gas and accelerating hard, looking out in a bad mood. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was thrown to the back row, lying alone on the ground. The atmosphere in the car was depressing, and neither of them spoke along the way, but Lin Xian clearly understood that this was the calm before the storm. 15 minutes later, under the gaze of the villa maid's surprise, Lin Xian was dragged up to the second floor by Ning Juya's grip on his collar, the whole time without any half-strength, and without even taking a breath. With a thud, Lin Xian was thrown into a familiar corner like a piece of trash. Ning Juya looked at the blinding sunlight outside the window and directly went forward to pull the curtains closed. The bedroom was instantly dim, only the faint light shone through the cracks. Lin Xian's mouth was dry as he looked at Ning Juya, who was walking towards him, and snapped, Let me explain. There was a crisp sound. Lin Xian's eyes were stupefied as he inclined his head, and a slap mark instantly appeared on the left side of his face. Inside the silent bedroom, Ning Juya's icy eyes gazed at Lin Xian and said in a cold voice, What else is there to explain? A blind date with that old woman in front of me? Do you know what she looked at you like? I just warned you this morning, and you end up sitting at a table eating with another woman, or an older woman, that afternoon? The impact of that scene on Ning Juya's heart was undoubtedly huge. Even if Lin Xian had sat down to dinner with that Qin she wouldn't have been so angry. But with that old woman who didn't seem like a good person at first glance, wasn't this a disguised way of showing that she, Ning Juya, was no match for her? The scene that he had seen with his own eyes, coupled with the uneasiness of his father's arrest accumulating together, the suppressed emotions in Ning Juya's heart completely exploded at this moment. Soon the sound of Lin Xian wailing came from inside the bedroom. Don't rip my clothes off. And my pants. In no time at all, Lin Xian's entire person had been stripped naked by Ning Juya, who said with a grim expression on her face, The only way to get a disobedient dog is to come down hard on him and condition him. Looking at Lin Xian, who was cowering under the covers, Ning Juya removed the clothes on her body, and her snow-white skin was instantly exposed. But at this moment, Lin Xian was not in the mood to appreciate it at all, and under his horrified gaze, there was an additional snow-white petite body under the quilt. Ah, you're a dog. Don't bite me. Crap, that can't bite. I'm so wrong. Oh. Downstairs, The maid who was cleaning the house couldn't help but shake her head inwardly in sympathy as she listened to the screams that had already reached downstairs. Miserable, just miserable. I hope Miss will be gentle with her hands and not beat young Master Lin to death. Lin Xian's miserable screams lasted for the better part of an hour, and by the time his voice stopped, his body was already covered in teeth marks, some of which were even oozing blood. Inside the dimly lit bedroom, Ning Juya was obviously in a much more relaxed mood after venting, and reluctantly forgave Lin Xian after hearing him explain the cause of the incident. On the bed, Lin Xian lay lifelessly in Ning Juya's warm embrace, faintly visible teeth marks all over his arms and legs. Ning Juya helped him rub the wound and softly comforted him. Well, don't be mad, it's not your fault. But Lin Xian didn't move the slightest bit and remained silent and didn't say anything, so it seemed that he was really angry. Having no choice, after Ning Juya sighed, she rolled over and lay naked on Lin Xian's body, her red lips kissing towards his mouth while her hands began to roam Lin Xian's body wantonly. It didn't take long for Lin Xian to react uncontrollably, and Ning Juya would smile. She came up to Lin Xian's ear and smiled flirtatiously. Although these days are the danger period, if you really want it, I wouldn't mind making you comfortable. Oh. The words were like a key that released the repressed dissatisfaction and madness in Lin Xian. He directly stretched out his arms and rolled over to press Ning Juya underneath him, his gaze indignant and dissatisfied as he spoke. This is what you said. Don't regret it. Ning Juya stretched out her small white hands to cup Lin Xian's face and smiled. Of course, as long as you want to. Soon the bedroom resounded with Ning Juya's gasps. Lin Xian's breathing was heavy, but his voice carried supreme pleasure. In this moment, both men had undoubtedly grown and finally taken that final step. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and Ning Juya's soft body curled up in Lin Xian's arms and fell into a deep sleep, while Lin Xian's gaze was on the streak of scarlet blood on the quilt. I can't believe I handed over my first time just like that, to a woman I've known for less than a month. It's been less than a month, but it's been a shared experience of life and death, and I'm afraid the only downside to this relationship is that the thorns of this rose are unusually sharp. Lin Xian's hand under the quilt slapped Ning Juya's arse, gave it a vicious squeeze, and muttered, "What a savage kitten." And Ning Juya, because too tired long ago, fell into a deep sleep, which knows what Lin Xian did, or how to get up to reward him a few big pussy pockets. Inside the quiet bedroom, a color of transparency appeared in the eyes of Lin Xian, who had figured something out, and subconsciously hugged the person in his arms a little tighter before he too entered dreamland. Maybe it's time for him to fulfill his obligations as a boyfriend and meet his future father-in-law tomorrow. Early in the morning, Ning Juya pulled Lin Xian, who was still awake, into the car heading to the police station. The drowsy Lin Xian looked at Ning Juya, who was barefoot and snuggled in his arms, and muttered with a somewhat unconscious mind, "You're so heavy." Ning Juya, who was admiring her masterpiece last night. It seems that this man is not generally capable of death, and does not know what pain is until he is beaten. It took half an hour of traveling, and by the time the car pulled up in front of the police station, Lin Xian stepped down from the car expressionlessly, a new bite mark on his neck. Ning Juya held Lin Xian's hand as she walked towards the inside of the police station. Even she couldn't lift a smile from her face when she arrived at a place like the police station. The police officer who was on duty at the door recognized Ning Juya, so he didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian with some curiosity. After a brief registration, Ning Juya and Lin Xian were led by a middle-aged policeman to a guardroom. After pulling out one of the keys he had on him and opening the door, he stood in the doorway and said indifferently to Ning Juya, "You have 20 minutes to talk. Come out right at the point." Ning Juya walked in with a cold face, and Lin Xian saw this and had to thank him on his behalf. "Thank you." The middle-aged cop nodded and didn't say much. Inside the guardroom, Ning Donghong sat on a stool wearing handcuffs. When he saw his daughter and Lin Xian come in, he lifted his head and squeezed out a smile on his face. "Here it comes." Ning Juya walked to the window and sat down, looking at her father who was sitting across from her, her tone subconsciously a bit cold, and said, "How long exactly will you be locked up?" Ning Donghong saw the flash of worry in his daughter's eyes, and while his heart was pleased, he laughed. "Don't worry, since there are only witnesses, you'll get out after 10 days in jail." "Aha!" Ning Juya nodded. An eerie silence ensued in the guardroom. Neither father nor daughter spoke, just looked at each other in silence, as if they were communicating on brainwaves. This made Lin Xian, who was standing on the sidelines, so embarrassed. How could he stop talking after just saying 2 sentences? Luckily, this atmosphere didn't last long, as movement came from outside the guardroom. "Who's in there?" Reporting to the director, "It's Ning Donghong, the general manager of the Sky Curtain Group, who was just brought in yesterday, and his family who came to visit him." Ning Donghong? Outside the guardroom, Director Chen Wei froze, because he had just returned from a business trip. He didn't know what happened yesterday, and he didn't expect to hear his men arresting Ning Donghong, a big shot, as soon as he returned. It's not a small thing. His brows furrowed at once, and after asking the middle-aged policeman about what happened, he chortled, "Nonsense! Why didn't you notify me in advance about this matter?" Chen Wei thought of something in an instant and his face became a bit ugly before he directly opened the door of the guardroom and walked in, but his body froze in front of the door. Not knowing what he saw, his pupils shrunk violently, as if he had seen someone who shouldn't be here. At the other end of the guardroom, Ning Donghong noticed Chen Wei staggering in the doorway, obviously recognizing him, and smiled and greeted him. "Director Chen, long time no see." Chen Wei stood in the doorway of the guardroom, the smile on his face a little stiff, pointing at Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin, and said with a hint of a trembling voice, "This is your daughter, isn't it? All grown up so beautiful." The handcuffed Ning Donghong did not notice this detail and nodded with a smile before introducing himself to Lin Xin again. "Lin Xin, this is Chief Chen of the police department. Why don't you say hello?" Because he knew his daughter's nature, Ning Donghong looked directly at Lin Xin, lest the scene become too awkward. Lin Xin, who was standing behind Ning Zhuya, bowed slightly to Chen Wei and smiled politely. "Hello Director Chen, my name is Lin Xin. I'm the kind of guy that Xiaoga's boyfriend runs to get married." Ning Zhuya glanced at him, thinking the guy was showing off. "What are you proud of?" And when Chen Wei, who was standing in the doorway, heard these words, his heart sank, especially when he saw the humble smile on Lin Xin's face. His heart felt even colder. He coughed lightly twice and laughed. "Then you guys take your time to chat. I'll go take care of some things first." Saying that, Chen Wei immediately closed the door of the guardroom. His face turned ugly in a split second as he directly walked towards the office with a gloomy face. While inside the guardroom, Lin Xin withdrew his gaze, reached out and touched Ning Zhuya's long, silky black hair, and said softly, "Then let's go too. Don't disturb uncle's rest." Ning Zhuya smacked away Lin Xin's dishonest hand and gave him a warning glance, then twisted her head to look at her own father and faintly said, "I'll go first." Then, Ning Donghong nodded, knowing his daughter's cold temperament. It was good enough for her to open her mouth to say goodbye. After saying that, Ning Zhuya led Lin Xin directly out of the guardroom. The portal slowly closed. Inside the director's office, Chen Wei sat on his chair with a gloomy face, looking at Ma Fei who stood in front of him and chided. "Who told you to arrest Ning Donghong? Do you know how big the impact of this matter is? That's the representative of the Sky Curtain Group, who makes huge donations to Magic City every year, and you're so good that you arrested him without saying a word." Looking at the director who constantly berated himself, Ma Fei's eyes flashed with impatience and he spoke indifferently in his black police uniform. "If we arrest them, we arrest them anyway. We have witnesses and we are still doing our job impartially. So who can come after our police department?" Hearing these words, sitting in the chair Chen Wei, completely unable to hold back, directly went forward and grabbed Ma Fei's collar. Eyes covered with red blood, viciously said, "Do you realize how much trouble you've gotten into this time? Don't think you can be anything but fearless with the Qin family at your back. If you don't handle it right this time, not only you, but even my black hat will be taken off." At those words, Ma Fei looked at the director with a blank stare of disbelief, realizing that something was wrong. "What do you mean? Could it be that Ning Donghong still has some backers?" Chen Wei let go of his hand and sneered at him. "Now you know you're afraid? Let me tell you, if this matter were to be known to those above, not to mention you and I, even the Qin family would be unable to protect themselves." After saying that, Chen Wei looked at Ma Fei, who was still stumped, and directly kicked him in the stomach in anger, knocking him to the ground and roaring angrily, "What are you still staring at? Why don't you go and release the people?" Ma Fei, sniffing, completely panicked. He knew that the director dared to say so certainly have some basis. A moment did not dare to hesitate to run towards the office outside. At the same time, his heart secretly regretted that he had known that he wouldn't help the Qin family out with this, and as a result, he was now in big trouble. Inside the office, Chen Wei then quickly picked up the phone on the table and made a call. The public opinion on the network must also be immediately eliminated to clarify. After all, Ma Fei is his own hand. If this matter continues to fester like this, his hat is certainly not to be able to keep, so it must be before it is too late. Immediately clean things up. On the way home, Lin Xin was driving and curiously looked at Ning Zhuya, who was sitting silent in the back seat in the rearview mirror, and inquired, "I'm actually curious, aren't your parents all supportive of you now, and why are you still so cold to them?" Ning Zhuya, who was sitting in the back seat looking out the window in a daze, twisted her head and said, "I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now, so if you don't want to get smacked, keep your mouth shut." Looking at her instantly cold face, Lin Xin skimmed his lips and asked no more questions. Just at this time, drop a message reminder ringtone rang. Ning Juya moved a little annoyed to pick up the phone to check. After glancing at the message on her cell phone, she directly instructed Lin Xin, turn around and go to the Mission River Hotel. Lin Xin looked at the villa area not far away and had to turn around with a dark sigh. What's wrong with that? Ning Juya said indifferently. It's not good to refuse when we have guests looking for us. At the entrance of the police station, Chen Wei, who was the police chief, personally smiled and sent Ning Donghong out with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, brother Ning, this matter is a result of my men acting too recklessly, making you suffer. Ning Donghong was also full of questions at this time. How did he suddenly release himself? His identity as the general manager of the Sky Curtain Group didn't seem to work that well, right? Especially when he saw the smile piled up on Chen Wei's face. He felt a pang of discomfort. Although he knew Chen Wei, he wasn't familiar with him to such an extent. Why was he suddenly like a different person? But thinking about the fact that he was able to come out early, he stopped dwelling on that, calculating in his mind that it should have been his daughter-in-law who did something. Ning Donghong smiled at Chen Wei and arched his hand. Then I'll leave first. Director Chen, I'll invite you for tea sometime. After saying that, Ning Donghong left the police station in a police car that was specially transported. After he left, the smile on Chen Wei's face immediately tightened, turning to a preoccupied look, hesitation flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he still pulled out his cell phone and found a number to dial. The call was answered almost instantly, and a deep voice came from the other end. Old Chen, what's wrong? Chen Wei said with a slightly serious face as he held his cell phone. Old Wang, I have something to report to you here. I may need you to pass a message to the top. My rank is not enough. Lanjiang Hotel, as one of the most money-absorbing industries of Shangyu Group, has opened dozens of sub-hotels all over the country, and its net profit is more than $100 million every year. Maybe it wasn't much for the top stream of the business world like the Canopy Group, but it was already considered especially rare for the lower middle class of Magic City. In the middle of the spacious and luxurious box on the topmost floor, Xiao Jie was wearing a straight suit, giving off an impression of a scholarly gentleman. Lin Xian's grumbling voice came from outside the box, followed by the door of the box being opened and the two men walking in. I said, can you put it on yourself next time? I have to put it on for you every time. What? You're not convinced? The door opened and Ning Juya walked in by grabbing Lin Xian's ear, her delicate face filled with displeasure. This guy actually dares to complain about himself now. It seems that he still lacks conditioning. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Jie propped up his hand and laughed. You guys are really close. Ning Juya directly pulled Lin Xian to sit on the opposite side and said in a cold voice, what's the matter with calling me over? Lin Xian, who was on the side, looked at the food on the table and began to feast on it, listening to the two men's conversation as he ate. Xiao Jie narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. Naturally, it's for the Qin family. We had an agreement before, and it turns out that you're suddenly disrupting the plan now, making it difficult for me to do so. At those words, Ning Juya snorted coldly. When did I ever need to explain to you what I do? After saying that, she twisted her head to look at Lin Xian, who was mindlessly feasting on the side, and couldn't help but directly slap him on the head. Lin Xian, who had been inexplicably hit, looked at Ning Juya with dissatisfaction. What are you mad about again? Ning Juya, on the other hand, pointed at the crayfish on the table, the meaning simply not too obvious. Lin Xian helplessly wiped his mouth, took the plate of crayfish and began to peel the shells, then handed the shrimp meat to Ning Juya's mouth. Ning Juya took small bites and ate them with elegant movements, looking at Lin Xian, who had been conditioned to be obedient. A color of inexplicability flashed in the eyes of Xiao Jie, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, and then faintly opened his mouth. Let's put this aside. I asked you over this time to remind you to be careful of that father of mine. He's not that simple. Ning Juya frowned. What do you mean? Xiao Jie picked up a leaf of green vegetable and put it into the bowl, smiling in reply. The more lush a tree's trunk is, the deeper its roots go into the ground, and while we usually see only its lush green leaves, we know nothing of the roots that are deep in the soil. Hearing these words, Lin Xian's deep eyes produced a slight fluctuation, as if he had thought of something, but did not say it. Ning Juya simply did not put this sentence in the heart. Xiao Jie, all see in the eyes, did not continue to remind. A decade of high-pressure living was both a benefit and the only drawback for Ning Juya. When a person becomes disconnected from society, the only person they believe in is themselves, and they don't try to figure out or care what others think. And this was the biggest reason for Ning Juya's cold personality. I hope we will still have the opportunity to work together. Standing up, Xiao Jie left the box straight after a smile, especially the last sentence. Xiao Jie first glanced at Lin Xian before looking at Ning Juya, the meaning of which was unknown. When Xiao Jie left, Ning Juya unimaginatively took off her little white shoes and placed her bare little feet on Lin Xian's lap, a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Xian looked at the shoe removal fetish Ning Juya, a little disgusted look at the pink and white feet on his lap. It's still dinner, can't you watch your image? Ning Juya's willow brows furrowed, directly pinching Lin Xian's face and pulling it hard, coldly saying, you just resented me, didn't you? Winging it? No Lin Xian, who was torn from his face, aggravatedly said, I was just thinking that you're working so hard every day. Your Honor, why don't I pinch your feet for you? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya felt as if it wasn't too bad, so she loosened her scallion fingers and nodded. In that case, then I misjudged you. Yeah, Lin Xian laughed in agreement. He then put down the chopsticks in his hands, took hold of the small white feet resting on his lap, and placed his hands on the acupoints and gently pinched them. Ning Juya closed her eyes cozily, enjoying the relaxation of her idle moments. This man really made her pick the right one. Up for a massage and into the kitchen. The early morning air in the Magic City has a freshness to it that relieves both the mind and body of fatigue. The Qin family. Qin Peng sat grimly in his eunuch chair, listening to the warning sounds coming from the other end of the cell phone. You've gone too far lately and have been noticed by the higher-ups, so if you don't want to be shot at as a head out of the gate, tighten up. Let's put the side of the Canopy Group on hold, at least until I investigate who's behind the Ning family. Don't act rashly. After saying that, this mysterious call hung up. Qin Peng moodily and annoyingly tapped on the screen a few times to delete the call record. He then directly slapped his palm on the wooden table beside him, and the tea in the tea light immediately shook out and splashed onto the ground. Damn Ning family, actually really letting you guys find a backer. Qin Peng let out a low roar, his tone filled with unwillingness. He had painstakingly laid out his plans for so many years, and now all of them were going to be put on hold. How could this not make one angry? But if he wanted Qin Peng to go against that person's wishes and secretly make a move against the Ning family, he didn't have that much guts. After all, that was their Qin family's biggest backer, and they couldn't afford to make enemies. If he went against it, it was hard to say if he could keep his position as the head of the family, let alone any ambitions. Magic City, Ning family residence. Ning Yun, who stood waiting at the entrance of the villa, looked at her husband who came down from the car, and was finally relieved in her heart. She stepped forward, worried. Nothing happened, did it? Ning Donghong smiled and hugged his wife, gently patting her back and laughing. With you making connections, what could happen to me? I make connections? Ning Yun listened to her husband's inexplicable words and wondered, weren't you acquitted? At that, Ning Donghong froze, let go of his wife and said doubtfully, wasn't it you who dredged up relations at the police station? Or Police Chief Chen Wei personally sent me out? It must have been someone from above who sent the word. Wasn't it you who helped me to ease the relationship? No. The color of doubt in Ning Yan's eyes grew stronger as she frowned. Where did I get the connections to be able to talk to the chief of the police department? In an instant, the couple's faces were all filled with confusion, not understanding what had happened in this. Just then, Ning Yan's cell phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up to connect. The secretary's excited voice came from the other end. Good thing, Chairman. The investigations of our branches around the world were suddenly all withdrawn, and now the stock market situation has stabilized. This sudden happy news was more than enough to make Ning Yan's heart at a loss for words. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? One good thing after another. The following days Lin Xian was given a rare quiet life. He just went to school every day to help Ning Juya with the student council. Ning Juya in the past few days is 9 to 5 to go to the group work. See Lin Xian a heartache. Hate to go to the person is their own. But there's no way. He's not like Ning Juya. He doesn't know anything about the group's operations, but he does know a few things on paper. At 12 o'clock noon, the sun exuded a searing temperature that almost baked one. Just as Lin Xian slowly got up from the bed, the cell phone placed aside rang, and the caller ID was Li Liang. The thought of this goods Lin Xian is a burst of teeth itchy. Last time risked life and limb to help this goods. The results of the money did not get even if, but also caused himself to be a hard whip. Answering the phone, he spoke directly and impatiently. Do what? First things first, I'm not going to go and do the nasty with you. The tragic situation of the first few days Lin Xian felt pain even now when he thought about it, and said that he would never go back to contact with another woman. However, Li Liang on the other end of the phone was full of anxiety in his voice and said hurriedly, what are you talking about? Something happened to Qin Shi. Hurry and come to Magic City Hospital. Something happened to Qin Shi? Lin Xian's face froze. Then he hurriedly inquired. What happened? Tell me clearly. He and Qin Shi had at least been friends since high school, and naturally he didn't want to see anything happen to the other party. And, I don't know why, there has always been a sense of guilt present in Lin Xian's confidence toward Qin Shi. The tone of Li Liang on the phone was anxious. Oops, you come over first. I can't say anything about this for a while. After that, the phone was hung up. Seeing this, Lin Xin nimbly changed into a pair of clothes, casually found a car in the garage and rushed towards the Magic City Hospital. On the other hand, in the middle of the Magic City Hospital, Li Liang, who had received the news, stood anxiously waiting outside the diagnostic room, with a middle-aged couple standing beside him, their faces filled with worry. They were Qin Shi's parents, and as soon as they heard about their daughter's accident they immediately put down their work and rushed over. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin, who had hurried over, ran over, looked at the closed door of the diagnostic room, and looked at Li Liang worriedly. What's the situation? What's going on? Wasn't he fine when he saw Qin Shi a few days ago? How could something happen all of a sudden? Li Liang glanced at his aunt and uncle who were standing to the side anxiously waiting, pulled Lin Xin aside, his tone filled with anger. It must be Qin Jun's gang that did this. Someone sent me a location this morning, and when I went over there I saw a fainted Qin Shi, lying in the gutter with all his wounds. He must have known that he couldn't beat us, so he found Qin Shi. Li Liang was still so angry for the first time, he couldn't help but curse. What a fucking animal, to lay his hands on a woman too. At those words, Lin Xion's fists were even instantly clenched, his forehead veins rippling as he suppressed his inner rage and gritted his teeth to inquire. Then how is Qin Shi's situation now? Li Liang shook his head. It's unclear for now, but the doctor said that they were all traumatic injuries, obviously from being punched and kicked. Just then, the door of the diagnostic room was opened, and a female doctor wearing a mask came out from inside, glancing at the few people present and inquiring, "Which one of you is Qin Shi's family?" Qin White hurriedly walked over with his wife, nervously worried. "I'm her father. Doctor, how is my daughter?" Seeing this, Lin Xin and Li Liang also hurried over. The female doctor took off her mask and said slowly, "There are no serious wounds on the patient's body. He should have been beaten before he fainted, but fortunately it is not serious. It'll heal in about half a month if you're hospitalized and get well. She's awake now, so you guys go in and check it out." With that said, the female doctor left and headed towards the pharmacy, and Qin Shi's parents hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in, and at a glance they saw their daughter lying on the hospital bed with bandages still wrapped around her body. Outside the door, Lin Xin pulled back Li Liang, who wanted to enter, and sighed under the latter's puzzled gaze. "I'm not going in there because I have something to do, so you can go to the payment office later and see how much you need to advance first, and I'll send it to you tonight." After saying that, Lin Xin walked towards the stairway. Li Liang looked at his clenched fists in his heart. Why not blame himself? To put it bluntly, Qin Shi was the one who was blackmailed by Qin Jun because of herself and Lin Xin, and she was the innocent one. Li Liang, however, did not see that in the moment Lin Xin turned around, the anger under his eyes instantly transformed into ice cold, and the whole person became suddenly a little strange. Magic City, inside a certain office of the Canopy Group, dressed in formal attire, Ning Juya was dealing with the documents in her hands when the cell phone placed aside suddenly rang, and her focused attention was instantly distracted. Her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled while picking up her cell phone. When she saw the caller ID, the dissatisfaction in her eyes then dissipated into a smile. This guy will actually call himself. Is it possible that he misses himself? For a moment Ning Juya was a little pleasurable inside and smiled as she picked up the phone and placed it to her ear, and Lin Xion's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. "I'd like to borrow some money from you, probably tens of thousands of dollars." Inside the office, the smile on Ning Juya's face instantly disappeared, her heart lost while she wondered, "Why are you suddenly asking me for a loan? You didn't want it when I gave it to you before." Subsequently, Lin Xin on the other end of the phone talked about Qin Shi's matter roughly, and Ning Juya heard the self-reproach in his tone, and his voice softened a bit as he said softly, "I'll credit you $500,000 to your card later, but not without a price. Where are you now?" Lin Xin on the other end wasn't surprised. With Ning Juya's little witch's character, it would be strange if she didn't take this opportunity to make some demands on herself. "I'm on the street." "Okay, I'll pick you up." Ning Juya hung up the phone. She grabbed her jacket and car keys that she had set aside and headed out of the office. About half an hour later, under the astonished gazes of the employees of the Canopy Group, Ning Juya walked into the office holding Lin Xion's hand. The gossipy crowd was in an uproar. Holy shit, what kind of guy was that just now? He actually moved so closely with Missy. He actually even held her hand. It's still the first time I've seen Missy and a man so close. Even the chairman and general manager don't have this treatment, right? He's so handsome though. He's my type eh. The news spread all the way and soon reached the ears of the group's top management. Inside the chairman's office, Ning Donghong sat beside his wife and said with a smile on his face as he looked at her serious work, "You brought her boyfriend all over. Aren't you going down to check it out?" Ning Yun, who was working, paused slightly with the pen in her hand and returned in a flat tone. What's there to see? It's not like I haven't seen pictures before. Looking at his wife's stiff upper lip, Ning Donghong smiled and shook his head, really not knowing when this character could be changed. Canopy Group. Inside the office on the 15th floor, Ning Juya found a chair and placed it in front of the desk, and instructed Lin Xin, who was standing by the side. For a week from now, you're going to stay here with me and bring me tea and water and squeeze my shoulders and rub my feet. Understand? Isn't this a slave? Lin Xin bristled. Ning Juya nodded her head and rightfully said, right, do you have a problem with that? No. Sighing, Lin Xin sat down in his chair. Ning Juya sat down with her and began to command Lin Xin to pinch her shoulders, the displeasure in her heart slowly beginning to diminish. Her heart was actually very upset about the fact that the first time Lin Xin had called her, it had turned out to be for another woman, but also understand that this matter can't really be blamed on Lin Xin. After all, she was admitted to the hospital because of him, and even in a sense involved with himself. But soon Ning Juya realized that she actually couldn't quiet her mind at all, and her beautiful eyes looked dissatisfiedly at Lin Xin, who was sitting behind her. It's all your fault. Lin Xin, who was lying down for no reason, was somewhat speechless. I didn't even say a word, so why am I being blamed again? Ning Juya's deep, beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xin for a moment before she suddenly hooked her finger at him, her red lips slightly opened. Sit over here with me. Saying that, Ning Juya stood up from her position and waited until Lin Xin was puzzled before sitting directly on Lin Xin's lap. Then she softly commanded, hold me. Lin Xin helplessly wrapped his hands around Ning Juya's thin waist, the tip of his nose filled with the faint fragrance coming from her body, and the suppressed anger in his heart eased slightly. Only then did Ning Juya satisfactorily pick up the pen again and began to quickly process the documents. But at that moment Lin Xin suddenly pointed at one of them and said, you seem to have gotten this one wrong. Clearly there are more convenient ways to proceed. As soon as these words came out, the pen in Ning Juya's hand instantly stopped, raising her eyes towards the document Lin Xin was pointing to, and with just a quick scan she realized that the problem was indeed as Lin Xin had said. It was only because she had been distracted earlier that she hadn't noticed. At the same time, because of being pointed out as wrong by Lin Xin, this caused the confident and proud Ning Juya to be slightly dissatisfied in her heart, which reminded her of the gold content of Lin Xin's grade 1. And probably more. And the reason he was 100% was because the highest score on the exam was only 100%. But I'm afraid that the knowledge base Lin Xin possessed was much more than that. And so it was that 10 minutes later there was an extra table in Ning Zhua's office, with a large stack of papers piled on top of it. She directly instructed Lin Xin, take care of these documents for me before the end of the day today, or I'll dock your salary. Lin Xin looked at the piles of papers on that table and shook his head frantically. No, beat me to death. I don't want to be a social animal. Really? Only Ning Zhua took out a red whip from among the drawers in her office and placed it in her hand and tugged it to make a slight wind sound. Taking the whip she cocked her head and sneered. Did you misunderstand something? I'm not discussing with you. I'm ordering you. After saying that, Ning Zhuya directly a whip on his desk. Bang sound. A shallow trace left on the desktop. Lin Xion's body instantly trembled as he quickly ran to his own table and sat down, inwardly suffocating as he began to read the documents. NND. Who's crazy enough to put a whip in the office? She must be out of her mind. Putting down the whip, Ning Zhuya looked at Lin Xion's scene of serious work with satisfaction, turned around and picked up the kettle to make a cup of coffee, then sat down on the sofa, took off her shoes and lay down on the sofa, quietly looking at someone's focused expression. Boyfriends can be used for more than just sleeping, they can be used for office work, and she's just getting more and more satisfied with that. Meanwhile, in a luxurious ward of the Magic City Hospital, after receiving Ning Zhuya's message, the Magic City Hospital immediately changed Qi's ward into a luxurious single-room ward on the grounds of charity, and all medical and other expenses were paid for by the hospital. At this time in the hospital room, Qi was sitting on the hospital bed wearing a hospital gown, looking at Li Liang who was sitting on the side of some lost. Where's Lin Xin? Didn't he come? Li Liang heard the sadness in her voice and comforted her while peeling the apple. He would have come over already. Probably blaming himself inside, so he left when he found out about your situation. If you don't mind. Upon hearing this, Qi's mood was slightly better, his face slightly improved while secretly thinking in his heart. Turns out he still cares about himself. Li Liang, who had captured all her expressions in his eyes, sighed in his heart, which was neither a good idea to persuade nor a bad idea not to persuade. Getting along for more than a year for Qi's character he also knows some, is not hit the south wall will not turn back the kind of. Even if Lin Xian and Ning Zhuya had become boyfriend and girlfriend, she was afraid that she would still wait, quietly watching and waiting while not disturbing someone. It was close to evening before Lin Xin stretched his back, a stack of organized documents in front of him. "Ah, finally got it done." Ning Zhuya, who heard the commotion, came from the side, holding a cup of coffee with only half of it left in it, emitting a strong coffee fragrance. She casually picked up a document and glanced at it, her eyes nodding in satisfaction as she handed the remaining coffee in her hand to Lin Xin. "Not a bad finish. Bonus for you." Leaning his back on the chair and looking at the coffee that was only half left in his hand, Lim Shin spat. "You black-hearted boss. Bring me the drunk one." After saying that, Lin Xion's gaze was somewhat disgusted as he placed the coffee on the table, clearly not intending to drink it. And this scene happened to fall into Ning Zhuya's eyes. Her beautiful eyes gradually began to flood with a cold light, directly took the coffee and drank a large mouthful of it wrapped in her mouth, and then forcefully cupped Lin Xion's face and kissed him on the mouth. At a loss for words, Lin Xion's eyes glazed over as he tried to break free, but he was caught in a death grip by Ning Zhuya's hand. Coffee flowed out of the corners of his mouth during the struggle, and Lin Xian glared at Ning Zhuya with unwillingness to be humiliated. His throat sliding, the bitter taste of coffee spread instantly in his mouth, and his face flushed with bitterness. A moment later, Ning Zhuya let go of Lin Xian with satisfaction, licking away the residual coffee from the corners of his mouth somewhat unfulfilled, and cupping his face as she laughed. "How does it taste? Pretty good, right? It's my exclusive imported coffee after all." Lin Xian slumped lifelessly in his chair. He was utterly and completely dirty. Ning Zhuya, who was standing on the side, looked at his unwillingly humiliated appearance and became even more excited, directly kissing him again. At the same time Lin Xian's hand uncontrollably touched something soft, and with a firm pinch, Ning Zhuya let out a soft cry in pain. Watching her reaction, Lin Xian once again pinched harder, and Ning Zhuya's face instantly grimaced as she directly knocked off his salty hand and hooted up with a slap. With pop, pa, several sounds, Lin Xian covered her face in aggravation. "You scoundrel! It was clearly you who messed up first." Ning Zhuya stepped on Lin Xian's abdomen with one foot and lightly grunted. "What's wrong with me being a scoundrel? You have a problem with that?" Lin Xian weakly said. No, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Tolerate it for a while. Take a step back and the sky is the limit." Outside, the sky had already darkened by now, and Ning Zhuya directly held Lin Xian's hand and walked out of the group. Inside the top floor office, Ning Yin stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and watched the two men leave, then resumed her seat and began to process the documents. Day or night, it's the same thing, and she's been going on like this for 12 whole years without a day's interruption. At night, the stars were high in the sky, and Ning Zhuya fell into a deep sleep after toying with Lin Xian, lying naked under the covers. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the fatigue on her face and felt a little heartbroken and self-conscious. A few moments later, the lights in the bedroom went out, and Lin Xian hugged Ning Zhuya and closed his eyes, the two of them so close together that they could hear each other's heartbeats, but have yet to enter each other's true heart. The next morning, Lin Xian got up much earlier than usual. Today he had taken a vacation from Ning Zhuya and was going to make a trip to school. For this reason, he was bitten several times last night, and his body still hurts. After simply washing up, Lin Xian drove towards the school, having already made plans in his mind. After Lin Xian left the villa, a dozen or so bodyguards also secretly drove up in their cars and followed in secret. Inside the car, the bodyguard Captain Li Hu, who had already recovered from his injuries, was reporting the situation and said respectfully to the lady on the other end of the phone, "Miss, young Master Lin has already left the villa. What exactly are we going to do?" Ning Zhuya's cold voice came out from the other end. Her tone had always been this cold when dealing with others other than Lin Xian. "Follow him, and remember to clean up his tail if he's going after someone else." Li Hu nodded respectfully. "Yes, Mississippi." The phone hung up. About half an hour later, Lin Xian managed to spot Qin Jun at the school entrance. He stood in the middle of a dark corner, looking at Qin Jun, who was not far away hooking up with a few juniors. His face was filled with smugness, and he was saying something over and over. When they gradually left the school, Lin Xian secretly followed them, his face unusually cold. After Lin Xian followed up, a group of bodyguards emerged in the middle of the corner, cautiously observing Lin Xian not far away, especially Li, who always felt something wrong in his heart. How there's always been a feeling of being watched, like from the start. Holding such doubts, Li Hu once again brought people to secretly follow up, and then, in just 10 minutes, they completely lost Lin Xian. Inside a blocked alley, Li Hu finally called his lady helplessly, ashamed of himself. "Miss, we lost them." Gray clouds blocked the sunlight, and it was noon, but the sky had become as dim as evening, as drops of rain fell from high above, as if some switch had been flipped. the rain poured down, and the entire city was instantly silenced by the sound of the rain. On the outskirts of Magic City, in the middle of a certain abandoned factory building, the sound of cold wind whistling continuously came from it, making it look eerie and abnormal. Because it was an abandoned factory, the power system was naturally unusable, and the whole factory was even darker in this silent rainy night. In the dark corner, a cluster of bright lights stood out, vaguely able to illuminate a standing figure. Lin Xin indifferently gazed at the tied-up Qin Jun in front of him, with a circle of tape still wrapped around his mouth. He could only let out a terrified woo. He could only let out a frightened woo-woo, because the rain was so heavy. The roof of the already dilapidated plant began to seep downwards, and drops of water dripped straight down onto Qin Jun's head before sliding over his face, which was filled with panic, and falling to the ground and splattering away. Lin Xin lifted his fist expressionlessly. It was wrapped in thick tape, so even if he was investigated afterward, there wouldn't be any evidence left about him. The thin, cicada-like lips slightly opened, and the cold eyes gazed at Qin Jun's face filled with panic as he coldly said, "It's your choice, and now that you've done it, you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences." The words fell. Lin Xin did not hesitate to drop his fist. Bang, a dull scream. Just a punch to make Qin Jun pain. Well, because his mouth was sealed. Qin Jun's mouth was filled with the taste of blood at this time, and the way he looked at Lin Xin was as if he was looking at an earthly demon, his eyes constantly trembling from fear. In response, Lin Xin did not show the slightest bit of mercy, as if he had already become accustomed to such scenes, and could not induce the slightest ripple in his heart at all. The sound of whistling wind rang out, and another punch fell hard, punching to the flesh. The rain is getting heavier and the gray haze is rising in all directions, shrouding the city in a veil of mystery. The sound of fists falling in the midst of the crumbling factory continued until it slowed to a halt half an hour later. In the dim corner, under the illumination of the flashlight, Qin Jun's face full of bruises and bloodstains was particularly miserable, with blood mixed with rainwater flowing down his face drop by drop. But at this time, Qin Jun somehow remained conscious, was looking at Lin Xin with eyes full of terror, wanting to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness but unable to speak in fear. Lin Xin turned around and walked to a small dusty shelf behind him, took down the camera he had prepared in advance, and casually glanced at the footage in it. He turned around once again and walked over to Qin Jun, waving the camera in his hand as he spoke in a chilling tone. "You've seen this camera, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who would love to see this footage explode on the internet if something like this were to happen again." As the Qin family's most promising second heir, this threat was undoubtedly fatal to Qin Jun. Seeing Qin Jun's lack of response, Lin Xin coldly said, "Answer me if you don't want to continue suffering." Qin Jun then braced his courage and nodded shakily. Yes. Only after receiving an answer did Lin Xin turn around, not forgetting to turn to Qin Jun, who was lying on the ground, and warn him, "You better hope this is the last time, or else I'm going to really kill you next time. No half-assed evidence is left behind, like today." After saying that, Lin Xin walked straight out of the dilapidated factory building, and, with the heavy rain falling like a torrent overhead, he stopped in his tracks. In the pouring rain ahead, a figure dressed in black walked slowly with an umbrella, holding an already outdated senior citizen's cell phone in his hand. Lin Xin stood in the doorway of the factory building, looking at the man who came closer. Disgust flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect to come so soon." The man in black with the umbrella didn't say anything, just silently handed the old phone in his hand to Lin Xin's face. Lin Xin took the cell phone and placed it to his ear, and the voice of an aged old man came out from the other end, his tone calm and cold. "What? Won't even say a word to Grandpa?" Lin Xin indifferently returned. "I have nothing to say to you." At those words, the old man on the other end contained a hint of fire in his tone. "Do you hate me that much? I've heard about what you've been up to lately, getting a girlfriend at the university, which is really something to be happy about. But take a word of advice from Grandpa, she's not for you." A few moments of fire also grew on Lin Xin's face, becoming a bit unlike his usual appearance as he angrily said, "I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. It's a choice I've made myself. You're in no position to interfere." The old man at the head snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Since you don't need me to take care of it, then don't help that little girlfriend of yours under my banner. If you want to get away from me so badly, don't use my connections if you can. I don't remember teaching you that. I've put the word out, so take your time dealing with the Qin family. Let me see how you've grown over the years, and if you can't hold out, you can call me." After that, the phone hung up. The man in black retrieved his cell phone and glanced at the scene inside the dimly lit plant. Flatly, "Do you need me to handle it cleanly? This is a small matter that Elder Lin won't mind." "No need." Lin Xin's attitude was indifferent. He walked straight out into the pounding rain, which drenched his clothes almost instantly. The man in black didn't care, and directly left the place from another direction. In the middle of a long downpour, Lin Xin was walking alone on a remote road when a light came on in the distance and a familiar car drove up, eventually stopping in front of him. The backseat door opened and a hand reached straight out to pull Lin Xin in. Then the door slammed heavily. The car then began to slowly turn around and head towards the city center. The backseat was filled with a familiar, clean scent that could not be found anywhere else in the world. Dressed in a long, snow-white dress, Ning Juya turned sideways to look at the wet Lin Xin, noticing his ancient eyes. That shouldn't be the look this man should be giving. She swept a glance at the tape Lin Xin had wrapped around his hand, especially the blood on it that had been mostly washed away by the rain. What happened? Lin Xin lowered his eyes without saying anything, his mood rarely lost. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ning Juya didn't ask any more questions and picked up a towel to start wiping the rainwater off Lin Xin's body. Then he casually took off his top, revealing his angular muscles, and pulled out a gray blanket from the back to wrap around himself and Rinchin. In the middle of the blanket, the warm petite body hugged Lin Xin, the two of their bodies tightly next to each other. Ning Zhua leaned Lin Xin's head against his own embrace. The driver who was driving inadvertently swept over the rearview mirror. His eyes revealed surprise. It was the first time he saw Missy being so gentle. Inside the back seat, Ning Juya stroked Lin Xin's hair, rubbed her face against his, and softly said, "Get some rest and relax." Lin Xin closed his eyes. He also wanted to sleep to wash away that unwillingness in his heart. It didn't take long for Lin Xin to fall asleep, and Ning Juya's delicate little hand stroked his face with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Men who don't talk seem to be more handsome. Then, Ning Juya took out her cell phone. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and directly sent a message out. It is also this message, so that night Qin Jun really experience a time what is called the pain of not being able to breathe, and produce a lingering shadow inside. The next day, when Lin Xin, who was lying naked under the blanket, opened his eyes were the beautiful eyes staring at him sideways, containing a smile. She whispered, "Wake up." Since the window was left open, a hint of cold wind blew in through the gap, and Lin Xin subconsciously shivered, feeling the touch underneath him, the corner of his mouth twitching. You undressed me?" Ning Juya nodded rightfully and laughed. "Of course that's true. Who else could it be but me?" Saying that, he also teasingly came forward to whisper in Lin Xin's ear, softly, "Not to mention, it's moist." Female pervert. Lin Xin went straight under the covers. At those words, Ning Juya's face turned cold. This man really didn't learn his lesson. Then, the sound of Lin Xin wailing in pain came out from the middle of the bedroom, his figure fleeing through the bedroom, still wrapped in the blanket. Ning Juya chased after him barefoot in her nightgown, and was in no hurry to catch Lin Xin, only taking the whip in her hand to his ass every now and then, seemingly enjoying herself. Soon, Lin Xin was exhausted and laying on the ground, his stomach rumbling with hunger, while Ning Zhua squatted down to play with his face, playing with the flavor. "That won't work? I haven't had enough. Get up and keep running." Outside a certain ward of the Magic City Hospital, in the quiet corridor, Ning Juya leaned her back against the wall and clasped her hands as she looked at Lin Xin, who was hesitating in front of the door, her pretty face revealing her displeasure. Inside the hospital room, she was leaning on the bed reading a book. Her complexion was obviously much better, and her long black hair was casually draped over both shoulders and danced in the wind. At that moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and with a cry of ouch, Lin Xin was directly kicked in. Ning Juya stood in the doorway and said coldly to Lin Xin, who was lying on the ground, "I'll only give you 10 minutes, not even 1 second more." After saying that, Ning Juya closed the door of the hospital room with extreme inner discomfort. If it wasn't for the pitiful words of Lin Xin yesterday, she would never have allowed him to come and see this woman. It wasn't jealousy, it was just a simple feeling of discomfort in my heart, like having to lend my favorite toy to someone else. At this moment in the hospital room, she looked at Lin Xin, who had suddenly barged in, with some surprise. "What brings you here?" Lin Xin somewhat awkwardly climbed up from the ground, walked over to the hospital bed and smiled at Qin Shi. "This is not to see you. Took care of something so I'm just now getting here. Sorry about that." Qin Shi gently closed the book and put it aside, pointing to the chair placed beside the hospital bed and said softly, "You sit down first. And, what kind of person you are I can still not know. You must have gone to find Qin Jun's trouble to go." For me, the words were barely out of his mouth when the sound of a door being kicked in came from outside the hospital room. Outside the door, Ning Juya was close to writing the word unhappy on her face, and she suddenly regretted letting Lin Xin come to see this woman. In the middle of the hospital room, Lin Xin sat down on a chair, not paying attention to the noises made outside, and then bowed to Qin Shi with a serious face. "I'm sorry, If it wasn't for me you wouldn't have suffered like this. So if you have any requests just ask and I'll do my best to fulfill them. Upon hearing this, she looked at Lin Xian's serious demeanor and cocked her head inquiring. Really anything? Lin Xian nodded stiffly. Well, if I can do it. Seeing him like this, she covered her mouth and laughed. You're really not amusing. I'm just joking. What are you nervous about? Then, she looked at Lin Xian and shook her head, smiling with a gentle smile. If you really want me to say a request, then the only thing I ask is that you don't do those dangerous things in the future. Always walk by the river where there are no shoes that don't get wet. You have to think about your own safety as well. Good. Lin Xian nodded seriously. I'll remember. The atmosphere inside the ward was cordial. Outside the ward it was like a volcano erupting. Did you think that I would make some requests in that area? She asked, lowering her eyebrows. Sitting on the sidelines, Lin Xian scratched his head. Expected it. On the hospital bed, she lowered his head as if recalling something and slowly stated. I can see that you really like Ning Juya now. Honestly, I'm envious. After being rejected by you I wondered every day if the outcome would have been different if I had confessed to you before you met Ning Juya. Lin Xian. I'll be waiting for you until I give up my obsession with you. Saying that, in order to avoid being misunderstood, she explained. But don't worry, I'm not going to interfere with you and Ning Juya, so don't try to persuade me either. It's your business if you like Ning Juya, it's my business if I like you. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the ward instantly suppressed and became somewhat heavy. Lin Xian was silent for a long time, just wanting to open his mouth to say something, but he saw that at this time the door of the ward was violently opened, and Ning Juya, who had long been unable to tolerate it, walked in with a cold face. She rushed straight into the hospital room, dragging Lin Xian by the back of his collar and coldly said, 10 minutes is already up, so good luck with your discharge. The first half of the sentence was addressed to Lin Xian, and the second half was addressed to Qin Shi. The door of the hospital room closed heavily. Qin Shi shook his head helplessly and picked up the book placed aside to read again, and outside the ward, just after dragging Lin Xian out, Ning Juya couldn't help herself at once, directly grabbing his ears and pulling them hard, sneering, You're very generous, aren't you? You can ask for anything you want. Lin Xian was tugged on his ear and begged for mercy. Wrong. Wife, I'm wrong. But begging for forgiveness was obviously useless. Ning Juya had endured her anger outside for so long. How could 2 sentences of begging for forgiveness cancel it out? Soon there was a scene like this in the hospital corridor. Lin Xian, whose earlobes were red, playfully fled towards the outside of the hospital with a look of fear on his face, as if there was some kind of flood beast chasing behind him. And behind him, Ning Juya chased after him with a gloomy face, chirping as she chased after him. You keep running if you can, and you better not let me catch you or I'll kick your ass. At this time, Lin Xian had already run outside the hospital, and under the astonished gazes of the people around him, he shouted towards Ning Juya, And where did I mess with you, you crazy bitch? I think you're just trying to find a reason to clean me up. As soon as these words were uttered, Lin Xian instantly regretted them and his face pulled down. It's bad. In a hurry I said all the words from my heart. It's really over now. As expected, when Ning Juya, who was chasing behind her, heard these words, the anger within her heart surged up once again. Good. So in your heart I am like this. Dog man, you are dead today. At this moment, Lin Xian's back was in a cold sweat, and he quickly swept a glance at the 4-way street in front of him, and casually found a crowded place to burrow into. But soon he ran out at an even faster speed, with fear on his face. Looking at the formation behind him he couldn't help but yell at Ning Juya in front of him. You're crazy to go this far. Ning Juya stopped her footsteps and looked at Lin Xian, who was running towards her, and laughed coldly. As long as I can catch you, any big battle is worth it. Only to see that a group of black-clothed bodyguards suddenly sprang out of the street where people were coming and going to chase Lin Xian, and the number was at least 20 or more. This unified clothing in vast array immediately attracted many people on the street to stop and watch, curiously looking at them chasing Lin Xian, thinking that they were filming some blockbuster movie. Especially when the passers-by noticed Ning Juya, their eyes lit up at once. This was simply a living, high-cooling model fairy. While they were feasting their eyes, Lin Xian, who was the protagonist, had fallen into despair. The roads around them had all been blocked, and Ning Juya walked over without haste, smiling coldly as she pinched Lin Xian's face. Honey, why don't you stop running? Lin Xian birdishly held her cool little hand and placed it on his chest as he said with a sincere gaze, Honey, how could I run away with you here? Do I look like that kind of person? The next second, there was a pop. After casually rewarding Lin Xian with a slap in the face, Ning Juya waved her hand at the bodyguards behind her and coldly said, Tie me up and take me back. Yes, Ma'am. Soon. Under Lin Xin's horrified gaze, all of his limbs were tied, and even his mouth was taped. Inside the car, Lin Xin, who was being stepped on by Ning Juya's bare feet, kept struggling, but every time he moved, Ning Juya would nonchalantly step on him. So repeatedly, gradually, Lin Xin also did not move, and could only stare at Ning Juya with a reluctant face. Noticing his gaze, Ning Juya frowned slightly. What kind of look is that? After saying that, he directly stepped on Lin Xin's face. Because he didn't wear shoes. It didn't hurt much, but it made him feel a little bad. Ning Juya leaned over and hooked Lin Xin's chin with her finger, smiling somewhat expectantly. Man, wait to go home and be slowly tempered by me. When the tempering is over, you won't dare to disobey me in the future. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Lin Xin, as he had done for the first time, had his limbs bound by 4 chains as he looked at Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him. He begged, "Honey, I was really wrong. I definitely won't dare next time. So please spare me this time." Ning Juya's hair was wet at the moment. The white dress on her body had a flash of flesh color because she hadn't wiped off the water droplets, and her body was still emitting the fresh scent of shower gel. Stretching out her white hand, Ning Juya directly choked Lin Xin's neck and coldly said, "Do you think I will believe you? Don't think I'll let you go until you're completely taught to obey today." After saying that, Ning Juya leaned down and kissed on Lin Xin's lips while pinching his neck with constant force. Lin Xin felt a wave of suffocating pain, wanting to scream out, but helplessly his mouth was blocked. There was no way to scream. He could only miserably be claimed for a kiss. Not a moment later, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and the maid's respectful voice came out. "Miss, I brought you what you asked for." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya let Lin Xin go, wiped the corners of her lips, and said coldly, "Bring it in." Then came the sound of the door of the room being opened, and the maid entered with her head bowed, not daring to look at the scene within the bedroom, and leaving quickly after placing the dry bread in her hand on the table. Hyashin, who had his arms and legs locked, was panting heavily on the bed, and beads of sweat were already breaking out on his forehead. That was close. I almost thought I was really going to suffocate just now. Ning Juya, on the other hand, stood up from Lin Xin's body and walked forward to bring over a large piece of dry bread from the table before resitting on Lin Xin. "What do you want here again?" Lin Xin looked at the bread in her hand with confusion. "Do you want to die a full death?" Ning Juya looked at Lin Xin with cold eyes and tore off a small piece of bread and put it into his mouth, ordering without refusal, "Give me food." Lin Xin did get a little hungry at this time, and directly ate it, chewing it twice before commenting with some disgust, "This bread is too dry. Where did you buy this? It's awful." At the same time his heart summed out. This house suddenly, with a change of a person, just had to clean up their own it, now actually began to feed themselves food. This bread should not be poisonous. Sitting on Lin Xin's body, Ning Juya didn't say anything, only continuously tearing the bread in her hand into small pieces and feeding it to Lin Xin's mouth, anticipation surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. Gradually, as this large piece of bread entered Lin Xin's belly, he soon felt a bit thirsty and opened his mouth. "Honey, can you get me some water to drink? I'm so thirsty after eating so much bread." A smile appeared at the corner of Ning Juya's mouth as she casually picked up the quilt and wiped her hands, then lay on her side beside Lin Xin, her snow-white furrow immediately unfolding in front of his eyes. The white and slender jade leg directly rested on Lin Xin's leg. Ning Juya came forward and softly said, "Thirsty? Okay. Only imported ones though. You want a drink?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin reacted, the doubts in his heart instantly clearing up. "Good. I wondered why the sudden change was so drastic, so that's what I had in mind." Without hesitation, he turned his head and said in a determined tone, "Then I'm not thirsty." The cold light in Ning Juya's eyes flickered, but she didn't rush into a seizure, instead waiting quietly. An hour passed quickly as time passed. Lin Xin felt even more dryness in his mouth, the skin of his mouth on the verge of drying up and cracking. Begging for mercy, he looked at Ning Juya beside him, his voice much lower. "Water." The arc of Ning Juya's mouth rose more and more as she took the bottle of mineral water that was placed on the bedside and wrapped it in her mouth. She came up to Lin Xin, close enough to point to her mouth and then to Lin Xin, her meaning simply not too obvious. At this time, Lin Xin has long been tortured. The mouth is getting drier and drier. Looking at the red lips right in front of his eyes, closed his eyes and directly kissed it. Gulp! The indescribable scene appeared as droplets of water ran down the corners of their mouths and dripped onto the bed. A moment later, Lin Xin, who had drawn in moisture, finally felt better, but immediately afterward, Ning Juya's stunningly beautiful face came back up. Gradually, the body is a little hot. Lin Xin stubbornly brushed his head away and said no to kissing this time. but Ning Juya's patience was at its limit at this point, and seeing that Lin Xin was still not cooperating at this point in time, she directly slapped him on the face. The sound of the wind rang out, and with a slap, a reddish slap mark appeared on the side of Lin Xin's face. Ning Juya's cold eyes stared into Lin Xin's eyes as she warned in a cold tone, "I think I've put up with you enough. You'd better get a grip or I can't guarantee I'll do something bad." After saying that, Ning Juya directly tore Lin Xin's clothes, elegantly wiped his mouth, and then sat up from the bed. His fingers slightly moving slowly faded the dress. A million words omitted here. Please recharge Canon VIP for details. The following morning was bright and sunny. Lin Xin, who was sleeping, was directly woken up by Ning Juya's violent kick and rolled under the bed, only to hear her whisper, "I'm hungry. Go make me something to eat." Lin Xin, who was sleeping sweetly, was suddenly kicked awake and subconsciously wanted to get angry, but when he saw Ning Juya's face, his heart shuddered. Good. Lin Xin walked helplessly towards the outside of the bedroom. Ning Juya, who was wearing a silk nightgown, saw this and was satisfied with her heart. Sure enough, a man just needs to be properly coached and conditioned to be obedient. Then, Ning Juya lazily lay on the bed and squinted for a while until Lin Xin walked in with food. A few moments later, Ning Juya stared expressionlessly at the clear soup in the bowl and the few small grains of kimchi floating on top of it, and looked up at Lin Xin coldly. "Do you have a death wish?" Lin Xin settled his bowl in 3 tries and burped before smiling sarcastically. "Don't you have to eat these lighter ones early in the morning? They're good for the stomach." Ning Juya narrowed her eyes. "Is it good for your stomach or are you just lazy?" Cold sweat broke out behind Lin Xin's back. Soon his screams rang out in the bedroom. A few moments later, in the middle of the bedroom Ning Juya was lying on the bed, while Lin Xin was half-flushed as he fed her. Women, what a violent creature. After reluctantly feeding the meal, Ning Juya began to get up and change her clothes, and without avoiding Lin Xin just removed her nightgown and casually found a white dress to change into. Behind him, Lin Xin's eyes went straight as he watched, and the curves of his body that were especially exposed made his heart go all aflame. But after thinking about last night's misery, he shook his head and began to change. It's already the 2nd month of school, and Mordor University has an exam every month to determine each student's ranking and award credits. Early in the morning, the Qin family, Qin Peng stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows with his cell phone, overlooking the city's scenery, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. "What you say is true, there's no backer behind the Ning family, and they just got lucky last time?" The middle-aged man's calm voice came to mind on the other end. "Well, according to my investigation it is, although it's currently certain that there's no one behind the Ning family. The reason why you failed last time was also because you went too far and drew the attention of the higher-ups. Remember, the Canopy Group must be in our hands. If you're too forceful, beware of the Ning family dying with you. When that happens, no one will be able to get any good." Qin Peng nodded with a happy face. "Don't worry, I already have plans. As long as we know that there is no backer behind the Ning family, then the Canopy Group will still be able to take whatever they want, and there are plenty of ways to do so. It's good that you understand. I hope you won't fail again this time, or else I don't mind going to the Bai family for cooperation." Hearing that the other party wanted to change, Qin Peng's face changed and his tone became much more respectful as he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll succeed this time." There was no response on the other end and the phone hung up. After deleting the call records, Qin Peng's face grimaced, the respectful look on his face disappearing without a trace. He then slammed his fist into the window in front of him with a loud thud and just a couple of slight shudders. "Damn son of a bitch, how dare you threaten me? Just wait, when I'm in complete control of the Canopy Group, you'll be the first to be taken out." On a windy and sunny morning, the students of Magic City University walked towards their classrooms with tense faces, and the atmosphere inside the school was a bit depressing. The car stopped at the school entrance, and Lin Xin, who was holding a bun in his hand, stepped out of the car, followed closely by Ning Juya. Lin Xin didn't rush off, but extended his hand, which Ning Juya held satisfactorily, and the two of them walked towards the school building with their 10 fingers together. Looking at Lin Xin, who was eating with relish beside him, Ning Juya faintly said, "You take this exam seriously. I'll take back the number 1 spot." "Oh, then cheer up," Lin Xin said indifferently. Ning Juya, the famous scene of a man running away and a woman chasing after him soon appeared in the school, attracting the attention of many students, who couldn't help but smile at the lovey-dovey scene between Lin Xin and Ning Juya, and their hearts were not so tense. Soon, Lin Xin was once again caught under the school building by Ning Juya, who said in a cold voice, "You'd better take this exam seriously. If I find out that you purposely failed it just to get me, I'll show you what cruelty means." Lin Xin, who was being lifted by his collar, physically shivered. not doubting the truthfulness of Ning Juya's words, and hurriedly nodded his head. I'm sure I'm serious, just don't worry, and with your strength, wife Sama, surely you don't need me to let it be. I was simply lucky last time. With this flurry of horse's ass, Ning Juya's beautiful eyes flashed with satisfaction, letting go of Lin Xin with a loose hand and turning towards the examination room. Although they were in the same major, the examination room was not the same classroom, but two adjacent examination rooms. What a she-tramp, Lin Xin muttered and stood up from the ground, and after patting the dust on his clothes, he also walked in the direction of the examination room. Self-study is self-study. The test is still a test. This is what he promised Lao Wang, as a capital for him to brag after dinner. Although not many students knew Lin Xin, in the circle of teachers, Lin Xin's fame was high because of his mentor. A few minutes later, Lin Xin walked into the exam room. Because the exam hadn't started yet, so there were quite a few people walking around the classroom. Lin Xin casually swept a glance, then walked towards his last row of window seats. There were only about 30 candidates in the entire classroom, and there were no people Lin Xin was familiar with among them. After all, he had as many as 3 friends from Magic City University alone. Soon, the classroom instantly fell silent as a bell rang. Not long after, Wang Lixing, who was wearing black long sleeves, walked in with the test papers, and his eyes instantly locked onto Lin Xin, who was lying in the corner of the classroom. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Brat, you have to give me a good effort. My bragging capital next month will depend on you. Competition among teachers is also brutal, and it is popular to use student achievement to highlight one's teaching skills. This kid Lin Xin was his last card. Then Wang Lixing began to distribute the test papers, and then gradually explained the order and rules of the examination. Speaking very carefully, you may turn in your papers early after you have finished answering the questions, but only go out on the playground and stay out of the building. After saying that, Wang Lixing raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time was just right, so he said directly, the exam is starting. All take the exam seriously, don't talk to each other. The students in the classroom looked at the neat paper in front of them and immediately picked up their pens and wrote, looking focused and serious. Soon, the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of pens on paper. Wang Lixing, on the other hand, casually walked around the classroom, observing the status of each candidate in case anyone was cheating. And at this time, on the last row of seats, Lin Xin, who had just finished writing his name, suddenly turned bitter with a hard expression and covered his stomach. Crap, it's not going to be a bad meal. Lin Xin immediately thought of the buns he had bought at the roadside in the morning and cursed the boss for being a traitor. The ingredients were obviously not clean. There was no room for regret now, so Lin Xin forced himself to endure the pain coming from his abdomen and picked up a pen to write quickly. Luckily, it's science today and there's not much to write about. Although he hadn't practiced before, Lin Xin knew the answers to the questions almost by glancing at them and began to answer them quickly. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. Soon, less than 10 minutes before the exam, the sound of turning over papers came out from the classroom, immediately attracting Wang Lixing, who was making his rounds. He curiously looked towards the source of the sound, and after realizing that it was the boy Lin Xin, he felt that something was wrong. This kid used to write a test a while to play a while. How today so abnormal? Can not be to fall in love produced personality changes? As the exam time passed, 15 minutes later, Lin Xin quickly put down the pen in his hand, stood up and picked up the paper and placed it in front of old Wang. After saying this hurriedly, he turned around and ran towards the outside of the classroom. Teacher, I'm turning in my paper early. The commotion instantly attracted the thoughts of many people pondering the problem, raising their heads in disbelief and looking at Lin Xin's back as he ran out of the classroom. Dude, we haven't even finished the multiple choice questions here and you're handing in your paper. Well, so roll it is. Seeing this, Wang Lixing said faintly, what are all looking around for? Hurry up and answer the questions. After some warning, he sat down on a chair behind the podium, put on his own old glasses and began to seriously look at Lin Xin's test paper. Well, at least it's his precious student, so he definitely wants to see if there are any mistakes on the paper. But this idea is obviously redundant. After scrutinizing the last few big questions, Wang Lixing took off his glasses with a satisfied face. In the middle of the quiet Magic City University, inside an examination room on the 2nd floor of the teaching building, the white-skirted silhouette was sitting in the middle of the front row of the classroom. And at this time, Ning Juya had already flipped through the rolls and was working on the last few big questions, realizing that only just over 20 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. Such a speed of answering questions could be called terrifying. Just then, the sound of eager running came from within the corridor, causing Ning Juya, who was quietly thinking, to frown and look towards the window. In the next second, A brief freeze appeared on her delicate face as she looked at the figure that quickly ran past in the corridor. If it isn't the dog man, how did he get out of the exam room so fast? Although it was only for a moment, Ning Juya still clearly captured the flicker of hard feelings on Lin Xian's face, and unconsciously felt some concern in her heart. Is this him going to the bathroom? This dog man must have had a bad stomach. I told him long ago not to eat roadkill. Since she was still taking the test, Ning Juya quickly twisted her head back after sweeping a glance. The pen in her hand moved quickly, and the speed of answering the questions instantly accelerated by a large margin. After about 10 minutes or so, Ning Juya suddenly stood up and took the paper and put it in front of the invigilator's desk. Her voice indifferent. Teacher, I want a hand in my paper early. After saying that, without giving the teacher time to react, Ning Juya directly walked out of the classroom towards the direction of the restroom with quick steps. The invigilator, who didn't understand the situation, rubbed his bare head, then picked up the paper in front of him and read it. Miss Ning, whether I can brag in front of Mr. Wang next month depends on you. At this time, in the middle of the second-floor restroom of Mordor University, Lin Xian rubbed his stomach and held onto the wall as he walked out, muttering under his breath, "Damn adulterer. I'd better not see your stall again or I'll have to reward you with a bag of piss." Around the corner, Lin Xian, because of his lack of concentration, directly hit something soft and flimsy head-on, and his body subconsciously had to tilt backwards. This would have been a terrible thing to fall on the back of your head. Lin Xian was even too late to react. His gaze had already shifted to the ceiling, and his pupils shrunk even more. Just then, a hand swept Lin Xian over and hugged him in his arms, and a familiar fragrance came accompanied by the young girl's reproachful voice. "Why so careless?" Ning Juya said as she hugged Lin Xian with both hands, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I've told you not to eat roadside food, but you don't listen. Now you've suffered." Lin Xian also reacted at this time. Being said by Ning Juya did not dare to talk back, and could only mutter in his heart, "Hell, if he knew the bun was unclean, he can't be blamed for that." Ning Juya could tell at a glance that this guy was definitely muttering in his mind, and without any good humor, she helped him walk in the direction of the playground. "If you ever eat anything outside again, I'll beat you to death." Is Purple River Province? In some small hotel in Lianyun City, the roughly 100 square meters of the small store was neatly arranged with tables and chairs for eating, roughly 7 or 8 of them, and could accommodate more than 20 people at the same time. The store was very quiet at the moment, as there was still a little time before the noon meal, so there were no customers coming to eat. In the middle of the back kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat was talking on the phone, with a few complexities on his face. Okay. The call hung up a few moments later, and Lin put away his cell phone inside. Zhang Huiwan, who was standing by the side, also walked over at this time and spoke in a worried tone. "Is it Dad who called?" Lin nodded and walked to a side chair to sit down, sighing sadly. "Back then, we ran to this tiny Lianyun city with Xiao Xian, and never contacted our family for so many years. Our dad couldn't tell you how angry he was. He said that Xin had a girlfriend at school, the daughter of the richest man in Mordor, and that his identity was too sensitive, so he asked us to persuade Xin. How can Zhang Huiwan not understand what this means? This is trying to let his son and the daughter of the richest man break up. For a while the atmosphere in the kitchen fell into silence, and Lin leaned his back on the chair and exhaled slowly. "Have your son come back next week, and tell him to bring his girlfriend along. Life ultimately belongs to his own, the road to his own choice. We do parents' silent support on the line." Zhang Huiwan nodded. "That's good, and with Xiao Xian's nature, he definitely won't listen to advice. After all, he was raised to resent these things the most." Inside the corner of the playground of Magic City University, under a long stone chair under a tree, Lin Xian was resting with his eyes closed while lying on Ning Juya's lap. The leaves of the trees rustled in the wind, and the sunlight shone through the gaps, creating floating shadows of light on the two men's bodies. Ning Juya's cool little hand reached inside Lin Xian's clothes to help him rub his stomach, while her other hand was playing with Lin Xian's hair as a way to pass the time. At this time, the cell phone on Lin Xian's body suddenly rang, and he opened his eyes and picked it up, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. It was actually his own mom who called, which was rare. Phone call connected. Lin Xian directly opened the speakerphone, placed the phone to his ear, and lazily opened his mouth. "Hey mom, what's up?" On the other end, Zhang Huijuan's voice came out in a bad mood. "How long has it been since you brats have been back home? When do you plan to come back?" Ning Juya quietly stroked Lin Xian's hair without interrupting. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian spoke helplessly. "I didn't just go back last month." Zhang Huiwan on the other end of the phone didn't care if her son agreed or not, and directly put out words. "I don't care. You have to come back next week anyway, and I heard you have a girlfriend at school. Bring her back with you. After saying that, Zhang mother didn't give her son a chance to negotiate and hung up the phone without hesitation. As the busy tone of his cell phone rang, Lin Xian's helpless gaze went to Ning Zhuya in supplication. You heard me. So, Ning Zhuya looked at Lin Xian with lowered eyebrows. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smile as she laughed with interest. It's fine if you want me to go back with you. So how are you going to make it up to me? Lin Xian, who was lying on his snow-white thighs, weakly said. Then what compensation do you want? Not much. Ning Zhuya's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian and stretched out 3 fingers and laughed. As long as you promise me 3 conditions, I'll accompany you back. That's not too much, is it? Lin Xian was silent for a moment and tried. Which 3 conditions? Ning Zhuya reached out and pinched Lin Xian's face, coming forward to blow a mouthful of aroma in his ear and whispered. Well, I haven't thought about it yet, so I'll let you know when I do. But since you want me to go back with you to meet your parents, you'll definitely have to make a trip to my house. Sooner or later anyway. So tomorrow. Most of the day passed quickly. The sky has appeared, a round of late sun is falling at a speed not visible to the naked eye. In the director's office, Ning Zhuya directly relied on her connections to ask for her and Lin Xian's test papers in advance and didn't say much. After all, this is just a monthly examination within the school. Say big or not big anyway. Not to mention that it is still the 2 super schoolmasters competing for the results, which attracts a lot of teachers within the school to read the papers. One is known as the most gifted talented girl of the Magic City University. No matter whether it is the ability or background is the top of the existence. It could be said that before Lin Xian had appeared, Ning Zhuya was the well-deserved number 1 in Mordor University. But that may not be the case now. One of the desks in the office was filled with teachers, constantly murmuring about something, frowning and stretching at times. This question can actually be solved this way. Is this really the level of learning that a sophomore can have? It feels like it's more impressive than me as a teacher. These 2 kids are geniuses. These first questions are full marks. The rest depends on the last 2 scores. Surrounded by many teachers, it was Mr. Mediterranean and Wang Lixing who were the most nervous as they began to grade the final big question. This is the first throne of Mordor University. If you can have such a student, you must not die of scenery when you go out. Near the entrance of the office, Ning Zhuya's head rested on Lin Xian's shoulder, her gaze flatly looking out the window at the setting sun. She spoke softly. If you can still take first place this time, I will make an exception and grant you a request. If you can't get it, follow me to work for the group every day from now on for $1,000 a month. $1,000? Lin Xian's mouth twitched, thinking of that mountain of documents. Actually only $1,000. How black-hearted it must be. Just then, a teacher said excitedly, It's out. It's out. Quickly compare scores to see who's first. At this time, Wang Lixing stood up and burst out laughing in excitement, reaching out and patting the shoulder of the Mediterranean teacher beside him, laughing excitedly. I'm really sorry, old you. It looks like Lin Xian from our class won again this time, even though it's only 1 point more, but at least it's a win. Lao Yu directly slapped away the bastard's hand and sat down on the chair with a cold snort. What are you complacent about? This time it's just your luck, and it's just 1 less symbol written, or it's a tie. A crowd of teachers' voices were noisy, and Wang Lixing excitedly turned around and walked out of the crowd, wanting to kiss his beloved disciple, only to find out where there were still 2 people in the office. At this time in the corridor outside, Ning Zhuya, who knew the result, walked towards the downstairs with some unhappiness. I didn't realize that I had actually lost again. Was she really not like Lin Xian? Behind him, Lin Xian followed unhurriedly, smilingly. What should I do with this one condition? He. The moods of the 2 men were in stark contrast at the moment, with one side rejoicing and the other sad. Ning Zhuya, who was walking in front of him, heard Lin Xian muttering to himself and turned around with clenched teeth, staring at him with an unkind gaze and a cold voice. You dare to make a deal with me? Soon, the 2 figures ran out of the school building one after another, and Lin Xian's face was flustered, as if there was a ghost chasing behind him. He turned back and shouted in indignant dissatisfaction. Are you being reasonable? I didn't raise this bet, so if you admit a bet, you have to accept defeat. Ning Zhuya, who was chasing after him, smelled the words and his face darkened, and his running speed was accelerated again, and he directly rushed forward to give a hard kick to Lin Xian's buttocks. Afterwards, in order to make his wife happy, Lin Xian had no choice but to give up the hard-won gold medal. Only then did Ning Zhuya satisfactorily let him go, and then incomparably overbearingly changed the 3 conditions on which he had blackmailed Lin Xian for wanting to meet his parents to 100 conditions. In a certain villa in Magic City, inside the bedroom, Xinhua expressionlessly looked at his son who was lying on the bed covered in wounds. Disappointment flashed in his eyes and he spoke in a low voice. Just don't go out and cause trouble for the next 2 days. I've already given you a leave of absence from school, so just stay home for the time being. You're not allowed to go anywhere. On the bed, Jin Jun lay disoriented, his eyes staring bleakly at the ceiling without speaking. Obviously the impact that night had caused him was too great, and he hadn't slowed down until now. Looking at his son who didn't have the slightest reaction, Jin Woo shook his head in disappointment and walked out of the bedroom. 2 bodyguards guarded the doorway, and after Jin Woo closed the door, he instructed the two, "Keep an eye on the young master. No one can release him without my permission." "Yes, master." Early the next morning, Ning Juya took the dressed-up Lin Xin on the car to the Ning family's mansion, during which time she kept fiddling with his hair. Inside the fast-moving car, Ning Juya was snuggled in Lin Xin's arms as usual, her shoes neatly placed aside, her delicate jade feet dangling in the air. "I said, can you stop playing with my hair?" Lin Xin somewhat helplessly hugged Ning Juya's thin waist. The hair that he had purposely straightened before leaving the house had already been played with by someone to become a chicken nest. "I'm happy to. You have a problem with that?" Ning Juya grunted and directly moved to rub Lin Xin's hair into a ball. There was nothing he could do with her, so Lin Xin had no choice but to close his eyes and rest up, letting him fiddle around. The Ning family residence was built under a large mountain near the center of the city, covering an extremely wide area, with dense lime green forests around the villa, and only a single, well-traveled avenue leading to the center of the city. At this time, within the mansion, knowing that their daughter was going to bring Lin Xin to the house, both Ning Donghong and Ning Yin rarely went to work today, and all stayed at home. In the face of her daughter's boyfriend, Ning Yin was rarely able to sit still, looking at her husband, who was calm and relaxed, and frowned. "Do you think I should prepare some kind of meet and greet or something?" Ning Donghong, who was looking at his cell phone, raised his head to look at his wife, smiled and waved his hand confidently. "Our current status is that kid's future in-laws. Even if we want a meet and greet gift, it's only right that he prepares it for us. Just settle down. I've seen that kid twice and he's not bad. At that time, they still beat a dead horse and refused to accept our xiaoya, and now they're still being cleaned up by that girl." At that moment, the roar of an engine sounded outside the mansion, which had obviously arrived. Ning Donghong smiled as he stood up and walked towards the gate, smiling lightly. It came pretty fast. So soon. His wife Ning Yun, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the sofa because of some concerns, but her eyes were subtly looking towards the door, obviously very concerned in her heart. The gate of the mansion opened, and Lin Xin's figure was the first to walk in, a faint smile on his face as he greeted Ning Donghong, who opened the door. "Hello, uncle." Then Ning Zhua followed closely behind, her face returning to a cold and icy appearance, with no intention of greeting her own father. The good thing is that the family has been used to it for a long time and doesn't care about it. Instead, their daughter was able to bring her boyfriend home, which was enough of a surprise for them to be more than happy in their hearts, happy that their daughter was starting to change. Inside the living room of the Ning family mansion, Lin Xin walked up to Mother Ning's body and smiled humbly. "Hello, Auntie. First time meeting. My name is Lin Xin. "I know." Ning Yun raised her eyes to look at Lin Xin. The person was indeed a bit more handsome than the photo. Her own daughter's vision was not bad. Then, she directly pulled out a bank card from her body and placed it in Lin Xin's hand, saying in a flat tone, "There's 100 million in this card, which isn't much. Consider it as your pocket money from Auntie. Take it and spend it as you like." Ah! Lin Xin's entire body flaxed and froze at once, gulping and looking at the bank card in his hand. Holy shit, that's $100 million, and that's just pocket money, which means he's now a billionaire too. But before Lin Xin could hold the bank card in his hand, a hand swiftly crossed in front of his eyes, and in another blink of an eye the bank card in his hand had disappeared. Lin Xin expressionlessly looked back at Ning Juya, who was playing with a bank card in her hands, and the latter's eyebrows furrowed. "What? You're not convinced?" "Suit." Lin Xin's smile stiffened a bit. When Ning Yun saw the scene between the two, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be in a good mood. "Well, hurry up and come over for dinner. I cooked it myself today." Ning Donghong smiled and greeted the three before walking into the kitchen to serve the food. Ning Zhua, on the other hand, took Lin Xin's hand and sat down on the dining table, her face still maintaining its icy look. Lin Xin realized that from the moment he arrived at the Ning family, Ning Juya hadn't shown half a smile on her face since the beginning, and even her words were pitifully few, a far cry from her usual overbearing and lovely appearance. Soon the family was all seated at the table and began to eat. The process was even more incredibly depressing. No one said a word from the beginning to the end. Lin Xin even thought for a moment that the Ning family was afraid that they didn't have the rule of no talking during meals, making him extremely uncomfortable. After the meal, Ning Juya found a reason to return to her room to rest, while Lin Xin was pulled by Ning Donghong to sit on the sofa. He blushed seriously and said, "Now that Yet isn't here, I'll ask directly. What level of relationship have you two developed?" Ning Yun, who was sitting beside her husband, also looked over with her gaze, clearly more concerned. Being stared at by his father-in-law and mother-in-law like this, Lin Xin sat on the sofa and scratched his head in some embarrassment, his voice lowered by a few points. A relationship that must be married in the future. Hearing these words, Ning Donghong instantly understood for a second. The smile on his face disappeared for the most part at once, and he did not have the good sense to say, "Nonsense. You two are still in college and you don't know how to exercise restraint." Lin Xin was then asked about a whole bunch of things, and he was about to be numbed by the questions, but it was this father-in-law who was still babbling on, with no intention of stopping. After a full half hour had passed like this, Ning Zhuya's room door opened, and she stood on the second floor in a thin nightgown and coldly said to Lin Xin below, "I'm sleepy, come up here and sleep with me." When Ning Donghong saw his daughter come out, he had no choice but to stop his mouth and look at Lin Xin and faintly said, "Go on, there's a party tonight, you and Yo will come with us then." Lin Xin nodded his head repeatedly, his footsteps swiftly walking quickly towards the upper floor, obviously not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. In the side bedroom on the second floor, Lin Xin was blocked by Ning Zhuya in the corner wall as soon as he entered the door, and her beautiful eyes flooded with cold air as she coldly said, "I'm in a bad mood with that one coming. Man, I'll give you a second chance to coax me into it, or you'll be waiting to be conditioned." Lin Xin's face stiffened. That came. The usual Ning Zhuya was already violent and overbearing enough, and Lin Xin simply couldn't imagine what kind of horror she would become in her great-aunt state. With a shudder, Lin Xin's hand immediately encircled Ning Zhuya's thin waist, feeling the soft touch through the silk nightgown as he picked her up and headed towards the bed. Ning Zhuya didn't resist the entire time, desperately suppressing the displeasure that was growing horizontally in her heart. On the bed, Ning Zhuya was lying in Lin Xin's arms, and one hand was gently rubbing her stomach, showing as much tenderness as possible. "Go to sleep. It might get better after a good night's sleep." Lin Xin looked down at Ning Zhuya and said softly. At the same time, his hands kept pressing gently on Ning Zhuya's acupoints, fighting to make her less uncomfortable. Ning Zhuya clasped her hands around Lin Xin's waist and gradually closed her eyes, her tightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually stretching out, and in no time at all, the sound of steady breathing came out. Looking at the delicate face that was sleeping with its eyes closed, Lin Xin couldn't help but reach out and pinch it under curiosity. It was soft and sticky, and the feel was not bad. It's still cuter when you're asleep. Then, Lin Xin also slowly laid down, holding Ning Zhuya in his arms and closing his eyes. The scene was warm and cozy as the two faces on the bed leaned extra close, almost brushing together. Time passed slowly, the afternoon flickered by in a sleepy blur, and the sky outside was beginning to darken. Near evening, lying in bed, Lin Xin slowly opened his eyes, his spirit instantly shaken, only to see Ning Zhuya's icy gaze on his side staring straight at him. The red lips slightly opened, and a cold voice came out, "Finally, you woke up from your sleep. Saying that you are a big lazy pig is really not wrong." Lin Xin just wanted to open his mouth to retort, but as soon as he thought that Ning Zhuya had come to that today, he instantly wilted and returned with a stiff upper lip. "I'm a good sleeper. Don't look at me like that, I'm a hard worker." Ning Zhuya glanced at him and said indifferently, "Carry me to take a bath, then change my clothes to prepare for the evening banquet." Lin Xin sniffed and directly sat up from the bed, then picked up Ning Zhuya in a princess carry and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, the pattering sound of running water and Ning Zhuya's huffing voice came out from the bathroom. "A shower is a shower. Keep your hands to yourself. It's not my fault. You're too pretty for me to control my hands. Fuck off." The shower took slightly longer than usual, and by the time the bathroom door opened, Ning Zhuya was carried out by Lin Xin with wisps of flushing on her face. Lin Xin, on the other hand, had a contented look on his face. That is, he had 2 more reddish slap marks on his face, but the corners of his mouth were happy. Seeing his appearance, Ning Zhuya coldly snorted. "Fool." Lin Xin put her on the bed without thinking. A fool has a fool's blessing. Then the two of them began to change their clothes. Ning Zhuya had known about the banquet for a long time, so she had prepared Lin Xin's clothes in the closet in advance. The black suit and tie, with a pair of pricey leather shoes on his feet, gave Lin Xin an air of a nobleman. At this time, in front of a one-person high mirror, Ning Zhuya had also changed into a black dress, which also happened to be the same one she had worn earlier when she first met with Lin Xin. Especially those high heels on his feet, which had caused him a lot of suffering in the first place. "Let's go." Ning Zhuya raised her hand with an elegant posture. Lin Xin obediently took it and held it on his arm, and the two of them walked towards the downstairs. calls to break 1500 plus one more chapter. As night approaches, a gentle breeze is blowing, and the streetlights on the streets of Mordor automatically light up to illuminate the way forward. Downtown, the top 5-star hotel was bustling with activity at this time. As the largest 5-star hotel in the Magic City, it is able to offer top-notch services to its guests at a price that is even more prohibitive. A random plate of food here is a 5-figure start, and a meal is at least $200,000 or more, almost as if the average person has worked hard for years to come here for a meal. And today this hotel had been completely chartered. Almost all of the big names in the business world of Magic City would be there to attend this banquet hosted by the Ning family. At this time outside the hotel there were already many people who had arrived first, wearing suits and dresses with confidence and hidden arrogance in their eyes. At the entrance of the hotel, a few bosses of the billion-dollar group were greeting each other, and they had already gotten acquainted and were talking about something between laughter and conversation. Mr. Wang, do you know the purpose of the Ning family's banquet this time? Hey, what else could it be because of? It must be that the Ning family is about to declare war with the Qin family. That's why they organized this banquet to gather people's hearts and seek cooperation. Yeah, but the Ning family's idea is probably going to fall flat this time. You know that's the Qin family. It's not something that can be shaken by mere money. If you don't have a background in politics, all the money in the world is for nothing. Outside the hotel were parked luxury cars, all of which were at least $10 million. After all, at a high-class banquet like this, the cars naturally represented their respective worth. At this time, the people have almost come. The people have entered the hotel lobby, began to climb each other to enlist contacts. At that moment a roar of an engine came from outside the hotel, and everyone couldn't help but turn their heads toward the outside of the hall. In the silent darkness of the night, a Bugatti with a cool black exterior drove up and pulled up in front of the hotel. Someone exclaimed, "It's the Bugatti Global Limited Edition Black Knight Sound. I heard that the landed price is at least $130 million or more." There is no doubt that this Bugatti is definitely the protagonist of the evening, directly crushing all the luxury cars present in an absolute manner. It was followed by another white McLaren, a car that everyone present recognized as the driver of the chairman of the Canopy Group. Four figures successively opened the car doors and stepped down. The general manager and chairman of the Sky Curtain Group appeared, followed by the outstandingly temperamental Lin Xin and Ning Juya. The moment Lin Xin appeared, the doubts in many people's hearts were saturated. Rumor has it that the reason why the Ning family repented of the marriage was because the Ning family's eldest young lady had taken a fancy to a poor boy, which is why she turned against the Qin family. Originally, there were still people who doubted the authenticity of this matter, but after seeing the intimate scene of Lin Xin and Ning Juya arm in arm, they had to choose to believe it as well. Outside the hotel, Lin Xin stepped down from the car, which was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, with a red face and a joyful smile. "I didn't think Lin, would be able to drive $100 million luxury car in my life? This life is worth it." On the side, Ning Juya said with a contemptuous gaze, "Can't you be a little outstanding? It's just a car." Ning Donghong also walked over from the back at this time, wearing a blue suit, patted Lin Xion's shoulder and laughed. "You're right. It's just a car. If you like it you can just take it back. It's just sitting in the garage anyway." Lin Xian was confused by his father-in-law's bravado. This is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, actually said to give it away. But he wasn't really one for taking other people's things, so he smiled politely. "I'd rather not. This car is too fancy, not really for me." Ning Donghong smiled without caring and held his wife's hand as he walked towards the hotel. "There's still a time when you're so polite?" Surprise appeared in Ning Juya's eyes. She thought Lin Xin would definitely be excited to accept it. After all, it was a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Lin Xin shook his head and held Ning Juya's small hand as he walked towards the hotel, smiling faintly. "Now that the two of us are only boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not appropriate to receive something so valuable." But this sentence in Ning Juya listened to the meaning is not the same. On the face originally there is still a faint smile. This instantly disappeared. Coldly opened his mouth. "After we meet your parents, we'll go straight to the marriage license." It was also true that this matter was a result of Ning Juya's own negligence, and that spending too much time with Lin Xin had caused her to somewhat forget about the matter of getting a license. Only with a license will this man be trapped in himself for the rest of his life, with nowhere to run. Soon after the group entered the hotel, Ning Donghong very skillfully talked to the people present. The smile on his face never stopped. As the chairman of the board of directors, Ning Yun is also the same. The couple for so many years for this set has been familiar with cannot be more familiar. And Ning Juya, who was the daughter of the two, directly led Lin Xin to the corner of the hall and did not venture forward to strike up a conversation. After all, the character of the Ning family's eldest young lady was known to many people within the circle, so the idea of climbing the friendship was given up. Is it really okay for us to just sit in the corner? Lin Xin said doubtfully. After all, this time Ning Juya was the host family, so hiding in the corner like this was more or less a bad influence. Ning Juya took the drink on the table and poured a cup for Lin Xin and said indifferently, "This kind of thing is supposed to be a walk in the park, and we all know in our hearts that rejection and cooperation have long been thought of as answers. Having my parents is enough." "What? You want to go up there and meet all the big syndicate ladies?" There were quite a few big names present at this banquet, and naturally, there were no shortage of their children. Feeling the icy gaze watching him from beside him, cold sweat broke out on Lin Xin's forehead, and he laughed with the corners of his mouth twitching. "Honey, you're so funny, how could I do something like that?" Ning Juya snorted coldly. "You'd better not, or your legs will be broken for you." The next thing Lin Xin did was to start serving the demonic Missy her food. Ning Juya only needed to enjoy the deliciousness of the food. She didn't need to do anything at all. Time slowly passed. The atmosphere in the hall was already very cordial at this point. Ning Donghong, who was talking, saw that the time was almost right, and his wife looked at each other and nodded to each other. At this time, the hotel manager who had been waiting for a long time on the side saw Ning Donghong giving himself a wink, and immediately walked over with a smile, handing over a microphone. The rest of the people also stopped their hands when they saw this, because they knew that the next step was the main event of this banquet. The conversations in the hall instantly became much smaller, and gazes were directed towards the figure in front. Ning Donghong walked to the front of the crowd, picked up the microphone and swept a glance at everyone present, smiling lightly. "First of all, I welcome you all to give me Ning someone this face to come to the banquet. About the purpose of my organizing this banquet must be clear in everyone's heart. I, Ning Donghong, will put my words here today. As long as all of you help me this time, I will thank you all with heavy gifts in the future." At night, in the middle of the quiet hotel hall, Ning Donghong uttered these words with an incomparably serious expression on his face, his gaze looking at the people present. When these words came out, many people's faces showed hesitation. After all, the Ning family's reputation was known to no one in the entire upper-class circle of Magic City. If they really helped the Ning family get through this difficult time, it would be the same as hitching a ride on a big ship, and they would definitely be able to mix it up in the future, and might be able to go to the next level. But there is no good thing in the world that falls out of the pie for free. And in the face of great benefits, the price is naturally not something that the average person can afford. Once they chose to help the Ning family, it meant offending the Qin family, and that was the reason why they had hesitated until now. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, an abrupt voice came from the entrance of the hotel. "Tonight's banquet is really lively, and Family Master Ning actually didn't invite me, so don't blame Mr. Qin for coming uninvited." The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see three figures walking into the hotel, the leader of which was none other than Qin Peng, followed by the other two pillars of the Qin family, Qin Wuhua and Qin Hui. Ning Donghong's face changed slightly as he looked at Qin Peng's trio who walked into the hall. It seemed that his intentions were going to fall through. Qin Peng stopped at the entrance of the hotel, his sinister gaze looking straight at Ning Donghong, who was not far away, and then turned his head to look at the bosses of the groups present, smiling playfully. "You can be careful of the ghost words of some people. You build up a large family are not easy. Every step can be to walk carefully. Otherwise, be careful of a full plate." How could the people present not understand the meaning of Qin Peng's words, which was nothing more than a threat to himself and others? If they dared to cooperate with the Ning family, they should be prepared for bankruptcy. Qin Peng's these words down instantly let many people's hearts have a decision. After all, they can mix to today's position. Under the hands of not a few is clean. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to offend the Qin family. Perhaps the Qin family wasn't so bold as to dare to turn on everyone, but no one wanted to gamble on that possibility. Qin Hui, the third oldest member of the Qin family, also stood out, his indifferent voice spreading throughout the hall. "Now that it's getting late, would you all like to go home and rest first? Anyway, the banquet is almost attended. Go home early to accompany your wives and children." These words, but also many people's faces changed. This is a threat to their own families. The Qin family, indeed, none of them are to be messed with. There was a brief silence in the meeting room, and after waiting a while a small business owner finally walked out of the hotel. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the crowd that had been talking and laughing panicked and walked out of the hotel and drove away. And Qin Peng's trio looked at this scene smilingly, then they also turned to leave. Their purpose had already been achieved anyway, and the bigger repertoire is still behind it. Wanting to witness the Ning family's misery is not in a hurry for this moment. The guests in the hotel had all gone out by now. Ning Donghong stood at the front with an ugly face, and Ning Yun went forward to faintly comfort him. "What's wrong with that? Haven't we already thought about this kind of thing happening?" The big thing is to fight hard with the Qin family to the end. Ning Donghong's face eased a bit as he nodded. That's the only way. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other solution. In the corner of the hall, Lin Xian inquired after pulling out paper to wipe off the grease stains at the corners of Ning Zhuya's mouth. Aren't you worried? Ning Zhuya, who had eaten and drunk enough, stood up and spoke coldly. Is it useful to worry? Lin Xian was speechless. It really didn't seem to help. A banquet had ended so unhappily, and in the end, it was still a confrontation between the Ning and Qin families. At night, the Qin family, inside the living room, Qin Peng sat on the sofa in his robe, holding up his cell phone and said faintly, "Let's do it this way. Since Ning Donghong insists on going against us, don't blame us for being merciless. Can I have this matter?" An abrupt voice came from behind Qin Peng, who turned around and looked slightly surprised at his son who had walked behind him at some point. Xiao Jie still had that faint smile on his face, as if it was the same for anyone. Qin Peng looked at his eldest son, who had never been very close to him, and frowned. Give me a reason. For this eldest son, to be honest, Qin Peng himself was a bit puzzled, but to take the initiative to ask for his hand like today, it was the first time he had seen it. Jie Sha takes his mother's name. Xiao Jie didn't hide anything and said bluntly, I'm interested in that Lin Xin, so I want to try him out. Lin Xin? Qin Peng murmured at his words. Isn't this the poor boy that Miss Ning's family is looking at? Is there something special about him? After thinking about it, Qin Peng still agreed to his son's request and nodded his head and said to him in a deep voice, In that case, I'll leave this matter to you. As for Ning Donghong's side, I'll take care of it. You remember to take care of the tail. Good, Xiao Jie answered and then walked towards the upper floor. Qin Peng's gaze was deep as he watched his son's back going up the stairs, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. And at this time upstairs Xiao Jie, who had already entered the room, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. A cold light flooded out of his eyes, and in his heart was the uncontrollable killing intent towards his own father. Just wait, what you did to my mother back then, I'll pay you back in full. Images from his youth flashed intermittently in Xiao Jie's mind. His fists were clenched deftly, tightly, nails embedded in the flesh. Scarlet blood dripped onto the ground. After witnessing his own mother being parted by dingoes, an 8-year-old buried his hatred in his heart until now. The next morning was breezy and sunny. There is a slight chill in the wind. It's September and summer is coming to an end and fall is coming. Early in the morning, Lin Xin, who was sleeping, lay on his bed, not knowing what he felt, subconsciously frowned, and then in a daze, he reached out and grabbed a small hand that was scurrying within his clothes. Geez, stop it. Lin Xin then slapped him across the face in a daze, then rolled over and went back to sleep. On the other side of the bed, Ning Zhuya, who was also lying under the comforter, stared with wide eyes, incredulously touching her face, and looking at Lin Xin with a gaze instantly filled with killing intent. Immediately afterward, a world-shattering howl came out from the bedroom, spreading throughout the entire villa. Inside the living room, Ning Donghong and Ning Yun, husband and wife, were eating breakfast, and when they heard the sudden screams coming from upstairs, the two of them looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. It seems that his future son is a rake. At this moment, upstairs in the side bedroom, Lin Xin was aggrievedly kneeling on the cold and icy floor, and each side of his cheeks had an additional slap mark. Ning Zhuya, who was gazing at him with cold eyes, sat on the bed with her legs crossed, wearing only a thin silk nightgown, showing off her bewitching figure. She looked at Lin Xin kneeling on the floor and spoke in a cold voice. You've grown some balls now, daring to make a move on me, so won't you just take a wild woman home tomorrow? Lin Xin somewhat aggrievedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Honey, I was really wrong. Early Saturday morning, inside a small restaurant in Lianyun City, Sichuan province, because of the double holiday, there were extraordinarily few people walking on the road early in the morning, and with the sound of a roll-up door being pulled up, Lin Guodong and Zhang Huiwan walked out. Our son is coming back today. Have you figured out what to say on our father's side? Zhang Huiwan inquired. Lin, who had a cigarette in his mouth, nodded his head, his eyes looking towards the green trees on the empty street, and after exhaling a mouthful of white smoke from the tip of his nose, he faintly said, Let's wait until we meet our daughter-in-law first. These things can't be rushed. The couple then began to prepare breakfast. Although they were not open today in order to see their daughter-in-law, it was better to be busy and feel more at ease. A bright red sun slowly rose in the east, blinding the eye, and the morning temperature was a mere 20 degrees. From the Magic City to Lianyun City to take the fastest highway also need 3 or 4 hours, in order to be able to eat a hot meal at noon. Lin Xin but early in the morning dragged Ning Zhuya up. For this he was bitten twice by demonesses with wake-up calls. On the highway surrounded by mountains, a red Maybach was traveling at a very fast speed. Inside the car, Lin Xin was concentrating on driving while Ning Juya, who was sitting in the co-pilot, inquired with a tangled face, "Do you think I should get some gifts over there? What do your parents like?" "Oops. No need," Lin Xin casually said. "Isn't the best gift you?" Ning Juya blankly glanced at him and snorted coldly. "Don't be poor. Is there really nothing to prepare?" "No need." The morning was spent in driving, and it wasn't until close to 1 in the afternoon that Lin Xin was able to enter Lianyun City and head towards one of the city's streets. The multi-million-dollar Maybach attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it entered the city. After all, it was not ranked high in Lianyun City, Sichuan Province. 10 million level luxury car. In this city that is even more rare existence. About 10 minutes later, since Lin Xin had greeted his parents when he was almost there. At this time, Lin Dad and John Mother were both sitting in front of the restaurant and looking around. At this time, the roar of an engine came from the distance, and a Maybach that looked like a red meteor drove over and steadily stopped in front of the two old men. Because they knew in advance that their son's girlfriend was a young lady, the two old men didn't feel much surprise. After all, they had seen cars more expensive than this. Under the gaze of surprised street pedestrians, the driver's door slowly opened, and the well-dressed Lin Xin stepped down, hugging the two old men one by one and smiling. "Mom and Dad, are you happy to have your baby boy back?" Seeing her son return, a smile appeared on Zhang Huizhuan's face, but her mouth laughed and scolded. "Count on your brat having a conscience, or else my old lady would have personally gone to the Magic City to find you." On the side, Lin Guodong extinguished the freshly lit cigarette in his hand and nodded. "It's good to be back." At this time, the passenger door slowly opened. Wearing a pink dress, Ning Juya walked out, showing her pavilion temperament. She sauntered over to the two old men, a smile surfacing on her delicately groomed face, and said with a sweet smile, "Hello auntie, hello uncle, I'm Lin Xin's girlfriend Ning Juya. You guys can just call me Xiaoya." Zhang Mother saw Ning Juya's well-behaved appearance. Her heart was even more happy. Originally thought that her son's girlfriend was the group's eldest lady. Her temper must be eccentric, but now it seems to be quite good. "Xiaoya, quickly sit inside. Auntie has left a meal for you. You've come all the way here and I guess your stomachs are starving." A faint smile appeared on Lin Guodong's face as he smiled at Ning Juya. "Don't be formal, just make yourself at home." Ning Juya skillfully took Mother Zhang's hand and smiled at Father Lin, who was to the side. "Thank you uncle, then I'm welcome." On the side, Lin Xin looked at Ning Juya, who was already arm in arm with his own old mom. His mouth opened wide in surprise, and he wanted to say one thing at this moment. "If it's not you who? Where's the devilishly bossy Missy?" Sure enough, a woman's heart is completely unguessable. Soon the family was happily walking into the middle of the small restaurant, and plate after plate of hot food came out of the kitchen. Ning Juya, who was already a bit hungry, smelled this flavor. Her beautiful eyes even flashed a bright light, and she said in surprise to Mother Zhang, "It smells so good. Auntie, did you make all these?" Lin Xin, who was sitting on the side, skimmed his mouth and whispered, "Pretend, you keep pretending." But in the next second, his face just changed. His expression twisted at once, revealing a color of pain. Under the table, his left and right feet were stepped on, and Ning Juya turned her head towards Lin Xin with a sweet smile on her face, a warning in her eyes as she whispered, "Shin, did you just say something? I kind of missed it." "Yes son." Zhang Mother stepped on her son's foot hard and hard, her smile somewhat dangerous as she looked at her son. "Mama's old and her ears are a little deaf. Why don't you say it again?" Lin Xin's face blushed bitterly, and he quickly changed his words. "I mean, my mom's cooking is the best. Daughter-in-law, you should try it." "Really?" Ning Juya had a smile on her face, but her foot under the table was once again hard. Feeling the two sharp pains coming from his feet, Lin Xin nodded his head repeatedly and smiled with a stiff face. "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" Soon, as Lin Xin's face grew more and more rigid, he hastily found an excuse to run towards the upstairs, not daring to linger at the dinner table. These two women were more dangerous than one another. If they stayed any longer, they might have to torture themselves. Lin Xin's small hotel is a small 3-story building, because of the remote location of the reason, so the monthly rent is not much, but enough for the daily use of a family of 3. And when Ning Juya saw that Lin Xin had actually left himself behind and ran away alone, although her face was still smiling, inside she had already thought about how she was going to clean this guy up. It was equally uneventful upstairs at this time, and Lin's father, who was smoking on the balcony, called to his son, who happened to be upstairs. Father and son just sat on the balcony. Lin Guodong gazed at the skyscrapers in the distance and said in a deep voice to his son, "Are you really thinking about it? If you're really married to the Ning family's eldest daughter, you probably won't be able to enter the State Department for the rest of your life." The Lin family, in China, this family might not have much of a reputation, but in the high-level circles of the country, it was definitely said to be as prestigious as thunder. Take the Qin family's power in the political world. 10 Qin families could not possibly compare to half of the Lin family. The two were simply not on the same level. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded without hesitation as he sat in his chair, his head slightly lowered as he looked at the somewhat stained tile floor, his tone serious. You know, Dad, there's no way I'm going back. I had a hard time getting out of that place that was worse than death, didn't I? Evening, Lianyun City. In the Lin family's second-floor living room, Zhang mother, who had been chatting with her daughter-in-law all afternoon, glanced at the time and stood up, smiling. Auntie will go and make dinner. You can go and rest on the sofa for a while. However, Ning Zhuya stood up and smiled. Auntie, I'll give you a hand. There's nothing to do anyway. Zhang Huiwan, who stood up, looked at her daughter-in-law with a surprised gaze. You can still cook? Ning Zhuya laughed softly. I've learned some. It just doesn't taste as good as Auntie's. This made Zhang mother even more satisfied. Then she glanced at her son who was lying on the side and said in a conspiratorial manner, Hey, it's still Xiaoya who knows how to behave. Unlike a certain giant baby who comes home and wants his mother to cook, and doesn't know how to feel sorry for people at all. Lim Xin, you're so close to naming names. You didn't have this attitude before Ning Zhuya came. Is this what happens when you have a daughter-in-law and forget your son? Ning Zhuya also glanced at Lin Xian with a lightly raised eyebrow, a smug look in her eyes. Afterward, Mother Zhang took Ning Zhuya to the kitchen to prepare the evening's meal, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa with nothing to do, playing Original Demon. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's better to go home. The clothes come and go, and the treatment in the Magic City is simply a world of difference. For a while Lin Xian was a little curious about how Ning Zhuya's handiwork was, never having seen her cook, but looking at the way she was just so pleased with herself, her cooking skills should be good. Also in the evening, inside the underground parking lot of Magic City's Canopy Group, Ning Donghong, who was holding a briefcase in his hand, walked out of the elevator and towards his car, with an obvious look of sadness on his face. Since the banquet, the Qin family had pulled together quite a few forces to start targeting the Sky Curtain Group, and although it was only some small businesses, it was especially troublesome to deal with. In the silent and empty parking lot, in front of a black Bentley, Ning Donghong had just pulled out the car key and wanted to open the door. At this moment, the car door suddenly opened, and from inside, two hands reached out and directly dragged him in. Inside the dark car, was tackled Ning Donghong, pupils shrinking, quickly realized that he was kidnapped, just wanted to break free. The mouth was blocked by a ball of wet cloth, and soon the whole person, two eyes rolled, directly fainted. On the co-pilot, the man with the black baseball cap and mask glanced at the fainted Ning Donghong and instructed the driver, drive. Soon, at the exit of the underground parking lot of the Canopy Group, a black Bentley drove straight away from the place, with no one noticing any abnormality inside the car. At the same time, a group of people came outside the remote Ning family mansion. Two vans stopped in front of the mansion and 9 burly men stepped out of them, not covering their faces but just strutting down. Xiao Jie, dressed in a black hoodie, stepped out of the car without haste, a controller still in his hand. As soon as he flicked the switch, all the electronic equipment in a 1-kilometer radius around him would go into a state of paralysis. Go and give Mrs. Ning a heads up, Xiao Jie instructed one of them, then directly sat down on the ground and did not rush to break into the mansion. His main goal was to try out Lin Xian's bottom line, and he didn't care about what happened to the Ning family and that man's plans. Night, Lianyun City. After the family's happy dinner, they started to get ready to wash up and go to bed. The window was dark by now, and the street with its twinkling lights was faintly visible in the distance. Inside the living room, the family sat on the sofa. Lin Xian skillfully brought a basin of hot water and placed it at Ning Zhuya's feet, then skillfully took off her shoes and socks and began to wash her feet. Ning Zhuya had also long been accustomed to this kind of treatment, and enjoyed lying on the sofa with her eyes closed. Ever since she had captured Lin Xian back, she had been washing her face and feet, and these things were almost always done by Lin Xian. However, this scene had made Zhang's mother look a bit tasty, and her unkind gaze went to her husband, who was sitting on the side watching TV. Lin Guodong sensed something, subconsciously turned his head and found his wife's unkind eyes, and glanced at his smiling son on the other side. He quickly realized what was going on and hurriedly put down the TV remote in his hand and walked over to his wife, squatted down and began to wash her feet. At this moment, Lin's father would like to scold his own son to death. This is a bit of family status, is not and even dragged me as the old man. Ning Zhuya, who was lying on the sofa, looked at the intimate scene of the two old men, and inexplicably felt some envy in her heart. She envied Lin Xian for having such amiable parents, a kindred spirit she had never experienced. Lin Xian, who was on the side, didn't feel anything, washing Ning Juya's small pink and white feet without a word, and only after 5 minutes did he stand up and pour out the water. "Come along, my dear princess." Lin Xin, who had returned from washing his hands, extended his hands to Ning Juya, who was lying on the sofa and didn't want to move, and the latter raised her chin and unfolded her arms. A moment later, Lin Xin directly picked up the barefoot Ning Juya and walked towards his room. The glistening white jade feet were still slightly red because they had just been washed with hot water, so they were just exposed to the air. Seeing this scene, Mother Zhang gave Father Lin a somewhat skeptical look, then shook her head and sighed. "Forget it, you probably won't make it with that physique." Lin's father, who was wiping his hands, was immediately unhappy, directly put down the hand wipe in his hand and snorted coldly. "Who said I can't? Men can't say no." Saying that, Father Lin reached out his hand and somewhat laboriously picked up his wife, his feet walking slowly towards the bedroom. Lin Xian's room was very tidy, because Zhang mother knew that her son was coming back, so she had organized and cleaned it in advance, so she could sleep directly. After closing the door to the room with one foot, Lin Xian slowly pulled back the covers to place Ning Juya on the bed, then directly embraced her thin waist. Ning Juya, who was lying on the bed, felt the salty hands roaming over her body, and directly pushed Lin Xian's face away as she commanded. "It's been a long day, give me a shoulder squeeze." Saying that, Ning Juya rolled over on the bed, her soft black hair casually scattered on both sides, emitting a charming fragrance. Lin Xin, who had just planned to eat some tofu, had no choice but to listen helplessly. Taking off his shoes and burrowing into the comforter, his hands began to gently place themselves on Ning Juya's fragrant shoulders, gently squeezing them. He said softly, "It's been a hard day dealing with my parents. It's good to know." Ning Juya buried her head in the pillow, the tip of her nose filled with the hormonal odor of Lin Xian's body, her tone languid. "I've given so much to you. If you dare to leave me in the future, I promise to hunt you down to the ends of the earth and dismantle you." Lin Xin let out a bitter smile. "Then when the time comes, please be merciful, wife. My body and bones can't withstand your tossing and turning." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya directly rolled over and reached out her hand to ruthlessly pinch Lin Xian's face as she unhappily said in a cold voice, "Your answer should be, never leave me for the rest of my life. Rephrase it for me." Lin Xian directly reached out and wrapped her into his arms, feeling the fragrant softness of her delicate body, whispering in Ning Juya's ear, "Yes, I'll never leave you for the rest of my life. The two of us are going to be together all the time." Lights off. The two hold their hands together even when they sleep, thinking that by holding each other's hands, they can be with her/him forever. In the early hours of the morning, the sun had not yet risen in the sky. In the slightly dim bedroom, the sleeping Ning Juya subconsciously tried to hug Lin Xian beside her, but her small hand came up empty. The empty feeling made her wake up almost at once, her beautiful eyes looking at the empty bed beside her with some confusion. She glanced sideways at the dim sky outside the window again, her doubts intensifying. "It's not even dawn yet. Where did that dog man go?" At this moment, the sound of Mother Zhang and Father Lin busying themselves came from outside the door, as if they were preparing the ingredients to be used in opening the store. That's what happens when you run a restaurant. You have to get up at 4 or 5 a.m. to prepare the ingredients so you can make it in time for the diners who want breakfast. After arranging her dress, Ning Juya found one of Lin Xian's jackets from the closet and opened the door to walk out, just in time to be seen by the mother of Zhang, who walked out of the kitchen. In her hand was also carrying a plate of steaming buns. The faint aroma spread out. She waved at her daughter-in-law and smiled. "Xiaoya is up so early. Come and have breakfast. Try the fresh meat buns that Auntie made especially for you." "Thank you, Auntie." A sweet smile appeared on Ning Juya's face, and after scanning the living room, she inquired to Mother Zhang in a puzzled manner, "By the way, Auntie, where is Lin Xin? I haven't seen anyone else since before dawn." Mother Zhang, who was busy with her work, smiled back. "He must be on the rooftop waiting for the sunrise at this hour. The boy has been waiting for the sunrise at this hour every day since he moved to this house. I don't know if he's obsessed or not." Saying that, Mother Zhang brought out another hot savory bun and placed it on the table. Smiling at Ning Juya, "Do you want to go up and take a look, and bring the packet up with you, or it'll probably be cold by the time he comes down?" "Good." Ning Juya nodded, wearing a pair of pink cotton slippers, and picked up the 2 trays of buns and headed upstairs. On the other hand, Zhang mother returned to the kitchen and started preparing to wash the vegetables and steam the steamed buns. At this time, the 3rd floor rooftop, under the slightly dim sky, Lin Xian sat alone on a recliner, his eyes staring deep into the sky at the impending sunrise. It was a sight he had immensely longed for as a child, and although he had gotten up at the same hour every day back then, he had absolutely no time to appreciate the pointless act of watching the sunrise. Just the daily training and studying was physically and mentally exhausting. How could one still be in the mood to enjoy the beauty of a sunrise like this? That's why every day after he left that hell, he would look out at the sunrise that was about to appear, just like today. For others this might just mean that a beautiful day was about to begin, but for Lin Xin, this sunrise just proved that he was now free. Right at this moment, the big iron door on the third floor was suddenly opened, and Ning Zhuya, wrapped in a black jacket, walked out, with 2 steaming buns in her hands. Lin Xin, who had heard the commotion, turned his head to look, his gaze somewhat surprised as he looked at Ning Zhuya, who was walking towards him, and inquired curiously, "Why are you awake so early today? Having a nightmare?" Ning Zhuya first placed 2 plates of somewhat hot buns on a small table to the side, then chided Lin Xin without a good mood. "Who told you to get up and not wake me up, causing me to miss another night's sleep? This can also be blamed on me?" Lin Xin was dumbfounded. Was this just lying down and getting shot? Ning Zhuya glared at him, her gaze somewhat fierce. "What? You're not convinced?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin scratched his head and laughed sardonically, wisely not uttering a backhanded remark, lest he cause bloodshed. Ning Zhuya looked at Lin Xin, who was lying on the recliner, and ordered in a cold voice, "Spread your arms out." Lin Xin obediently did as he was told and opened his arms to Ning Zhuya. Afterward, Ning Zhuya comfortably took off her slippers and curled into Lin Xin's arms like a haughty kitten, resting her head on his warm chest. Lin Xin casually picked up a bun and ate it, then casually said as he handed it to Ning Zhuya for a bite without any disdain, "How's the vibe feeling in my house?" Ning Zhuya chewed on the savory bun in her mouth, her eyebrows frowning slightly but swallowing it down, not understanding why Lin Xin was asking this question, and said indifferently, "Not bad. With parents like that it looks like you had a pretty happy life as a kid." Holding Ning Zhuya in his arms and smelling the fresh scent emanating from her, Lin Xin looked down at her with a soft color flashing in his eyes and laughed in a gentle tone. "Don't be envious. You'll have it in the future. Any affection you didn't experience before will be made up for in the future, and you'll be able to have a complete life." The corner of Ning Zhuya's lips hooked up as she lay on Lin Xin's chest and whispered, "Then you'll have to work harder. For me, of course." Lin Xin smiled back, "As long as it's for your sake, anything I need to give is fine." Saying that, Lin Xin lowered his head and lightly kissed Ning Zhuya's forehead, hugging her a little tighter. Ning Zhuya, who was being held in her arms, hummed lightly and raised her head to give Lin Xin a disgusted look as she faintly said, "There's no shame in saying something so melodramatic so early in the morning." Lin Xin grinned proudly, "I said it to my daughter-in-law. What's there to be ashamed of? Virtuous." Ning Zhuya blankly glanced at him, then stopped talking. Just then a sliver of sunrise rose in the sky, the blinding light instantly enveloping the entire city, the clouds glistening in the sunlight. Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya's gazes were instantly attracted to them, snuggling close together and enjoying a moment of beauty. As the day dawned, many of the stores on the street below opened their doors and prepared for business, and many more were filled with workers out on their bikes for work. Some of them had a smile on their faces, a smile of hope for a new day, while others had a numbness on their faces, a lack of expectation for the day that was just around the corner. And on the quiet third-floor rooftop, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya remained like that for half an hour before slowly getting up. Lin Xin yawned somewhat sleepily, turning his head to look at Ning Zhuya, who was still lying on the warm recliner, and inquired, "I'm going to get some more sleep. What about you?" Ning Zhuya, whose entire body was bathed in the warm sunlight, returned lazily, "I'll lie down a little longer." Seeing the cozy look that appeared on her face, Lin Xin didn't say much and turned toward the stairs with the 2 empty plates. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, was leisurely reclining on a chair, and just as she was drifting off to sleep, the cell phone on her body rang. She picked it up and was surprised to find it was her mother calling. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Zhuya still clicked the answer button, and immediately there came Ning's mother's somewhat urgent voice, with anxiety and delight in her voice. Ning Yun on the other end saw that the call had finally been made and hurriedly instructed her daughter, "Xiaoya must not go home, the Qin family to me." But before Ning Yun could finish, the cell phone once again emitted a busy tone, and the signal in the upper right corner of the screen had dropped to 0 frame. At this time, not long after dawn, on the rooftop of one of the houses in Lianyun City, Ning Zhuya looked at the phone that had already hung up and froze a little. In the next second, her mind instantly reacted and she hurriedly ran towards the stairs. Mom and Dad must have encountered something, that's why they called themselves. Ning Zhuya quickly went downstairs while gritting her teeth. Definitely the Qin family started to make a move. Are they really not afraid of the sanctions of the law? Actually dare to make a move at this juncture, knowing that his father had only just been released from the police station not long ago, and that the eyes above must still be watching this matter. The Qin family had dared to make a direct move. Not being able to think about anything else, Ning Zhuya flew down the stairs and ran towards the car parked on the side of the road. Lin's father, who was cleaning up on the first floor and preparing for business, saw his daughter-in-law hurrying downstairs, and was just about to open his mouth to ask what had happened, when he saw Ning Juya directly get into the car, followed by a blast of the gas pedal, and drove directly away from the place. At this time, on the second floor, Lin Xian was lying in the middle of his room and did not sleep, but his eyes were quietly gazing at the screen of his cell phone. At this moment, the screen displayed a map with two small red dots, one of which was leaving Lianyun City at an extremely fast speed. Can't get enough of you. Lin Xian put away his cell phone and sighed. Then, after simply dressing, he slowly walked towards the stairs while dialing a number. Hey Ryoko, do me a favor? After a conversation, Li Liang on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, have you really thought this through? Is it really worth it just for a woman you've just met less than a year ago? Lin Xian, who had already walked out of the house, waved at his father before turning towards a family car on the side of the road, while smiling faintly at the cell phone end. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. Ning Juya, she's my favorite woman. A little bit of time passed, a loud roar sounded, and a red Maybach sped on the highway at a speed of more than 100 yards, heading towards the Magic City. Inside the car, Ning Juya's beautiful face that could not be broken was full of worry at this time, with anxiety in her gaze, and the gas pedal was pressed to the bottom again and again. She didn't understand it herself. She obviously hated her parents so much inside, but when they were really in danger, she was the one who worried the most. At this time, on the other side of the Magic City, outside the Ning family mansion, Xiao Jia, who had already waited outside all night, didn't have the slightest bit of impatience in his eyes and quietly sat in the car blowing on the air conditioner. The fighter with a scorpion tattooed on his arm to the side quirked his head and frowned inquiringly. Brother Xiao, we've been waiting for so long. Aren't we going to do anything yet? Why don't we take care of that old woman inside first, and then her daughter will surely throw herself into the net. Xiao Jia, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, returned in a flat tone. And then what? My goal isn't to deal with the Ning family. Now that my father isn't here, you'll all have to follow my orders. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong, so relax your minds. After saying that, Xiao Jia stopped paying attention to the few people and waited quietly, and the tattooed man. Several people looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes, and they had no choice but to follow Xiao Jia's instructions. They were only fighters trained by the Qin family, and their status in the Qin family was even lower than those bodyguards, so how would they dare to disobey the words of Xiao Jia, the future heir of the Qin family? At this time, inside the Ning family mansion, dressed in her regular clothes, Ning Yan's face was worried as she paced back and forth in the second-floor living room, her eyes occasionally glancing out the window at the Qin family thugs guarding the outside of the mansion. Now that the signal of the entire mansion had been cut off, and with the group of thugs guarding the area around her, there was no chance for her, a woman, to rush out. I don't know how Donghong is doing, Ning Yan murmured worriedly. In his heart, he even prayed that his daughter would not come back, or else the huge Ning family would really be finished. But in the bottom of her heart, she realized that with her daughter's strong character the probability is that she will come back. But the time of the call in the morning was too short for her to make the situation clear, or else she would have had to tell her daughter to call the police. That way, there might be a silver lining. Ning Dia and the others don't know what's going on. I hope it's okay. The Ning family's bodyguards had all been out of contact since yesterday, and it was clear in Ning Yan's mind that these people were more than likely in a bad way, or else the Qin family's people wouldn't have appeared outside the courtyard in such a grand manner. Under the heavy and tense atmosphere, a little bit of time passed and kept on passing. Soon enough, when the time came to 12 noon, there was finally movement on the road leading to the Ning family's mansion. The 9 thugs who were guarding the outside of the Ning family's mansion immediately came together when they heard the commotion, their gazes gazing at the end of the road not far away. On the road surrounded by trees on both sides, a red Maybach came rushing in, which was precisely Ning Juya's exclusive seat. The tattooed man, who had long been impatient to get his hands dirty, hurriedly came to the van and asked Xiao Jia inside. Xiao, it should be the Ning family's eldest miss who has returned. Should we make a move now? No need for him to remind. Xiao Jia, who was lying in the car, also heard the commotion and directly opened the car door and walked down. His eyes immediately noticed the red Maybach that was rapidly approaching not far away. However, his face soon revealed disappointment as he didn't see Lin Xian's figure in the car, and then waved his hand at a few beaters and ordered, "Get out of the way. Plus you can notify them all side to do it, and remember to wipe your tail." Yes. The tattooed man sniffed and immediately stepped aside and pulled out his cell phone and said something. Just a few seconds after a few thugs got out of the way, the red Maybach sped past and directly entered the mansion. Immediately afterward, the ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, accompanied by the car door opening. The ice-cold-eyed Ning Juya stepped down from the car, and she coldly glanced at Xiao Jia outside the mansion. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Jie turned around with a smile on his face and greeted Ning Juya, but it was incomparably disgusting in the latter's eyes. After Ning Juya's eyes containing killing intent looked at Xiao Jie, her footsteps swiftly walked towards the villa's main door, and then closed the door and unlocked it. This Xiao Jie must have ruined his plans because she cancelled the engagement. So sooner or later, he would get back with a vengeance. Ning Juya had prepared for this, but he didn't expect the other party to be so impatient. But the priority at the moment was to make sure his mom and dad were safe first. That was the most important thing, and she had realized something was wrong when she came over. So she had called the police beforehand, so that even if something happened later, she could be saved. But what Ning Juya didn't know was that her thoughts had long been guessed by Xiao Jie. In the middle of the police station in Mordor, a fire suddenly erupted on the bridge that was the necessary route to the Ning family's mansion, directly blocking the road. The police cars that were deployed were simply unable to get across, and coupled with the need to divert people from the neighborhood, it will be impossible to cross the bridge for at least an hour. Magic City. In the middle of a certain bar club, inside the clubhouse where the lights were red and the wine was green, it was a little too quiet at this time, and in the middle of the box, Qin Peng and Ning Donghong were sitting face to face. After leisurely drinking a mouthful of sake, Qin Peng smiled at Ning Donghong, who had an ugly expression on his face. Brother Ning, how have you considered it? Now but time waits for no one. For the sake of a canopy group, are you going to abandon the safety of your wife and daughter? Upon hearing this, Ning Donghong's eyes covered in red bloodshot filaments looked towards Qin Peng, who was sitting across from him, and opened his mouth with gritted teeth. You shameless villain! For the sake of my Ning family's industry, you actually even did this kind of thing. Aren't you afraid of being prosecuted by the law afterward? Law? Qin Peng snorted, shaking the wine glass in his hand, and coldly returned. The law is supposed to bind you losers. So what if you're the richest man in Magic City? Now you're still at my mercy. Rules have always been made by the strong. Do you think I would be afraid of the law? Inside the box that was filled with the scent of wine, Ning Donghong's eyes glared at Qin Peng, but there was nothing he could do in his heart. Who told them that the Ning family has no relationship in the political world? For him, the Qin family is even more nemesis simply cannot resist. Even if Qin Peng really killed someone, under the Qin family's network of connections, he would at most receive some chastisement then leave the country to avoid the wind. When the wind has passed, he will come back and he will still be the high and mighty head of the Qin family. Thinking of his wife as well as his daughter waiting at home, a sense of powerlessness welled up in Ning Donghong's heart, and in the end he had no choice at all. In an instant, Ning Donghong seemed to have aged a dozen years. His voice hoarse as he said to Qin Peng, I can sign the contract, but if you dare to touch my wife and daughter in the slightest, I guarantee you will regret it. Raising his head, Ning Donghong looked at Qin Peng with unprecedented killing intent in his gaze. He had never hated someone to such an extent, but it is precisely this look that makes Qin Peng's heart even more determined. As long as you get the control of the canopy group, there is no need for Ning Donghong's family to exist. Thinking so, a smile appeared on Qin Peng's face, took the contract that was placed beside him and handed it over. It's good that Brother Ning is able to think that way. Don't worry, your wife and daughter will be safe and sound. With that said, Qin Peng took out his cell phone and sent a message out to his son, telling him to stop, while also placing the phone in front of Ning Donghong. Ning Donghong looked at the message. The uneasiness in his heart stabilized a bit, and after hesitating, he still picked up the pen that was placed on the table and signed the equity transfer agreement. He and his wife each held 40% of the shares of the Canopy Group, and the remaining 20% was in the hands of those retail investors. As long as the Qin family wanted to, they could replace the chairman of the Sky Curtain Group with their own puppet tomorrow. And even though it didn't belong to the Qin family on the surface, it was enough. Because of being in the political world, some things still need to be avoided, which is also the main reason why the Qin family has so far only made a move on the Ning family. Qin Peng smiled and narrowed his eyes as he watched Ning Donghong sign his name on the agreement, but his heart was flooded with icy killing intent. He thought darkly to himself, without the Canopy Group, I'll see how you can fight with me, and then not only you and your wife, even your daughter will be at my mercy. Meanwhile, just as Ning Donghong signed the equity transfer agreement, on the other side, in the villa of the Ning family mansion, as soon as Ning Juya entered the door, she was pulled upstairs by Ning's mother, who had heard the commotion, and as she looked at the murderers outside the courtyard who had yet to make a move, she twisted her head and chided her daughter anxiously. You child, I thought I told you not to come back. Can't you just listen to your mommy and stay honest and hide out so they can't find you? Looking at her mother's anxious appearance, Ning Juya's heart warmed up at the same time wanting to explain, but the words came to his lips but changed flavor. His voice cold, it's my own decision, not yours. As soon as these words left her mouth, Ning Juya's heart instantly regretted it. For more than 10 years she had long been used to using this attitude towards her parents. At those words, Ning mother's heart is even more angry, raised her hand to hit, but stopped in midair. Can't go down. Her face is even more unsightly. Can't. Right at this moment, the group of people outside the mansion suddenly stirred, and all of them gathered together and rushed in towards the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Ning mother's heart was even more shocked, and she hurriedly pulled her daughter's hand and ran towards the utility room on the second floor, her eyes revealing panic. She is also a woman. The first time she encountered this kind of thing, her heart said that it is not afraid are not true, even if it is dead at least to save their own daughter. Outside the mansion, looking at the 9 Qin family fighters who rushed into the mansion, Xiao Jie turned his cell phone off and did not intend to follow the man's arrangements. Everything was going according to his plan now, and although it was a little different from what was expected, Xiao Jie believed that Lin Xin would definitely come. While walking into the mansion, Xiao Jie, whose face was calm, muttered to himself, Lin Xin, you mustn't let me down. And at this time a group of thugs had already walked to the door, looked at each other, and then the leader of the tattooed man backed up a few steps, and then ran up and fiercely kicked the door of the villa directly. Although their status in the Qin family was very low, their strength was not at all comparable to those bodyguards, and those who could be the Qin family's thugs more or less carried some stains on their bodies, which was why they came to work as thugs for people. With the villa's door kicked open with a boom, the remaining 8 fighters immediately rushed toward the second floor, their faces brimming with excitement. I heard that the Ning family's eldest miss is a famous high cold beauty in Magic City. Some physical contact on the way to subdue each other is also very normal, right? As people who roam on the edge of crime, their bottom line is inherently lower than that of ordinary people, and they naturally have no qualms about doing what they do. At this time, in the darkened utility room, Ning's mother covered her daughter's mouth with some fear in the bottom of her eyes and hid behind the door, not daring to send out half a bit of noise. Inside the quiet utility room, the mother and daughter's breaths were subconsciously lowered a bit, fearing that the thugs would notice that something was wrong. And at that moment, those thugs were searching along the rooms on the second floor, and they could already hear noisy and chaotic footsteps approaching in their ears. The sound of conversation came from outside the door. Damn bitch, where are you hiding? When I find you, I have to let you know the power of my cannon god. Hurry up and look for it. People are probably in these last few rooms. All look carefully, or else Brother Fong won't spare us later. The footsteps seemed to skim right past the utility room, heading directly toward the last few rooms in the hallway, the sound fading away. Just when the mother of Ning thought to have escaped, inwardly just a sigh of relief. This time the door of the utility room is being violently kicked afoot. The door of the utility room boom a sound. Scared Ning Zhuya body trembling, Ning mother hastily patted her back to comfort. It's okay, they can't get in here with mommy here. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, was holding a crowbar tightly in her hand, so if those thugs rushed in, she would have to fight. And the commotion made by the mother and daughter out of fear managed to attract the tattooed man outside the door, and he was the one who kicked just now. Inside the corridor on the second floor, the tattooed man phone looked at the closed wooden door of the utility room in front of him and laughed. Found you guys. So it's hiding here. The 2 bitches made me look for them. A few of the remaining thugs heard the commotion and also earned a smile as they made their way towards the utility room, their minds already fantasizing about the beauty of what was to come later. Windy, let me do it. A stocky man took the first step out, right at the wooden door of the utility room, trying to kick it open. But then an abrupt voice rang out from behind a few people. Wait. Feng turned his head to look and realized that Xiao Jie had come behind him at some point and was puzzled. Xiao, what's wrong? The main man hasn't come yet. Don't be anxious. Xiao Jie walked forward slowly, holding a sharp knife in his hand, but for some reason the blade was much thinner than an ordinary blade. There was a knock on the wooden door of the utility room. Xiao Jie faced the tightly closed utility room. His face hung up that smile that was as sunny as the warm sun and said softly, Miss Ning, I've come to your house as a guest and you're hiding inside the utility room. That's not very nice, is it? Ning Zhuya's cold voice came out from within the utility room. A guest? This doesn't look like you're here as a guest to me. I didn't think you'd be willing to be a dog for that father of yours, so it seems you're not that upset about your mother's death. As soon as Ning Zhuya mentioned her mother's death, Xiao Jie's face instantly turned cold, raising the sharp, thin-bladed knife in his hand with a frosty expression. With a flash of coldness, the thin-bladed knife unexpectedly pierced right through the wooden door, breaking it open. Inside the dimly lit utility room, as if she had heard something moving, Ning's mother's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously pushed her daughter in her arms away. But the sound of a sharp instrument entering flesh rang out, and blood clattered out of Ning's mother's abdomen, drenching her clothes in the color of blood. Ning Zhuya, who had not yet understood the situation, turned her head to take a look. Her breath suddenly stagnated, and for the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in her eyes, and she worriedly came to her mother's side, helping her cover the wound that kept on bleeding. She worried, "Mom, are you okay?" Blood flowed down from the corner of Ning's mother's mouth, as if she had foreseen her own death, and smiled as she hugged her daughter, her voice trembling. "Mom's fine. It's been a while since I've heard you call me that, and Mom's really happy right now." Ning Juya's face was anxious as she was held in her mother's arms, wanting to help cover her wounds to stop the bleeding, but she was held tightly by her mother. Ning Juya anxiously said, "Mom, you," but before she could finish her sentence, Mother Ning interrupted what her daughter was about to say. Feeling her body growing weaker and her head spinning, she knew that there was not much time left for her. Outside the utility room, Xiao Jia drew out his thin-bladed knife, looking at the blood on it and the commotion emanating from within, and fell silent, and the few hitmen led by Feng were laughing out madly. Obviously a big matter of human life is a big matter of life, but without any scruples, laughing out loud. "Ha ha, Xiao Xiao is really good at accuracy. I didn't expect to hit it with one cut." The two women inside are probably scared out of their souls. Worthy of being the future heir of the Qin family's family head, he is really quick with his hands. It's really exciting. A series of compliments rang in Xiao Jia's ears. His heart did not have any waves, and the plan still continued. While the crowd was caught up in the excitement and frenzy, the sound of a car blasting its gas pedal suddenly sounded outside the villa. The sound getting closer and closer. The first to hear the movement of the Wind brother rushed to the window to check, afraid that the police came, although prepared in advance on the road. But everything is afraid of an eventuality. In their line of work, if they really go in, no one will come to fish, so we have to be careful in everything. The tension in his heart eased when he saw that all that was coming was a broken black A6. Xiao Jia also walked over to the window to check it out, and when he saw the person sitting in the driver's seat, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint smile. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Inside the dimly lit utility room, Ning's mother was leaning her back against the back of the door, and her body was already covered in scarlet blood, which was particularly oozy to look at. She hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes somewhat vacant as she looked at the blood-soaked ground, her voice weak and feeble, her lips already white. "I'm sorry Xiaoya, I'm not a good mother. You must hate me in your heart. It's all because Mom forced you into business from a young age and couldn't give you a full childhood." Ning Juya raised her head. Her stunningly beautiful face was already covered in tear stains at this point, and tears were still dripping from her eyes as she cried out in pain. "No, Mom, you'll be fine. Stop talking, okay?" As her head became more and more drowsy, Mother Ning stroked her daughter's soft black hair, a somewhat forced smile appearing on her face as she laughed with a kind face. "Our Xiaoya is so beautifully grown. I really want to see how you'll look in a wedding dress in the future. You'll definitely be even more beautiful then. Mommy loves you." When these 4 words were spoken, the smile on Ning's mother's face became even more intense, and her eyes even shed crystalline tears that slid down her cheeks. Blood and tears mixed together and dripped to the ground in tiny splashes. A tearful Ning Juya felt a hand caress her head, and her mother's almost silent laughter came from her ears. Finally, the words are coming out. "Yeah, Mommy loves you." Immediately after, stroking her daughter's hand dropped down. Ning mother closed her eyes and no longer had the slightest movement, just like a corpse. It was only at this moment that Ning Juya looked at her mother, tears sliding down her small face as she took her mother's drooping hand and placed it on her own face. The sound of sobbing continued to resonate in the utility room, and Ning Juya looked painfully at her mother's corpse, realizing that there were more wrinkles on her face. Maybe those wrinkles had always been there. She just never looked at her mother seriously, even just once. For Mom's impression, Ning Juya still stays at the age of 8, when the mom's young face cannot see wrinkles at all. And now, on the second-floor corridor of the calm Ning family mansion, Lin Xian coldly eyed Xiao Jie and the 9 tiger-eyed thugs behind him who stood in his way. Speaking coldly, he said, "What did you do with her?" Facing Lin Xian, who was a bit different from usual, Xiao Jie spread his hands and laughed. "What else can I do to Miss Ning? It's just giving her a bit of excitement. Like losing her mother." Xiao Jie's finger then pointed to the wooden door of the utility room on the side, and at that moment the blood that had already seeped out from under the cracks of the door could be vaguely seen, as well as the sound of sobbing coming from inside. Inside the quiet corridor, the atmosphere was instantly filled with a thick murderous intent, and the 9 fighters led by Feng were even subconsciously trembling. These people of theirs more or less carried a bit of ruthlessness, and were even more incomparably wary of their own kind. But now they actually detected something different in Lin Xian, this little white boy. Lin Xian's deep eyes flared with murderous intent as he heard the cries coming from the utility room. Looking straight at Xiao Jie in a chilling voice, "You're looking for death." As the words fell, Lin Xian's entire body moved, clenching his fist with one hand and charging fiercely towards Xiao Jie. who hurriedly retreated a few steps backward to hide at the back. Xiao Jie said in a cold voice to Feng's group. What are you waiting for? The stocky Feng took the first step to block in front of Lin Xin, shouting and making a stance to resist. It's just a little white boy. Don't get cocky on me here. In the next second, just as Lin Xin's fist was about to land on Feng's arm, he instantly withdrew his strength and attacked with a hard kick towards his lower body. Feng's face suddenly changed. His eyes widened. His expression twisted together in a difficult way as he looked at Lin Xin and gritted his teeth. You scumbag! Immediately afterward, Lin Xin kicked out once again, directly knocking the physically powerless Feng to the ground. Looking at the crotch-damaged Feng, the remaining 8 minions couldn't help but shrink their legs as well. But what immediately followed was anger. They are all people whose hands have been stained with human life, but they were actually scared by a white boy. If this spreads out, do they still want to mix in this business? Brat, you're looking for death. Let's see if I don't kill you. Brother Gun, you damn well go along with that old woman. Looking at the 8 fighters rushing towards him, Lin Xin had no fear in his eyes at all. As far as this kind of goods were concerned, he didn't know how many of them he had packed up before. And Xiao Jie, who was hiding on the sidelines watching the scene with a smile at the corner of his mouth, surveyed the scene. Watching Lin Xin alone actually suppress the 8 fighters to death, his heart was nothing but happy. He had gambled right. This Lin Xin really wasn't simple. From the first time he locked eyes with Lin Xin, Xiao Jie knew that this man was his own kind, abhorring all injustices in the world. All 8 of the Qin family's fighters, in just 5 minutes' time, had all collapsed at Lin Xin's feet chanting in powerless pain, with agony in their expressions, as the last person was put down by Lin Xin, while his body was unharmed. Pa. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jie smiled and applauded. Nice military fighting technique. Although your physical quality is average, your fighting skills are the best I've ever seen. Even for those retired soldier kings, I'm afraid they're not far behind. Lin Xin's hands were still dripping blood, and the surface of his fists had already been cut away from the skin, obviously with too much force. Then are you ready to seek death? Lin Xin gazed at Xiao Jie with cold eyes. However, Xiao Jie shook his head and reached out, pulling out a key to the Ning family's utility room and throwing it at Lin Xin, a faint smile appearing on his face as he reminded, Mrs. Ning isn't expected to last much longer, and although I applied a trace of numbing agent to the knife it's best to bandage her within half an hour if you're going to save her life. After saying that, under Lin Xin's puzzled gaze Xiao Jie turned around and walked away, his footsteps slightly faster. With excitement in his eyes, Lin Xin originally wanted to go after him, but after taking a look at the closed door of the utility room, he gave up that intention. Although he didn't know exactly what Xiao Jie's intentions were, right now it was still most important to save people. Taking the key given by Xiao Jie, Lin Xin quickly opened the door of the utility room, and at a glance, he saw Mother Ning, who had collapsed in a pool of blood, and Ning Zhuya, who was lying on top of her and crying continuously. Seeing the tear-stained cheeks, Lin Xin felt a pain in his heart, and then with a quick movement, he squatted down to check the injuries on Ning's mother's abdomen. Blood was still seeping from the wound at this point. The stab wound was very thin. It should have been caused by some kind of special blade. That's why it didn't cause heavy bleeding. After understanding the severity of the injuries, Lin Xin turned around to face Ning Zhuya, who was still sobbing. He turned sideways and touched Ning Zhuya's face with his bloodied hand, smiling comfortingly. Don't worry, Auntie will be fine, so don't cry. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya raised her head, her tear-covered eyes looking at Lin Xin as she choked. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Xin responded with a smile. Everything will be fine when you wake up from your nap. Waking up from sleep? Ning Zhuya's face had just revealed doubts when she felt a dizziness in her mind, and then she fainted in Lin Xin's arms with her eyes tightly closed. Lin Xin retracted his hand and hugged the fainted Ning Zhuya, looking at her unconsciousness and said softly, everything will be fine, and in the future you will be able to be like normal people, able to experience family and friendship, and what you have lost in the past, you will have in the future. Immediately afterward, Lin Xin laid her flat on her back and began to urgently treat Ning's mother's wounds with extremely professional techniques. Luckily the stab wounds weren't in the vitals, otherwise they certainly wouldn't have lasted until he arrived. Before Lin Xin could finish treating his wounds, the sound of an emergency vehicle came from outside the Ning family home, followed by a clamor downstairs as several nurses as well as accompanying doctors rushed towards the second floor. Walking in the forefront is wearing a school uniform Li Liang. Out of too much of a hurry he did not even have time to change clothes. Looking at the 9 people who collapsed in front of the utility room, Li Liang ignored them and directly rushed inside the utility room with his men. At this time, Lin Xin's emergency treatment was just about over, and while he was relieved in his heart, he looked at his good friend and said sincerely, "Thanks really this time." Li Liang waved his hand. "Hey, we brothers still need to talk about this. Good brothers for life." Then, the unconscious Mother Ning was carried downstairs on a stretcher by several nurses, while the remaining few nurses waited silently outside the door with another stretcher. Li Liang also had the sense to walk out, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What kind of sin is this? It's so hard to taste the sweetness of love, and this is going to separate. Inside the utility room, Lin Xian sat beside Ning Juya holding her somewhat cool little hand, then took out a white butterfly necklace from his body. Even in the dim night, the butterfly necklace can flash a faint light, and the carved butterfly is even more lifelike. Lin Xian reached out his hand to help Ning Juya put on this necklace he had so carefully prepared, stroking the side of her face as he said to himself, "I hope you won't mind. You've given me so many things and all I can give you is a necklace I bought from the side of the road." Butterflies, in nature, represent free creatures, capable of traveling the skies of their own free will. With the emergency vehicle far away, Li Lian walked over to Lin Xian, who stood next to the Ning family's front door, and inquired with a heart full of puzzlement, "I just don't get it. You guys have only known each other for a total of how long and this woman is really worth it?" Lin Xian's gaze remained at the end of the road in the distance. Then he took a step towards the front. The person who had picked him up had already arrived. He waved his hand at Li Liang without turning his head back, and it was clear that he should be in a sad mood. But at this moment, Lin Xian laughed. "One day you'll understand. Ryoko, love, is so elusive and yet so deep. Remember to keep an eye on her for me. When she wakes up she'll probably have another tantrum." At those words, although Li Liang didn't understand the meaning of the words, he still shook his head helplessly. "You really know how to make people." Lin Xian smiled back with a laugh. "Then I'm counting on you, young Master Li." Lyra sighed. "I told you not to call me that. I hate it." Soon, an army green SUV appeared at the end of the road, driven by the same black-clothed man who had talked to Lin Xian in the rainy night last time. Regarding his identity, Lin Xian naturally knew about it. One of his own grandfather's guards, said to be a soldier king selected through layers in the military camp, named Lu Ying. A few moments later the SUV stopped in front of him. Lin Xian directly opened the door and walked into the co-pilot, and Lu Ying on the side handed over the special machine that was used by the military top brass. Then the SUV turned around and drove straight away, kicking up a cloud of dust and sand in its place. Li Liang, who was standing in front of Ning's house watching, saw the SUV leave straight away and shrugged his shoulders towards the blue Rolls-Royce on the side. Inside the rapidly traveling SUV, Lin Xian took the phone and attached it to his ear, and on the other end came a voice he knew and loathed. "Do you really want it this time? If you're still as unaware as you were before, there's no need to come back and waste my time. Play your love games in Mordor properly." Lin Xian returned with an indifferent attitude. "I've thought about it, but there's one request." It was only after a long time that an aged voice came out from the other end. "Okay, I can help you with this request, but not for nothing. I'll tell you what to do later. Let's take a trip back to God's capital first. At least we haven't seen each other for so many years. Go home and accompany the old man to have a chat with me." Almost at the same time, far away in Lianyun City in Sichuan province, inside the Lin family hotel, on the second floor, Lin Guodong was packing his bags in his room, while Zhang Huiwan on the side with some regret. "I'm kind of fond of that kidya. How nice it would be if Shin was from a normal family." Lin Guodong, who had packed his bags, stood up and patted his wife's shoulder comfortingly. "Come on, it's not like we won't see each other again. Don't make it sound like a goodbye." Immediately after the couple pulled their large and small luggage into a commercial vehicle, the driver sitting in the driver's seat, Xiao Li, twisted his head and smiled at the two old men. "My lord and lady, it's been a long time." Lin nodded, let out a hum and leaned his back on the seat and faintly said, "Drive. I don't know when I'll be able to come back even if I leave this time, so this kind of uneventful life is actually quite good." Then, the business car slowly headed in the direction out of town. In a certain high-end villa in Magic City, the three Qin Ping brothers were sitting on the sofa in the living room with a smile on their faces, and an equity transfer document was placed on the coffee table. Qin Ping drank a mouthful of grin after sitting on the sofa and laughed cheerfully. "After waiting for so many years, we finally have the Sky Curtain Group in our hands. It's really hard for the Ning family to run this huge group for our Qin family for so many years." The two people sitting on either side, Qin Wuha and Qin Hui, also laughed in agreement, but in their hearts, they were calculating how to snatch the Canopy Group into their hands. This equity transfer agreement can be in anyone's hands, but it can never be placed in the hands of one's own big brother. And at this moment, Qin Peng's mind was fantasizing about the future Qin family calling the shots in the political and business world, laughing even louder. Just as the three of them were having their own thoughts, The door of the Qin family villa was suddenly forced open with a kick, followed by a group of well-trained soldiers barging in. "Nobody move." The leading captain pointed his gun at Qin Pang and the others and snapped, "We're from the Special Operations Division. If you don't want to die, crouch on the ground with your hands on your head." Seeing this, the rest of the soldiers also raised the guns in their hands and pointed them at the two Qin Wuha, frightening the three of them to the point that their legs and feet went weak. Suddenly barging in with so many soldiers, Qin Pang first panicked, then thought of something, stood up with a strong bottom and rebuked the leading soldier captain. "What unit are you from and do you know where this is? Army Commander Long and I are old friends. In broad daylight, you actually dare to force your way into a civilian's house. Do you want to revolt?" Qin Wuha hurriedly got up and chimed in. That's right. You guys must be looking for the wrong person." The hat of rebellion was snapped down. The leading captain did not have the slightest fear on his face. His eyes coldly stared at Qin Pang and gave an ultimatum. "I'm going to give you one last chance to crouch down and put your hands on your head." But how can the pampered Qin Pang listen to the command of a big-headed soldier? That is not a loss of identity. Qin Pang was just about to open his mouth to rebuke, but his words ended abruptly. The leader of the captain did not hesitate to pull the trigger in his hand, only to hear a bang sound. A bullet with a tongue of fire from the barrel of the gun hit Qin Pang's leg accurately and precisely. In the silent villa area, a gunshot instantly startled a number of rich people who were resting, thinking that some kind of terrorist attack had occurred, and hurriedly hid close by. And at this moment, in the Qin family villa, Qin Pang's miserable screams echoed all around, and the originally tidy ground had been dyed red with blood. Qin Hua and Qin Hui, who were trying to open their mouths, were even more terrified. Their eyes looked at their older brother who was screaming miserably in fear, and after reacting, they hurriedly walked to the side and crouched down with their heads in their hands. These soldiers actually dared to really shoot. The source was definitely not small. It seemed like their Qin family was going to be in big trouble. The captain put away his gun. His eyes coldly gazed at Qin Pang, who was still screaming miserably, then walked over to the coffee table and picked up the share transfer agreement of the Sky Curtain Group. Indeed is the original. With a tear sound, the paper fluttered in the sky, turning into scattered fragments floating down to the ground. With that, he turned his head to look at Qin Pang, and the captain opened his mouth in a businesslike manner. "Qin Pang, you are suspected of illegal business and other suspicions. You are restricted to surrender to the police station within 5 days to cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise the police station will arrest you in the name of admitting the charges." After saying that, the captain directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the villa, and the rest of the soldiers quickly followed. A group of people come and go quickly, but the Qin family, this time just a beginning. At night, in a certain upscale ward of the Magic City Hospital, dressed in a white hospital gown, Ning Zhuya opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The whole person instantly woke up from the hospital bed and sat up. "Is this at the hospital? Where's Mom?" It was also at this moment that the door to the ward was pushed open, and Ning Donghong, whose figure was somewhat haggard, walked in, carrying a lunchbox in his hand. When he pushed open the door and saw his daughter, who had woken up, a flash of joy appeared on his face and he said happily, "Yeah, you're awake." Ning Donghong closed the door of the hospital room with a happy face, carried the lunchbox and walked over to the bedside, inquiring, "How's it going? Is there anything wrong? Do you want me to get a doctor to come over and take a look?" Ning Zhuya scanned the unfamiliar hospital room and looked towards her father, inquiring with some fear in her heart, Mom, how is she?" Hearing the name Mom, Ning Donghong, who was in the process of opening the lunchbox, was clearly stunned and looked at his daughter for a few seconds. How long has it been since he heard those two words? Immediately afterward, the smile on Ning Donghong's face grew even wider as he said soothingly, "Don't worry, your Mom, she's fine. The doctor said that if she recuperates well for a month, she can be discharged." Upon hearing this, the boulder hanging inside Ning Zhuya's heart fell and she sighed in relief. Then she thought of something and asked again, "What about Rinchen?" When it came to Lin Xin, Ning Donghong's face flashed with hesitation, but he still took out an envelope he had on him, which read, "Received by Ning Zhuya." This familiar handwriting Ning Zhuya recognized almost instantly. It was definitely written by Lin Xin. Ning Donghong handed the letter to his daughter and sighed, "Read it yourself. Your mom still has someone to watch over her place. Take care to rest early." After saying that, Ning Donghong turned around and walked out of the hospital room. When Army Commander Long delivered this letter to him, he already knew the content of this letter. At the same time, Ning Donghong's heart was extremely shocked until this moment, not realizing that Lin Xin was actually that person's grandson, and it was no wonder that Qin Pang would go to the police station to turn himself in. Shocked at the same time, he could only feel sorry. It seemed that this son-in-law could not be wanted. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Ning Juya quickly removed the envelope and took the letterhead inside that was filled with words and read it. When she saw the first line, her expression instantly froze, and the hand clutching the letter paper subconsciously exerted itself. My favorite daughter-in-law receives. I'm going to a far, far away place. I may not be able to accompany you anymore. Before I go, I prepared a gift for you. I hope you won't mind it. Honestly, I never thought that with my character I would fall in love with someone like this. The time with you is always so short, and even I still fantasize when I'm alone. How happy we would have lived if you weren't the big miss of the Canopy Group and I was born into an ordinary family. I'm sorry, I can't keep the promise I made to you, but I'm sure you won't feel lonely even without me. And now you can have the love of your parents and live like a normal person in this world. Maybe I'll get married and have children in the future. I'm not willing to think about it, and in the end, I hope I'll see you again. At the end of the letterhead with Lin Xin's signature, a teardrop falls low, soaking the letterhead. It was not until then that Ning Juya noticed the butterfly necklace around her neck, and the tears in her eyes flowed down, sliding across her cheeks and dripping onto the letter paper. In the middle of the quiet hospital room, Ning Juya's hand tightly gripped the butterfly necklace around her neck, and bean-point tears fell, causing people to involuntarily empathize with her and fill her heart with grief. On the hospital bed, Ning Juya covered the quilt and cried, her hands hugging her knees as she sat alone on the bed in tears. You asshole, who gave you permission to leave me? I'm not tired of playing with you yet. Who let you go? A scene from the past kept coming back to Ning Juya's mind at this moment, but it only added to the sadness. Don't be envious, you'll have it in the future. All the affection you didn't experience before is being made up for in the future, and you'll be able to have a complete life. Whatever it takes for me to do it for you. I'll never leave you for the rest of my life. The two of us will always be together. Outside the ward, Ning Donghong leaned his back against the wall, listening to the cries coming out from inside, and sighed as he shook his head towards another ward. The sky took on a dim color, with only a curved moon hanging high above the night sky, blooming with bright light. The heat of summer has waned a lot and fall has crept in, but this half-summer was destined to be a lifetime of unforgettable and unbreakable experiences for Ning Juya. End of book. The end of the first volume of Incomplete Girl. Thanks for dropping your support and love. No need to break the bank if you send knives. No need to break the bank for the big boys. Of course. Finished must be a lie. No one would really believe it. No way, no how. Early the next morning, in the middle of the Magic City Hospital, Ning Juya, who had already rested for the night, came to a hospital room and knocked on the door, making a knock-knock sound. Immediately after the door to the hospital room opened, Ning Donghong was slightly surprised as he looked at his daughter standing outside the door. Ning Juya's eyes were red at the corners as if she had just experienced a big cry, and her voice was slightly cold. I came to see Mom. Upon hearing this, a smile surfaced on Ning Donghong's face, and while he was inwardly pleased, he stepped aside and softly said, Come in. Your mom, she just woke up. Ning Juya nodded and walked straight in. At this time in the hospital room, Ning's mother, who had just finished breakfast, was lying on the hospital bed resting, and when she heard the footsteps coming in, she opened her eyes and looked at her daughter, who was approaching with surprise on her face. Today's Ning Juya was dressed casually, a white cotton long sleeve as well as a half-body long skirt, giving a mature and stable feeling than before. She came to the side of the hospital bed and looked at her mother who was lying on the hospital bed, and somewhat uncomfortably shouted out, but it made Ning's mother's heart pleasantly surprised. Mom! Mother Ning's face instantly revealed a flash of happiness, looking with relief at her daughter who was finally willing to genuinely call herself. Ning Juya then leaned over and hugged her mother, burying her face in her mother's embrace, still with the familiar smell. Seeing this, Mother Ning, who was lying on the bed, gently hugged her daughter with both hands and gave a wink to her husband on the side, signaling him to go out. However, Ning Donghong was not happy, and immediately came to his daughter's side, giggling. Yeah, Daddy's here too. Want a hug from Daddy? But unfortunately, Ning Juya, who was immersed in her mother's embrace, didn't pay any attention to her father's words. Seeing this, Ning's mother in the hospital bed smiled while giving her husband a smug look, then gently patted her daughter's back. After so many years, the family was finally able to experience kinship again. The divine capital, as the center of power in China, is far more prosperous than the Magic City, and is considered to be the most prosperous in the country. Not to mention that it is also of great commemorative significance. There is no real leader in the country of China in name. The highest executive body is the Führer's House, which is governed by 4 old men. Under the Führer's House, however, were the major departments of the state of China as well as the ruling ministry headed by the 8 ruling chiefs, which specialized in handling matters from all over the world, and then filtered them before passing them on to the Führer's House. The power is not insignificant. It is almost equal to the power of the ministerial level, no less. At this moment, in the middle of the divine capital, an army green off-road vehicle was traveling on the streets with a strong historical atmosphere, passing through large and small streets, and finally stopping in front of a tightly guarded courtyard. After a night of running, Lin Xian's face at this moment was tinged with a bit of fatigue as he stepped down from the SUV and looked up at the familiar courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard there were 2 police officers on guard, with loaded guns behind their backs, believing that as soon as they found something wrong, they would not hesitate to shoot. And in the rest of the quadrangles around here, all the people living there are military security personnel, patrolling 24 hours a day all the time, not letting any suspicious people get close to the most central quadrangle. And in the entire country of China the only ones who could be protected in such a way were those 4 old men. Even the local ruling chiefs didn't have this qualification. Lu Ying also walked down from the car at this time, and said indifferently to Lin Xian, "Let's go. Elder Lin has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying that, he took the lead and stepped towards the courtyard. Lin Xian's reminiscent gaze retracted and followed. That's right, his grandfather is one of the 4 heads of state nowadays, and because of his name, he has been nicknamed Jinghua, Lin Jinghua. Even if you look at the entire country, there are only a handful of people who can match your grandfather in terms of prestige. Memory of the familiar layout of the courtyard. So far there has not been much change, as if the time frame did not have any change. Lin Xian followed behind Lu Ying, and through the courtyard came the sound of running water in his ears, the sound of fish leaping into the water of the pond in the courtyard. A few minutes later, the 2 stopped in front of a house in the deepest part of the courtyard. Lu Ying stepped forward and gently knocked on the door with a respectful voice. "Elder Lin, your grandson Lin Xian has returned." A few moments later, a voice came from inside the house. "Let him in." Lu Ying nodded and moved aside to signal Lin Xian to enter. After standing in front of the house and hesitating for a moment, Lin Xian inwardly pushed the door into the house with a touch of fear, casually closing the door. As soon as I walked in the door, I saw the calligraphy table placed inside the house. A dying old man whose hair had already gone gray stood there with an upright posture, holding a brush in his hand as he was writing. The surrounding walls are hung with large and small banners, and any one of them can be sold for tens of millions of dollars. The wandering dragons and snakes on it show all the elegance of divine radiance, and it is completely impossible to see that it was written by an old man in his twilight years. Lin Jinghua, who was practicing his calligraphy, did not raise his eyes to look at his grandson, whom he had not seen for many years. His expression indifferent as he manipulated the brush in his hand, and he simply said indifferently, "What are you staring at? Come here and ink me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's body subconsciously walked over, and although he resisted inwardly but his body was incomparably honest as he studied the ink. Lin Jinghua slowly wrote the word sky on the rice paper with his pen and casually opened his mouth. "How's it been out there the last couple years?" Lin Xian, who stood at the side slowly studying ink, calmly returned, "Very good." "Yes." Lin Jinghua once again wrote down the word line, and his aged voice laughed in a low and powerful voice. "You've had a good life, but it's the old man. I'm so lonely without a companion by my side. That asshole grandson rarely comes back again, leaving me all alone." Lin Xian was silent and didn't say anything, just put the researched ink aside. Lin Jinghua, on the other hand, wrote down word after word, eventually becoming a sentence. Lin Xian looked at the rice paper. "The sky walks healthy. The gentleman to self-improvement," said faintly. "Your calligraphy has improved a lot." Lin Jinghua also looked at the words in front of him with satisfaction, put down the brush in his hand, turned around and walked to a side chair to sit down. The old man said in a deep voice, "I helped you take care of the Qin family, and you also promised me a condition. It just so happens that I need someone to take care of something here, so I'll leave it to you. I hope you haven't forgotten everything I taught you." Saying that, Lin Jinghua took out a document from a drawer that arrived only yesterday and placed it on the table while shouting to the outside, "Lu Ying, come in." The next second the door to the house was pushed open and Lu Ying walked in, saying respectfully to the old man sitting in his seat, "Elder Lin, what are your orders?" Lin Jinghua took a sip of water from the teacup on the side and pursed his lips before instructing him. "You can accompany Xin on that trip to Chuan province, and restore his file in the meantime. You don't have to do anything this time in the past. Just protect Xiao Xian's safety and don't interfere in this matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying respectfully responded. Not long after, Lin Xian followed Lu Ying out of this room, while Lin Jinghua inside the house dialed a phone. "Hey, it's me. Pull back all the people in Chuan province." With Qin Peng went to the police station to accept the investigation. The large Qin family was on edge for a time. Can let their own head of the family to go to willingly accept the investigation. That behind the power must be how big to know that in the devil's capital, Even that military commander Long who controlled the Devil's capital military region had to be courteous to the head of the family, which was enough to show how huge the Qin family's power was. Late at night, in the middle of the Qin family villa, a figure silently opened the door to Qin Peng's room and began to rummage around as if looking for something. Inside Qin Peng's room, Xiao Jie searched the corners of the room with his brows furrowed, and after a moment, his gaze went to the bookcase in the very center. It was filled with a wide array of various books, so it looked much larger than the average bookcase. Xiao Jie walked over to the bookcase and discreetly took down one of the books with his rubber-gloved hand, then tapped his hand inside. Knock knock. Hearing the subtle echoes, Xiao Jie's pupil slightly shrunk, his face showing a touch of joy. Finally he had found it. Then he began to remove the books from the bookcase and set them aside, opening the hidden compartment in which a small safe lay quietly. After waiting for so many years, I've finally found the opportunity. Lin Xin, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't what he expected, this safe should contain the USB flash drive containing Qin Peng's dealings with the offshore, the entire Qin family, at least 100 people in the fighter, but also all the hands of the bloodstain outlaws. In the country is absolutely impossible to convene such a large number of people. The only possibility is that the Qin Peng and the foreign forces have a deal. If they could get their hands on the transaction records, even the huge Qin family would fall apart overnight, and Qin Peng would definitely be sentenced to death. As Xiao Jie broke the safe's combination with a professional technique, the alloy cabinet door slowly opened, inside which quietly rested a USB flash drive and a few somewhat old-looking photos. Inside the silent room, Xiao Jie stood in front of the bookcase, reached out and took out a USB drive and muttered, "Originally, this USB flash drive has always been carried by Qin Peng. I have never had the chance to make a move, and if I hadn't won this bet, I still don't know when I would have to wait." From the very beginning he was running towards Lin Xin. That is, he was betting that the power behind Lin Xin was more powerful than the Qin family. Betting that Lin Xin was the second young master of that Lin family who had no sound news for many years. From the first moment he saw Lin Xin, Xiao Jie felt that he was not simple, because the Ning family did not have any political power, so they did not investigate Lin Xin's true identity, but he was different. The Qin family is almost all over the domestic departments at all levels, and after some investigation, it really let him find a little trace. That's why there was that incident at the Ning family mansion, in order to provoke Lin Xin and make him hate the Qin family. Mother, wait a little longer. Xiao Jie's eyes noticed the old photographs inside the safe and reached out to take them over, and when he saw what was on the photographs, his pupils contracted violently. Not knowing what he saw, his fists subconsciously clenched and the veins on his arms rippled. In a trance Xiao Jie understood something and quickly put the photo back in its original position. Then after copying a copy of the information in the USB flash drive, he put the books on the side back into the bookcase. From this moment, Xiao Jie's goal changed, from the beginning of revenge against his own father to revenge against the entire Qin family. Instead, that photo shows 3 shirtless men committing atrocities on a woman, with big, crazy grins on their faces, seemingly enthralled. As the fall of September arrived, Ning Zhuya's family was having dinner in a certain luxury villa in the center of Magic City. After what he experienced last time, Ning Donghong decisively moved, fearing that the tragic situation a few days ago would happen again. "Come on ya, have some more." Mother Ning, who had already been discharged from the hospital, smiled gently and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her daughter's bowl. Ning Zhuya nodded expressionlessly before eating the meat, looking somewhat well-behaved. Without the threat of the Qin family, the coldness on Ning's mother's face then disappeared. She had given her daughter too much pressure in the past, so she intended to make up for it in the days to come. A meal quickly ended. After eating, Ning Zhuya said hello and drove towards Magic City University, with a dozen bodyguards driving behind him. At the entrance of the villa, watching his daughter drive away, Ning Donghong sighed. "Shoya still can't forget Lin Xin." Ning Yun leaned her head gently on her husband's shoulder and whispered, "That child is too important to ya. How can it be so easy to let go? Just let it go." Half an hour later at the Magic City University, a red Maybach stopped, and the cold-faced Ning Zhuya walked down from the car. It so happened that Qin Shi, who had already finished her classes at this time, walked out from the school's entrance, and at a glance, she saw Ning Zhuya, who was walking this way, and her footsteps stopped. Ning Zhuya, who was walking head-on, also saw her, but didn't have the intention to pay any attention to her, and walked directly towards the school grounds. Just as she brushed past Qin Shi, she only heard Qin Shi, who was holding a book in her arms, say in a calm voice, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's advancing steps stopped, turned her head and gave Qin Shi a cold look as she coldly said, "This is a school, why can't I be here?" As the two opened their mouths, the atmosphere around them immediately became oppressive. Turning around, Qinxi's face was calm as he locked eyes with Ning Juya and opened his mouth. I've heard everything from Li Liang, and I know about Lin Xin's identity, but why are you showing up at school now looking like you have nothing better to do? Said Qinxi's emotions began to get a little agitated, and he raged angrily at Ning Juya. I've probably guessed what you're thinking, because of Lin Xin's identity, so you don't dare to go to him, right? You're afraid that doing so will affect your current family. Even though I'm only a distant relative of the Qin family, I still know something about the Qin family's business with your Ning family. You're afraid that because of going to Rinxin's relationship, you'll cause the family relationship you're now so easily glued together to break up again, aren't you? When the words fell, Ning Juya's eyes instantly turned cold, and a cold light appeared as she stared at Qinxi in a chilling voice. What the hell are you trying to say? After speaking from her heart, Qinxi's emotions calmed down a bit, but there was still some suppressed anger in her words. Qinxi hugged his books and slowly said as he stared at Ning Juya without fear. I come from an ordinary family and don't have a background like yours, so I'm limited in what I can do. Saying that, Qinxi took out a small note from his body, walked up and pulled over Ning Juya's hand and placed the note in her hand. His voice said in a low voice, but you're different. You're the daughter of the richest man in Mordor. You can do far more than I can. This was given to me by Lin Xin's homeroom teacher, so you're on your own. After saying that, Qinxi left without looking back. To her this was not a torture. After all, this might be her last chance with Lin Xin, but now she had to give this chance to her enemy. Looking at Qinxi's back as he left, Ning Juya spread out the small note in her hand, which had an address written on it, Chuan Province, Smoke City. Looking at the address in her hand, Ning Juya raised her hand and touched the necklace around her neck, and under the sunlight, the small white butterfly glittered. Are we going to be together all the time? The cold autumn wind echoed in the ears. The leaves at the school gate were blown rustling, a few yellow leaves floating down with the wind. Ning Juya, who was standing still at the school entrance, suddenly clenched the note in her hand and turned around to dart towards the car parked at the side of the road. She didn't know if it was the right thing to do, or what the aftermath would do to her hard-to-recover family, but Ning Juya understood that if she didn't go, she would definitely regret it later. She didn't want to be remorseful, and rather than live in a future filled with regret, she would chase after him towards him in the here and now. Sichuan Province. As the top 5 provinces in China's economic ranking, the biggest characteristic is the large number of people and land, and the city is mostly built in the basin, with beautiful mountains and water, which is the most beautiful in the country. On a highway surrounded by mountains and water, surrounded by green and upright pines, a black BMW was rushing forward. A dozen kilometers further ahead is the backward development of the Smoke City in Sichuan Province. This section of the road is almost all big and small mountains, almost cannot see any car to and from. Inside the car, Lu Ying, who was the personal bodyguard, was driving, while Lin Xin was sitting in the back row by the window, dangling and looking at the documents in his hands. Lu Ying glanced at the yawning Lin Xin in the rearview mirror and slowly said, the whistleblower in this matter is Lin Lao's old friend. It is said that they used to be brothers who were born and died together, only to retire to the second line later. That's why this matter has been taken seriously by the above. Lin Xin softly page by page, looking at the information in his hand from the investigation, faintly said, I didn't expect to come across something like this these days. A millionaire raping and murdering a freshly graduated college girl. Lu Ying's eyes flashed with disgust, obviously very resistant to these things, and then said, according to that person's confession indeed, but the police in Smoke City can't find any evidence at all right now. But they are also in the way of the person who called the police as Lin Lao's comrade in arms, and it's not good enough to just hang out to dry. That's why they made a scene to Lin Lao. That's true, but what does it have to do with me? I'm not some detective. Lin Xin put away the documents and shook his head, getting a bit of a headache. But Lu Ying didn't think so. He laughed. It's true that you're not much of a detective. After all, you're much more professional than a detective. Obviously, Lu Ying was very confident in Lin Xin. After all, as his instructor when he was a child, Lu Ying knew more about Lin Xin's abilities than anyone else. Soon, as another half hour passed, a standing city came into view after crossing a stretch of uphill sections. Once we entered the basin, the woods around us obviously started to diminish. The road wasn't as smooth, and the car shook up every now and then. At the Magic City airport, Ning Yun looked worriedly at her daughter who was about to depart, and just when she wanted to say something, she heard Ning Donghong, who was on the sidelines, laugh at her daughter. You have to be careful on this trip out. Bring that kid back to me. As for the rest you don't have to think much about it. The big deal is that I'll donate the Sky Curtain group to the country, so you won't have to have any scruples at that time. Dressed in a white lace jacket, Ning Juya nodded, giving off a feeling of innocence, and then turned around and walked onto the airplane. She didn't intend to bring any bodyguards with her this time to Sichuan province, and there was a ready-made all-around bodyguard waiting to be claimed over there anyway, and it always felt a little awkward to have a large group of people behind her watching her get a boyfriend. Under the watchful eyes of Ning's mother and father, the airplane slowly flew high into the sky, cutting a gash through the roiling white clouds, 10,000 meters above the sky. Ning Juya sat by the window looking at the sea of white clouds and the blinding sun outside the window of the plane and murmured, "Give me a break, dog man. Running off alone without my permission. I'll be sure to discipline you when I catch you. Dog Lin Xin. Wait for me." Meanwhile, the entrance to the Magic City police station. Because there was no evidence, Qin Peng was temporarily cleared of suspicion and was released, and at this time, his face was full of complacency. So what if the police station? As long as you can't find any evidence, you'll still have to be good and let me out. At this time in front of the police station, a blue Hummer parked on the side of the road. The window rolled down. A man with sunglasses coldly said to Qin Peng, "Get in the car. The boss wants to talk to you." At the word, immediately understanding Qin Peng directly into the car's passenger, sunglasses man handed a cell phone, which is displaying a call interface. Immediately after that the man stepped on the gas and drove straight out of the car. Inside the car, Qin Peng held his cell phone with a nervous face and carefully opened his mouth. "Do you have any orders?" A middle-aged man's icy voice came from the other end. "Command? Do you think you're of any use to me now? That one called Lin Xin is a member of the Divine Capital's Lin family. You dare to make a move without even investigating that useless thing. Now that your entire Qin family's network is paralyzed, but all those who have contact with your Qin family have all been taken away by the military for investigation. Do you think you're still useful to me?" "What?" When Qin Peng heard this, disbelief appeared on his face. As long as the officials associated with the Qin family are all taken away for investigation, that doesn't mean that the Qin family is ruined. At this moment Qin Peng seemed to have fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet, his body leaning helplessly against the passenger seat. The voice on the other end then said, "Now I'll give you one last chance. That kid from the Lin family is estimated to have arrived in Smoke City by now. Go and finish him off for me. Never let him find out about the Smoke City matter. If you can't even get this done, there's no point in you existing." After saying that, the phone was hung up. Qin Peng's face was cloudy as he returned the cell phone to the man in sunglasses, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. As the sunglasses man drove, he directly removed the phone card of his cell phone and then threw it out, which was directly crushed by the passing cars. At noon, in a hotel in Smoky City, the mayor of Smoky City held a reception banquet especially for Lin Xin. This was not just because Lin Xin was the grandson of that person, but more importantly, Lin Xin himself had an official position and was as high as a brigadier general. Although it was just a white general without any power, it was enough for Wang Dfa to treat it with caution, not to mention that he had heard a lot about Lin Xin. At the entrance of the hotel, Wang Defa, who was wearing a black Zhongshan suit and looked big-bellied, smiled and shook Lin Xin's hand in greeting. "Lin Xin, right? I've already heard from Lin Lao that Song Lao's matter is fully in your charge. As long as you ask, the city's resources are at your disposal." The several middle-aged men following Wang Defa also had kind faces, but their eyes were constantly glancing at Lin Xin. This was the rumored prodigy of the Lin family, and it didn't seem like anything special. Lin Xin politely extended his hand and smiled humbly. "Then thank you, Uncle Wang, for your cooperation, and if I've done anything wrong, please bear with me." Hearing Lin Xin call himself an uncle, Wang Defa laughed and said, "All of this is fine. We must know that this is the grandson of Lin Lao." Now he called his uncle. This face is really given enough. Then he waved his hand and laughed. "You've worked hard all the way over. Uncle Wang is usually busy with his affairs, so he had to throw you a reception banquet in a hurry. Lin Xin, you don't mind. How come?" Lin Xin followed towards the hotel, a smile like a spring breeze on his face. "I'm overjoyed that you're still able to throw me a reception banquet in your busy schedule, Uncle Wang." As the two of them walked towards the hotel, Lu Ying, who was a personal bodyguard, naturally followed closely. When he saw that Lin Xin had already gotten on good terms with Mayor Wang in just a few words, he knew that what he had taught him before had certainly not been forgotten. Soon after arriving in the hotel's pre-prepared box, the waiters began to serve food one after another. A little nervous inside. After all of the city's several big names were present, and their hearts were even more curious about Lin Xin's identity. Which family's male son was this that could actually make Mayor Wang treat him with such caution? At the dinner table, Lin Xin didn't beat around the bush. All he wanted to do now was to finish the Smoke City matter and return to God's capital to have a good quiet time. "I don't know how Ning Juya is doing now. I guess he's doing quite well." After some conversation, Mayor Wang, who was sitting opposite Lin Xin, placed the chopsticks in his hands and frowned. I've investigated this matter. The female college student who was raped and killed was not in a good condition at home. Originally, she should not have had the opportunity to study in the university, but then because of the support of the scholarships from the University of Smoke and Fireworks, she was able to hold out until she graduated from the university. But here's where the weirdness comes in. The owner of Tianming, who is listed as the biggest suspect, is a Yantai University bursary provider, providing over $500,000 in bursaries to Yantai University every year, both through the internet and through his own donations. $500,000 in grants, although in a developed city like Mordor is not much, may casually walk on the side of the road ordinary people can take out. But if you put it in an out-of-the-way city like Smoky, it would be an absolutely astronomical expense. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin, who was hearing about this for the first time, furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. That is, a company owner who has been taking at least 100 students to college every year raped and murdered the person he was sponsoring? Now things are a bit confusing. Then, according to this so-called boss of Tianming Company is simply a great benefactor. Then why did he murder a freshly graduated college girl again? Is there a grudge? But what kind of grudge can a freshly graduated college girl have against a company owner? These doubts continued to swirl in Lin Xin's mind until the meal was over. Mayor Wang and his party had official business to attend to, so they didn't stay long and took a car back to the municipal government building after chatting with Lin Xin for a few moments. Lin Xin and Lu Ying, on the other hand, walked aimlessly along the side of the road, observing the somewhat backward city, hoping to discover something. Lu Ying glanced at the old man walking on the side of the road and said softly, "Notice?" Lin Xin, who was walking in front of him, nodded, his eyes casually surveying the city as he said indifferently, "This Mayor Wang. No, I should say that this Mayor Wang and those people around him have problems. Their reaction is too calm. Calm is a bit uncharacteristic. If an ordinary person had a major event that alarmed the senior management of the divine capital in the area under their management, they would have long since panicked and couldn't wait to get rid of the trouble earlier. However, the same was not true for Wang Defa and his party, as Lin Xin did not see any anxiety or worry on their faces at all. Of course, if these people didn't care about this human life in the first place, then naturally that's a different story. However, in Lin Xin's opinion, they clearly belonged to a different category, and spoke in a flat tone. This matter is not expected to be so simple. It can't just be something like someone being raped and killed. It's expected that there's something bigger hiding behind it. The big dang mayor got involved and was even so confident that we wouldn't find any clues that he didn't even bother to pretend for a second. God's capital. Inside the Lin family's courtyard, Lin Jinghua sat swaying in the middle of the small courtyard, watching the carp swimming in the pond, with a military communicator in his hand, from which came the voice of another old man. "Old Lin, you're really giving up well. Actually throwing your grandson into such a troublesome bureau. That's not something ordinary people can get involved with. Besides, haven't you already investigated pretty much everything, so you should be able to close the net? Why did you still send your grandson there?" At those words, Lin Jinghua slowly returned. "Don't worry about that. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong, and if I can make him suffer a little bit that's even better." Early the next morning, an airplane slowly landed in the busiest city in Sichuan province. A long-haired, flowing silhouette stepped down and walked towards the outside of the airport with accelerated footsteps. Along the way, Ning Zhuya's national colorful face attracted a lot of people, causing a commotion, because Smoke City was relatively backward. There was no airport built per se, so Ning Zhuya had no choice but to choose the closest airport to Smoke City. Now if you buy a car and drive there, it will take at least half a day, and I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to take a break in the middle. Hopefully, by the time she arrives, Lin Xin will still be in Smoke City and not have left. Chapters misplaced. Your brother Lin's grandson, aren't you? You look exactly like him when he was young. Far away from the downtown area of the Smoky City, inside an earthen house, Lin Xin and Luing both sat casually as an old man with a stooped back smiled and brought up 2 bowls of water. Lin Xin accepted it with a smile on both hands. "Thank you, Grandpa Song. I came here this time to ask you something." The old man surnamed Song sighed and sat down on the chair with some difficulty, sighing, "Actually, it's not the first time something like this has happened. That's why I'm bothering Brother Lin for help." Afterwards, under the old man's narration, Lin Xin and Luing learned a lot more. For example, this is the 18th rape and murder case in Smoke City this year. This shocked Lin Xin inwardly. One case like this would be enough to cause a sensation, but just this year alone, as many as 18 cases had actually occurred in this small Smoke City. After chatting for a while, the old man's body couldn't hold out any longer, so after telling Lin Xin to pay attention to safety, he went straight into the house to sleep. But Lin Xin clearly saw the tears flowing from the corners of the old man's eyes the moment he turned around. his eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Then let's go to Lin Xin sighed. He then fished out a bunch of long-prepared $100 bills from his body and placed them on the table. And then he and Luing turned to leave. The car starts and heads toward Yantai University. A red Rolls-Royce was speeding along the only major road leading to Smoke City, only 100 kilometers away. Thinking that she would be able to see Lin Xin soon, Ning Juya couldn't help but speed up her car once again. In order to get to the Smoke City in the shortest possible time, she hadn't been able to get a drop of water in. The red Rolls-Royce speeding along at breakneck speed was captured by a roadside camera, and Ning Juya, who was sitting in the driver's seat, could be seen vaguely. Yantai University, inside the president's office. Lin Xin was talking to the principal when Luing, who was on the side, looked at his cell phone and walked up, whispering a few words in his ear. Lin Xin's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to Principal Huang, smiling apologetically. "I'm sorry, Principal Huang. I suddenly have some urgent business here. I'll come back to visit you another time." Saying that, Lin Xin directly stood up. His footsteps accelerated and Luing walked out of the office, with some confusion in his heart. How did she know she was in Smoke City? The locator in her cell phone had been removed long ago and it was on a set of national anti-tracking protections. There was no way it could be hacked, no matter what it was because of. Lin Xin just wanted to get out of here quickly now. In his heart, he actually wanted to meet with Ning Juya very much, but he clearly understood that his grandfather would never allow it, or even make certain strong-arm tactics for it. It's better to not see each other for the long haul than to meet and then part ways. And as Principal Huang in the office looked at the hastily departing Lin Xin duo, he frowned and took out his cell phone, dialing a number. He said in a deep voice, "It's me. That kid has now checked me out. So be careful. Let all those people endure for these 2 days. This Lin Xin's identity isn't simple. If they don't want to spend the rest of their lives inside a prison cell, let them be honest these days. When this is over, Smoke City will still be ours." Meanwhile, the divine capital, which was 10,000 miles away. At the same time Ning Juya traveled to Smoke City, Lin Jinghua, who was monitoring the entire Smoke City, also got the news, and he sat in the courtyard looking at the photos in his hands. The guard beside him whispered, "Currently, the Ning family's eldest miss is almost at Smoke City. Do we need to send someone to stop her?" "Stop?" Lin Jinghua put down the photo and let out a laugh. "Why stop? Isn't this a good opportunity to sharpen Shin? Let her go. People, as long as they have something they want, the faster they will grow. Isn't this Miss Ning the most suitable tool to sharpen Xiao Xin?" The sun was setting towards evening, and there was still some light left at the end of the western sky, coloring the pure white clouds the color of dusk. The sound of a roaring engine came from a bright red Rolls-Royce parked under an office building in Smoke City. The Hentaiing Company, a subordinate company belonging to the Canopy Group, had a weak presence in front of the hundreds of branches across the country. As the company's general manager, and Yuan is even more day and night, in order to make Yunding Company out of the Smoke City. But the development of the Smoky City is here, and any further efforts on his part alone will only be futile and useless. Gradually, and Yuan himself does not hold much hope, obviously more than 30 years old, but it gives people a feeling of dying. But today, he ushered in the last chance. Downstairs of the Hentaiing Company, seeing the red Rolls-Royce slowly stop, and Yuan in a neat suit immediately walked up. Behind him were the many executives of the company. Taking the initiative to open the door of the car, a woman of national appearance stepped down from the car, and Yuan respectfully said, "Missy, I'm the head of the Smoke City Sky Curtain Group branch, and Yuan, and I'm honored to be able to help you." The cold-faced Ning Juya glanced at him with a slight tense look in her eyes, and spoke in a clear and cold voice. "How's the investigation I asked you to look into coming along?" Before coming, and Yuan had already gotten the news in advance and naturally knew the purpose of this big mist especially run to such a small place like Smoke City. He respectfully replied back, "It's already been found out. Half an hour ago Mr. Lin Xin had been to Yantai University, but left in a hurry not long after. So far our guys haven't found out exactly where they went, but odds are they left Smoke City. There was only one main road into the Smoke City, but Ning Zhua hadn't encountered any other cars when she came over, which meant that Lin Xin had taken the side road." Ning Juya clenched her shell teeth, and her beautiful eyes carried a bit of aggression and unwillingness. "Obviously I crossed half of China to look for this guy, but he is not even willing to see himself," but immediately followed by anger. The next second, Ning Juya directly returned to the car to start the car. The roar of the gas pedals sounded, and left the place at a very fast speed. Middle of a mountain road in the city of smoke. On the potholed mountain road, a black BMW was moving slowly. Inside the car, Lin Xin's eyes were somewhat looking out the car window, and just then, his cell phone rang. Lin Xin picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Without realizing what was going on, he simply clicked on the connection, and a cold, piercing voice came out of the other end, mingled with dissatisfaction and anger. "I'm on the roof of Yentai University right now, and if you don't show up in front of me in an hour, I'm going to jump from here." The voice on the other end of the phone was mixed with the sound of the autumn wind whistling in addition to Ning Juya's icy voice, so it was clear that she wasn't lying. Then, without waiting for Lin Xin to respond, the phone was directly hung up. At night, in the middle of the silent and uninhabited Yentai University, a red Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the university. On the rooftop of the teaching building, under the light of the pale moonlight, Ning Juya stood alone at the edge of the rooftop. As long as she took one step, the height of the 6-story building, coupled with the concrete floor, would never have half a chance of survival. Ning Juya raised her hand and looked at her watch. 10 minutes had passed since the hour. She looked out over the quiet city and waited silently. On the other hand, on the stretch of mountain road, a black BMW was parked in the middle of the dirt road, with black smoke still coming out of the hood. "Uncle Lu, how long will it probably take to fix it?" Lin Xin waited on the side with some anxiety inside, constantly walking back and forth with worry in his eyes. Lu Ying, who was blackened, looked at the state of the car, shook his head, and sighed. "Figured it would take at least half an hour. Should have known the hills over here were so steep. Should have brought my SUV over." "What do you do? That Miss Ning family should be scaring you." Hearing that it would still take half an hour, Lin Xin gritted his teeth and turned around and ran along the dirt road towards the smoke city, not forgetting to shout back, "Then I'll go over there first, and you can follow me up when the car is fixed." Looking at the back of that frantic running in the night, Lu Ying shook his head and took out his cell phone from his body to report the current situation to Lin Lao. Although he was currently Lin Xin's personal bodyguard, it was more of a surveillance as well, reporting the situation up whenever and wherever he could. Time was passing by every second, and Lin Xin entered the smoky city out of breath, running towards Yentai University under the astonished gazes of the people around him. Mud was smeared on the corners of his shirt and pants, and he looked quite a mess. With his forehead covered in sweat, he still didn't slow himself down, nervous and scared inside. Although he had only spent a month or two with Ning Juya, Lin Xin was incomparably clear about her character. If he really didn't go tonight, with her lunatic-like personality, she might mess up. At the thought of certain bloody scenes, Lin Xin's running pace quickened once again, gritting his teeth as he ran on the side of the road. The University of Yentai was built right on the edge of the city because it covers a wide area, and because of the school, there are especially a lot of traffic lights in this area. So Lin Xin chose to run over there with the fastest time. But there will always be a time when people get tired. Lin Xin panted and blanched as he looked at Yentai University, which was 2 kilometers away. His running speed had dropped and his legs and feet were weak. It was now most of the way to an hour, and there were at most 10 minutes to go, and at that distance it was impossible to arrive. That's when a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle came from the big back, roaring as if it was trying to pierce the clouds in the silent darkness. The headlight shone on Lin Xin's body, and his lips turned back subconsciously with white lips, his eyes somewhat blinded by the headlights, immediately followed by the sharp, ear-piercing sound of brakes. This Kawasaki motorcycle stopped directly in front of Lin Xin. "Handsome, want a ride? The kind that pays." Wearing a racing suit, Bai Junwan took off her helmet, revealing a pretty face, different from the domineering and cold Ning Juya, with an illusion of a neighborly big sister. Looking at the strange woman who suddenly appeared, Lin Xin hesitated for a second before sitting directly on the back seat of the motorcycle and hurriedly said, "As long as you can get to Smoky in 15 minutes, the conditions are whatever you want them to be." At those words, Bai Junwan had a winning smile on her face as she put her helmet back on. "Don't worry, betting on my title of the strongest car king, I'll definitely get you there in 15 minutes. As the words fell, the motorcycle underneath him let out a loud roar, and then rushed towards Yentai University like an arrow off the string. Due to the speed, the sound of the wind constantly roared in his ears, and Lin Xin took this opportunity to rest for a while after. Because the car was traveling so fast, Lin Xin had to put his hand on Bai Junwan's waist and inquired suspiciously, "Who are you?" He is not to blame for his suspicion. The main thing is that the timing of this woman's appearance is also too coincidental, and this person has just obviously looked like he knows himself. The speed of the motorcycle continued to soar, and Bai Junwan, who was wearing a helmet, let out a dull voice. "Magic City by family, Bai Junwan. You actually don't recognize me, the most famous beauty in Mordor. How uneducated. Kobayashi Noboru. Noboru Kobayashi." Hearing this title, the corner of Lin Xin's mouth twitched. "You're the one who's small, your whole family is small." He was just about to open his mouth to ask something, but looking at the University of the Smokies just a short distance away, he had to stop the conversation. There was a red Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road not far away, and with this bright color, Lin Xian was sure that this car was definitely driven over by Ning Juya. 3 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Yantai University, probably because it was a weekend, so there was no one inside the school. It seemed a little quiet. As soon as he stopped the car, Lin Xian moved quickly and ran towards the school building, looking up towards the edge of the rooftop, where a blurry silhouette stood on it. At this moment Lin Xian's fear welled up within his heart. It was fortunate that he had come, otherwise the consequences would certainly be very serious. What youth? Bai Junwan looked at the running Lin Xian and shouted, "Little handsome, tomorrow night I will wait for you at the hotel O." After saying that, Bai Junwan gave a valiant smile, and the motorcycle underneath her once again let out a roar and directly left the place. At this time, the rooftop of the teaching building of Yantai University, the breeze blowing from the front was exceptionally cold, and Ning Juya, who was only wearing a white cotton coat, looked coldly at Lin Xian, who ran into the school building. Just now, his hand was on Bai Junwan's waist, and she naturally saw it, and at this moment, her silver teeth were clenched and her emotions were a bit unstable. About a minute later, the rooftop's large iron door was violently pushed open with a creaking sound. Having climbed 6 floors in one go, Lin Xian was a little out of breath as he looked at his back standing at the edge of the rooftop and couldn't help but growl a little angrily. "You're crazy. Is your own life so casual in your eyes that you say you'll die?" Under the light of the pale moonlight, Ning Juya slowly turned around. Seeing that the first thing Lin Xian did when he came up was to yell at himself, the coldness in his eyes increased, and his small hands, which were cold from the chilly wind, tightly clenched into fists. Lin Xian took a step towards Ning Juya, trying to pull her to his side, but just when the distance between the two was only half a meter, Ning Juya suddenly said, "You still like being late as much as you did the first time." The moment Lin Xian pushed open the rooftop door, it was 1 minute beyond the 1-hour time limit that Ning Juya had promised. At those words, Lin Xian thought of something. His pupils shrunk violently, and he hastily stretched out his hand and shouted, "Don't!" But before he could finish, in the silence and darkness of the night, Ning Juya's body suddenly tilted backward, looking coldly at Lin Xian, who was rushing toward him, followed by the feeling of losing his footing came. Silent darkness, Yantai University rooftop. On the empty rooftop, a hand clutched the protective railing at the edge, veins rippling up his arm. "You're fucking crazy." While straining to grab the guardrail, Lin Xian hugged Ning Juya tightly with one hand, the familiar fragrance of her body coming from the tip of his nose. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were even more deeply afraid of the aftermath. Just now, if he reacted a little slower, he would really be finished. Right at this time when people's lives were at stake, Ning Juya, who was being held tightly by Lin Xian, laughed, not worrying in the slightest about her current condition, and reached out her hand to caress up Lin Xian's clear face. "Now I'll give you 2 choices. For one thing, we're going to fall together right now and martyr ourselves, and I won't regret dying with you anyway. As for the second option," Ning Juya's face turned cold indifferently, and the smile that had just appeared at the corner of her mouth disappeared as she coldly said, "Come home with me, and then, never leave me, or I'll die for you." This was undoubtedly a blatant threat, but how could the current Lin Xian care about that much, and returned with some strain, "I'll take the second one." Hearing this answer, Ning Juya was not surprised, but she wanted more than that. Lin Xian had to be made to know what it was like to lose, so that he would be more docile and listen to himself in the future. A pair of hands encircled Lin Xian's waist, and at this moment, he was still thinking about how to get up there, but right at this moment, Ning Juya was suddenly yanking Lin Xian a little harder. Caught off guard, Lin Xian's pupils instantly shrunk violently. Feeling the weightlessness of his body's descent, he subconsciously tightly hugged Ning Juya in his arms. The two of them were one on top and one on top, with Lin Xian at the bottom and Ning Juya at the top, so that one of them might even survive. All at once, he fell from the rooftop of a 6-story building. The sound of whistling wind laced in his ears. Then, Lin Xian felt himself falling into a layer of softness, and his falling body suddenly bounced twice on something, then landed flat on something. "Is this dead?" Lin Xian tentatively opened his eyes, and to his eyes were the stars shining in the night, radiating a faint starburst, and he subconsciously murmured, "Is this heaven?" What silly things to say. Ning Juya stood up from the thick cushions, her beautiful eyes staring into Lin Xian's eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, she reached out her hand to him and said, "Let's go. The play is over. Accompany me to dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brain was a bit dazed as he held Ning Juya's soft and cool little hand, and only then did he notice that there were a few more layers of thick soft cushions under the school building at some point. He survived this? The weightlessness he had just experienced made Lin Xian's legs a little weak now, and he was pulled towards the outside of the school by Ning Juya without any resistance. In the middle of the dark corner, tired and sweaty forehead in Yuan looked at the two departing figures. His heart was finally relieved. Behind him, the security chief of Yantai University cautiously inquired, "Bosson, what else do we need to do next?" And Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and twisted his head to laugh. "Put away the mats and everything, and the $50,000 promised to each of you will be credited to your cards tomorrow." After saying that, and Yuan also walked towards the outside of the school. In order to mix his presence in front of Missy, he was exhausted tonight, but looking at the way Missy was satisfied just now, he could definitely gain a lot of benefits. And the dozen or so security guards were smiling with joy on their faces when they heard the reward of $50,000. It was just moving some stuff, but there was actually a commission of $50,000. That was comparable to one's net income for a year. "Brother Hong, it's still early. Why don't we go exercise when we change shifts? We should combine work and rest for the security guards." Hong is naturally the head of security. As soon as he heard this, he couldn't hold back his excitement either. Plus he had made a big profit tonight, so he had to enjoy himself no matter what. "Good, then let us brothers go up and wash. Exercise tonight." A few of the security guards behind him let out a cheer and began to pack up their things. Smoke City, 8 p.m. Inside a hot pot restaurant that was still open, a spicy flavor filled the air, seducing the appetites of passers-by. In the middle of the double-roomed compartment, there were two sofas set up in a simple manner, and a boiling hot pot was placed on the table, from which the aroma emanated. "Say, who was that woman just now?" On the sofa of the box, Ning Juya pinched Lin Xian's neck with one hand, her face showing a ferocious light. "It's like saying, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'm going to take you out." In the face of the angry Ning Juya, Lin Xian was completely unable to resist within his heart, and could only return truthfully with a flushed face. "I don't know She said that she is a person of the Magic City by family, called by Junwan. The rest I really don't know." "Really?" Ning Juya's beautiful eyes stared icily into Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian had a bitter face. "Really? I wouldn't lie to anyone but you." Seeing that his eyes didn't dodge, Ning Juya then loosened her hands and sat on the sofa, coldly hummed and faintly said, "I'm hungry." "Good, good." Lin Xian breathed in a few times before he felt better. Then he picked up the table's bowl and chopsticks and picked up a piece of ma, and after gently blowing on it, he then put it into Ning Juya's mouth. But after all, it was fresh out of the pan and still a little hot. "Tell me, what was that letter about again? Is this trying to abandon me?" Ning Juya dissatisfiedly raised her slender jade leg and placed it on Lin Xian's leg with an attitude of interrogating a prisoner. Seeing this, Lin Xian inwardly put down the dishes filled with helplessness and skillfully took off her shoes and socks, rubbing them as he did so. "I was preparing for the worst. How did you know I was in Smoky City?" "That's out of your hands," Ning Juya hummed. Then he reached out and pinched Lin Xian's face fiercely, coming up to meet his eyes and said viciously, "Remember what I said before? Unless I get tired of playing with you and dump you, I'll get you back even if you run away to the ends of the earth." Because his face was stretched, Lin Xian's voice was pentatonic and begged for mercy. Even dare not next time," Ning Juya said with a cold smile on her face. "It doesn't matter. You'll never have a next time." After saying that, Ning Juya directly came forward, her soft red lips covering Lin Xian's lips, her saliva still laced with the scent of hot pot. Seeing this, Lin Xian reached over and wrapped his hand around her willow waist to hug her, and the latter even more so, only to see Ning Juya's slender legs clamped onto Lin Xian's waist, because the lower part of her was wearing a skirt, coupled with such a large range of movement. For a moment the spring light appeared, feeling the touch coming from the soft petite body and the twin peaks. Lin Xian had some desire on his head for a while, and was even more enamored with the body scent coming from Ning Juya's body. The passionate deep kiss lasted for several minutes before the two parted in contentment. "It's been a couple days. Your one should go, right?" "What? It can't be helped?" 100,000 words omitted from the latter. "If needed. VIP." Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight shone out, and a warm sunrise slowly rose from the east. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains on Lin Xian's face, and after a night of campaigning he was immersed in sleep when he suddenly frowned tightly. A small, cool hand kept cupping his face, occasionally stretching it then kneading and abusing it as if it were a ball of dough. Lin Xian, who couldn't stand it anymore, opened his eyes in a daze, and a cold voice came out from the side. "Lazy pig, finally awake," only to see that beside her, Ning Juya propped up her hand and stared sideways at Lin Xian, her diminutive and delicate body hidden in the quilt. But even so, there was still quite a bit of spring light leaking out. Rinshin, who had been awakened, skillfully took her into his arms, her nakedness clear and distinct to the touch. unobstructed by any clothing. With a groggy brain, Lin Xian somewhat intoxicatedly buried his head in her softness and whispered, "What are you doing early in the morning again?" Feeling the salty pig's hands that were roaming around on her body, Ning Juya directly forehead pressed against Lin Xian's head, and said with chilly eyes, "Get your ass up and walk me out for a bit." "Don't." Lin Xian refused without hesitation, reluctance showing on his face. Being rejected, Ning Juya's face darkened, the small hand hidden in the quilt squeezed tightly. Soon, Lin Xian's miserable howls rang out from the hotel suite, his voice filled with grief. "Don't you go too far. I'm telling you, I'm a very capable fighter now." On the bed, Ning Juya, who had already put on a halter nightgown, had a chilling gaze, her small pink and white feet stepping on Lin Xian's face as she gazed at him condescendingly. At those words, she said coldly, "Is that so? That means you want to make a move on me, right?" Ning Juya raised her foot slightly, then quickly dropped it, stepping precisely on Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian threatened somewhat sheepishly, "Don't you force me." But before he could finish, the force on Ning Juya's feet increased once again, without the slightest intention to show mercy on his feet. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was miserably stomped on and didn't dare to really fight back, so he could only raise his hands in surrender. About 10 minutes later, the fully dressed Lin Xian was grabbed by Ning Juya's collar and walked out of the hotel suite, as if he was being treated like a pet. Lin Xian's eyes were staring straight at Ning Juya's white legs, the pair of black stockings in his eyes incomparable eyesore. This black silk must have magic power, actually able to make myself unable to remove my eyes. Lin, would like to call it the strongest. Today's Ning Juya was wearing a loose white bodysuit, with a black pleated skirt underneath, and more importantly, those bright black silk jade legs, paired with the little white shoes worn underneath her feet. She was simply the perfect pure desire beauty. Ning Juya, who was walking in front, naturally noticed that Lin Xian's eyes were not honest, but did not point it out because it was a form of recognition for her. There is no greater appreciation for a woman than a man staring at her uncontrollably. And so, under the astonished and envious gazes of the hotel receptionist, Ning Juya grabbed Lin Xian's collar and walked out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, a black business car had been waiting for a long time. Ning Juya led Lin Xian directly up to the front, first pulling open the car door to kick the soulful Lin Xian in before gracefully sitting in the car. The car started with a bang and drove away from the hotel. In the back seat, Ning Juya sat on Lin Xian's lap as before, her entire body curled up in his arms. She looked at In Yuan, who was acting as a driver, and glanced at him before saying faintly, "Go to the branch first." Upon hearing this, In Yuan inwardly rejoiced, knowing that his chance had come. With joy in his voice, he returned, "Yes, Missy." Afterward, Ning Juya's beautiful eyes looked toward Lin Xian, who was continuously stroking his black jade leg, and coldly said, "So it's your turn next. Explain." Saying that, Ning Juya directly smacked away Lin Xian's restless hand. Seeing this, Lin Xian, who was holding her, said with some aggravation, "What else is there to explain? I'm really not familiar with that by family bitch. That's not what I'm talking about." Ning Juya expressionlessly cupped Lin Xian's face and said flatly, "You're obviously so good with your hands. So when we met the kidnappers in Mordor, were you acting with me?" Speaking of this, Ning Juya's face turned cold for a moment, realizing that at that time, she was so close to death. As a result, now you're telling me that you dogman is still hiding something. Isn't that the same as looking like a clown for putting up a fight? At those words, Lin Xian was torn from his face and said with difficulty, "No, I also have bitter feelings, really not what you think." Releasing her hand, Ning Juya crossed her hand over her chest and faintly said, "What's the bitterness? Tell us." Well this. Lin Xian's face was a bit difficult. Obviously, this bitterness is not too good for him to recall. Looking at him, Ning Juya knew that it was time to put some feet on the pet. In the next second, inside the smoothly traveling car, Ning Juya grabbed Lin Xian's hand and placed it on her lap, going up and softly whispering in his ear, "But what, with our relationship, do you have to hide it from me?" As the words fell, Ning Juya wrapped her hands around Lin Xian's neck, blinking her eyes as she looked at him, displaying the color of a delicate woman. And as Lin Xian's hand once again felt the silky touch, he gulped and could only say helplessly, "There's really nothing I can't talk about. It's all from when I was a kid." Then, Ning Juya quietly snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, listening to him slowly recount the past. "The hand under the skirt is a little annoying, but bear with me for now." Time slowly passed, and Ning Juya finally realized why Lin Xian had just looked like he was in a difficult situation, especially when he heard that what happened to him was even more pathetic than his own. He couldn't help but gently touch his head. As the only bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Xin had been expected by many since his birth. After all, he was the grandson of a famous Jingui general. Thus, under his grandfather's tutelage, Lin Xin grows up much faster than his peers, but with that comes mental anguish. While other children were still playing in the mud, Lin Xin, who had almost never been in contact with his peers, had already begun to receive training from his grandfather, with nationally renowned professors imparting their knowledge, and hand-picked soldier kings in the barracks training in various combat methods. There was hardly any free time at all. At that time, Lin Xin, who had little contact with the outside world, thought that was his whole life. A glance to the end, day after day, year after year, no matter in spring, summer, fall or winter, until once, Lin Xin sneaked out, which realized that the original special is only himself, and then, he fled at all costs. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. After breaking away from his grandfather's control, Lin Xin knew that he was already considered extremely special among his peers, so he began to hide his clumsiness, though it was more of a nuisance. Hating everything my grandfather taught me. Early in the morning, downstairs at Hentang in Smoky City, as a black business car stopped, a long-prepared banner unfolded with the words "Welcome Missy." The car door opened, and a cold-faced Ning Juya walked down first, followed closely by Lin Xin. In a dark corner not far away, Lu Ying, who had slept in the car all night, watched the scene of Lin Xin and Ning Juya holding hands and shook his head helplessly. Then he took out his cell phone and captured the scene, passing the photo around. On the other hand, Lin Xin and Ning Juya, who were under the office building, were led by An Yuan towards the office on the top floor. On the way to the elevator, Ning Juya also learned about Lin Xin's purpose for coming to Smoke City this time and didn't say much. On the contrary, An Yuan, who was on the side, sniffed and spat out his words cautiously and opened his mouth. Oni Ai-chan, if about this matter, I do know some information. Ning Juya herself didn't have much interest in this matter, but since it was Lin Xin's business, it was only natural for her to help if she could. Tell me about it. By now, the elevator had reached the top floor, the portal slowly opened, and the group walked towards the office. And Yuan lagged half a step behind and pushed up his square-framed glasses as he walked. This matter actually came to my attention by coincidence. Mr. Lim Xin, you should know about the relief money, right? At those words, Lin Xin nodded. Learn something on the way over. Does the rape and murder have anything to do with this? Well, and it's not small. And Yuan nodded, his face a little more serious and earnest. The following is just my personal opinion, and based on my guess, this so-called bailout is a scam. The owners of more than a dozen businesses in the Smoky City banded together to amass money on the internet in the name of sponsoring a student, and then went on to donate exclusively to that female student. After the funding, those business owners will have the files of these schoolgirls in their hands, and it's based on the files that those owners pick the right prey to go after. This time, not only was Lin Xin shocked, even Ning Juya, who had been listening absent-mindedly on the side, had a momentary freeze in her eyes. The three of them quickly arrived in the office that An Yuan had packed in advance, with all the latest stuff and decorations. An Yuan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lin Xin and the two of them, and then continued on the topic from earlier. It's not uncommon for female college students to have accidents right after graduation in the Smokies, but because of the remoteness of the area and the people up there, it hasn't spread. Lin Xin rubbed his chin in thought and said, that means there's someone in this Mayor Wang's head. Otherwise there's no way to explain it. Where does a mayor like him get the guts to do this? It's dozens of murders a day. But Lin Xin didn't care about that. He just needed to purge the Smoke City. He didn't need to care about anything else. And Ning Juya's next words even made An Yuan's face show ecstasy. With your ability, it's a bit condescending to stay in this little Smoke City. I'll give you two choices. While holding Lin Xin's arm, Ning Juya stretched out two fingers and faintly said, for one thing, I'm recommending you to branch offices in other developed cities, so you might be able to go farther in the future. The second is to continue to stay in Smoke City. I will let the group increase the tilt of resources to Smoke City. Then how you want to develop, all depends on your own. Hearing these two choices, and Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. I'll go with the second one. I'm a local of Smoke City, and if the group is really willing to increase its resources, I'm confident that I can induce the economy of Smoke City to go to the next level. Ning Juya nodded. In her heart she didn't care which one An Yuan chose. It was all a matter of words to her anyway. An Yuan, who had gotten the benefit of the doubt, was a little excited inside, and looking up to see the two men's intimate appearance, he cautiously proposed, Missy, although it is said that our Smoke City is a bit backward in terms of development, the scenery in some places is still good. For example, that kind of love mecca, As long as the couple to go certainly can get married. You see, a rare visit. Or not. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin scoffed at all this. He was a materialist and never believed in these inexplicable things. Ninghua raised an eyebrow. Do you think I need all this? In an instant, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, cold sweat broke out behind Yuan's back, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to admit his mistake, he heard Ning Zhuya faintly say, "Where is the place?" "Ha?" And Yuan froze, then reacted with a quick laugh. "It's not far, and it just so happens that I don't have much to do today, so why don't I give you a ride there?" Seeing this, Ning Zhuya nodded. Originally, Lin Xin was still a bit reluctant. He still had things to investigate, but under a fierce look from Ning Zhuya, he had no choice but to obediently stand up from the sofa. Mentally, he couldn't help but mutter, "It's the same thing every day, just threatening me." A group of people directly toward the company downstairs. Today was supposed to be a scene, so that the staff at the bottom know that someone is coming from above, and in the meantime to motivate them. Ning Zhuya casually pulled Lin Xian's hand over his waist, very satisfied with his cooperation. Near noon, a building in the center of Mordor suddenly erupted in fire, and black smoke shot up into the sky. This sudden uproar startled everyone, and seeing the huge building on fire, they panicked and moved away, not daring to approach. Holy shit, what happened? Why is there a fire in the middle of the day? I don't know. All of a sudden, I guess it's another one of those businesses something exploded. That seems to be the Upper Feather Group's building, by the way. At the same time, the Magic City Fire Department and emergency vehicles that had received the news were rapidly rushing towards this side. At this time, the scene of the fire in the building's high-rise top floor fire is constantly spreading downward. A lot of the employees of the Upper Feather Group panicked and ran out. A silhouette mixed in. Xiao Jie walked out from the middle of the building with a calm face, not forgetting to look up in the direction of the top floor office. "Farewell, sinner." The crowd then began to evacuate quickly, and the fire department, who had rushed to the scene, extinguished the fire in the shortest possible time. To everyone's surprise, the fire, which had spread to nearly 10 floors, had actually killed only 2 people, and the rest of the staff had at most suffered some minor injuries. Afterwards, according to the reasoning of the police, the fire source of the explosion should have appeared from the general manager's office on the top floor, and the 2 executives who were in the office at that time, Qin Wuha and Qin Hui, were even transformed into 2 pieces of charcoal. The incident, on the other hand, was considered an accident by the police, and no one noticed anything fishy about it. Smoke City. On the edge of the little-known Heart Lake, Lin Xian and Ning Zhuya walked slowly. As for why it is called Heart Lake, it is entirely because the whole lake is a heart shape, so it gradually has a little fame in the Smoky City, known as the Holy Land of Confession. Since it's Monday and the college students are all locked up in the jail, there's hardly anyone around. Because of the quiet atmosphere, a few elderly couples occasionally pass by. The sound of the raging lake echoed in my ears, probably because of the soothing temperatures close to the lake. Lin Xian held Ning Zhuya's small hand and inadvertently saw the necklace hanging around her neck as he walked. "Do you still like the necklace? After all, it's a bargain bought on the side of the road, so if you don't like it, throw it away and I'll buy you a better one." At those words, Ning Zhuya's gaze instantly turned cold, and her left hand holding Lin Xian couldn't help but push a few points harder as she faintly said, "This necklace is much more important in my heart than you. Even if I had to replace it, I would replace you. Then it's better to spare me." The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Then he added, "If I remember correctly, it should be your birthday in 7 days, right? How do you know?" Ning Zhuya gave him a puzzled look. Lin Xian shrugged. "I've seen your file at school before. September 29th, right?" Ning Zhuya nodded and didn't say anything back. The 2 of them just walked around towards the Heart Lake. No more words were spoken behind them. The atmosphere was a little quiet and revealed a few warmth. Come to think of it, the 2 had rarely stayed so peacefully together since they'd gotten together. By now the sun overhead was getting bigger and bigger as we approached mealtime. Suddenly, Lin Xian spoke. "Go back when I'm done with Smoke City, and I'll come find you when I get back and take care of things at home." As soon as the words left his mouth, at this point, Lin Xian was already prepared to be beaten up by Ning Zhuya, but he heard her return lightly. "Sure, I'll wait." Almost without hesitation, Ning Zhuya agreed. Both of their footsteps stopped at that moment, and Lin Xian reached out his hand to lift the strands of hair from Ning Zhuya's forehead. Feeling the temperature of her forehead, after withdrawing his hand, he muttered, "That's strange, there's no fever either. Is it possible that there's something wrong with his brain?" Ning Zhuya's face darkened, and she directly stomped on Lin Xian's foot viciously. The latter instantly sucked in a breath of cool air and held back from screaming out in pain. Ning Zhuya crossed her arms and snorted coldly as she looked at Lin Xian's suffocating appearance. What a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you say that you have a brain problem, which is a disguised way to call her sick? At that moment, Lin Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hey, who is it? Lin Xian picked up the phone at the same time he grabbed Ning Juya's small, soft and boneless hand, and the two of them walked towards the car parked on the side of the road. A familiar female voice, full of bravado, came from the other end. It's only been a short time since we've been separated and you don't recognize me anymore. Little handsome Lin Xian. Obviously, this unfamiliar phone call was from none other than Bai Junwan, who had saved the day in the jungle last night. Upon hearing that it was a woman, Ning Juya beside her could not calm down at once and directly reached out to grab Lin Xian's cell phone. He then glared fiercely at Lin Xian, who was planning to snatch back his cell phone, and the latter was instantly honest and could only come over to listen to what was being said on the other side. On the other side, Bai Junwan, who was resting in the hotel after just riding a bike, was lying on the massage chair, listening to the voice coming from the other end and guessing what was going on. A playful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and she then rapped into her cell phone. Brother Lin Xian, don't forget what you promised your sister yesterday. I'll be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. Oh, we'll have a long talk all night then. Oh yeah, I'm at the Inter-River Hotel right now. I just got out of the shower, so it wouldn't be a bad idea if you came over now. After that, the phone was quickly hung up, and at this time on the other side of the Heart Lake, Lin Xian felt the icy cold and piercing eyes beside him and gulped. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, damn it, it's true what they say on TV, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. This Bai Junwan was simply trying to put herself to death. What to do? May really be killed this time. Once he thought of what someone would look like after going crazy, Lin Xian immediately made a decision in his mind, and was just about to turn around unceremoniously, ready to quietly run away. A hand, however, grabbed Lin Xian's arm in a death grip at that moment, accompanied by a low murmur that sent a chill down his spine. Hotel, all night long. After shower, gripping the cell phone with all her might, Ning Juya raised her head and smiled at Lin Xian, but her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Brother Lin Xian, it looks like you're playing quite fancy. Ha! While grabbing Lin Xian, Ning Juya shook her cell phone and said with an ugly face, that's what you call not being familiar? Lin Xian was on the verge of being scared to tears at this time. Seeing that he could no longer run away, he hurriedly cried and said, daughter-in-law, let me explain. This is really a misunderstanding. That woman is purposely stirring up feelings between us. You can't fall for it. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya raised her eyebrows and said, then did you promise her to go to the hotel? Lin Xian's facial expression stiffened. He seemed to have indeed said that the conditions were randomly opened. The main reason was that the situation was too urgent, so I didn't care that much. Who knew it would turn into what it is now? When Ning Juya saw that Lin Xian didn't say anything, his face, which had just eased up a bit, was instantly covered in morose cold. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about what to do, Ning Juya suddenly let go of his hand, and then one of his feet viciously kicked him to the ground. Who had been caught off guard? The anger in her heart could no longer be contained. Ning Juya sat directly on Lin Xian, and then a slap fell hard. I'm really wrong. Don't punch me in the face. Crazy woman. You really don't want to push me. When I get angry, I'm scared of myself. After a while, at the edge of the uninvited Heart Lake, Lin Xian, who had already been beaten up, cried and begged for mercy. Wife, even really wrong, you just forgive even this time. I'll keep my mouth shut next time. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ning Juya's forehead was also sweating fragrantly at this time, and as she looked down at Lin Xian's current appearance, she nodded in satisfaction. With that, he slapped the side of his face with a reddened palm and warning. I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll just hang you up and parade you naked. Got it? When he heard about stripping naked and parading around, Lin Xian's body shuddered and he nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Ning Juya snorted coldly and walked towards the car on the side of the road without looking back. After beating you for so long, it's wearing me out. You need to make it up to me. Lim Shin, who the hell are we beating? Hua? It seems like I am the one who gets beaten. Late at night, downstairs at the Inter-River Hotel in Smoky City, a red Rolls-Royce slowly stopped, and the porter who was watching the door immediately greeted him. Pushing open the car door, Lin Xian casually tossed the keys to the porter, then opened the backseat door and led the still angry Ning Juya down. The two of them walked together towards the hotel. Lin Xian looked at the expressionless Ning Juya beside him, which was precisely a sign of her anger, and comforted her. Don't be mad. Big deal. We'll meet up and leave right away. I'm not angry. Ning Juya's tone was flat. Her face did not change in the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Xian was a bit depressed. and after thinking about it, he stopped his footsteps, and then as soon as he wrapped his arm around Ning Juya's soft waist, he kissed up towards her red lips. You know, it's nighttime, but there are still a lot of people out exercising. When the surrounding people saw this explosive scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This was simply a social death scene, and as the heroine, Ning Juya was first stunned, then feeling something prying open her teeth to wreak havoc in her mouth. She couldn't help but cooperate. Seeing this, Lin Xian became even more excited and wrapped his waist a little tighter around himself. In front of a large crowd, the surrounding people glanced enviously at the two of them, and then left inwardly with a grudge. Spreading dog food in public. Young people don't talk about martial arts. A full 2 minutes passed before Lin Xian reluctantly let go of his mouth and whispered to the person in his arms, "Can I be forgiven now?" Upon hearing this, Ning Juya's inner fire was slightly soothed, and after snorting coldly, she broke away from Lin Xian's embrace and walked towards the hotel. Seeing this, how could Lin Xian not understand what she meant, and hurriedly followed up with a smile, once again holding her small hand. In the lobby of the hotel, seeing the hand-in-hand Lin Xian duo come in, the hotel manager, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them with a smile. "The two of you should be Ms. Bai's VIPs. She is waiting for the two of you in the box. Please follow me." Lin Xian nodded, pulling Ning Juya behind the manager and walking towards the second floor of the hotel. Not long after, the manager stopped at the door of a luxurious box and respectfully said, "Miss Bai is inside, so I'll go down first." "Hard work," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then holding Ning Juya, he pushed open the door of the box and walked in, and at a glance, he saw Bai Junwan who was sitting in the box and was waving her hand. She smiled broadly and said, "You're finally here, but you've kept me waiting." Saying that, Bai Junwan noticed the somewhat inconspicuous auburn color on Lin Xian's face and teased, "Yeah, what's wrong with brother Lin Xian's face? It can't be that he fell while walking. Really, why are you so careless?" Hearing this, Lin Xian casually sat down and returned in a conspiratorial manner. "No way. Thanks to someone." Ning Juya, who was on the side, however, did not want to waste any time, especially when she heard Bai Junwan call her man her brother. How could she sit still? She immediately stared at Bai Junwan and spoke in a cold voice. "What exactly is your purpose in approaching Lin Xian? The White family sent you here to offer your services?" Ning Juya was certain that the Bai family must have known about Lin Xian's identity from somewhere, which was why they had traveled all the way to a small place like Smoke City to get close. At those words, Bai Junwan pretended to be aggrieved. "Ugh, is that what I am to you guys? It just breaks my heart." Lin Xian, who was sitting on the side, felt the pain coming from his waist, and inwardly wanted to cry, so he had no choice but to open his mouth. "Something's going on. I've got work to do back there." Seeing the bluntness of the two, Bai Junwan sighed and no longer hid it, looking at the two and speaking bluntly. "Then I'll be straight with you, brother Lin Xian. You promised me at the time that the conditions would be whatever you wanted." As soon as those words came out, Ning Juya's face darkened, and the hand that was placed on Lin Xian's waist directly came to a 180-degree rotation. Lin Xian's eyes glazed over and he hurriedly covered his face with his hands to avoid being humiliated. "That's too hard, murdering your own husband." Only to hear Bai Junwan continue, "Actually, I mainly want to find you. Miss Ning, I want to work with you." As the words fell, the atmosphere in the box went silent. "Looking for me?" At those words, Ning Juya let go of her hand in confusion, not understanding what Bai Junwan meant. "Isn't he here to get close to Lim Shin?" Lin Xian, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his waist, secretly shaking his head. This family cannot stay. If not for his thick skin, would have been tortured to death by Ning Juya. At the dinner table, Bai Junwan nodded, her gaze looking towards Ning Juya as she softly said, "My Bai family no longer has any more opportunities for development in Magic City, so I plan to move out of Magic City and develop in a different province. But a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. So my father asked me to come to you to pull strings and seek cooperation with your Ning family's canopy group to help us open up the market in Yang province. After this is accomplished, my Bai family can give up 20% of their share." Once involved in work matters, Ning Juya's entire temperament immediately changed, leaning her back on the chair with an indifferent face, and said in a cold voice, 20%? That's a bit less. Seeing as you helped my man, I can cooperate with your Bai family on behalf of the Ning family, but I want 40% of the share. Lin Xian, who was sitting beside him, skimmed his mouth. "Good guy, doubled in one mouth. Isn't it a little heart black?" Bai Junwan's gaze gazed into Ning Juya's eyes as she frowned. "It's too much. I can only give you 30% at most. A full 30% share. That's giving up a lot of interest. It is important to know that the Bai family, after opening up the market in Yang province, It is impossible for one family to dominate the market, but also to share a portion of it to the local large enterprises. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya's eyebrows frowned slightly, her green jade fingers tapping on the desktop, obviously somewhat unsure of what to choose. 30% of the share was definitely profitable for the Canopy Group, but Ning Juya didn't want to make these meaningless small amounts of money, and when Bai Junwan saw the hesitation in Ning Juya's eyes, she knew that there was a chance, then spread her hands and laughed. Tell you what, in order to show the sincerity of my Bai family, I will personally provide you with some more interesting things, such as the evidence of the Smoke City Mayor's crime or something like that. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian's eyes stared, his gaze looking towards Bai Junwan in doubt. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Saying that, Bai Junwan took out a stack of photos from her accompanying bag and held them in her hands, shaking them. Laughing, he said, "This is the hard-earned harvest of my men who have been investigating for more than a month. How about it? My sincerity is sufficient, right?" Lin Xian looked at the stack of photos, and although he wanted them, he didn't make a sound to interfere with Ning Juya's idea. Even if he didn't need that evidence, he'd find out something sooner or later, just sooner or later. The smart-headed Ning Juya naturally understood all this, but after a slight hesitation she still nodded and faintly said to Bai Junwan, "Yes, I'll take this cooperation." The corner of Bai Junwan's mouth hooked up. She knew that Lin Xian hadn't made a mistake with this move. Otherwise, it would never have been so easy to persuade Ning Juya to cooperate with her. She could already see that if she wanted to take care of Ning Juya, she had to start with Lin Xian, and vice versa. Well then, good luck to our two families. Bai Junwan smiled and stood up, picking up the wineglass and taking a sip before leaving the photo on the table and then walking towards the outside of the box. This side of things have been taken care of, but in the magic capital there are still the Qin family waiting for her to go. Late at night, Lin Xian and Ning Juya walked out of the Inter-River Hotel hand in hand, looking at the lively night food stall not far away. Lin Xian casually said, "Are you hungry? Why don't we go get something to eat?" At those words, Ning Juya, who had a touch of weariness on her face, shook her head and said softly, "It's been a while since I've had your cooking. Go back to the hotel suite and make me a meal." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and reached out to pick up Ning Juya as he walked. "I'll make you a fancy dinner tonight, and I'm sure I'll feed you well." Ning Juya didn't reply. She just closed her eyes and was carried by Lin Xian towards the parking lot. A few minutes later, in the underground parking lot, Lin Xian carried Ning Juya to the front of the car, pulled open the door and gently lowered her into the passenger side, fastening her seatbelt. He then closed the door and walked over to the other side and got into the driver's seat. Among the dark corners, a man in black watched this scene with fierce eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile, and raised the gun in his hand. After aiming the point of aim at Lin Xian, who was starting the car, the man in black just wanted to pull the trigger and settle Lin Xian. Just at this critical moment, a powerful battering ram suddenly reached out from behind him and covered the man's mouth with a death grip, and the pistol was snatched from him. The man in black stared with wide eyes, just wanting to resist. The back of his neck suffered a heavy blow, both eyes rolled over and directly fainted. "Really? You want to interrupt such a cozy moment between a young couple?" Luing looked at the fainted killer and shook his head, dragging his collar towards the black BMW in the back. Early the next morning, the divine capital Lin family. The morning air was especially refreshing, and Lin Jingguo was eating breakfast inside the house, holding a copy of this morning's newspaper in his hand, looking at it slowly. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the house. Without looking up, he said, "Come in." The mahogany door pushed open and a guard walked in, reporting back respectfully, "Elder Lin, news has come from Captain Lu's side that Qin Peng has secretly bought assassins to take action against your grandson, asking what you should do about it, Slayer?" At those words, Lin Jingguo snorted coldly, his originally still good mood sinking. He put down the newspaper in his hand and spoke in a cold voice. There are still people who value their lives so little these days, and after sparing his life last time, this is starting to pop up. After saying that, Lin Jingguo waved his hand and faintly said, "Finish him off, and remember to interrogate whoever is behind him." "Yes." The guard nodded. He then walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Chuan Province, inside the government's office building. As the governor of Zhang Hongfei has sat in front of the desk to start dealing with things, the quiet office only pen rustle sound. Just then, the quiet was broken by the ringing of a telephone. Zhang Hongfei, who was working, stopped his pen, frowned at the constantly vibrating cell phone, and still picked up the phone. "Hello? This phone number is his private phone number, and no one would normally know about it." Lin Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Not a moment later, Zhang Hongfei's face suddenly changed. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes and he said with rage, You're telling the truth. Even if you're Elder Lin's grandson, if you dare to joke with me like that, beware that I'll sue you in front of your grandfather. Lin Xin on the other end of the phone laughed. Whether it's true or not, Uncle Zhang, you come over here to know whether this matter is resolved privately or publicly. All depends on you. After that, the phone was hung up. Zhang Hongfei stood up with an ugly face, picked up the jacket aside and headed out of the office while making a call to his driver. You bring the car around. I'm going to make a trip to Smoke City. On the other hand, Smoke City, Lin Xin, who was lying on the bed, hung up the phone and put it aside. He glanced at Ning Juya, who was still sleeping, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. It seemed like she should have been exhausted last night, but not to mention, this feels really good. Soft and sticky, the same touch as a little baby's face. Usually you pinch me and I pinch you once in a while. It makes sense, doesn't it? For a while, Lin Xin kept rubbing Ning Juya's face, and then, a pair of icy cold beautiful eyes opened, and his eyes carried a thick murderous aura. 1 minute later, sitting on the edge of the bed, Ning Juya crossed her white jade legs and looked at Lin Xin, who was kneeling in front of her, and pulled his face fiercely, coldly saying, the guts are getting bigger and bigger. It seems like you've been giving you too many good looks lately, so you can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Right, daughter-in-law, I was wrong. Lin Xin aggressively begged for forgiveness. At the same time, he cursed his itchy hands in his heart. Why didn't he hold back? Now it's good. Maybe he'll be domestically abused again. Looking at Lin Xin who kept begging for mercy, Ning Juya sighed. Forget it, I'll spare you this time. After saying that, Ning Juya stood up and walked barefoot towards the shower in the room, wanting to take a good shower. Seeing this, Lin Xin's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up with a smile, laughing cheekily. Daughter-in-law, I'll rub your back. I'm very good at it. Ning Juya let out a ha and didn't point out his dirty thoughts. Near noon, the smoke market, with a car with the license plate 888 slowly stopped, has been waiting for a long time. Lin Xin immediately greeted with a smile. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhang Hongfei was the first to speak, his stern gaze staring into Lin Xin's eyes as he faintly said, no need to say anything irrelevant. Show me the picture you're talking about. Of course there's no problem. Lin Xin directly handed over the photo in his hand and said in a calm tone, you must handle this matter carefully, in case if it gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a stir throughout the country at once. After all, this incident involved hundreds of female college students, enough to cause a global sensation. When Zhang Hongfei saw the photo in his hand, he was even more furious. Bastard, how dare these dogs? Words fell. Zhang Hongfei's face was angry red toward the car, obviously to personally deal with this matter. And naturally, Lin Xin didn't bother, holding Ning Juya's small hand and wandering towards the outside, softly saying, I guess I'll be returning to God's capital in a couple days, so let's part ways then. Ning Juya nodded, her face not changing in the slightest, which made Lin Xin feel a little strange. That shouldn't be the reaction. Is it possible to be too stimulated? Unbeknownst to him, what was going through Ning Juya's mind at that moment was something else. Half an hour later, inside the mayor's office in Smoke City, Zhang Hongfei directly threw the stack of photos in his hand into Wang Defa's face and roared, you dog have quite a lot of guts. You actually dare to hide these hooks from me. Have you forgotten what I warned you about when I promoted you? Looking at the hands of the joint photos, Wang Defa pupils shrinking appeared fearful color, feet soft paralyzed on the ground. He knew that he was really done for this time. Several plainclothes policemen then rushed into the mayor's office and dragged the collapsed Wang Defa out. Zhang Hongfei, on the other hand, turned to the Smoke City police chief beside him and said angrily, better not let me know you're involved in this too. Now I order you to arrest all the people on the photo as fast as you can, and then give me severe torture. I want to know in the shortest possible time what kind of unseemly activities have been occurring in the shadows of the Smoke City in the past few years. Yes, the director was similarly too scared to breathe a single breath, because although these things had nothing to do with him, the responsibility was certainly inescapable, and it was estimated that there was no hope of promotion in this life. Soon, the entire upper circle of the Smoky City was in an uproar. At least a dozen of the business bosses were jailed, and for the moment the news was only known to the rich. The officials involved in this matter, but also as many as 9, but also led Zhang Hongfei wildly angry, but also realized that this matter is not simple to estimate. I'm afraid the waters run deep here. Relying on a single Wang Defa, he definitely does not have the guts to do such unconscionable things, which is gambling with his future. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Hongfei, who was sitting inside the office, sighed and still made a call out. Since Lin Xin is in the Smoke City, it means that Lin Lao already knows the inside story of this matter, and if he conceals it and doesn't report it, the consequences will not be generally serious. Hey Elder Lin, I have something to report to you. Several days passed in a blink of an eye and the weather became colder. In the past few days, Smoke City has been purged from top to bottom by Zhang Hongfei, and many people have been jerked down. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Xin anymore, and he cherished every second he spent with Ning Zhuya these days. If he waited until he returned to God's capital, he probably wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time, so he treasured these few days extraordinarily. A small boat floats slowly on the center of a pleasantly scenic lake near the city of Smoke. Ning Zhuya leaned clingingly in Lin Xin's arms, looking at the towering mountain peaks in the distance, the sound of lapping water waves coming from her ears. Lin Xin wrapped his hands around her soft waist and whispered, "Tomorrow is your birthday, so anything you want, I'll try to have it ready for you on the way out." Ning Zhuya lay comfortably in Lin Xin's arms and softly replied back, "There's no need, holidays like birthdays are just a symbol." Just then, Lin Xin's cell phone incoming ringtone broke the beautiful atmosphere. Picking it up, it was, as expected, from his grandfather. Lin Xin helplessly chose to answer, and immediately came his grandfather's aged but pale and powerful voice from the other end. "You've been living quite a life with that little girlfriend of yours in the Smoke City these past few days. Haven't you almost forgotten what your grandfather, said?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's face calmed down almost instantly, and he returned in an unassuming manner. "You know all about it." Lin Jinghua on the other end of the phone coldly grunted. "No one can hide from my eyes. The difference only lies in whether I want to know or not. Since the matter in the Smoke City has come to an end, I won't rush you today. Have a good time saying goodbye to your little girlfriend, and return to God's capital first thing in the morning. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The two of you are not destined to go together. It's better to give up before it's too late, lest you get hurt by love in the future." With that, the phone should hang up. Lin Xin's heart sank to the bottom, and it seemed that his wish to give Ning Zhuya a good birthday celebration before he left had fallen through. In favor of his grandfather's words, Lin Xin had to do as he was told. Otherwise he had no doubt that after the Qin family the Lin family would not hesitate to deal with the Ning family. Grandpa was such a man that whenever anyone dared to stand in his way, he would pluck them out without mercy, leaving no stone unturned. "I'm sorry." Lin Xin hugged Ning Zhuya tightly, his voice filled with guilt. Ning Zhuya closed her eyes in a difficult mood and tightly grasped the corner of Lin Xin's coat, unwilling to let go. She sympathized with Lin Xin more than anyone else, and naturally knew that he was in a difficult position, and that if he stayed by his side, he would be infested with other people. But if he wanted to be free of these intrusions, Lin Xin would have to leave himself. It's certainly a tough call. That night, in the middle of the hotel suite, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya embraced each other, neither of them opening their mouths to speak, just waiting quietly. The style of the night is outside of the hustle and bustle, and it's especially noticeable in the middle of a quiet bedroom. Bit by bit, time passed, slowly like an hourglass. How Lin Xin wished that this moment could be permanently fixed so that he could stay by Ning Zhuya's side all the time. A glimmer of light appeared at the end of the sky and a brilliant sunrise slowly rose, signifying that the time for parting had come. "I'll go then. Remember to take care of yourself alone." After instructing a sentence, Lin Xin walked out of bed and put on his clothes before heading towards the bathroom, intending to simply wash up. And Ning Zhuya silently sat up from the bed and walked towards the sweets kitchen with mixed emotions. By the time Lin Xin came out of the bathroom, Ning Zhuya happened to walk out of the kitchen with a cup of hot milk. She handed the freshly warmed milk in her hand to Lin Xin and said reluctantly, "I'll be waiting for you back in Mordor." Lin Xin nodded, and after placing a light kiss on Ning Zhuya's forehead, he drank the hot milk in his hand. "I'll go then." After saying that, Lin Xin no longer hesitated and turned toward the outside of the suite. But as soon as his hand touched the door handle, his head suddenly sank. A drowsy feeling came over Lin Xin, and his entire body rolled both eyes and directly fainted, his body falling towards the back. Ning Zhuya, who had been prepared for this, walked up and hugged him, whispering in Lin Xin's ear, "Aren't you the best present for my birthday?" After saying that, Ning Zhuya took out her cell phone and made a call out after placing Lin Xinping on the ground. Not a moment's time later, Ning Da opened the door of the suite and walked in, followed by a bodyguard with a figure similar to Lin Xin's. Ning Zhuya stroked Lin Xin's hair and instructed Ning Da, "Begin." "Yes, Missy." Ning Da nodded. He directly greeted the bodyguard and took off the clothes on his body, then took off Lin Xin's clothes for this bodyguard to put on, and Lin Xin, who had fallen into a coma, was changed into the bodyguard's clothes. Ning Da pulled out 2 tickets from his body and handed them to the lady respectfully. "We got both tickets from scalpers and no one will know about them." After saying that, the bodyguard who had already changed into Lin Xin's clothes nodded before putting on a scarf and heading downstairs. It's fall now, plus the mornings are cold enough that no one would notice anything strange about wearing a scarf. and Lu Ying, who had already let his guard down, was naturally drawn away. A few minutes later, outside the hotel, after Ningdi knew through his cell phone that Lu Ying had been attracted away, he nodded to his lady and helped her carry Lin Xin to the car. After Ning Juya also sat up, Ningdi eyed the SUV toward the trail leaving the Smoke City. Early in the morning, on the main road leaving the Smoke City, Lu Ying drove his car and frowned at the cars moving ahead, finally realizing that something was wrong. Thinking of something, he immediately stepped on the gas and accelerated. Toward the front of the Lin Xin car chased up, but as soon as he accelerated, the car in front of him also accelerated right behind him, and the distance was once again widened. Not good. Lu Ying understood even if he was stupid. I'm afraid that the person sitting in the car in front of him isn't Lin Xin at all. And when he thought of this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call out. The call was answered. Lu Ying blamed himself and spoke. I'm sorry Elder Lin, I lost him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghua, who was far away in the divine capital, laughed with interest. That's interesting, it's okay, you come back first. Hanging up the phone after saying that, Lin Xinghua's eyes had surprises in them and muttered. It seems that what Xin doesn't have, he possesses in this female doll. Lin Xinghua clearly understood that with Lin Xin's character right now he would never dare to defy his own words, so the only possibility would be for that Ning family's girl doll to make a move. I'm afraid that I forced Lin Xin away by some means. Even Lu Ying was fooled. Although it was in the case of letting his guard down, but he had to be praised for handling things calmly. But sadly, still too young. Near noon, on an airplane heading to Magic City, Lin Xin, who was lying on Ning Juya's lap, opened his eyes in a daze. A familiar odor came from the tip of his nose, and then he suddenly jerked his eyes open and sat up, looking in disbelief at Ning Juya, who was sitting beside him. A possibility instantly appeared in his mind and he opened his mouth to inquire. This should be our flight to God's capital, right? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya quietly shook her head, pulling Lin Xin's head back onto her lap to rest on, stroking his hair, and softly saying, unfortunately, this is a flight to Mordor, and we'll be on a plane headed overseas as soon as it lands. At that time, even your grandfather, I'm sure there's no way to stop us. Lin Xin swallowed in his throat. This is a bit crazy of you. Ning Juya leaned down, her beautiful eyes locked with Lin Xin's, and spoke in a warm voice. Isn't that what you like about me? You should get crazy once in a while, shouldn't you? Hearing these words, an idea was absurdly born within Lin Xin and quickly took over his brain. Maybe this would be a good choice. Lin Xin, who noticed his thoughts, smiled bitterly. So is this our elopement? I can't believe you drugged that glass of milk. Where did you get your sleeping pills from though? You shouldn't have had time to prepare them when you've been with me all these days. Ning Juya blinked. Of course it's from your best friend. I didn't realize that he was actually the heir to the Wankan Pharmaceutical Group in Sichuan province. So that's how it is. Lin Xin shook his head helplessly. He rolled over and hugged Ning Juya's waist positively, saying in a lazy tone, then let me go crazy for once in a long time, and you'll be responsible for me from now on. Looking at his engrossed appearance, the corner of Ning Juya's mouth hooked up. Of course, didn't I tell you? You're not leaving my side until I'm tired of playing with you, even if the person standing in the way is the Prime Minister? On this day, the two who love each other begin a grand elopement. This was also the second time Lin Xin had gone against his grandfather's wishes and made such a crazy choice, the last time being 10 years ago. He reaped the freedom and life he wanted. And this time, again, there was no telling how it would turn out. After about 7 hours, it was late in the day from early morning to late evening. At the entrance of the Magic City Airport, Ning Donghong stood quietly at the entrance, seemingly waiting for something. High overhead an airplane slowly landed. It was the airplane Lin Xin and his duo were traveling in. Just then, a red star car came from not far away, followed by several bulletproof cars, and it looked like a big shot had appeared. Seeing this, Ning Donghong straightened his collar and walked over towards the stopped red star car. A dozen or so guards raised the guns in their hands in an attempt to block his movements, but they heard Lin Jinghua's aged voice speak. There's no need to stop him. Let him come over. Then, the door of the red star car opened, and the white-haired Lin Jinghua stepped down from the car, his eyes sharp as he looked at the approaching Ning Donghong and smiled faintly. What? Did you wait here for the old man me on purpose? As he approached, Ning Donghong bowed and humbly smiled at the old man. Elder Lin is here. Donghong naturally has to come to greet him. You old man won't blame, right? Really? Lin Jinghua grunted coldly. I think you know the purpose of my coming to Magic City. So, I can assume that you're here to stop me? As the words fell, the dozen or so guards raised the guns in their hands almost simultaneously, all pointing their blackened muzzles at Ning Donghong. It was believed that as long as Lin Jinghua gave the order, they wouldn't hesitate to open fire and shoot Ning Donghong to death on the spot. and any little move that Ning Donghong made next could be the cause of his death. It was under such circumstances that Ning Donghong's face was unchanged, still smiling in front of him and waving his hand. After all, it's my daughter's lifelong event for the rest of her life, so naturally I, as a father, will do my best if I can. Lin Jinghua glanced at the time on his watch, waved his hand for the people behind him to put down their guns, and then took a step towards the entrance of the airport. That's just it. Since you've come all the way here, let's go in together. Just in time to bring your daughter back. After saying that, the group of people walked towards the parking airport in a great manner, and the airliner that had just swept by overhead had already stopped by now. At the same time, several airplanes took off with them, and in 10 minutes, the checking of tickets for airliners bound for foreign countries was about to stop. Lin Jinghua and his group walked unhurriedly to the airplane Lin Xian was in, and the cabin slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Seeing this, the two guards quickly walked into the empty cabin, ready to bring out the two Lin Xian. Lin Jinghua glanced at Ning Donghong, whose face was bland beside him, and suddenly laughed. You don't seem too worried. Isn't this about your daughter's life? There was no doubt that after bringing back Lin Xian this time, there was basically no possibility of meeting with Ning Zhuya. At those words, Ning Donghong, however, confidently laughed sideways. Elder Lin, 10 Ning Donghongs might not be able to compare to you when it comes to matters of family and state, but if it's just a matter of playing a little smart, how could you ever compare to me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the two guards who had walked into the cabin frowned and walked back, reporting in a deep voice. Elder Lin, this is an empty plane. There is no one riding in it. You tampered with the airport system? After realizing that Lin Xian was not traveling on this plane, Lin Jinghua's keen eyes looked at Ning Donghong, whose face had remained bland from the beginning to the end of the day. No wonder he wasn't nervous at all, so he had left it behind. You are overly concerned. How dare I show off my skills in front of your old man? Ning Donghong stood with his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. The airport's registration information systems are top secret, and even I can't easily tamper with them. But, Ning Donghong suddenly turned his words around and smiled conceitedly at the highly placed old man. I, Ning Donghong, may only be an insignificant little person in front of your old man, but if we are talking about the money piece, looking at the whole country, I am sitting alone in a high position. It was true that the airport system couldn't be changed, but if all the passenger planes departing from the airports on the Sichuan province side and the airports on the Mordor side were chartered, who would know which plane was seated with Lin Xian and the others? These words shocked the guards behind Lin Jinghua. Anyone who dared to talk to Lin Lao like this couldn't find 5 fingers in the whole country. Just how conceited was this guy to dare say such arrogant things? Even Lin Jinghua couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing these words from Ning Donghong. Not bad. As a postgraduate, being able to say these words in front of me is enough to prove your ability and boldness. Ning Donghong slightly lowered his head and said in a modest tone, Elder Lin is too kind. Unfortunately, I'm just afraid that no one can stop the two children today. 10,000 meters high in the night sky, amidst the haze of gray fog, an airliner was flying in the direction of Rice, and this airplane happened to be the one that took off when Lin Jinghua and his group had just arrived at the airport. Inside the quiet cabin, Lin Xian held Ning Zhuya in his arms, who could no longer hold on and had fallen asleep, and gently patted her back as if he were coaxing a small baby. At the same time, a fact was understood in his mind. I am afraid this airplane will not be able to reach the Rice country, and Lin Xian's so-called madness is not to elope after Ning Zhuya. The sky had completely darkened, and shining microstars hung high above, depicting a radiant night sky. On the airport's parking lawn, Ning Donghong followed Elder Lin's side with a calm face and did not speak. This time, his Ning family had completely offended this old man to death. Although with the other party's heartiness it was not so bad as to take it out on himself. But if word of tonight's events got out, I'm afraid the rest of his life wouldn't be easy. Lin Jinghua took out his military special machine as he walked and slowly said, You didn't really think the plane would take off and they'd be able to head overseas for a leisurely day. Ning Donghong froze, looking sideways at the old man's eyes in confusion, not understanding what the words meant. Lin Jinghua's sharp eyes were calm and unusual. At this time, the phone in his hand had already dialed, and his voice spoke in a low voice. It's me. Pass on my order. As long as the planes that took off from Mordor this afternoon, I'll edict them to return. All responsibility on me. With that, the phone hung up. You, Ning Donghong looked sideways at the old man in shock, his face not as calm as before, and let out a bitter smile. Do you really want to go this far? Isn't it good to let them make their own choices when it comes to matters between juniors? Lin Jinghua glanced at him, his voice a few points colder, as if with the coldness of a king on the battlefield. I don't care where your daughter goes, but my grandson, he has to listen to me. Besides, you're just as much of a junior in my eyes. just a little bit smarter. With this call, the military's communications department acted at top speed, constantly sending out notifications to contact those airliners that had taken off from Mordor. This is the official communications department of the state of China. Attention all airplanes receiving this communication. Please return to your flights immediately. To reiterate, please return to your flight immediately. At this order, nearly 24 captains were filled with doubt, but chose to return immediately. The words of the Ministry of Communication were equal to the top level of China, and they naturally didn't dare to be dissatisfied in the face of a high-level leader. So it was that more than 20 airplanes began to turn around at a height of 10,000 meters, heading towards the Magic City airport. And naturally, the first to arrive was the airliner that was carrying the Lin Xin duo and was slowly landing. I think they're sitting on this plane. On the lawn, Lin Xinguo looked at the huge airliner that slowly came to a stop and twisted his head to look at Ning Donghong beside him, who nodded helplessly. In this case, he did his best. Dare to play smart under the eyes of a Führer. Since peacetime, he is the only one who is Ning Donghong. Just at this time, the door to the cabin finally opened and two figures walked down holding each other's hands. Who else could it be if not Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya? Lin Xin looked at his grandfather who was standing not far away. He looked at Ning Zhuya beside him and said softly, "That's my grandfather. Are you scared now? Afraid?" Ning Zhuya held Lin Xion's hand tightly and said firmly, "With you by my side, what is there to be afraid of?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and led Ning Zhuya to his grandfather. Lin Xinghua, whose face had regained its composure, sized up Ning Zhuya and commented, "As pretty as your grandmother was in her day. Good eye. I've already given you time to say goodbye, and now I've given you a little extra time, so you can come back with me this time." As the words fell, Ning Zhuya immediately wanted to step forward and make a move, intending to directly capture this old man, but was stopped by Lin Xian's outstretched arm. "Yeah, it really is time to go back, but it's back to God's capital with my little daughter-in-law." As the words fell, Lin Xinghua's brows furrowed as he looked at his grandson's unruffled eyes and said in a deep voice, "You know, that's not going to happen." No, Lin Xin, however, shook his head and smiled softly at his grandfather. "I said I'd take her back with me." After all, his name was Lin Xin, the one who was true to his word, and if he said he wouldn't separate, then he would definitely do it. Oh, Lin Xinguo looked at his grandson's confident appearance with interest, stroked the beard on his chin, and faintly said, "Do you have any more backstops?" In the next second, Lin Xian loosened his hold on Ning Zhuya's hand, and when his left clenched arm was loosened, a sharp knife was precisely held in his hand, and then, crossed over his neck. Behind her, Ning Zhuya's small face instantly turned white, and she hastily pulled Lin Xian's hand, saying in shock, "What are you doing?" Ning Donghong, who was standing on the side, watched the scene, a dawning realization appearing in his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But even when he saw his grandson's horizontal knife on his neck, Lin Jinghua's face did not change much. He couldn't know his grandson better. "You're trying to threaten me with your own life. Are you down with that?" Lin Jinghua had just finished his sentence and thought that things were nearing the end when a shocking scene appeared, only to see that Lin Xian did not hesitate to take the sharp knife and forcefully stabbed it into his abdomen. And all of a sudden, blood splattered and the entire person directly lost consciousness. This scene everyone was not expected. Originally calm face as usual Lin Jinghua. Expression also changed at this moment. He didn't expect Lin Xian to actually dare to lay his hands on him, so he hurriedly rebuked the guards behind him. "What are you waiting for? Contact the hospital now." Lin Xian, on the other hand, collapsed in a pool of blood, and the blood from his abdomen could not be stopped. Late at night, the first hospital of Magic City. "Quickly, the patient has lost a lot of blood in the abdomen. Prepare an emergency blood transfusion immediately." Inside the corridor, 4 anxious-faced guards pushed the emergency beds towards the operating room, and several director-level doctors followed along to observe Lin Xian's condition while running. First aid bed has nearly shocked Lin Xian abdomen although has been emergency bleeding, but there is still blood continues to seep out, looking particularly oozing. The corners of Ning Zhuya's eyes, who was following behind, were reddened, with unprecedented fear under her eyes, and teardrops were even flowing down continuously, sliding across her delicate cheeks. Lin Jinghua, who was walking further back, was being assisted by Lu Ying, who had rushed to the scene, and in the bottom of his eyes there was likewise a hint of panic. He never expected his grandson to be so radical as to take his own life. With a bang, the door to the operating room closed. As Lin Xian entered the operating room, the originally noisy corridor quieted down almost instantly, and the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Ning Donghong looked at his daughter, who was crying in pearly, and walked forward to sit beside her, softly comforting her. "Don't worry, Lin Xian, He's not a fool. That stab just now didn't hit the vitals. The Magic City Hospital has the most advanced medical technology in the country. He'll be fine. But actually, Ning Donghong didn't have a bottom in his heart at this time, even though he had already anticipated this current scene when he saw Lin Xin take out his sword. But I didn't expect this kid to be so crazy. This knife, even if it didn't hit the vitals, it was highly likely that his life would be injured due to heavy bleeding. On the side, Lin Jingbo looked at the closed door of the operating room and sighed sadly, then turned around and left, with no intention of waiting here. Seeing this, Luing also had no choice but to bring those guards to follow him, turning back to glance worriedly at the operating room before turning to leave. At this moment, the tearful Ning Juya's eyes were suddenly filled with hatred as she looked at the pale back, standing up and wanting to follow. You're crazy. Beside him, Ning Donghong, who had expected this, pulled his daughter's arm. He hated it and whispered, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" As the words fell, Ning Donghong's hand directly took out a sharp knife with blood from his daughter's sleeve. Give it back. Ning Juya still wanted to snatch it back, but she was exhausted at this point, so how could she possibly snatch over Ning Donghong, who had prepared early? Looking at his daughter with madness and hatred in her eyes, Ning Donghong coldly said, "If you do this, how are you going to explain it to Lin Xin in case he wakes up? Are you going to let him wake up knowing that you killed his grandfather in order to avenge him and get sentenced to death? What do you think will become of Lin Xin when the time comes?" At those words, Ning Juya's body trembled and clenched her silver teeth. But in the end, she was forced to sit back down. Her small hands clenched tightly, her nails embedded in her flesh. Ning Donghong was relieved when he saw this. Father and daughter sat quietly in the hospital hallway, waiting for the surgery to be over. Outside the Magic City Hospital, Luing sat on the car and looked at Lin Lao, who was silent and not speaking in the back seat, and inquired as he drove, "Elder Lin, what do we need to arrange next?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghua, whose face had regained its calmness, twisted his head to look out the window and faintly said, "Of course it's going to continue, but before that just give him a little vacation. Isn't he going to start his internship his junior year at Mordor University? Give him a full college experience. As for the aftermath of the Smokies, let those who withdrew earlier, especially the president of the University of the Smokies, make his guilt nationally known to me." After hearing this, Luing nodded and stopped talking, and Lin Jingbo looked deep into the grand night scene of Magic City and murmured in a low voice, "I'm running out of time. Have to get this mess cleaned up before then." That night, Lin's father and mother, who had gotten the news, hurriedly rushed to the hospital, and Ning's mother also put down what she was doing and rushed towards the hospital. All night long, the closed door to the operating room did not open. Early the next morning, because of the return of many planes at the Magic City airport, it caused a hot debate on the internet, but it was quickly suppressed by the officials. 3 police cars out on the streets heading to an upscale villa district speed by. At this time, the Qin family. A smell of blood permeated the large luxurious villa, and in the living room a dead body with extremely unwilling and panicked eyes fell into a pool of blood. There were bruises from beatings on various parts of his body, obviously from the abuse he had suffered before his death. A slender figure stood quietly on the second floor facing downward watching the bloody scene. The Qin family does not exist from now on. The coal-faced Xiao Jie looked at the corpse of his own father, then kicked the oil drum aside and tipped it over on the ground, the fuel clattering down from the second floor to the first floor. It didn't take long for the villa to fill with the stench of oil. Xiao Jie took out a match and lit it. The fire lit up, then threw it at the living room on the first floor which was already covered in fuel. When the sparks came into contact with the fuel, the searing flames blossomed instantly, and yellow flames enveloped the entire villa, igniting thick black smoke. This fire will burn everything down and end the Qin family's crimes of the past 10 years. Xiao Jie's figure broke the window from the second floor and landed firmly on the ground with relief and liberation in his eyes. A figure on a motorcycle had been waiting for a long time, and by June 1, who was wearing a helmet, handed Xiao Jie another helmet and laughed. "Now that it's all taken care of, let's go. The police are already on their way here, and although I've arranged for a roadblock, I don't think it will last long." Xiao Jie, who received the helmet, nodded, and then moved quickly to sit in by Junwen's car, his hands resting on her waist. Boom! The motorcycle underneath them roared and drove away from this villa area at an extremely fast speed. Just as they left, the security guards from the neighborhood property who heard the commotion panicked and started putting out the fire with a fire extinguisher, and 3 police cars arrived at that moment, and a dozen police officers stepped out of the cars and began to assist in extinguishing the fire. Half an hour later, the fire was finally extinguished, leaving only a burnt and broken villa. Seeing this, Police Chief Chan Wei directly rushed into the villa with his men, and soon discovered the charred body in the living room, as well as the wounds on his body. A policeman came forward with gloves and examined them for a while, then turned his head to report. Bureau Chen, this is the Qin Pang we want to arrest. He seems to have been dead for a while. Presumably he was killed abandoning his body here. Do we want to continue the investigation? Upon hearing this, Chen Wei frowned and pondered for a while before saying in a deep voice, there's no need to check. Just make sure that Qin Pang is dead. And as for what comes after, the higher-ups won't care. And the villa had burned to the ground like this, so even if they wanted to check, they probably wouldn't be able to find out any useful information. Although it is not known who killed Qin Pang, but it is also considered to help the police department in an invisible way to reduce the trouble, and save time to also waste time to arrange a charge for Qin Pang. 9 o'clock in the morning. In front of the operating room of the Magic City Hospital. The corridors of the hospital were somewhat quiet as Mr. and Mrs. Ning Donghong and Mr. and Mrs. Lin Guodong sat on a bench waiting, while on the side, Ning Juya's face still had dried tear tracks. The two families waited outside the operating room for a full night, all without saying a word, and the atmosphere was heavy. Just then, the door to the operating room rattled slightly, and then it opened and the attending doctor walked out in a spirit of exhaustion. Hearing the commotion, Ning Juya was the first to stand up, her beautiful eyes nervous as she walked to the doctor. Worried, Doctor, Lin Xin He, how is his condition? Upon hearing this, the doctor's tone was complex as he returned. The current situation may not be too optimistic. The patient's life is in danger at any time. Prepare yourselves for the worst. He may not last the night. Hearing this, Ning Juya immediately felt that the sky had collapsed, and her feet were about to fall to the ground. But fortunately, Ning's father held her in place. Her pupils were lost in thought as she muttered, how did this happen? The attending physician's mouth moved at the sight of the five in tears, but he stopped what he wanted to say. Then with a sigh, he headed towards the restroom. He has seen too many scenes like this. The patient needs to recuperate now, so you should not go in and disturb him, and pray for a miracle. After saying that, the male doctor turned his back to the crowd. The corner of his mouth curved up in a dark thought. That's a good $1 million to take. And even if you're found out afterward, no one can do anything to you. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's situation quickly reached Lin Jinghua's ears. Inside the military commander's office of the Magic Capital Military Region, Lin Jinghua hung up the phone, his gaze redirected to Military Commander Long, and slowly said, anyway, that Lin Tian kid still needs you to put in more effort. I'll personally send him to you after the new year. Long Lixing, who had a serious and respectful face, nodded and said in a serious tone, don't worry about it, Chief. Lin Tian's grandfather is also kind to me. I will definitely lead him back to the right path. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua nodded and stood up and walked towards the outside of the office without looking back. Then I have some business to take care of, so I'll take my leave. Long Lixing followed and stood up, giving a standard military salute. Take care, Chief. Magic Capital. In front of a certain cemetery surrounded by mountains, Xiaojia knelt on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to the tombstone. Mother, I have already avenged you for your revenge back then. Those 3 old things of the Qin family were all tortured alive to death by me. You can rest in peace in the ground, next to this tombstone. At some point, there were additional deep pits that could accommodate one person to lie down. Then, just as Xiaojia picked up the dagger at the side and wanted to end his life, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Xiaojia froze, his eyes looking doubtfully at Bai Junwan standing behind him, not understanding what the other party meant by this. Bai Junwan grabbed his wrist and laughed with a big grin. Although my cooperation with you has been completed and I've gotten half of the Qin family's assets, I still want to ask you, sure you don't want to follow me around? Isn't it a shame to die like that when there are so many other fun things in this world that you've never experienced? Upon hearing this, Xiaojia's face instantly turned cold and he said in a cold voice, you'd better loosen your hands now. I don't have the patience to talk about the future with you here. Yes? Bai Junwan smiled mysteriously, letting go of her hand and taking out her own cell phone from her body to open up a photo and handed it to him. Then why don't you read this first, and I'm sure you'll have the patience to talk freely with me about the future. Seeing this, Xiaojia hesitated, but still took the cell phone and looked at it. On the phone was a screenshot of a chat log, one of which featured none other than Qin Pang, only to hear Bai Junwan snap her fingers crisply, crouch down to Xiaojia's ear, and compel. Then the question arises, your mother was Qin Pang's first love interest. Why did he do it to your mother? Was it really for the benefit of the Qin family to choose a marriage partner with a better family background? As far as I know, his second wife, whose family is only marginally wealthy, has been of minimal help to the Qin family, and the Qin family doesn't lack that kind of money, right? Looking at the chat record in his hand, Xiaojia's pupils shrunk. The red star car slowly stopped in front of the Magic City Hospital. The door opened, and Lin Jinghua took a step towards the hospital. Inside an intensive care ward on the third floor of the hospital, Ning Juya sat alone in the middle of the ward, looking at the pale face lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, the door to the ward opened and Lin Jinghua, who was followed by his guards, walked in. To the man following behind him, he said, "You guys just stand guard at the door. I'll be out in a minute." Hesitation flashed across the faces of several guards, but seeing the resolute gaze of the chief, they had no choice but to follow orders. The door to the ward closed. Ning Juya, who heard the commotion, twisted to look at Lin Jinghua, who walked in, stood up from his chair, and faced this Chinese head of state, and said in a cold voice, "You shouldn't be here. You're the one who got Lin Xin killed." In the next second, Ning Juya directly took the fruit knife and the fruit basket on the side, rather like she wanted to stab the other party on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Jinghua's footsteps didn't half pause as he complimented her. "You're a bold little girl doll, daring to point a knife at me. No wonder you can rule Shin into submission." After saying that, he walked directly to the side of the hospital bed, looked at Lin Xin who was lying on the bed, and coldly grunted, "How much longer are you going to pretend that grandpa is here and you don't know to get up and say hello?" Seeing this, the fiery temper in Ning Juya's heart couldn't hold back at once, and just as she wanted to lift the fruit knife in her hand, a familiar voice came to her ears. "Don't!" Ning Juya's movements froze in disbelief as she twisted her head to look, only to see that Lin Xin, who was originally lying dying on the hospital bed, had opened his eyes at some point and shook his head at her. Lin Jinghua see the scene. The heart is always the bottom, although it has long been expected to be the result, but I'm afraid of what if. But he was still a little upset at being counted on by his own grandson. While inwardly sighing with relief, Lin Jinghua looked at Lin Xin, who was lying on the hospital bed, and said in a flat tone, "This time it's kind of gotten under your kid's skin. Next time don't joke with your life." After saying this sentence, Lin Jinghua turned toward the outside of the hospital room, thought of something, his footsteps paused, turned his head and said to Lin Xin, "That's a nice girl. When you're healed, take her home to see your grandmother." Lin Xin, who was lying on the hospital bed, nodded his head, knowing that his purpose had been achieved. The corners of his mouth rose and a smile appeared on his frail face, and he didn't notice in the slightest that Ning Juya's face on the side had completely sunk, at this moment where she still couldn't realize that she was being tricked. This dog man is simply bold. Or, give him another cut? As the door to the hospital room was closed, the atmosphere became oppressive for a moment. Lin Xin, who was lying on the hospital bed, seemed to have sensed something, and his body shivered coldly, hastily covering his head with the quilt and pretending to be weak. "Ah, I'm so hard." But in the next second, the white quilt was directly lifted by Ning Juya, coldly looking at Lin Xin, who was curled up on the bed, and coldly said, "When did you wake up?" At those words, Lin Xin on the hospital bed scratched his head awkwardly and said with some uncertainty, Probably midway through surgery." Hearing this, Ning Juya looked at him with cold eyes and continued, "That means the doctor was also at your behest, saying something about not surviving the night." Looking at her face that was flooded with cold, Lin Xin swallowed and nodded with difficulty. "Probably, right." After hearing this reply, Ning Juya's temper finally couldn't hold back, and she directly rushed forward to choke Lin Xin with one hand. The two of them locked gazes, and Ning Juya said viciously while choking Lin Xin, "That means you've been lying to me from the beginning." Lin Xin felt the increasing force out of his neck and said in a hurry, "I'm doing this for our future. There's no way my grandfather will let go without this." Saying that, Lin Xin even put on a hard look, and when combined with his already weak and pale face, it was like he was going to die in the next second. This scene frightened Ning Juya, who withdrew her hand, then glared at him viciously. "I'll settle the score with you when you're healed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin sighed in relief, then stretched out his arms and laughed heatedly. "Daughter-in-law, won't you give me a hug from my husband?" "Hug your ass." Ning Juya glared at him in dissatisfaction. She really wanted to smack the bastard with her hands, but when she thought of the injuries on his body, she was a bit intolerant. "Forget it, let's just wait until he's healed and then we'll tune him up." And as Lin Xin continued to plead relentlessly, Ning Juya had no choice but to take off her shoes and lay into his arms. "What are you doing with your hands? It's all bruised up like this and you're still not being honest." Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'm just doing what a decent person would do." "Get out." Smoke City. Inside the presidential office of Yantai University, under Governor An Yuan's massive purge in Sichuan province, Huang Deming was one of the very few people who escaped the charges, but at the moment he was equally panicked. "You must save me, please, for the sake of me doing my best for you for so many years. Help me out." Huang Deming cried into the other end of the cell phone. A mechanical synthesized voice came from the other end of the phone. "Those who have accomplished so much, I have long warned you to act with caution, and now this is all the result of your arrogant and cocky character. You're on your own. No one who comes can help you." With that, the phone was hung up directly. Looking at the cell phone that hung up, Huang Deming's body went limp in his chair. His pupils trembled a little and he didn't know what to do when the door of the office was suddenly kicked open, scaring him and looking up. In the next second, his gaze was filled with horror, only to see a dozen police officers suddenly rushing in and handcuffing him without a second thought. Huang Deming struggled. "What are you doing? I'm the president of Yantai University. How dare you arrest me?" The abrupt voice came from outside the office. That was before the cold-faced Luing walked in and said in a cold voice to Huang Deming, "It has been judged that the president of Yantai University, Huang Deming, is suspected of multiple cases of corruption, and the president's position will be dismissed pending the identification of the case. Take it away." Just like that, Huang Deming was dragged away by the two policemen, causing many students and teachers to stare at the scene with wide eyes. Luing looked to the Smoke City police chief on the side and faintly commanded, "You go to Huang Deming's house and bring back all the money he embezzled over the years as relief money for the Smoky University in the future. Also, I remember he has a 3-year-old daughter, and this has nothing to do with his family. So remember to find a better excuse when you go, so you don't cast a shadow on the child." Upon hearing this, the director nodded respectfully and immediately led the people out. Lu Ying, on the other hand, picked up Huang Deming's cell phone that had landed on his desk, put it away thoughtfully, and then also walked towards the outside. Time flew by, the small half-month flew by, and the temperature gradually lowered. Inside a certain luxurious ward of the first hospital of Magic City, Lim Shin, lying on the hospital bed, opened his mouth cozily. Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on the side, expressionlessly picked up the dishes inside the lunchbox and sent them into his mouth. This more than 10 days, Lin Xian lived can be described as incomparably nourishing. Clothes to stretch out the hands of food. There is a beautiful little daughter-in-law eyes. Is simply a heavenly life. He was also almost done with his injuries after days of big fish and meat, but he stayed in the hospital because he had to nourish his blood. Ning Zhuya, who was a little tired in spirit, glanced at the nutritious bento that she had personally made in her hand, and then at Lin Xian, who was waiting to be fed by herself, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Stopping her food-pinching motion, she suddenly inquired, "Your injury seems to be in your abdomen, right? You were so weak before that you needed me to feed you, but you should be almost all recuperated now, right?" Saying that, Ning Zhuya expressionlessly placed the lunchbox aside and stood up, her gaze locked with Lin Xian's. At those words, Lin Xian's body stiffened, cold sweat constantly breaking out behind his back, a little weak from the unkind little stare. That should be about right." With the last word, Lin Xian paused somewhat sheepishly. "Oh yeah." Ning Zhuya suddenly had a smile in her eyes as she stood up and walked up to unlock the door to the hospital room. She then pulled up the sleeves on her hands, revealing her white and tender arms as she walked towards Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian's agonizing howls of misery and pity came from the ward. At that exact moment, Ning Donghong and the others also arrived at the entrance of the ward and were about to knock on the door when they heard voices coming from inside. The four of them looked at each other. "You looked at me and I looked at you, and then silently turned around and left. The youngsters nowadays are so playful, so impatient early in the morning. No, daughter-in-law, you let go. That can't bite. I'll bite you to death. Obviously you're fine. How dare you make me serve you for so long? You're just tired of living." 10 minutes later, Ning Zhuya crushed the victory. So, inside the hospital room, Lin Xian glanced aggrievedly at Ning Zhuya, who was leisurely lying on the hospital bed, and helplessly picked up a piece of meat and sent it into her mouth. "What's all this? I'm the patient. Daughter-in-law, I really know I'm wrong. Please let me go." Inside the hospital room, Lin Xian, who was wearing a hospital gown, was being stepped on by Ning Zhuya, constantly begging for mercy. "Spare you?" Ning Zhuya gazed condescendingly at Lin Xian and said in a cold voice, "Letting you go so you can stab yourself next time and then play dead to hide it from me. Is that it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian cried out, wrongfully accused, "I really won't dare next time. Just have mercy and take your feet off. It's going to be weirdly embarrassing to watch when my parents and them come over." "Yes?" Ning Zhuya looked at Lin Xian with a crooked head. The force under her feet increased by a few points, and she said suspiciously, "Don't you men like that? You should be feeling happy now, right?" The little pink and white feet kept rubbing and abusing Lin Xian's face. "Happy my ass." Lin Xian's voice got a few points louder, and he said in dissatisfaction, "I'm not a pervert, who can still be happy about being stepped on." Just then, the sound of Lin's father and Zhang's mother talking came from outside the hospital room. Seeing this, Ning Zhuya snorted coldly and retracted her foot to temporarily let this guy go. in front of her future parents. She still had to maintain her image, something that Ning Juya was still aware of. Lin Xian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, walking over to his daughter-in-law to pinch her shoulders and laugh heatedly. First things first, you've just punished me, so you can't bring this up again. Ning Juya glanced at him obliquely. Are you teaching me how to do things? Before Lin Xian could speak, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and as soon as Zhang Huiwan saw her daughter-in-law, she walked forward and said with a smile, Xiao Ya Ah, are you still used to staying in the hospital lately? And taking care of our family Xiao Xian? It's really hard for you. Regarding this daughter-in-law, Zhang mother was now so satisfied that she didn't even think much of Lin Xian. Her son, Lin walked forward and took the initiative to pull up the suitcase, his voice steady. Well, let's talk when we get on the plane. If we don't hurry we won't make the flight. After saying that, Zhang mother took her daughter-in-law's hand and walked out of the hospital room, leaving only the lonely and isolated Lin Xian, who was a bit skeptical. Who the hell is the patient and how come this treatment is so different? Your son, I have been hospitalized for so long. I have not seen you old greetings, mouth-hanging daughter-in-law every day. Do not want to be treated so differently ah. At that moment, Ning Zhua turned back to look at him and faintly said, What are you standing there for? Don't go. Lin Xian instantly smiled with joy and followed her up to wrap his arms around her thin waist. I'm sure it's better to have a daughter-in-law. Love you. On the side, Zhang's mother disliked. Look at your behavior. How old are you? Still acting like a child. The family was happy to get into the car and head to the airport. In the Lin family, Lin Jinggua's words were orders, and since Lin Xian now had a girlfriend, it was only right to bring her home to show her grandmother. In the corner that Lin Xian didn't notice, downstairs in the hospital, she looked at the faraway car and was a bit depressed. She threw the flowers she was holding for the doctor's visit into a side trash can, then turned and left the hospital alone. When she was gone, another figure appeared from around the corner. Li Liang picked up the flowers that she had thrown into the trash can and sighed helplessly. What a shame to throw away such nice flowers. With that, he followed in the direction she had left. Inevitably, the events of Smoke City made their way to the internet, and after a flurry of buzz, they quickly faded into obscurity. In the Magic City, due to the death of the three top pillars of the Qin family, coupled with the fact that the upper feather group was taken down by the White family, the large Qin family was almost less than a month old before it fell apart, with people leaving and many others living on the streets like beggars. This matter caused a huge stir in the upper circles of Magic City, and everyone understood that it must be that the Qin family had provoked a certain big shot, and had died out in just 1 month. Canopy Group is even with an absolute advantage, took down a lot of the Qin family's industry, without the Qin family's checks and balances. In the Magic City can be said to be a real one-handed. These days, Ning Donghong woke up laughing almost every day, causing Ning's mother to kick him directly to the living room sofa to sleep. In terms of money, there were very few people who could match the Ning family's wealth when looking at the whole country right now. And in terms of power, there was Lin Xian, a son-in-law with a perfect score, backed by the divine capital Lin family, God's capital. 12 o'clock noon, the sun was high above the miles of clear sky, and every now and then a cold whooshing wind blew through. Lin family, inside the ancestral hall, dressed in all black, Lin Jinghua held 3 lit incense in his hands, curls of white smoke rising as he bowed slightly to the wooden plaque directly in front of him. Underneath the wooden sign was a picture of a young woman, standing amidst the surging crowd with a smile on her lips. Both the people behind her and the building are full of a total period feel, very different from the modern style. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the shrine and Lin Xian's voice came. Grandpa, I'm home. After Lin Jinghua finished the incense, his eyes stayed on that photo and slowly said, Come in. The shrine door pushed open, and Lin Xian and Ning Juya, who had just returned, walked in side by side, then gently closed the door. After looking at his wife's picture for a while longer, Lin Jinghua turned to leave without looking back. I haven't been back in so many years. Give your grandmother a good incense. I'll wait for you in the study. Lin Xian shrugged at Ning Juya and walked to the side to pick up the incense and handed it to her, then picked up 3 more and lit them. Unlike when Lin Jinghua offered incense, Lin Xian pulled Ning Juya to kneel on the futon in front of the wooden plaque, and paid homage to his grandmother's picture 3 times. Only after finishing did Lin Xian pull Ning Juya to his feet and explain. From what my dad tells me, my grandmother went away when she was in her 30s, and it was always my grandfather who raised him alone. Of course, I was actually kind of raised by my grandfather. He can be weird. Don't mind if I do. Ning Juya nodded and didn't say anything. After paying his respects, Lin Xian held Ning Juya's hand and walked out, parting at the doorway and instructing, Why don't you just wander around the yard for a while? I'll go to the study and come find you later. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin knocked on the door of the study, and after waiting for a while with no movement, he pushed the door open and walked in. At this time in the study, both sides are full of books. Most of them look a little years old, but they are clean, should be often tidied up. At this moment, Lin Xinguo was sitting in front of a wide desk, with a pair of presbyopic glasses, was flipping through a book, and opened his mouth without lifting his head. I can agree to you marrying that doll girl, but you have to promise me a few things. Lin Xin silently walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down, glancing at the red account book placed aside with his afterglow, and asked, "You said?" Lin Xinguo raised his head and removed his glasses. His pale but sharp eyes looked at his grandson and slowly said, "3 things. Number 1. God's capital." Inside the Lin family mansion, Ning Zhuya, who had nothing to do, casually strolled around the courtyard, marveling at the layout of the courtyard, which had all its organs in one place, far larger than the average quadrangle. Both the gardens and the pool are all there. Of course, there are many male servants in the courtyard, who usually take care of the miscellaneous affairs in the courtyard, but their real identity is the king of soldiers carefully selected from the military camp. Just as Ning Zhuya wandered into a side yard, a sudden voice rang out behind her. "You're the girlfriend Lin Xin brought back. Looks like he's got a good eye after all." The cold-faced Ning Zhuya subconsciously turned to look, and at some point, a young man wearing a fancy studded leather jacket appeared behind her. Her willow brows subconsciously furrowed as she asked, "And you are?" Lin Tian, who had his hands in his pockets, walked slowly, a faint smile on his lips as he smiled at her. "I'm barely that kid Lin Xin's older brother. Just call me Lin Tian." Hearing Lin Tian address his man, Ning Zhuya's face was a bit unkind, but she still endured it and nodded with a cold attitude, counting it as a greeting. Her sixth sense as a woman told her that this one owed more than Lin Xin. Just as Ning Zhuya proceeded to walk outside the courtyard, Lin Tian behind him suddenly said, "Want me to show you around? I grew up with Lin Xin, but I know quite a few things about his childhood, so you should be curious. And, even if you ask him, he probably won't tell you what happened when he was a kid. I can still vouch for that." At those words, Ning Zhuya's footsteps paused. She really quite wanted to know about Lin Xin's past, so she had to turn her head and say in a cold voice to Lin Tian, "You'd better not have any bad thoughts, or I won't guarantee your personal safety." "That's scary." Lin Tian whistled in feigned fear and took a few steps forward to walk in front of Ning Zhuya, not looking back. "Come on, let's walk and talk." Ning Zhuya directly followed, with the mansion under full surveillance. She didn't believe that Lin Tian would dare to play any mind games. "This is the courtyard where that guy Rinchen lives. By the way, mine is right next door. When I was a kid I could often hear that guy breaking down and crying ha." On the other side, inside the study, when all 3 conditions were stated, Lin Xin agreed without hesitation. Lin Xinguo nodded and pushed the account book aside, then hung his head and refocused his gaze on the books in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Xin, who was sitting across from him, sensibly took the account book and stood up, bowing before walking towards the outside. No third person knew what those 3 conditions were, and yet in the future they had a subversive effect on Lin Xin. In front of a large tree within the courtyard, Lin Tian gazed at the green tree that was 100 years old and smiled at Ning Zhuya who was beside him. "When I was little, Lin Xin was hung from a tree and beaten by his grandfather because he wanted to go out and play, dripping with blood, and I can't forget that scene even now." Under Ning Zhuya's increasingly cold gaze, Lin Tian scoffed without a care in the world. That day, Lin Xin was sufficiently hung from a tree by his grandfather for the whole night, and it was still winter. Do you know the expression on Lin Xin's face at that time? It was simply not too great. Maybe there are still some injury marks to be seen on his back now. Ning Zhuya, who was standing on the side, coldly said, "As his brother, you seem to enjoy seeing him abused." At those words, the smile at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth grew even wider as he turned around to face Ning Zhuya, just wanting to open his mouth to speak. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked into the middle of the compound, and it was none other than Lin Xin who had just come out of the study. The smile that had just appeared on his face instantly disappeared when he saw Ning Zhuya staying with Lin Tian, but this instant was clearly seen by Lin Tian. "Since when do you boys wear such disgusting smiles?" Lin Xin ignored this guy and expressionlessly held Ning Zhuya's small hand as he walked towards the outside of the courtyard. When the 2 of them left, among the corners, Lu Ying, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, also came out and said faintly to Lin Tian, "The person to pick you up is already here. And Elder Lin told me to tell you to stay out of Lin Xin's business." Lin Tian snorted coldly, didn't say anything, and took a step to leave the place. On the other hand, Lin Xin pulled Ning Zhuya directly out of the courtyard and drove towards a certain upscale villa area in God's capital. On the co-pilot, Ning Zhuya clasped her hands and looked at Lin Xin's slightly cold face and faintly said, is that guy telling the truth? Of course it's all fake. Lin Xin, who was driving, replied back without even thinking. As the words fell, a small, cool hand directly cupped Lin Xin's face, and Ning Juya's dangerous gaze stared in. Really? Are you sure? Lin Xin had no choice but to nod. He himself was more evasive when he was a child. That's why he didn't want Ning Juya to know, but the other party already knew it now, so there was nothing he could do about it. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya then loosened her hand, and after letting out a cold snort, she viciously said to Lin Xin, "Don't ever lie to me again or I'll make you a guest at the hospital." You repeat that. Going to the hospital as a guest is a way to beat yourself alive. The corners of Lin Xin's mouth twitched, so he could only say perfunctorily, Yes, I, Lin Xin, will never lie to Ning Juya for the rest of my life, so that's fine. That's more or less the same." Ning Juya withdrew her gaze in satisfaction, but in her heart at the moment she was incredibly heartbroken about what happened to Lin Xin when he was a child of a few years old, hanging from a tree in the coldest of winters, covered in wounds, is a sufficiently ominous sight alone, let alone experiencing it in person. After hesitating for a while, Ning Juya took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the seat, suddenly saying, "I've been meaning to ask for a long time now, why is your grandfather treating you like this? And that Lin Tian grew up the same way?" Lin Xin, who held the steering wheel in his hands, shook his head, his gaze always looking straight ahead, and returned in a flat tone, "Lin Tian is different from me. He's the grandson of Grandpa's comrade in arms, and after Lin Tian's parents died in an accident, he was received by Grandpa at home. It's funny, obviously I'm the pro, but Lin Tian and I are treated worlds apart. To put it simply, when Lin Tian was a child he could play carefree and eat whatever he wanted, whereas me, when I was a child it was good enough to have one meal of meat a day." After hearing these words, Ning Juya, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was motherly and caring, reaching out to touch Lin Xin's head and comforting him. "Don't worry, whatever you want to eat in the future, this young lady will buy it for you. We'll eat and drink every day. You just have to pay for your flesh." Lim Shin, I don't know why Grandpa did this to me. I think he doesn't like me. Maybe he prefers Lin Tian like that. In front of the hotel in God's capital, after Lin Xin stopped the car, he walked to the passenger side and led Ning Juya out. Seeing that his face was a bit sad, Ning Juya changed the topic. "We've got the account book too. When are we going back?" "Tomorrow," Lin Xin said as he walked. "I'll take you to the God's capital this afternoon for a nice stroll." As the center of China, Chengdu had many scenic spots, so there were many outsiders who came to see the scenery every day. After having lunch at the hotel, Lin Xin brought Ning Juya to the most lively market in God's capital. In the midst of the influx of people, Lin Xin was casually looking around while holding Ning Juya, and the two of them attracted a lot of people around them with their outstanding face value. Lin Xin said as he walked, "I couldn't prepare a gift for you on your birthday the other day, so I'll make up one for you today, okay?" Ning Juya, who was walking beside her, pursed her lips. Her delicate face was like a lovely porcelain doll as she softly said, "Yes, but not more than $100. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin was puzzled. Why? Only to hear Ning Juya take Lin Xin's arm and wink at him. "Of course it's because I'm afraid someone will break the bank." Lin Xin burst into a bitter smile. This is looking down on him, not to mention other things, a few $1,000s he is still taking out now. After all, on the way here, he specifically went to his dad's small vault to pop some gold coins. But since this is the request of my daughter-in-law Sama, let's do it. With this in mind, Lin Xin twisted his head and carefully sized her up, then nodded thoughtfully. The two of them proceeded to walk towards the distance, while Ning Zhua was somewhat looking forward to what kind of gift this guy would actually give himself. The afternoon passed just like that, and while waiting for dusk to appear in the sky, Lin Xin brought Ning Juya to a maple tree. The autumn wind is blowing down several yellowed leaves. At this point, there were no more people around, so Lin Xin turned to face her and said softly, "You close your eyes." At those words, Ning Juya obediently closed her eyes, anticipation flooding her heart. A warm touch then nudged her forehead, and Ning Juya subconsciously opened her eyes just in time to see Lin Xin licking the corner of his lips with intent. He hemmed and hawed. "How's that for a nice gift? I'll make it exception and reward you with a kiss for taking care of me in the hospital for so long. Don't get too obsessed with me." In a flash, the surrounding atmosphere was silent, and Ning Juya raised her hand expressionlessly, intending to punish this guy. "In that case, I'll reward you too. Stand still." Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Lin Xin hurriedly pulled out a pink scarf and a pink butterfly hairpin from behind him in a juggling act. "Just played a little joke on you. That's what I got you for your birthday." At those words, Ning Juya's hand paused for a moment, her icy face easing slightly as she glared disgruntledly at Lin Xin. If there's a next time, you're going to die. Don't dare, don't dare. Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put the scarf around her, followed by the hairpin. Not to mention that once you put it on, Ning Juya's whole temperament is a little different. After all, her character originally belonged to a somewhat sexually cold person. That's why she was called a high cool goddess. And now with the addition of 2 more pink objects, she instantly gained a bit more femininity. If Lin Xin had to evaluate it, it would be a top goddess who could be imperial or virtuous. Does that look good? Glancing at the pink scarf around her neck, Ning Juya looked somewhat suspiciously at Lin Xin, who was already a bit dumbfounded, and asked suspiciously. Lin Xin couldn't hold back and directly reached out to hold her tightly in his arms, smelling that fresh scent from Ning Juya's body and becoming infatuated. Of course it looks good. You look good no matter what you wear. Hearing these greasy words, the corners of Ning Juya's mouth lifted up as she suddenly asked, why are both pink? It looks like something stupid. Lin Xin, who was reveling in his daughter-in-law's beauty, subconsciously said, of course it's to add some femininity to you. Used to be pretty but a bit of a woman. The words came to an abrupt end in the middle of his sentence, and Lin Xin's body subconsciously trembled as if he had said something he shouldn't have, loosening her embrace. As expected, at this moment, Ning Juya's originally smiling face became somewhat gloomy. The corner of Lin Xin's mouth, who reacted quickly, turned around and tried to slip away, but his arm was firmly grabbed by a small hand, and a voice like a demon's sounded in his ears. Are you trying to say that I was not feminine before? So that's how you looked at me before. That being with an unfeminine woman like me aggravated you, did it? Cold sweat instantly emerged from Lin Xin's back, and his entire body directly fell to the ground, constantly backing away, his gaze somewhat fearful as he looked at Ning Juya, who was walking towards him. Soon, a miserable scream came out from under the maple tree, echoing in the surrounding forest. Early the next morning, Shenandoah Airport, Ning Juya, who was wearing a pink scarf, took the first step towards the cabin, and just as Lin Xin was about to follow, he was pulled by his mother's arm. Lin Xin twisted his head in confusion. What's wrong, Mom? Only to see Zhang's mother pull out a bank card from her body and put it into his hand, saying in a serious tone, stay with Xiaoya when you get there. Take these pocket money and use it. You can't keep making other girls pay for it. I'm warning you, you brat, if you dare to lose such a well-behaved daughter-in-law like Xiaoya to me, I'll beat you so much that you won't be able to get out of bed. Lin Xin, who had a bank card in his hand, immediately brightened up, smilingly nodded and answered, don't worry Mom, what kind of person your son is, you still don't know. I'll be off then, haha. You and Dad take care of yourself. After saying that, Lin Xin walked onto the airplane with excitement and put his bank card away. Good guy. I do not know how much pocket money their own mother prepared. See her daughter-in-law satisfied Liangzi. How to come to 1,000,000 or 800,000 it. But soon he couldn't stop laughing. As soon as she sat beside Ning Juya, she extended her hand and faintly said, hand it over. Looking at the hand reaching out in front of him, Lin Xin's mouth twitched as he played dumb and said, hand over what? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya directly began counting down. 10, 9. Looking at his daughter-in-law whose face was getting colder and colder, Lin Xin could only hand over the huge sum of money that had not yet been warmed up with tears. Pitifully, he said, daughter-in-law, leave me some, I can't afford to eat. Ning Juya took the card and glanced at him obliquely. Then as she held Lin Xin in her arms, she gently stroked his head and softly said, don't worry, with me, I'm sure I won't starve you. Men become bad when they have money. Ning Juya had seen it before when she swiped through short videos, so in a fit of control, she would never allow Lin Xin to carry huge sums of money on his person. But looking at Lin Xin's tearless appearance, Ning Juya sighed and said helplessly, then let's give you a little reward as compensation. Saying so, he grabbed Lin Xin's hand and guided him to probe into the hem of his. The Ning Juya AI portrait is available. See the comments at the end of the chapter to view it. The weather is getting colder and colder, with general temperatures dropping into the teens. As the end of the month exams approached, the atmosphere of Mordor University was obviously a bit depressing. After all, it would be the final exams in a short while. That's why there is a lot of catching up to do at all grade levels. The long-lost red Maybach stopped at the entrance of the school in the early morning when the temperature was cold and chilly, and instantly attracted the attention of many students. After a month, that Ning family's eldest daughter actually went back to school. The car door opened and Lin Xin, wearing a black down jacket, stepped down from the driver's seat, a gray scarf around his neck, rubbing his hands together and exhaling warm air from his mouth. He walked to the passenger door and opened it, extending a rubbing warm hand to Ning Juya sitting inside and smiled. Please, my dear Lord wife, Today's Ning Juya wore a white bodysuit with a pink scarf around her neck. Her long silky black hair was casually draped behind her, and she wore a pink butterfly haircard on her head. Ning Juya somewhat reluctantly pulled Lin Xian's hand from the car and coldly grunted at him. I really think you're masochistic. Why are you coming to school on such a cold day when you've already taken a break? Lin Xian walked in front and laughed without looking back. This is not wanting to experience youth, and it's quite boring to stay at home all the time. Feeling the coldness of the weather, Ning Juya sniffed her agaric nose. Her delicate and perfect face was a little reddened by the cold at the moment. Seeing this, she directly walked quickly behind Lin Xian and directly put her icy cold little hand into his back, her little face instantly revealing a relieved smile, while Lin Xian, who was caught off guard, instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, feeling as if his back had been thrown into a piece of ice, and was just about to break free, when he heard Ning Juya, who was warming his hands behind him, faintly say, "If you move, I'll just strip you naked and you'll be ready to run around the school naked." At those words, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to make another move, so he had to let the small hand behind his back do whatever it wanted. On the path of the school's green belt, the duo of Lin Xian and Ning Juya could be said to have attracted many people. No way. Show love in public. Want to not notice it is difficult. We are all students you guys like this. Too out of order. This scene was even photographed and posted on the school's forum, creating a furor. Inside one of the classrooms in the club building, Shi, who was wearing a pink cotton dress, was brushing the video when a message suddenly popped up. Breaking news, student president returns with little puppy. The two are suspected to be fixing things. Seeing this forum message, Shi froze for a few seconds, her fingers subconsciously tapping, and when she came back to her senses, an intimate photo of Ning Juya and Lin Xian had already appeared within her cell phone. Just then, the door to the club was pushed open and Li Liang's laughter came in. Sister Shi, Lin Xian, he's back. Why don't we wait until after this exam and go camping together? How long has it been since our club held an event? If we don't get laid once more, we'll really run out of time come junior year. Li Liang walked in with a smile on his face, and Qin Shi, who had quickly turned off his cell phone, nodded and said in a slightly low voice, "Well, I'm all for it." Hearing the changes in it, Li Liang gave a start and walked over to Qin Shi and sat down in front of him, comforting him. There's actually nothing wrong with being friends. We three have been friends for so long, and it's actually kind of nice to keep this relationship going until the end of college. Qin Shi was silent without saying anything. Li Liang looked at her hanging head with low interest, so he could only stand up and walk towards the outside of the classroom, and as he closed the door, he turned his head with a serious gaze and said, "What I just said is the truth of my heart, so think about it. I didn't really have any real friends before, so I figured the three of us could keep it up like this." With that, the large iron door to the classroom closed. On the top floor, inside the student union classroom with the warm air conditioning on, Ning Juya was still curled up in Lin Xian's arms, refusing to leave. Maybe this is a psychological effect. Obviously the air conditioning is turned on, but still feel that it is still a little warmer in the arms of their own man. Lin Xian, whose back was frozen, was hugging her small waist tightly, his body shivering from the cold. On the side, Xiao Ting, who used his power for personal gain, hid in the corner of the office covered with a comforter, and seeing the numerous food items beside him, he was obviously already an old fart. "Say, Chairman, tomorrow is the end of the month exam. I heard that the questions on this exam are a bit different. Don't you guys need to review them?" Xiao Ting poked her head out from under the covers. Before Ning Juya could speak, Lin Xian, who was warming himself on her body, laughed indifferently. "Isn't the end-of-month exam for sophomore year in the district a handful? I can pass the test even with my eyes closed." Hearing these arrogant and confident words, Xiao Ting silently retreated back into her nest. So that's what the school bully thinks? It's stressing her out as an ordinary student. Just as Lin Xian closed his eyes and enjoyed the soft jade in his arms, his cell phone suddenly rang. A certain letter's beep. Lin Xian curiously pulled out his cell phone to take a look, then said expressionlessly, "So it's an ad push." With that, he tried to put away his cell phone, but was snatched away by the aware Ning Juya, who looked at his cell phone with interest while strangling Lin Xian's neck with one hand. The message was sent by Li Liang, and the content was simple. Qin Shi wants to invite Lin Xian to go hiking and camping, and he is expected to stay out at night for 2 days. Seeing this message, Ning Juya looked sideways at the embarrassed Lin Xian with a somber face and laughed in a friendly manner. "You just, tried to hide it from me, didn't you?" Feeling the increased force on his neck, Lin Xian's face reddened a bit as he gasped for breath and hurriedly explained. "Misunderstanding, daughter-in-law Sama? I want to refuse to come." Ning Juya's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian's fluttering eyes, and without lifting her head, she shouted, "Xiao Ting, Give me your pillow to use. Xiao Ting, who had heard the commotion, trembled and threw her bare pillow over, whispering, Chairman, go easy on it, I just bought this yesterday. It's expensive. Ning Zhuya, who received the pillow, directly rolled over and sat on Lin Xian's body, then patted the pillow towards his head so that it wouldn't hurt too much when he hit him. I've been giving you too many good looks lately, so you're drifting a bit, are you? You're trying to go out with that woman behind my back, aren't you? Injustice. I'm really not. Lin Xian, whose head was covered, tried to explain, but immediately followed by Ning Zhuya's frantic foot stomping. Did not half stay feet? Anyway, there is a pillow cushion. Stomping cannot die. With no way out, Lin Xian directly reached out and grabbed the small foot that was about to fall, and then as soon as he rolled over, he pressed Ning Zhuya underneath his body, and then in a swift motion, he put a pillow over her face and stomped on it. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, before she could react, her eyes went black, and then she felt herself being stepped on by something. Looking at Ning Zhuya, who had been stepped on by himself, Lin Xian crossed his arms and laughed triumphantly. Little missy, you're going against the grain. Husband, I'm the head of the family. Put yourself in your place. In the corner, Xiao Ting, who was watching this scene, froze for a moment, opened her small mouth wide, and then silently retreated back into the comforter. Dead. How dare you treat the chairman like this? 10 lives are not enough. Inside the office of the student union at Mordor University. How about you beg me? I won't let you go even if you beg me. Lin Xian restrained Ning Zhuya with one foot and smiled smugly. Ning Zhuya also reacted at this time. She was actually being stepped on by this Lin Xian fellow. An icy, piercing voice entered Lin Xian's ears. I'm going to give you 3 seconds or you're going to be in the ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, who was in the midst of his complacency, pursed his lips somewhat sheepishly, then quickly leaned down to hold her in a deadly embrace, not giving her a chance to break free. At the same time, he skimmed his lips. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Making it sound like you won't let me go into the ground if I let you go. As soon as these words came out, Ning Zhuya, who had her face covered by a pillow, immediately struggled violently, but her hands and feet were all physically locked by Lin Credit, so she couldn't break free at all. Let go. No release. Are you going to let go or not? Fight to the death and don't let go. After messing around for a while, Lin Xian realized that Ning Zhuya, who had been struggling violently, seemed to have lost her movement, and immediately after that, under the pillow, there was a sound of crying. Lin Xian, who had firmly locked her in place, became even more vain, and stiffened his mouth. I'll tell you what, don't think you can fool me by pretending to cry. I'm not going to eat your words. But even after Lin Xian said that, the sobbing under the pillow still didn't stop, and for a while he really panicked a bit. If he remembers correctly, Ning Zhuya's end seems to be coming in a few days. Right. In case she takes this to settle the score at that time, what to do? Either. Just take a look. Lin Xian carefully freed a hand and lifted a corner of the pillow, and before he could see what was going on, his head suffered a heavy blow. Hey crikey, you're cheating. Lin Xian fell to the ground with a breath of cold air, his body curled up, his forehead red from Ning Zhuya's impact. When he felt a little better, his eyes were filled with pink and white jade feet on the cold ground. Facing towards him, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, who was squatting on the ground, twitched, and his movements stiffened as he looked upward, his body directly shivering with fear, only to see Ning Zhuya fumbling for a hemp rope from somewhere. Her grim gaze seemed to look at it, and then without hesitation, she threw a rope at Lin Xian's body. Ah! Crouch! Lin Xian's eyes glazed over, covering his right hand that had been whipped, crying without tears, kneeling in front of his daughter-in-law, hugging her slender jade leg, begging for mercy. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Oh, I really know I'm wrong. Just let me go. Release you? Ning Zhuya directly lifted one foot and stepped hard on his face, viciously waved her hand to finish off the rope, and said in a cold voice, did you just say something about begging me and not letting you go or something like that? Okay, Lin Xian, your guts have risen. You've almost turned over as the master. No wonder you dare to step on me. Won't you have to use me like a dog next time? Lin Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, shivered and hurriedly shook his head. Dare not dare not dare. You are the master and I am the dog. The sky is the biggest. The daughter-in-law is the biggest. Ning Zhuya's cold eyes locked with his and smiled grimly. Unfortunately, you're too late with that statement. Immediately after that, a mournful and tragic scream came out from the office of the student union, almost to the point of shattering the clouds, and could be heard in almost the entire club building. Exactly 1 hour later, inside the student council office where the screaming stopped. Daughter-in-law, you're tired of fighting just now. Have a drink of water. Almost beaten out of a pig's head, Lin Xin handed over a cup of freshly picked up hot water, laughing harder than he was crying. The red marks under his clothes were faintly visible. Obviously these were all Ning Zhuya's handiwork, and it wasn't usual to be beaten up. Ning Zhuya, who was half lying on the sofa, didn't even look at it and directly said, "It's too hot," said, intentionally touched on the hemp rope placed aside, seemingly to make a move. Seeing this, Lin Xin trembled and hurriedly blew on it before handing it over again, smiling sarcastically. "Daughter-in-law, it's not hot now, it's just the right temperature." Ning Zhuya still didn't move. Seeing this, Lin Xin had no choice but to take a sip before coming forward to cover the soft red lips. In the next second, Ning Zhuya's throat moved slightly. Opening her eyes and glancing obliquely at Lin Xin, she let out a cold snort. Moments later, the lips parted. Ning Zhuya clasped her hands and spoke coldly. "I'll let you off the hook for now, but when you go home tonight, you'll find yourself a keyboard to kneel on." "Yes, yes." How could Lin Xin dare to resist? So he could only nod his head. Meanwhile, inside the chairman's office of the Canopy Group, Mother Ning crossed her legs and sat on the sofa, looking at the invitation in her hand and inquiring towards her husband behind her. "Miss Bai is getting engaged. Isn't that Xiao Jie the eldest son of the Qin family? How did he get involved with the Bai family?" Ning Donghong, who was pinching her shoulders, frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "Although we snatched some of the Qin family's properties, most of them are nowhere to be found, and it is assumed that they were taken by the Xiao Jie. It's just that I don't know what he wants to do. Actually mixing with the White family is a bit mind-boggling." Mother Ning placed the invitation on the coffee table and took out her cell phone and said indifferently, "Let Xiaoya go, just so she can bring Lin Xin along. Xiao Xin is definitely going to take over our family's industry in the future, so it's just right to let him experience more of these occasions, so that when he comes to the group for his internship in his junior year of college, it'll be easier for him." Upon hearing this, Ning Donghong nodded approvingly. "That's good. And then just wait for the two to graduate and you can just get a license and hold a wedding." As the call went through, Lin Xin's howling voice came from over there. "Hey, daughter-in-law, don't step on it. Didn't you just go all the way around me? Cheating again. Did I just say that? Turning things upside down. It seems that you haven't been taught enough lessons." Listening to the commotion on the other end of the phone, Mother Ning and Father Ning glanced at each other with surprise in their eyes. Are young people so high these days? It's still broad daylight and you can't help it? On the other side of Mordor University, inside the student council office, Ning Zhuya stomped Lin Xin on the ground with one foot, holding the cell phone in one hand while holding the folded twine in the other. After giving Lin Xin a fierce glare, Ning Zhuya then put her attention on her cell phone, attaching it to her ear. Seeing that it had quieted down, the Ning mother on the other end spoke about the engagement of the White family's eldest daughter in Xiao Jie, and did not forget to instruct her. "When you're out there, give people a little more face for Shin. Don't let outsiders look down on you." After that, the phone was hung up. Lin Xin, who was stepped on the floor, cried without tears and said, "Look, our mom has said so let me go, daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya looked at the aggrieved Lin Xin, and after thinking about it, she still lifted her feet and laid back on the sofa to the side, faintly saying, "Squeeze my feet and go to a party with me tomorrow." The following morning was early, and at the same time, it was also the day of the month-end exams of the Magic City University. Inside the office of the student council, Lin Xin took Ning Zhuya's soft little hand and said with a serious face, "Daughter-in-law, please stay by my side all the time." Ning Zhuya, who was planning to go to the examination room, twisted her head and returned expressionlessly. "Don't." Lin Xin almost fell to his knees, his eyes filled with sincere pleading. "I don't need you to do anything, just stay by my side at all times." "Ha!" Ning Zhuya snorted lightly and shook off his hand, her beautiful eyes glaring smugly at Lin Xin as she sneered. "Don't even think about it. Die you. Or rather, get as far away from me as you can." At those words, Lin Xin instantly broke down and hugged Ning Zhuya's leg, bawling, "Why? Just so you can sit next to me and show me the answers." Xiao Ting, who was on the side, took the pen and walked towards the outside of the office, her gaze pitifully glancing at Lin Xin, who was kneeling down and pretending to cry, and sighed helplessly. "I've been telling you for a long time that this exam is a little different. If you don't listen to a woman, you'll get what's coming to you." After saying that, Xiao Ting shook her head and walked out of the office, heading towards the examination room. Lin Xin, on the other hand, raised his head full of indignation and said with dissatisfaction, "Hu TM knew that our management studies are going to take a test on raising sows this time. String specialty. Mundo University has come up with an event where students are free to choose the subjects they want to take in order to let all the students relax before the exams." Lin Xin had also only learned about it this morning through Li Liang, and hadn't felt much when he got the news. But Ning Juya had just suggested that there should be another competition. If you lose, you can't sleep with her for a month. What a horrible punishment. Almost worse than killing him. You're on your own. Ning Juya nodded and smiled, directly shaking off Lin Xian's hand and walking towards the stairs. In his heart, he had even thought of how to punish this dogman Lin Xian, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. Lin Xian resignedly got up from the ground. His pupils were godless as he walked towards the examination room. This world is so cruel. I want to die. But soon, a dramatic scene occurred. Because all majors take the exam together, there are naturally multiple majors in one exam room, e.g. Qin Shi. By the time Lin Xian walked into the examination room, he was pulled into a center chair and sat down by Li Liang, who laughed. Well, are you sure about this exam? What do you think? Lin Xian returned with a sideways glance in his seat without a good mood. It would be odd for this to be a sure thing. Li Liang smiled mysteriously, nudged his mouth at Lin Xian's side, and laughed. We've got a big killer here. Seeing this, Lin Xian twisted his head to the other side in confusion, muttering, what big killer? Do you still know how to raise pigs? The sound of words ended abruptly, and Lin Xian's gaze looked in surprise at Qin Shi, who was sitting on the other side of himself, who smiled faintly. Li Liang raised his eyebrows and laughed. How is it? This killing aura is powerful. Not to mention other things, it's definitely no problem for us to pass. Qin Shi also sat in her seat somewhat awkwardly. She was also forced to sit down by Li Liang. In principle, as long as they were not in the same specialty, they could sit side by side, which was not considered to be touching the rules. Lin Xian's face was worried. This is not good. In his heart, he was secretly glad that Ning Juya had purposely run to another examination room. If she saw herself sitting with Qin Shi, she would have to tear herself alive. But sure enough, he didn't notice that in the corner spot, Sha Ting, who had a very weak presence, had posted the picture he had just taken. Then like a child who had done something bad, he sheepishly plopped down on his desk and waited for the test to begin. Soon, just when Lin Xian thought that this exam was stable, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, followed by a familiar figure walking in. Lin Xian was so scared that he hurriedly dug under the table, but it was too late. Ning Juya, who suddenly barged into the examination room with a cold face, walked directly to Lin Xian's table and grabbed his ear, pulling it towards the outside of the classroom without mercy. Lin Xian let out a pained voice with a bitter face. It hurts. It hurts. You're gentle. So then, in full view of everyone, Ning Juya directly grabbed the person and walked out of the classroom, causing the crowd to look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Helplessness flashed in the eyes of Li Liang, who was watching all this happen, and he shook his head. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ease the relationship between these two people, but it seems that this idea has fallen through. Outside the examination room, Ning Juya held Lin Xian's head under her arm with one hand and walked towards the examination room she was in, bowing her head in a cold voice. You've had a nice little life, left and right, haven't you? Lin Xian screamed and said with a bitter face. You're really mistaken. This is really a coincidence. It's not like you don't know where my exam room is. I don't care. Ning Juya directly and brutally glared at Lin Xian, and commanded at him, go kneel on a durian by yourself tonight. Lin Xian had no choice but to let out an "oh." After entering the examination room where Ning Juya was, Lin Xian helplessly sat next to her, and coincidentally the invigilator was still his own class teacher, Mr. Wang. Now, don't even say peeking. I guess I'll be warned all over again if I turn my head sideways. Lin Xian was immediately like a wilted eggplant, slumping lifelessly on his desk. Ning Juya, who had gotten the paper on the side, directly took advantage of the invigilator's effort to turn around and ruthlessly pinched his face, coldly grunting. The surrounding students saw the scene and silently didn't say anything, secretly pitying Lin Xian in their hearts. This guy was a bit miserable. Immediately after you get your papers, the exam officially begins. Lin Xian looked at the paper in his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched. It was the same thing as looking at astronomy and geography. It was completely unintelligible. He glanced at Ning Juya beside him with his remaining light, his mouth slightly open, only to see that she was writing without the slightest delay, as if she didn't need to engage in any thinking at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. You're just the big miss of the top group. How did you know about the discipline of raising pigs? Can't it be that it's an amateur hobby? Ning Juya, who noticed his strange eyes, glared over as if to say, wait for death you. It then returned its attention to the roll. The time for an exam passed quickly, and the end bell rang at the right time to end the exam. Lin Xian looked at the white paper that was taken away. The corner of his mouth twitched. No need to think. This exam is definitely hopeless. and sleeping on the sofa can't run away. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, stood up and directly tugged on Lin Xian's collar, dragging him towards the outside as she faintly said, "Come on, get ready for the party. I'll get you changed." Lin Xian, who was being dragged along the ground, sighed. "I want to die so badly. I can't live anymore." Ning Zhuya said with an unchanged face, "Don't worry, before I get tired of playing with you, even if you go to hell, I will drag you back." Lim Xin, "I thank you." By the time Ning Zhuya and Lin Xian returned to the villa after the exam, it was already afternoon. Ning Zhuya walked towards the upper floors with her slender jade legs, twisting her head to instruct Lin Xian, "You go make lunch. I want some Chinese food today, and if it's not well done, you know." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian walked directly towards the back kitchen, skimming his lips and whispering, "Cut, just do it. I'm not being a wifey. I just can't bear to let this woman starve." Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, went back to the bedroom to pick out Lin Xian's clothes for the dinner party. Going out, her man's image was still very important. Just as Ning Zhuya was carefully selecting her clothes, Lin Xian also walked into the middle of the kitchen and began wielding a spatula. Meanwhile, the White family, now ranked second in Magic City, was in full swing, inside a hotel building in Magic City. In the presidential suite, covering her stunning torso, Bai Junwan walked out of bed, casually picking up the underwear scattered on the ground and putting it on, her eyes looking towards Xiao Jia who was still lying on the bed, smiling charmingly. It's true that men are all the same, their mouths say they don't want it, but someone's body is quite honest. But now you should be able to trust me completely. After all, no woman would joke about her innocence. The streak of scarlet blood on the white sheet stood out as a stark reminder of what had happened last night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia stared deeply at the bloodstain and opened his mouth. "What the hell are you trying to do? I don't think there's anything about me that appeals to you that's worth the effort." In fact, Xiao Jia's mind was also in a bit of a trance. This was the first time he had ever done this kind of thing, and understood how important it was for a woman to be clean. But this Bai Junwan, who had clearly only worked with herself a few times, actually dared to do something so bold. What's there to dwell on? Bai Junwan, who had already gotten dressed, walked over to Xiao Jia's side and gave him a kiss on the side of his face. Her red lips attached to his ear and softly said, "I've been wanting a boyfriend for a long time, and you happen to be a great guy, so is it weird that I chose you? You are absolutely top-notch no matter your character or ability. So, you are qualified to be my husband and also qualified to join my Bai family." Bai Junwan got up and started to put on her high heels, bending over and saying faintly, "Of course, I won't ask you to change your name. After all, it is your mother's last name, and that I can still allow." Bai Junwan, who had put on her high heels, walked towards the outside of the suite, and while opening the door, she turned her head towards Xiao Jie, who was still lying on the bed, and smiled, "But you belong to me now, so you're not allowed to fancy yourself to another woman." With that said, the door to the suite slammed shut. Xiao Jie's pitch-black pupils watched Bai Junwan leave, then lay down on the soft bed in a daze, looking at the snow-white ceiling and muttering, "Should we try to believe her?" After his mother's death, he had been left alone and had accomplished his revenge without relying on anyone. But after the vengeance, what immediately followed was an endless sense of emptiness, which was the biggest reason why he wanted to commit suicide in the first place. But now it seems that this emptiness, as if it is going to be filled. Love is so unpredictable. Inside Ning Zhua's large villa, Lin Xian wore an apron with a bowl in his hand and sent a spoonful of beef fried rice to her mouth. Ning Zhuya, who was sitting leisurely in a chair without having to do anything, chewed and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xian had quite a feeling of feeding his daughter at the moment, and he couldn't stop the giggle on his face. Not to mention, when this woman is well behaved, she's downright adorable. Ning Zhuya, who had just swallowed a mouthful of rice, glanced at the silly smile on Lin Xian's face and realized that this guy's mind must be thinking of something strange again, and his face instantly turned cold. "You're smiling obtrusively and it's interfering with my dinner." At that, Lin Xian, who was wearing a pink apron, was disgruntled. "I'm just smiling, how else can I get in your way? The TV always says that it's healthier to smile. Don't you even know this common sense?" As the words fell, the atmosphere around them became oppressive all of a sudden. With a gloomy face, Ning Zhuya stood in front of Lin Xian's body, stretching out her scallion jade finger and pulling his face fiercely, with a dangerous smile on her face. "Did you just talk back to me? You heard wrong." Lin Xian's body honestly smiled sarcastically, while putting down the bowl in his hand and gently hugging her soft body into his embrace, comforting her. "How could I ever talk back to you? You must have misheard me. Good boy, let's get on with dinner." Ning Zhuya just sat on Lin Xian's lap with her hands clasped, her cold eyes looking at the fried rice he handed over with a spoon and taking small bites. The somber expression then soothed a bit, and he reached out to pat his face, smiling sweetly and warning, "If there's a next time, go kneel outside the villa all day and night by yourself. I'm not kidding you." Yes, Lin Xin nodded with a stiff smile. Seeing him like this, Ning Juya came forward and lightly touched Lin Xin's mouth, and when he was about to do so, his little tongue couldn't help but lick it. Lin Xin's body trembled as if he was electrocuted, all of which fell into Ning Juya's eyes, which were filled with compassionate love. The cool little hand slightly stroked up the side of his face, topping it with Lin Xin's forehead and cupping his face teasingly. "That's a really cute reaction, and since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you sleep on the couch tonight with impunity." Really? Lin Xin's face was delighted, but when he thought of Ning Juya that came in the past few days, his face immediately collapsed and he skimmed his lips. "Forget it, I think sleeping on the couch is fine, at least it's safe." As soon as the words fell, the villa immediately resounded with pig-killing screams, and Lin Xin was whisked away from the villa by Ning Juya, turning back to shout in dissatisfaction, "What did I do to you? For God's sake!" But soon, a group of bodyguards directly blocked his way, completely unable to escape. Under Lin Xin's horrified gaze, Ning Juya directly kicked over with a slipper, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was crushed underneath. Looking at Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him, Lin Xin covered his face pitifully and begged for mercy. "First of all, hit people do not hit the face. I rely on the face to eat, if broken, but you are the one who lost face. You don't want to go out and be told your man is ugly, do you?" Ning Juya, who was sitting on top of him, gave a crooked smile, then directly picked up the slipper and smacked it mercilessly toward Lin Xin's face. At night, the cold wind kept whistling, blowing away the clouds above, and a full moon revealed its original form. Outside a 5-star luxury hotel in Magic City, rows and rows of cars were parked on the roadside in a well-organized manner, and anyone picked out was a top-class luxury car. Today's dinner party was organized by the Bai family, and for this top family, most of them had given enough face to send almost all of them. More were curious about this so-called engagement, knowing that before this, there had never been any rumors about Bai Junwan, the eldest miss of the Bai family, not to mention the fact that the male lead was still the eldest young master of the Qin family, the former second family of the Magic City. In a Rolls-Royce on the road to the hotel, a familiar scene emerges. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, Ning Juya sat on Lin Xin's body, while the latter touched his reddened face and said helplessly, "I told you not to hit my face. This is half red and half white. How do you want me to meet people?" Upon hearing this, Ning Juya's lips rose as she reached out her hand to help Lin Xin rub it and said softly, "It's not because you're disobedient and all anticlimactic. If you were better behaved, how could I be willing to beat you? Che, do you believe it yourself?" Lin Xin gave her a blank look and spat. "It's obvious that you've got your own itchy hands and you're looking for a legitimate excuse." Ning Juya blinked and raised an eyebrow. "I'm just simply trying to discipline you. You dogman 3 days. I'm doing this for your own good." Hearing this unreasonable explanation, Lin Xin coldly grunted, and his salty hands began to frantically mooch off of him so that he could make up for the pain he felt inside. Ning Juya did not care about this. To train a man you need a meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots and a sugar, so that the relationship will last. These were all insights that she had realized over the long period of time that she had been conditioning Lin Xin. Soon the car arrived at the hotel where the party was being held. Dressed in a shiny black tuxedo, Lin Xin walked down, wearing scuffed shiny black leather shoes on his feet, and his entire demeanor was almost generally the same as those of a wealthy nobleman. What a fancy world for rich people. Lin Xin looked at the 2 large red banners outside the hotel, on which were written some words of blessing, and it looked like they were from a master's hand. A black crystal high-heel shoe then stepped out, followed closely by Ning Juya, who stepped out in a black dress. The turtleneck and lace half-sleeves and that gorgeous black skirt showed off her perfect figure almost to the fullest. On top of being simple and beautiful, it even fully emphasizes her small waist. This comment can be seen in the picture. Ning Juya's beautiful eyes glanced at the rest of her eyes and calmly walked over to Lin Xin, helping him straighten his slightly messy white tie and instructing him, "First time attending this kind of occasion, pay attention to your image later. I have specially chosen such handsome clothes for you. If you dare to make me lose face, go home and prepare to sleep on the floor." The corner of Lin Xin's mouth twitched. It was autumn. If he slept on the floor all night, he was guaranteed to catch a cold the next day. "Can't you be a little gentler? Just be gentle with me once in a while." Lin Xin bristled. He then reached out and took Ning Juya's small hand on his arm, his waist and back straight as he walked towards the inside of the 5-star hotel. Ning Juya also felt that what this guy said was somewhat reasonable, so she gently leaned her head on Lin Xin's shoulder. Outside the hotel the party hadn't started yet, so there were quite a few people lingering in the doorway locations and were talking to each other, looking for cooperation. However, as soon as the two of them, Lin Xin and Ning Juya, appeared on the stage, the faces of everyone present changed slightly, and there was some surprise in their gazes. Many people even whispered uncontrollably, "Isn't this the Ning family's eldest miss? Why is she here for the Bai family's dinner as well? Interesting, who doesn't know that the Ning family and the Bai family are rivals in the entire Magic City right now? I didn't expect that the Bai family would actually invite someone from the Ning family to come. Is that one the rumored second son of the Lin family? The Ning family is really developed this time." The voices of discussion continued to ring out, but most of the people's gazes were focused on Lin Xin, who was wearing a tuxedo, and there was a strong thirst in his eyes. After Lin Xin had helped Ning Juya resolve the Qin family's troubles last time, even she knew his identity, not to mention all these powerful people in the Magic City. When they learned that the Ning family's eldest miss had actually taken up with the Lin family's second son, their jaws dropped to the ground. One was the richest man in the Magic City, while the other was an old man with a hand in the family. How could they not be shocked? Ning Juya looked at the surprised gazes of these people, and there was a slight little smugness in her beautiful eyes. After all, this guy was the one she found. Saying that, he couldn't help but behave a little more closely with Lin Xin, and in the eyes of outsiders was simply a divine couple. At this point, Lin Xin, whose temperament was like that of a noble gentleman, broke in a second and spat. "Why are you hugging me so tight? It's not like you haven't done it before. I can't even walk well." Hearing this, the small complacency in Ning Juya's beautiful eyes instantly vanished, and the light smile on her delicate face tightened. In the next second, Lin Xin, who was walking towards the hotel's party hall, suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his waist, and subconsciously tried to scream out. But as he looked at the respectful gazes of the people around him, he could only hold back tears of desire. Babies cry inside. Babies don't talk. What is this woman so mad about again? She didn't just spit out a sentence, and then she started to move her hands, only to hear Ning Juya beside him leaning on his shoulder, eyeing the front and saying expressionlessly, "When we get home tonight, go sleep on the main street by yourself." The corners of Lin Xin's mouth moved imperceptibly, his heart wanting to cry. As the two of them walked into the elaborately decorated party hall, the gazes of the rest of the powerful nobles who were talking all looked over, and the atmosphere instantly became much quieter. "Long time no see, Ms. Ning." At this time, a raw material provider with great fame in Magic City walked over, with a somewhat plump figure. Ning Juya looked at the visitor and gently nodded after standing up straight, responding with a courteous smile. "Boss Dong, it's been a long time. The last time we were in the Canopy Group was really thanks to you." Boss Dong smiled and waved his hand indifferently. It's all a small matter. I've benefited a lot from being able to reach a cooperation with the Canopy Group." Lin Xin, who was on the side, looked incredulously at Ning Juya as she smiled and conversed, and felt that it was a bit unreal. This couldn't have been dropped. That little devil who couldn't move without a face would actually show a smile to outsiders. Could this be the top movie queen? One second she's cold and icy, the next she's all smiles. After a brief chat, Boss Dong smiled and left, giving Lin Xin one more glance on his way out with a friendly smile. This was the rumored heir of the Lin family's one, so it would naturally be beneficial if he could make friends. There are more than 10 minutes before the dinner begins. The idle and bored Lin Xin directly pulled Ning Juya to a corner seat inside as he looked at the powerful and wealthy people who had been talking to each other for a long time without showing any sign of fatigue. "It's so boring. It's not interesting at all." Ning Juya, who was on the side, said in a flat tone, "Don't worry. You'll be coming to occasions like this a lot more often. Happy?" "Heh." Lin Xin skimmed his mouth. Just at this time, a commotion once again came from outside the door of the five-star hotel, followed by the arrival of the two protagonists of this dinner party, surrounded by a large group of people, dressed in a white dress. Bai Junwan, her face painted with light makeup, smiled and greeted the people around her, looking at ease. Beside her, Xiao Jie, who was wearing a blue suit, saw the two Lin Xin sitting in the corner position at a glance and smiled and nodded, counting it as a greeting. Then came the official start of the dinner, and surrounded by this group of people, Bai Junwan took Xiao Jie's hand and slowly walked to the center of the meeting hall. She took the microphone handed to her by a hotel manager, then faced the crowd and smiled. "First of all, I welcome all of you to come to this banquet. The engagement ceremony will officially begin at noon tomorrow, and I hope that you will all show your support at that time. And secondly, the main reason why I have invited you all here tonight is to make an announcement." As soon as the words fell, the attention of the entire room was drawn to them, while curiosity could not help but arise in their hearts. It seems that this so-called dinner party today was specially convened by the Bai family in order to announce a certain event. What do you think it could be? In the corner, Lin Xian sent the peeled shrimp in his hand to Ning Juya's small mouth and asked curiously. Ning Juya took a small bite and returned without even thinking. What else could it be? Nothing more than the White family not being satisfied with the second position. At this time in the center of the meeting hall, just as Ning Juya had thought, Bai Junwan took a deep breath before smiling calmly. My Bai family will shift the group's center of gravity to Magic City from today, and I hope that everyone here will give more support at that time. At these words, the faces of those present changed slightly. The Bai family wanted to shift the center of development to the Magic City. This thing is not funny. You have to know that the Magic City is now the world of the Ning family. The Bai family to enter the Magic City. This is tantamount to declaring war with the Ning family. For a while, murmurs arose. TSK, is the Bai family crazy? Actually wanting to arm wrestle with the Ning family in this aspect of business. Isn't this looking for death? Who says it isn't? If there was only one Ning family alone, there might be some chance of winning. But now who in the entire Mordor doesn't know that the Ning family is backed by the god's capital Lin family? Not to mention the Mordor. Even if we look at the entire country, we can't find 2 or 3 that are currently able to compete with the Ning family. Listening to the dark sarcasm in her ears, Bai Junwan's face didn't change in the slightest. She just raised the microphone, her gaze looking towards Ning Juya who was sitting in the corner, and laughed in a cloudy manner. Ms. Ning Juya, what do you think? Everyone's eyes were attracted at once, curious as to how the other party would answer in the face of this fault-finding question. Boring trick. Ning Juya, who was sitting in the corner, was about to stand up when her afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin Xin, who was gorging on food, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a bad smile. At this moment, Lin Xin hadn't realized that a crisis had descended, and sighed with a satisfied face as he shelled the Australopithecine in his hand. It's a top-quality Australian dragon. I can't believe it's at every table. It's so damn rich. In the next second, his face instantly twisted, the movements in his hands stopped, and a cold voice came from his ears. If you don't want to sleep on the street tonight, get up and behave yourself right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin saw that everyone in the venue had their gazes looking this way, and his face was puzzled. But how should I behave? People, this big atmosphere of engagement. We use the urea bag to set people away. A little inappropriate. Ning Juya's small face darkened, and the hand that was placed on Lin Xion's waist directly came to a 180-degree rotation, hurting him so much that he subconsciously stood up. Ouch! Lin Xian yelped in pain. After seeing the eyes of the crowd focused on himself, it was a no-brainer. He had no choice but to harden his heart and say to Bai Junwan, who was not far away, with a pretense of a calm and self-assured smile, "It's rare that Ms. Bai is so motivated. We are all Chinese. If you encounter any difficulties, you can feel free to tell me. I believe my daughter-in-law won't mind helping you guys out." In the center of the meeting hall, after hearing Lin Xin finish speaking, Bai Junwan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Is this guy taking pity on himself? The gazes of the rest of the people also looked at Lin Xin somewhat oddly, their faces somewhat surprised. The words should be intentional, but not too revealing. At least now is still in the home of others. This is not a bit of sentiment left. Looking at the crowd's strange gazes, Lin Xin awkwardly looked at Ning Juya beside him in disbelief. Did I say anything wrong? It shouldn't be a problem to help each other. Ning Juya let out a put laugh. This time it wasn't a fake laugh, but she was really amused by Lin Xion's appearance. She stood up and raised her hand to touch Lin Xion's head. Satisfied. You've done a good job. I'm satisfied. I'll let you sleep in the bed tonight. Afterward, Ning Juya turned her head to look at the two of them, Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie, and said with a smile in front of the people present, "You heard what my husband said. What he means is what I mean. If Ms. Bai can't hold out any day, she can come to me. After all, I'm a person with a big heart of kindness, and I usually like to help out some cats, dogs, and whatnot." After saying that, Ning Juya took Lin Xion's hand and walked towards the outside of the hotel, only leaving the crowd with two dashing backs. Xiao Jie, who had been silently watching all of this, faintly said to Bai Junwan, whose face was a bit ugly, "It seems she doesn't have you in mind, then or now." The only talented woman recognized by the public in the Magic City business world is Ning Juya, and Bai Junwan, as the second, is rarely known for her talent in this area. It wasn't because Bai Junwan's talent wasn't enough, but it seemed somewhat insignificant in front of Ning Juya. After all, it's often the first that counts, and few people bother to find out about second place. Meanwhile, outside the five-star hotel, Lin Xin sighed. "I haven't eaten enough yet. Why are you walking so fast?" Ning Juya, who was walking beside him, said softly, "You could eat it even with all those people watching? Can Lin Xin said indifferently. As big as the sky is, eating is the biggest. In the end, this dinner, which had been carefully prepared by Bai Junwan, ended unhappily, and the atmosphere was all a bit subtle towards the end. Outside the parking lot of the hotel, Xiao Jie assumed the role of the driver and drove towards his home, turning to Bai Junwan on the passenger side and inquiring, "What are you going to do next?" In the end, it's not realistic to want to fight against the Ning family with the Bai family's current power. There should be something else in this that I don't know about. On the co-pilot, Bai Junwan looked sideways at the scene outside the car window, the corner of her mouth raised in an arc, and she sneered. After all is said and done, it's still the Lin family. Just wait. In a few more days you'll know that the so-called Lin family is only relying on one person to hold it together. Late at night, Sky Cloud Villa area. Don't you feel anything wrong about the White family? Inside the bedroom, Lin Xin gently helped Ning Juya remove her shoes, placing her small feet flat on the bed and covering her with the quilt. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya somewhat tiredly buried her face into the pillow and lazily said, "Who knows? Maybe they think they can be an even match with the Sky Curtain group after having those Qin family properties. Or maybe there's some other kind of undercurrent, but it's also definitely not going to let us know. So what's the point of us thinking about it so much? It's nothing more than a soldier's life, worthy of being a daughter-in-law. Your brain is just as good." Lin Xin hemmed and hawed and gave a well-timed pat on the back. Afterward, he also took off his shoes and nimbly got into the quilt, embracing that soft and warm delicate body, with a fresh fragrance filling his nose. "I'm tired today, so keep your hands to yourself." Oh, the following morning, the sky was just slightly light. God's capital, Lin family. Military life has long made Lin Xinghua get up early every day, wearing a military green cotton jacket in the yard to play Tai Chi, the movement of clouds and water. Just at this time, Lu Ying walked over with hurried footsteps and stood waiting with an anxious face. Lin Xinghua, who was playing Tai Chi, said in a flat tone, "Any movement on the dick side?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying nodded his head and spoke back in a grave tone. "Just now, our informant over in Xijing sent word that Lin Xiangbei has started to act again, and this time his actions are even greater than before." Lin Xiangbei was the second son of Lin Xinghua, the younger brother of Lin Xin's father, Lin Guodong. Lin Xinghua slowly retracted his stance and smiled helplessly. It seems that all these years of indulgence have in turn caused him to become more and more unscrupulous. With their own eldest son, that mediocre character is different. The character of the youngest son from childhood is extremely strong, in the officialdom, but also relying on the relationship of the Lin family, all the way to soar, a leap to become the governor of Xijing province. Then, Lu Ying's face was a bit worried as he said, "Still going to handle it the same way as before? I'm afraid the rest of the Führer's side is not easy to explain." "No." Lin Xinghua stepped aside to wipe his face with a hot towel and interrupted. "I'll go there myself this time. After all these years, it's time for some closure." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's face revealed a shocked look as he hurriedly said, "You don't have to go there in person at all. I can." "No." Lin Xinghua put down the towel and shook his head, raising his eyes to the sunrise that had just risen in the east. "He's my child no matter what, and I have to go myself this time. I've been thinking about this for a long time, so go down and make the arrangements." Lu Ying stood still and hesitated for a moment, but still nodded his head and walked out of the small courtyard, ready to arrange the trip. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Student Union of Magic City University, "What punishment do you think I'm going to give you?" Ning Juya looked at the report card in her hand, her little face smug, reaching out to pinch Lin Xin's face beside her, especially the zero duck egg roll in his hand, which was extraordinarily blinding. Lin Xin never thought that he could still have a zero score in his life, and this kind of taste is really indescribable. When Ning Juya, who was on the side, saw him in this state, her heart was even happier. Finally, he had gotten himself the first place, and although this first place was a little bit unorthodox, but at least he had worked hard to obtain it. "Alright, I know you're not very good at studying, so keep up the good work next time," Ning Juya comforted said. Lin Xin directly crumpled his report card into a ball and threw it into the trash can on the side, skimming his lips. "Shay, let's get you back to number 1 before you call me a bully." Just then, Lin Xin's cell phone rang, and he picked it up, followed by Ning Juya snatching it away. Looking at the caller ID on her cell phone, Ning Juya shook the phone and took Lin Xin's neck under her arm as she softly threatened, "Your old flame is coming for you again. Know what to say later." Lin Xin nodded with some difficulty, and Ning Juya then let him go before handing over the constantly vibrating cell phone. "You're so cute when you're jealous." Lin Xin's hand touched her small waist while he picked up the phone and said softly, "Hey." She's voice came from the other end. I was just asking, how are you thinking about going camping the last time we talked about it?" At those words, Lin Xian's face was a bit hesitant, and his gaze subconsciously glanced at someone who was eavesdropping close by. To be honest, he did have it in his heart to go. Camping was something that you only had to go to once to enjoy it, and he really hadn't been there in a while. What's more, this is the last time for college life. On the side, Ning Juya saw his appearance. How could she not understand what this guy was thinking? And directly snatched Lin Xian's cell phone with one hand and said faintly to the other end, "Camping is certainly no problem, but I don't suppose you'd mind an extra person." Qingxi on the other side of the phone froze for a moment when he heard Ning Juya's voice, then laughed. "Of course it's no problem. After all, camping is all about the more people the better. Then why don't you guys pack up what you're going to use today, and we'll leave tomorrow." After that, the phone was hung up first. On the sofa in the office, Ning Juya looked at the hung-up phone with an expressionless face and waved at Lin Xian beside her. "You come here." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, for some reason, came over a bit sheepishly and smiled sarcastically. "I wanted to say no to it, but you promised yourself. You can't blame me for that." In the next second, Ning Juya directly rode on Lin Xian's body and rubbed madly at his face, venting her dissatisfaction. "Hey, you lighten up, and how do you?" Lin Xian aggressively held Ning Juya's waist, lest she fall. "It's not easy to be a house husband. Without me, the family will fall apart." After a full 10 minutes or so, Ning Juya was satisfied and flopped down in Lin Xian's arms. All the dissatisfaction in her heart vented out, seemingly because of the action she had just taken. Her small face suddenly collapsed and she covered her abdomen with some difficulty. "Letting you mess around. This is hard." Lin Xian gave her a blank look. Afterwards, he reached out his muffled hand to help Ning Juya rub her stomach, and only then did the latter's face soothe a lot as she coldly grunted, "Are you teaching me things?" With that, he reached out his sinful hand again and began to jostle with Lin Xian. But soon, another call breaks the cozy atmosphere. Looking at the contacts displayed on her cell phone, Ning Juya's voice went cold as she looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "It seems that our Mr. Lin has not been blessed with a lot of sex. Just after disposing of one, here comes another one." At those words, Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he wisely didn't say anything, but instead took the cell phone and chose to connect it. Bai Junwen's voice came out from the other end, laughing, "Brother Lin Xian, you actually didn't come to my engagement ceremony today. It really makes my sister sad. My fiancé has some things he wants to talk to you about. Do you have time tonight?" "Of course, it's okay to bring that tigress of yours with you." Oh. Hearing Bai Junwen address Ning Juya, cold sweat subconsciously broke out behind Lin Xian's back, feeling as if he was being targeted by some kind of flood beast. Tigress. Lin Xian subconsciously looked sideways, and as expected, at that moment, Ning Juya's small face had completely clouded over, and was about to explode. He hurriedly hung up the phone in his hand and rushed forward to hug his daughter-in-law and coax her gently. "Good boy. We don't talk to that woman with long hair and short knowledge." "What tigress? Our daughter-in-law is clearly the world's first great beauty, gentle and virtuous." After being so pacified for a while, Ning Juya disgruntledly wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck and planted a kiss on his lips, her voice slightly icy. "I thought she wanted us to go up for dinner tonight. I'd like to see what that woman can pull." Lin Xian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, hugged his daughter-in-law tightly and nodded. "Yes, do you need me to prepare a sack?" Time passes slowly and the sun sets in the west. Toward evening, in a small roadside restaurant in Magic City, the atmosphere in the store was a bit gloomy. Outside the store were parked 2 luxury cars that looked like they were worth a lot of money, and in front of the door there was a closed sign. Ning Juya clasped her hands and looked at Bai Junwen, who was sitting across from her, and said in a cold voice, "Looks like you've been living the life lately, thinking you can catch up with me by finding a man like me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Junwen's face did not change as she picked up the kettle and poured a cup of water, raising her eyes and smiling lightly. "Why yes, I'm still self-aware of myself, and today it is Xiaojia who wants to find Lin Xian to talk. There is no way I also have to reluctantly chat with you." At this time, in the hotel's box, Lin Xian and Xiaojia were sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious than the two downstairs. Lin Xian didn't put up any kind of a fight against Xiaojia. He just took a sip of tea and lifted his head to faintly say, "I haven't thanked you for what happened to the Ning family last time. If it wasn't for you, I guess the consequences would have been even worse." Xiaojia, who was leaning his back on the chair, calmly locked eyes with Lin Xian and shook his head back. "It's all just a matter of getting what you want. I'm relying on the power behind you to bring down the Qin family, and the Ning family can live in peace with each other. So this is an alternative type of cooperation." Lin Xian gave a soft hum and then said, "So you asked me to come over today?" "Nothing, just want to remind you of something." Xiaojia crossed his arms in his lap, looked straight into Lin Xian's eyes, and said indifferently, Seeing as you helped me last time, I have to remind you that the White family's foray into the Magic City is not an empty rumor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin smiled at each other. Is it really just because I helped you, and not because you want to use me? Does it matter? Xiao Jie shrugged. Then his face suddenly became serious, and he said to Lin Xin in a serious tone, based on what I know about the Bai family these days, there may be someone behind the Bai family. I don't know who this person is, but I know that the Qin family is also that person's handiwork. Only now the Qin family is gone, so the Bai family has logically become another Qin family. Hearing these words, Lin Xin's eyes sank slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Honestly, it wasn't as if he hadn't thought about these, and although he didn't understand them in as much detail as Xiao Jie did, he did know the general twists and turns of them. After contemplating for a while, Lin Xin frowned at him and asked, and then what? I don't suppose there's anything you haven't said. Even the Qin family in its heyday couldn't do any damage to the current Ning family, let alone the Bai family, which was now on the same track as the Ning family. Even without Lin Xin's intervention, the Ning family could suppress the Bai family. After all, the richest man in the Magic City wasn't just a figure of speech. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie had a smile on his face. I like talking to smart people. He then went on to say, I'm an outsider after all. The White family can't tell me everything. Xiao Jie and Lin Xin looked at each other and said seriously, but I can feel that Bai Junwan seems to be very confident that the Lin family can't help the Ning family, although I don't know the exact cause. I'm afraid the water here is very deep. That's why I came all the way here to warn you. Stop. Lin Xin waved his hand and casually said, I don't believe you would be so kind. Although I don't have much contact with you, the impression you give me is that it's not a matter of concern, and I can't believe that you don't have a plan in this matter. The two of them then chatted for a while until they had come to a conclusion in their minds, before Lin Xin stood up and walked towards the outside of the box. On his way out, he also turned back to look at Xiao Jie one more time, his eyes deep as he opened his mouth. You seem to have changed. If the previous Xiao Jie gave Lin Xin the impression that he only cared about himself, the current Xiao Jie was the opposite. After saying that, Lin Xin directly pulled open the door and walked out of the box. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie, who was still sitting in his seat, did not change his face, but only quietly looked at Lin Xin's back as he left. At this moment downstairs, Ning Zhuya was confronting Bai Junwan, and the atmosphere was clearly a little off. Lin Xin, who had just walked down from the upper floors, saw this scene and even wondered if these two would have directly fought if he had come down a little later. Let's go. Lin Xin picked up Ning Zhuya, who was on the verge of fury, and held her small hand as he headed out. As she was leaving, Ning Zhuya even gave Bai Junwan a cold look, looking like she was furious in her heart. Bai Junwan, on the other hand, shrugged her shoulders and stood up to walk towards the upstairs box. At night, Lin Xin pulled Ning Zhuya for a walk in the park. There weren't many people around at the moment, only the street lamps flickered from time to time. Ning Zhuya inquired as she tucked her hand into Lin Xin's bag to bake it warm. What did you talk to that Jay Shah about? It's not much, it's just that he admires me too much, so he wants to be my little brother, Lin Xin said without thinking. At those words, Ning Zhuya's willow brows furrowed as she brought her own hand back and directly kicked towards Lin Xin's ass. Lin Xin had expected this and dodged to avoid it, but before he could get carried away, his face received a blow. With a crunching sound, Ning Zhuya grabbed him by the collar and asked again with no expression on her face, what did you talk about? Tell me everything. All of it, and if I find out you lied to me, you're done for. Lin Xin had no choice but to tell the whole story. The new book has been opened after being forcibly kissed. I got a license with the high-cold female president. Early the next morning, the Skycloud Villa area. It's still a little uncomfortable from not going hiking for so long. Outside the villa, Lin Xin sighed as he put all the things he would need for some camping trips into the car. Ning Zhuya, who was roasting warmth behind her, blew out a cold breath and wondered, you're into hiking and camping. That doesn't fit your persona, does it? At those words, Lin Xin said without turning his head back, it's not really that much, but I enjoy that atmosphere of camping, the freedom of it, it's very addictive. Soon, after preparing all the things to be used, Lin Xin took Ning Zhuya in his car and rushed towards the meeting place. Since it was still early in the day, the streets were hazy and foggy, and the city was especially quiet. After another while, Lin Xin received Li Liang and Qin Shi, and the four of them headed towards the famous camping spot together. Meanwhile, in the middle of the magic capital military region, unlike the quiet atmosphere of the city, most of the soldiers were now out at this hour to gather and start a new day of morning exercises. Inside the military governor's office, Lin Tian, who had changed back into his regular clothes, walked out of the office, and at this time, he had a straight posture, and it seemed that he had already had a workout. Behind him came a reminder from Army Commander Long. Remember to come back early, even though you're not an official soldier yet. Since Elder Lin handed you over to me, it's my responsibility to keep an eye on you. And, don't let me know you're there to see Lin Xin or I'll cancel your weekly vacation. Lin Tian didn't say anything and silently walked out, closing the office door. He looked at the sunrise that had begun to rise in the distant sky, his gaze a little confused as to where else he could go now. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided to go for a casual stroll around Magic City as a distraction. 2 hours later, Lin Xin and his group had already arrived at their destination this time, and at this point, they were no more than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. I told you to drive up. You have to show off, Lin Xin said with some reproach and dissatisfaction as he walked and carried Ning Juya, who had a stomachache. It's up to you, and isn't this with you behind my back? Ning Juya snorted coldly, then rubbed Lin Xin's face in displeasure. Now it made her look like a useless burden, and naturally her heart would not feel good if she was strong. Looking at the little hand that kept rubbing on his face, Lin Xin inwardly sighed, looked at the camping site not far away, and once again accelerated his pace. And behind them, Qin Shi and Li Liang, each carrying a small bag, unhurriedly followed behind Lin Xin, chatting one way or the other. It's so hard to drag Lin Xin, a wifely man, out for a trip. You should have something in mind, Li Liang asked with a smile. But unexpectedly, Qin Shi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the figure in front of him, and returned flatly. What can I think when it comes down to it? I'm not as good as her. A flash of surprise appeared on Li Liang's face and he said with a slight surprise, that's not like you. According to your character, shouldn't you be as stubborn as an ox? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi said with a complicated face, do you know what my first thought was when I realized that Lin Xin was in Smoke City? Go to him? Li Liang said without thinking. Qin Shi shook his head. My first thought was that even if I knew where he was right now, I couldn't help him, and I didn't have the vigor that Ning Zhua had to forcefully bring Lin Xin back. These words were undoubtedly proving that Qin Shi was self-consciously inferior to Ning Zhuya, and it wasn't normally difficult to make her come to this conclusion. Qin Shi raised his head and looked ahead to the scene of Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya playing around, i.e. envious and relieved, and laughed. So this time I just wanted to put an end to the relationship, and absolutely nothing else. Hearing this, Li Liang, who was on the side, fell silent and did not speak again. If Qin Shi also had an extraordinary background, perhaps the situation would be very different now. Li Liang understands that the other party is now not admitting defeat, but inferiority. Then, the group quickly reached the top of the mountain. Since it's not a holiday, there are hardly any other people at the campsite at the moment. Just empty lawns. Lyra whistled and laughed as he put down his backpack. Looks like we're a package deal. Lucky us. After resting for a while, it was natural to start pitching the tent. At this moment, Lin Xin was lying on the lawn, looking at Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on top of him, and inquired, why don't I set up a separate tent for you? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya, who was in a bad mood because of her upset stomach, expressionlessly returned, I don't care. If you don't want to get split up in the middle of the night, you can just set up 2 tents. I don't care anyway. The corners of Lin Xin's mouth twitched, and just then, his afterglow seemed to catch a glimpse of something, and his pupils shrunk. Then he sat up and hugged Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on top of him, and smiled faintly. I'm going to use the restroom. Why don't you take a break and rest? I'll be back in a little while. Ning Zhuya nodded and came forward to barf on the side of Lin Xin's face, stroking his head and nodding. Go on. Lin Xin then walked quickly towards the restrooms in the camping area. At this moment, not far from the toilet, Lin Tian, who was wearing a black jacket, walked out of the toilet, and was blocked by a figure. Lin Xin gazed into his eyes and said in a deep voice, it should just be a coincidence that you appeared here. Seeing Lin Xin appear, Lin Tian's eyes also flashed with surprise, then glancing at Li Liang and the others who were pitching their tents not far away, he shrugged and laughed, and who knows, maybe I came here specifically to see you. How about a nice coincidence? Want to take a walk together? Lin Tian smiled. Take a walk with me? Lin Xin's face was puzzled, wondering what exactly this guy had planned, but after thinking about it, he nodded, and then the two of them walked side by side towards a small forest not far away. Walking on the forest path, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how long it's been since the last time the two of us were alone like this. In response, Lin Xin simply replied back indifferently. What do you want to talk about when you look for me? Just say it directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian spread his hands and smiled sideways. What? Can't I, an older brother, find my younger brother to chat and take a break? Do you think I believe it? Lin Xin returned. Well, I actually don't believe it myself. Lin Tian spread his hands, then eyed the woods in front of him and slowly said, as the saying goes, the authorities are in the dark, and the onlookers are in the dark, so why do you think that is? As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of a propeller turning suddenly rang out from nowhere, which caused a touch of helplessness to appear in Lin Tian's eyes. With that, he stopped, his face especially rare and serious, and said to Lin Xin, because people in the situation have so many things to think about, they tend to lose their judgment over things. After a simple reminder, Lin Tian looked at the helicopter slowly cornering in the distance and said to Lin Xin, who was filled with incomprehension beside him, here comes your pickup, think about what I told you, or of course, you can selectively ignore it, although that's not a good option is all. After saying that, a familiar figure ran in the distance, and Lin Xin, who was still in a state of confusion, became even more puzzled. Isn't that Uncle Lu? Why is he here? Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Lin Xians looked at Lu Ying, who had already run close to him, in puzzlement. Lu Ying glanced at Lin Tian who was standing on the side and then said to Lin Xin, there's something going on over in Xijing. Elder Lin is going to make a trip in person and asked you to tag along. Xijing? Lin Xin froze. Wasn't that the province where his second uncle was from? Lu Ying nodded and explained. Elder Lin said that it's time for you to fulfill the third condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin could only nod helplessly, knowing that he had to go this time. So, he took a step and followed Lu Ying towards where the helicopter had landed, which happened to be where he was going to camp. Such a big commotion naturally startled Li Liang and the others, especially in Ning Juya's heart. A bad premonition surged up. As expected, she then saw Lin Xin, who was not far away following Lu Ying towards the side, and his small face, which was already a bit weak, was even paler at this moment. Landing on a helicopter aside, Elder Lin quietly watched the scene without speaking. Soon, Lu Ying took the first step towards the helicopter, while Lin Xin stayed in front of Ning Juya, not knowing how to explain. You're leaving again? Ning Juya's small face couldn't be seen for any emotions. After hesitating, Lin Xin still nodded and reached out to gather her into his arms, saying softly, that's what I promised before, and trust me, this is the last time, okay? At those words, Ning Juya, who was being held, softly said, what if I don't let you go? Lin Xin smiled and returned, then let's elope again. It's not the first time anyway. The corners of Ning Juya's mouth lifted slightly. She broke away from Lin Xin's embrace and touched his lips lightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Xin as she slowly said, since you said this is the last time, I'll believe you for once. Remember to come back early. I'll be waiting for you in Magic City. Good. Lin Xin nodded. He then took a step toward the helicopter not far away. Eventually, under Ning Juya's gaze, the helicopter's propellers began to turn once more and lifted off to leave the area. Li Liang's cell phone, on the other hand, vibrated gently, and he picked it up to see that it was a message sent by Lin Xin. In the distant grove, Lin Tian, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at the helicopter, which had turned into a small black dot, and muttered, let's hope you can figure it out, or fulfill the old man's wish. With that, he also turned around and left the place, intending to go straight back to the military area. On the other side of the helicopter, Lin Xin and his grandfather sat looking at each other. At this time, Lin Xinguo was looking at a document in his hand and said without lifting his head, remember the 3 conditions I told you about a while ago? Lin Xin nodded. Remember. First, don't start a conflict with Lin Tian. Second, to accompany you to a place. As for the third, you haven't told me exactly what it is. Lin Xinguo nodded and slowly said, this time it's to accompany me on a trip to Xijing, and I'll also tell you what the third condition is by the way. Hearing this, Lin Xin said in disbelief, isn't there a second uncle in Xijing? What happened that requires you to make a personal trip? You have to know that the second uncle that is the number 1 in the whole Xijing province, even if something big happens, he can still hold the top. Then what if it's your second uncle who has a problem? Lin Xinguo finally raised his head, his gaze deepened deep as he looked at his most satisfied grandson. With that, he handed over the document in his hand and said faintly, see for yourself. Lin Xin, full of doubt and incomprehension, took the document and began to look through it page by page, and at this time, Lu Ying, who was on the side, also slowly explained, since our country entered the internet age, scouts from all countries have started using it as a stepping stone to start a no-holds-barred war, and inciting the public is one of them. Lin Xin kept flipping through the cases in his hands, enough dozens of incidents on the internet, none of which drove the tempo to incite the people to riot. Such a thing in those old days would have been a capital offense, no doubt, and could not have gone any other way, but it's different when you put it in the internet age, where people online are unobtrusive, their thoughts are not confined, and they pretty much say whatever comes to mind. That's why even such incitement to destabilizing discourse in the country is rarely sanctioned. And what Lin Xian was looking at in his hands at this time was all about the internet events that had made a lot of noise in recent years, and none of them had incited the people's ideas to cause a riot. After spending a little time reading it, Lin Xian understood something and looked up at his grandfather's pale face and asked uncertainly, "These shouldn't be." Grandpa nodded and said lightly, "That's right. These are your second uncle's handiwork. Although he hid it well, I still found some traces after so many years, and all the fingers were all pointed at him." At these words, Lin Xian's face was stunned. "I don't understand why the second uncle, who is a provincial governor, would do such a thing. Their Lin family is neither short of money nor power. There is no point at all in doing such things. Wait until the place and you'll see." With that, Grandpa slowly closed his eyes and rested. Xijing was not far from the Magic City, and with the latest model of China's helicopters, it only took half a day's work to get there. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian could only temporarily put down the doubts in his heart for the time being and took out his own cell phone to tap on Ning Juya's text message. Before he could edit the message and send it out, the other end was the first to send a text message. A line of words that caught Lin Xian's eye. "Ning Juya, about when will you be back?" Lin Xian, "With any luck, I guess I'll be able to go back in a couple days." Ning Juya, "Aha." Lin Xian, "I'm not here. You have to take care of your health. Things have been bad for the past 2 days. If you get cold again, I'll be angry when I come back." Ning Juya, "Oh." Seeing this brief chat style, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Needless to think, this bitch must be sulking again in her heart, so I guess I'll have to coax her for a while when I go back. Thinking so, Lin Xian also closed his eyes and rested. There was still half a day's travel to the destination, and if you slept, it would pass in a moment. By the time Lin Xian arrived in Xijing, it was already in the afternoon, and there was still some time before evening. Lin Xiangbei, who had gotten the news long ago, waited for a long time and saw the helicopter land and smiled as he walked over. With a hint of respect in his voice, he said, "Dad, it's been so long since I've seen you, and you're still in such good spirits." Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian nodded faintly, looking at his second son, whom he hadn't seen for 3 years, and slowly said, "Why didn't Wangley come over? That granddaughter of mine should be in elementary school by now." Lin Xiangbei smiled and responded, "Xiaoli, she just went to pick up the kids, so I'm the only one waiting for you here. Why did you suddenly remember to come to Xijing for a break? Nor did you greet me in advance. If it wasn't for Big Brother telling me, I wouldn't have known you were coming." As they spoke, the group had already gotten into the car and drove towards a certain mansion in the city center. Lin Xian didn't say anything on this journey, just silently following along. He hadn't actually met this nominal second uncle a few times, so he wasn't really familiar with him and didn't bother talking. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a mansion. Looking at the 3-story small house in front of him, Lin Jinghua spoke inexplicably to his second son and said in a flat tone, "This little townhouse cost a lot of money, didn't it? It does seem like you've had a pretty good time these past few years." Lin Xiangbei, who had a slightly serious face, scratched his head and laughed. "It's not comparable to the courtyard house you live in, which has taken all my savings over the years." At that moment, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman came out holding a little girl's hand. Seeing this, Lin Xian politely called out second aunt. Wangley, who was holding her daughter, smiled and nodded, then turned to the old man and said in a respectful voice, "Dad, you're here." Lin Xiangbei also smiled and reached out his hand to touch his daughter's head, saying softly, "Xiao Ku, don't call Grandpa yet." "Good day, Grandpa," Lin Kuo shouted obediently, her cheeks slightly reddening on both sides. Lin Jinghua smiled and squatted down to hold his granddaughter in his arms, smiling kindly. "Coco, have you been good in school? Have you been disobedient?" Lin Kuo, milky and playful, "No, oh, Xiao, she is very good at school. The teacher praises me every day." On the side, Lin Xian's eyes were flashing with a doubt. Feeling a bit strange, this so-called cousin of his was brought to Xijing as soon as she was born, and seldom returned to God's capital for the festival and New Year's Eve, and she should not even have seen her grandfather's face a few times. So how did she come up to be so close? But looking at the laughing Lin Kuo, Lin Xian dispelled the doubt in his heart that he might have been overly concerned. Anymore, this is just a few years old. Soon the family entered the small townhouse in a happy atmosphere, without half-assing it. If it wasn't for his grandfather's own words, Lin Xian couldn't even believe that the peaceful-faced elder in front of him could be a criminal. Meanwhile, Magic City Airport, an airliner bound for Xijing slowly lifted off, with only a familiar figure sitting in the empty cabin. "Eldest miss, why don't you rest for a few days before going to find young Master Lin?" Ningda looked at Missy, whose lips were a little white, and said worriedly. Ning Juya shook her head, gazing at the brilliant red setting sun outside the cabin, and faintly said, "No, I'm not so tender that I can't handle a plane ride." Ning De, who was well aware of his stubborn temperament, shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him, silently sitting on the sidelines and standing guard in case anything unexpected happened. Night fell quickly, and a few moments of light shone down from the gray misty clouds. On one of the street walks in Yunjing, there were hardly any people to be seen now due to the cooler temperatures. Lin Xinghua, who had finished dinner, walked on the edge of the road with his backhand, his eyes looking at the bustling city, and asked a question to Lin Xin, who was following behind him. "Tell me what you've been noticing all afternoon that's not right." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin pondered and then returned. "Something's not right. If Herb was really behind this, he should have covered everything up when he knew you were coming over. Whether it was the small house that looked like it was worth a lot of money, or Lin Shi who was acting a little strange, something was very wrong. Can a governor who has been in office for less than 5 years really afford to buy a small 3-story house worth at least $10 million? But if Lin Shangbei was behind it, why didn't he cover it up before Grandpa arrived?" Hearing Lin Xin's reply, the old man stopped and turned to look. "Is that all you can see?" The old man's gaze is a little cold, no longer the previous calm, and before it seems to be a different person. Facing this coldness mixed with disappointment, Lin Xin subconsciously lowered his head down, not daring to face such a disappointed look from his grandfather. Seeing his grandson in this state, Lin Jinghua snorted coldly and indifferently. "Your heart is too cowardly, not decisive and resolute at all, and I'm a little sorry now that I let you stay with that little girl. I'm going to give you one more chance to say what's really straight from your heart." Under the streetlight, Lin Xin's face was hesitant for a moment, so he had to bite his teeth and answer again. "There's something strange looking about the second uncle's daughter, and the second aunt." Assuming that the second uncle's family was misunderstood, Lin Xin's words were tantamount to discrediting his family, which was punishable by heavy penalties in the Lin family. However, when Lin Jinghua heard this reply, his face recoiled and eased a bit, turning around and proceeding towards the front, his tone once again resuming its flatness. "Of course they're wondering, after all, is an imposter." "Imposter?" Lin Xin froze. A lot of thoughts went through his head at once. The next moment Grandpa's words confirmed Lin Xin's suspicions. "That's right. Whether it's my granddaughter Lin Kur or your second uncle's wife Wang Li, they're all fakes. It's all to fool me as a father." As they walked, the grandparents and grandchildren came to sit down in a bamboo pavilion, and the sound of the howling wind came from time to time to their ears. Looking at the silent night, Lin Jinhua's eyebrows drooped for a few moments as he opened his mouth with a complicated mind. "Let's make an exception today and tell you something you'll know before long anyway. Do you know why I've been strict with you since you were a child, but indulgent and spoiled with your brother Lin Tian?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin immediately raised a few spirits. To say that he didn't want to know would definitely be a lie. This question had been lingering in his mind since he was a child, and he had asked his grandfather a few times when he was small, but was greeted with a stern rebuke. Now that his grandfather was finally going to tell him, how could Lin Xin not be curious? Grandfather lifted his fingers lightly and sighed with a heavy heart, leaning his back against the bench of the bamboo pavilion and voicing the doubts that had lingered in the forest's confidence for so long. "Grandpa, I've been an official for so many years. It's inevitable that there are people who can't see eye to eye but don't dare to think of me, so they put it on you juniors." A cold wind came, and Lin Jinghua subconsciously shrunk his body. Seeing this, Lin Xin stood up and took off his own jacket and draped it over his grandfather's body, then sat back down again. Feeling the warmth of his clothes, Grandpa sighed. "People are getting old. I can't believe they can't even stand these frosts anymore." Immediately afterward, he continued on, "Your second uncle is the best example. In the past, his personality might have been a bit radical, but under the deliberate guidance of certain people, he still went down a crooked path, which is why I've been strict with you since you were a child. That man, your father, is too honest and one-dimensional. If you put the hopes of the Lin family on him, sooner or later he will be played to death by those people." Hearing this, Lin Xin froze for a moment, never expecting that it would actually be this reason. But this reason was a bit too far-fetched, right? All of this fell into Lin Xingguo's eyes, and a rare smile appeared on his face as he lightly laughed. "Does it seem like this reason is so bullshit that I, as a Führer, would be afraid of this? That's okay, maybe you'll know the answer tomorrow. Anyway, this is all my Lin family's business. It can't involve your brother. He's innocent, and that's why I'm indulging him." Lin Tian was, after all, only adopted by the Lin family, and everyone was well aware of that, whereas the next head of the Lin family was bound to be Lin Xin, who was his own grandson. "I've already sent him to the Mordor military region, and you've met with him. I know there's a lot of tension between the two of you, but I hope you can get along. Even if they're not biological brothers, but at least they've spent so much time together, so at least they shouldn't be at odds. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin nodded, suddenly remembering what Lin Tian had said when he came to Shijing. It seemed that he had known about this for a long time. In the end, the conflict between him and Lin Tian stemmed from mutual jealousy, but those were all things that happened when he was a child. At that moment, a dozen police cars sped by on the road not far away, startling the neighborhood. Lin Xin saw the police car speeding away and thought that Uncle Lu had not followed him tonight, and after silence, he opened his mouth. Are you going to do it tonight? Isn't it a bit too soon? Come on, go witness a farce. Grandpa stood up and walked headlong towards the black sedan that was approaching not far away. Seeing this, Lin Xin followed, his thoughts already in complete disarray. 10 minutes later, in the darkness of the night, a dozen police cars blocked the door of the small three-story house, and several gun-toting policemen guarded the entrance. As a black sedan drove up in the distance and slowly stopped, all the officers bowed their heads with respect and admiration. Luing walked over and pulled open the car door. To the old Lin who stepped out, respectfully, things have all been taken care of. Lin Shangbei's family is now all inside, as well as, that little girl has also been found out the news. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua nodded and walked towards the inside of the small ocean building. All of you stand guard here and stay put. Luing followed similarly after giving a command. At this time, the living room inside the small house was brightly lit, and there were traces of being turned over everywhere. Lin Shangbei's face was calm as he sat on the sofa, while Wan Li stayed in the upstairs bedroom with her daughter. The door was pushed open and Lin Jinghua walked in first. Lin Shangbei was still sitting on the sofa. A smile appeared at the corner of his sideways mouth as he opened his mouth. Dad, you're making quite a show of it. I thought I'd hidden it from you. Lin Jinghua coldly hummed. Since you have chosen to do it, you should be prepared to suffer the consequences. What consequences? Lin Shangbei stood up and spread his hands indifferently, then sneered. Luckily I had anticipated this happening and had already poisoned my dinner. So if you don't want to die, why don't you let your son go of me for once? If I didn't have my antidote, you old man probably wouldn't have lasted more than half a day before you had to go down and be reunited with Mom. At those words, the pupils of Lin Xin, who was standing behind his grandfather, shrank, and his face instantly became ugly. At this time, Lin Jinghua was laughing. Do you really think that your three-legged trick can be useful to me? You weren't even born when your old man and I were playing these with other people. Saying that, he directly took out a pill from his body and handed it to Lin Xin behind him without looking back. Here's the antidote. Lin Shangbei saw the scene but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop lifting up, watching Lin Xin eat the antidote and then laugh madly. Your old man is really generous. This is probably the only one left. Actually giving it to this kid. Lin Xin, who had just swallowed the antidote, stiffened his hand, but saw his grandfather wave his hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. Immediately after that, Luing took a few steps forward and effortlessly tackled Lin Shangbei and pressed him towards the outside. After he left, Lin Jinghua's body began to tremble slightly, and Lin Xin, who noticed this scene, hurriedly assisted him up and trembled. Grandpa, you should still have the antidote. Lin Jinghua, but calm face lying on the ground, looking at the ceiling gaze with the color of reminiscence, raised his hand and grabbed the arm of Lin Xin, whispered, Grandpa, I have lived for so long, life has long been no regrets. The only thing I cannot rest assured is your kid. I'm sorry, Xiao Xin. Lin Xin's eyes reddened and tears slid down his cheeks. Grandpa stretched out his calloused hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and laughed amiably. Your kid is still crying. Didn't you hate to stay far away from me before? Now that Grandpa is leaving, you can't bear to part with it. Those things I taught you should be memorized. They will definitely be used in the future. And in the future you will make your own decisions about your future. And the road after that will be your own. That Ning family girl doll is a nice kid. Don't let her down. You're no longer bound to me. And Grandpa didn't leave you with any good memories anyway. So people like me, just forget about them and go live the life you want to live. At this moment, Lin Xin looked at his grandfather who was explaining his last words in pain, tears slipping down his cheeks one by one, shaking his head in agony. Eventually, Grandpa's raised arm dropped naturally to the ground and he murmured in a barely audible voice, Shin, must, be happy. As the words fell, Grandpa's eyes lost their glamour, and his exposed arm meridians took on a dark color, looking extremely oozy, but a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's because at the last minute the words that you want to express inside are given a complete voice. The sound of Lin Xin's crumbling cries came from the living room, and Lu Ying, who stood in the doorway and watched it all, was likewise as if his heart was cut to ribbons, and muttered in disorientation, Elder Lin, why must you seek death? Late at night, Shijing suddenly had a pounding downpour. The rain pattered down and covered the whole city in an instant. Under the escort of the police car, all of Lin Xiangbei's family was sent to the police station, while Lin Jingguo's body was taken away by Lu Ying. Looking at the blood on the ground that had been washed away by the rain, Lin Xian inquired with red eyes, "Where are you going to bury Grandpa?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying, who had already packed everything up, spoke back in a deep voice. Elder Lin had commanded during his lifetime that he be buried wherever he died. Just build a closed grave in the divine capital. Looking at the moody Lin Xian, Lu Ying sighed, stepped forward and patted his shoulder and said softly, "Come back to me when you're in a better mood. Elder Lin left something for you." After saying that, Lu Ying turned around and got into his car, driving it away from here. In fact, there were still some hidden things he didn't say, mainly because he was afraid that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to accept it. Better to take your time. When the car was gone, it wasn't long before a roar of a sports car rang out in the silent blackness of the night, as if it were a light in the darkness. Afterward, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the door of the small house, and a silhouette walked towards Lin Xian with an umbrella. Tap tap, the sound of shoes stepping on rainwater rang out. Ning Zhuya, who was holding an umbrella, sighed as she looked at the disoriented Lin Xian and glanced at the bloody water at her feet. "It's only been half a day since I've watched you and you've gotten yourself into this mess." Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Ning Zhuya, who had suddenly appeared, and whispered, "Why are you here? Can I do it if I don't come?" Ning Zhuya glared at him. She then directly pulled Lin Xian's hand towards the car, muttering under her breath, "Next time if I let you go out alone, I'll write my name Ning Zhuya backwards." Glancing back at the absent-minded Lin Xian, she was even more heartbroken. She had never seen this guy so sad. Usually always look confident and calm, but how much suffering has been experienced and who knows. Soon, Ning Zhuya brought Lin Xian back to the hotel he had checked into. After returning to the presidential suite, Ning Zhuya directly pulled Lin Xian towards the bathroom, intending to give this guy a good wash. It didn't take long for the sound of Rinshin resisting to come out of the bathroom. "I can wash myself, Pop. Be good if you don't want a beating, or next time it won't be on your ass, but on your face." At the same time, Army Commander Long, who was far away in the magic capital military region, also received the news and called Lin Tian directly. Lin Tian didn't have any surprises after hearing about his grandfather's death. His face was filled with bashfulness as he walked out, but the moment the door closed, a touch of wetness slid down his cheeks. In front of the office window, Army Commander Long looked at the figure running wildly under the heavy rain and sighed helplessly before giving a standard military salute in the direction of Shijing. "Elder Lin, you have a slow journey. Tonight is destined to be filled with sadness, as an old man who has lived a life of military service passes away, but with his heart's desire fulfilled." Early the next morning, fresh from a heavy rain, the air still smelled of earth and aromatic grass. Inside the suite at the Siskiyou Hotel, as the door to the room was pushed open, Ning Zhuya, who was wearing a nightgown, walked in with a nutritious breakfast porridge. At this time, Lin Xian was lying on the bed in a daze, his mind constantly flashing back to the scenes of his childhood, and the sound of the stern reprimand was as if it was yesterday. Obviously, he has not yet recovered from yesterday's events. Not, I should say, no matter who, after experiencing that scene yesterday, more or less will be traumatized to the heart. This is the first time Lin Xian has encountered a family member dying. "Hey, you're not thinking of asking this young lady to feed you, are you?" Ning Zhuya held the kanji and opened her mouth. At those words, Lin Xian honestly sat up from the bed, his buttocks hurting a bit, and gave a far-fetched smile with a sideways glance. "No, I'll just do it myself." Ning Zhuya, who was standing by the bedside, stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds before handing over the kanji in his hand, which the latter reached out to take. Afterward, Ning Zhuya took off her shoes and burrowed into the warm comforter, and in the next instant, she was already lying in Lin Xian's arms, saying with some irritation, "I'm hungry too. Feed me." Lin Xian glanced down at Ning Zhuya, who was inexplicably sulking, but still obediently picked up the spoon and fed her a mouthful, whispering, "Why did you come to Shijing? Didn't I say I'd be back in a couple days? It's up to you." Ning Zhuya coldly grunted, "If I hadn't come, someone might still be lying on whichever street as a vagrant right now." The two of them took a bite out of each other like this, and the bowl of kanji quickly bottomed out. Lin Xian put the empty bowl aside, intending to lie back down and rest again, but Ning Zhuya blinked her big, soulful eyes and lay in his arms, saying faintly, "No sleeping. First tell me what happened yesterday or I'll kick your ass under the bed." Looking at Ning Zhuya with a look of wanting to get to the bottom of the matter, Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then sighed, and took the initiative to roll toward the bottom of the bed. Frozen Ning Zhuya, seeing Lin Xian, who was about to roll off the bottom of the bed. Her originally white and delicate face instantly turned gloomy, and she directly stretched out her small pink and white foot and viciously kicked it towards his butt. Ah! Lin Xin screamed miserably. His entire body rolled several times directly on the ground before stopping, rubbing his buttocks in pain, only to feel a fiery pain. Before he could regain his senses, Ning Juya directly leapt high from the bed and directly pressed down towards Lin Xin. If you try to hide, I'll strip you naked and throw you in the parade. Lin Xin subconsciously froze when he heard this, but it was this moment that was enough. In the next second, a heavy muffled grunt sounded in the bedroom, and Lin Xin's eyes were filled with horror. You say no. Inside the bedroom, Ning Juya condescendingly stared at Lin Xin, although she was asking a question but her tone was unusually domineering, more like an order. Looking at Ning Juya, whose attitude was as strong as ever, Lin Xin had no choice but to endure his hurt feelings and briefly recount the events of last night. But honestly, he's confused right now, and there's still a lot of things he hasn't figured out yet. Why did Grandpa choose to eat that meal even though he knew it was poisoned? And why did he choose to eat it even though he knew that if he had only caught Lin Xiangwei on the spot, there would have been no subsequent events? Perhaps these can only be answered by Uncle Lu. Ning Juya was silent for a while after hearing these things, then stood up from Lin Xin's body, patted the non-existent dust on her snow-white jade legs, and muttered, "Wouldn't you have said so earlier? You had to force me to get rough. What are you still lying on the floor for? Don't you want to sleep? I'll keep you company." A few moments later, Lin Xin sighed and lay back on the bed, and Ning Juya's soft and gentle petite body hugged him up, reaching out and burying his head in his chest, coaxing him as if he were a little baby. Sleep. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. Inside the bedroom of the hotel suite, Lin Xin opened his eyes and looked at the small face lying in his arms, still asleep, and moved gently to free his hand and quietly slipped out of bed. He still had to go to the police station to talk to Uncle Lu about some things, and he couldn't sleep well without unraveling the doubts in his heart. After getting dressed, Lin Xin glanced back at Ning Juya, who was lying unmoving on the bed, and then walked towards the door. Pulling the door open, a shadow enveloped his entire being. Ning De, who was guarding the doorway, looked expressionlessly at Lin Xin, who was trying to sneak away, and said in a muffled voice, "Young Master Lin, lie back obediently by yourself. Don't make things difficult for me." Lin Xin made a shoe gesture, then scowled at Ning De. "I'll just go out and come back soon. Xiaoya isn't she still sleeping right now? So I don't want to disturb her." Just then, movement came from behind Lin Xin, only to hear Ning Juya, whose back was turned this way, speak in a lazy tone. "Ning De, strip him naked and throw him on my bed. Don't even keep his underwear." "Yes, eldest Mississippi," Ning De answered. His eyes then looked straight at Lin Xin, and he began to roll up his sleeves, about to get his hands dirty. Seeing this, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Xin's forehead and hurriedly waved his hand. "No, don't bother you. I will do it myself." Immediately afterward, the bedroom door slammed shut, and Lin Xin stripped off his clothes as fast as he could before burrowing back into the bed. The quilt will two people's head cover. Then inside came out the sound of jostling, enough to last for a long time before the end. Even Lin Xin suspected that if not Ning Juya these days that came words must come to a bully. In the end, under Lin Xin's pleas for mercy, Ning Juya ruthlessly kissed him on the mouth and coldly grunted, "Next time something like that happens, I'll cut you off there and see if you still listen." Said the two of them put on their clothes and prepared to set off to the police station. All the way Lin Xin's hand was firmly held by Ning Juya, the domineering nature of the show in full view. In the car on the way to the Yunjing police station, Ning De took on the role of the driver, while Ning Juya reached out and gently placed Lin Xin's head on her lap. Using her hand to constantly caress his face, she lowered her head, casually pulling her sideburns behind her ears with her hand, and looked at Lin Xin and said in a soft voice, "I'm going to make an exception and be gentle with you for a few days, so you'd better not piss me off. Got it?" Lin Xin obediently nodded. In fact, he would like to say that in fact, according to the usual is on the line, have long been accustomed to that overbearing character, and now suddenly so gentle, but also a little uncomfortable. But I'm afraid I'll be conditioned if I say it. So think about it. The hotel they stayed in wasn't far from the police station. It was less than 10 minutes away. After a while, Ning De saw Lu Ying standing in front of the police station waiting from a long distance away, and directly drove the car over. "Miss, we're here." After the car came to a complete stop, Ning Juya took the lead and pushed open the door and walked down, followed closely by Lin Xin. Seeing Ning Juya who walked down, Lu Ying's face didn't change much. He had known that the other party would follow him. That's why he left so painfully yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Lin Xin alone there regardless. Looking at Lin Xin, whose appearance had returned to normal. Luing nodded and said, "Here it comes. Let's go then. Just in time for someone to be waiting for you." With that, Luing led Lin Xin and Ning Juya towards the inside of the police station, not saying a word along the way. Inside the police department office building, walking through 2 flights of stairs, Luing finally stopped slowly in front of an office and turned to Lin Xin. "You go in. The people inside are special. You have to be careful." Saying that, he looked sideways at Ning Juya again and apologized. "I'll just trouble Miss Ning to wait at the door for a while. There's no harm in letting that girl doll come in as well." There was a sudden movement in the quiet office. An old man's voice. Upon hearing this, Luing stopped talking and directly opened the office door. Ning Juya followed Lin Xin inside. The office door closed. At this time in the office, Lin Xin looked at the stooped old man sitting in front of the office window and said in surprise, "Grandpa Su, what brings you here?" Eyes on the window, Elder Su turned around and then smiled faintly. "After what happened, would it have been okay if I hadn't come?" With that, the old man walked over to the sofa and sat down, propping up his cane, and greeted Lin Xin and the 2 of them. "Don't just stand there. Come over here and sit down. Just in time to talk with me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin nodded his head, then reached out to take Ning Juya's small hand and walked over to sit down opposite the old man. Elder Su poured 3 cups of freshly brewed tea without haste and slowly said, "Doesn't it seem like your grandfather's death was fishy and out of place everywhere?" Lin Xin nodded honestly. The images of last night once again unconsciously surfaced in his mind, and his voice followed suit. "I thought about it all night yesterday, and I still don't think it's right. How can a single Lin Shangbei possibly fight Grandpa?" Elder Su, who took a sip of tea, snorted coldly. "Of course he can't possibly fight Jinghua, let alone one Lin Shangbei. Even if 10 or 100 Lin Shangbei were to be added together, it would still be a joke in front of Jinghua, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it's an old man playing with an urchin." These words made the doubts in Lin Xin deeper, and he wondered, then why? Elder Su didn't say anything, but just picked up a hospital report on the side and laid it in front of Lin Xin, sighing, "Why don't you take a look at this first? All the answers you want are here." Lin Xin picked up the report on the table with a puzzled mood, and after reading the information on it, his face was stunned, and there was a look of incredulity in his eyes, mixed with a strong sense of shock. Shocked for a long time, Lin Xin remained so. The side of the Ning Juya see the situation. Willow eyebrow slightly erected, directly reached out to his hands of the report to take over. Just a glance but also froze on the spot. A few prominent red letters on the report are particularly jarring. Terminal cancer. When was this? Lin Xin looked at the old man and trembled, his eyes reddening at once. Su Lao blew on the hot tea with a flat face and said softly, "Don't you already have an answer yourself? I was much the same as you are now when I found out about it, which happened to be not long after you were born. In the meantime, we have tried many kinds of methods, all of which could not be completely cured, and we could only invite international famous doctors to delay as much as possible. Until now, some people ask why it can be delayed for 20 years, because the old man was initially in the early stages of cancer, but because of the dark wounds from the war years the body could not bear the cancer treatment, so it could not be cured, and it was delayed from the early stages to the late stages." Inside the office of the police station, Elder Su looked up at Lin Xin and said flatly, "Now understand why your grandfather made that choice yesterday. Rather than being poisoned, he finally felt comfortable enough to leave, so he chose to seek death to end his life. Maybe it doesn't seem like much now, but I'm sure Lin Xiangbei will start to feel remorseful in the near future, and then return to a normal life. Theoretically, as long as you kill someone, no matter whether you are at fault or not, you have to go in and squat for 10 years, but under the authorization of Lin Jinghua, then alone for their own children to make an exception." Elder Su continued, "He has already asked me, as long as Lin Xiangbei really cleanses his mind, he will be able to come out, but if he remains unrepentant, there is nothing I can do." After saying that, Elder Su's gaze went back to Ning Juya, who was sitting beside Lin Xin, and he smiled kindly. "Just like Jinghua told me, a nice little girl. No wonder he's always calling me to brag that he's got a very nice granddaughter-in-law." Ning Juya nodded modestly and said, "Grandpa Su is overpraising." Lin Xin heard these words, but his heart ached again. He now fully understood that his grandfather's extra harshness towards himself was actually feigned. Just ask, what old man would not like his grandchildren? After chatting briefly for a while longer, Lin Xin, whose will had fallen into a depression, took Ning Juya and got up to leave the office. When the two left, Elder Su walked back over to the window and looked at the maple forest not far from the police station, his eyes revealing unspeakable sadness. Murmuring, he said, "The scene of killing the enemy in blood together on the battlefield. Now that I think about it, there is really some nostalgia. Ah, Jinghua, in order to his grandson, strong body for more than 10 years, which if anyone else would be unable to bear the pain, but his good brother Lin Xinghua did. Looking at the yellowing maple leaves falling from the maple tree in the distance, Elder Su sighed with a reminiscent gaze. Deceased people are fading one after another, like leaves falling in the wind. After saying that, the old man faced the radiant sun, forced himself to stand up straight to his originally stooped body, and slowly performed a military salute. Zhenguai, don't go too fast, old man, I'll be there for you in a few years. And at that moment outside the police station, Ning Zhuya was already sitting in the car, while Luing pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xin, saying softly, this is what Elder Lin left for you. It says the third condition to be completed by you. You can see for yourself how to choose. Lin Xin took the envelope and nodded. Thanks, Uncle Lu. Luing gave a spontaneous smile, raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to touch Lin Xin's head, but on second thought he patted his shoulder and laughed. Come on, don't get melodramatic with me here. You know I'm the one who can't stand that. Remember to call me if anything happens. I'll always be your uncle. Said the two hugged each other. Then under Lu Ying's gaze, Lin Xin turned around and pulled open the car door and sat in. The roar of the car rang out and headed off into the distance, disappearing at the end of the road. After that, Lin Xiangbei was sent to a prison in Yunjing, and no one told him exactly how long his sentence would be, perhaps a year or perhaps the entire rest of his life. As for his nominal wife, Wang Li, she was also incarcerated on suspicion of child abuse and other charges, while her adopted daughter, Lin Shi, became an orphan and was sent by the police to an orphanage. This incident was suppressed by Su Lao sent people, and with various reasons to convince the public. Lin Xiangbei's imprisonment is not known to the rest of the people, and the official reason is that the force is not enough, and helplessly chose to retire. On the way back to the hotel, after a long hesitation, Lin Xin opened the letter that his grandfather had left for him before he died. The contents of the letter were mostly words of concern, and Lin Xin read it word by word, unwilling to miss any details. Shin, by the time you read this letter, I'll probably be gone. Over these 10 years Grandpa knows that you have always hated Grandpa, and honestly when you chose to run away, I was relieved. As time passed, a tear dripped down onto the letter paper. These 2 days were probably the most Lin Xin had ever cried in his life. Lin Xin proceeded to look down out of the corner of his eye. As for the third condition I gave you, you are on your own. According to my investigation, your second uncle took a lover after marriage and gave birth to a little girl, who is now estimated to be about the same age as Lin Shi. That child is our Lin family's seed after all, so the third condition I'm giving you is to bring her back to the Lin family. As for how to arrange it later, it's up to you. In the bottom of the letter paper, but also left the sorry 3 words, and clearly seen above with traces of tears. Can imagine in writing this letter? The old man is with what kind of mood? Ning Zhuya silently took Lin Xin into her arms, gently stroking his head and comforting him. There's still me. At the same time, far away in the magic city, in the middle of the White family, Bai Chongda, the head of the Bai family, was sitting in a quiet attic, surrounded by books full of books and cleaned very neatly. At the moment he was frowning at the phone call when a modified voice came from the other end. That old man is dead. The favor between you and I is cleared, so I hope you'll behave yourself. Hearing this, Bai Chongda gruffly said, as the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. You want to set aside the relationship and withdraw from the scene. A little bit not very appropriate, right? The person on the other end coldly grunted. Retreat? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? In the end, this time it was that old man who begged for his own death. Or else I don't know when we'd have to wait. I've been plotting for decades for just one Lin Xiangbei, plus the Qin family is gone. So do you think there's anything else I can do? Anyway, you take care of yourself. I don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. You can figure out how to deal with that Lin family kid on your own. With that, the phone was hung right up. Seeing this, Bai Chongda's face sank for a moment, his countenance somewhat grim as he muttered. It seems like I can only rely on myself if I want to surpass the Ning family. Good thing that old guy from the Lin family is dead now, so I just need to focus on business next. But in fact, in the bottom of his heart, there is no doubt that the Canopy Group is a mountain in front of him. The probability of trying to go over it is very slim. It'll just have to come from somewhere else. In the restaurant within the Yunjing Hotel, it was already evening at the moment and the sky was beginning to darken. Lin Xin helplessly picked up a spoon and handed over a spoonful of vegetables to Ning Zhuya's small mouth, murmuring, shouldn't you be the one to feed me? Ning Zhuya glanced at the guy and lightly hummed, man, set your position clearly. Saying that, he directly kissed Lin Xin on the side of his face and opened his mouth with a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. People, when they're busy they forget what they're unhappy about. How about that? Am I being nice to you? Lim Shin, After another night's rest at the hotel, the following morning dawned. Lin Xin, who was planning to go out, looked at Ning Juya's weak little face on the bed, sighed, and still took off his jacket and laid back down on the bed, reaching out his hand to gently rub her stomach. Ning Juya, who wasn't in the best of shape, hugged Lin Xin's arm, her forehead breaking out in a cold sweat as she said with some difficulty, "Aren't you going to your cousin?" Lin Xin's large hand gently stroked over her small stomach, heartbreakingly wiping away the sweat from her forehead and smiling bitterly. "How can I go to someone in peace with you looking like this? Are all you women this serious when you have your period?" "It's okay," Ning Juya murmured with her eyes closed. "It's pretty mild, and we'll be fine when we get a day's rest." While rubbing his stomach, Lin Xin took the brown sugar water that was placed at the bedside over from his other arm that he had freed up. But Ning Juya's eyebrow was slightly wrinkled and she shook her head somewhat stubbornly. "I don't want to drink right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin muttered, "Just like you. You're still taking care of me. You can't even take care of yourself." In the next second, Lin Xin took a sip of the warm brown sugar water and directly kissed Ning Juya's small mouth, forcing her to drink it. So on and so forth. By the time the brown sugar water was finished, Ning Juya, who had a hard time sleeping all night, finally fell asleep. Inside the warm comforter, Lin Xin held her in his arms, feeling the aroma coming from her, and followed her to sleep. God's capital, Lin family. Inside the empty courtyard, almost most of the guards had been removed, and with Lin Lao gone, there was naturally no point in them staying here. Inside the old man's bedroom, Lin Guodong was tidying up the room as he kept putting away one piece of clothing after another into the suitcase next to him. Outside the door, Mother Zhang shook her head at the scene and turned to walk out. There were many various relatives in the Lin family, but the main vein only consisted of two people, Lin Guodong and Lin Shangbei, and now that the old man was gone, those usual flattering relatives could not even be seen. Maybe that's reality. A tree falls, a flock of birds scatters. I'm afraid that after the old man's funeral is held, those relatives will again come up to claim the family property, and for the sake of money and power won't even leave a bit of face. Eventually, with the deliberation of the three old men in China, the intention was to have a low-key funeral, which was the idea of most people in those days. People are already rowdy when they are alive, and it's natural for them to want a clean slate after they die, and there will be no shortage of ceremonies, and all the top officials of China will come. Early the next morning, Lin Xin left with peace of mind after repeatedly confirming that there was nothing seriously wrong with Ning Juya's body. On the way to the Sunshine Orphanage, Ning De had long ago investigated the orphanage's information. As he drove, he said, "According to my investigation yesterday, there is indeed a little girl named Lin Yu at the Sunshine Orphanage. After DNA identification, it can be determined that it is Lin Shangbei's own daughter. I learned from the director of the orphanage that this Lin Yu was sent to the orphanage not long after she was born, and left a sum of money behind." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin frowned and inquired, "Where is this child's mother?" "It's not clear yet." Ning De shook his head inside. "The hospital that delivered the baby at that time should be a private hospital, and it will take some time before we can investigate it." As the car continued to accelerate, it soon reached the fringes of the city and the roads began to be less crowded. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an architecturally ancient orphanage, the walls around it covered in moss, obviously having seen many years. The entire orphanage didn't cover a large area, at best 200 or 300 square feet, with an open space inside. Since there was no advance notice, naturally no one came to greet them. Lin Xin directly pushed open the large rusty iron door, when a middle-aged woman with short shoulder-length hair happened to pass by. When she saw the uncharacteristically dressed Lin Xin and Ning De following him, she stopped in her tracks and was surprised. "You are?" Since Ning De had come here once yesterday, or was received by the dean himself, the woman had some impression of him. Lin Xin smiled politely. "Auntie, are you the caretaker here? We're here to adopt a child, and we're wondering what the process is?" The woman nodded in surprise and responded, "I do work as a caregiver here, but I'm going out to get groceries right now, so why don't you guys go ahead and see about picking out which child?" With that, the woman called out toward the second floor, "Ma Yu, come down here, someone wants to adopt." With this shout, it didn't take a moment's effort for a young woman with a braided ponytail to walk out, looking about Lin Xin's age. "Ma Yu is the caretaker who just arrived. Let her show you around inside first." The middle-aged woman smiled and then walked out. Ma Yu shot a curious glance at Lin Xin and said in surprise, "Are you the ones who are going to adopt orphans?" It was no wonder she was surprised. Usually those who came to adopt orphans were basically people from ordinary families. Very few rich people came, and not to mention anything else. Lin Xin's outfit alone was clearly extraordinary just by looking at his appearance. Lin Xin nodded. He then walked towards the building with Mayu leading the way, learning a bit about the orphanage in the process. Mayu explained, the environment of our orphanage is already considered good in the city, and most of the children are quite well behaved. It's free time, so let me show you the little playground out back, and then if you fancy it, just make up some paperwork. Lin Xin, who was following behind, took the opportunity to inquire, then do you know a little girl named Lin Yu? Lin Yu. Hearing this name, Mayu glanced back at Lin Xin in surprise before nodding. Of course I know, but this child's situation is a bit special. The group walked through long corridors and finally arrived in front of an open field in the backyard of the orphanage, the sound of small children's giggles in their ears. Immediately after, Lin Xin followed Mayu to the small playground, and at a glance, there were about 20 to 30 half-meter tall children running on the lawn. After stopping, Mayu pointed to the little girl sitting alone under a big tree in the distance. Unlike the other children, the little girl was a bit scruffy looking, burying her head between her knees so that she couldn't see what she looked like. Then, Mayu spoke with a complicated face. Most of the children who come to our orphanage have already reached the age of 2 or 3, but very few like Lin Yu have been in the orphanage situation since birth. Inside the Sunshine Orphanage, Lin Xin saw the little girl sitting alone under a tree in the distance and was about to walk up. However, not far away, 3 children a year or 2 older than Lin Yu suddenly walked up to her and jeered at her. This ugly bitch is sitting here all alone again. Ha ha ha, so pathetic. Ha ha ha. Hearing the jeers of these people, the little girl named Lin Yu pressed her head even lower. Mayu beside Lin Xin naturally saw the scene and sighed somewhat helplessly. Here we go again. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin eyed the bullied Lin Yu in the distance and said in disbelief, does this sort of thing happen often? Mayu nodded in embarrassment and explained, most of the children in the orphanage have quirky personalities, plus Lin Yu is the youngest here, so she gets bullied a lot. Even if we, the caregivers, see to stop it, it will happen again next time. As a matter of fact, not to mention these children, even some of the small-minded caretakers dislike Lin Yu, but this was something Mayu did not say out loud. We were all co-workers after all, and if that got out, she figured she'd be stumped the next day. After hearing this, Lin Xin took a step towards that side, with Ningde and Mayu following behind him. Under the tree, all kinds of mocking voices kept entering Lin Yu's ears. The little boy in the lead, 4 or 5 years old, looked at her silence and bristled. It's boring, it's no fun. Just as the 3 little ones wanted to leave, they were suddenly enveloped by a layer of shadow, and they looked back in confusion, realizing that there were 3 more people behind them at some point. The leading boy's face changed when he saw Mayu, and he was immediately about to bolt, but he was picked up with one hand by the well-prepared Ningde. You don't learn at a young age, and you actually bully girls younger than you. Seeing that Ningde didn't do anything excessive, Mayu didn't stop him. How could she not understand now that Lin Xin was the one who had come specifically to find Lin Yu? His background was definitely not ordinary, and it was just as well to take this opportunity to give these bare children a lesson. You let go of me, you big bad boy. The boy kept struggling. The commotion over here quickly attracted the rest of the children who were running on the lawn, startled by the scene, and rushed to find a place to hide. After all, they were all orphans, and more fearful of life than the children of ordinary families. Lin Xin ignored this bare child's noise and walked directly to Lin Yu's front and squatted down, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. Keep your head up. Upon hearing this, the scruffily dressed Lin Yu fearfully revealed her small face with dirty stains, the corners of her eyes still glistening with tears, obviously having just been told to cry by those 3 children. Is your name Lin Yu? Lin Xin asked. Lin Yu timidly didn't say anything and looked at her big brother who suddenly appeared in front of her with some fear. Helpless, Lin Xin could only ask again, is your name Lin Yu? This time Lin Yu reacted, nodding almost imperceptibly. Looking at the fear of herself in her eyes, Lin Xin stretched out his hands and whispered, do you want to leave from here? After you leave here, you will be my Lin Xin's own sister, and no one will bully you anymore. After hearing that she could leave from here, Lin Yu finally gathered enough courage, a tremor in her tender voice. Think. Receiving an answer, Lin Xin was satisfied and picked her up. This sudden movement startled the little one, who hastily grabbed onto his collar and curled up in his warm embrace, gently patting her back. Lin Xin turned his head to Mayu and said, do the formalities, I'm taking this child away, he said, gently stroking the little one's messy hair and smiling after some thought. The name Lin Yu isn't cute at all. From today you'll be called Lin Shuer, and I'll be your brother Lin Xin from now on. Afterwards, Mayu took Lin Xin to do the formalities, while Ningde carried Lin Shuer towards the outside of the orphanage, intending to give the child a good wash. It was a full half hour before Lin Xin walked out of the orphanage with a few more adoption certificates in his hands. looking at the car parked on the side of the road. He directly pulled open the rear door and sat in, just in time to see Lin Shuer, who had already changed into a pink princess dress and small leather shoes, timidly sitting there. The originally messy hair exuded a milky scent unique to small children after being cleaned. Both sides of her cheeks carried a hint of pink, and her constantly dodging small eyes revealed her unsettled heart. As the car started, Lin Xian directly reached out and sat her down on his lap, touching her little face and smiling. Good boy, little Snowy, call out to your brother. The watery little eyes of Lin Shuer, who was held in her arms, glanced at him and directly lowered her head without speaking. Lin Xian is not angry, although this little Shuer's real father is the murderer of his grandfather. But the disaster is not as bad as his family. This truth he still knows. What's more, having been thrown into an orphanage not long after birth, and faced with such a grueling experience just like his own, Lin Xian couldn't hate it in any way. As he had said, Lin Shuer would be his own sister, and even without his grandfather's mandate, Lin Xian would take care of her. Soon, Lin Xian brought Lin Shuer back to the hotel where he had landed and opened the door to the suite. After changing into slippers, Lin Xian opened the bedroom door and shook his head helplessly when he saw that a certain little lazy cat was actually still sleeping on the bed. He walked over to the bed and directly tucked the cleanly washed little Shuer into the comforter, followed by laying down himself. The sleeping Ning Juya's eyes suddenly moved, and her small hand within the comforter grabbed something soft, and she subconsciously swept it into her arms. Confused, she opened her eyes and a pair of small, watery eyes filled with curiosity met her eyes. Ning Juya understood something when she saw Lin Xian lying beside the bed, and after surveying the soft and cuddly little one in her arms, she directly kissed her on the cheek and softly said, "Good boy, go to sleep." And Lin Shuer, who had never been treated like this before, felt incomparably at peace at the moment, and the warmth of the blanket caused her eyes to quickly start fighting, and she fell asleep in no time. Life at the orphanage was not easy. Even a good night's sleep was a luxury, not to mention the occasional teasing by the other children. This sleep was perhaps the most peaceful sleep Lin Shuer had ever had since she was born. Lin Xian, on the other hand, discussed the funeral with his parents before putting down his cell phone. According to the custom of God's capital, after the death of a person, he must be buried within 3 to 7 days. Allow me to make a long overdue plea for more urges and freebies. Men and women, you'd better show me some sense and don't force me to perform the 3 kowtows. The weather got colder in early November. Inside the Shijing Hotel, it was drizzling outside, and the rain continuously slapped against the windows making a slight rattling sound. Early in the morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw a pair of curious little eyes staring at him. Who else could it be if not Lin Shuer? Lazy pig, waking up at this hour. Ning Juya, who had already changed her clothes, walked over and reached out to hold the soft little Shuer in her arms before sitting down in front of the dresser and starting to brush her hair. Lin Shuer didn't resist either, and seemed very close to this kind and gentle big sister. Lin Xian, who sat up from the bed, looked at this cozy scene and felt as if it was not bad. Then his gaze went to the empty bowl on the side and wondered, "Daughter-in-law, where's my breakfast?" Ning Juya, who was combing little Shuer's hair, said in a rude manner, "Hungry, Lim Shin. Well, it seems that you have a new love and forget the old one. You don't even prepare the meal anymore. But you used to feed me." There was no other way. Lin Xian had to walk into the sweets kitchen in his pajamas and open the refrigerator, which was fully stocked with everything, and the spices were basically all matched. It's time to say no. It's worthy of being a 5-star hotel, basically no different than being at home. In front of the dresser, Ning Juya held 3 small bow headbands of different colors in her hands and looked towards the little Shuer in her arms, softly saying, "Which one do you like?" Lin Shuer blinks her soulful little eyes, her eyes staring straight at one of the pink bow headbands. She has never seen such a nice-looking headband before. No one ever gave her that when she was in the orphanage. Her hair was cut when it grew long and that was it. Ning Juan noticed her gaze, the corner of her mouth hooked, and directly wrapped the pink bow headband around her head twice, and a cute, perfect little ponytail hairstyle appeared. This hairstyle is just adorable with the creamy little face. Ning Juya couldn't help but directly bark on her small face, smilingly said, "Good girl, call sister to listen." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer obediently shouted, "Sister." At this time, Lin Xian, who walked out with a serving of scrambled eggs on the side, skimmed his lips and said, "Little Shuer, you haven't called me brother yet." After a long time of personally cooking, the room was filled with the rich aroma of eggs, and Lin Shuer's agitated nose sniffed as her cravings were aroused. Seeing this, Ning Juya directly hugged her and stood up towards Lin Xian's breakfast, then reached out and snatched it, tenderly saying to her, "Good girl, eat when you're hungry. If you don't have enough then ask your brother to cook it." Lin Shuer nodded vigorously, then directly and skillfully picked up her chopsticks and began to eliminate the scrambled eggs in front of her. Lin Xin looked at this scene expressionlessly, and then looked at the knife and fork in his hand, only feeling that the world was so realistic. Even if you don't give me a hug, you even grab your own food. Seemingly sensing someone's dissatisfaction, Ning Juya stopped, turned her head to glance at Lin Xin, and faintly said, "What? You're not convinced? Or, you have something against me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin hastily changed his attitude and smiled. "How come, daughter-in-law, you care so much about little Shuer? I couldn't be happier." Seeing this, Lin Shuer, who had already eliminated half of the eggs, raised her head and inquired innocently and purely, "Why is brother afraid of sister?" Ning Juya sat down again, stroked her little head, and laughed, "Because it's a woman's prerogative, but he can only be used by me alone. If little Shuer wants it, my sister will teach you how to temper a man in the future. Okay?" Lin Shuer nodded her head obediently as she sniffed, her two adorable eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lim Shin, "It's not necessary." After finishing breakfast, the three of them left the hotel and boarded the airplane to Magic City. After all, he had already stayed in Yunjing for several more days, and if he didn't go back, it would be too late for the funeral. These few days had also slowed down the grief in Lin Xin's heart a bit, but when he thought of his grandfather's hard work over the past 20 years, his heart grew heavy. At the same time, all of the top executives of China who were free flew to the divine capital at this moment, intending to bid the old man farewell for the last time. The name Lin Jinghua, whether in the military camp or in the political world, was undoubtedly in existence like a C-pin, which could be seen from the fact that he was sitting in the divine capital. Instead of legend, it would be more appropriate to express it as faith. Today, several warplanes from China descended on the divine capital, attracting the public's attention, and the media even took the first opportunity to report on it. Sniffing the wind. This was the newest type of fighter, and the people sitting on it were all big names from all over the world, and now they were actually gathered in the god's capital. What a shocking scene! And at this moment, within the Lin family's lobby, a coffin was quietly placed in the center, with several merit medals on it, the lowest of which were all second-class merit to start with. Because of the identity of the reason, in important positions, they can only come over in advance. Each person came to the three incense. Not inevitably, there are the old man's acquaintances, at the moment in tears. Outside the lobby, Lin was dressed all in black, his face in mourning. Zhang's mother came over from the side at this time, and she said in exasperation as she had just finished answering the phone, "These white-eyed wolves are really getting more and more excessive. Dad's first 7 days haven't even passed yet, and they're already thinking of splitting the family fortune. Don't have the slightest bit of cheek." Lin shook his head inside. It can't be helped. Who let Dad and Shangbei both go away now? It would be strange if they didn't have this in mind. Let's wait for Shin to come back tomorrow and see how he handles it. Whether he fights or holds it up, we'll just support it when we all do. If we don't teach these people a lesson, they really think our family is easy to bully. Mother Zhang nodded approvingly, her heart actually already having an answer. As parents, they knew Lin Xin's own character immensely well. Don't look at the usual smiley face in front of your favorite person, but when it really comes to this kind of time, there will never be half a bit of weakness. At the Anmen Gate in the center of the divine capital, the 5-star red flag, symbolizing the supreme status of the Chinese nation, had dropped to half-mast at the moment, and most of the people were unaware of the reason for this. At noon on November 2nd, a plane landed at Shenandoah Airport. Lin Xin stepped out of the cabin, stretched against the harsh sunlight, and exhaled. Ugh, finally back. Behind, Ning Juya was holding Lin Shuer right behind her, and the little guy had a big lollipop in his hand at the moment, which he was eating with gusto. Lin Xin also didn't understand that his daughter-in-law seemed to be very fond of Lin Shuer, causing him to lose some of his status now. Thinking of this, he immediately came over and smiled heatedly. "Wife, give me a kiss." Ning Juya, who was teasing little Shuer, glanced at him, then softly spat out a word, "Roll." At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out behind Lin Xin, somewhat familiar. "It looks like you've had a good little life, and you actually have the heart to flirt here." Inside the divine capital airport, Lin Xin looked at Lin Tian, who had appeared in front of him at some point, and subconsciously frowned before stretching. Turning to him, he said lightly, "I didn't expect you to actually be willing to come. I thought you wouldn't come." Saying that, Lin Xin turned his head to Ning Juya, who was holding little Shuer, and said, "You take little Cheryl back first. I'll be there later." Ning Juan nodded and locked eyes with him, saying faintly, "You better not be running again or I'll really break your legs." After saying that, Ning Juya hugged Lin Shuer and took the first step, and Ning Denature, who was the bodyguard, was the one who followed. Only then did Lin Xin turn around and look. Let's talk. I happen to have something I want to ask you. That's exactly what I want. Lin Tian nodded with his hands in his pockets. The two seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder in their conversation. And no one would be surprised if they suddenly fought in the next second. The two brothers just walked towards the corner of the airport. Lin Xin asked as he walked. You've known about Grandpa for a long time? Lin Tian nodded his head and said in a frivolous tone. It's alright. It's only a few years before someone knew about it. Suddenly, the two said in unison. Sometimes I really envy you. In this moment, neither was surprised by what they thought of each other. As the older brother, Lin Tian grew up in fine clothes, but longed for his grandfather's expectations of his younger brother, hoping that the one who would shoulder the Lin family would be himself. As a younger brother, Haishan, on the other hand, expects a normal life and therefore envies his brother greatly. After a few more moments, the two had made their way to an uninvited corner of the airport, and their steps stopped at the same time. Lin Tian stretched his muscles and rubbed his neck. I've investigated, and this is a dead zone for airport surveillance. Whatever happens, no one will bother us. Lin Xin understood what he meant and similarly rolled up his sleeves. In the next second, both of them swung their fists toward each other at the same time. This fight will completely break the feud between the two for so many years and get along as Grandpa would have wanted. So after an hour, inside the Lin family courtyard, Mother Zhang and Ning Juya, who were planning to go out, watched as Lin Xin and Lin Tian both walked in with their noses bruised and swollen, and froze in a flax of surprise. What have you guys been doing? And why have you gotten yourselves into this mess? Lin Tian and Lin Xin skimmed their heads at the same time and said, I fell on the road. It's nothing. Seeing the two men's stiff upper lip, Zhang mother immediately pulled Lin Tian towards the house in a heartbroken manner, while Ning Juya first dragged Lin Xin towards a small room on the side. Why are you? Don't punch me in the face. I was wrong. So wrong. When Lin Tian heard the commotion, he subconsciously shrunk his body and couldn't help but glance in the direction the sound came from. This younger sibling didn't seem to be generally cranky, and was actually going to make a move after all this. At this moment, Lin Tian was actually a little glad that he hadn't found a girlfriend yet. This kind of creature like a woman was really too scary. When the door to the hut opened, Ning Juya expressionlessly pulled the aggrieved Lin Xin out and walked towards the inner room. Mother Zhang, who was applying anti-swelling medicine to Lin Tian, hurriedly greeted him. Come and put the medicine on quickly, in case it leaves any scars. Then the one responsible for applying the medicine was naturally Ning Juya, only to see her mercilessly sprinkle the medicine on Lin Xion's wound, the latter immediately grimacing in pain. Daughter-in-law, are you trying to murder your own husband? I'm not medicating you, am I? Is it possible that this is internal in your hand? Shut up. After a long time of twists and turns, Lin Xian was finally medicated, and as for Lin Tian, he had already left by now. Just when Mother Zhang wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, a small figure trotted in from outside the house and jumped headfirst into Ning Juya's arms. Sis. Little Snowy looked up and blinked her soulful little eyes. Today the little one is dressed in a pink lolita and looks just like a little princess. Slow down. Lin's father came in from outside at this time as well. Ning Juya picked little Shuer up and said with a smile, how was it? Did you have a good time? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's small head nodded vigorously. Then her gaze went to Lin Xian who was on the side. Under his expectant gaze, Lin Shuer queried, Kitten? Rinshin? Zhang mother was also happy to see this budding little guy. Smilingly said, I've wanted a daughter for a long time, and now it's just as well that Yuki has filled the gap. It's really better to have a daughter. Once again struck Lin Xin. So, I'm an accident? Lin Guodong naturally liked this even more and laughed in a rare manner. When this period of time is over, we'll take Yuki to the household register, and it's time for her to start kindergarten. So who's going to take her then? It's better if we do it. Lin Xin bristled as he got in someone's way. Upon hearing this, Mother Zhang nodded. Well, that's good. Your father and I don't have a lot of time for the kids. After the death of the old man, all of the Lin family's property needed someone to take care of it, and the couple had just been so busy with this a while ago that they couldn't spare any time at all. After a brief chat, just as Lin Xin was planning to go and offer incense to his grandfather, Lin father suddenly said, Shin, wait. Saying that, under Lin Xion's puzzled gaze, Lin Guodong took out an exquisitely compact ring from his body that was expensive at first glance and explained, I rummaged this out of your grandfather's locker and left a little note inside saying it was for you. Take it and use it for your marriage to Xiaoya later. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took it suspiciously and curiously glanced at the ring in his hand, in the very center of which was set a small oval crystal that appeared to be engraved with words. Hua. Alright. Lin Xian nodded and took the ring before walking in the direction of the lobby. Ning Juya looked down at the milky, creamy little schwer, and dotingly took out a candy from her body and tore off the wrapping before placing it into her small, pink mouth. Is it good? Aha! Mother Zhang watched from the sidelines and sighed. Not to mention, little schwer will definitely grow up to be just as beautiful as Xiaoya. November 3rd, the same day the old man was prepared for burial. Early that morning, those distant relatives of the Lin family almost trampled the threshold. Obviously it was a white affair, but everyone's face was filled with joy. How disgusting. As Lin Xin looked at this scene, it would definitely be a lie to say that there was no dissatisfaction in his heart. Normally, when the old man was around, he hadn't seen these relatives go through the motions, but now, once the old man was gone, they all flocked over. It's not that easy to split the family fortune. As a swana sounded on, Lin Xin, who was clad in a white coat, stepped forward and kowtowed respectfully to the coffin. In the corner, 5 or 6 old men watched the scene, their faces solemn while talking in low voices. This Xinguo fellow has cultivated a good grandson. It's not a waste of his efforts for so many years. To deter these people? Today is the day of Xinguo's burial after all, and I don't want something to disgust him. Well, no need. It's a man's own business. Leave it to the boy. As several strong men carrying the coffin came forward, the ancient and heavy coffin was lifted up at once and carried towards the outside of the courtyard. Since it was a closed grave, the place of burial was not far from the Lin family, at most a small half-hour away. Ning Juya had finished paying homage to the old man yesterday, so she took Lin Schwer out today. In local custom, small children and young women are best kept away from such white affairs, which are said to be unlucky. But even so, Ning Juya was still holding Lin Schwer as she followed far behind the large rear of the group, with the rushing Ning father and mother on the sidelines. In the funeral procession, 2 bloated middle-aged women looked at each other and nodded imperceptibly. They were after the Lin family's fortune, but they needed an excuse to claim it. So they moved to disrupt the funeral. This may be called, there is a way to heaven you don't go, and there is no door to hell you break in. On the streets of God's capital, pedestrians who heard the commotion made way and stood on both sides of the road quietly watching. Inside a certain alley, a group of 10 people were looking at the funeral procession walking not far away and were discussing something in a low voice. Ready? As long as we mess up the funeral, each of us will get $500,000 by then, so you all get on the ball. Don't worry, big brother. I've got the manure and water truck ready. As long as they dare to come over, I'll just drive over them. It's an accident anyway, they can't do anything to me. This old thing funeral array is quite big. That coffin looks also not cheap. Really a pity, if the money to us are enough for our brothers to have a good dash for a while. Soon, as the funeral procession got closer, just as the skinny man was about to go to his car, he was stopped in his tracks by a figure. Lin Tian, who still had a band-aid on his face, looked at the 10 people with an icy gaze and provoked them with suppressed anger. Yo, I heard you guys were going to do something about my grandpa's funeral, so I'm here in person to have some fun with you scumbags. Upon hearing this, how could the leading big brother not realize that things were lost, and directly ordered his little brother, give it to me. Finish him off in 5 minutes. Don't waste time. The 9 junior brothers looked at Lin Tian in unison with unfavorable faces, rubbed their fists, and sneered. Kid, you asked for it. Then, the 9 of them rushed towards Lin Tian in unison, intending to directly beat this ungrateful fellow down. About 3 minutes later, Lin Tian calmly touched out a cigarette from his pants bag and lit it. As for the 10 punks, they were wounded and bruised on the ground wailing. Next to them there was a slender iron bar that was smoked because of the excessive force. After spitting out a mouthful of white smoke, Lin Tian walked to the leading punk with the cigarette in his mouth and squatted down in front of him, directly grabbing a handful of his hair and inquiring, I'm only going to give you one chance to answer my questions if you don't want to spend the rest of your life in bed. Who paid you to come here? Upon hearing this, the head of the gangsters trembled and uttered a name. After receiving the answer, Lin Tian nodded, letting go of the guy and standing up again. Just when the punk thought he had escaped, a foot stomped down on his third leg without mercy. In a flash, severe pain that could not be described in words enveloped his body, and he cried out in pain, his wails echoing in the silent alley. Don't worry, timely treatment might still work. Lin Tian casually threw the half-smoked cigarette into his mouth. With that, he turned and left the alley, following toward the distant funeral procession. At this time, among the funeral procession, Zhao Malian, who was the point person, saw that no one had come out to make trouble after a long time, and couldn't help but curse. Bunch of assholes who take money and don't do anything. This caused her plan to mess up to go down the drain, and originally wanted to take advantage of this matter to put pressure on Lin Guodong's family, but now she could only think of other ways. After 10 minutes or so, the group finally arrived at the cemetery. This area is all surrounded by green mountains and green water, with fertile soil, definitely considered a feng shui treasure. To be able to find such a place in the middle of the Divine City district, the price was naturally not expensive. It was a good thing that all of this mountain belonged to the Lin family. If it were anyone else, it would have to be more than $10 million to say the least. Solved? Lin Xian looked at Lin Tian, who was walking beside him, and inquired. Lin Tian nodded, his eyes looking at the coffin that had already been buried. A few strong men around him were filling in the soil, and there was a tombstone next to it. He inquired to Lin Xian, how did you know that there would be trouble in that place? Lin Xian, who was also eyeing the burial ceremony, returned with deep eyes. It's simple. As long as you don't look high and low at these pretenders behind you, you can naturally guess what they're thinking. When Grandpa was around, people couldn't get a penny and didn't dare to have any ideas, but now that Grandpa is dead, their minds will definitely come alive. Just watch. I guess there's more to come. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's afterglow glanced at him and then said in a flat tone, my share of the family fortune. You keep it. Are you serious? Lin Xian twisted his head to look at him in surprise. Aha! Lin Tian nodded his head and said, the Lin family has raised me for more than 20 years. Just the favor alone is more than I can repay. So how can I have the cheek to come and share the family's wealth? Lin Xian seriously returned. You know, we never wanted to treat you as an outsider. That's why I feel indebted. Lin Tian let out a bitter smile. As the burial ceremony ended, Lin Xian and Lin Tian, as direct descendants, walked over to the tombstone and knelt down, heavily kowtowing a few times. Lin Tian felt that he owed the Lin family, and why wouldn't Lin Xian feel that he owed his grandfather too much, and that Lin Tian was the only one who had taken care of him all these years? Instead, Lin Xian's family is living a contented life without knowing anything. Both of them said in unison at the same time, Grandpa, you have a good journey. At the sight of this scene, several elderly people standing at the back of the line couldn't help but weep, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. Alas, people just can't do it when they're old. They actually shed tears at a great age. Who says it isn't? This Xinghua fellow even left us several old comrades behind and went off alone first. Around a strong sun rising in the east surfaced dazzling figure. The sunshine spilled down. Let a 5-star red flag inserted in front of the tombstone fluttering in the wind. Glittering. Noon. The Lin family. After eating the carefully prepared lunch, the lobby was now filled with various distant relatives of the Lin family, all looking at Lin Guodong, who was sitting at the main seat, with thick smiles. Zhao Malian, who has long had a heart of gold, finally couldn't hold back, smilingly inquired towards Lin Guodong. Guodong, now that the old master is in the ground, and Lin Shangbei is now nowhere to be found, the burden of the Lin family has all fallen on you as a family. We as relatives, should help you share some pressure. You see, it's good that no one started, but when someone started, it was like a switch was flipped, and all the aunts and uncles present couldn't help themselves, and they all opened their mouths to say, yes, yes. The old man went too suddenly. We are all family. It's only right to help you guys share a little. Guodong you see your nephew will soon go to Luoyang to study at the university, now just missing a place to live. You see our family is not in Luoyang, has a villa. Yes, my daughter will soon be in kindergarten. People must have a house in the city. You see, can you help? After all, we are all family. The original atmosphere was still somewhat quiet, but under the deliberate guidance of some people it instantly became a mess, comparable to those food markets outside. And at this time within the noisy lobby, Lin Guodong, who was strongly holding back his anger, sat on the main seat and spoke in a deep voice. I can't make a decision on this matter. The old master had already made a will when he died. All of the Lin family's properties would be handed over to my son Lin Xian to distribute. And, the old man has only just entered the ground. You guys are in such a hurry. Isn't it a bit too much? Seeing that the coldness in Lin Guodong's eyes grew stronger, these relatives seemed to realize that their eating was a bit ugly, and one by one, they all closed their mouths. Seeing this, Zhao Malian, who was the first to open her mouth, could not bear it and directly yelled in dissatisfaction. All of it was given to your son? The old master is going too far. Those are all properties belonging to the Lin family. What qualifications does he have to give them all to your son? Those of us who have worked so hard for the Lin family for so many years and in the end get nothing. This is not bullying. The family property belongs to your son. And you say such things. This last sentence succeeded in mobilizing the crowd's emotions again, and their future riches could all depend on today. What's with the face? Is it even money? Just as the situation was about to become chaotic once more, a sudden voice came from outside the house, followed by the door being pushed open and Lin Xian walking in. What's going on? That's so hilarious. Let me hear about it too. Lin Xian, who was wearing a kind smile, looked at these relatives and carried a bulging black plastic bag in his hand. Seeing that the rightful owner had finally appeared, Zhao Meilian's accomplices couldn't help themselves and directly said, "Lin Xin, you're just a junior. Where is your place to speak here? We just want justice today. My man has given so much to the Lin family, shouldn't he get a share of the family fortune? And I've heard that you have a girlfriend, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, the richest family in Mordor, right? You don't like this anyway, so what's wrong with giving up the Lin family's fortune to us?" Hearing these words, Lin Xin couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter, looking at the mean woman who had spoken out, and coldly said, "If I remember correctly, the one in your family has been separated from our Lin family for I don't know how many generations. What has your man paid for the Lin family?" At this comment, perhaps having hit a sore spot, the woman was annoyed. "My husband, he does his duty every day in the Lin family's business. Doesn't he contribute?" These words instantly revealed how much brain water the woman had, and the rest of the relatives around them all subconsciously moved away a bit when they saw this, with disdain in their gazes. You can't help it if you're provoked by someone twice. What a dumbass. Seeing the attitude of these people, Lin Xin directly showed his cards, only to see him pour out the contents of the black plastic bag in his hand. Several certificates of assets such as real estate certificates and land vesting certificates fell out of them, casually dropping them on the ground, and for just a moment, they caught the gazes of these people. Lin Xin took out a book and pen from one of them, faced the crowd, and spoke faintly. "Didn't you guys say how much you contributed to the Lin family? Today I put my words here, but anyone who has come within the last 10 years to specifically see my grandfather, his old man, once I give a sweet. If these properties are not enough, I Lin Xin himself out of money to put together all for you to come over." Looking at the stupid eyes of these people, Lin Xin laughed playfully. "But think about it, I'll be checking and going through the surveillance cameras one by one afterward. If I know you're messing with the reports, every house here is worth at least $1 million, and with fraud, that should be enough for you to enjoy in jail." The moment these words came out, the relatives who were already about to hold back suddenly changed their faces. They weren't any fools. How could they not understand Lin Xin's meaning? It's fine if it's true. If it's nonsense, this is a way to take yourself and others to court. For a moment, there was actually no one to speak up, and their eyes dodged, not daring to look at those real estate certificates on the ground. Joking, on the old man's clean and honest style, these relations cannot even avoid, let alone come to visit. Lin Xin watched as each of these people ran out of things to say and coldly snorted. Just now they were quite noisy. Why are they all silent now? The relatives were all silent. This sentence was undoubtedly slapping them in the face, and they could not refute it. That's when someone thought about bailing and pretended to be surprised. "Oops, I suddenly forgot to leave the gas stove on at home. You guys take your time to chat. I'll go back first. Oh yeah. I also suddenly remembered that I left the faucet on at my house, so I'll go ahead, haha." But just as they pushed open the door, the scene in front of them startled them, and they dared not make another move, only to see a dozen or so gun-toting police officers neatly lined up in the middle of the compound, their gazes looking straight this way. Only then did Lin Xin pretend to have just remembered and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys something because I heard that someone was trying to sabotage Grandpa's funeral, so I contacted some of my justice partners specifically to find out who was trying to have bad intentions." Soon, the police standing in the compound moved, directly locking onto several figures in the crowd and stepping forward to take out handcuffs to arrest them all. And Zhao Meilian was one of them, yelling even louder at this moment, "You guys let me go. I haven't committed any crime. What gives you the right to arrest me? I'm going to sue you in court." She was the one in the group who reacted the most, and anyone who wasn't a fool could see that there was something wrong with this person. Lin Xin also walked out and smiled at the aunt. How could there be no crime? Trying to disrupt the funeral of one of the 4 great heads of state and desecrating the dead has seriously touched the bottom line of the country. And you can even be charged with collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. So how do you think you're not guilty? At those words, Zhao Meilian's eyes showed fear. She just wanted to share some family property which had considered these things. Committing treason. That's a capital offense. Thinking of this, Zhao Meilian immediately spilled her guts and fumed. "Good, you little brat actually slandered me. I'm your relative. You actually tried to kill me. Why are you so vicious?" The surrounding people who were still frozen in fear couldn't help but look at Lin Xin, the junior, with fearful gazes and chills at the bottom of their hearts when they heard this. This is also too ruthless. They just want to share some money. This Lin Xin actually hit so hard. This is really a young man in his 20s. Soon, under the chilling gaze of the crowd, all those suspected of disrupting the funeral ceremony were taken away by the police. Lin Xin looked at these so-called relatives, stood with his hands on his back, and said in a flat tone, "Now that the meal has been eaten by you, take your time, uncles and aunts. I won't see you off." With that, Lin Xin turned around and walked into the house, closing the door once again. The rest of these relatives only feel that the face is being hit by people snapping. The benefits did not get even if, but also mixed up in a mess. Soon, these rabble made birds and beasts scatter, swearing in their hearts that they would never dare to have the slightest thought about the Lin family's property again. On the main seat in the house, Lin Guodong looked at his son's handling of the situation and finally sighed helplessly. But where they waited until the old man's first 7 days had passed to talk about all this. Looking at the situation, none of them would have ended up in this situation. Lin Xin shrugged. Treating these people is to be ruthless, aiming to make them not dare to come back to offend once. At this time, Ning Zhuya, who had long been eavesdropping in the side room, pushed open the door and was the first to run in. A tiny figure, wearing a pink princess dress. Brother Lin Shuer trotted over and directly hugged Lin Xin's leg. After a few days together, this little guy wasn't as fearful as he was at the beginning, and although there were still some shadows from the orphanage, compared to the beginning, it was already a very good improvement. Lin Xin smilingly picked up the little princess, pinched her pink cheeks, and laughed. How is it? Has not been brother just look handsome? Ah, in the future to find a boyfriend we'll have to find brother like this. Oh. At those words, Lin Shuer tilted her head in confusion. Then as if she had understood something, she grabbed her brother's neck and milked her voice. Brother? My boyfriend? What are you teaching nonsense? Ning Zhuya directly stepped forward and gave Lin Xin a kick, snatching little Shuer back. Mr. and Mrs. Ning Donghong also walked in at this time and laughed as they looked at this scene. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were a family of 3. Little Shuer cannot understand these, directly buried his small face in his sister's fragrant and soft arms, drilling hard, looking at the sight of the Lin Xin so envious. Damn childish privilege, this is my daughter-in-law, I haven't even hugged her this closely. Lin Guodong looked at his in-law's mother and smiled. When do you plan to return to Devil's capital? Why don't you play in God's capital for a few more days? Just think of it as relaxing. Ning Yin shook her head and laughed. Next time, the group has a bit too much going on lately, so I guess I'll have to be busy until the end of the year before I'm free. It's now 2 or 3 months before New Year's Eve, and that's fast. After the two families chatted familiarly for a while, Mr. and Mrs. Ning Donghong planned to return to Magic City. The White family was in constant conflict against the Sky Curtain group these days, and someone had to go back and sit in on the situation, or else something was sure to go wrong. Lin Xin, on the other hand, wanted to hold a wake for his grandfather for another 49 days, or at least take advantage of this time to calm down. Surprisingly, Ning Zhuya also planned to follow her parents to take the first step back to the Magic City, which made Lin Xin very surprised. That devilish Missy who hated to tie herself to her side, now she actually gave up and let go of her hand. It's hard to believe that the world is going to end tomorrow. In the afternoon, on the way out, Ning Zhuya helped Lin Xin straighten his clothes, then came forward to whisper in his ear. I don't suppose you'll go out and get late if I'm not with you for a while? Cold sweat ran down Lin Xin's back as he laughed with a stiff expression. Of course, you see I look like that kind of person. It's best. Ning Zhuya's red lips nudged Lin Xin's side face and softly said, the latter will be continued when you return to Magic City. After saying that, Ning Zhuya held little Shuer's hand and got into the car heading to the airport. The little guy was still shaking his little hand and said in a milky voice, bye-bye brother. Lin Xin smiled and waved his hand, eyeing the car as it left. Zhang's mother walked over from the side and spoke softly. What a nice girl she is, Xiaoya. Don't let her down. Oops. Lin Xin pushed his old mom back home. In addition to the wake, there were a bunch of things waiting for him to be busy in the meantime, such as inventorying assets and the like. Although the Lin family's assets were not as rich as the Ning family's, a few small targets of property were still there. It was just that the vast majority of them were real estate. As for Lin Tian's share of the family fortune, Lin Xin still left it out for him alone, in case he could use it in the future. At the same time, far away in Magic City, in a certain villa of the Bai family, Xiao Jie walked down from the second floor of the villa and looked at Bai Junwan, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, and spoke indifferently. The one from the Lin family is dead. Things are all the same as you said. Just how many unknown things is your Bai family hiding? Who knows? Bai Junwan smiled and glanced back at him, narrowing her eyes. Instead of thinking about this, why don't you think more about what you're going to arrange next? Xiao Jie walked to her side and sat down, analyzing. Even if the Lin family one falls, the Lin family's network of connections is still all over the country, and as long as Lin Xin's family is still around, it will always pose a threat to the Bai family. So the next estimate is that the two families will start to compete fairly and justly, and there is no role for using those small means. Hearing his analysis, Bai Junwan nodded in agreement and handed over a document on the table, slowly saying, you can't limit your sights to Mordor. It's often the unheralded details that determine victory or defeat. The internet industry is developing rapidly these years, and quite a few big domestic powers have already started to go in and lay out their plans, so maybe the opportunity is here. Looking at the information in his hand, Xiao Jie understood what she meant. Indeed, back then, the Canopy Group, under the leadership of Ning Donghong, became the richest man in Mordor with just a chat software. The potential of the internet is indeed great. You are trying to leave Mordor and go to the provinces to take the opportunity to develop. The entire month and a half passed by in a flash, and after the 49 days of the wake, Lin Xin also had to go back to Magic City to take the final exams for his sophomore year. After taking your final exams, you are taking your first step into the community and officially starting your internship. In the cold winter, the temperature in God's capital is almost infinitely close to sub-zero, and pedestrians on the streets have long since changed into thick cotton coats, sitting around waiting for the new year. The entrance to the Divine Capital Airport, because it was close to the new year, the flow of people became particularly large, showing some congestion. In front of the boarding door of the special airplane, Zhang Huiwan took her son's hand and said in a serious tone, "If you boys don't give me the top grade in the school, you'll be waiting to go home and get your ass kicked in the new year." The corner of Lin Xin's mouth, who was carrying a large bag, twitched. "If I don't get first place in the exam, you're going to whip me, and if I get first place in the exam, your daughter-in-law is going to whip me even more." Lin's father, who was on the side, smiled stoically. "All right, hurry up and get on the airplane. Even if you don't do well in the exams, your family will still have no problem supporting you for the rest of your life, and we're not really short of money now anyway." Lin Xin nodded, and after bowing slightly to the two old men, he turned toward the boarding gate, twisting his head and waving his hand. "I'll be off then. It's getting cold. You two should take care of your health." As they watched their son leave, the couple looked at each other with a strong smile in their eyes. There was nothing for them to give up, and it was only a month or so before New Year's Eve anyway. Meanwhile, inside the Tianhua Villa area in Magic City, the weather was getting colder and colder, and inside the bedroom with the heater on, Ning Zhuo looked at the little one curled up under the covers, patted her little butt, and said softly, "Good girl, it's time to get up for breakfast. Your brother is coming home today. Haven't you missed him for a long time?" At those words, Lin Shuer, who was lying in the warm comforter, opened her eyes with difficulty and beamed, "Sister hug." Seeing this, Ning Zhuya had no choice but to pick her up from the bed and began to change the little one's clothes, giving her a loving care. If it was someone who didn't know the truth, they might think that this Oniai-chan was simply as gentle as a neighbor's big sister. After a simple wash, Ning Zhuya, who had eaten breakfast, held Lin Shuer's hand and got into the car heading to the company. Lin Xin left in the morning and wouldn't arrive until the evening at the very least. During this month or so, it was as if the Bai family had given up their intentions of targeting the Canopy Group, completely settling down and becoming incredibly low-key. For most of the entire day, Lin Shuer accompanied her sister to spend time within the company, sitting alone in front of the TV watching cartoons, looking a little bored. Night soon crept in, and the starry sky overhead had long since been shrouded in gray mist, invisible to any starlight. Above the hazy clouds, an airplane coming from God's capital began to slowly descend, landing towards the Magic City airport with the whistling of the gale. 10 minutes later, a figure walked down from the cabin dragging a suitcase. "Magic City, little master. I'm back again." Lin Xin took a deep breath. There were so many things that had happened in these days that it seemed as if years had passed when it was clear that only a few months of work had passed. Just then, in the silent darkness of the night, a small figure trotted over from a short distance away, accompanied by a familiar childish voice. "Brother," seemingly running too fast. Just when she was close to Lin Xin, Lin Shuer's small foot stepped on a small stone, and her body was about to tilt and fall backwards. Seeing this, Lin Xin hurriedly let go of the suitcase he was pulling in his hands, reacted quickly and stepped forward to pick up the little one, scolding him softly. "Run slower, what if you fall on your face? You'll be disfigured then." At those words, little Shuer rubbed her mouth towards Lin Xin's arms, showing some unhappiness at being lectured at the very first meeting. At this moment, another footstep sounded, followed by Ning Zhuya, who was wearing a white panda cotton jacket, walking over unhurriedly. The pretty face was even more snow-white in this cold temperature, and even though she was wearing a thick down jacket, she still couldn't hide her overwhelming figure. Lin Xin looked at Ning Zhuya who was walking towards him, and just as he was about to reach out his hand to hug him, he was sniffed by the other party as he picked up his collar. Afterwards, Ning Zhuya said in a cold voice, "You have the smell of a woman on you, and it seems like you don't seem to be very obedient." Hearing this, Lin Xin's tiger body shook, and he hurriedly and nervously sniffed his own body, then queried, "No, Seeing his reaction, Ning Juya let out a pft and laughed playfully. Teasing you. Of course, to see if someone has slacked off in my absence for the past month or so. Lin Shuer, on the other hand, was aggrieved as she broke free from Lin Xian's arms and pounced into her sister's warm embrace, saying aggrievedly, "Brother is mean to me." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya really looked coldly at Lin Xian this time, and directly grabbed his ear with a light grunt. Growing up, learning to bully little kids are you? I guess I'm the next one you're going to bully? Misunderstanding odd daughter-in-law. With this on his lips, Lin Xian was smiling as he hugged Ning Juya's small waist and leaned into his arms. I haven't seen you for so long. My daughter-in-law still smells so good. Have you missed your husband me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and said. Ning Juya, who was holding little Shuer, glanced at this guy and didn't stop his movements. After making out for a while longer, Lin Xian dragged his suitcase with one hand and held his daughter-in-law's cold little hand with the other, walking towards the outside of the airport. Little Snowy, have you been listening to your sister these days? Oops, you little guy is still having a little tantrum. Watch me tickle you. Ha ha ha, brother, big bad. End of book. Ahem. The supreme author coughed lightly twice. His eyes looked scornfully at the readers, and spoke in a mighty and domineering manner. Volume 2, Inception. End. If you don't click on the reminder and reward, you will be subject to karmic retribution, and there will be a dragon and a yang. Popularize the information. Ning Juya, 21 years old, sophomore. The first talented girl in Magic City. The latest character portrait has been put in the comment section. If you don't see it, you need to restart the software. Lin Xin, 20 years old, sophomore. Prodigy of God's capital. Portrait in the comments section. Cheryl Lin, 3 years old. Portrait in the comments section. Author June, China's face value bearer. World-class level of influence. Relying on a face alone has become the dream lover of 900 billion young girls. Deservedly the galaxy's first handsome man. The next morning, inside the villa, the sound of the wind whistling came from time to time outside the window, and inside the silent bedroom, Lin Shuer sat on Lin Xian's body with her bare feet and rewarded him with 2 big ears. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had slept exceptionally deeply because he had exercised too vigorously last night, and showed no signs of wanting to wake up at all. On the side, Ning Juya had already gotten up and changed into a long dress. Looking at the little one's somewhat grumpy movements, she walked up and held her in her arms, saying softly, "Good boy, that's not the way to wake someone up. He's your brother at least. You can't be rude." At those words, Lin Shuer, who was held in her arms, raised her head, her little brain tilted, and inquired in a milky voice, "What's it going to be called? I want my brother to go play with me." Ning Juya stroked her little head, then looked towards Lin Xian, who was lying motionless on the bed, took off the shoes she had just put on, and then kicked hard towards Lin Xian's butt. Lin Xian, who had originally closed his eyes tightly, awoke with a start, staring wide-eyed and letting out a wailing cry as he felt the fiery pain coming from his buttocks. Seeing this, little Shuer clapped her little hands with some excitement and said happily, wake up, wake up." Only then did Ning Juya place the excited little one on the bed, allowing her to climb onto Lin Xian's body. "Brother, accompany me out to play." Little Shuer pulled on Lin Xian's collar and shook it continuously. How could Lin Xian, who had awakened from his sleep, not understand what had just happened? And with a stiff smile on his face, he took little Shuer in his arms and followed the temptation. "Little Shuer, good boy. It's too cold outside right now. Let's sleep at home. Okay, look how warm the comforter is." At those words, Lin Shuer, who was being held in Lin Xian's arms, beamed, her spiritual eyes instantly covered by a layer of water mist, and her agitated nose moved slightly, as if she was about to cry out in the next second. Seeing such a scene, Ning Juya, who was standing beside the bed, turned around expressionlessly and walked to her dressing table, picking up the sharp scissors on the stage. The sharp, cold light reflected on Lin Xian's face, and he gulped, hastily pocketing the little one in his arms who was about to cry, and smilingly said, "Okay, let's go out now, okay?" Hearing this, Lin Shuer blinked her budding little eyes and said in a milky voice, "Really? Of course it's true. How could brother lie to you?" Lin Xian's smile stiffened. Saying that, Lin Xian even gave her a kiss on the cheek. In the next second, a happy smile appeared on Lin Shuer's face as she reached out her fleshy little hands to hug her brother and rubbed against him intimately. Putting down the scissors, Ning Juya reached out and took the little one from Lin Xian's arms, walked over to the dressing table and sat down, saying softly, "Hurry up and get up. Today is your last day of rest." Thinking that tomorrow would be the final exam of his sophomore year, Lin Xian couldn't help but skim his lips and muttered while getting dressed, "You won't beat me up if I steal your first place this time, will you?" Ning Juya said in a cold voice after putting a cute rabbit headdress on the little one. If you don't want to kneel on the keyboard, shut the fuck up. Lin Shuer sniffed and learned in a milky voice as well. Shut up. Ning Juya stroked her little head with satisfaction, came forward and kissed little Shuer's milky cheeks and laughed. So good. Lin Xian had no choice but to recognize his disciple position. After some simple washing, the family walked out of the house wearing thick cotton coats. Countless crystal snowflakes fell under the snowy white sky, and the surrounding buildings were covered with snow, accompanied by the sound of a cold wind from time to time. Lin Shuer, who was wearing a red cotton jacket, subconsciously shrunk her body, and her small face was slightly reddened by the cold. Feeling the cold little hand that was constantly trembling in his hand, Lin Xian lowered his head and helplessly laughed. Told you it was cold out there. Now you know the pain. Lin Xian then reached out and picked her up, and before he could react, another pair of small, cool hands came in from behind him. Behind her back, Ning Juya, who was wearing a white cotton jacket, poked her hand inside Lin Xian's coat, a cozy little expression on her face. Lin Xian was helpless at this, and he felt like he was a portable warmer. However, he then suddenly looked to the sky and lamented. A lot has really happened in the meantime. At those words, Ning Juya remembered something and softly said as she surrounded Lin Xian with her hands. Speaking of which, I think I forgot to tell you. Welcome home. I can make an exception and be gentle with you today. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose, revealing a warm smile that only made him feel that the world was so beautiful. That's reality. It's brutal, yet beautiful because of it. A gentle voice rang out. I'm back. Subsequently the whole day, Lin Xian and Ning Juya with the playful little one will Magic City fun places all over the shop, games hall, pavilion, wedding store. On the following day, the exam bell rang at Magic City University. Unlike the end of the month exams, at this time in the middle of the exam room, several teachers were making rounds back and forth, their keen gazes constantly sweeping over the bodies of one candidate after another. The results of the final exams are kept in the files, and everyone's future is at stake, so there is no room for cheating. For a full day, the atmosphere on campus was filled with a sense of total depression. The exams lasted until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When all the subjects were finished, the students came out of the school with excited smiles on their faces, and could not be less excited and happy about the 30-day winter vacation. On the other hand, Ning Juya and Lin Xian, who were the representatives of the student council, needed to deal with the follow-up matters within the school and were busy until the evening. In the middle of the cold snowy night, two figures walked out of the school's gate side by side, their feet making a dull sound on the snow. By my junior year I don't think I'll have the chance to hang out as much as I used to, but hopefully I'll be able to see each other more often. Li Liang and Qin Shi sighed as they held their respective luggage and gazed at the falling snowflakes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi let out a soft hum and became somewhat silent. On the side of Li Liang naturally understand what she is thinking in her heart at this time, and think of the future of each go their own way. This may be the last chance. Quiet Street. Li Liang suddenly stopped in his tracks, stood in place, eyeing Qin Shi somewhat depressed and lonely back, a touch of black hair fluttering in the wind, unattainable. Sensing that something was wrong, Qin Shi also stopped and turned around to look at Li Liang in confusion, saying, "What's wrong?" When people get nervous, their heart beats faster, their adrenaline spikes, and they occasionally act in unexpected ways. At this moment, Li Liang felt that he was in such a state. He was facing Qin Shi, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face, which was completely inconsistent with his previous hangdog image, as if he had changed into a different person. "I like you, Qin Shi," Li Liang finally said it. Afraid of being rejected and regretting it, he went on, "I've liked you for a long time, but I know that you like his Lin Xian, so I've never dared to confess to you, but I'm sure I won't get the chance later if I don't speak up now. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's face revealed a touch of consternation, not expecting Li Liang to say these words, and then shook his head apologetically. "You know, I'm not in the mood for a relationship right now." Li Liang's heart was like an ice cave at this moment, colder than the bitter winter. But Qin Shi's next words made him feel like a warm spring. "So, can you give me some time?" On the first day of winter break, crystalline snowflakes drifted from the air to the ground and then slowly melted into water. Inside the warm bedroom, because he had to follow Ning Juya to the company, Lin Xian got up early and was yawning and looking at the handsome face in the mirror. Mind why, so true. It's perfect any way you look at it. He then turned and walked out of the bathroom, looking at the small group curled up on the bed, and walked over to poke the little one's sleeping face in a warm voice. "Let's see what little slob hasn't gotten up yet. Staying in bed is bad boyo." Within the warm comforter, Lin Shuer rolled over and muttered with her eyes tightly closed, "Just 5 more minutes of sleep." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian sat on the edge of the bed and raised his eyebrows as he looked at little Schwer, who hadn't moved, and educated him. You get up 5 minutes earlier every day, and that's 30 extra hours a year to do the things you love, and those can be a lot more rewarding than sleeping in. But the next moment the little guy's words caused Lin Xian's face to darken. But, the thing I like to do is sleep. He didn't care. He just reached out his sinful hand and forcefully pulled the little wit out of bed. At this time downstairs, Ning Juya was elegantly and tastefully dressed as she sat at the dining table to eat, occasionally glancing her eyes to the latest news on her cell phone, making a thoughtful appearance. Bai Junwan had actually gone to Deep City, which was out of her expectation. But Ning Juya quickly mapped out Bai Junwan's thoughts. The potential of the internet is huge, coupled with the fact that China is a rapidly developing country. Foreign trade and so on is even more indispensable. Nowadays, the game industry is also very developed, but it's almost like the Kome Group in Deep City is the only one that dominates, and it also has cooperation with consortiums in pretty countries, not to mention the convenient takeaway and e-commerce industries, all of which are potentially very lucrative. Although it is said that the Canopy Group's Canopy app chat software is on fire in the country, but in the end, it is a continuing income, and not as lucrative as those profiteering industries. If the Bai family is really allowed to eat the cake of the internet, there might even be a possibility of overtaking it. Inside the Sky Curtain Group, the gazes of the employees looked enviously at Ning Juya and Lin Xian who walked into the elevator, especially since there was a bouncing little milk bag between the two of them. Wow, that little guy is so cute. It's just adorable. TCH, that's Missy's boyfriend. Right. I didn't realize they even had a child. As the murmurs continued to ring out, the department management immediately stood up and scolded. What are you all gabbing about? Why don't you get to work? With a ding sound, the elevator quickly arrived at the top floor, and Ning Juya led Lin Schwer towards the chairman's office. Sister, this little school bag is so heavy. What's in it? Lin Schwer pointed at the little pink school bag she was carrying behind her with a cute, puzzled look. Ning Juya pulled open the office door and whispered back, a little snack for you. Wait until you're hungry. Inside the office, Ning Yun was in the middle of ordering tickets for the amusement park, and soon, a small figure pounced into her arms, and lifting her head was a kawaii little face. Lin Schwer rubbed herself in her arms and looked up in a milky voice. Auntie, good morning. At those words, a touch of doting appeared in Ning mother's eyes, putting down her cell phone and carrying the little one to her lap to sit down. Smilingly, good morning, Cheryl. For this little guy, Mother Ning was fond of him from the bottom of her heart, probably because she owed her daughter a debt when she was a child, so she was now transferring that emotion to Lin Schwer. Auntie, where are we going to play later? Of course it's your favorite playground. Want to go? Think. After getting rid of the small baggage, Ning Juya pulled Lin Xian and quietly walked out, heading towards the vice general manager's office. Now she had been promoted from department manager to deputy general manager. And Mother Ning had already explained that as soon as she graduated, she would immediately hand over the group to the two of them. Soon, inside the deputy general manager's office, Ning Juya somewhat impatiently unlocked the door, then forced Lin Xian into a corner, the corner of her mouth raised in a smile. The next thing you know, it's a long overdue time alone for the two of you. Hubby, if you want to do something about it, do it while you can. You're really in a hurry, Lin Xian muttered, but his body honestly moved. It had been a long time since the two had made out, not to mention that they were still in the heat of the moment, and it was a wonder they didn't have needs. It's just that it's usually inconvenient because of Cheryl. A few moments later, a snowy white light appeared in the unlocked office, clothes slipping casually to the floor, and the sound of muffled grunts coming from time to time. The flushed face, the exposed long and slender legs were all indicative of what was happening at this moment. Luckily, this office was specially soundproofed, so no one knew about the commotion inside. It was a little secret that belonged only to the two of them to each other. A full 2 hours passed before the commotion in the office stopped a bit. Rao is as tough as Lin Xian at the moment, have some tired lying on the sofa. Looking at the still full of spirit Ning Juya is wearing clothes. Admiration. I kind of understand now the old saying that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya blankly glanced at him, her tone disdainful as she said back to Lin Xian, that only means that you can't do it. You're exhausted like this after only a mere 2 hours. What? No. Hearing this, Lin Xian sat up and pulled Ning Juya, who had just put on her underwear, into his arms as he once again rudely unbuttoned his buttons and said irritably, no? Then I'll show you what it means to be a real man today. Saying that, Lin Xian once again pounced on Ning Juya. Another hour has passed. No more, no more. Lin Xian raised his hands in surrender and began to numbly dress. However, Ning Juya was a bit more satisfied with this, directly picking up Lin Xian's chin with her hand. Her face filled with a smile as she said, Man, you did pretty good today. Keep it up next time. After saying that, Ning Juya leaned over and placed a kiss on his lips, and teasingly licked it in parting. If not for the fact that Lin Xian was exhausted at the moment, otherwise he would definitely have to fight another 300 rounds. Don't lie down. Get up and work for me. You weren't just rewarded for nothing. Lin Xian skimmed his lips. Che, it's clearly you who are too hungry. Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, Ning Juya, who had already taken 2 steps out, instantly turned around and directly stomped on him, who had just sat up. Ning Juya's eyes looked disdainfully askance at Lin Xian as she spoke in a bland tone. To what? Only at this moment did Lin Xian recall the fear of being dominated by the woman in front of him and smiled sarcastically. No, nothing, I was joking. Honey, you're just exhausted. Why don't I squeeze your legs and rub your shoulders? Aha! Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and large red lanterns were hung in front of every house in a festive color. It also snowed more heavily in Mordor, with thick layers of snow piled up on the roadsides, making it difficult for cars to pass. At this time, outside the Ning family villa, a tiny figure in a red cotton jacket sat in the middle of a snowbank, her small, reddened hands constantly rubbing something. Lin Shuer focused on the movements in her hands, and in no time, an oddly shaped snowman came out. After the big job was done, the little guy happily ran to his brother who was shoveling snow in the yard, lifted the little snowman in his hand high and said excitedly, "Brother, look, this is the snowman I made for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, who was shoveling snow, stopped his hands and looked at the snowman with missing arms and legs in little Shuer's hands, smilingly squatting down and praising him. "It's beautiful, worthy of our little princess. It's amazing," Lin Xian said, picking the little one up and walking towards the villa, his shoes stepping on the snow layer, making muffled sounds and leaving deep footprints. In the villa's living room, Zhang mother, who was high on melon seeds, saw Lin Shuer, whose face was red with cold, and immediately let out an ouch and hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Why are you frozen like this?" Mother Zhang walked over. Little Shuer, on the other hand, took out her elaborate little snowman in a showy manner and laughed. "Mom, look at the little snowman I made." Mother Zhang painfully warmed the little one in her own arms, then glared at Lin Xian and walked over to the sofa to sit down. In response, Lin Xian could only touch his nose, feeling as if he had lost favor. Seeing that there was no room for himself in the living room, he took a step toward the second floor, ready to wake up some lazy pig. Not a moment later, Lin Xian carefully pushed open the door to the bedroom, looked at Ning Juya who was still curled up asleep under the covers, and quietly walked in. If he remembered correctly, today would be the day her one came, so he could be careful about serving it, lest he come up and give himself a combination. "Daughter-in-law, it's time to get up." Lin Xian gently pushed Ning Juya's back, but after a while, she still didn't respond. Lin Xian had no choice but to take the clothes placed beside the bed and start acting as a male nanny, changing his mistress. Ning Juya was quickly awakened by the commotion, her beautiful eyes glancing charmingly at Lin Xian before she raised her arms and whispered, "Hug." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's gaze doted on the little wildcat that had just woken up, then walked towards the bathroom. Today is the New Year's Day, so Lin Xian let his parents come to Mordor early. Anyway, their family now has no relatives, simply come to Mordor directly for the New Year. It's just the right time for the two families to get together, so it's a little more lively. Reunion dinner, pressing money, chattering. At night, the family sat in the villa courtyard. The dark night sky from time to time resounded with a roar, followed by colorful fireworks bursting, blooming a whisker of beauty. Lin Xian handily taught little Shuer to light the fireworks, then quickly withdrew to the side with her in his arms. As the fuse continued to ignite, a fire burst shot up into the sky, followed by a brilliant firework explosion as a loud sound like thunder rang out overhead. "Wow, what beautiful fireworks!" Lin Shuer, who was setting off fireworks for the first time, looked at this scene, her soulful little eyes full of excitement and thrill, which she had never experienced before. In the past, at the orphanage, she had to sit alone in a dark corner while others set off fireworks, gazing with envious eyes. Suddenly, Lin Xian only felt that his neck was encircled by a pair of warm little hands, and then, he was barfed on by the little guy, leaving spit marks on his face, only to hear Lin Shuer happily in her ear, milking her voice. "Favorite brother." Although the sound of the fireworks exploding was deafening, Lin Xian still heard the words clearly, smiled, kissed the little milk bag on the cheek, and laughed gently. "Brother like Shuer too." On the side, Ning Juya, who had watched Lin Xian being sneak attacked by the little guy, the possessiveness in her heart suddenly acted up, as if her favorite toy had been snatched by someone else. Her gaze instantly turned a bit unkind, staring deathly at someone's back. "I've been too relaxed with this guy lately. and it's true that I should still be disciplined. Lin Xin, who was hugging his little one and watching the fireworks, suddenly winced. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he swept his eyes around suspiciously. Strange, why did I just get the feeling that I was being watched by something scary? And at this time he was unaware that the first night of the new year will be spent in the kneeling keyboard. Can be described as miserable. A fireworks display soon ended, followed by a vigil. For the next few days, the Ning family mansion was bustling with activity, and every now and then the happy laughter of the little one and the family came out. Another uneventful year has passed and everyone has grown another year older. In this cold winter, people are destined to die and countless new lives will be born, no matter how far the distance is or how busy the work is. When it comes to New Year's Eve, it's time to unload the burdens and enjoy the beauty of the moment, even if it is a million miles away. I will go. Meanwhile, the Magic City military region. Military Commander Long looked at Lin Tian, who carried a masculine aura in front of him and stood with his arms folded, nodded his head in satisfaction and praised. Well, good. It seems that Elder Lin underestimated you in the first place. You're even better than I imagined. Since that's the case, I won't keep you. In the future, the sky will be high enough for the birds to fly, so you and go. But you have to remember that your grandfather is Lin Jinghua. Don't disgrace him. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in silence, and after bowing to this warm-hearted uncle, he grabbed his luggage and got into the car that left the military area. As for the next destination, to be honest, Lin Tian's mind was also at a loss as to where to go behind him. The country of China is so big that there is no place he can stay. In the end, he decided to go back to his hometown to pay tribute to his parents. After all, it had also been years since he had gone back. After the year, Zhang mother and Lin father returned to God's capital, and while leaving, Lin Xian also advised to move to Magic City, so that the two families can take care of each other. However, they were rejected by the two old men, who next planned to enjoy their old age retirement life, and the environment of Magic City was obviously not suitable. The new year came and it was time for Lin Shuer to go to kindergarten, and as she headed to the kindergarten, the little one said with a confident look on her face, "It's just kindergarten. I'm not scared. Whoever cries is a big dummy." On the way to kindergarten, Lin Xian held little Shuer in his arms and sat down. Seeing that she was not worried, he deliberately scared her. "Yuki, school is very scary. Oh, then brother cannot be with you. Do not you afraid?" Lin Shuer, who was playing with her new school bag, smiled with a small confident smile. "It's just kindergarten. I'm not scared." Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on the other side of the table, directly raised her hand and slapped Lin Xian on the head, lecturing coldly. "Everyone else hates it when their kids aren't afraid to go to school, but you're the opposite, aren't you? Are you itching to go to school?" Being taught, Lin Xian did not dare to talk back in the slightest. "No way. I do not know why these days Ning Zhuya seems to have become more violent than before. Obviously after coming back from the god's capital, it is not easy to be gentle." Alas. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuer's little brain moved as if she had thought of something and suddenly laughed and hailed, "Brothers are wimps. And so are Chicken Little in cartoons." Hearing this new name, a few black lines popped up on Lin Xian's brain, and he pinched the little one's soft and sticky face. "Educating. No more cartoons. It's all learning." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer blinked, revealing an innocent little look, and beamed. "But it's not like I said anything wrong. Lim Xin. It's hard to control your kids when they're older." Ning Zhuya instead raised the corners of her mouth and carried the little one into her arms, gently caressing her little head and agreeing, "That's right. Your brother is a wimp." Kindergarten is the mother of Ning, since to this little daughter selected is a rich kindergarten in Magic City. Both education and management are first-class top. The saying that you want your child to win is not just a saying. The annual tuition fees alone amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is an appalling price. Keep in mind that the average family kindergarten tuition per semester is a few $1,000s at most, and probably not even that. Soon, the car stopped in front of a kindergarten with Chinese decorative style, because it was just after the new year, so there were quite a few people whose parents came to bring their children to enroll. Just from the size alone, it's already comparable to some of the top elementary schools, with quality lawns and everything. After inquiring at the school gate where the classrooms were located, Lin Xian and Ning Zhuya held little Shuer and walked towards the school building. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a family of three. Before he even walked into the classroom, Lin Xian heard deafening cries that were very noisy. He looked down at this one in his house again, and his face didn't seem to have changed much. In the classroom of the small class, a young female teacher wearing red glasses was methodically calming the children. Lin Xian glanced at the classroom, sitting a dozen children who were bawling, and those who did not know thought that they had experienced some kind of separation of life and death. Teacher Wang, who was pacifying the children, saw Lin Xian's three families walk in and immediately greeted them with a smile, saying, "You're Lin Shuer's parents, right?" Lin Xian nodded and patted the little Shuer in his arms as he taught, "Little Snow, quickly call Mr. Wang hello." "Good day, Mr. Wang." Lin Shuer's voice was soft and sticky. Mr. Wang was naturally happy to see such a well-behaved little guy. Which teacher doesn't want their students to be obedient? If every one of them was like the mongrels, she'd probably have to hand in her resignation tomorrow. Soon, after a brief exchange of words, Lin Xian and Ning Juya turned around and walked out of the classroom, leaving only Lin Shuer sitting on the small bench in her place. Her small eyes looked curiously at the children who were crying all around her, looking at the way they were crying in pain, and then twisted her head to look at her brother and sister who were moving further and further away from the corridor. Her small eyes were suddenly covered by a layer of watery mist. Immediately after, Lin Shuer, who was still with the well-behaved Lin Shuer, followed suit and cried in her seat. Her crying was heartbreaking, and the crystalline teardrops slid down her milky cheeks with a splash. Originally, it is true that he would not cry, but he was affected by the environment and subconsciously felt some aggression in his heart. Outside the corridor, Ning Juya, who had already walked out some distance, stopped in her tracks and hesitated. "Why don't we go back and take a look? She's definitely crying now." Lin Xian hurriedly pulled her small hand, his eyes revealing helplessness as he said, "She always has to face it on her own. You can't keep spoiling her." With that, Lin Xian pulled the worried-looking Ning Juya out of the kindergarten and drove towards the company. Of course, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't be unprepared. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he wouldn't bet on it. So early on, 2 teams of bodyguards were arranged to take turns guarding the entrance of the kindergarten, as well as a team of bodyguards mixing into the kindergarten to protect little Shuer's safety closely. In fact, Lin Xian was mainly afraid of Lin Shuer's character. After that experience in the orphanage, it was impossible to say that it would not produce a little inferiority complex. It was just that he hadn't shown it because he had been with himself and the others. Something Lin Xian knew better than anyone else. Trying to solve the problem of low self-esteem is something that no one else can help with, but she can only solve it herself. Canopy Group. Inside the Vice General Manager's office, Ning Juya, who had resumed her working condition, and Lin Xian were sitting at an elongated desk, and the rare thing was that Mother Ning and Father Ning were also there at this time. Ning Donghong frowned as he placed the newspaper in his hands on the desk and said in a deep voice, "The country is going to start a policy of banning monopolies this year, which is definitely a big blow to the internet. This policy is tantamount to targeting those who are monopolizing the big cake and trying to make them spit out the benefits they have eaten. It's the same thing as not putting your eggs in one basket." But the news came a little too suddenly. Even the Canopy Group received a ticket and was ordered to rectify the situation. Although the cost of the fine is nothing, the biggest problem is this rectification fiasco that involves the entire internet. Mother Ning nodded and picked up the conversation down the line. "Although this overhaul will not have a big impact on our Canopy Group, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to industries such as takeout, gaming and e-commerce. The main function of the Canopy is chatting. Even if other people in China come to do the same type of software now, it will only be a small fight, and it is impossible to pose a threat to the Canopy Group." Looking at the news in his hand, even Lin Xian realized the problem and slowly said, "So if someone takes advantage of this opportunity to enter the internet, it is undoubtedly the best time to do so, such as the deep-rooted White family." Ning Donghong nodded his head and said, "That's right, the Bai family has started to lay out in Deep City now, and it is expected that they will make a move soon." Ning Juya stood up. There was a flash of light in her beautiful eyes, casually pinched Lin Xian's face, and after pondering, she said, "Then why don't we just do the same, just to expand our business a bit?" At dismissal time, cars nearly filled the streets as parents walked their children out of kindergarten. At the entrance of the school, Lin Xian, who had finished his work, walked out holding the still crying little milk bag in his arms, and looked at little Shuer's tight grip on her collar, refusing to let go, and laughed. "Didn't some kid say this morning that he wasn't afraid of school? It's only the first day and you can't stand it?" Upon hearing this, the already sad Lin Shuer's small eyes were quickly shrouded in watery mist, and her tears fell once again. On the side, Ning Juya, who had seen this scene, gave Lin Xian a slap in the face without any good humor, and snatched the little snowman in her arms before coldly grunting, "I see someone wants to experience what it's like to cry today, too. How old to make little children cry?" These words even caused Lin Shuer to jump into Ning Juya's arms and cry, "Oh sister, brother bullied me." Looking at little Shuer, who seemed to be aggrieved, Ning Juya glared fiercely at Lin Xian, who was a little hairy in his heart, and then patted the little one's back, softly comforting him. "Good girl, when we get home, my sister will help you clean up this asshole brother, and we'll ride him like a horse, okay?" Lin Shuer, who was bawling her eyes out, nodded her little head. The aggression in her heart dissipated a bit, and she vigorously burrowed into her sister's arms. Lin Xian beside him scratched his head awkwardly and consciously pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. At the same time, a debriefing message was sent to his cell phone right on time, from the bodyguard who was responsible for protecting little Cheryl inside the kindergarten. Above are Lin Shuer's state of the day in kindergarten today. Everything is reported over. Summarized in 2 points, just as Lin Xian thought. That experience in the orphanage still had a great impact on little Shuer. While all the other kids were playing in a bunch, just little Cher sat alone in the classroom for the whole day. And even the teacher couldn't do anything about it. Mr. Wang really couldn't figure out that there were actually children of this age who didn't want to play. And in contrast to those normal children, Lin Shuer was revealed to be a bit of a freak. On the way home, Lin Xian glanced at Lin Shuer, who had stopped crying in the rearview mirror. And at the moment, the little guy was lying in his sister's arms looking at his cell phone. So he voiced his question. Cheryl, how many friends did you make in kindergarten today? Once these words came out, the atmosphere in the car instantly quieted down, and in the next second, crystallized tears once again appeared in the corners of Lin Shuer's eyes. Seeing this, taking advantage of the effort of waiting for the traffic light, Ning Juya directly picked up the brown bear doll on the side and smashed it towards Lin Xian's head, saying in a cold voice, I think you're really tired of living and taking my words for granted, aren't you? Go home later and go kneel on the durian in the yard by yourself. Lim Xin, do not be so cruel. He is also for the good of the child. How suddenly have to kneel on the durian? That thing can be more difficult than kneeling on the keyboard. In the end, in order to coax the little one to be happy, Lin Xian had no choice but to take her to the night market, before he managed to coax the moody little Shuer. But there's a big one at home to coax. And so, at night, in the middle of the Ning family's master bedroom, tonight, Lin Shuer followed Mother Ning and the others to bed, so the next was a rare time for two. Ning Juya, who had just finished her bath, was sitting on the edge of the bed with her bare feet, and her snow-white thighs were a source of reverie, not to mention the color of the flesh that was revealed, and at a glance, it looked like she had come out wearing only a shirt, and in front of her, Lin Xian was kneeling aggressively on half of the durian. His feet were shaking at this point but he didn't dare to be lazy, he could only look at Ning Juya with a pitiful gaze. Ning Juya, however, directly raised her foot and stepped on Lin Xian's face, her hands propped up on the bed as support, her tone flat. So let's begin. The long overdue tuning and conditioning of you. Lin Xian reached out and pulled the still water droplet pink and white little feet off his face, looking up with a resigned face. Daughter-in-law, you listened to my explanation, and I did not mean to cause little Shuer to cry. Why don't you give it a chance, a little bit more ladylike? Upon hearing this, Ning Juya's face gained a bit more coldness and the corners of her mouth rose. You mean to say that I'm not ladylike enough? Okay, Lin Xian, now you dare to change the pattern of scolding me. The dog's guts to see the growth of eat bear heart leopard gall? Just after the words were said, Ning Juya directly took the small leather whip that was placed aside, and the force was not too light but not too heavy as it landed on Lin Xian's body. Pia! The sound of the whip slash rang out in the bedroom, and Rinchin yelled in time with it. Agu, pain pain pain, daughter-in-law take it easy. Ning Juya reached out and grabbed his ear, a cold aura spreading in her eyes. If you don't want to suffer more, keep your mouth shut. You should be happy now that I'm willing to take care of you, you know? Oh, Lin Xian skimmed his lips. You're so happy. Try letting me smoke it if you can. As soon as this idea popped up, it instantly occupied Lin Xian's mind. His eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, thinking that a beating in exchange for turning over as a master. This deal seemed to be worth it. It's not the first time I've been hit anyway. Should I swap identities? At the thought of this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth involuntarily lifted, and in the next second, he directly stood up from the ground, no longer continuing to kneel on the durian. Today my brother must be a real man and show off his strength. Seeing Lin Xian stand up without his permission, Ning Juya, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, furrowed her willow brows together, feeling as if her position had been provoked. The whip's whistling sound resounded once again, and just as it was about to land on Lin Xian, it was held in a death grip with one hand. Lin Xian's tone changed, looking down at the somewhat stunned Ning Juya with a high and cold demeanor, his thin lips slightly opening. Woman, don't go too far. You, Ning Juya just wanted to speak. However, he saw Lin Xian tugging on the whip at this time, forcing Ning Juya into his arms, and after throwing away the whip, he picked up his white chin with his hand and smiled charmingly. Woman, kiss me. Saying that, the playful Lin Xian made a gesture to kiss, while secretly feeling pleased in his heart. Hey, 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 hey. I'm not ashamed to say that I took this woman down with ease. Times have changed, and the time has come to turn the tables. But the next second, just when Lin Xian thought he had it in his grasp, Ning Juya's face turned completely icy cold, and her calf violently pushed upwards. Crap! Lin Xian's eyes instantly widened as he hastily released his hold on Ning Juya's waist, covering his crotch with a face full of pain as he continuously rolled on the ground. You're too hard. In case the kick breaks, I'll see what you use in the future. Miserable howls echoed inside the villa, and even outside the villa some movement could be heard. Ruthlessly Ning Juya directly dragged Lin Xian, who was rolling in place, towards the bathroom, his voice so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. It seems I was wrong. What you need is not conditioning, but a complete makeover. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you tonight. Early the next morning, a drop of crystalline morning dew slipped off a green leaf and fell to the ground as even tinier droplets of water splashed away. At the dinner table, Lin Shuer, who was wiggling her short legs, looked curiously at her brother, who had turned into a giant panda, and wondered, Nianai, how did you turn into a giant panda? Did you go for mutation surgery? The mutation surgery was something the little guy saw on TV last night, and Mother Ning even explained it specifically, so it was fresh in his mind. The corner of Lin Xian's left eye twitched, and subconsciously glanced at his daughter-in-law, who was sitting beside him in a gentle and elegant manner, and then smiled sarcastically. It's makeup, some kind of sex change operation. Don't talk nonsense. At those words, the little guy's brain spun fast, and he cocked his little head again in curiosity. Auntie said that only girls need to wear makeup, and if they're boys, they're sissies. Is brother a sissy? Lim Shin. Are all kids these days so capable of learning that they even know words like sissy, and it's too much to handle? After the meal, Ning Juya took the lead and went to the office while Lin Xian carried the little one to school. Both of them had already discussed it. As long as the little one's kindergarten stabilized, they would leave for Deep City, and Lin Shuer would be handed over to Mother Ning at that time. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Lin Xian squatted down and instructed Lin Shuer, who was carrying a small pink school bag. When you get into kindergarten you have to get along with other kids, even if it's just one, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer nodded her head while saying sullenly, then how many friends do you have, brother? Me? Hearing this, Lin Xian proudly raised his head. This friend thing, I have as many as 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer muttered, what a stupid look, and then walked alone towards the kindergarten grounds. Lin Xian watched her enter the school building before he turned around and got into his car, driving towards the Magic City police station. It's about time that the matter of Cher's father came to an end. Because of Lin Xiangbei's relationship as a person from God's capital, he would be transferred from Shijing to God's capital prison. And Lin Xian had purposely entrusted some connections to allow Lin Xiangbei to specifically stay in Magic City for one day on the way to transferring to the prison. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Magic City police station, Chen Wei, who was the director, heard that Lin Xian was coming and even came out to greet him personally. Even if the one from the Lin family was gone now, instead of disappearing, the influence would be even higher, so that people would not dare to offend. After all, the other 3 were Lin Lao's closest friends. So to say that they wouldn't take care of Lin Xian as a junior would be unbelievable. After parking the car in front of the police station, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked down, and when he saw Chen Wei walking towards him, a humble smile immediately appeared on his face as he laughed. Director Chen, it's been a long time, you still look so fit. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei, who was wearing a police uniform, laughed and waved his hand. Alas, old age is old age, which is not as hard as the body and bones of such a young man. You're here to visit Lin Xiangbei, aren't you? It's all been prepared in advance. So come with me, then I'll trouble Director Chen. Then, Lin Xian followed behind Chen Wei and walked straight towards the holding cell. At this time, in the holding room, Lin Xiang, who had already heard that Lin Xian wanted to see him, was sitting despondently on a chair, his limbs handcuffed. These days of experience, both physical and mental torture, had made his entire person emaciated a lot, obviously just barely 40 years old. But like an old man in his twilight years. At that moment, the large iron door of the holding cell made a creak, followed by Lin Xian walking in alone and closing the door with a bang. Afterward, Lin Xian walked over to the chair at the isolation window and sat down, his face uncontrollably cold as he said indifferently, it's been a long time, second uncle. Lin Xiangbei raised his eyes slightly, his face unchanged as he murmured, what do you want to find me for? To avenge your grandfather? If I wanted to avenge my grandfather, you would have died on the way here. Lin Xian's face was as calm as water. He said indifferently, your daughter Lin Yu, who should now be called Lin Shuer, has been adopted by my family and is now attending kindergarten in Magic City. Hearing these words, Ripples arose in the eyes of Lin Shangbei, who had his head lowered, and then calmed down again. So what? Do you want me to thank you? Seeing his look, Lin Xin continued on. You sent your own daughter to an orphanage specifically, and gave a large sum of money to ensure that she wouldn't starve to death, and adopted an orphan girl specifically to confuse the public. That way, even if your affairs fall apart someday, it won't involve your daughter, right? Lin Shangbei bowed his head in silence. Because of some things, I'm going to Deep City soon. Those bodyguards are outsiders after all. There's no guarantee that there won't be any accidents, so I'm very uneasy. You should understand what I mean. Lin Xin's eyes stared straight at Lin Shangbei. The latter finally raised his head that had been lowered, and to his eyes was a scruffy face, full of beard, with a bitter mouth. Do you expect me, a murderer, to protect the boy? Don't be a fool. Lin Xin nodded. The point that you are a murderer really can't be changed. It would definitely be a lie for me to say that I don't hate you in my heart. Immediately afterward, Lin Xin's eyes took on some seriousness as he slowly said, I know some of the reasons why from the information my grandfather left behind, and after decades-long compulsion, even I can't guarantee that it won't go wrong. How old was Lin Shangbei at that time? Equal to the age when he was in the heat of the moment. He had already been affected by these influences in an invisible way, because at that time, Lin Shangbei was the deserved future successor of the Lin family. Why? This is naturally an outsider's opinion. After all, the family heir is naturally the one with the ability, and Lin Shangbei's talent in the political world far exceeds that of his brother. That said, a kill is a kill, and even if Grandpa had begged for his own death, the fact still wouldn't change. No one knew about the conversation that was going on in the holding room at this time, and it was a full half hour before Lin Xin stepped out of it. I can't help it. The one at home is urging me. If I chat for a while longer I'll probably just come over with a whip. As for Chen Wei, after Lin Xin's conversation ended, he directly notified the SWAT team specializing in guarding Lin Shangbei and left Magic City. After all, this is also a hot potato. In case Lin Shangbei escapes or has an accident in the territory of Magic City, he, the police commissioner, will definitely not be able to escape the responsibility. During the lunch break, inside the office of the deputy general manager of the Canopy Group, Lin Xin, who had already finished his work, had his hands propped up on his chin, foolishly looking at Ning Juya, who was trimming her fingernails, who said without lifting her head, While I don't mind the fact that you're staring at me, you're looking like a pervert right now. A pervert is a pervert. If men aren't perverted, wouldn't it be pointless for women to dress themselves up so beautifully? Lin Xian said back with a straight face. After trimming her nails, Ning Juya got up and walked to the bathroom to wash up, then walked behind Lin Xian, who opened his arms. Ning Juya then lay directly in Lin Xian's arms, sniffing the hormonal odor of his body while sleepily whispering, "Suddenly I feel a little sorry for you, doing a job I don't like." At these words, Lin Xian's eyes were surprised, not expecting that his strong daughter-in-law would also say these words. Lifting his hand and gently stroking Ning Juya's soft long hair, his voice softly and gently laughed softly. "It's okay, I own you anyway. It's okay to do something you don't like, and it's okay to use me as an underling." Ning Juya nodded. "That's what I did. Lim Shin. I'm just being polite. You really treat me like a servant in your heart." Just when the atmosphere was peaceful, a phone call shattered the calm. "Hey, is this Lin Shuer's parent? She just got into a fight with another kid, and now the other parent is making a scene. So you guys hurry over here for a bit. Cheryl got into a fight in kindergarten." Hearing this news, Ning Juya's eyes immediately flashed with a cold aura as she stood up from Lin Xian's arms, directly picking up the car keys and heading out of the office. Lin Xian was heartbroken as he hurriedly followed. Little Shuer's character, both of them were incomparably clear, belonging to the kind of character that ants could not afford to step on, would actually fight with others, which made it a little hard to imagine. Inside the kindergarten's teacher's office, a middle-aged woman with a sharp tongue and cheeks was making a fuss, and a group of teachers around her were being scolded and did not dare to raise their heads. This woman's husband is a famous tycoon in Magic City, and is also a shareholder of the kindergarten. It is simply not something that they, the teachers, can mess with. "What kind of teachers are you? You actually let my Chen be beaten by such a little bastard," and even scratched her face. "Can you afford to pay for it?" In the corner, Lin Shuer, wearing a small flower-colored dress, was standing there with red eyes, tears flowing in her eyes, as if she was about to cry out in the next second. Beside the mean woman stood the little boy about Lin Shuer's age, bawling with 2 band-aids on his face. The woman glared at her son and shouted, "Cry, cry, 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 cry. You're a male. but you can't even beat a female. Aren't you ashamed enough you even have the face to cry? Teacher Wang, who was the class teacher, also smiled apologetically at this time and said, "Don't be angry for now. This matter is definitely Lin Shuer's fault. I've already called her parents to come over, so you guys can discuss how to solve it at that time." In just 2 short sentences, the shrewd Mr. Wang took off his own responsibility and shifted it all to a 3-year-old child. After the mean woman glared at her son again, she immediately scolded Lin Shuer, who was standing in the corner to be punished, when she saw that there were tears welling up in her eyes. "You little brute, have the nerve to cry. I don't know what your parents taught you. There's no quality in moving your hands." Hearing this, Mr. Wang took the opportunity to take advantage of this again. Lin Shuer is always sent to school by her brother and has never seen her parents make a trip. The woman listened and scoffed even more with words full of sarcasm. "So it's a little wild seed born of a mother but not raised by a mother. No wonder it's so savage and rough. I guess that brother and sister of hers aren't good people either." The teachers on the side subconsciously frowned at Mr. Wang's actions, and a sense of detachment was born in their hearts. Obviously, even if this time the matter was resolved perfectly, this teacher Wang, who had not been on the job for long, had lost the trust of the rest of the teachers. No one likes dealing with someone who badmouths people behind their backs, especially in front of so many people. Hearing her brother and sister being insulted, Lin Shuer forced herself not to cry out and exclaimed, "Brother and sister aren't the bad guys. You are. Hey, how dare you little thing talk back." The woman immediately walked over and wanted to raise her hand to strike down. At this time, the teacher's office into the 2 figures. Ning Juya see that the slap is about to fall on the face of their own little baby. The beautiful eyes burst out of the unprecedented coldness. Directly help run forward a kick in the woman's butt. With an ouch, the woman fell to the ground in agony. Ning Juya heartbreakingly held little Shuer, who was about to cry out, in her arms, gently patted her back, and softly said, "Sister is here. It's okay." When the surrounding teachers saw Ning Juya's such a violent kick, shock appeared on their faces, and as they looked at the woman who fell to the ground and wailed, they inwardly smacked their lips. It seems that this little girl's parents aren't any good either. In front of so many people, he actually kicked it straight up. Is there any king's law left? How dare you beat people in broad daylight? The woman who was covering her but struggled to stand up and shouted. Right at that moment, Lin Xin, who was a little bit slower, saw this and kicked up viciously again. The woman who had just assisted the desk to her feet wailed and fell to the floor again. The little boy beside him cried even louder at the sight. Lin Xin glared fiercely at the little boy, who was instantly too frightened to cry and could only shed helpless tears. Beside her, little Shuer had already jumped into her sister's arms and cried out, her voice aggrieved. "He's the one who badmouthed his brother. Little Snowy is not a wild child." Hearing these words, Ning Juya already had the heart to kill in her heart at this point, her icy gaze sweeping towards the woman who had fallen to the ground. It just so happened that there was a fruit knife on a side table at that moment, and just as Ning Juya was about to pick up the knife, she was snatched first by the sharp-eyed Lin Xin. Seeing this, she frowned and chided, "You give it to me." "No." Lin Xin put away his sword. The rest of the teachers who were watching from the sidelines could no longer sit still when they saw that they were actually going to move the knife, and rushed forward to persuade them bitterly. "This parent, you have to calm down, is a little conflict between children. There is no need to move the knife, Yes, it's normal for children to have a little conflict. If it gets too big, the child's future will be ruined. It's not worth it." Collapsed on the ground was about to swear mean woman see the situation. More scared not dare to make a sound. Eyes flashed fear color. A little thing like that and she goes for the jugular. This woman's crazy. Killing someone in front of so many people is no joke. She's here to make extra money, not to die. Seeing Ning Juya's emotions gradually calming down, Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief, stroking the little one's head and whispering to her, "Take the kids out first, and just leave the rest to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya coldly gazed at that woman, then let out a cold snort and walked out with little Shuer, who was still whimpering in her arms. Lin Xin, on the other hand, blew all of the group of teachers out, leaving only 2 plainclothes bodyguards inside the kindergarten, and after closing the door, he even smashed all of the cameras in the corners. After doing all this, under the woman's terrified and frightened gaze, Lin Xin faintly said to the 2 bodyguards, "Do it." Yes, the 2 bodyguards walked towards the woman. In the hallway outside the office, a bodyguard turned to the many teachers and said with an expressionless face, "Nothing happened today and no one will come after you. Know what I mean?" How could the many teachers who had been around this rich kindergarten for a long time not understand? And they nodded in a hurry. It seems that this little girl's family has an all-powerful background. Soon, the woman's agonized screams, harsh and tragic, came from inside the office. In order to not let little Schwer's heart leave a shadow, Ning Juya directly took her out of the kindergarten and waited in a car by the side of the road. After a full 10 minutes, Lin Xian walked out of the office fully clothed, just in time to bump into the kindergarten principal who had come face to face. Inside the office, on the other hand, the woman didn't seem to be any different from what she had been 10 minutes ago, and there was absolutely no sign of any serious injuries on her body. Lin Xian turned to Principal Li in front of him and smiled lightly. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Headmaster, you won't let me down, will you? Upon hearing this, Principal Li hastily nodded his head, revealing a shrewd look in his eyes and smilingly said, Don't worry Mr. Lin, that boy was poorly liked in class. And even more so, he often bullied his classmates based on his family's connections. And now that he's been forced to transfer to a different school because of classmate Lin Schwer, I'm sure he'll soon be able to mingle with the other kids. Hearing this answer, Lin Xian nodded with a satisfied face. Then I'm relieved. As for your school's grant, it will be credited to the account tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Xian walked out towards the outside of the kindergarten, taking one step out into the corridor without looking back. That teacher Wang's character doesn't seem to be very good. Sack her so as not to jeopardize the morale of your school. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll be sure to handle it properly, Principal Li would say. By the time Lin Xian left, only Principal Li was left in the corridor, and the woman in the office walked out, rubbing her hands together with a smile. Seeing this, Principal Li took out a card from his body and handed it over, speaking faintly to the woman. In this card is the $20,000 you were promised, and it was a good play, so I gave you an extra 10,000. At that, the woman's eyes lit up, and she hastily took the card. Smilingly, thank you, Headmaster. Remember to call me again for something like this in the future. The woman turned to leave, her snickering faintly audible. $30,000 for a couple of kicks and screams. It's like pie in the sky. It was obvious that the woman was not the little boy's mother, but just a temporary substitute. Meanwhile, the car outside the nursery. Ning Juya was softly calming the little one, especially when she saw her tear-stained cheeks. A gleam of heartache flashed through her eyes. Well, at that moment Lin Xian pulled open the car door and sat in, reaching out to carry little Schwer who was whimpering. The driver started the car and drove away from the kindergarten. Little Schwer shed tears and complained, Brother, I am not a wild seed. Of course you're not a wild seed. Lin Xian smiled and stroked her head, then came forward and kissed her, smiling gently. How can our little Schwer be a wild seed? If anyone dares to talk about you like that in the future, you can just whip his mouth. After pacifying her for a while, Lin Schwer, who was tired of crying, lay down in Lin Xian's arms and fell into a deep sleep, the corners of her eyes still glistening with crystallized teardrops. Ning Juya, on the other hand, was sitting with her legs crossed, her face cold to the core as she looked out the window, and one sentence caused Lin Xian's body bones to tremble. Go home later and find yourself a keyboard to kneel on. The more Ning Juya thought about things, the more wrong they became, and she quickly figured out the real reason for things. Little Schwer is in a private kindergarten, and those who can send their children to this kindergarten are either rich or wealthy. But that shrew just now obviously can't relate to the 4 words. And she and Lin Xian had just decided to leave the magic capital. And when they turned their heads and this kind of thing happened, fools know that something is not right. Hearing this, Lin Xian inwardly mourned at the moment. It seemed that he couldn't make good tonight, but hopefully he could survive. Meanwhile, inside the kindergarten principal's office, Principal Li sat in his chair and said lightly to the apprehensive teacher Wang Xiao in front of him, Ms. Wang, you are dismissed from now on. Our kindergarten doesn't need teachers like you who have no teacher's morals and whose affairs have no bottom line. And this will go into your file. So do yourself a favor. At those words, Wang Xiao was inwardly fearful and hurriedly bowed and begged, Headmaster, I know I'm wrong, just spare me this time. I've realized my mistake. This job is the envy of others cannot envy, but also her usual bragging capital in front of those relatives. If the loss of this job, Wang Xiao do not dare to think of what will be waiting for her later. After all, no school would need a teacher of immoral character. Principal Li waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and leave, don't force me to call security to blow you away. Eventually, the dismissed Ms. Wang packed up and left the kindergarten, becoming an amateur joke among the other teachers. And after such a thing had happened, the rest of the teachers had a new perception in their minds about Lin Schwer as a student, and that was that she should never be messed with. As for those individual classmates, after hearing that the classmates who usually bullied them had transferred to another school because of Lin Schwer, they would naturally develop good feelings. In the evening, the Ning family villa. At this time, the family had already eaten dinner. Little Schwer was taken out for an after-dinner walk by Ning's mother and father, and naturally Lin Xian and Ning Juya were left in the villa. Inside the somewhat dimly lit bedroom, Ning Juya casually drew the curtains and turned on the room's heating lamp, her face always frosty. For his part, Rinchin was trembling and kneeling on a brand new keyboard, with the remains of his old buddy, the old keyboard, beside him. Little wild seed, brother and sister are bad people. Ning Juya sneered at Lin Xin and walked over to the chair to sit down. Facing him, Lin Xin, you've got a lot of guts, because you're not happy with me, you're changing your ways to scold me. Lin Xin, you've got a lot of guts, because you're upset with me, you're turning tricks to scold me. At those words, Lin Xin looked up with a sarcastic smile and explained, misunderstanding our daughter-in-law, this is not for the sake of our sister's consideration. I have no choice but to take this measure. In that case, it's still my fault that I misjudged you, Ning Juya said in a salty tone. It's my fault, I didn't inform you in advance. Kneel down. Ning Juya snorted coldly. Obviously just these two sentences from Lin Xin were not enough to eliminate the dissatisfaction in her heart. Lin Xin sniffed and didn't do as he was told, but instead gently hugged her from behind and pampered her. I'm really wrong, Your Honor wife. Please spare me this time. Ning Juya didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lin Xin gritted his teeth and had no choice but to perform an advanced version of last night's tactic, the first style of his self-created secret method of coaxing his daughter-in-law. In the next second, Lin Xin violently pushed Ning Juya back onto the bed, forcibly chiding, Woman, don't go too far. Looking at this familiar attitude, Ning Juya, who had been pushed back onto the bed, froze slightly and gritted her teeth. Lin Xin, you're looking for death. Before she could sit up from the bed, Lin Xin hurriedly squatted down and fished out the prepared stack of thick envelopes from under the bed, threw them into her arms, and then said, This is my farewell love letter for you, and my entire fortune. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Seeing the thick stack of envelopes in her hands, Ning Juya froze for a moment, raised an eyebrow and glanced at the pretentious Lin Xin, and opened the envelope after some thought. She wanted to see what made this man so cocky. A couple of black cards were the first to fall out of the envelope, followed by a folded piece of letterhead with writing all over it. Ning Juya merely glanced a few times. Her originally snow-white face reddened a bit, and before she could react, she saw Lin Xin add, How about it? Is my gift still satisfactory? Lin Xin was a bit smug. These can be what he learned from the internet. No matter how high and cold a woman is, she will have a pure young girl's heart. Even if it is Ning Juya, the same is true. Not bad. Ning Juya put away the letter paper and bank card, her inner desire for control satisfied. After saying that, she wanted to extend her small white hand to Lin Xin, her red lips slowly coming over. Lin Xin thought darkly as he looked at the soft lips that were getting closer and closer to him. I didn't realize that what was taught online was so reliable, so the next part of the process certainly can't be missing. One of the quotes from an author, the more she wants you, the less you can let her have you, so that she will want you even more, and thus fulfill all your needs. This is the desire to capture you, from the author's 108 Styles of Taking a Beautiful President. Thinking so, Lin Xin looked at the soft lips that had already come up, and directly smacked a big mouth over, with the sound of a crisp slap resounding in the quiet bedroom. Lin Xin looked at the dumbfounded Ning Juya and said in a high and cold tone, Woman, you don't get too far ahead of yourself. Before Lin Xin could finish his lines, Ning Juya, who had fallen into a state of rage, directly slammed his fist into his face. Ah! Lin Xin lay on the ground covering his reddened face and screaming miserably. Ning Juya directly leapt up from the bed barefoot, gritting her teeth in fury. Lin Xin, you're dead today. Lin Xion's tragic and unearthly howl resounded within the silent villa, and even the bodyguards in the hands outside the villa couldn't help but marvel. This time the commotion is probably the biggest ever. I, Roadrunner, would like to call it the strongest. Early the next morning, at the Ning family's dinner table. What happened to your face, brother? Lin Shuer sat on the children's chair, her small eyes filled with curiosity as she stared across the room at her snotty brother. No, nothing. The corner of Lin Xion's mouth twitched. It's just that I accidentally fell yesterday. I'll be fine in a couple days. Hurry up and eat so I can take you to kindergarten. You're sure to make friends today. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer gave a milky hum and began to concentrate on the small dumplings in the bowl. Lin Xin, on the other hand, glanced with some trepidation at Ning Juya, who was eating beside him, swallowed his saliva, and came forward with a fawning smile. Daughter-in-law, how troublesome to eat by yourself. Why don't I feed you? Through last night's profound lesson, Lin Xin understood one thing completely and utterly, and that was that Ning Juya could not be treated like a normal woman, or else she would die. Ning Juya, who was eating slowly, glanced at this guy, the corners of her mouth sketching out a charming arc. It seems to be the effect of last night's conditioning. This is not a good behavior. Have to be beaten to be obedient. Then she whispered, Well, it just so happens that my hands are a little sore, so I'll give you that. Hearing this, Lin Xin immediately took the bowl with a smile and began to serve it carefully, the wounds on his body warning him of one thing at all times. Being a human being, you can't be too drifty, especially beware of online scams. Seeing this, Lin Shuer, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, hurriedly ran over with her own small bowl and said with a smile, "Brother, Shuer wants to feed too." The breakfast that could have been solved in 10 minutes took half an hour at the request of a large and small group. On the way to the kindergarten, Lin Xin explained to little Shuer that he was going to go out of town, and at first the little guy refused until Lin Xin promised a whole lot of benefits, and only then did he enter the kindergarten contentedly. After all, they're still kids, and they'll behave themselves with just a few random favors. Because they were going to Deep City, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya hadn't been very busy in the past 2 days, and at this time, they were strolling along the street in the early morning, walking in the direction of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After considering it for a while, the two of them still decided to get the license first. But of course, the main thing was that Ning Zhuya wanted that little red book. In the absence of a marriage license, teaching Lin Xin always feels like something is missing, like eating instant noodles without seasoning. My youth is still really confusing. On the side of the road, Lin Xin looked at the sky and sighed. Ning Zhuya, who was wearing that pink scarf, kicked the guy directly and said faintly, "What? Are you dissatisfied with me again?" As soon as this was mentioned, the pain that Lin Xin had already subsided resurfaced again, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up as he looked at Ning Zhuya, who was half a body length ahead of him. In the next second, Lin Xin directly picked up Ning Zhuya from behind in a princess hug position and ran towards the Civil Affairs Bureau not far away with a smile. "What are you doing all of a sudden? You need a beating again, don't you? This is not afraid of daughter-in-law you walking tired. So I carry you run, how easy Because Lin Xin was running too fast. Ning Zhuya, who was being held in his arms, had to wrap her arms around his neck, and the cold wind coming from her face froze her face red. Early in the morning, Lin Xin walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with an extra red book in his hand, only to hear Ning Zhuya beside him laugh in a satisfied tone. "From now on you are my private property. If you dare to act intimately with another woman, I will castrate you." To not be so ruthless, Lin Xin skimmed his lips. In the next second, his ear was directly grabbed by Ning Zhuya and then stretched, smiling with an unpleasant face. "Did you just say something?" No. Ning Zhuya grabbed Lin Xin's collar and laughed domineeringly. "Man, next time use your head before you speak or you'll be waiting to go home and be punished." Saying that, she greedily stamped on Lin Xin's lips and licked her lips with intent. For this little devil's overbearing behavior from time to time, Lin Xin had already gotten a little used to it. Who asked for it to be his own family? What else could he do but spoil it? Just as the two were standing on the side of the road waiting for the driver to pick them up, Lin Xin's cell phone rang, and he took it out to see that it was his mom calling. The phone picks up and mom's voice comes out. "Son of a bitch, I heard from the in-laws and the others that you're going to Deep City?" "Yeah mom, what's wrong?" Lin Xin wondered as he reached for his cell phone. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Zhuya, who was almost putting her ear to his face, and directly peeled her away with one hand. "Ning Zhuya, soon." The sound of her son's screams came out of Zhang's mother's phone. "Ah, it hurts, you let go." Zhang mother, who was enjoying sunbathing, cannot help but raise the corners of her mouth. Young people are youthful early in the morning cannot resist loneliness. After a full while, when the movement on the other end was a bit smaller, Zhang mother then continued. "You forget that mom's old home is not in the Deep City. Your grandparents went away for so many years. Because of you I have not gone back to see all these years. If you want to go back, it is just the right time to help mom to show up. And I occasionally call back to hear that your uncle these years have some difficulties. You happen to go to help. When I was a child he also bought you candy to eat it." After hearing this, Lin Xin bitterly looked at Ning Zhuya, who was biting his left hand, and responded, "Oh good, why don't you give me the address, and I'll stop by then." Zhang mother softly then heard the scuffle from the other end, smiled and hung up the phone. Lying back in his chair, he smiled and muttered, "It doesn't look like it will be long before I can hold my grandchildren." In the car on the way to the office, the driver of the car looked at the scene of scuffling in the rearview mirror with secret admiration. Worthy of Mr. Lin, he easily did what others couldn't, only to see that at this time on the back seat, Ning Zhuya was tied up by Lin Xin, who took the opportunity to use his hands to hold her waist to death to prevent her from breaking free. "Lim Xin, let go of me. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you go, I'm sure I'm going to do it to me again." "No, resolutely no." Seeing Lin Xin's death grip around his waist and not letting go, Ning Zhuya directly turned to Ning De, who was sitting in the co-pilot, and ordered, "Ning De, hold this guy down." "Yes, Missy." Ning De helplessly lowered the backrest of the passenger side, and quickly rescued his own miss. The originally great situation was instantly reversed, and the bound Lin Xin was stepped on by Ning Juya, looking miserable. "Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. Why don't we make a deal and just let it go?" Lin Xin looked at the small hand reaching towards him and gulped. The smile on his face was worse than crying. "Forget it?" Ning Juya suddenly withdrew her hand, then leaned over and took off her shoes, bringing a piece of paper from the side and placing it on Lin Xin's face. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't be able to tell who the big and small king is." Saying that, Ning Juya ruthlessly stomped on Lin Xin's face, constantly rubbing and abusing him. From the Civil Affairs Bureau to the group, a journey of more than 10 minutes, Lin Xin could be said to have suffered a lot. Although those pink and white jade feet were very seductive, Lin Xin wasn't a pervert. Who could accept such pain? When they reached the company's downstairs, under the calm gaze of the security guard at the entrance, Lin Xin was dragged by Ning Juya by the collar towards the elevator. This young Master Lin's posture is different every time he comes to the company. Do all rich people play so fancy? Who knows? Maybe it's a special hobby of our Missy. A few moments later, inside the chairman's office, Mother Ning, dressed in her work clothes, sighed as she looked at her son-in-law, who had been lifted onto the sofa by her own daughter. "Girls can't be gentler and more ladylike, so as to keep a man's heart. You're like this every day to others, Xiao Xin. Be careful he can't stand you later and run away." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced at Lin Xin, who was pinching his feet, and said indifferently, "Can you run?" In the face of these threatening words, Lin Xin resolutely shook his head in a firm manner. "With a beautiful daughter-in-law like you here, how could I ever want to run away?" Looking at the way the two of them were getting along, Mother Ning secretly shook her head. Could this be the contemporary way for young people to fall in love? It seemed that she was already outdated. Then returning to the topic, Mother Ning looked at the information on the table and described it in a serious tone. "According to what I know, the Bai family has already opened a company in Deep City, and has also established partnerships with several cell phone manufacturers in the country, developing a game software that is expected to be released soon. The gaming industry is definitely one of the most profitable, with hundreds of millions of dollars in sky-high prices for just a few lines of code, and it's still sustainable." It had to be said that the White family had a keen eye. Mother Ning couldn't help but praise this hand as well. Make connections with the major cell phone manufacturers and download their games on new phones, so that as long as the game itself isn't too cookie, it's only a matter of time before it catches fire. Saying that, Mother Ning looked towards her daughter, her inquiring words carrying a test. "Xiao Ye, do you have any ideas yet?" Ning Juya, however, turned her gaze toward Lin Xin and gave him a look. Seeing this, Lin Xin had no choice but to answer for his daughter-in-law. Imitate their tactics. If they can make a game, why can't we? The Ning family had one absolute advantage over the Bai family, and that was money. The same quality game that costs you $5 million. Then I'll spend 50 million, or even 500 million, to make it better. How much you spend on publicity, then I'll spend double. This method was simple, but unexpectedly practical. At least that boss Ma of the Kome group had relied on this hand to reign supreme within the gaming industry over the years. "Your game is of better quality than mine? Then I'll acquire you." "What? You don't agree? Then I'll spend a huge amount of money to make a copy of your game and publicize it with even more money as a way to be invincible." Early March, on an airplane bound for Deep City. "Mr. Lin, this is the deluxe set meal you requested." The stewardess came respectfully and placed the fine delicacies on the cart behind her on the table one by one. "Enjoy your meal." Lin Xin looked at the sirloin steak in front of him, as well as the braised lion's head, and turned his head to Ning Juya, who was flipping through little Schwer's photos beside him, and inquired, "Are you going to eat it?" "Don't eat," Ning Juya returned indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's eyes rolled and he picked up a knife and fork and cut off a small piece and handed it to her mouth. And unsurprisingly, Ning Juya opened her small mouth and ate it. Sure enough, a woman's mouth deceives a ghost. Her mouth says no, but her body is quite honest. Seeing that she had been staring at Lin Schwer's picture, Lin Xin, who was sitting on the side, pretended to sigh. "Ugh, there's no love. I can't believe I'm thinking about another woman when my favorite husband is sitting right next to me. If you don't want to sleep on the streets tonight, shut your doggy mouth." Ning Juya glanced at the guy, then proceeded to look through the photos he had taken of little Schwer, which showed Lin Schwer playing amongst the snowdrifts with a big smile on her face. "If you have a daughter in the future, you'll be as cute as this, right?" Ning Juya thought so, but then gave up on the idea for the time being. She still had a goal that needed to be accomplished. She wasn't going to think about having children until she became the richest person in the country. And as for why she wanted to become the richest person in the country, consuming her childhood in exchange for business knowledge. If she couldn't make it to the top of the business world, Ningxuya would inevitably look too cheap. The Magic City is still a bit of a trip from Shenzhen, and the plane left in the morning and didn't arrive at its destination until noon the next day. Walking out of the airport, Lin Xin looked at the bustling metropolis in front of him, and didn't feel anything in his heart. After all, he had stayed in God's capital and magic capital, and had already seen a lot of big scenes. Deep City, which was known as the capital of the internet, hadn't had time to build a branch of the Canopy Group because it had only developed in recent years. Not far away Ningde drove over in his car, followed by 2 other cars, which were filled with bodyguards who had arrived one step ahead. The big lady of the Ning family went out. This point of facade should still be there. It is not that Ningxuya likes to be in the limelight, but this can save a lot of trouble. After getting into the car, Ningde, who was sitting in the driver's seat, inquired, "Where are we going next, Missy? I've booked a hotel in advance. Want to go ahead and rest for the day?" At this moment, Ningxuya snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, closing her eyes and faintly saying back, "No, I'll be staying in Deep City for a long time to come, so let's go pick out a suitable villa first." "Yes, Missy." The car started slowly and drove towards the largest real estate trading center in Deep City. About half an hour later, in front of the largest Hongchang real estate trading center in Deep City, $3 million luxury cars stopped successively, instantly attracting the attention of the salesman. Their eyes lit up, knowing that a big customer had come. $3 million luxury cars, which indicated that the economic strength of the car owner was at least $10 million, and to have $10 million of assets in the Deep City was already considered a tycoon. When Lin Xian and Ningxuya stepped out of the car, a bunch of real estate salesmen immediately came over with smiling faces. "Buying a home, sir? I'm the gold salesman here and I guarantee you the best experience." Go, don't listen to this gentleman. I'm the platinum salesman here. I'm sure it's okay to trust me." Looking at the group of salesmen who were stopped by the bodyguards, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that these people were treating him like a rich second generation. Well, it seems like in a sense he is really a rich kid too. Ningxuya directly spoke in a cold voice. "Do you think you can eat a list of hundreds of millions of dollars? Call your manager over." When these words came out, the salesman's eyes instantly showed shock. Their faces changed at the same time secretly thought, it seems that this single is hopeless. Hundreds of millions of dollars of orders. Only their managers are qualified to receive. Not they salesmen are qualified to touch. Not far away, the same as being prepared to buy a house of a handsome boy looked at this scene, and looked at his side of the empty, really is a person than a person. Angry people. Soon, under the reception of a charming woman, Lin Xian and Ningxuya walked into the real estate transaction center. To the eye, there is a wide range of real estate models, which can ensure that customers can feel the immersive feeling in the most convenient way. There weren't many people in the trading center at this time, and it seemed a bit empty. Manager Luo brought Lin Xian and the 2 of them into the villa area, pointing to one of the villas in the center of the city and introducing it. "Ms. Ning, this villa is currently located in the prime location of Deep City. It's our bottom of the barrel villa. No matter it's the scenery or the service, it's the top configuration. What do you think?" Ningxuya looked sideways at Lin Xian and asked, "What do you think? If it's right, just buy it." Hearing this, a glint flashed in the eyes of Manager Luo on the side, and the smile on his face increased. This villa has not had a buyer since it was built because of the high price tag, so it looks like there is hope this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian inquired towards the female manager, "How much is the villa selling for?" "The total price is 130 million, but I'll do the honors and give you a discount." Manager Luo smiled and respectfully returned. With her knowledgeable eyesight, she could naturally see that this Miss Ning seemed to have been soliciting this Mr. Lin's attention, and her attitude was naturally incomparably respectful. Hearing this price, Lin Xian couldn't help but smack his lips. Good lord, a villa actually sells for so much money. It can make himself struggle for many years less. Right at this moment, a handsome-looking youth with arrogance in his eyes walked over from the side, his gaze sweeping straight over this Manager Luo's body. Wanton and arrogant. "Manager Luo, how's what I told you yesterday?" "I will, if you promise to go to dinner with me." Before the words were finished, Hu Jun's gaze suddenly looked as if he had seen something. His pupils instantly contracted, and even the words that were about to be spoken stopped instantly. The eyes instantly noticed Ningxuya, who looked like a heavenly fairy, like a fairy who descended to the earth. Her beauty was unbelievable. Just as Hu Jun's eyes were looking straight, Lin Xian, who was on the side, frowned and blocked in front of his daughter-in-law, his eyes staring at this guy with some mischief. "You're a good dog. Staring at my daughter-in-law like that in front of me. Hu Jun looked at Lin Xin who suddenly blocked in front of him. His brows furrowed, and he just wanted to chide out. But he was preempted by manager Luo who saw the situation from the side. Smiling at Hu Jun, he introduced himself. Young Master Hu, these two are from out of town and are planning to auction off our #1 villa here. When he heard that Lin Xin and the two of them were going to buy this villa worth more than $100 million, the lust in Hu Jun's eyes tightened a bit and he looked at Lin Xin and said irritably, "What's the point of buying it? Anyway, it's just over 100 million. My father is the chairman of Tianxiang Group. I can still get this money out." Looking at Hu Jun's upset appearance, Lin Xin blocked Ning Juya behind him and smiled at him. "Since Young Hu is so rich, do you dare to buy this villa?" Manager Luo on the side didn't stop the scene. Instead he was happy to see it and watched the scene with interest. Seeing that Lin Xin even provoked himself, the arrogant and accustomed Hu Jun which could stand this anger, directly from his body to pull out a gold VIP card of the Bank of China. At Lin Xin sneered, "It's only $100 million. I can still take it out. Unlike some little white boys who only pretend to be something they're not, who just play it safe with their mouths." Manager Luo explained at this timely moment. Young Master Hu Jun is the first eldest son of the Hu family in Deep City, and his father runs a $10 billion market value Tianxiang Group, which is not bad in the entire Deep City. Hu Jun even straightened his chest at this time, staring proudly at Lin Xin who always remained calm, while being somewhat distressed. "Spending so much money on a villa. I guess I'll have to eat a meal of 7 wolves when I get back. But when I think of Ning Juya's absolutely beautiful face, even international superstars can't compare to her. Being able to pretend to be AB in front of such a beautiful woman, it's cool to think about it." But before he could be happy for long, the calm-faced Lin Xin said indifferently, "I'll offer $200 million. Hu Jun's smiling face froze, disbelief welling up in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Who the hell are you? That is a full $200 million of liquidity." Even Hu Jun also realized that the young man in front of him is not simple. "Who do you care who I am? Are you still buying this villa?" Lin Xin raised his eyebrows while reaching out to put his arm around his daughter-in-law's thin waist. Ning Juya never opened her mouth. She didn't even look at Hu Jun squarely. She didn't even bother to open her mouth for this kind of clown. Seeing that Hu Jun was somewhat unable to get off the stage, Manager Luo also knew that this drama had come to an end. Smiling, he took a step forward. "Why don't the two of you give me a face, and let this matter come to an end?" Somewhat furious, Hu Jun snorted coldly at Lin Xin. "Today, for the sake of Manager Luo's face, I won't bother with you. We'll see, we'll see." After letting out some harsh words, Hu Jun walked towards the outside of the store in a grayish manner. At this moment, his face was red-hot and painful. He failed to pretend to be AB, and even lost all his face. It is estimated that tomorrow the entire circle of rich second generation in the Deep City will know about this matter. "Yo, young master Hu, you can't do it either. Look at that poor look of yours. Next time it's better to do it with your tail between your legs." Lin Xin mocked at the right time. "How dare you stare at my daughter-in-law? If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're somebody. My daughter-in-law, the only one I can stare straight at." Ning Juya, on the other hand, took out her cell phone and sent a message out, then took out a card from her body and handed it over towards Manager Luo, faintly saying, "Swipe your card and get the villa packed up as soon as possible. We're staying in it tonight." Looking at the card in her hand, Manager Luo's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. It was actually the top black card of the Bank of China. Even she had never seen it before. It is said that only those with more than 10 billion real-time funds on their cards can qualify to hold this black card, and wherever they go, they are the top seed at the table of major banks. Her face became even more respectful. "Wait a moment, both of you. I'll go and do the formalities for you." At the same time, he instructed the salesman at the side to hand over 2 cups of aromatic coffee, and then walked towards the counter. Ning Juya reached out and pinched Lin Xion's face, smiling. "Your reaction just now was so cute. It's all because my daughter-in-law is well-trained." Lin Xian appropriately kissed his ass and lowered his head to place a kiss on his daughter-in-law's cheek. This satisfied Ning Juya's desire for control, and the corners of her mouth rose. Meanwhile, outside the real estate trading center, Hu Jun, who was holding a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it, walked out, and in his mind he was thinking about how to get back at Lin Xian, but he didn't realize that there were a few more hooded people behind him. In a flash, he felt a blackness in his eyes, and it was as if his whole body had been lifted by something. "Who are you guys? Let go of me. I'm the first son of the Hu family. IF** king." Soon, Hu Jun, whose head was covered, was thrown into the trunk of the car, and his mouth was blocked by a ball of stinky socks, emitting the stench of rotten salted fish, and just by smelling the smell, he was going to spit out his overnight meal. "Boss, How do we fix this? The bodyguard who made the move inquired. Missy ordered that this guy be stripped naked and thrown out onto the street. Ningde looked at the message on his cell phone and said indifferently, "Understood." Just like that, the car drove straight away from here. As for the surrounding surveillance equipment had long been hacked when Ningde and the others made their move. Soon, Lin Xin and Ning Juya, who were holding the real estate license, walked out from the trading center, and manager Luo respectfully said, "Take care, both of you, and welcome to your next visit." Lin Xin, who walked out of the trading center, wondered, where's Ningde and the others? Probably went to take out the trash. Ning Juya beside her casually said, listening to this far-fetched reason. The corner of Lin Xin's mouth twitched, and something had already occurred to his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he just got in the car. Where are we going next? Lin Xin asked as he got into the car. Ning Juya, who was sitting in his arms, directly addressed the bodyguard in charge of the car and instructed, "Go to the nearest Ford store in the neighborhood and let's get a better car." "Yes, Missy." Looking at Lin Xin's puzzled eyes, Ning Juya cupped his face and explained expressionlessly, "There's a deep city upper-class circle gathering tonight. Many bosses in the internet industry will be there. It's a good opportunity to learn about Deep City's market." Ning Juya touched Lin Xin's abdomen. "That said, it seems like you've been living too lazily lately. Your abs are gone." Lin Xin hugged her small waist and said indifferently, "What can abs do? I've hugged a rich woman. What's the point of practicing that?" As he said that, a certain salty pig hand even groped Ning Juya's waist, and a bad laugh came out of his mouth. Looking at Lin Xin, whose eyes were somewhat complacent, the corners of her mouth could not help but raise. Ning Juya raised her hand, and in the next second directly slapped a big mouth on it. "Agu!" Caught off guard, Lin Xin yelped in pain and commiserated. "What are you mad about again? What did I do to you?" Ning Juya, who was sitting on him, lengthened his face and spoke in a tone that was not to be questioned. "Within 3 days, I want to see you practicing your abs. As my ladies' man, if you don't even have abs, then it wouldn't be a virtual dog. You're the one who's vain. I belong to the standard of normal people." Lin Xin said back with indignant dissatisfaction. "If I say you're vain, you're vain. Wait until the night and you'll see if I'm vain." Talking back. You owe me. Pop. After spending 10 minutes arriving at the Ford store, it didn't take more than half an hour for Lin Xin to come out in a brand new red Ferrari with the attached sunglasses on his forehead. It was the 5-finger print on the left side of his face that was a bit conspicuous. "Woman, I really can't stand you. You hit me in the face every time. Next time if you're like this, I'll divorce you." Inside the Golden River Villa worth 100 million Chinese dollars in the center of Shenzhen City, Lin Xin said in dissatisfaction to Ning Juya, who was lying on the bed leisurely applying a face mask. In the face of Lin Xin's dissatisfied accusation, Ning Juya, who was only wearing a thin dress, unhurriedly took off her mask, glanced at Lin Xin with slanted eyes, and spat out 2 words with her soft red lips. "Come here." "What for?" Lin Xin moved a little closer somewhat sheepishly. Seeing Lin Xin really stupidly come up, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Ning Juya's mouth, and in the next second, she directly kicked towards Lin Xin's face. Feeling the wind in his ears, Lin Xin reacted quickly and grabbed the small pinkish-white foot that was still in midair, firmly grasping it in his hand with a smug look on his face. "That's it? That's all you've got? Surname Ning? You can't do it." "But I've practiced martial arts. I know what this is not." Lin Xin stretched out a finger toward Ning Juya triumphantly and laughed. Someone Lin, can beat 100 of you with one hand? Ha ha ha." Listening to Lin Xin's wantonly open-mouthed laughter, Ning Juya sighed as she was grabbed by one foot. "It's really every day that you owe it to yourself." Then, a small, bright knife displayed its sharpness, causing Lin Xin's smile to instantly freeze, and he had a bad feeling inside. Ning Juya, who had a playful smile on her face, held the sharp knife and said with a smiling face, "This knife has an aphrodisiac on it that I've specially developed for you. Why don't you try it now?" Hearing the word aphrodisiac, Lin Xin's expression stiffened even more. "Who are you fooling? I don't believe it." But at the moment Lin Xin also some bottomless, heard to the knife coated with poison, have not heard to the knife coated with aphrodisiacs, but to Ning Juya this tigress character, seems to be really dry out this kind of thing. Just as Lin Xin was thinking randomly, Ning Juya, who was lying on the luxurious soft bed, was slowly making a throwing motion. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat behind his back. "I think this woman is an archery champion." Ning Juya smiled harmlessly and said, "Don't move, or I can't guarantee that this knife will be inserted into any part of your body next." At those words, Lin Xin subconsciously let go of his hand, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. "Daughter-in-law, Before he could finish his sentence, he only heard a whoo sound. The sharp knife was thrown out by Ning Juya, and with unparalleled precision, it scraped against Lin Xin's skin and was inserted into the wall of the bedroom. The atmosphere in the bedroom was instantly silent as a drop of crimson blood fell onto the floor, and Lin Xin felt the slightest bit of coolness on his cheeks, his legs softening as he nearly fell to the floor without standing still. You come for real. Ning Zhua just sat on the bed and started counting down in her mouth. 10, 9, 8. As time passed by bit, Lin Xin felt a surge of heat in his body, and his face changed and changed. Good lord, there really was an aphrodisiac on that knife, and it was so potent that it kicked in within seconds. Seeing Lin Xin's reaction, the corners of Ning Zhuya's mouth rose. Then she got out of bed and walked barefoot towards the outside of the bedroom without looking back. Just take your time here alone and enjoy the lust. I won't be accompanying you. Seeing that this woman was really going to leave, Lin Xin bitterly chased after her and pulled her back, begging bitterly, "Daughter-in-law, I won't dare to do it again. Just give me a hand. I can't carry it." Ning Zhuya didn't say anything, and after directly peeling away Lin Xin's hand, she walked towards the door without any hesitation, thinking darkly inwardly, "Make sure you teach this guy a lesson this time." But she seemed to have somewhat underestimated the effects of the drug. Eyes overflowing with red blood, Lin Xin looked at already half a foot out of the door Ning Zhuya, can no longer stand the heart of that hot burning feeling. Directly like a wolf, like a tiger, towards Ning Zhuya pounced over. In the evening, inside the Golden River Villa, Lin Xin lay naked on the bed and opened his eyes in a daze, and Ning Zhuya's muttering voice came vaguely from his ears. "The effect is really still too big? Next time, we need to reduce the ratio a little bit." Ning Zhuya, who was only wearing a blouse, glanced at Lin Xin, who was pretending to be asleep, and kicked him directly, coldly saying, "Why don't you get changed and get ready for the dinner?" "Okay." Lin Xin, who had released the pressure, hemmed and hawed, climbed up from the bed and began to change his clothes. Ning Zhuya looked at this guy's joyful appearance and hummed lightly, also getting up to change into the dress to be worn for the dinner party. After being well prepared, Lin Xin put on a black tuxedo for the first time in a long time and took his daughter-in-law's small hand in his newly purchased Ferrari. The engine roared to life and headed towards the most famous Imperial Hotel in Deep City. Imperial Hotel, as the meeting place for the upper-class people in Shenzhen City, the scale and various facilities are naturally very perfect, and the appearance alone can only be described by the word splendid. Ha ha, long time no see, Mr. Li. Are you still satisfied with the last cooperation? So it's Mr. Wang. Last time's cooperation was certainly good. I happen to have a new big project here. I was looking for time to get together with you. That's great. Let's go inside and talk slowly. This business gathering was organized by the three major conglomerates in Deep City, and was used to pull in all sorts of connections, so there were a lot of people coming. Basically, as long as they were able to call themselves by name in Deep City, they had pretty much all come. Outside the hotel, the atmosphere quieted a bit as a white Porsche 911 came to a stop and a man and a woman stepped out of it. That's Bai Junwan, the chairman of the Wanjun Group, who has gained notoriety in the past 2 days, isn't it? And the one beside her is rumored to be her husband. Bai Junwan slowly walked towards the hotel on Xiaojie's hand, looking at the surprised expressions of the people around her with a smile on her face. In just 2 short months, she had already managed to get her footing in Deep City and had made a name for herself. The two had just walked out not 2 steps. Another roar came from behind them, only to see a red Ferrari beautifully dumped and stopped next to that Porsche 911. The surrounding people sniffed and looked, only to see 2 more figures walking down, and when they saw the woman's appearance, their eyes could not help but flash with astonishment. Those who came to the banquet naturally included some rich second generation who liked to play with cars, and they looked at the red Ferrari, their mouths letting out exclamations. "I throw low, that is Ferrari SP3, just landing price is as high as 20 million ah. Hiss, which big shot is here again? Looks like tonight's dinner party will be very lively." The visitors were naturally Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin, her beautiful eyes glancing obliquely at the white Porsche worth $4 million beside her, and then at the two Bai Junwan who looked back not far ahead, the corners of her mouth rising. Seeing this, Lin Xin laughed in tandem at the right time. "Yo, if I'm not mistaken, this would be the latest Porsche 911, TSK. Hearing Lin Xin's cheap laugh, Bai Junwan's face instead revealed a smile, her gaze locking with Ning Zhuya's. "It seems like you guys came a little late." Outside the Golden River Hotel, the atmosphere was a bit depressing, with most people's gazes on the 4 figures in the center of the road. Hearing Bai Junwan's words of implied mockery, Ning Zhuya held Lin Xin's hand and smiled back. "Came late? How come? I rather think that I came at the right time to be able to crush you when you were most confident, so that you can reacquaint yourself with the gap between the two of us." Ha, Bai Junwan laughed out. Then let me wait and see. Hopefully you're not talking big. Beside him, Lin Xian looked at the atmosphere of the two as if they were on fire, and doubted that if this place wasn't a public place, these two would have fought directly. The bosses of the major companies that had gathered around also noticed that something was wrong, and a thoughtful look flashed in their eyes. Looks like these two young men have a grudge against each other. With the Wanjun Group's current might, coupled with the Bai family as a backer, there were still quite a few people who wanted to flatter. When they saw this scene, they directly drew a line with Lin Xian and Ning Juya in their hearts, unwilling to risk offending the Wanjun Group by dealing with the two. The dinner party soon officially began, because there was no threshold set up, so the people present appeared to be a bit of a mixed bag, and the scene was chaotic. As a result, the guests who come to the venue are also graded. Those with assets of 1 million can enter the first floor of the hotel, 10 million assets are on the second floor, and the final third floor requires assets of 1 billion. After entering the hotel, Bai Junwan and Xiaojia directly walked in the direction of the third floor, and at the end of the day, they didn't forget to take a provocative glance at Ning Juya. Just as Ning Juya was planning to lead Lin Xian to the third floor, shouts came from behind him. Yeah. Hearing this familiar address, Ning Juya turned around to look, only to see a familiar silhouette trotting over with an excited smile on her face. Yun Luo? Ning Juya looked at the woman in front of her with a bit of baby fat on her face and about the same height as herself, and called out with some uncertainty. At this suddenly arriving woman, a sentence subconsciously emerged from Lin Xian, who had accidentally seen something in his afterglow. It turns out that the old saying is true. A woman is already the best color on earth when she lowers her head and doesn't see her toes. In the next second, Lin Xian only felt pain coming from his feet as a small foot in high heels kept stomping hard on his shoes. Ning Juya's warning gaze glared over, causing Lin Xian's head to tremble. Yun Luo, who was wearing a light golden dress, then hugged Ning Juya in surprise and said happily, "Little yeah, it's been a long time, I've missed you so much." Seeing this, Lin Xian beside him was puzzled. "You guys know each other?" Ning Juya, who was being hugged, nodded and casually pushed this busty woman away, faintly returning, "A friend from high school." "Friend?" A shocked look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, looking incredulously at his daughter-in-law, his tone exaggerated. "You? Friend? I can't believe you have pals with a personality like that." Before the words were finished, Lin Xian suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air as the flesh around his waist was given a 360-degree spin by a small hand. Yun Luo took Ning Juya's hand in an incomparably natural manner and looked at Lin Xian, wondering, "And you are?" Ning Juya said in an unchanged tone, "My husband." As soon as the words fell, consternation appeared on Yun Luo's fair face. Then covering her mouth, she opened her mouth in disbelief and said, "How could you? You actually managed to find a husband?" Hearing these familiar words, Ning Juya inwardly became extremely upset and pinched Lin Xian's neck with force as the latter cried without tears, "Why are you pinching me? I didn't say it." In response, after venting, Ning Juya only lightly returned, "Playing nice. Why? You got a problem with that?" Lim Xin. Afterwards, Ning Juya pulled Lin Xian's collar and introduced himself to Yun Luo. "He's my man, Lin Xin, the licensed kind." Then he turned his head to introduce himself to Lin Xian. "Her name is Yun Luo. Her family is in the entertainment business, and she's quite famous in this area." After a brief introduction, Yun Luo pulled Ning Juya towards the upper floors, while Lin Xian found an excuse to go to the restroom. It was so hard to have a chance to get rid of the little witch's control. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and inwardly, for Yun Luo, it was a grateful awe. "Hey, it's so cozy." In the bathroom on the first floor of the hotel, Lin Xian cozily walked out. "That's what freedom feels like. This brother, get acquainted." Movement came from behind him. Lin Xian turned around to look in confusion, and a fat man appeared behind him at an unknown time, stretching out his hand. "My name is Zhang Hai, from the deep city Zhang family." Zhang Hai greatly extended his hand to Lin Xian. Although he didn't recognize this guy, Lin Xian still stretched out his hand and shook it. After all, stretching his hand doesn't hit a smiling person. This is a rule he still understands. Hello, my name is Lin Xin." Zhang Hai smiled as he rubbed his stomach familiarly. "You look older than me, so I'll call you Brother Xin. Brother Xin, looking at you like this you should have just come to Deep City. I just watched you clash with your girlfriend and those two from Wanjun Group outside. Recognize? Do you know those two well?" Lin Xian nodded. He and Ning Juya had just come to Deep City. They didn't really know the situation over here, and the fat man in front of them looked very knowledgeable, so it was a good time to take advantage of the opportunity to get to know them. And Zhang Hai, who wanted to strike up a relationship with Lin Xian, was naturally happy to do so. and almost knew everything and answered every question. After all, this is a character who can drive tens of millions of Ferraris, and the benefits of making more friends are sure to be great. The two of them walked and chatted, and were in no hurry to head upstairs, casually finding a corner seat. Zhang Hai gnawed on a large chicken leg in his hand and laughed. Now Wanjun Group's biggest project is the Apocalypse game, which is actually an imitation of Kome's hottest 5v5 tower defense game right now. It's nothing new. If there's anything else, I guess it's a new takeout software developed by Wanjun Group, and the number of daily active people is quite large. Hearing this, Lin Xin inquired doubtfully. You said you came from the Zhang family in Deep City, so what does your family do? At the mention of this, a flash of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Hai's face as he took a look around, then whispered something in Lin Xin's ear. At those words, Lin Xin's face suddenly turned a little odd, but it was actually selling Auntie's napkins. Just as the two of them were chatting, Hu Jun, who had followed his father to arrive late, caught a glimpse of Lin Xin and Zhang Hai sitting in the corner, and the corners of his mouth hooked up. It was really a narrow road, actually letting him run into that little white boy who caused him to lose face here. Hu Jun is now almost already famous in the circle of second generation in the Deep City, being stripped naked and thrown to the commercial street in broad daylight, teasing birds in broad daylight. Bull * bad. Hu Jun gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xin in the corner. He was being stripped naked definitely because this kid let people do it. He couldn't even raise his head when he saw people now, so he had to take revenge. But when he thought of Lin Xin's previous outburst, Hu Jun was a little difficult. The backer behind this kid should not be small, and he was afraid that it would be a little wrong if he was the only one. Seemingly thinking of something, Hu Jun's eyes lit up, and then his feet flew towards the third floor of the hotel with a sinister smile on his face. That kid's girlfriend looks so beautiful. If let those few top 2 generations know about it, surely less festive. Brother Shin, you have to cover me more in the future. On a table in the corner of the first floor of the Jinjiang Hotel, Zhang Hai laughingly raised a glass of wine. Lin Xin saw this and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, you're a brother Lin Xin recognized. After saying that, Lin Xin picked up the wine on the table and directly drank it freely, followed by a bitter look on his face as he looked at the empty wineglass and frowned. What is this wine? Why does it taste weird? Zhang Hai responded with a satisfied smile on his face after similarly drinking it all. Oh, this one. It's my homemade oolong. It's only about 70 or 80 degrees. I this usually accept for beautiful women. Only this mouthful. How about brother Xin? Taste good. Others want to drink it have no chance. What? Hearing that the degree of this wine was actually so high, Lin Xin was instantly dumbfounded, knowing that the medical alcohol normally used was only more than 50 degrees. I'm with you from the heart. You're playing with my brain, right? Seeing this, Zhang Hai cautiously said, Brother Xin, you, 1T be able to do it, right? Hearing this, Lin Xin inwardly cursed, and for the sake of face superficially feigned composure and coldly grunted, You're the one who can't. It's just a glass of wine. I usually drink vodka, 96 degrees, like water. Brother Shin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Oh, that's good. It's one I took from the family cellar, and it has a strong aftertaste, so it might be a little hard to swallow if you're not a person who's used to drinking. Lim Shin. Just as the two of them were chatting away, a familiar figure hurriedly ran down from upstairs, and it was Yun Luo, whom Lin Xin had just met. After anxiously scanning the first floor with her gaze, she finally saw Lin Xin with slightly reddened cheeks in the corner and hurriedly ran over. Lin Xin, who was a little drunk on his face, spotted Yun Luo, who had run in, not realizing his daughter-in-law's figure, and after burping, he was puzzled. Why are you alone? Where's my daughter-in-law? After jogging over with a somewhat anxious face, Yun Luo gasped for breath and said with some effort, holding his knees, Yeah she fought with someone on the third floor. What the hell? Originally the brain is still a little chaotic. Lin Xin instantly awake, heard his daughter-in-law and other people fighting which can still endure, directly in the surrounding people puzzled under the gaze, towards the third floor to run. Brother Xin wait for me. Zhang Hai hurriedly followed, his face revealing a trace of excitement. Mom, this trip is not in vain. Recognized a big leg not to mention. There are melons to eat. This can be too good. Yun Luo, on the other hand, looked at her boobs with some annoyance and muttered, Who let you grow so big, causing me to struggle to run? Then she also walked towards the third floor panting, and at this point the third floor was already in chaos. The crowd of onlookers watching the atmosphere of saber rattling at one of the tables with interest. TSK, who is that woman? How dare she even beat up Tang Hu? That's too fierce. Tang Hu is the Tang family's internalized next family head, and now he's being slapped in public. This is a good show. In front of a large round table in the very center of the third-floor restaurant, a group of second generation directly surrounded the lone Ning Juya, their faces unkind. In the midst of the crowd, a stocky man with a big backcombed hair rubbed his reddened face and grimaced. He, the next heir of the Tang family, had always called the shots in Deep City, and now someone actually dared to hit him in the face in public. At Tang Hu's side, Hu Jun, who was supporting him, had a twinkle in his eye and directly rebuked Ning Juya, who was surrounded by the crowd. You stinking bitch. It's your honor that Tang Xiao is willing to know you. And even if you don't accept it, you actually dare to hit Tang Xiao with your hands. The surrounding rich second generation people who were attached to Tang Hu were even staring at the cold-faced Ning Juya with burning eyes, stunned and more surprised at the same time. This was a good opportunity to flatter the Tang family. They couldn't miss it. If they could get funding from the Tang group, they might be able to soar. And for all of this, Ning Juya looked in her eyes, casually pulling out a tissue from the side and wiping her hands. She opened her mouth coldly to these people. Next time before you strike up a conversation, you'd better take a mirror to see what you look like. Slapping you all is too dirty for me. At those words, Tang Hu's face became even more ugly. Wasn't this a disguised way of saying that he was ugly? No one had dared to talk to him like this in Deep City. In the corner, Bai Junwan watched the scene with interest as Xiao Jia beside her faintly said, "Want to go help?" "No need." Bai Junwan smiled, her gaze looking in the direction of the stairs. "The men are here. Why are we still going up to join in the fun? Just coming to Deep City and inviting the Tang clan. It's really getting interesting." And in the box on the third floor where the group's bosses were, the atmosphere was still hot, and they hadn't realized that the door to the box had been unlocked. As for the hands of courses by Junwan, it is not easy to watch a good show. If let a person stir up the situation that is not fun and Tang Hu couldn't hold back any longer, and directly commanded to the minions beside him, "Give it to me." Just as the crowd was about to make their move, an abrupt voice sounded behind Tang Hu, followed by a figure leaping up. "Nima, dare to bully my daughter-in-law. Look at my goddess of mercy." The voice had just fallen, followed by an agonizing wail that resounded through the hall, and the minions who were planning to make a move twisted their heads in confusion to look, only to see that they want to flatter the Tang who has now been a strange youth sitting on the ground, but also non-stop slap ears. Mouth words are even more unpleasant to the ear. Pop. Lin Xian slapped the dumbfounded Tang whose face fiercely and cursed angrily. "Just you kid bullying my daughter-in-law, is it? You. Look at you, this kind of false dog. With a thin toothpick and still dare to learn people to accost. Even if you hit on me, you even hit on Shin." One after another mouth. Directly Tang who slapped confused. See the surrounding people still froze. Fuming roar. Still looking at Nima. Put. Ouch. Give me this crazy. Get me out of the way. Hu Jun, who was on the side, was the first to react and immediately wanted to go up and help. 3 seconds later, there was an extra person underneath Lin Xian. His hands shared and his mouth cursed. "You're the only kid who's going to do it, aren't you?" Snap. The sound of a crisp slap landed on Hu Jun's face, instantly red and swollen. Visible force. The surrounding rich daughters looked at Lin Xian, who had descended like a god of war, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This one seemed a bit fierce. Looking at the miserable state of Tang Hu and Hu Jun, no one dared to take a step forward for a while, before they could ponder what to do. Lin Xian, who was tired of smoking, staggered to his feet, swept his gaze across the crowd present, and then rushed towards the crowd like a madman, shouting excitedly, "Go completely crazy. You just looked at my daughter-in-law, right? I'll let you look at me with your eyes, and I'll blow your dog's eyes out. Watch my old man's 18 palms of milk fall. The black tiger's heart. I'll let you bully my daughter-in-law. I'll let you not study hard and pretend to be here every day." At night, the third floor of the Jinjiang Hotel, from time to time, the sound of miserable screams. Let a person listen to the chills. Crap. Big Brother is awesome. Zhang Hai, who was watching from the corner, couldn't help but burst out, and looking at the 7 and 7 figures not far away, he couldn't help but clap his hands and roar. Yes, the roar came out and the people around him looked at the guy strangely. "They're getting beat up and you're screaming about it. Is that really a good idea?" Surrounded by more than 10 people, Lin Xian was on the rise at this time. His body inexplicably felt hot and dry, and he felt that he had inexhaustible strength, and he became more and more courageous. Both sides of his face were beaten red and swollen. Tang who angrily stood up from the ground. Coincidentally at this time the hotel security guards rushed over. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted orders. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you stop this madman?" The 10 hotel security guards knew Tang whose identity and hurriedly nodded before rushing towards Lin Xian who was abusing the food. Seeing these people rushing over, Lin Xian made a standard pose of running in place. and then rushed towards these security guards with a warlike intent. The words were still spewing from his mouth. Tackle the thief. The regiment has to hit the back of the line. For vain dogs like you, Brother Shin, I can beat 100 of them with one hand. Cool, Brother Shin. Zhang Hai cheered out, already having a look of adoration in his eyes. Facing 24 people, nearly crushing, who else? And at this time, beside the large round table, Yun Luo, who had tipped off the others, also walked back at this time, and said worriedly to Ning Juya, who had a cold face beside her, "Yeah, why don't we go and stop it? What if something happens in the fight later?" At those words, Ning Juya, who was staring at the battle, faintly returned, "Don't worry, it's only a few people, Lin Xin can handle it." To Lin Xin's hands, no one present knew more than Ning Juya, that was trained from a young age by the King of Soldiers and the King of Soldiers. To beat such a few small minions was not an easy task. But, why is this guy staggering? Is he drinking? This huge commotion soon attracted the people downstairs as well, and the chairman of the major conglomerates and the boxes on the third floor all sensed something was wrong. What's going on? What's all the noise out there? I can hear it through the door. The one who spoke was Akito, the chairman of the big-name Kome group in Deep City. As soon as he opened his mouth, the entire atmosphere inside the box quieted down a bit, and it made the movement outside the box even more noisy to the ears. Someone tried to pull the box open and go out to see what was going on, but realized that the box door was not moving and could not be opened at all. What's going on? What lackluster bastard locked the door to the box? No one knew about the movement inside the box, but at this time, in the parlor outside the box, the group of rich second-generation sons were all wailing and lying on the ground. Rush to help the hotel security guards are no better. Body bruises and purple. Looks a little oozing. And Lin Xin still stood upright in the center of the group, looking at them who could no longer climb up, hiccuping, his eyes a little misty. Just as he was about to proceed to make a mocking remark, Ning Juya's voice came from behind him. Just about. I didn't think you'd react so well. That's encouraging. Upon hearing this, the hot-blooded Lin Xin turned to look and scan Ning Juya up and down, then directly pushed her to the ground with one hand and screamed, "Who the hell are you? Hurry up and walk away. Xin brother, I don't beat up old and weak women and children." Caught off guard, Ning Juya was directly pushed to the ground, her small face looking at Lin Xin with disbelief. Her face suddenly as cold as frost, her silver teeth clenching her shell teeth. "Lin Xin, you're going to heaven." Right at this moment, Zhang Hai, who had finally reacted to Lin Xin's drunkenness, somewhat sheepishly walked behind Lin Xin with a basin of cold water and then splashed it on him. Cold water drenched his head and beads of water dripped down his hair. Lin Xin, who was intoxicated by alcohol, recovered some clarity in his eyes after being splashed with cold water, looked at his daughter-in-law who had been pushed to the ground, realized what was going on, and instantly broke out in cold sweat behind him. The black-faced Ning Juya stood up from the ground, her hands clenched into fists, her cold eyes staring at Lin Xin with a chilling voice. "How do you want to die?" Lin Xin, who had just been killing people in all directions, was scared and took a step back at this moment. His eyes flashed with panic, and his speech was a bit stuttered. Daughter-in-law, you listen to me to explain. Explain ah." Seeing Ning Juya walking towards him, Lin Xin was frightened and pulled his legs out, his face in shock. "Lin Xin, stop right there. It's stupid to stand still. You're definitely going to hit me again. Come over here and I promise not to hit you. Do you believe that yourself?" The commotion just now was too great, so naturally someone called the police, who just happened to arrive at that moment while Lin Xin was being whisked away by Ning Juya. Looking at the police officers who went upstairs, Lin Xin's eyes lit up and he immediately ran over and hid behind one of the police officers, crying, "I'm the one who hit the man. Uncle, police, arrest me and go away." Police, 6-inch, they've only just arrived, and the murderer himself is up here begging to be arrested. When did the police become so intimidating? However, seeing Lin Xin take the initiative to beg for arrest, the two policemen immediately stepped forward and stopped Ning Juya, persuading him, "This lady, please calm down. We'll take care of the murderer." Soon, Lin Xin, who was still in a drunken state, was taken away by the police as he wished, temporarily escaping the bloodbath. The unlocked box was also noticed and the door had to be forced as the keyhole was filled with glue. When a group of group chairmen saw their own son lying on the ground with a swollen nose, their hearts were filled with anger, and they directly called the police station, vowing to ask for an explanation. Who can stand the idea of giving their son a facelift over a meal? Outside the hotel, Yun Luo held Ning Juya's hand and suggested with a smile, "Xiao Ya, let's sleep at my house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's the perfect time to tell me how you suddenly got a license to get married." Ning Juya, who had just calmed down, returned expressionlessly, not going. She still had to go to the police station to fish for someone. And when she did, she had to pack a hard punch, so she was very busy. Ning Juya pulled open the door of the Ferrari and sat in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Yun Luo directly slipped into the passenger side, smiling sideways and pouting. Go on, 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 go on. Ning Juya looked at her with a helpless face and sighed. It's been so long, and your dog's skin character still hasn't changed. Sticking to me is only sticking to you. Yun Luo laughed. First things first, I'll reluctantly accompany you tonight. In the end, Ning Juya compromised. As for that dog man, let him suffer in the police station for now. Deep City Police Department. Inside the chief's office, Police Chief Chen Daoan hung up the phone in his hand with a difficult face and sighed as he looked at the piece of information on his desk. What's all this? Now the entire Deep City had gone crazy with rumors that a young man had killed a large number of people at the Golden River Hotel last night, beating a group of Deep City's second generation to their knees and begging for forgiveness. The elders of those rich kids were about to call his phone in arrears, and one by one, they wanted justice. The most difficult thing for Chen Daoan is that the person who did it came from a bigger place. That son of the Lin family hit people. The identity is harder to mess with than those who are the chairman of the board of directors. Chen Daoan said helplessly with sorrow between his brows. The son-in-law of the Ning family of the magic capital, or the god-grandson of the current head of God's capital. Can it be that I'm too blessed? So the heavens have sent such a bogeyman over specifically to cure me? At this moment, the captain of the squad that arrested the man last night pushed the door and walked in, stepping forward to inquire. Bureau Chen, what's going to happen to that murderer? Go go go. Chen Daoming waved his hand with some annoyance and commanded, dispose of your head. Hurry up and go release the people. I'll take care of anything that happens. At that, the squad leader nodded sagely and bowed before walking out of the office, not surprised by the disposition. Last night when the kid turned himself in, he knew its identity is extraordinary. Otherwise how willing to obediently submit. And that body hand is not to say. Even a person knocked over dozens of people. I have to say, what a god of war. If he could, he would want to learn a couple of tricks, and the position of director would be within his reach. Soon, at the entrance of the police station, Lin Xin, who had huffed and puffed all night, yawned and walked out, rubbing his eyes and muttering under his breath. I haven't slept enough, and the service wasn't even close. A new Mercedes was parked in front of the police station, the windows slowly lowered, and the long-waiting Zheng Hai waved his hand at Lin Xin. Big brother, get in the car. Little brother will take you to pick up the pieces. Seeing the culprit who had embarrassed him appear, Lin Xin walked over with a black face, and just as he was about to break into a rage, his remaining light caught a glimpse of the red Ferrari that was rapidly approaching in the distance, and his face instantly changed wildly. In the next second, he slipped into the passenger side of the car and hurriedly said to Zhang Hai, crap, hurry up and drive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai swept the rearview mirror and immediately reacted. Directly stepping on the gas pedal to the bottom, Mercedes roared. Like a sharp arrow off the string rushed out. The red Ferrari at the back saw this and picked up speed straight away, closing in on the Mercedes in front. Inside the car, Ning Juya's face was unsightly. This dog man actually dared to run away. Is it possible that she thought she couldn't lift the knife? Thinking of this, Ning Juya directly instructed the silly girl at the side. Yun Luo, have your men stop that car in front of me? No problem. Yun Luo nodded and directly took out his cell phone to send a message out. The two cars chased one after the other. Like a spectacle, passers-by couldn't help but take out their cell phones and start videotaping, their mouths marveling, pouncing driving so fast, can't be green. The two cars at this time before and after the distance of 100 meters. If you look at it normally, the red Ferrari is certainly not able to catch up. Inside the speeding Mercedes, looking at the red Ferrari that could only eat its own exhaust, Zheng Hai palmed the steering wheel with one hand and smiled smugly. Brother Shin, don't worry with me. Betting on my title as the king of the autumn drainage cars, I'm sure I won't let them catch up. Seeing the distance with the Ferrari behind him getting farther and farther away, Lin Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted his little heart. Hijacking his life. Scared the hell out of me. Looks like I get to live another day today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai, who was driving, queried, is it that scary? As soon as the words fell, a dozen black cars suddenly rushed out from among the corners of the street, speeding straight towards Zhang Hai's favorite car. Crap! Such a big battle! Zhang Hai was startled, being chased by a dozen cars. Those who don't know think this is a movie. Just then, Lin Xin's pupils shrunk and he hastily reminded, brake brake brake. Once again, several black cars rushed out of the street in the distance, directly blocking the road. Seeing this, despair appeared in Lin Xin's eyes. It seemed that he would not be able to escape this beating today. Goodbye, beautiful world. 10 minutes later, a scene of deja vu was playing out in a bamboo forest outside the suburbs of Deep City. Snap! 3 slaps in a row landed on Lin Xin's face, and a fiery pain came. Ning Juya smiled and crouched down to look at Lin Xin, who was tied up in front of him, and said, "Aren't you a good runner? Show me another one? Daughter-in-law." "You're wrong, aren't you?" Ning Zhua directly jumped ahead, then rubbed his hair and narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Every time it's daughter-in-law. I was wrong. Do you think that's still going to work?" On the side, Zhang Hai, who was also tied up, turned to Yun Luo and cried out, "Sister, this has nothing to do with me, please let me go. If there is anything to punch my big brother, Lim Xin." Upon hearing this, Yun Luo looked sideways at the bodyguard on the side and inquired in a somewhat droll manner, "That's the guy that caused me and you to chase after him for so long. What's going to be done with him?" When the bodyguard heard this, he looked at Zhang Hai with a stern face and said with killing intent embedded in his tone, "Missy, for a guy like this who bothers you, I'll let him go to hell and repent in no time if you give the order." The bodyguards standing around shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound was so loud that Lin Xin, who was on the side, was chilled and looked at Yun Luo with a strong fear in his gaze. "Good guy. No wonder you can become friends with this woman Ning Juya. Feelings one more than one ruthless moving to kill." Seeing this, Ning Juya played with Lin Xin's hair and laughed playfully. "I do think they have a good suggestion. Shinchan, don't you?" Hearing this, Lin Xin immediately went to rub his daughter-in-law's hand like a worm and smiled fawningly. "Daughter-in-law, we can't do anything illegal. Without me, who will serve you by your side in the future? If I die there'll be no one to warm the bed, dress you, or put you to sleep." The words are reasonable, but it just means it's a bit late. Ning Juya stood up and ordered the several bodyguards beside her, "Throw this guy in the pit and bury it." These bodyguards all saw the relationship between Ning Juya and their own Missy, so they obeyed her words. "Daughter-in-law, I really know I'm wrong. Without me, what will you do in the future?" Lin Xin began to struggle violently, but these bodyguards will not care. Directly threw Lin Xin into the freshly dug pit. Zhang Hai on the side of the same cannot escape. The first time he encountered this scene his legs were scared soft. "Nima, for real, I'm not sure I can fix it. This young man has not lived long enough." In the grove on the outskirts of the countryside, buried with only his head exposed, Lin Xin's eyes were horrified, and with an unopened bun stuffed in his mouth, he was already a little out of breath. Zhang Hai beside him was a little better. His mouth was not gagged, but the panic in his eyes was even greater. Inside the sidecar, Ning Juya watched Lin Xin struggle and took a satisfied sip of black tea. Yun Luo, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, said with some concern, "Yeah, it's been buried for most of the day. Why don't we release them? What if they suffocate?" "Don't worry, it's not his first time," Ning Juya said calmly. At those words, even as naive as Yun Luo could not help but feel pity for Lin Xin. Just then, Ning Juya's cell phone rang, and it was her old mom calling. Putting down her teacup, she picked up the phone, and just as she wanted to open her mouth to ask about it, she heard a familiar childish, milky voice coming from across the room. "Sis, can you hear Yuki?" Hearing this little milkbag's voice, Ning Juya's originally somewhat cold gaze instantly softened. The corners of her mouth rose, and she softly said, "I can hear you." "Why?" Cheryl, who had just gotten out of school on the other end of the phone, exulted. "Sister, I miss you. When are you and brother coming back?" "Sister will go back when you're on summer vacation." Ning Juya gave a look to the bodyguards outside the car as she spoke, signaling them to get Lin Xin out. The little guy was pestering her more than she could handle on her own. Soon, Lin Xin, whose body was covered with dirt and face flattered, walked over and smiled heatedly. "Daughter-in-law, I knew you still love me." Ning Juya glanced obliquely at the guy and casually handed him his cell phone, saying faintly, "Little Schwer called." Anyway, his whole body was covered in dirt. Lin Xin simply sat down directly on the ground and started coaxing the child, and Lin Schwer on the opposite side laughed out every now and then, and it was obvious that she was very happy. Ning Zhua, on the other hand, found a cloth to get the dirt off of this guy's body, rather like a virtuous wife. On the side, Zhang Hai, who was also covered in dirt, saw this scene with that envy in his heart, and inadvertently glanced at Yun Luo inside the car, and in the next second, a dozen icy cold lines of sight instantly locked onto him. Zhang Hai's body trembled in fear, and as he looked at the surrounding bodyguards gazing at him with unfavorable gazes, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Forget it, these guys don't look good. After the group simply packed up, They drove away from the place and headed towards the city. And Lin Xin, who had finished the phone call, was courteous enough to give his daughter-in-law a back rub and a shoulder pinch, compensating and smiling. Daughter-in-law, how's the force of this? Is it okay? Ning Zhuya, whose eyes were closed, casually said, it's not bad. Explain, how much did you drink last night? The more vigorous Lin Xin complained. I am innocent, daughter-in-law. Just drank a cup of that fat man's wine. Hell knows that thing is so high in degrees. A cup of it made me drunk. You don't know how to drink and still drink. If you don't get drunk, who will? Ning Zhuya snorted coldly. When she thought of how this dog man dared to push herself yesterday, her heart was just furious. So she reached out and frantically rubbed Lin Xin's face to vent her dissatisfaction. Lin Xin didn't dare to resist in the slightest, and laughed out stupidly, coaxing continuously. A group of people quickly returned to the city to casually find a restaurant to eat. Lin Xin from the morning until now, but not a drop of water. At the dinner table, Zhang Hai, who had learned about Lin Xin's situation, sighed as he ate and drank indiscriminately. Brother Xin, you practically beat up all the sons of those bigwigs in Deep City last night. If you want to start a company, you'll definitely be targeted. Especially that Tang Hu. Yesterday you beat him to the ground in front of so many people and lost face. This face he will definitely get back. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin bristled and said, he deserves it. Who let him harass my daughter-in-law? I'll beat him once I see him in the future. As long as it didn't go too far, Lin Xin wouldn't have to squat in the police station. And that was the bottom line of his hand. See what you can do. Ning Zhuya hummed lightly, picked up a spoonful of porridge and blew on it, sending it to Lin Xin's mouth. As she pitched the feed, she trailed off. The company's not a big problem. Yun Luo will help me. Other than that, there's still no problem to gain a foothold in Deep City. Don't you still have to see that uncle of yours? Go there sometime. It's better to do the things our mom ordered earlier. Aha, Lin Xin answered, then looked at Yun Luo, who was sitting beside his daughter-in-law, and wondered, say, what do you do at home? Those bodyguards don't look like good guys. They're gangly. That's it. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. The thought of being stopped by those bouncers on the main street scares me. What kind of person carries a kitchen knife with them? They look immodest. Upon hearing this, Yun Luo, who was leisurely drinking tea, queried, doing entertainment business? Ah, what's wrong? Lin Xin looked towards Ning Zhuya, who spoke in a calm tone. The Yun family holds various gray industries in Deep City, such as bars, regular casinos, and the like, but anyone who wants to engage in these in Deep City can't get around the Yun family. Hearing this, Zhang Hai opened his mouth and looked at Yun Luo in shock. Then wouldn't you be the big lady of the mob? I Luo a good boy. This thigh has a billion points thick. Zhang Hai ran directly to Yun Luo and kneeled down on one knee, smiling fawningly. Sister, do you still lack a little brother? I can serve you any time. Just as the words fell, a dagger shot down from its position in the corner and plunged in front of Zhang Hai, and a few grim gazes stared at him in death. This little brother of yours doesn't have a very good brain. Ning Zhuya pinched Lin Xin's face. Deep City. In a luxury villa. Brother Tiger, I really didn't know that kid could fight that well. Please spare me. In the living room, Hu Jun, who was originally lying in the hospital, was pressed on the floor by two bodyguards, and his face was still wrapped in thick bandages, so the whole person looked a bit funny. On the sofa, Tang Hu's face was red and swollen, and his murderous gaze fell on Hu Jun's body as he sorrowfully said, you kid is quite bold. You dare to count on me. That TM is the first daughter of the Ning family in Mordor, and the identity of that bastard who hit me is obviously not simple either. The person was hit yesterday, and today the police department gave the release. Hu Jun, your kid is intentionally giving me trouble, right? Hu Jun quickly explained with a bitter face. Tiger brother, I really do not know that the kid is so big. Enough. Tang Hu directly interrupted and said in a cold voice to the two bodyguards, beat the hell out of him, then strip him naked and throw him on the most crowded shopping street in Deep City. No underwear allowed. Yes, Grand Master. After playing in Deep City for another afternoon, early the next morning, Lin Xin pulled his newly acquired little brother towards the address given by his mom. After all, he had only been to his mother's old house when he was very young, and had long forgotten the route and all that, so it was easier to find someone who knew the way. On the road, Zhang Hai, who was in charge of driving the car, looked at the location shown by the navigation and couldn't help but spit at Lin Xin, who was at the side. Brother Xin, the place you're going to is too remote. What's the fun in a broken town? It's not as good as accompanying my little brother to find a place to drink a couple of cups for comfort. At those words, Lin Xin's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. You better not mention that wine thing to me or I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from punching you. Thinking of the drunken Lin Xin, Zhang Hai smiled sarcastically. It's better to forget about it then. It's good that I've already had a drink before I left the house in the morning, or else it'll be hard to go halfway to commit alcoholism. Hearing that this guy was actually drinking in the morning, Lin Xin looked at his calm face and wondered, aren't you afraid of getting a DUI? Zhang Hai waved his hand indifferently. Hey, where does anyone check for drunk driving in this shitty place? And besides, checking DUI, that also have to have a driver's license to be considered DUI. Yesterday drag racing plus retrograde. The traffic police sighed directly to me to the driver's license revoked. Last night went back to my home, that old man gave me a scolding. I guess it will take a couple of days to get a driver's license. Lin Xin silently gave a thumbs up. It's a talent. After all this time, you're still driving without a license, aren't you? If he hadn't seen this guy's car skills yesterday, Lin Xin would probably be ready to jump out of the car right now. Meanwhile, Ning Juya was relying on the influence of the silly girl's family to start creating a company. Lin Xin, the dogman, had incurred so many local forces, she had to finalize the company in these 2 days, or else she was afraid that it would not be easy to get behind. The company naturally needed projects and manpower to start up, so she went planning to seek help from the Yun family. Deep City. Yun family. Inside the lobby, Yun Luo's father, Yun Badian, was sitting on the eunuch's chair in a robe, looking at the little girl of the Ning family sitting on one side, and after taking a sip of hot tea, he slowly said, Deep City isn't like Magic City. I've heard about the dinner party, and you've incurred so many forces at once. If there isn't a tough enough local force behind you, I'm afraid that it's going to be tough for your company to make a move behind you. Ning Juya, who was dressed in formal attire, nodded calmly and opened her mouth. That's why I want to ask Uncle Yun for help. I also know that this matter is very difficult, so if there's anything that I, Ning Juya, can do to help, Uncle Yun, you can just ask. On the side, Yun Luo looked at her father and softly said, Dad, just help ya. She's my best friend. Looking at his stupid daughter, Yun Badian inwardly sighed. This stupid girl knows the elbow to turn outward. When can you consider the feelings of their own father? Cough. After coughing lightly twice, Yun Badian faintly said, There's a party led by the Kome group in 2 days. Why don't you come with me then? There are no eternal enemies in the mall. It depends on how much you're willing to give. Below, Ning Juya's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and this answer was somewhat ambiguous. What she wanted was the support of the Yun family in Deep City, not the chance to ease her relationship with those groups. Ning Juya couldn't believe that Father Yun didn't see through this. It seemed that this time things were a little hard to solve. Yun Luo on the side didn't know anything about these things and thought it was her father's promise and was overjoyed. Near noon, after 2 hours of traveling, Lin Xin and Zhang Hai finally arrived at the destination of the trip. Their asses were shaken numb from the journey. White Bird Town, barely considered to be in the jurisdiction of Deep City, could only be described as a very backward area. In front of the town, Zhang Hai looked at his favorite car with some heartache, the body covered with all kinds of dirt and mud. The people returning from farming around them looked at the two strangers curiously, and it was the car that attracted their attention the most. You hardly see any cars in their town. Not that no one can afford them, but those that can afford them have moved out of town. Come on, let's go into the town and check it out. It shouldn't be much farther. After arriving at the town, Lin Xin already had a vague route to his uncle's house in his head, and led Zhang Hai towards the interior of the town. His mom was the first college student to go out of this town, and then she met her dad when she went to college, and then she rarely came back. In the past, Mom did persuade Uncle to go to the city to live, but Uncle resolutely do not go. Said in the town to stay used to, not to mention his uncle. I guess that's what a lot of people in the town think. Used to living in one place, their minds are limited. Along the way, they encountered many people returning from farming, all staring at the two of them, Lin Xin and Zhang Hai, with curious faces, as if they were looking at monkeys in a zoo. Brother Xin, look, you have a daughter-in-law now. Little brother, I'm still single. Why don't you ask your sister-in-law to introduce a few friends to me? Zhang Hai hemmed and hawed. Lin Xin looked at the diverging roads around him, following his vague memories towards the front, and faintly said, Fine, if you're not afraid of being buried again, go tell her yourself. I won't stop you. It's better to forget about it then. Zhang Hai snapped and scratched his head. Dilapidated houses, rusty street signs, and crumbling roads and overgrown weeds along the side of the road are all narratives of the town's backwardness. Through the narrow alley, not far away is a bamboo forest. Bamboo forest outside an earthen house into Lin Xion's eyes. In the small yard a few ducks are quacking, as if to say, white skin and long legs. If you don't love duck, who do you love? Come on, we're here. Looking at the familiar earthen house in his memory, Lin Xian took a step over Zhang Hai, who hadn't been down to the countryside much, carefully stepped over the duck droppings on the ground, thinking in his heart, when he goes back, should he get 2 earth flavors to go back? Those ducks seemed to fit. Just as Lin Xin was about to push open the courtyard door, there was movement from behind him. Who are you looking for? Upon hearing this, Lin Xin and Zhang Hai turned their heads to look, and an old man in rough clothing bowed behind him at some point, with a worn-out walking stick in his hand. Seeing someone coming, Lin Xin smiled. Master, my name is Lin Xin. My uncle's name is Zhang Guowa. My mom called to visit him. Hearing the word Zhang Guowa, Moncler Outlet Storely looked Lin Xin up and down and said suspiciously, "Are you Hu Ajuan's child?" "Right," Lin Xin smiled and answered, knowing that it was his old neighbor's nephew who came back to visit. Master Li walked up to Lin Xin and the two of them with his walking stick inside. "Hey, it's useless for you to go in. Just now Guowa was called over by Nini's teacher, saying that the kid fell in love early at school and liked a yellow hair. Although the town of White Bird is relatively backward, there is still an elementary school and a middle school, and they are both in the same school." After learning a bit more about the situation from Master Li, Lin Xin led Zhang Hai in the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Shiratori. "Hey, it's rare that there are actually yellow hairs in just this shithole of a place." Zhang Hai marveled. The biggest threat to the fathers of daughter slaves would have to be the ubiquitous ghostfire sluts on the streets. Lin Xin also did not expect his uncle to live so unsatisfactory over the years, and it is estimated that even his own mother does not know. His pace quickened a bit at the thought. "All right, hurry up." Meanwhile, in the school building of White Bird Middle School, inside the teacher's office, because other teachers have gone to class, so at this time the office is a little empty. At this time a young female teacher some headache looking at the two students in front of them. There are also two parents standing on the side. "Teacher Zhang, Li Kai and I are serious, so please make us whole," Zhang Xiaoman pleaded. Before the teacher could speak, Zhang Guowa, who was on the side, scolded sternly. "What do you know about love, you little kid? Shut the fuck up." Upon hearing this, Li Kai, the little yellow hair standing beside Zhang Xiaoman, was not happy and rolled up his sleeves to point at Zhang Guowa's nose, cursing, "Watch what you say, you old thing. Minnie is my girlfriend. No one can talk about her except me." Seeing this scene, Li Kai's mother on the side, instead of stopping it, she even smiled at Zhang Guowa and advised him, "Xiao Min's father, this is all between two children. We as adults should not get involved in it. Besides, my family Xiao Kai but went to the city to study. Marry your daughter, you just steal joy." Seeing this scene, just a short time on the job, teacher Zhang also made a problem. Such a thing she also encountered for the first time. If this were anyone else, a casual warning would be enough. But these two students of their own that are killed to be together. The teacher is quietly talking about love at the bottom while the teacher is lecturing at the top. Often hang on to what a lifetime, and what glorifies the greatness of love. "You," Zhang Guowa stared at the woman with glaring eyes, his heart filled with anger, almost roaring. "There are you like this as a parent? Two children just how old to help early love? My little Minnie was still the first grade. Now the academic performance are ranked at the bottom. You don't feel ashamed?" Being pointed at and scolded, the woman also came to be angry and spilled her guts. "You old thing, speak with no quality. My son can look at your daughter. That is your family 3 lifetimes of virtue. So people like you can only stay in the mountains for the rest of your life. You deserve to be poor." Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more unpleasant, Mr. Zhang rushed forward to discourage him. "Both parents, stop arguing for now. Let's discuss what's going on. It's not a good idea to keep arguing like this." Just as the teacher was rounding up, Zhang Xiaoman was whispering with Li Kai, seemingly not taking the teacher's and father's discouragement to heart at all. "Mandy, go to my house later. Don't go back tonight. Your dad is talking about you when you go back anyway." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's face revealed a difficult look. "It's not good. We still have to go to school. What else is there to go to school for?" Li Kai struck the iron while it was hot and compelled. "When I become an adult, I'll go out and work to support you, so you can bring up your baby at home in peace." His mom had said that as long as she coaxed Minnie into her home today, the two of them would be able to be together all the time in the future, and it would be useless even if Minnie's father stopped them. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Xiaoman, who was in love, still nodded her head, with some hidden expectations in her heart. A young girl in puberty, coupled with the fact that she had never stepped out of the mountains, had absolutely no resistance to a boy like Li Kai. Just as the scene became more and more boisterous, two figures pushed open the door of the office and walked in, wearing expensive clothes that could be seen as extraordinary at a glance. In such a poor town, the two of them, Lin Xin and Zhang Hai, are just so out of place, like two wolves in a flock of sheep. Seeing the two people who had suddenly barged in, the scene that had been somewhat noisy quieted down almost at once, And teacher Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Lin Xin duo in confusion, wondering, who are you looking for? Zhang Guohua, who was in the midst of his anger, noticed Lin Xin's face with his gaze and inexplicably felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. In the next second, Lin Xin walked up to him and smiled. Uncle, don't you remember me? Uncle. Hearing this name, the mean woman standing on the side froze. This young man is not a person from the town at a glance. The fabric of the clothes looks not cheap. I did not think that this surname Zhang has such a number of relatives. Are you Shin? Zhang Guohua said with some uncertainty, noticing the subtle change in the atmosphere. Even Li Kai and Zhang Xiaoman, who were whispering on the side, came with sideways glances. Lin Xin nodded. Then his gaze swept over the mean woman who had just made a big fuss. Then his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaoman's body as he said indifferently, what? You don't even call out to your cousin when you see him? At that time, Li Kai beside her immediately wanted to open his mouth to rebuke. Not waiting to open his mouth, an icy cold line of sight fell on him. The two gazes looked at each other. The words came to his mouth but could not say out. Children don't interrupt when adults are talking. Didn't your mom even teach you that courtesy? After all, children were only children. And when Lin Xin said this, Li Kai, who was still fearless, wilted at once and had to look at his mother for help. When the woman saw this and intended to speak out, Zhang Hai, who had followed Lin Xin, looked at her, tossed his flowing hair, and laughed harmoniously. This lady, you don't want your children to go without school, do you? Lim Shin, why does that sound a bit wrong? The Zhang state beside him was delighted to see that brat being stunned, and hurriedly urged his daughter, what are you still waiting for? Quickly call your cousin. Your cousin has come from the god's capital with great difficulty. Since he hadn't had much contact over the years, Zhang Guohua assumed that Lin Xin had traveled a long way from god's capital. But Mr. Zhang and the mean woman standing on the side reacted greatly when they heard this. All the people in god's capital are either rich or noble. This is something. Cousin, Zhang Xiaoman coyly shouted with her head down. Aha! Lin Xin nodded and walked over to her and squatted down in front of her, saying in a calm tone, I've heard you're at the top of your class in school, and since you want to drop out with this little yellow hair next to you now, as a cousin I'm going to have to remind you of a few things. That's right, your cousin is from a prestigious university. You should listen to his words. Zhang Gui nodded in agreement. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that this troublesome matter was finally able to be resolved. Inside the slightly quiet teacher's office, Lin Xin squatted down and locked eyes with this cousin he had never met before, his eyes calmly speaking. There are only two paths before you, and you can listen to them. Lin Xin raised a finger, glanced obliquely at the cowering little yellow hair beside him, and said indifferently, 1. That is, you for your so-called great love. With this yellow, Li Kai drop out of school, and then married to his family. But in that case, no one can serve you to go to school and make breakfast in the future. You marry into someone else's family. You have to get up early in the morning every day to help out, and you have to put that sharp-tongued mom of his through the ringer. And you saw her just now when she was arguing with your father. And you think you're going to get what you call a good life when you marry into it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman subconsciously stole a glance at Li Kai's mother who was standing not far away, and her character, which was already a bit weak, shrunk her body and did not dare to speak. As for the second one, I personally still recommend it. Lin Xin raised his second finger, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, you and your father follow me to go to school in the big city. And you don't have to worry about food and shelter in the future. I will help you out. You just need to study at ease. Don't be afraid of becoming a burden to your father. Zhang Guohua, who was beside him, subconsciously showed a touch of resistance in his eyes when he heard this. But once he thought of his daughter's future, his mind was instantly firm. He can go wherever he wants, but the kid has to study and then go to college, just like his sister. In this almost isolated town, a college student in the family is the desire of all families. On the side, Li Kai's mother, seeing that her future daughter-in-law, who she had found with great difficulty, was going to be lost, hurriedly stood out and yelled, how can you be like this? Nowadays we all advocate the freedom of marriage and love. You are not stirring up people's happy events. With that said, Li Kai's mother wanted to run out of the office to draw the others over, wanting Lin Xin to know what to do. Oh this lady, have you forgotten what I just said? Zhang Hai appeared at the right time. The slightly obese body blocked the office door completely, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he laughed morosely. This person, bah, Kai student's mother. You don't force me. Oh, I'm crazy but even I beat myself. As he spoke, Zhang Hai also symbolically shook the two tails of meat on his body, and the evil smile at the corner of his mouth, but it immediately scared the woman. How about it? Have you thought about it yet? This is the only time you'll get a chance. Lin Xin turned back to his cousin. The father on the sidelines was urging the same. What's there to hesitate about? Other people want this opportunity yet. Do you want to spend most of your life in the mountains like your father and I did? I'll tell you what. If you dare to drop out of school today, get ready to work in the fields with me tomorrow. No one will spoil you then. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman finally couldn't help but nod her head and said with a sobbing voice, I'll take the second one. That's right. Lin Xin received an answer, turned his head to look at teacher Zhang, who was smiling, and said with a smile, then please trouble the teacher to do the transfer procedures, knowing that her most valued student would be able to go to a better environment to study. As her teacher, Ms. Zhang was naturally pleased and hurriedly got ready. Zhang Guohua smiled gratefully and took Lin Xian's hand, thanking him. Today it's really thanks to you, Xiao Xin. Otherwise this girl might want to go down some crooked path. It's okay, uncle. This is all my cousin should do it. This time or my mom let me come it. She always said that she misses you. But recently there is something happened at home, so there has not been much time. The great love had fallen just as it had begun, and Kylie's mother pulled her son away with a red face, not having the face to stay here any longer. Today's disgrace can be considered a big disgrace. Not tomorrow. I guess tonight things will be spread throughout the town, and then everywhere you go there will be people gossiping about this. Thinking of the future, Li Kai's mother's heart is a burst of regret. If I had known that I should also directly ask my son to bring people back first, when the time comes to directly cook rice. See who can say anything, maybe their oldly family can even soar. After going through the formalities of changing schools, Lin Xian simply took his uncle's family directly and left, and didn't want the luggage or anything else, so he could just buy a new one when the time came. In front of the town, Uncle Zhang Guohua was still thanking him one by one, while Zhang Xiaoman was honestly following behind, too shy to speak. Just as the car door was about to close, a big yellow dog came in from nowhere, dirty, but with a pair of doggy eyes. Zhang Hai immediately couldn't bear it anymore and said with a heartbreaking voice, Egu, my favorite car. Shingo, get this shitty dog down. The yellow dog, which probably weighed more than 10 pounds, however, was dead set on wrapping itself around Lin Xian, lying at his feet and drooling with a silly look. Zhang Guohua, who was sitting on the sidelines, recognized the dog and pointed. I don't know when this dog was in town. I guess it's been almost a year, and people passing by have given a little charity now and then, and that's how it's survived to this day. Upon hearing this, the yellow dog that was dripping with harumph very spiritually barked twice at Lin Xian, as if to say, Big brother, little brother begs for adoption. You want to follow me? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Looking down, the yellow dog nodded its doggy head and rubbed affectionately against Lin Xian's leg, putting on a pitiful appearance. Zhang Guohua, who was on the side, laughed. Dogs in the country can be much more spiritual than those in the city. If you don't want to keep them, just drive them down. They can't starve anyway. Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered for a moment, and a brilliant idea suddenly came to his mind, and he couldn't help but have a silly smile on his face. Women are more afraid of dogs. If they let the dog bite their daughter-in-law, their family status will not be. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed out an uncontrollable laugh. Zhang Xiaoman looked up at her father and said weakly, Cousin, is so obscene. Lim Xin. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xian still decided to adopt this little guy, and after closing the car door, he instructed Zhang Hai, drive on, try to get back before nightfall. He said looking down at the yellow dog lying at his feet, stroking its head and smiling, as my dog, you had to be assigned a dominant and classy name today. Look at your scrawny little physique. From today on you'll be called Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. Hai Zhang, Guohua Zhang, Xiaoman Zhang. Author. Woof, woof. The Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior shouted twice in excitement, and it was obvious that he was happy with the name. Lin Xian lowered his head and stroked its doggy head compellingly. Remember, you're my dog from now on and you can't listen to anyone else, okay? Especially the words of pretty women. The prettier you are the less you should listen to. The afternoon was spent in the car, rushing to get back to the deep city before dark. Lin Xian first found a hotel to settle his uncle's family down, then took the newly collected Tyrannosaurus Warrior to get a vaccination, followed by a comfortable bath under the careful service of the two young ladies. Outside the home, Lin Xian looked at the brightly lit second-floor bedroom, hid the Tyrannosaurus Warrior in his clothes, quietly pushed open the door, and tiptoed inside. Just when Lin Xian thought that his daughter-in-law had fallen asleep, a cold voice suddenly came from the sofa with his back turned. Why are you so late? Lin Xian, who was planning to go upstairs, instantly froze his body in place, awkwardly looking back at Ning Juya, who had sat up from the sofa, and said with a leathery smile, Daughter-in-law, not yet asleep. Ning Zhuya, who was applying a facial mask, squinted at Lin Xin's bulging stomach, which had something else wriggling inside, and narrowed her eyes as she laughed. What are you, hiding in your clothes? Upon hearing this, Lin Xin said somewhat sheepishly, would you believe me when I say I'm pregnant? Ning Zhuya, she hooked her hand at Lin Xin, her eyes unkind, and said, be good, come here. Hearing this, Lin Xin walked over like a child who had made a mistake, and on the way, a dog's head burrowed out of his collar and then popped out. A brightly coated yellow dog blinked its doggy eyes. The air fell into a momentary silence, and Lin Xin hurriedly explained, I saw it was pretty pathetic. So, seeing the dog, Ning Zhuya beckoned, come over here, little Shinzi. The Tyrannosaurus Rex dutifully walked over and, in a repeat of his old trick, rubbed his mistress's hand affectionately. Woof woof. Seeing that his daughter-in-law didn't seem to be angry, Lin Xin was relieved, and in the next second cold sweat broke out behind his back. Only Ning Zhuya stroked little Shinzi's doggy head, reached out and pointed at Lin Xin, and smiled. Is this the guy trying to get you to be mean to me? The puppy nodded its doggy head in a very humane manner, and then without hesitation turned to Lin Xin and woof woof, barking twice. It could be described as having perfected the skill of seeing the wind and making a move. Daughter-in-law is innocent. It's this dead dog who slandered me. Seeing this, Lin Xin rushed forward to curry favor. Really? Ning Zhuya tore off the mask plastered on her face and casually threw it in the trash can on the side, the corners of her eyes carrying a bit of fatigue. Seeing this, Lin Xin gently wrapped his arms around her waist and hurriedly changed the topic, his voice gentle. It's been hard on you today. Looking at the instantly gentle Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya blankly glanced at this guy, then snuggled into his embrace and said in a somewhat sleepy tone, I'm tired. Carry me to my room and go to bed. Hard work. Lin Xin looked down at his daughter-in-law, who had a tired look in the corner of her eyes, and suddenly blamed himself a little in his heart. After coming to Deep City for several days, he hadn't done anything to help, and seemed to have done a lot of backtracking, causing him to struggle now. You'll sleep in the living room today, and if you try to tear the house apart, I'll slaughter you tomorrow for stew. After giving the Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior a stern warning, Lin Xin reached out and picked up Ning Zhuya, heading towards the upstairs bedroom, while the dog whimpered twice before looking around and then burrowing under the couch. Moments later, the upstairs bedroom. After changing Ning Zhuya into the pajamas she wore to bed, Lin Xin followed closely into the comforter, his hands skillfully wrapping around the soft petite body, his long ink-like hair emitting a refreshing fragrance. The lights in the room turned off and it was dark. A pair of legs wrapped up to Lin Xin's waist, holding him like an octopus, and a steady breathing sound came from the tip of Ning Zhuya's nose. And the entangled Lin Xin looked at the stunningly beautiful sleeping face close at hand, and after coming forward to barf a mouthful, he also closed his eyes. I'd better get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow we're going to get down to business. Early the next morning, by the time Ning Zhuya woke up from her bed, Lin Xin's figure was no longer beside her, and she opened her eyes suspiciously, looking at the empty bedroom. Where's that dog man off to this early in the morning? Without a mind to sleep, Ning Zhuya began to get up and change her clothes. After a night's rest the whole person's spirit looked a lot better. After a brief change into a housecoat, she headed downstairs in her cotton shoes, and at that moment downstairs, Lin Xin lifted the dead dog that betrayed him last night from under the sofa and grabbed its head viciously. You lie in a small storm. I did not expect you still see the wind rudder wall grass woof, woof. The Tyrannosaurus warrior screamed twice in aggravation. Don't you know what your family status is? You'll be starved to death sooner or later. Lin Xin couldn't understand dog language. And just as he was about to warn the dead dog, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a silhouette walking down the stairs. He immediately dropped the dog in his hand and grinned as he hugged it towards Ning Zhuya. He. Daughter-in-law is awake so soon. Give me a hug. Seeing this, the yellow dog also rushed up and rubbed his mistress's feet in a pleasing manner. Ning Zhuya cupped Lin Xin's face and kissed it, blinked, and said softly, Where's breakfast? All saved for you in the kitchen. Lin Xin hemmed and hawed, then glanced braggadociously toward the dog at his feet. After giving a good morning kiss, Ning Zhuya turned toward the kitchen, not forgetting to wave at the little yellow dog. Little Shinzi, come here. Lim Shin. He'd been tempted to spit out the dog's name yesterday, but thought better of his family status. Hearing the mistress call herself, the successfully renamed little faithful dog's legs flew as fast as they could and hurriedly spat out her tongue to follow her. Lin Xin, who was planning to take a shower, then suddenly received a call from Zhang Hai. And the voice on the other end said with some excitement, Brother Shin, I have a big project here. Will you do it? What big project? Lin Xin skimmed his lips. Your family just sells Auntie's napkin. Can have a what project? Is it difficult to joint do 7 degrees of space? I'm afraid people will laugh at me if I go out. The Shanghai on the other end, however, was excited. Brother Shin, don't you want to make a game? I just happened to run into a gamer today who came to my dad to ask for investment. But unfortunately it's just that the initial investment is too big and there's risk, so my dad turned it down. I tried out that game, and with my more than 10 years of being an Ash-grade gamer, that game definitely has a future in the market. So I thought of you right away. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin laughed. The initial investment is too big. How big is it? Zhang Hai on the other end hemmed and hawed. It's not much. The research and development costs before and after were just over 50 small targets. Hearing this number, Lin Xin hung up the phone without hesitation, not being able to believe a bit of this fatty's words. To know the initial cost of more than $5 billion of the game, even if you look at the whole world, that is a first-class level. Now a random person said the cost needs so much money. Fools believe it. It's hard to believe that you cannot recreate a warm glory out. A spoonful of hot, fresh soup entered her mouth. Ning Juya nodded in satisfaction and took another bite of the rice Lin Xin had sent. She was a pair of small hands on the other hand, hidden in Lin Xin's arms, warm and fuzzy. Sure enough, it's so cozy to have an automatic heat plus feeding tool man when it's cold. At the dining table, the Tyrannosaurus warrior looked at the sumptuous meal in his dog bowl and raised his head to growl twice towards Lin Xin. Woof, woof, how come Master Dog doesn't have a feeding service? Lin Xin, who was feeding his daughter-in-law, took a look at this guy, then kicked him away and waved his hand to repel him. Just as Lin Xin and Ning Juya were enjoying their cozy world of two, the doorbell outside the villa rang, the sharp ringing constantly echoing in the living room. Who is it? Stirring up people's purity in the morning, Lin Xin grumbled, then set the bowl aside and got up to open the door. As the door opened, a slightly obese figure rubbed his hands and walked in. Who else could it be if not Zhang Hai? He hemmed and hawed and said, "Good morning, brother and sister-in-law Shin." Lin Xin casually closed the door. Looking at this guy's dusty appearance, he was speechless. Don't tell me you've come to my door specifically about that game. I told you it's hopeless. It's too risky. He. Brother Xin. Don't say that. Zhang Hai pulled out his cell phone from his body and waved it. You definitely won't say that after you've played it. This game is really good. I won't lie to you. And now that the domestic MOBA game market are almost given away by Koei Group, only RPG still has the potential to continue to develop. If you really want to occupy a place in this industry, there's no better way than to launch a masterpiece. Is it as mysterious as you say? Lin Xin took the bastard's cell phone with skepticism and casually walked over to the sofa and sat down. The well-fed and well-drunk Ning Juya walked over with a jacket draped over her body, sitting beside Lin Xin and watching curiously. She looked at the constantly moving male characters on the screen and quizzically inquired, "Is this game fun?" Lin Xin briefly got his hands on it, and all aspects of it felt okay, just that the production was a bit too rough, and so far there weren't any highlights. Zhang Hai, who was sitting on the other side, hurriedly explained, "This game is different from other RPGs in that it focuses more on the plot. After all, modeling and special effects and such can be taken care of if you have the money, but RPG games that focus on plot are currently rare in the market. I believe that as long as the character modeling and special effects painting quality is mature, it will definitely be able to occupy a place in the country." Lin Xin spat out as he played. Even so, the initial investment requires more than $5 billion. Then the later stages shall not go up to the sky. After trying out the game for a while longer, Lin Xin shoved the phone to his daughter-in-law beside him, who had long been curious, and commented, "There is potential, but if you want to rely on this one game alone to try to gain a foothold in the country, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a small price." Just when Zhang Hai thought that he was going to be rejected again, Lin Xin was the one who changed his words and said, "But it's lucky you met me. If it were anyone else, you wouldn't have dared to spend such a large sum of money on gambling." Lin Xin wrapped his arm around Ning Juya's small waist, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Don't you think so, daughter-in-law? It's not bad. You can try it." Ning Juya gave a pertinent evaluation. He then pulled the salty hand wrapped around his waist away and yawned as he got up and headed upstairs. "A little sleepy. I'll be up there taking a nap. You can do what you want. It's not like I'm short of that much money anyway. Brother Xin, you're really my good big brother." Zhang Hai somewhat excitedly hugged Lin Xin's waist, his fat body twisting around continuously. Lin Xin disgustedly dislodged the guy and said breathlessly, "Are you a big man evil or not? Come on, let's go together and talk to the producer of this game. And by the way, I have an idea for a game design. Let's see if we can make it." "Brother Xin, you want to make a game? What type?" Zhang Hai froze. Lin Xin got up and smiled evilly. "Ever heard of a virtual girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai scratched his head, puzzled. "That thing seems to be some sort of spiritual support." "Right, Can it be made into a game and catch fire? That's what you don't understand, right? Only losers know best what losers think. Lin Xin smugly clasped his hands and laughed. Do you desire to have the service of someone to put you to bed every night? Do you long to have a beautiful girlfriend wearing different black, white, or two-tone stockings for you every day? Do you long for a schoolgirl quality beauty to comfort you when you're sad? Hearing this, Zhang Hai, who had yet to hold hands with a girl, had his mouth open wide, his mind racing in these few seconds, already thinking about the name of his future child. He then nodded his head twice fiercely, his eyes eagerly saying, "Of course I want to. So are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Shin, Lin Xin looked at his thirsty eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching, this child daydreaming in broad daylight. It is difficult not to sleep stupid. Take your own time. Why? I'm going up to change my clothes. Lin Xin turned around and headed upstairs. Woof, woof, the dog ran over and yelled and barked twice. Master Dog is going too. Seeing this, Zhang Hai squatted down and stroked its doggy head with a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Tyrannosaurus warrior, are you going too? Then I won't let you. Soon, when Lin Xin changed into a casual outfit and went downstairs, he happened to see Zhang Hai being chased by the dog all over the living room. His obese body as athletic as a fly at this moment. Dog, I was wrong. Don, bite my ass. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, the Tyrannosaurus warrior directly bit towards his ass, causing Zhang Hai to wail in pain. Lin Xin laughed at these two living treasures and whistled casually before pulling out two sunglasses from his arms and putting one of them on his forehead. The Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior who heard the whistling sound stopped chasing Zhang Hai, and the four little short legs that were striding ran to Lin Xion's side in a puff of smoke, rightfully wearing a pair of sunglasses, a person and a dog so pulling out the door, followed by a cover the buttocks of the Zhang Hai show some out of place. Just as he sat in the car, a message popped up on Lin Xion's cell phone from his daughter-in-law. Favorite little Yaya, come back early tonight. There's a bad party to deal with tomorrow. Yaya's little Shinshin, Ak. Yes, your wife. Favorite little Yaya, Mua. Yaya's little Shinshin, Mua. A brand new BMW stopped in a certain old small building in Deep City, followed by Lin Xian and Zhang Hai walking down from the car, with a yellow dog wearing sunglasses beside his feet that was drooling. After locking the car, Zhang Hai walked towards one of the residential buildings. Come on Shin. A whole team of them just happened to be there, so feel free to ask any questions. Soon, under the leadership of Zhang Hai, Lin Xin, a man and a dog, arrived in front of a residential building and walked up and knocked hard on the big iron door on the first floor. Wah, open the door. I've brought you a valuable person this time. The building is very quiet. Knocking on the door in the stairwell echoed a few times. That with rust on the iron door clang open. Open the door to the person's face looks a little weak. It seems to be long-term malnutrition caused by. After Zhang Hua pulled open the door, his eyes with heavy dark circles unconsciously swept a glance at Lin Xian who was standing on the side, and then looked at Zhang Hai, with some fatigue and a touch of grudge in his voice. What are you doing here again? All of my inventory has been gleaned by you. That's a dozen or so USB drives. Don't tell me you've lost them in a few days. Young people or moderation. Stop. Seeing this guy's mouthy appearance, Zhang Hai hurriedly waved his hand to stop him from continuing, then proudly introduced Lin Xian who was standing by the side. This is my big brother Lin Xian. Although he does not look like what rich people, but I tell you, my sister-in-law can be rich. The famous first daughter of the richest man in the Magic City is worth 10 billion. Understand what this is the gold content. Isn't your game lacking funds? I've dragged my big brother here this time. You, without waiting for Zhang Hai to finish his sentence, Zhang Hua, who was originally depressed from checking the program loopholes all night, immediately burst his eyes with a brilliant light when he heard about Lin Xian's origin. In the next second, like a flashback, he came to Lin Xian with an arrow step, and directly just kneeled down and hugged his thigh. Emotionally excited. Big brother, I finally found you. You must see our game. With that, Zhang Hua directly shouted towards the house in excitement. Little ones, a big brother has come to invest. Quickly prepare wine. Ba. Quickly prepare tea. The moment these words came out, it was like hitting some kind of signal, and the originally silent house instantly chickened out, with several chicken-blooded voices ringing out at the same time. What? Investment? What big brother? That's my real daddy. All get up. I want to serve tea to my daddy. Asshole, what do you mean by making tea when you're fucking making tea and pouring boiling water over me? Sorry about that mostly just too excited. Listening to the commotion coming from inside, Lin Xian didn't need to look to know what kind of chaos was going on inside, and looked down at Zhang Hua, who was still clinging to his leg, speechless. I said can you let go first? I'm not going to run since I'm here. Zhang Hai hurriedly pulled the bastard up from the ground and laughed in embarrassment. They must be so excited. After all, if they can't pull in any more funds, they'll probably be sleeping in a bridge at the end of the month. A moment later, Lin Xin stepped over the threshold and walked in. Scanning the layout of the narrow room, there was not a clean spot to be found in the room, barely big enough for 4 people, and the air was thick with the smell of bubbling noodles, which at first sniff smelled like old tan, altar, pickles. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't pack in advance. I'm sorry, brother Xin. Zhang Xiang smiled in embarrassment, then glared at Zhang Hai. There is a big investor to come. This guy also did not say a word in advance, so that they are now a big disgrace. It's fine. I'm familiar with this environment. Lin Xin casually walked over to a chair and sat down, quickly getting into a state and reaching out. What about the exact plot of the game? I'll have to take a general look at it before I can do that, and if that's okay, the contract thing is all good. A 4-eyed boy stepped out of the trio, standing constrainedly off to the side, both nervous and frightened, and handed over a wad of scribbled paper. Under such bad circumstances, this plot summary was not stained, which made Lin Xin somewhat surprised. He then quickly looked at it, and a line of small, neatly written letters came into view, with segments that were concise enough to show at a glance where the plot's center of gravity was. Looking at Lin Xin, who was seriously reading the plot, Zhang Hai's 4 men didn't dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing this master and causing the investment to fail. As the paper flipped from page to page, Lin Xin roughly understood part of the plot, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. In a nutshell, in a world of demon hunters, a young man with human and demon blood keeps gaining power, but every time he gains a share of power he loses the most important person, and in the end, he is the only one who sits high on a lonely throne of demons for eternity. Zhang Hai cautiously stepped forward and inquired, Brother Xin, how do you feel? Under the watchful eyes of several people, Lin Xin placed the plot plan on a side table and then made an OK gesture with his hand. Overall, it's considered over the top, but if you want to get it on the shelves, you'll need a major overhaul, with all the character modeling and special effects being changed from top to bottom. Zhanghua's few people nodded with deep thought. The current modeling was indeed too simple. Now that there was an injection of funds, it naturally needed to be properly updated. This game is really innovative, so it's a gamble to either not be accepted by the public or to storm the entire RPG industry and create another new king. But well, before that it's better to improve your environment. It's just too messy here. Getting an injection of funds, the entire Dragon's Den studio seemed to be bursting with new life, and cheers of delight came out. Looking at their excitement, Lin Xin shook his head helplessly, and after leaving behind a bank card, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the house, waving with his back to a few people. The company is still registering for the past 2 days, so you guys create a feasible update program out first, and then sign the contract directly after the company is built. As far as food, clothing, shelter, and whatever else, just take the money directly from the card. Seeing this, Zhang Hai gave Zhang Hua and the others a thumbs up before rushing to follow. Walking out of the residential building, Zhang Hai inquired to Lin Xin at his side, Shin, where are we going next? Lin Xin was playing with his cell phone and said without lifting his head, of course it's to the hotel where my uncle and the others stayed last night. Oh yeah, don't forget to mention to Zhang Hua and the others about that virtual girlfriend thing I told you about this morning. If you don't have enough manpower, get more people. It's best to have one studio in charge of one game, to ensure quality. Okay, Zhang Hai nodded. He realized that he was becoming more comfortable with the role of little brother. It was only a few bucks to inherit his family's anti-towel factory, so it was better to follow brother Shin. Deep City. In the middle of a hotel building in the center of the city, a dispute is taking place. Where did you come from, hillbillies? Is this a place where people like you can afford to spend money? I said, why does it smell so bad? So it's coming from you. Inside the hotel's lobby, a woman in a flashy dress looked at Zhang Guohua and Zhang Xiaoman with a face full of disgust. You! Hearing the insulting words, Zhang Guohua glared angrily and just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but thinking that it was not good for them to cause trouble for his nephew when they first arrived, he forced himself to hold back. The kid was hungry, so he brought it down for a meal, not realizing it would happen. Off to the side, the hotel's female receptionist saw the scene and didn't make a move, just acquiesced to it all. The woman who was arguing was a VIP of their hotel and came often, not something a receptionist like her could afford to mess with. The big deal was to give the old man a little housing discount when it was over. Why don't you hurry up and get as far away as you can? It's dirty. The woman in Chinese clothes waved her hand, looking at the two Zhang Guohua with a sense of superiority in her gaze. This kind of poor people who look like they are from the countryside. How can they live in the same place with people like her who are worth millions of dollars? This is not pulling down her status. Dirty? I think you're the one who's really dirty. Just as Zhang Guohua was planning to leave with his daughter, Two figures walked in the doorway of the hotel. It was Lin Xin and Zhang Hai. The woman in Chinese clothes frowned at Lin Xin and Zhang Hai, who were walking this way. "Who are you?" While at the same time a keen gaze fell on the clothes of the two. "Although I do not know the brand, but the fabric looks good. It should not be ordinary people can afford to wear. As for the back of the fat man wearing is not as good as her." Directly ignored. Lin Xin coldly walked up to the woman's body, then went up and slapped her. The crisp sound resounded in the lobby. Even the female receptionist on the side looked dumbfounded. "You." The woman was dumbfounded by the beating and was just about to lash out when she heard Lin Xin faintly say, "I'm worth hundreds of millions." The woman's aura weakened slightly for a minute. Lin Xin, however, continued, "My wife is the daughter of the richest man in Magic City. My family has a background inside the police department." When these three words were uttered, Lin Xin inadvertently revealed his black card again, frightening the woman's pupils and her heart with remorse. "I should have known better than to get myself into trouble. This is a kick in the teeth." That black card she'd only had the pleasure of seeing once in the possession of a male customer, and while she didn't know how much it was going to be deposited, it would be absolutely easy for a being like that to screw himself. Thinking of this, the woman trembled and wisely walked to the verbally abused Zhang Guohua to apologize, whispering, "I am sorry to you." Looking at the woman who knew what she was doing, Lin Xin snorted coldly, "Don't get out yet. You're dirtying the air by staying here. Do you have any self-awareness? This way, this way." The woman didn't dare to be offended, and left the hotel with a lowered body in a sorry state. Zhang Hai, who was behind Lin Xin, gave a thumbs up and laughed heatedly. "Handsome, brother Shin. People like this dog-eyed man should be taught a hard lesson." Lin Xin walked over to his uncle's side, and after seeing that the two didn't seem to have any problems, he smiled and inquired, "Nothing happened, did it? I got delayed in the middle of something and came in a little late." Zhang Guohua smiled and waved his hand. "Hey, what can be the matter? I've long been used to hearing these words. Those old women in the village can talk much harder than this. It's good that it's okay." Lin Xin nodded, turned back and swept an offhand glance at the female receptionist who was doing something on the sidelines, and said indifferently, "You'd better quit of your own accord if you know what's good for you. The job at the front desk isn't for you." Hearing this, the female receptionist immediately lowered her head with a pale face, her heart filled with remorse. Had she known she would lose her job over this, she should have just gone up and discouraged it. But unfortunately it was too late to say anything now. There's never a pill for regret in the world. This Zhang Hai guy, on the other hand, smiled cheaply at the female receptionist. "Geez, that's pathetic. How could anyone be so pathetic? Ugh, it's so hard to find a job again. Ha ha ha." The group then headed out of the hotel, and before dropping his uncle off at the airport to God's capital, Lin Xin went to get some things for him. Previously in a backward town, so a lot of things weren't available, like smartphones and new clothes and such. At least come out dressed nicely and things like today won't happen. After spending an hour buying everything he needed to use, Zhang Hai drove the man to the airport, and before boarding the plane, Lin Xin forced a bank card into his uncle's arms. "Uncle, this card has $1 million. You first take with, if not enough then find my mom to ask for it. Anyway, she is now in charge of money at home. Bitter who cannot be bitter child. Ah, $1 million. Hearing this huge figure, Zhang Guohua hurriedly tried to refuse. He had never seen so much money in his life, knowing that working in the fields was not even estimated to be $50 a day, let alone $1 million. "No, no, no, you take this money back. I've still saved some money over the years. It should be enough for the kids to go to school." Lin Xin and Zhang Hai glanced at each other, and without waiting for their uncle to hand over the card, they directly turned around and left, not forgetting to wave their hands. "Uncle, you're welcome. If it were my mom, I'd probably give more." Zhang Guohua looked at the backs of the two running, shook his head helplessly, looked at the bank card in his hand, and muttered, "How can you pay back such a big favor?" Zhang Xiaoman, who didn't know the world yet, grasped her father's hand and looked at her cousin's back with some admiration, thinking in her heart, "In the future, even if you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find one like your cousin." If Lin Xin had heard that, I'm afraid he would have cried and laughed. Soon the radio blared the announcement to board the plane, and the father and daughter walked over, holding hands. Outside the airport, Lin Xin looked at Zhang Hai, who was panting after running 2 steps, and bristled. "You should work out. This is too weak." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai slapped his chest in defiance and yelled, "What do you mean, Shin? When I was skinny, I was known as the man who was 16 times a night." "Ha-da." Lin Xin smiled disdainfully. The two of them walked towards the car parked on the side of the road, and Lin Xin then had time to inquire about the Tang family in order to prepare for the situation, so as not to be taken by surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai, who was driving the car, said what he knew. After all, he was at least a rich second generation of a deep city, and this understanding was still there. Tang family, well, the most famous is their takeaway platform. Starving to death. Xin brother, you should have heard of it. Is currently the two hottest domestic takeaway platform. 1. The monopoly policy released earlier also made the Tang family give up a lot of benefits. After returning home it was exactly noon. At this time Ning Juya had already gotten up from the bed and was lying barefoot on the sofa in the living room looking at a thick stack of information. Hearing the commotion of the door opening, she raised her eyes and looked at it, then instructed Lin Xin who came along. Back so soon? How was that game? Hey. Okay. Lin Xin smiled and walked over to the sofa and sat down, skillfully holding those little pink and white feet and kneading them with great skill. Then, to be honest, the setting of that game wasn't very new, but none of that mattered. After all, our goal was never to make a masterpiece. Our goal is just not to let Bai Junwan and the others swallow this piece of cake of the internet. We are not short of money. Even if the game is average, as long as we invest enough money into it, we can still occupy a certain share in the market. And, I have a big surprise for them. Looking at the mysterious smile on Lin Xin's face, Ning Juya frowned, put down the information in his hands, and directly took his piggyback in his arms, pinching his face. Nobuko can play with mystery now. What's the surprise? I'm not telling you. Lin Xin skimmed his head, intending to brew a bit more. Seeing this, Ning Juya narrowed her eyes, then took advantage of his inattentiveness to sit on Lin Xin, directly and viciously choking his neck, viciously saying, "Say it or I'll strangle you. Watch where you're going, dogman. If you don't want to be conditioned, speak up." Lin Xin was shaken and dizzy, and hurriedly said, "Oops, I said. Stop shaking. If you shake me away, I'll see where you can find a husband as good as me." Seeing Lin Xin surrender, Ning Juya snorted lightly, her red lips lightly opening as she snickered. "If you die, I'll make a specimen of you and carry you with me day and night." After Lin Xin took 2 deep breaths to feel less dizzy, he winked at his daughter-in-law and said in a cute manner, "So is there a reward for?" Upon hearing this, Ning Juya pondered for a while, and finally lowered her head to leave a lipstick mark on Lin Xin's forehead, her silky hair tilting down with a scent that could seduce people's hearts. "That'll do. You'd better not give an inch." Lin Xin hemmed and hawed, quickly stood up from the floor to sit back down on the sofa again. His left hand naturally wrapped around his daughter-in-law's thin waist, and then held her in his arms to lie down, lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Nothing really, just someone called me the other day and told me something." After a flurry of explanations, Ning Juya, who was snuggled in Lin Xin's arms, raised her eyebrows and said, "Really? How can such an important matter not have a bit of news leaked out?" "Of course it's true." Lin Xin's hand probed inside his daughter-in-law's clothes from the bottom up while a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's mostly up in the air right now, but it should be this half of the month." Feeling the hand that was roaming recklessly within her clothes, a scarlet blush appeared uncontrollably on Ning Juya's cheeks, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Lin Xin and pouted, "Get your filthy hands off me. Shame on you in broad daylight." But he saw Lin Xin lower his head and heave a smile. "But I've worked so hard for us. It's only reasonable if I want some rewards." Saying that, a black underwear slipped out of Ning Juya's clothes and landed on the ground especially conspicuous. Lin Xin squeezed and raised an eyebrow. "Daughter-in-law, haven't you gotten a bit bigger recently?" In the next second, Ning Juya directly got up and kicked towards Lin Xin with great force. The huge force even the sofa was kicked over together. "Bigger you are. I think you're just undertrained. Egu my ass." Lin Xin screamed miserably. Along with the sofa together was kicked over. Directly on the cold ground a face rolled several times before stopping. Feeling the hot pain in the abdomen, sucked in a mouthful of cold air, expression were twisted up by the pain, looked up to Ning Zhua, gritted his teeth dissatisfaction said, "Can't you lighten up? I'm telling you, I'm scared of myself when I start a fire. If you keep treating me like that I'm going to get angry." Upon hearing this, Ning Juya had a cold smile on her face as she casually kicked the slippers that were in the way to one side and walked barefoot just like that on the cold ground, approaching towards Lin Xin. Seeing this, Lin Xin retreated several steps in fear, wincing. "You, what do you want? Don't come over. I usually don't beat women. You don't force me to do it." As Lin Xin retreated to the corner, Ning Juya leaned in closer and closer, the corner of her mouth smiling playfully. "Do it? Then try moving a hand with me. I'd like to see what happens when you, young Master Lin, reach out and use it to hit a woman." Seeing that there was only 1 meter left, Lin Xin, who had fallen to the ground with his back against the wall, gritted his teeth. No, it seems that he must be tough today. He must find his dignity as a man. Standing up from the ground, probably cheering himself up. Lin Xian's stubborn eyes looked towards Ning Juya, who had walked in front of him, and his voice got a few points louder. I am a 7-foot man, born in heaven and earth. How can I be depressed and live under people for a long time? Today, I'll give you a little face. Before the words were finished, Ning Juya directly kicked over, mercilessly kicking Lin Xian in the stomach in a cold voice. What did you just say? Again? Lin Xian suffered a heavy blow and felt the pain in his abdomen intensify, as if he had been cut in the stomach. Even so, he still looked up unyielding and gritted his teeth. Bang! Another kick came. Lin Xian's body trembled. Cold sweat broke out from his back. His eyes uncontrollably looked towards his right. A foot stepping on the wall was reflected in his eyes, only a fraction of a millimeter away from his face. Any more crooked and you might be disfigured. Ning Juya, who stood condescendingly in front of Lin Xian, withdrew her foot and raised her eyebrows coldly. Didn't hear you. Say that again? Lim Shin. This is a kick in the pants. Women are such horrible creatures. Just horrible. Enduring the pain, Lin Xian pulled a forced smile from his face and snapped. Daughter-in-law, I love you like a mouse loves rice. How can I live in a world without you? Listening to Lin Xian's complimentary words, Ning Juya revealed a kind smile on her face and said with a smirk, is that really what you think? Didn't you just say you were going to give me some credit? Which is not true. You must have misheard. Lin Xian stood up from the ground by holding onto the wall, then pulled out a small red box from his body and handed it over, saying sheepishly, what I was just going to say is that I actually bought you a present in passing when I was shopping for my uncle and the others. A pink ring that I picked out just for you. Ning Juya reached out and took it, opened the box. Inside it was indeed quietly lying a heart-shaped ring inlaid with pink diamonds. The surface flowed gracefully. At first glance it was made by the hand of a master carver. Satisfied, she slipped the ring on her left hand, spread it out and looked at it front and back, nodding. Not bad. For the sake of the ring, let's just brutalize you for 10 minutes this time. A relieved Lin Shin, after half a day or to fight. This not only body, even the heart of the devil woman. Really, too perfect. The following afternoon, the thick-skinned Lin Xian walked out of the villa in one piece and stretched out leisurely and cozy. It's a beautiful day. Don't hurry up and get the car. Behind her, Ning Juya, who was stepping on a pair of high heels and wearing a stunning black dress, walked up. Today there was a party among the big shots of Deep City, not far from the city center, in a prestigious restaurant. After the violent beating, Lin Xian once again became very obedient and honestly walked to the garage and drove the red Ferrari out. Ning Juya pulled open the passenger door and walked in, slowly saying, if that thing you said is true, then let this party play out as you wish, and don't worry about the faces of those people. Stepping on the gas, the car roared off. This gathering was led by the Ming family of the Guangmei group, and the number of people present was very small, only a few, but none of them were big names that rang a bell in Deep City. It was worth mentioning that Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie also came and had a good conversation with Ming Tang, the chairman of the Guangmei group, and the two families had been cooperating closely recently. Unsurprisingly, Bai Junwan is considered to have completely stabilized herself in the gaming industry, and the next step is just to wait until the end of the game's testing and then officially release it. The box was roughly divided into two tables of people. Respectively, Ming Tang and his son Ming Haosheng had the highest status. After all, looking at the entire Deep City, there was almost no one who could compete with Guangmei Group. There was even no doubt that the Ming family was the richest family in Deep City, just like the Ning family in Magic City. As the person in charge of the biggest gray industry in Deep City, Yun Badian naturally came and was talking and laughing with Ming Tang, looking like they were on good terms. On the other table, Bai Junwan sat alone next to the second generation while Xiao Jie went to the other table. Ming Haosheng raised his hand to raise a glass of wine, his demeanor humble and courteous as he smiled at Bai Junwan. Miss Bai is considered the prettiest person I've ever seen, but it's an honor for me. Ming Haosheng. Tang, who sat a little farther away and looked at Ming Haosheng's toast, skimming his lips and whispering, what a pretender. You don't get tired of posing as a hypocrite all day long. Seeing Ming Haosheng make a toast towards himself, Bai Junwan pursed her lips and similarly raised her wineglass and clinked it, laughing lightly. Then I'm afraid young Ming won't say that when he meets that Ms. Ning later. At this moment, there was a movement from outside the box. The door slowly opened, and two arm-in-arm figures walked in. Bai Junwan twisted her head to look, her eyes narrowing slightly. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. Because Ming Haosheng hadn't been at the dinner party the other day, he naturally hadn't seen Lin Xian's great display of power, and craned his head to look with a curious gaze. Tang, who, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xian, who walked into the box with a confident smile on his face and gritted his teeth, thinking of something and then holding back. Forget about it. This one is not an ordinary person. so maybe he can fall on his sword when he has the chance. The gazes of the rest of the people also looked towards the entrance of the box, curious about these last two to arrive. One could only see Lin Xin standing tall with his head held high, a confident look in his eyes, his posture erect with eyebrows like sword blades, giving off a feeling of sharpness. The Ning Juya beside him even made Ming Haoshang, who had just complimented Bai Junwan's appearance, feel shocked inside and understand why the other party had just said that. Bai Junwan was indeed very pretty, but this Ning family's eldest young lady surpassed her in almost every way, whether it was from her figure, her looks or her temperament. Ming Haoshang put down the wineglass in his hand and sighed heartily. This woman is only found in heaven, and it's rare to see her in life. Just as the two of them were vaguely imposing themselves over the group, Lin Xin frowned at Ming Haoshang, who was staring at his daughter-in-law obsessively, and pointed at him nonchalantly and shouted, "What are you looking at? You've never seen a handsome man. A big man staring at me is not disgusting." The sight of Ning Juya helplessly propped up his forehead. Thanks to his own carefully dressed this guy in a human-like manner, the result was broken in a second. Ming Haoshang, who was pointed at, also froze, and his face darkened at once. God TM has never seen a handsome man. Ghosts stare at you. Where is the face? Although in his heart, he only felt that Lin Xin, this person, didn't want billion, but due to politeness, Ming Haoshang still stood up and wanted to explain, which unexpectedly, Lin Xin directly waved his hand and said indifferently, "Ugh, forget it. Just look. After all, I'm so handsome. It's understandable that you like to look. Human nature. It's not your fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on my good looks." Hearing this, Tang Hu, who had always been antagonistic to Ming Haoshang, couldn't hold back his laughter and let out a pft. The gazes of the others towards Ming Haoshang were also a bit strange. Cough cough. Yun Badian, who was sitting at the main table, lightly coughed twice and faintly said to the two Ning Juya, "Let's find a seat first." Seeing Father Yun's somewhat cold face, Ning Juya understood something and pushed Lin Xin beside her, whispering, "It's your turn to perform. Show them your talent, Nobuko." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin looked at the gazes of the crowd all converging on him, and suddenly felt a bit weak and whispered in his daughter-in-law's ear, "I'd rather not. There are so many people. It's not a good idea to be too flashy." Another voice rang out, "Brother Shin, would you like a drink of water to calm your nerves?" Oh, good. Lin Xin's brain hadn't reacted yet, and he subconsciously took a sip of the water handed to him by his side, and then his entire body instantly froze in place. The taste buds were wildly stimulated and an indescribable flavor entered the mouth. Realizing something, Lin Xin turned his head with an ugly face to look at Zheng Hai, who had appeared behind him at some point, and gritted his teeth. "What did you give me to drink?" Zheng Hai took a step back, his eyes averted. "You can't blame me, Brother Xin. This is sister-in-law's request. It's just a little bit of water of life, just one bit higher than the degree of the oolong wine you drank last time. One sip won't do anything." Lin Xin didn't believe a word of this statement, and was then pushed to the main table by Ning Juya, eyeing the crowd. As the saying goes, the wine is strong. Under a sip of Polish vodka, 96 degrees, Lin Xin's guts instantly soared, and his face had a mesmerizing blush. Anticipating what would happen next, Ning Juya directly walked out of the box, and Zhang Hai directly closed the door of the box, silently praying in his heart for the people inside. Inside the box, Lin Xin burped, his eyes looking scornfully at the deep city dignitaries in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising as he raised his hand and slowly extended his middle finger then towards Ming Tang and the others, his tone extremely arrogant and domineering. "Not that I'm saying that everyone here is a brother. What the hell fart Guangmei group Tang groups? To be able to become a stepping stone for Master Xin me. You guys are enough to be proud of yourselves. Ha ha." Listening to Lin Xin's grandiose words, Akito, the chairman of the Komei group, frowned as he stood up and spoke coldly at him. "It's good for young people to be energetic, but too much ego might just be a frog in a well." Chao Jia, who was sitting beside Yun Badian, looked at the scene and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this meal could not continue. Bai Junwan also gave him a look at this time, and Chao Jia, who had been together for many months, understood and got up and walked over to take her hand and walked out of the box. Lin Xin, who was mocked by the dark words, frowned and looked at Akito with a dazed consciousness. Disgruntled. "You damn owe a beating, don't you? Don't you know that children can't interrupt when adults are talking?" Akito. Movement soon came out from within the box, and the corners of Bai Junwan's mouth rose as she had already stepped out of the box ahead of time, and in a repeat of her old trick, she directly locked the door of the box behind her. Ning Juya clasped her hands and looked at Bai Junwan, who walked out, smiling. "I hear you've been doing pretty well lately. Average. Just a bit better than someone." Bai Junwan disliked it without showing any weakness. Then he walked towards the downstairs and laughed softly as he passed by Ning Juya. I heard that Lin Xin has a younger sister. TSK, it's probably very unsafe to leave a child that young in Magic City. Hearing this, Ning Juya's eyebrows furrowed as she turned around and said, what do you mean by that? Bai Junwan's footsteps didn't stop and she didn't look back. Just yesterday, my mother-in-law who was away on a trip came back, and you should have heard of her old man's name. As the words fell, Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie's figures disappeared at the end of the corridor. Ning Juya, on the other hand, bowed her head and contemplated what the other party had just said, a sense of uneasiness arising in her heart. White family old lady, she has heard some things, means of sinister and ruthless, do things by any means. This huge white family, most of the industry is her down. Could it be that the white family is going to make a move against little Schwer? Thinking of this, Ning Juya's eyes flashed a touch of cold color, and immediately did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Directly picking up the key on the side to open the door of the box and quickly walked in. At this time in the box, Lin Xin has completely played high, in front of several big group bosses kneeling on one knee on the dining table, holding an empty plate as a musical instrument. Roared, just like that, you've conquered and cut off all retreat. Akito and the rest of the group's faces darkened, but after realizing Lin Xin's extraordinary skill, they didn't dare to go forward to stop him without authorization, so they could only bitterly endure it. The compartment door opened at this time. Ning Juya walked in with a cold face. Seeing Lin Xin having fun on the dining table, her eyebrows frowned tightly, and she immediately rebuked in a cold voice. Lin Xin, get your ass over here. This icy cold tone, so that wife's cells have been deep into the DNA of Lin Xin subconsciously body trembled. Consciousness instantly awake. Looking at the daughter-in-law on the verge of anger, immediately fearful of jumping from the dining table. Let's go. Ning Jua took his hand and turned to leave the box, which made the crowd sigh in relief. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. What? We don't pretend asterisk anymore? Looking at the cold-faced Ning Juya, Lin Xin, who was following behind him, cautiously inquired. In front of the hotel, Zhang Hai is squatting and drinking, a mouthful of face without redness, pursing his lips. No, it's still not strong enough. When I go home I have to let the old man improve and refine it more, so that he doesn't force me to inherit the family business all day long. On the busy street, Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie strolled along the roadside, looking at the surrounding flowers and wines aimlessly. Looking at Bai Junwan who was walking in front of him with her arms crossed, Xiao Jie slowly said, you just told her about old Mrs. White's plan like that. Aren't you afraid that old Mrs. White will come after you when she finds out? At those words, Bai Junwan stared at the hurried passersby on the side of the road and laughed indifferently. If you know it, and you think she and my father don't know about my displeasure with her. The simple-minded young girl tilted her head back and looked at the sky. Looking at the cloudy night sky, her eyes narrowing slightly. What I want is to have a fair match with Ning Jua, not to rely on some despicable and dirty tactics to win. I'm going to prove to everyone that I, Bai Junwan, am even better than her. Ning Juya, so persistent. Xiao Jie let out a light laugh, his gaze always calm. After so many months of spending time together, he had completely understood Bai Junwan as a person. Or maybe this was what the other party wanted him to see. Although her attitude wasn't very good, her heart wasn't bad. She did her work with integrity, and if she had to say the only thing she was pursuing, it would definitely be better than the Ning family's eldest young lady. Seeing through all of this, Shock Kid leaves no stone unturned to help her, using busyness to cloud an already hole-ridden heart. Just as the two of them fell into silence, Xiao Jie's cell phone suddenly rang. Opening the screen, a message from Lin Xin came into his eyes. Not many words but containing a lot of information. Who sent this? Bai Junwan stopped and looked at Xiao Jie's serious appearance and curiously said. After reading it, Xiao Jie handed his cell phone over and smiled faintly towards her. It seems that the Ning family's eldest miss doesn't like owing favors either. We've sort of escaped by mistake? After reading the message, Bai Junwan snorted unconvincingly. It's just luck. After handing the phone back, Xiao Jie murmured with a thoughtful look on his face. Looking at Akito, it's obvious that he doesn't know anything about this yet to be released policy, and that the Kome group will be devastated by it, which is a good opportunity. Bai Junwan nodded with approval and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Originally, it would still take a long time to prepare, but according to this current situation, perhaps our plan to eat the Guangmei group is expected to be realized soon. That's right, Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie's purpose from the beginning was not to run towards cooperating with Guangmei group, but to hold the purpose of annexation. For this reason even gave up 50% of the profits of the new game to the Kome group, a huge share that belongs to the loss to the grandma's house. However, it can be used to mix into the core layer of the Guangmei group, coupled with the Bai family's original chain of relationships and power, as long as it masters one of the patriarchs. Eating the Guangmei group is just around the corner. The biggest gap between the two sides is that the strength of the cognitive is not clear. Bai Junwan enough to understand the light beauty group, but the light beauty group is not enough to understand the white family, but also think that they can be comparable to the Magic City Ning family. This is the biggest failure of the Ming tongue. Meanwhile on the other side, because Lin Xin had been drinking, Zhang Hai who was planning to go to the footwash was bitterly caught as a driver. In the back seat, a groggy-headed Lin Xin lay on Ning Juya's lap and muttered, "It's a shame that you're so willing to give up such a good opportunity." If he didn't reveal the news of the game's impending anti-sedation to Bai Junwan, he could definitely gain an absolute upper hand in future fights. Ning Juya stroked Lin Xin's head, her small hand gently sliding over his face, cool with a hint of delicacy, and faintly said, "Give and take, am I less than she without these conveniences?" At these words, the lying Lin Xin rolled over, wrapped his hands around her waist, buried his face in his daughter-in-law's fragrant and soft embrace, and giggled. "Of course not. Who is my daughter-in-law? That's the most powerful woman in the world." Hearing this reply, Ning Juya stroked Lin Xin's hair with satisfaction. "Count on you to speak. It's a quiet morning in the Magic City. Spring is just around the corner and temperatures are starting to warm up everywhere. Far away from the city center, in the lobby inside the old White House, inside the age-inspired lobby, Bai Chongda, the head of the Bai family, dutifully served the white-haired old man sitting on the eunuch's chair, who was also his real mother. In the Bai family, this old lady's words were much better than those of him, the head of the family, and her prestige was not on the same level at all. "Mom, I have already ordered what you asked me to do, and I guess we will have the results soon. Just that we do so, will there be any risk? Whether it's the Lin family or the Ning family, they both value that little girl. I'm afraid that if we take a chance on her, we'll cause a backlash from these two families." Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Bai, who had taken a sip of hot tea, snorted coldly and rebuked her son without mercy. "Womanizer, how can you stand firm in this world if you're not ruthless? The more important that Lin Shuer is, the better. Get her in our hands and I'll see what the Lin and Ning families can do to my Bai family." In the face of this kind of chiding, Bai Chongda, who had his head lowered, flashed a sinister color in his eyes, and then quickly disappeared, revealing a smile and nodding repeatedly to his mother. "Yes, Mom, you have a point. Then once this side is won, what are we going to do about the scheming on the deep city side? Should we call Junwan and the girls back? If it was possible to bring down the Ning family through Lin Shuer as a breakthrough point, then Deep City's layout would seem somewhat redundant. No need." Old Mrs. Bai waved her hand, her face covered with signs of age, her forehead wrinkled, and her smile more ominous than a ghost. The old man sneered. "You have to plan for both sides of everything. You secretly send some people to Deep City, in case the plan on the Magic City side fails. Get rid of the daughter born to that bitch, and then take over all the industries in her hands." Hearing this, Bai Chongda couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. His eyes clouded for a few moments, and after hesitating, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, even if Junwan she..." Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, old Mrs. Bai's eyes stared over with cold indifference, directly interrupting her son's words that were about to come out of his mouth and said in a chilling voice, "Don't think I don't know that daughter of yours has secretly enlisted many of the Bai family's industries, and yet you, as the Bai family's head of household, represent the collective interests of the Bai family, yet you still condone her doing so. To put it bluntly, it's still the seed born from a mistress, born with a rebel bone. It's better to get rid of it as early as possible. Otherwise, with her talent and learning, in time after accumulating enough power, she will inevitably come and subvert my Bai family, destroying the foundation that I've worked hard for most of my life to build up." Old Mrs. Bai stared at her son with cold eyes, her attitude indifferent. "Boss, if you don't want to sit in the position of family head, I don't mind letting the second one come back to replace you. I'm sure he'll be happy to do so." Hearing this, Bai Chongda's body trembled and he hurriedly changed his words. "I understand, Mother." Old Mrs. Bai gave her son a satisfied look, waved her hand somewhat sleepily, and faintly said, "I'm tired. Go back. As long as you do what I tell you to do, no one will be able to shake your position as the head of the family." "Yes," Bai Chongda respectfully answered and silently walked out, turning around with nothing but a coldness under his eyes. Meanwhile, Deep City, after knowing that little Shuer may be in danger, Ning Juya directly sent a message to her own mother. Let her pay more attention to, at the same time ready to quickly deal with the matter in hand, hurried back to a trip to the Magic City. Now both of them were busy. Ning Juya had to go and set up the company initially, as well as recruiting employees for various positions and other chores. Lin Xin, on the other hand, established a new game company called New Century to prepare for the release of the game produced by Zhang Hua. The name of the game has already been decided. It's called The Eternal King, and the modeling and voice acting are all being remade, so it's estimated that it will be successfully launched in May. However, there was still a problem at the moment, because Lin Xin and Ning Juya both had to go back. But this side of Deep City was just starting out, and it needed someone who could carry the load to sit on it, or else I was afraid that something would go wrong. Inside the temporarily rented office building, Lin Xin used it exclusively for the office of Yongcheng Game Studio, Zhang Hua, whose hair was disheveled into a chicken's nest, excitedly walked up to Lin Xin's body and laughed with some excitement. Brother Xin, the initial production of the game has been completed, and it's estimated that it won't be long before we can conduct an internal test, and then after that, we can officially release it. This game Lin Xin has fully invested more than 5 billion into the game production is one aspect. More or please all kinds of star voice actors spend too much. The next problem is how to publicize. Upon hearing Zhang Hua's report, Lin Xin, who was reviewing the information on his computer, nodded his head and said without looking away, "Just go by the book. There's no need to be too impatient. You can't rush this stuff." Zhang Hua, who was in the midst of his excitement, looked towards Lin Xin's line of sight and stared at the cell phone information on the computer. Puzzled, "If you're replacing your cell phone, Brother Shin, don't we have a fruit store downstairs?" Lin Xin shook his head. "It's not about buying a cell phone. I'm thinking about publicity. Maybe I can start with the cell phone aspect." Then, Lin Xin tapped the mouse, and the interface of a medium-sized cell phone manufacturer immediately popped up on the computer screen. Zhang Hua said indistinctly, "Oh, that's so." He then pointed at this cell phone manufacturer and laughed. "This I know. The cell phone world does not count the fruit phone. In addition to those three giants, the most famous is this Linglong cell phone. The main focus is an extreme cost-effective. It's just that it's been doing the low-end cell phone industry, resulting in a name that's not as prestigious as those three giant cell phone manufacturers, and a lot of old people do know more about it." After that, the two of them discussed for a while more, and only then did Lin Xin get up and leave the studio after finalizing his target. Before leaving, he did not forget to bark at Zhang Hua. "I might be leaving Deep City for a while in the next few days, so you can keep things steady with the new game, and you can call me if anything happens." Only after Zhang Hua patted his chest with a burst of assurances did Lin Xin feel relieved to leave. Underneath the office building, Lin Xin looked at the street with traffic inside. Where the hell do you find an all-around talent, and a trusted personality to boot? It's so hard to get. Just then, in the shadowy alley on the opposite side of the road, Lin Xin glimpsed a familiar figure in his afterglow, thought of something, and immediately jogged towards the opposite side of the street after seeing no cars coming from either side. At this time, in the dark alley across the street, several gangsters were smiling and surrounding a pair of men and women in the center, their eyes full of greed. "This brother, a few brothers recently a little tight, or you give a bit of sucker, or this girl beside you to accompany us to drink a cup of wine is also okay." Lin Tan in a black jacket. There are people who owe a beating every year, but this year there are especially a lot of them. Inside the dark and damp alley, Lin Tian and a woman wearing cheap jeans were surrounded by several punks. Hearing that these scum of society dared to ask for money from him, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain, but the woman beside him didn't see it the same way and grabbed his arm with a death grip. Huang Yao looked at the small punk holding a spring knife. She had never seen this kind of scene. Her 2 feet were a little soft, raised her head and hugged Lin Tian beside her in fear. Her voice trembled. "Ah Tian, what should we do? They have knives in their hands. Why don't we give them all the money?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian sighed and said helplessly, "I said can you let go of me first?" "I don't." Huang Yao stubbornly skimmed her head and clung onto Lin Tian's left arm with both hands in a death grip. "Get loose." "I don't. I'll throw you out if you don't let go. Beat me to death, I won't let go." You dump it." "I'm not afraid." The punks on the side cannot help but see the situation. Fuck them robbing, cannot give some face? Actually engage in ambiguity in public. Give some respect, okay? Nima. Brothers together. First beat this pair of dogs and girls down, then directly on the hand search. A total of 5 punks surrounded them together, and when Lin Tian saw this, a cold color flashed in his eyes before he directly reached out and picked up Huang Yao, who was beside him, with one hand. Soon, sounds of fighting as well as screams came out from within the alley, but it was the punks who were screaming, and even though Lin Tian was carrying a person in his arms, he only relied on one hand to wander around the alleyway, easily putting these punks down. With his stature, not to mention 5, even 10 together would be meaningless. Soon, the 5 punks who were looking for trouble were knocked to the ground one by Lin Tian. How could they not understand that they had met a tough opponent? Fuck, guys, the dots are sticking. Pull back first. Watching the 5 people being beaten and fleeing, Lin Tian didn't chase after them. Instead, after placing Huang Yao back on the ground, he turned his head to the empty alleyway behind him without looking back and faintly said, "Seen enough? Who are you talking about?" Ah Tian? Huang Yao, whose little heart was pounding, wondered. In the next second, Lin Xin, who had his hands in his pockets, walked out from a corner with a thick smile on his face, looking at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a nest of rich leeks. Lin Tian turned around and frowned when he saw Lin Xin's eyes staring straight at him. "What's that look you're giving me? It's disgusting." "It's nothing." Lin Xin waved his hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth like an AK-47 that he couldn't suppress at all, and smiled. "What a coincidence. Do you have time to talk?" "No." Lin Tian refused without hesitation and directly turned around. With his understanding of Lin Xin as a person, looking for himself was definitely a weasel paying homage to a chicken without good intentions. Huang Yao, however, pulled him back and said to Lin Xin in confusion, "And you are?" Lin Xin smiled back. "I'm his younger brother. Just call me Lin Xin. Are you my sister-in-law? It's so hard to run into my dear brother. I want to have a good chat with him to promote a relationship, but it looks as if he's not happy about it." This was something Lin Xin said on purpose. Serving that little witch at home for so long, he had absolute confidence to guarantee that Lin Tian was definitely taken down by this woman. Otherwise, with his cold personality, he definitely wouldn't have saved Huang Yao just now, and would definitely have walked off by himself. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Huang Yao's face instantly blushed and she said somewhat shyly, "Geez, Tin and I haven't gotten that far yet." However, her heart felt very flattered, especially after realizing that Lin Xin was Lin Tian's younger brother. Her goodwill increased a lot. Soon, as Lin Xin expected, Huang Yao directly turned around and hugged Lin Tian to death to prevent him from leaving, and the latter's face darkened so he had no choice but to hopelessly oblige Lin Xin. "It just so happens that there's a coffee shop nearby. Let's go there and have a chat." Brother Lin Xin smiled and walked over to Lin Tian's side, placing her hand on his shoulder. Full of depression, Lin Tian, Huang Yao, who was holding his hand beside him, smiled and said, "Tian, what's with the cold face all the time? You and your brother haven't seen each other for so long. Be good. Smile." Looking at Lin Tian's silence without uttering a word, Lin Xin suddenly felt a little free in his heart. Why was this? It was probably because he had met a kindred spirit. This Huang Yao was quite different from the character of the one at home, somewhat naturally dull, and completely different type from Ning Zhuya, but on the stalking point, it's not close. A few moments later, inside a high-class coffee shop in Deep City, Western-style decoration style, the sound of the piano playing music in the ear, ethereal and gentle, so that people can completely relax. "What do you three need to order?" The smiling waiter handed over a menu. The menu includes a variety of expensive snacks in addition to assorted coffees, each of which is priced at an exorbitant four-figure sum or more. Huang Yao, who was sitting next to Lin Tian, had obviously become much more formal since entering the store, and couldn't help but mutter inwardly when she saw the expensive prices on the menu. "This is too expensive. A cup of coffee will cost me 2 months' salary. If I can't pay later, I won't be left to scrub dishes, will I?" Lin Xin, who had keenly noticed this, smiled, picked up a pen and calmly ticked a few times on the menu before handing it all to the waiter and laughing. "3 of each of these and 1 more to pack." "Yes, please wait." The waiter took the menu and retreated. Only after the waiter left did Lin Tian look at Lin Xin, who was sitting across from him, and spoke in a cold tone. "Say, what's the trouble with finding me?" "How could it be trouble? I must have something good in mind when I look for you," Lin Xin said smilingly. He then briefly talked about New Century Games and the upcoming Yashin Group, as well as the lack of a talent, the meaning of which was self-evident. With Lin Tian's ability, it definitely fit Lin Xin's needs, so he had to glean this fat sheep to his side today no matter what he said. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Lin Tian clasped his hands and coldly hummed, "Wanting me to help you run your company means I have to work under your hand. Ha, do you think that's possible?" Huang Yao, who was on the side, sniffed and asked curiously, "Running a company? Is that management? How much does it pay?" Lin Xin put up 5 fingers and let Huang Yao guess. Huang Yao boldly said, 50,000. For her, who grew up in the town, 50,000 a month was already an astronomical figure, and anything higher was simply unthinkable. Lin Xin shook his head and laughed. $5 million a year, and if you're willing to stay with the company, I'll give another 30% of the shares and dividends at the end of the year. $5 million. Hearing this figure, Huang Yao exclaimed out in shock, a look of shock filling her small face. Inside the cafe surrounded by piano sounds, on a table, Huang Yao blinked at Lin Tian beside her, her voice surprised. "Ah Tian, that's $5 million. There's also dividends and shares. Even though I don't know anything about that, it must be worth a lot of money. Looking at the curious babies coming up beside him, Lin Tian's face grimaced as he glared at the smiling Lin Xin across the room. Huang Yao was still continuing her output, her eyes already blinded by money, and said in a delicate voice, Tian, just go, okay? Lin Xin also gave his assistance from the side, looking at Lin Tian and smiling. Yes brother, you're not the same as before. It doesn't matter if you live a miserable life alone, but now that you have your sister-in-law, you can't let her live a miserable life with you, can you? Besides, after you get married you'll have to have children, buy milk powder, and all sorts of places where you'll need money, so you won't lose out by earning more money while you're still here. These words accurately inserted into Lin Tian's soft underbelly. His originally cold face changed for a while, showing some hesitation, and this even made Lin Xin, who was observing his expression, light up. There's something going on. It looks like these two are progressing in their relationship far more than they thought they would. Thinking of this, Lin Xin hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. And as long as you go to take over the new company, you are the boss of the company. I certainly do not interfere with your decisions. And your status is not lower than mine. Even if we work together, how about it? Hearing this, Lin Tian hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't argue with Huang Yao's insistence, so he could only sigh. Alright then, for Huang Yao's sake, I'll help you this once. Then he put on his cold face again and grunted. But remember, there will be absolutely no next time. All well and good. Receiving a satisfactory reply, the smile on Lin Xion's face suddenly grew even wider as he secretly thought, I know your weakness, I can't pin you down. In the area of wife control, no one dares to call me first if I, Lin Xin, call me second. Soon the cafe attendant came pushing a cart over with a variety of snacks and 3 cups of coffee with milk. Wow, it looks so delicious. Huang Yao clapped her hands in delight. After serving all the snacks on the table, the waiter respectfully said to Lin Xin, Sir, the one you requested to be packed is already over at the register. Feel free to take it. Lin Xin nodded and casually handed over a card. After that, Lin Xin briefly explained to Lin Tian the current direction of development of the 2 new games from New Century Games so that he could understand the situation more quickly. It was naturally not difficult for Lin Tian's mind to understand this, and almost the instant Lin Xion's words fell, several marketing methods came to mind. Only after finishing his business did Lin Xin curiously inquire about the relationship between the two. Lin Tian said with a hint of helplessness in his tone, Huang Yao was my playmate when I was a child. Then I went to the Lin family, and I never contacted them again until I came home some time ago. After a brief understanding, Lin Xin sort of understood why the other party was so spoiled with Huang Yao. So it was a drunken one-night stand. Coupled with that clingy personality, it was no wonder that Lin Tian was being held. After a quick meal of refreshments, Lin Tian directly took Huang Yao to the office building where New Century Corporation was located, while Lin Xin drove towards the core business circle in the city center. After the company was established, Ning Zhuya directly and ostentatiously chartered a 50-story building in the core circle to be used as the office. Inside the redecorated chairman's office at Yashin Group's Deep City headquarters, Ning Zhuya, wearing a long pink dress, was looking down at the information. In these days she acquired several companies in the internet industry. After all, it was better to just buy ready-made and save a lot of time than to build a branch from scratch. Now Yashin Group is gradually on the right track, although it is said that the reputation is not obvious now, but I believe that in the near future, the name of this group will resound in the country. Thunk thunk, the knock on the office door sounded. Ning Zhuya did not raise her head and said in a cold voice, Enter. The office door pushed open, and Lin Xin, who was carrying a delicate box in his hand, walked in with a smile and a good mood. Ning Zhuya raised her head and looked at the somewhat disgusting smile on his face and said in disgust, Can you be normal? What's happened to you that you're so happy? Brought you a snack. Lin Xin placed the box on the table, casually found a stool to sit down beside his daughter-in-law, and laughed. This is not to find a management talent. The game company side does not need me to worry about for the time being. Your side? Placing the information on the table, Ning Zhuya rubbed her eyes and said with some sleepiness, It's almost done too. I guess I can finish all the arrangements today, and I can go back to the Magic City tomorrow. Looking at his daughter-in-law's tired appearance, Lin Xin took out a slightly sweet tea snack and handed it to her mouth, and Ning Zhuya took a small bite. While feeding, Lin Xin even smiled. I'm telling you, I just met Lin Tian. TSK. I didn't expect someone like him to be taken by a woman. It's true, wifey is the ultimate destination. Ning Zhuya just lay on the table and listened to Lin Xin, then just sat back and waited for the food to be fed to her mouth. Such a rather cozy scene. How I wish this moment could last forever. But just then, a sharp phone ring rang, It was Ning Juya's cell phone. She looked at the phone call from her mother and a sudden uneasiness grew in her heart. It wasn't even time for little Schwer to get out of school at this point, and her mom was basically busy working at this time, so she definitely wouldn't call herself if it wasn't necessary. The cell phone was connected, and under Ning Juya's apprehensive mood, the anxious voice of Ning's mother came from the other end. It's not good, Xiaoya. Something has happened to little Schwer. I just received a call from the kindergarten saying that little Schwer has inexplicably disappeared within the kindergarten and can't be found. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya stood up with a brush, the uneasiness in her heart gradually transforming into panic, and her face instantly turned ugly before she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go back immediately." After that, she simply hung up. Lin Xin, who was sitting right next to her, naturally heard the conversation between the two, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, his fists immediately clenching. "I'll arrange the plane. I'll go home and take little Faith with me." After a simple corner, the thunderous Ning Juya directly arranged it, while Lin Xian ran out of the office and drove towards his home. Nobuko's got a good dog nose, so let's hope it comes in handy. The White family actually really laid hands on a few years old little girl. It was simply heartless. Thinking that little Schwer might be in great danger now, Lin Xian directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom and rushed toward his home as fast as he could. Somewhere inside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the Magic City, there were few people. Inside one of the closed factories, the light was dim, and more than 20 figures could be vaguely seen sitting in the corners. Tied to the pole in the very center was a little girl with a pink face, now in a coma. At the entrance of the factory, a thin man looked at Lin Schwer, who was tied to a pole, and turned his head to the burly man beside him, wondering, "Big brother, this time the gold master in the end is which family? Just watch over a child. Actually give so honorarium. Should not have fraud, right? I've done so many years of kidnapping. There is a time to see the employer took the initiative to send the target to the hand. This is lying with the money, what difference?" The burly man took a drag on his cigarette and grunted coldly. "Don't pry into things you shouldn't. Can you just say such things? Don't worry, we won't be missing out when it's done. I can still guarantee that." Hearing this, a smile appeared in the skinny man's eyes, and his entire person looked witty. "Just watch this fart of a girl for 2 days and you'll get your hands on $5 million. It's really pie in the sky." At the same time, right after Lin Schwer had been kidnapped, the Bai family's people had also found the Ning family, and it was Bai Changda, the Bai family's head, who had come in person. Inside the confidential conference room of the Ning group, Mother Ning looked at Bai Changda, who was sitting across from her, with a chilling expression and said in a cold voice, "Sure enough, it was your Bai family that moved. After so many years that old woman's methods are still so shameless. Tell me what it will take to give the man back." At those words, Bai Changda smiled faintly. "It was the old lady's idea, so you can't blame me. Her old man said that he wants all of your shares of Ning's, so if she dares to play any tricks, the little girl won't be able to keep her." Despicable. Ning Donghong gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at him in death. Bai Changda shrugged indifferently. "Sometimes being mean is a means to an end, and you can only be blamed for being too naive. I'm afraid I never thought in a million years that we'd start with the school teachers. Digging that tunnel took a lot of work." The atmosphere instantly fell into a scorching. Ning mother's face was ugly. Now that the child was in the hands of the other party, there was no chance for them to negotiate terms. Even if the surveillance here to the police, there is no role, mouth to mouth. Bai Changda at most go into lockup a few years, and the most critical white old lady is still at large. A moment later, Mother Ning stood up and said in a cold voice to Bai Changda, "It's about the entire Ning group. We need time to discuss it. You guys won't even give us that much time, right?" At those words, Bai Changda smiled and raised one hand, laughing. "Of course it's no problem, but you only have 2 days, and I hope you'll give me a satisfactory answer by then." After saying that, Bai Changda got up and left the place, with a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end, as if kidnapping a child to fulfill his purpose was not something difficult to talk about. Inside the conference room, Ning Donghong sat in his chair with a sad face and said, "What are we going to do now? We can't find any clues at all to follow. We have no idea where the child has been tied up." Mother Ning gritted her teeth. "I'll send a few more waves of people to look for them, if they can't find them in 2 days. So what if they meet their conditions? Ning's group is the couple's half a lifetime of hard work. Said to give up, just give up. Heart not pain, that is impossible." The Bai family didn't want their property at all, but rather the Ning group's position as the leading group in the country, and they wouldn't stop until they achieved their goal. At 3 or 4 o'clock the following morning, Lin Xin and Ning Juya, who were in a hurry to catch up, walked out of the airport with little Shinzi on their feet, and split up in 2 directions. Ning Juya went home to understand the current specifics,
while Lin Xin took advantage of the fact that the kindergarten was not open yet, and planned to first go and understand how little Schwer was kidnapped. You have to know that both inside and outside the school have his bodyguards arranged, even if the other party dug a hole in the ground, and then without the help of the school personnel, it is impossible to hide from the bodyguards in the school. On the way, Lin Xin stroked little Faith's doggy head and worried, "After raising you for so long, it's time for you to utilize your strength. If I can find out where little Schwer is tied up, I'll provide you with good food and drink in the future." Spitting out his tongue, little Faithful sniffed, his doggy eyes lit up, and he barked twice. "Woof, woof, don't worry, dog is here. No accidents." Soon, Lin Xin, who was riding in a cab, arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, and there were already people waiting at the entrance of the school, the very same bodyguards that had been arranged inside the school. After paying the money, Lin Xin walked straight over with his dog in tow, his brows furrowed. Seeing Lin Xin walk up, several bodyguards lowered their heads in shame. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. This time it was a mistake in our work. It's done. Let's start with what you've investigated." Lin Xin waved his hand in annoyance. "You follow me." The lead bodyguard nodded, then turned towards the playground within the kindergarten. As he led the way, he said, "After it happened, we quickly found that hole in the ground on the school grounds, and Ms. Lin Schwer was presumably taken from this hole. There were construction signs placed here before this, so we didn't pay too much attention to this side. It wasn't until after it happened, when we went to look for the principal, that we realized he was gone too, as if he had vanished into thin air. There's something wrong with that principal." Lin Xin narrowed his eyes, his mind making up its mind. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call out, instructing the person on the other end, "I need the registration records of all air and train tickets for the last 3 months in Mordor." When the order was finished, the group also walked to the corner of the playground. At this time the sky was already brightening. Lin Xin could barely make out the depth of the hole, probably about 2 meters, while the width was just enough to accommodate 2 people. The bodyguard at the side handed over a school uniform that Lin Schwer usually wore, which had her scent on it. Lin Xin took it and squatted down to put it by the dog's nose, stroking its doggy head and asking, "How about that? Can you smell the same odor down here?" At this time, not even a day had passed since Lin Schwer had been taken away, and it hadn't rained in the past 2 days, so the level of stagnation of the odor could reasonably be smelled. Energetic little Shinji sniffed at the school uniform. The dog's nose twitched, and the next second the whole dog scurried straight toward the hole below, apparently smelling it. Seeing this, Lin Xin didn't dare to delay and directly instructed the bodyguard behind him, "Go and investigate the teachers of the entire kindergarten to see if there are any missing clues." After saying that, Lin Xin followed suit by leaping into the hole in the ground and followed. This hole can only accommodate 2 people to pass through. Too many people will get in the way. He is just enough. In the early hours of the morning, when the sky was just slightly bright, in a rare forest in Magic City near the city center, a man and a dog were constantly running wildly, and it was none other than Lin Xin and Xiao Xinzi. Looking at the little letter in front of him who was running on 4 legs, Lin Xin was already a little tired at this point, but he didn't dare to slow down at all for fear of being thrown off, and the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous Cheryl's situation would become, and it was imperative to find the point where the kidnappers were located as quickly as possible. The little letter in front of the playful running, on the other hand, is in high spirits. As soon as he thought that as long as he found someone, he would be able to eat and drink spicy food, the dog's legs took a quick step and ran toward the suburbs. 3 hours later, at 8:30 in the morning, Ning's mother, who was discussing countermeasures at home, received a call from Bai Changda. The white Changda on the other end said with a smile, "Mrs. Ning, it looks like you didn't take my warning seriously. I have to congratulate you. That son-in-law of yours is on his way to where that little girl is. It's just a shame. What good is he alone? In the end it's just one more hostage to add to the list." Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on the sofa to the side, sniffed and immediately dialed Lin Xin's number, but the phone beeped off. Her hand clutched her cell phone tightly. Her face was ugly. At the critical time that guy Lin Xin's cell phone was actually turned off. In that case, there was no way to use the positioning function. Mother Ning frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The end of the cell phone was suddenly noisy for a moment, and soon it was quiet again, and then an old voice came out, and it was the old lady of the Bai family. "There are more than 100 people on the side of the robbers. If you still want that kid from the Lin family as well as his sister to live, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the Dragon Hotel. Remember to bring the contract. This time both hostages are in my hands. There won't be so much chance to make a deal." After saying that, without waiting for Ning's mother to say anything, the phone was hung up.
The other party simply didn't give them a chance to refuse.
Beside him, Ning's father stood up from the sofa and sighed. Just in case, I'll go ahead and prepare the contract. Why don't you guys go and call in some more people? We have to find out where the kidnappers are within the day so we can break the game.
Ning Juya stood up from her position and directly walked quickly towards the door of her home, her face as cold as ice, with a strong concern under her eyes.
Dog man, don't let anything happen to you. Meanwhile,
in the White family's old mansion,
inside the lobby,
the Bai family's old lady hung up the phone and instructed her son at the side.
You go back.
Tell those people to be a bit more measured when they strike.
In the end,
they're from the Lin family.
If they go too far, they might bring about the destruction of the Bai family.
Bai Changda nodded with a serious and solemn expression and turned to walk out.
This time, this matter is a big gamble for the Bai family. If you win the gamble, you will be able to get that position. If you lose, I am afraid that the consequences will be unimaginable.
Even if he was dissatisfied with this mother in his heart, at this time, even for the sake of the future, he had to pour out his help.
After her son left,
Mrs. White fished out a special cell phone from her body and opened the address book with only one phone number inside,
which she dialed. Dropping, the phone rang for more than 10 seconds before it was picked up,
and the man's broken Chinese came from the other end.
Oh, Mrs. White, I believe you're calling this number to bring me happy news? Upon hearing this,
old Mrs. Bai's pale face showed a touch of disgust, and she said in a flat tone,
Of course Mr. John, I'll have what you want ready soon, and I'll grant you all the requirements. But I want to test if that medicine is real first. Hearing this,
the man on the other end of the phone was delighted and smiled without hesitation.
Of course there's no problem. Someone will deliver the item to you this afternoon.
I hope old Mrs. White won't let us at the Black Cross down.
This phone call from across the ocean quickly hung up.
The white old lady lying in the tie-shirt chair, cloudy eyes with a dead silence,
giving a person a feeling that time is running out. It seems that the next second will die. God's capital, the center of power in China.
In a hidden conference room inside the Red Star building,
3 men sat in the dimly lit conference room, watching the images on the curtain.
As the head of special operations pointed to an injection shown on the screen with a serious look.
This is the latest new type of drug that has flowed into the borders of my country of China.
And although it has appeared in very small quantities at the moment, the effect of this drug is several times stronger than the effect of any previous drug.
And according to our investigation,
many organizations in the country of me are secretly flowing a large amount of this drug into the middle of my country of China.
And although they have successfully intercepted a part of it, there are still some flowing in, and they don't know where they are going at the moment. Inside the conference room, Lu Ying, who had returned to the military department, was also sitting in his seat, wearing a straight uniform. He looked at the introduction on the screen for the drugs and frowned. Now that this meeting has been called, it means there are clues, right? Sitting on the side, Elder Wang didn't open his mouth and let the two of them handle this matter, wanting to see what they would do. You don't raise thriving eaglets under plump feathers.
The head of the Special Operations Department nodded and tapped the remote control in his hand, and a portrait instantly appeared on the screen of none other than the White family's old lady who had just returned from a trip.
Explained, this is our only breakthrough at the moment. According to my men's investigation,
this old man named Bai Yoying has frequently contacted forces outside of China in the past 2 years.
And I estimate that she holds information that we don't know about. And, this old man is still relying on the name of traveling, secretly helping some offshore forces to sell drugs. Hearing this, Lu Ying sort of understood the purpose of the other party calling himself over, and directly stood up, saying in a firm tone, I'll go and get this old thing back now. In terms of detection and interrogation, one cannot find several people in China who are more powerful than Lu Ying, and naturally, he is the best candidate for this arrest operation.
Seeing that there was a result, Elder Wang also opened his mouth at this time and looked at Lu Ying and said seriously, be sure to proceed with caution and not to frighten the snakes. Lu Ying nodded solemnly and turned toward the outside of the conference room.
The time is approaching evening. The outskirts of the Magic City, running for a whole day Lin Xin is already about to be deflated. If it is not in the middle of the food and drink, this moment is estimated to have long been kneeling. Xiaox Xinzi was no better at this time. Tired, dog legs weak and numb striding. A look of wilting breath.
Not far away was an abandoned factory area,
and a panting Lin Xin compelled to the little letterman. Come on dog, after this, I'll get you 100 beautiful bitches of your choice. Upon hearing this, Little Faith's doggy eyes lit up, and his doggy legs once again flew up, approaching towards the factory ahead. And a man and a dog don't know they've been dozens of pairs of eyes. Every move is under the watchful eye of the kidnappers. It was just nighttime. The evening breeze was cool, and the world seemed to be quiet for a moment. In front of a certain abandoned factory on the outskirts of Magic City, Lin Xin squatted down and stroked Little Faith's dog head. and commanded in a low voice with a serious face, "It's going to be dangerous in there, so just wait here, and if someone other than me comes, don't hesitate to bolt, got it?" Little Faith humanely nodded her doggy head and obediently sat down next to the large rusty iron gate. Seeing this, Lin Xin stood up and walked towards the interior of the factory, having the darkness of the night as a cover, carefully exploring each individual factory building. Soon Lin Xin had a clue. He squatted down and looked at the messy footprints on the ground with a bit of a headache. It looks like there's at least a dozen of them, so just in case it's better to make a call and get some people over here. Kidnappers who could be paid off by the White family were definitely not ordinary people, so it was better to be careful. But just as Lin Xin took out his cell phone and wanted to call someone, he realized that the phone could not be pressed and did not respond in the slightest, and felt a toothache. NND. Actually, the power is gone at the critical time. This is not to kill people. This left only two options. Not allowing Lin Xin to give it much thought, he looked at the footprints that kept spreading and muttered, "Either go back and call someone or go in single-handedly. What's the choice?" The thought that little Schwer was most likely being abused right now sent a wave of panic through Lin Xin's insides, and he finally gritted his teeth. F***CK. Put up a fight. After some hesitation, Lin Xin directly followed the footprints on the ground and continued to walk forward, his eyes constantly alert to the surroundings, not daring to have any carelessness. A few minutes later, Lin Xin arrived in front of a dilapidated factory building in the corner of the factory area, and he carefully glanced towards the inside with great caution. Inside the dimly lit factory building, a beam of moonlight sprinkled down from the top of the factory building and shone on a heel of iron bars in the center, and most importantly, on the iron bars was clearly tied to the unconscious Lin Schwer, with that red cotton jacket Lin Xin clearly remembered, because that was what he bought for the little one. The rusty iron door was pushed open with a creak that was especially harsh in the silent darkness of the night, but there was no movement around them. Are the kidnappers not here? Lin Xin gazed at the darkness around him. He couldn't see anything. He could only see some old abandoned equipment. He had to quickly walk in, wanting to save little Schwer, but the next second, the original wide-open iron door bang sound was heavily closed. The next instant, bright lights from the overhead instantly illuminated the entire plant. The abrupt voice came from above. "Ha ha, worthy of being a big brother, this kid really rushed in stupidly alone." Lin Xin, who had already come to little Schwer's side, stopped his footsteps for a moment. His pupils contracted violently as he looked toward the source of the sound, and smiled bitterly after scanning the surrounding circle. "Looks like it's going to be really hard this time." Looking around, there were actually dozens of people standing in the corners of the factory building with sticks and knives in their hands, and because the environment was so dark just now, Lin Xin had completely failed to realize that he had already intruded into the tiger's den. The burly man in the lead jumped down from the old equipment, blocking Lin Xin's only escape route, and laughed confidently. "Kid, you'd better behave yourself. Your employer has requested that you can't go too far, but if you don't listen, you won't be able to blame us for missing an arm or a leg when the time comes." Looking at the circle of people who had gathered around, Lin Xin first released little Schwer from the iron bar and laid the little one flat on the ground, then took off his jacket and covered her body, and took out the earphones for listening to songs from his body and stuffed them into the little one's ears. Seeing this, the burly man laughed disdainfully. "What a way to find death. Brothers, give him a lesson. Be careful not to get someone killed, otherwise the employer will have to deduct money." A group of junior brothers cheerfully walked towards Lin Xin, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery, not taking him seriously at all. Their side has more than 60 people, 60 to 1. If this is still lost, simply find a piece of tofu to crash themselves to death, to save the kidnappers this industry shame. Let's hope we can still see tomorrow's sun. If we go back late, our daughter-in-law will be angry. Lin Xin sighed as he looked at the group of tigers. Then his eyes were instantly covered by seriousness, and in the next second, he unexpectedly rushed towards the crowd first, not very fast, but without the slightest bit of fear on his face. Seeing this scene, the burly man who retreated to the back to watch the show laughed. "This kid has some guts. It looks like that little girl is very important to him." The skinny man beside him scoffed. "Obviously, if you can live by obediently conceding, you have to come up and seek death." This brain must have been kicked by a donkey. But not a moment later, just when the two thought that the loss had been decided, the scene in front of them stunned them, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, and the screams of their little brother came from their ears, only to see Lin Xin like a tiger into the flock. A fist put down a little brother, rather like a Zhao Yun Changban pa 7 into 7 out of the might. "These punks cannot get close to him. Rubbish. TMD, get together. He's just one person. We'll consume him even if we have to." Seeing that his little brothers were somewhat afraid to go forward, the burly man couldn't help but roar angrily.
his veins rising on his arms.
Upon hearing this, a group of people once again swarmed towards Lin Xin,
and it just continued for a while, with a huge disparity in numbers.
Lin Xin soon became a bit overwhelmed. This kid is dying. Everyone together.
The little brother who shouted for support swung a punch towards Lin Xin's face,
but Lin Xin crouched to avoid it,
and in the next second his entire body was kicked out.
Lin Xin, whose forehead was oozing with a trace of blood, sneered, "Who says I can't? How can a man say he can't?" Then, Lin Xin took a deep breath,
all his blood boiling up, pounded his chest twice to make a dull sound,
and roared, "Come on! Master Shin hasn't had his fun yet. None of you will escape today."
Lin Xin's entire body rushed into the crowd like a sharp arrow and began to fight with wounds for wounds,
not caring about the extra wounds on his body and focusing on the enemy in front of him.
A flash of fear flashed in the skinny man's eyes as he watched Lin Xin's lunatic-like fighting style.
As for so desperate, this is to be immortal. When the leader of the kidnappers saw this, his brows instantly furrowed. He was aware of Lin Xin's true identity and understood that Lin Xin must not die in his hands.
He was trying to get rich.
He wasn't trying to get killed. If Lin Xin died here, he didn't even dare to think about what the consequences would be for him. Thinking of this,
the lanky man directly took off the shirt on his body,
revealing a full body of tendon flesh, and walked towards Lin Xin in the crowd. "Brother Nung, you want to personally go on ah?"
The thin man was shocked and took the clothes in a panic, while secretly saying that Lin Xin was dead.
Brother Nung used to be a veteran,
but he was expelled from the barracks because of his offense, but his fighting skills were definitely top-notch.
Lu Nung coldly grunted without looking back.
"Or what? If this kid dies here, none of us can escape. All of us will be buried with him."
Then, Lu Nang was a sprint, violently kicked Lin Xin,
who was swinging his fist in the crowd, out a few meters away, ruthlessly crashing into the metal steel plate. His mouth stifled as scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth.
Looking at the heavily injured Lin Xin,
Lu Nang hooked his hand at him as he walked away, his tone not bearing the slightest hint of pity as he coldly said,
"Come on kid,
I'll play with you myself."
Decommissioned site. In the middle of the silent night, the atmosphere in a factory in the suburbs of Magic City was unusually hot. Surrounded by dozens of people, the blood-soaked Lin Xin was fighting their big brother one-on-one,
fist to fist.
Both of them were using military fighting techniques,
but Lin Xin's techniques were obviously much more mature,
and he was practically overpowering Lu Nang, but he wasn't in any better physical condition at this point.
The long struggle in exchange for the rapid depletion of physical strength.
Even if he beat Lu Nang,
surrounded by so many leaping minions, this is almost already a certain death.
Bang! Only to see the bloodstained Lin Xin dodging Lu Nang's punch before quickly returning the favor.
The fist carrying a strong wind landed on the opponent's abdomen,
sinking in deeply. "Good brat!"
Lu Nang's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his teeth were laced with scarlet blood,
which looked extremely oozing, but he laughed freely and charged towards Lin Xin once again. The attack was swift and powerful,
while the voice was rough and harumphing. "Who taught you your fighting skills, to be able to utilize them to such an extent at such a young age?"
"What a monster. You don't deserve to know." Lin Xin took a step back and returned in a cold voice. The two fought back and forth. A time actually cannot help each other, but as long as the discerning can see, compared to Lin Xin, Lu Nang suffered more injuries.
If the fight continues like this,
Lu Nang will definitely lose. Seeing this,
the thin man standing at the entrance of the factory building's face clouded over, then slowly pulled out a pistol from his body and quietly aimed it at Lin Xin,
who was not far away. Lin Xin and Lu Nang,
who were in the midst of a high-intensity exchange of blows,
didn't notice the scene,
just as the two gave each other a punch and once again pulled apart. Just in the moment Lin Xin stood firmly on his feet,
an ear-piercing gunshot sounded. His abdomen instantly erupted with blood.
His pupils contracted instantly in agony. The whole person did not stand still, fell to sit on the ground to cover the wound that was being abdominal.
Lu Nang,
who was planning to rush up, did not expect this scene either,
and angrily glared in the direction of the skinny man,
then glanced at the location where Lin Xin was injured. Fortunately it was not a fatal injury.
Seeing this, he immediately ordered the nearest junior,
"Get a doctor over here, fast."
Just when everyone thought it was finally over, Lin Xin struggled to his feet and took advantage of Lu Nang's efforts to order his little brother to charge forward with red eyes and gritted teeth. Seeing this scene,
the surrounding junior brothers hurriedly wanted to remind their big brother, but it was already too late.
In the next second, Lu Nang, who was unable to react,
was locked by Lin Xin's neck and slammed hard into the hard ground with a heavy thud.
Lu Nang still wanted to say something,
but the heavy blow on his head made him instantly faint and unconscious.
Lin Xian forcibly stood up with the pain in his abdomen and once again faced the surrounding watching minions with an untamed smile on his face. Forcing a smile. Already taken care of one. Which one of you will go first next? Or, together? Seeing this scene, the juniors gathered around subconsciously trembled inwardly, looking at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes, getting shot and still being able to put down their big brother with one blow. This guy is the devil, right? At this moment everyone realized one thing. Lin Xian had truly come with the intention of fighting for his life. It turns out there really are people in the world who are not afraid of death. The night passed slowly, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, in the box inside the Dragon Hotel in the western district of Magic City, the people from the Bai family and the Ning family had all arrived. And today, the Bai family's old lady even came in person, sitting on the main seat, glancing at the ugly-faced Ning family couple and faintly saying, "Bring the contract. If it's any later, the lives of your son-in-law and the little girl may be in danger." The threatening words fell into Mother Ning's ears, and she gritted her teeth and threw the prepared contract over, coldly saying, "You better pray that those two kids are okay." "Humph, do you think the current you is still qualified to say that to me?" Old Mrs. Bai snorted coldly and just wanted to pick up the contract to check it out. But in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The door of the box was kicked open. A dozen heavily armed soldiers rushed in. A figure was even faster. And almost the instant he entered the box, he pressed Old Lady Bai onto the table. Lu Ying, who was wearing regular clothes, took out a silver bracelet from behind his back and tackled the old lady's hands with one hand, and his words were cold. "Bai Yueying, you're suspected of several major cases. Come with us." Followed by the Bai family members are also all rushed in the soldiers' control. One eyes frightened do not dare to speak, only to look at the hands were handcuffed. "You are." Ning Zhuya, who was originally sitting on the side with a lowered face, recognized the suddenly appearing Lu Ying, her face slightly surprised. Then thinking of something, he hurriedly stood up and said, "They have little Cheryl and Lin Xian. Can you help us find out?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying looked down at Old Lady Bai, who was filled with fear, and inquired in a cold voice, "Say, where is the man?" "It's just in an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs." Old Mrs. White returned with a trembling voice. In her heart, she constantly prayed that these people were here because of Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would be dead. Drug trafficking in China, a country with strict laws, is almost no different from selling the country, and is definitely a capital offense. After learning where Lin Xian was, Ning Zhuya ran towards the outside of the box without hesitation, not wanting to wait a moment longer. Seeing this, Lu Ying frowned and instructed the soldiers beside him, "You guys escort the people back secretly. I'll rush back later." Lu Ying then followed suit and left the box, rushing towards the eastern suburbs. Ning's father and mother looked at each other. They had gotten away with it? Half an hour later, in the eastern suburb, in front of the abandoned factory, a black Rolls-Royce sped up and stopped directly in front of the rusty gate with a dump. At this time by the door, a big yellow dog that was having a spring dream was sleeping soundly, scratching with its legs from time to time, not realizing that the danger had come. The car door opened. Ning Zhuya stepped out and looked at the little letter that was whimpering, frowned, and directly walked up and kicked it, waking up the little letter that was having a spring dream, doggy-eyed and bewildered. "Where is Lin Xian?" Crouching down, Ning Zhuya asked in a cold voice as she grabbed its doggy head. Little Faithful sniffed. "Woof woof." After barking twice, it drew its legs in fear and darted towards the factory, its dog legs striding fast. Lu Ying followed in an SUV at this time and chased after him closely. Soon, under the lead of Little Faithful, Ning Zhuya and Lu Ying arrived in front of a closed factory building in a remote corner. After approaching, Lu Ying's eyebrows instantly wrinkled, smelling the strong smell of blood. "It is from inside." The heart gave birth to a bad premonition, immediately pushed open the iron door and walked in, but the scene in front of them froze the two on the spot, their pupils contracting. After opening the door of the plant, the scene in front of her made Ning Zhuya inwardly vomit, covering her mouth with fear in her eyes. The strong smell of blood even more stimulated the ferociousness of the little letter, grimly shedding its sharp teeth, a look of encountering a strong enemy. Into the eyes, the dilapidated factory building, the ground lying full of people with all kinds of bruises and injuries, the appearance of the extremely oozing, like suffering some kind of abuse. Knives and sticks with blood were scattered all over the place, and Lu Ying also realized that one of them was actually holding an old-fashioned pistol in his hand. In the innermost part of the plant lay an unconscious figure, covered with a man's jacket, and Lin Xian so back to the plant door, cross-legged and head down sitting there motionless, like a statue. Lu Ying, who had seen more bloody scenes, was the first to react, and ran over a step ahead of Ning Zhuya, his gaze still constantly scanning over these fallen people on the way. "It looks like all of them were knocked out hard. roughly estimated to be more than 60 people. A dozen 60. Even professionally trained soldiers do not dare to brag about being able to knock down so many people. But Lin Xin, this guy actually did it. Arriving at Lin Xin's side, Luing realized that Lin Xin had completely fainted. His whole body carried wounds. After a night's time most of the tiny wounds had stopped bleeding, but his abdomen could only be described as miserable. He hurriedly grabbed Lin Xin's hand and measured it. Although it was very weak but it did have a pulse, which meant that Lin Xin was still alive. I'll take him to the hospital first, and you can follow me with this little girl. Not daring to waste a second of time, after instructing Ning Juya behind him, Luing hurriedly picked up Lin Xin and ran towards the outside, not even daring to have too large a range of motion. With a worried face, Ning Juya ran to little Shuer and squatted down in front of her, her taut heart slightly relieved after examining her. Nothing serious, just cold hands and feet, definitely a fever. Just as Ning Juya was planning to pick up little Shuer and leave, the thin man who had collapsed to the side opened his eyes in a daze. Compared to the injuries of the others, he was the first to wake up as he had much fewer injuries on his body and only took a punch in the face. What's happening to me? The thin man looked at the roof of the plant in confusion, his mind seemingly still reeling from last night's panic. Hearing the commotion, Ning Juya stopped the movement in her hand and quickly turned her head to look at the skinny man who had woken up behind her, and after seeing the gun that had fallen in his hand, she immediately associated it with the wound in Lin Xin's abdomen just now. Thinking of this, her face was instantly covered by a layer of frost. Picking up the knife that had fallen on the ground and flinging it towards the thin man's brow without hesitation, the dagger carrying the infinite killing opportunity flashed coldly, and did not directly pierce the man's temple, but cut through his eyes. The blood light appeared, and the mournful screams resounded in the silent factory area. Ah, my eyes! The man who hadn't had time to react covered his eyes in agony, blood clattering down the cracks of his fingers as he continued to flop around on the ground screaming in agony. Without hesitation, Ning Juya directly walked over and picked up the pistol on the ground, coldly looked at the man struggling on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. There was a click, and there was no blood splattering as expected. The magazine had long since been emptied. Just when Ning Juya wanted to go up and make up for it, the sound of a police car honking came from outside. She stopped her steps and after hesitating for a moment, she turned around and picked up the unconscious little Shuer and headed outside. As for this man, without his eyes, I guess even death is a luxury. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about something happening to little Shuer's body, Ning Juya would have had to go up and ruthlessly torture him to death. Daring to hurt her man like that was a death wish. Soon, the police who got the news rubbed shoulders with Ning Juya, and no one went up to stop them, but took the lead in tying up all those who had fallen to the ground. Captain, here's another one awake. Only his eyes. What eye or no eye? All I saw was that he accidentally fell and happened to blind himself. Know what I mean? Got it. Got it. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding colleagues twitched when they heard this far-fetched explanation. A fall that blinded his eyes would surely make the headlines. Magic City. The emergency doctors inside the Second People's Hospital were checking Lin Xin's condition while pushing the hospital bed towards the operating room. The patient has a gunshot wound to the abdomen that needs to be immediately sterilized and the bullet removed, and a dozen stab wounds to the body with a weak pulse. Prepare for blood transfusion and resuscitation immediately. The group stormed into the operating room with great vigor. The door firmly closed and the red light at the doorway lit up at the same time. Let's hope your kid has a hard life. After registering the relevant information, Luing glanced towards the operating room and then walked out of the hospital. He was still carrying a classified mission and could not stay here for long, or he was afraid that he would delay the big event. Immediately followed by Ning Juya who walked in holding Lin Shuer, she directly barged into the doctor's office, startling the several doctors who were resting, and spoke in an icy tone. See what's going on with the boy's body right away. He's been unconscious. At that, a male doctor with glasses stood up with a disgruntled look on his face. This lady, you have to register first to see a doctor. You don't even have this common sense. Shut up, Ning Juya chided out, placing little Shuer flat on the nearest desk, glancing at the time on the wall clock, and coldly saying, 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes. If I can find out the cause, I'll contribute $30 million to invest in your hospital. Saying that, Ning Juya took out a few high-class VIP cards from the Bank of China from her body and laid them on the table, looking coldly at the several doctors. Hearing the investment of $30 million, the eyes of several doctors lit up at once. With their eyesight they could naturally tell that the bank card was real. The woman's origin must be extraordinary. Though they won't get a share of the money, they certainly won't be able to run away with a promotion or a pay rise. Thinking of this, several people hurriedly put down the things in their hands and jogged over, quickly examining Lin Shuer who was lying on the desk. The pulse is slightly weak. The hands and feet are cold. There are traces of drugs on the tongue. But there is nothing wrong with the body. It should be drugged with sleeping pills. Hurry up and get a lab test. Should not say. Is indeed a professional. Just a few minutes of effort to check out Lin Shuer is drugged. That's why How can not wake up. Inside the operating room of the Second People's Hospital of Magic City, the doctor whose forehead was already beaded with sweat had already treated Lin Xian's wounds and was currently stitching them up. The nurse on the sidelines took the time to look at the heart-measuring instrument and methodically handed the doctor the tool, spitting out clear and understandable words. The patient's heart rate is currently returning. The doctor who was performing the suturing heard this and still didn't dare to be careless. It was also his first time to take over such a complicated surgery with dozens of wounds plus gunshot wounds. Until the surgery is over, any accident can happen in the patient's current physical condition. The closer you get to success, the less you can let your guard down. After all, one never knows when the unexpected will come. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Magic City Police Department, the old lady of the Bai family was pulled out alone. This interrogation room was different from the rest of the rooms used to interrogate suspects. The environment could only be described as harsh, and there were various torture instruments hanging on the walls around them, bearing blood marks that had been dried for an unknown amount of time. Tell me, who gave you this thing? Only to see Lu Ying take out a box of injections from his body and throw it onto the table, coldly questioning the old lady by sitting on the interrogation chair. Inside the clear plastic box were 5 tubes of syringes, filled with a strange blue liquid, recovered from the old White House and one already used. Old Mrs. Bai looked at the box of injections on the desktop. Her cloudy eyes revealed awe. Her eyes fluttered and dodged, and she trembled. I don't know. Sir, you can check it out. Must be someone trying to set me up. See, this old thing is still sophistry. Lu Ying, directly a fist on the table, issued a bang, a loud sound. Cold snort. This is called holy water. It's something that flows in from foreign countries. It's said to be able to help people renew their lives, but the side effects are just as huge. Once used, it will become addictive, and if you take too much of it, it will make you mentally deranged, and ultimately turn you into a complete vegetable. And you were diagnosed with a serious illness 6 months ago and you're not going to live long. But you have this in your house. Do you think there's such a thing as coincidence in the world? At these words, Mrs. Bai's body trembled. All she could do now was to refuse to admit it. This kind of crime would definitely be a death sentence if it was established. Seeing this scene, Lu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave a look to the soldier behind him, who understood and walked directly to old lady Bai with the box of potion. According to the researcher's report, the stuff is so addictive that more than 3 shots at once will have the effect of making a person completely inseparable from it. Lu Ying spoke slowly, coldly watching the soldier inject the remaining injection into old lady Bai's body in one go, without the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Once this thing spreads in the country, the victims will not be an individual case, but millions of Chinese people. When dealing with extraordinary things, extraordinary means must be adopted, and things that jeopardize national security will not be tolerated. Soon, all 5 tubes of injections were injected into old Mrs. Bai's body, and her body instantly became paralyzed, and if she hadn't been tied to the interrogation chair, she would have probably started rolling all over the floor. Seeing this, Lu Ying once again opened his mouth and coldly said, I'm going to ask one last time, who gave this to you and what was the contact information between you? I really don't know. Old Mrs. Bai screamed in agony. At this moment, it only felt like there were 10,000 ants crawling on his body. His body itched unbearably, and his body temperature was still rising. Please let me go. I've really been wrongly accused. I really don't know anything. LOL. Ha ha. The drug began to take effect and the old woman began to laugh wildly for no apparent reason, somewhat beginning to lose control of herself. Who gave you the injection? Lu Ying took the opportunity to inquire. The old woman, who was already somewhat mentally unbalanced, laughed maniacally. Of course they are. As long as I help them transport things, they'll let me live all the time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying frowned and asked, transporting things? Where to? What about the specific time? Gulfport. Is the night after tomorrow? After saying these words, the old lady completely could not withstand the high temperature of her body, and even fainted directly, her hands and feet hanging down helplessly, and the surface of her skin seeped out a dense red rash, which looked extremely oozing. Give her to stay down and isolate her. Didn't the people from the institute research the antidote and still don't have a candidate for experimentation? Take a tube for this old lady to try. After commanding, Lu Ying stood up from his position and walked out of the interrogation room, while taking out the intercom on his body and pressing the button before ordering, attention all special ops personnel. Proceed to the Gulfport in secret right now and prepare to give our foreign friends a big honkin' feast. It was a little hot at 3 in the afternoon. In the second hospital of Magic City, the closed door of the operating room was finally opened, and Ning Zhuya, who was sitting in the corridor waiting for the situation, hurriedly stood up. Then, the nurses pushed the beds towards the intensive care unit, while the doctor, whose forehead was sweating, stayed behind and looked at Ning Juya to explain. You're the patient's family, right? The patient is currently out of life-threatening condition, but his body is in a very weak stage due to the massive blood loss, plus he's still running a high fever, so his condition is very unstable. This also requires you family members to accompany the individual in the hospital all the time to take care of. If possible, it is best to buy some have rich vitamins of fruits and vegetables and so on. Supplements can never give him to eat, otherwise it will only be counterproductive. Hearing the doctor's detailed explanation, Ning Juya nodded. She wasn't very good at communicating with outsiders, so she said directly, "Tough on you, doctor. I'll apply to the dean to promote you to vice dean. Triple your salary bonus every month. You go down and rest first." Hearing this, the male doctor froze, and before his brain could react to what was happening, he saw Ning Juya turn around and walk quickly towards the ward. A moment later, the doctor looked at his hands and froze. Did I just save some big shot? This is considered gold falling from the sky? On the other hand, the already treated Lin Shuer woke up in an unfamiliar hospital room, and several doctors beside her were looking left and right for fear of any accidents. At this moment, one of the doctors pointed at Lin Shuer, whose eyes were squinting open a slit, and said in surprise, "Wake up, you guys, the kid's awake." Upon hearing this, the remaining few doctors also looked over in surprise, rushing forward to inquire kindly, "How's it going, kid? Is there anything wrong? Good boy, uncle here has candies, do you eat them? You shameless ones, obviously I found it first. All of you go aside, can you have some face?" The quarrel of the few people in front of her quickly affected Lin Shuer, who had just woken up. Being in an unfamiliar environment and seeing strangers arguing, her eyes were immediately covered by a layer of water mist. The next second, bawling sounds came out of the ward and could be heard throughout the corridor. I don't know whether it's been 2 or 3 days, but in the second hospital of the Magic City, in a certain ward, "Sister, why isn't brother awake yet?" "Because he's a big lazy pig." A lazy pig is a sleepy pig. Oh, on the hospital bed, wearing a hospital gown, Lin Xin woke up leisurely. The sound in the ear is a little noisy. The sound of conversation. The sound of cartoons. Just as Ning Juya was sitting by the hospital bed holding little Shuer and watching the pink pig, a low murmur reached her ears. Water. Hearing the commotion, Ning Juya realized that Lin Xin had woken up, and hurriedly placed little Shuer on the other hospital bed and poured a cup of hot water and fed it to Lin Xin's mouth. After drinking the water, Lin Xin's consciousness woke up a bit, looking at the clean white ward, realizing that he had survived, and inquired towards his daughter-in-law beside him. "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 whole days and 2 nights. Ning Juya said without a good breath, then reached out and helped Lin Xin up from the bed, leaning his back against the bedside. Little Shuer, who was concentrating on watching cartoons, heard a familiar voice and turned her head to look at her brother, who woke up, her little face surprised. Brother is awake. The 2 hospital beds were right next to each other, and there wasn't much of a gap in between, so Lin Shuer happily stood up from the bed and directly jumped onto the other hospital bed with her bare feet, and jumped into Lin Xin's arms. Because Ning Juya hadn't told the little one what had happened, Lin Shuer thought that her brother had come back specifically to see her, and acted very happy. Brother is a big lazy pig. He actually slept for so long and didn't even play with Snowy. At those words, Lin Xin, whose body was in a weakened state, raised his hand with some effort and touched the little one's head, smilingly saying, "Well, it's brother who is wrong. So will little Shuer forgive brother?" "No good." Lin Shuer skimmed her head and grunted in dissatisfaction. "Xiao Shui is angry. Unless brother takes me out to play. Otherwise I'll ignore brother." Looking at the little guy's temper tantrum, Lin Xin's mouth revealed a smile and said with some distress, "Ugh, that would be a shame about the gift I prepared especially for Yuki. Since you're ignoring brother, forget it." "Gift?" Lin Shuer's eyes immediately lit up and she said with a bit of a twist, "In fact, it's not actually impossible to forgive brother-in-law." Seeing that the little one was being fooled into finding her way around, Ning Juya helplessly picked her up from the bed and placed her on another hospital bed, coaxing her, "Xiao Shui, play by herself first, okay? Sister will help you punish your brother so hard that he won't play with you." "Aha, yes." The little guy nodded vigorously, focusing on the cartoon once again. Ning Juya, on the other hand, turned around and found a hot towel to wipe Lin Xin's face, and just as Lin Xin was enjoying himself, he only heard the person beside him faintly say, "Getting more and more capable. All the while daring to treat your own life like a child's play. One person beating up more than 60 other people. Lin Xin, you're very powerful. Do you realize that if it weren't for your luck, you'd be down there in hell right now?" "Ha!" Hearing these words, Lin Xin's back chilled. only feeling a crisis coming, and hurriedly explained, "Daughter-in-law, listen to me. The main thing is that the cell phone is off. So you couldn't come back to inform me first." Ning Juya glared at Lin Xin and gritted her teeth. "Last time at the airport it was the same way. Making decisions on your own without consulting me about everything. Do you know how worried I was?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin lowered his head in a sensible manner and said with a grimace, "I'm wrong, isn't it okay?" Ning Juya, after a few glares, she still held back her intention to make a move. Right now Lin Xin's body was still too weak. At least she had to wait for him to get better before slowly tempering him. The 2 times when his life was on the line had already made Ning Juya completely run out of patience, and inwardly resolved that he must properly punish this guy before he could do anything about it. Otherwise, hell knows if there will be a next time. It's like not taking your life seriously. This time, he didn't tell Lin's father and the others who were far away in God's capital so that they wouldn't have to worry about it. So he didn't come to visit. During his coma Lin Xin had been relying on nutrient solutions to maintain his body's basic consumption, but since he was awake now, he definitely couldn't do that anymore. After Ning Juya borrowed the hospital's kitchen to cook an all-natural healthy dish, she returned to the hospital room, and the mountain-high rice made Lin Xin gulp. Good lord, this is the same amount of food he usually eats. Is this trying to hold him up? Ning Juya silently took a stool and sat on the edge of the hospital bed, her gaze looking slyly at Lin Xin, her tone calm and abnormal. She said, "Prepare yourself and enjoy your 2 months." When he finished speaking, he took a spoonful of the dish and handed it to Lin Xin's mouth. Lin Xin looked at his daughter-in-law's eyes and swallowed, wanting to cry a little in his heart. He might actually get killed this time. Meanwhile, inside the White family's old mansion, released after interrogation, Bai Chengde strolled through the small courtyard, looking at the rockery and the goldfish in the pond, and murmured, "Mother, I didn't think you'd have a day. Selling drugs, taking drugs. It seems you have no chance to return to the White family, because old Mrs. Bai's actions were not told to any other Bai family members, and she didn't even dare to use the Bai family's power to transport the poison for fear of being found out something." The entire Bai family was blessed by the disaster. Not only preserved the entire Bai family, not to mention, Bai Chengde is to take this opportunity to completely control all the family's industry and the right to speak, become a real sense of power. I've been waiting for this day for too long. The days of being used as a puppet on strings are over. Now I'm the one in charge of the Bai family. Walking into the lobby, Bai Chengde's face wore a wanton smile as he sat down on the seat that originally belonged to old Mrs. Bai. After a short period of ecstasy, Bai Chengde, who was worthy of being able to become the head of the family, quickly calmed down and did not get swept away by this sudden surprise. After a few moments, he took out his cell phone and dialed out, tapping his fingers on the wooden armrest. Thunk thunk. "Hello." The call was quickly answered, still with the familiar electronic voice, but showing impatience. "I should have said not to come back to me. Bai, what the hell do you want?" Bai Chengde said with a faint smile on his face. "There's a small favor I need you to do. It's not about the Lin family. Of course, I'll have the payoff I should have prepared, and I promise I won't let you suffer." "What favor?" the head asked. Bai Chengde still had that smiling face. His words calmly said, "I want you to kill my daughter, which is by June 1. The words fell, and there was a long silence on the other end of the line before the sound came out again. "Are you crazy? Even if it's born from a mistress, it's still your own daughter, and you're willing to do it?" In response, Bai Chengde just faintly returned, "If someone threatened your position and thought of dealing with you at all times, would you let such a person grow up?" After a while, the caller slowly returned. "No problem, but it's risky to do it now. Price-wise, name your price. I'll directly call the old account after it's done," Bai Chengde said without hesitation. "Deal." Ha 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 ha. Brother turned into a piggyback. Inside the hospital room, Lin Shuer sat on Lin Xin across her calves, an erasable oil-based pen in her hand, very pleased with her masterpiece, only to see that Lin Xin's face was drawn everywhere with red oily pens, especially the nose was all painted red, looking like a joker from some movie. Sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, Ning Juya took the happy little one into her arms and sat down, stroking her head and praising her. "It's really worthy of our little Shuer. She'll definitely be a master painter in the future." Hey, it's okay." Lin Shuer lowered her head somewhat shyly, but her cheeks were uncontrollably happy. Lin Xin, who wanted to cry without tears, silently watched the scene, tears of humiliation slipping from the corners of his eyes. Hell knows how he had gotten through the past few days. During the day was little Shuer as a toy to play, also cannot be angry to coax, to the night and have a big one to coax. This more dare not careless. Sometimes he suspected in the end who is the sick one. In the past half month, because of the kidnapping of little Shuer,
Ning Juya simply did not let her go to kindergarten school, and it just so happened that there was a labor force lying around here.
So he simply let Lin Xin teach. When he thought that this kind of day wanted to last for more than a month, Lin Xin became even more depressed inwardly. He didn't want to be a home cook. So looking to his daughter-in-law, he commiserated. "Honey, I think I'm about as well as I can be. Why don't we get out of the hospital tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Ning Juya, who was teasing little Shuer, glanced at him and said in a calm and collected tone, "Okay, then I'll go back and get my dick ready tonight. If you hold out, then I'd better lie down for a while longer." Lin Xin scowled. "There's a tiger in the house.
The throne is in danger.
Sooner or later, one day he, Lin Xin,
was going to be above this crazy bitch and achieve a generation of greatness and move towards the road to success."
Just as Lin Xin was hospitalized, a furor over the policy prevailed in the country. Since April, all games, whether domestic or circulating in from abroad,
have been required to strictly comply with the new rules on anti-obsession in games.
Minors are not allowed to play the game Monday through Friday, and can only play for 2 hours on Saturday and Sunday at 6 p.m.
This newly released regulation has instantly dealt a huge blow to the country's fledgling gaming industry, and all the companies that depend on gaming for their livelihoods have been left reeling.
And as the domestic game leader of the Light Beauty Group is caused by an unprecedented huge blow, the original flourishing daily active volume is now almost showing a precipitous fall. Bang!
A fist slammed into the conference room tabletop with a loud thud.
Inside the conference room,
all the top executives of Guangmei Group were all present,
sitting upright,
not daring to look at the chairman in front of them who was in a rage, their backs already drenched in cold sweat.
"Someone please tell me why I didn't get any wind of this policy before it came out." Akito stormed up from his position, red blood spreading within his eyes.
Those below were stumped and pressed for words.
Logically, for such a big move, the state would at least notify them, the giants of the gaming industry, so as not to cause local economic losses. But not now. And as for the answer,
I'm afraid that anyone who isn't a fool has the answer in his or her mind,
and it's too obvious to be true. Someone is targeting the Kome Group,
and it's still directly from amongst the top echelons of the government, almost a one-hit wonder.
But who is it?
This was equally troubling to Akito now. When this news first came out, he called the mayor a dozen times, but there was never an answer. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately not picking up. It was clear that they,
Guangmei Group,
had contributed so much to Deep City, allowing more people to have employment opportunities, but at this moment,
they were being unloaded. Meanwhile, in the Deep City government building, inside the mayor's office, the secretary looked at Mayor Yu, who was sitting behind his desk in disbelief, and unable to resist the doubt in his heart. He asked out loud, "Mayor, Guangmei Group is a local enterprise. Why don't we tell him about the anti-addiction in advance?
With advance measures, the loss will definitely be greatly reduced."
Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan, who was sitting at the table drinking hot tea, shook his head.
"It's not my decision to make, and this kind of self-inflicted amputation is something no one who isn't a fool would do."
"There's no harm in telling you now. Do you know how much Kome Group's annual net profit is now?"
"I think I remember it being $50 billion, the secretary said with some uncertainty.
"That's already a thing of the past."
Mayor Yu calmly took a sip of tea, clearly a matter within his jurisdiction, but he acted calm and collected. Then as the secretary looked on, he slowly stretched out 5 fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "The various subsidiaries under the Light Beauty Group, including those physical industries, together have exceeded $100 billion in net profit per year, and over $500 billion in annual water flow, and the money that was earned did not go into the pockets of our countrymen. Most of it instead went into the pockets of those foreign capitals, which then used that money to suppress us. Do you think the people up there will allow this to go on forever?" It was only at this point that the secretary said in a moment of hindsight, "That's why the higher-ups are thinking of taking this opportunity to completely reshuffle the gaming industry, as a way to completely control this profiteering industry, and clutch the money in our own hands." Seeing that his men understood at a single point, Mayor Yu nodded in satisfaction and smiled mysteriously.
"And that's not all.
Someone got through to the top to cultivate a power beyond the Kome Group,
and gave up the big head, not to mention anything else. That alone is enough to declare the end of the Kome Group.
And that replacement will still be a local business in our Deep City.
So we've lost nothing, and on the contrary, we've grabbed a stable money tree." On the following day, just when everyone thought that domestic games had completely fallen into decline, the 2 games came out of nowhere, and their extreme experience instantly exploded across the country, attracting away users that originally belonged to the Guangmei Group. Deep City. Inside the New Century Game Company, Zhang Hua's group of people were staring intently at a computer in front of them. Their faces were uncontrollably excited, their eyes wide. 10 million, 3 million, 5 million. Inside the general manager's office, Lin Tian looked at the daily active data displayed on the computer screen and was quite satisfied. It looks like it can barely break 100 million. And it's really thanks to those cell phone manufacturers that there are such numbers, forcing the game into the phones as a way to increase users. On the other hand, inside the luxurious mansion where Bai Junwan was located, it was also the headquarters of Tianjun Game Company. The data is not as good as the one from New Century Games, but it's still a good start, and the quality side is clearly superior to ours. So it's not like there's no chance of catching up later. Hearing Xiao Jie's return, Bai Junwan's face however showed a touch of dissatisfaction. But looking at the data in front of her, she couldn't say anything, so she could only stand up and walk towards the office without looking back. Let's go and collect our partner's body. In May, the temperatures have warmed up so thoroughly that very few people go out in their big, thick coats anymore. After many months, in the riverfront villa of Magic City, the screams rang out after a long time. The gardener who was mowing the grass outside the small courtyard heard the scream and a comfortable smile appeared on his face. The familiar smell was back. At this time, inside the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Daughter-in-law, I really know I'm wrong. I definitely won't be impulsive next time. Please spare my life. Drawing the curtains closed, the bedroom was suddenly dim and filled with a slightly eerie atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Xian was shivering and kneeling on an old rubbing board, looking at Ning Zhuya who was slowly walking towards him, and that cold look in his eyes made him even more frightened. Looking at Lin Xian's humble plea for mercy, Ning Zhuya, who was holding a metal coat hanger in her hand, sneered, "Aren't you quite capable of fighting? Your life can be given away. What are you kneeling here for now? Get up and fight one for me. I want to see how capable you are." Lin Xian didn't dare to talk back and could only shrink his neck and weakly say, Little don't dare how dare I make a move against you." Ning Zhuya, however, did not have a soft heart and directly pounced towards Lin Xian with open teeth and claws, ruthlessly saying, "Then you will die obediently." This time, she had to give this man a deep lesson before she could do so, or else she would have to cry and collect her corpse in case an accident threw her life away next time. Soon, the villa Lin Xian miserable howl resounded, the voice as if the 9 ghosts under the pain of the harsh ghosts, piercing and oozing. In the living room on the first floor, Lin Shuer sat on the sofa with a rabbit doll and watched the TV, wobbling around, not taking the screams to heart in the slightest. Meanwhile, a plane bound for a foreign country returned temporarily, and several police cars were parked in the airport, waiting for the plane to land. With a loud roar, after this airliner slowly landed, the principal of the kindergarten that Lin Shuer attended was brought down by several people and sent into a police car, joining forces with kidnappers to murder his own students. Such a charge is enough for him to regret it for the rest of his life in prison. There's even a good chance they'll get some warm care in prison. On the other hand, the holding cell inside the Mordor police station, a figure walked in the dark and damp corridor, slowly stopped in front of a holding room, and in the corner inside the iron bars sat the old lady of the White family whose appearance had changed greatly. At this time, her state was the complete opposite of her previous confident appearance. The whole person was like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Just looking at its appearance made one's scalp numb. Bare skin is full of dense red spots. The pupils of the eyes are lifeless. The limbs are only skin and bones. It is hard to imagine what kind of pain was endured to become this way. Outside the guard room, Luing looked at the old man whose life was about to end, and without any pity in his heart, he just spoke coldly. "Based on the information you provided, we managed to capture a large quantity of holy water and directly destroyed a dozen drug manufacturing dens in the country, indirectly saving countless lives. Seeing these things for what they are, the higher-ups have decided to give you some humane treatment when you enter the prison, so that your life in there won't be so painful. Remember, this is the last mercy that the state will grant you, and for the rest of your future life you will keep this in your mind until you die." After saying that, Luing didn't want to stay in this gloomy place for a moment longer, and directly turned around and left the place, his footsteps traveling further and further away. And after Luing left, the old lady Bai who was originally sitting in the damp corner made a move, only to see her gray and godless pupils. She groped her hand behind her messy white hair for a while, and finally felt out a dark pill, and then swallowed it. Soon after, the police officer in charge of the patrol discovered that Mrs. Bai had taken poison and killed herself, with an eerie smile at the corner of her mouth before she died. This matter did not make many waves. Luing in the hands of the seized drugs destroyed, which returned to the Shindu to resume their orders. The drug matter also came to an end. The door to the bedroom on the second floor of the Linjiang villa suddenly opened, only to see Lin Xian tearfully trying to climb out and seek a ray of hope. But soon, before he climbed out a few steps, his feet were grabbed by a pair of hands and dragged back to the bedroom. The door of the room closed with a bang. "Oh, Daughter-in-law, you've gone too far. This has been cleaned up from morning to afternoon. How can you treat your husband like this? Pop! The sound of a crisp slap rang out, and Ning Juya's slightly out-of-breath voice was heard from within the bedroom. Cut the crap. We must give you a lesson engraved in your heart today. Ah! This battle started in the morning and didn't end until sunset and dusk, without even a break in the middle of the inhumane oppression that went on uninterruptedly. By the time Lin Xin was carried into the bathroom by the bodyguards, his face was all smiles of relief. He, Lin Xin, was at least considered an expert, and he didn't even die when he single-handedly challenged more than 60 people, but as a result, he was almost beaten to death by his own daughter-in-law today. Inside the bathroom, Ning did sked, looking at Lin Xin, who was lying helplessly in the bathtub with his arms and legs, especially that little but that was covered in bruises, which showed how serious the situation was this time. While removing Lin Xin's clothes, Ning sighed, Lin Xiao, not I say you, why do you have to go through with Missy every time? And as a result, you are tortured half to death every time. I look at it and feel unworthy for you. Lin Xin, who was being served, was also low inside and said with a touch of bitterness at the corner of his mouth, what can I do? It's not that your lady is too brutal. She doesn't dare to hit or scold. I'm not a match at all. Upon hearing this, Ning tried to propose. Why don't you take advantage of these few days in Magic City and take Missy out for a good stroll to switch her mood, and maybe she'll get a little better? I tell you women are to rely on coaxing. As long as the coaxing is good, Missy shall not be everything according to you, when you want to do what you do. Hearing these words, Lin Xin's eyes lit up and felt as if it was so reasonable, and he hurriedly inquired with a sideways glance. So how do I coax it? Are there any quick tips or reliable methods? To Ning Juya, that character, too hard certainly does not work. May also be beaten all over the place. That if you come to the soft it. Seeing this, Ning came over to Lin Xin's ear and whispered, I heard that there is a village attraction open tomorrow in Mordor. That scenery is said to be the heaven on earth. If I can take Missy there to relax. Lin Xin's eyes lit up at once. A picture instantly surfaced in his mind, and the corners of his mouth subconsciously lifted up as he laughed out joyfully. In the flower-filled wilderness, daughter-in-law Bertie fluttered in his arms, a mouthful of a letter brother so not shy. Since the bathroom didn't have any soundproof walls installed, and Lin Xin didn't hide his laughter, it was instantly heard by Ning Juya, who was resting in the bedroom. She gritted her teeth and looked in the direction of the bathroom. After cleaning up for so long, that dog man actually laughs out. It seems that the hand is still too light. Early in the morning, the sun was warm and warm. Inside the riverside villa, on the sofa in the living room, Ning Juya hugged the little one and pointed to a question on the paper, speaking warmly. I danced, too, and, principal, peacock dance, brother, branch. How should I read it in a sentence? At those words, Lin Xuer's little face flushed red as she said with milky confidence, this I know. Grandpa Principal gave my brother and I a peacock dance. When Lin Xin, who was sweeping the floor, heard little Xuer's reply, he couldn't hold back his laughter and let out a pft. An icy line of sight was directed towards him, and he immediately collected himself in fear. Ning Juya's gaze returned to little Xuer's body and touched her little head, shaking her head and whispering, no, think again. How should it be pronounced when joined into a sentence? Well, Lin Xuer's little face pondered seriously before she was struck by a bright idea and hurriedly said, I know. My brother did a peacock dance for me and Grandpa Principal, Lim Xin. Upon hearing this reply, Ning Juya's face suddenly sank, and her heart had begun to freak out a bit. Seeing this, Lin Xuer thought of something and laughed again. No, it should be. The principal and brother gave Grandpa me a jump. The voice gradually lowered. Lin Xuer was inexplicably a little weak, and her neck couldn't help but shrink when she thought of the kids who were spanked for doing their homework wrong. Ning Juya, on the other hand, beckoned to Lin Xin with a gloomy face and said with a leathery smile, Little Shinzi, come over here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin hurriedly put down his broom and walked over, a fawning smile on his face as he said, Daughter-in-law, the child is still small. Later, ouch. Before Lin Xin could finish his sentence, a loud slap landed directly on his ass, which reached Ning Juya's ears, and her little face instantly soothed. Beside her, Lin Xin covered his still swollen buttocks and looked at her with grudging indignation. If she's not doing well, you clean her up. What are you hitting me for? Ning Juya, whose eyes returned to the workbook, returned in a cloudy manner. The child is too young to fight. A son doesn't teach his father. An elder brother is like a father. There's nothing wrong with me hitting you, is there? Lim Xin. This crooked reasoning actually left him speechless, as if it was indeed such a reasoning, but it always felt that something was not right. The dumbfounded Lin Xin glanced at the spinning clock on the wall and twisted his head to skim at his daughter-in-law. It's about time. We should get going. Upon hearing this, Ning Juya looked at the time to place little Shuer on the sofa to the side, and the latter was puzzled. Where are my brother and sister going? Lin Xin smiled mysteriously and said, of course I'm going on a date, so you can go watch cartoons while you're at it or you won't be able to watch it when sister comes back. Hearing these words, Lin Shuer's eyes immediately lit up, and she hurriedly pushed Ning Juya and Lin Xin towards the door in her little slippers, still laughing as she did so. Take care brother and sister. It's okay if you don't come back at night, I'll be fine on my own. Only 2 hours of viewing. No more. Ning Juya glanced at Lin Shuer. This little guy mentioned playing brain turn faster than anyone else. If it can be used in the study is not the proper provincial top student. Don't let her have too much fun. After instructing the maid, Ning Juya took Lin Xion's hand and the two of them walked towards the garage together. Say, daughter-in-law, when is our wedding going to be? So soon you're so desperate to be mine. Let mom and dad pick a good day. It's about time. Gotcha. I'll do as I'm told. Look at you bear. Come on, give me a kiss. Just as Lin Xian and Ning Juya were on vacation, the other side of Deep City could be described as a mess. The original three-legged situation of the Ming family, Tang family, and Yun family was broken, and the market was chaotic and could not see the way forward. Under the Guangmei Group building, Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie stepped out one after another and got into the car for the return trip. I didn't expect it to actually go so smoothly. It seems like those foreign capitals have completely abandoned the Ming family. Driving in the car on the road, Bai Junwan sat in the co-pilot and looked at the documents in her hands with satisfaction. Just now, the hottest game branch under the Guangmei Group had completely belonged to her. By the time the two companies merged, I believe it wouldn't take long to surpass that woman Ning Juya, but Xiao Jie, who was driving at the moment, did not look good, swept the rearview mirror and frowned. We're being followed. Sit tight and I'll see if I can lose them. At those words, Bai Junwan was startled and hurriedly grabbed the armrest of the car firmly while her eyes looked into the rearview mirror. And as expected, there were two cars that had been following them. The Porsche 911 traveling on one side of the crowded road began to accelerate, and with a kick of the gas to the floor, jostled its way through the oncoming traffic. Seeing this, the two black cars in the back hurriedly started to step on the gas as an afterthought and rushed out after them. Boss, we've been spotted. What should we do? Inside one of the black cars, the driver inquired to the man wearing a baseball cap in the back seat. The man had a black shirt. The muscles in his chest seemed to be bursting out of his clothes, and the muscles in his arms were bulging, so it was obvious that he was a practiced man. Lu San looked at the white Porsche that was speeding through the traffic through the front windshield, extinguished the half-burned cigarette in his hand, and frowned in a deep voice. Go after them. We've traveled all the way from the northern part of the Sake. There's no room for error on this mission. Yes, boss. After the command, Lu San took out a cell phone from his bag and opened his address book to make a call. After the call was connected, he directly said in a cold voice, our side has been spotted by the target. You guys stand guard at Bai Junwan's home and company. As long as there's an opportunity, just do it. Good. In the traffic ahead, because of the difference in the car's performance, the black car was gradually thrown off, while the white Porsche rode away and quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. After a full half hour, on the road near the Deep City police station, Xiao Jie was relieved to see that no one was following behind him late. Bai Junwan murmured with an ugly face as her brows furrowed. Who could it be? That old lady is dead now, so the only person who still wishes me dead is, could it be Ning Juya? Xiao Jie, who was driving the car, said indifferently, as far as he was concerned, if there was even the slightest hint of a motive, then it was all a matter of suspicion. Impossible. Bai Junwan, however, shook her head decisively and said in a cold voice, with her pride it's impossible for her to do such a thing. I'd rather suspect that Lin Xin of buying a murderer than Ning Juya, and since there's no great enmity between us, it shouldn't be her. One by one, individuals flashed through Bai Junwan's mind, and eventually a set of faces emerged, and she couldn't help but murmur, can it really be you, father? Inside the Magic City's Wasabi Village, after a series of renovations, the already scenic village became even more beautiful. The vast fields of rapeseed flowers are brilliant as far as the eye can see, and the air is filled with a fresh scent. Under a clear sky, Lin Xin held Ning Juya's hand as he walked slowly through the flower fields, smiling at her. How's that? You've seen the bustling stuff. I think it's the first time you've been to a flower field in the country like this one. Isn't it beautiful? Not bad, Ning Juya murmured softly, her gaze constantly scanning among the surrounding flower fields. Growing up in the big city, she felt new to everything here. Such a beautiful scene. Must take a picture to record it. Lin Xin suddenly took out his cell phone and took a few quick steps forward.
Ning Juya subconsciously stopped and watched as he pointed his cell phone at himself. Click. Let me see how the shot goes. Ning Juya walked over and directly took Lin Xin's cell phone, only to see a picture of Lin Xin in the flower field behind him. Not a picture of her.
How about it? Am I talented in photography? Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and laughed.
Ning Juya raised her hand expressionlessly and was about to make a move.
And seeing this, Lin Xin hurriedly hugged her in fear and I'm just kidding. Don't get mad. After saying that, Lin Xin re-picked up the cell phone and raised it above his head, while his right hand swept over his daughter-in-law's waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. Looking at his daughter-in-law's cold face, Lin Xin, who was posing for a photo, couldn't help but mutter, "Daughter-in-law, smile instead. This is to be kept as a souvenir." Seeing that Ning Juya paid no attention, Lin Xin's eyes rolled, and the hand holding her waist directly began to tickle her, a cheap laugh escaping his mouth. Caught off guard, Ning Juya subconsciously laughed, and Lin Xin quickly pressed the shoot button to capture the scene. When it was done, he let go and clicked right into the album. Looking at the perfect photo he'd taken, gleefully, "I do have a talent for taking pictures. What a nice smile." Ning Juya glared at him, clasped her hands and grunted coldly, "Eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall you. Go back at night and clean you up." The two of them then went to the rest of the attractions and wandered around, and the entire afternoon passed, taking most of the day to barely make it around the attractions near the village. Towards evening, Ning De, who was about to go in to remind him, saw Lin Xin carrying his own young lady back, and made a hush gesture. At this time, Ning Juya had already fallen asleep directly from exhaustion, with a wildflower picked on the side of the road stuck between her hair, and was just lying on Lin Xin's body. After the two of them worked together to put the person into the back seat, Lin Xin was relieved and looked at the sleeping Ning Juya in the car and said helplessly, "Sleeping after playing, like a pig, can be exhausting." Ning De raised his eyebrows and laughed. "You're still not satisfied with this? If it were usual, at this point Missy would have already started torturing you." Lin Xin nodded after hearing this, as if it was so reasonable, and then went to the passenger side and sat in it. The car, which had been stalled for a day, started up again, and Lin Xin looked down at the various photos taken today in the photo album, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a soothing mood. "I didn't see a birdie daughter-in-law, but youthful and lively seems to be pretty good." Meanwhile, the remote outskirts of Deep City, in the darkness of the night, the dirt-covered Porsche sped down the dirt road, with two headlights coming up behind it in pursuit. Inside the car, Xiao Jie's face was grim as he looked at the two black cars that were in hot pursuit in the rearview mirror and said in a deep voice to Bai Junwan, who was the co-pilot, "I'll find a chance to put you down later. Then I'll go and distract them. You take the opportunity to leave Deep City. It's best to find a place to hide. Don't go back to Magic City." Upon hearing this, Bai Junwan, who knew that the situation was urgent, nodded with a heavy face and did not say much. The three cars kept chasing each other, and soon entered the middle of the forest road. The surrounding dense forest was silent and dark. It was hard to see anything. The next stretch of road was straight. Xiao Jie directly pressed the gas to the bottom, and the car behind him barely pulled away from a distance. But once you're past this part of the route, you're expected to be caught up quickly, and you only get one chance. In the rear car that was catching up, Lu San looked at the light that was gradually disappearing into the corner in the distance and smiled grimly. "I've investigated this section of the road, and there's only one exit, so I've arranged for someone to stand guard over there early on, to see where you cunning loach will run to when the time comes." A few minutes later, after shaking those people off for some distance, Xiao Jie made a decisive decision to park the car on the side of the road and immediately said to Bai Junwan who was beside him, "Right now, after I lure them away, you run straight for the hills." Until this moment, Bai Junwan flashed hesitation in her eyes, then unbuckled her seatbelt and hugged Xiao Jie, whispering in his ear, "Thank you. I would have been a dead man without you." Just as Xiao Jie was planning to push her away, a sudden stabbing pain came from the back of his neck. His vision instantly began to blur. His unbelieving eyes looked towards Bai Junwan. He opened his mouth, and before he could even get his words out, he directly fainted. Bai Junwan then stepped out of the car and walked around to the driver's seat, dragging Xiao Jie, who had fainted inside the car, and laboriously pushed him toward the gentle slope below. As Xiao Jie's figure disappeared into the darkness, Bai Junwan's eyes reddened, wrapped in a layer of tears, and crystalline teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes as she thought, "Thank you for this journey. If only I could have met you earlier in my next life, that would have been great. Unfortunately, it's too late for that." The roar of a car engine was in his ears. Obviously the men were close to catching up. A tear was blown away by the wind, and Bai Junwan resolutely got into the car, closing the door and then directly stepping on the gas pedal. The car roared to life and sped off again. A few moments after Bai Junwan left, the black car also followed closely towards the front and chased after her, not noticing anything wrong in the slightest. 3 cars were parked quietly at the exit of the path, blocking the already narrow road completely, and a dozen masked men sat on the side of the road waiting for something. At that moment someone noticed the light at the end of the road and hastily tapped the companion beside him. Urgently, "Come on, stop gawking. The target is here. Get ready to strike." A line of a dozen people immediately acted, directly hiding behind the car, ready to wait for the car to stop, then directly moved to arrest people. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the unique roar of the Porsche's engine reached the ears of these people, who couldn't help but have excited smiles on their faces. After waiting so long, it's finally time to wrap things up. Well, something doesn't seem right. Why isn't this car slowing down? Soon, someone reacted, scared, and immediately burrowed towards the nearby bushes while roaring angrily. Still looking at Nima? Ah, people press, no thought of braking. You still stand there waiting to die? Ah. The words came out, scared the rest of the face, shocked, terrified, and wanted to hide to the side, but it was too late. The speeding white Porsche simply did not give them this opportunity. Boom! The Porsche, with a speed of more than 100 yards, directly hit the 3 cars blocking the road. The body directly flipped out, and the powerful inertia directly slid out several hundred meters away. The unlucky ones hiding behind the car weren't so lucky. They were directly knocked out. The unlucky ones even directly turned into a puddle of flesh and mud. Blood splattered everywhere. On the far side of the highway, as the smoking Porsche came to a stop, Bai Junwan, whose life had been saved by the airbag in the driver's seat, was also dying at this point, her head covered in blood. The suddenly rushing Porsche forced a Lexus coming down the road directly to a stop, braking in time to cross the center of the road. Ah, it's going to crash. Tian, you hit the brakes. Shut up. Lexus door was violently pushed open. Face ugly Lin Tian walked down from the car. Ice Fierce looked at the Porsche, almost let him die on the spot. There is a sentence of MMP in his heart I do not know when to say. Ah, Tian, is she dead? Late at night, on a certain road off the beaten track outside of Magic City, Huang Yao hid behind Lin Tian, looking fearfully at the woman lying on the ground covered in injuries. That is, Bai Junwan. Lin Tian's eyes swept indifferently. He hasn't broken yet, but I guess he's not far from death. Ah, Huang Yao was startled and hurriedly said, then let's hurry up and save her. This is a human life. Why would I save her? Fed up? Lin Tian snorted coldly and directly turned towards the car, not intending to care about this shit at all. Ah, Tian. Huang Yao stomped her foot in exasperation and hurriedly pulled Lin Tian's arm, chirping. Grandma said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You won't lose a piece of meat if you save her. Lin Tian bristled. But I won't have an extra piece of meat either. With this brain of yours you still want to morally bind me. That would have to be useful to someone with a conscience. Seeing that Lin Tian ironically didn't want to save anyone, just as Huang Yao was planning to give a good lecture, the sound of a car speeding by came to his ears. Soon, 2 black cars stopped not far from Lin Tian's 2 men. 5 or 6 black-clothed men stepped out of the cars, then retreated to the sides, and the ugly-faced Lu San stepped out. How could he not expect a simple killing mission to actually cause him to lose several of his men? Training these people would take a lot of time and effort. This time it was simply a big loss. Looking at Lin Tian and Huang Yao, who were standing not far away, Lu San somewhat annoyedly ordered his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Get rid of the 2. Ah, and then find a random place to bury them. Obviously, Lu San did not intend to let the 2 Lin Tians go and intended to kill them. Huang Yao, who heard these words clearly into her ears, hid behind Lin Tian in fear and pulled his sleeve in fear. Ah, Tian, when they say they want to get rid of us, they won't be. Lin Tian was unconcerned and nodded his head in a spare manner. That's right. It's to make you into a meat sauce and feed you to the fishes. Huang Yao stammered and didn't dare to speak. She could only quickly duck into the car behind her and made a gas gesture at Lin Tian. Still really timid enough, Lin Tian glanced at her, then looked at the 5 black-clothed men who had already walked in front of him and sighed. It's a pain in the ass to come home and pack a bag and run into this kind of shit. The 5 of them did not speak nonsense, and after glancing at each other, they directly rushed up towards Lin Tian in unison, wanting to quickly resolve the battle. The sound of strong wind came from his ears. Lin Tian casually sidestepped and dodged one of the punches, and just when he wanted to make a move to settle one first, the sound of wind came from behind him once again, and he only had to take a few steps back. These 5 people are skillfully coordinated and are all practiced, so it seems like they should be professionals. Looking at the 5 people who rushed again, Lin Tian's heart was immediately set, and in the next second, he directly took the initiative to rush up. Fucking bitch, I can't believe she still has breath. Lu San walked up to the severely injured Bai Junwan and pulled out a shiny military dagger from his body. Just as he was planning to completely end Bai Junwen's life, his shoulder was suddenly tapped twice. It settled so quickly? Lu San, who was interrupted, turned his head in confusion, and his eyes were filled with a fist that was bigger than a sandbag, and it landed directly on the bridge of his nose. Miserable screams echoed in the silent countryside. Lu San was knocked to the ground, his nose bleeding directly, his face looking at Lin Tian, who appeared in front of him in horror. Not far away, the 5 big men in black who had just been alive and well were now lying curled up on the ground screaming in misery. What are you? You! Lu San's heart was shocked beyond repair at this point. These people were all trained by him personally, and only less than 3 minutes had passed before they were actually resolved by the young man in front of him. Lin Tian moved his muscles and looked at Lu San, who kept retreating backwards, and said indifferently, a unique move for the CBs. Unfortunately, the offense is a slam dunk, and as long as you know the loopholes, these guys are no better than the trippy punks. Lu San swallowed his saliva and trembled. You are a senior member of the Sibei army? The loopholes in these moves are indeed big, but ordinary people are not qualified to touch these, and this person in front of him is so young. How can he look at it? He doesn't look like a senior member of the Sibei army. It's not much. I used to rely on my family's connections to find a few soldier kings from the northern part of the country to practice with, so I just know some of these moves. After saying that, under Lu San's horrified gaze, Lin Tian decisively kicked him in the head, ruthlessly slamming into a stone wall to the side, and collapsed on the ground and fainted. After that was done, when Lin Tian turned around, he found that woman Huang Yao had actually carried the severely injured Bai Junwen to the car, smiling and waving at him. Worthy of being a woman from the countryside, her strength was much greater than normal. After reporting to the police, the Lexus started up again and drove straight away from here, heading towards the Magic City area. As for the guys who were shot in the vitals, they wouldn't even be able to get up for an hour or two, long enough for the police to arrive and arrest them. Just an hour after Lin Tian left, Xiao Jie's figure stumbled and appeared. Seeing the twisted body of the Porsche, his face tightened, just wanting to go over to see what was going on, when he heard the sound of a police car's siren coming from behind him. Leave a comment if there's anything you'd like to see, Snappy. I'll try to satisfy you before I finish. Early in the morning, the Magic City pet market was bustling with noise. Oh Shinchan, even though I promised you that I would find you 100 bitches, there is only so much space in the house, so just pick the prettiest one you can find. Lin Xin led Xiao Xinz to walk into the noisy market. Around people come and go in the air with a strange smell. Chickens, ducks, fish and dogs and so on everything. Therefore today, Ning Juya and Lin Shuer didn't follow and went to the amusement park, and only Lin Xin brought little Xinz out to choose a concubine. Woof, woof, little faithful barked twice towards Lin Xin. Fine, fine, you're playing master dog like that, aren't you? You said you'd have concubines. I think you're just envious that I can have a harem. Although Lin Xin couldn't understand what it was barking at, he could still see the dislike in the dog's eyes, and directly went up and slapped its doggy head, saying viciously, I'm your master at least. Show me some respect from now on, or I'll go and neuter you, so you can taste what it's like to become a eunuch dog. The behavior of one person and one dog looked a bit strange to the people around them, and they subconsciously moved away a bit. Not long after, Little Faith discovered something and directly broke away from Lin Xin and ran to the front of a boss's stall, the dog's eyes staring straight at a snow-white Samoyed inside the cage behind the boss. Yo, pretty good at choosing. Lin Xin followed. Want a dog? Little brother, I've got some fine dogs here, all healthy. The owner of the stall is a Mediterranean man, and behind him is a large cage with what I estimate to be at least a dozen dogs, the origin of which is unknown. Following Xiao Xinzi's gaze, Lin Xin pointed to the snow-white Samoyed lying in the corner of the cage surrounded by a group of dogs. Boss, carry that dog out and take a look. I want to match my dog with a daughter-in-law. Seeing this, the owner kindly reminded, this Samoyed is not easy to tame. Originally I also thought of raising it to see, but the result is that several times almost scratched by it, so I had to sell it. Hearing this, Little Faith immediately howled twice towards the boss, her doggy face towing the line. Woof, woof, Lin Xin helpfully translated, my dog wants to try it, so open the cage and let him in. Okay, there is a big business door to door. The boss naturally will not refuse. Hastily opened the cage to put the little letter in. The boss watched it fart and laughed curiously. This should be a dirt dog from the countryside. Little brother has raised it well. It should have cost a lot of money. For a body like Shinji's, which is a few turns wider than the average hyena, it's obviously a good meal. That's not true. This guy's mouth is even pickier than mine. He only eats beef, and it has to be cooked. Lin Xin skimmed his lips. Inside the cage, seeing an unfamiliar big yellow dog come in,
Several male dogs surrounding the snow-white Samoyed immediately became alert, barking twice towards little Faith,
signaling him to stay away. Xiao Xinz can't be happy to hear that. It's here to choose a concubine today. Can it be hindered by a few of you miscellaneous soldiers? Then, little Faithful twisted his head and barked twice toward Lin Xin, who was watching from outside the cage, his doggy eyes high and mighty. Woof, woof, still commanding me. Sooner or later I'll stew you. Lin Xin was a bit not savory as he took out from his body the high-grade beef wrapped in a plastic bag, which he had bought on the way here. After throwing the meat into the cage, the group of dogs inside were in chaos, directly rushing up to grab the meat and eat it, naturally including the few male dogs that were blocking the way. Nobuko gave them a dog-eyed disdainful look. A bunch of unseen guys. Are you good fighters? What's the use of being able to fight? You need strength and background to come out. Then, Xiao Xinzi ran to the Samoyed's body, and the two pairs of dog eyes stared at each other. One with love, one as high and cold as snow. Soon, I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Shinji had given that Samoyed, and obediently followed it out of the cage. Seeing this, the boss was amazed. Hey, it's really God. How this dog tenderized essence. Lin Xin didn't say anything and directly left the pet market with the two dogs after paying, not wanting to stay a moment longer. I can't help it. The smell is just too pungent. I'll have to go back and take a good shower today. On the way to the amusement park, Lin Xin looked at the two dogs sitting mushily on the passenger seat and pondered. What should I name it? Or, call it Little Yaya. Thinking of this name, Lin Xin immediately nodded with satisfaction. Little Xinz and Little Yaya. How well these two names match. Soon, Lin Xin arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, and at a glance, he saw Little Schwer, who was running towards the side, and Ning Zhuya, who was unhurriedly following behind. Brother, look at my new doll. Does it look good? Lin Schwer shook the piggy patchy in her hand, the word happy written all over her little face. Aha, of course it looks good. Lin Xin squatted down, gave the little one a hard kiss on the cheek, and picked her up. Ning Zhuya also walked over it this time, looking at Samoa who was following Nobuko. It looks alright. That's true. I even gave it a name. It's called Little Yaya, Lin Xin said with a smug expression. Hearing the dogman naming a dog after himself, Ning Zhuya narrowed her eyes and pinched his face. Is it owing conditioning again? Seeing this, Lin Schwer smiled and pinched the other side of her brother's face. Oh tuning. Geez, it's just a name. Come on. Lin Xin quickly gave his daughter-in-law a kiss on the cheek to show his loyalty. At the same time, the White family villa in Magic City. Inside the quiet study, Bai Chongda frowned as he typed on the phone. No body found? A mechanical synthesized voice came out of the phone. Don't worry, the body should have been thrown off and just not found at the moment. Anyway, I've already taken care of things for you, and I've taken care of the police station side, plus that forged will. Your daughter's estate naturally belongs to you, and the payoff remembers to call in. The phone was hung up. Bai Chongda's face was cloudy, and finally opened the company's finance and gave the other party 100 million. On the border of China, in a certain officer's office in the Xibei military region, an inch-haired man in his 40s sat in his office, looking at the report coming from the deep city side, and coldly grunted, really useless waste. Kill the woman actually lost so much. Fortunately, the White Chongda to muddle through. The money in hand. The things behind cannot be my business. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Instructor Luo, the new batch of soldiers has been assembled and is waiting for your speech. At those words, Luo Shan nodded and said in a deep voice, got it. I'll be right there. After destroying all the report cards in front of him, Luo Shan stood up, picked up the military cap on the table and put it on, straightened his straight uniform and walked toward the outside of the office. On the second day, inside the Riverside Villa, you saved by Junwan? Inside the bedroom, Lin Xin, who had just gotten up from his bed, frowned as he typed the phone call, which was from Lin Tian. Lin Tian on the other end said in a cold voice, Guru sent her to the operating room, but the injuries are too severe. The probability of saving her life is not high. Hearing all of this, Lin Xin thought of many things in just a moment. The Bai family's old lady had just died and Bai Junwan, who was far away in the deep city, had been assassinated. Could this be a coincidence? Recalling Xiao Jie's earlier statement about the Bai family's uncomplicated nature, Lin Xin's eyes revealed a few shades of gravity. When the Qin family and the second uncle's things have a big hand behind the manipulation, the Bai family and it certainly have a connection. But why do Bai Junwan hands? Thinking of this, Lin Xin inquired, was Bai Junwan alone in the car at that time? Well, it's just her. I know. Do your best to revive her. Maybe she'll know something about the person behind the brainwashing of Uncle Tu in the first place. Well, the phone hung up. and Lin Xin sighed inwardly. For the sake of so-called interests, even family members can be counted on. Such a person still deserved to be called human. But he couldn't just sit back and do nothing about this matter. And he might even be able to use this as an opportunity to get Bai Junwan to reveal the person behind the Bai family. But only if she makes it out of the operating room alive. Each one of them is not letting go. Lin Xin scratched his head and stood up to go out of the bedroom towards the stairs. At this moment, downstairs in the living room, Ning Zhuya, who was wearing a snow-white strapless dress, was holding little Shuer and lying on the sofa watching cartoons. At first glance, it really looks like a mother and daughter, virtuous and tender. Tap. The sound of descending stairs came. Ning Zhuya turned around to look, and saw Lin Xin walking down from upstairs, fully dressed as if he was about to go out. I'm going back to Deep City. There's a problem with the game that requires me to go over there. With a bland face, Lin Xin said that he wanted to walk towards the outside of the villa. His face was not red, and he could not tell that he was lying in the slightest, and he behaved in a natural way. But Ning Zhuya to this guy is how the understanding. Originally lazy face all of a sudden cooled down. Red lips lightly opened, coldly spit out 2 words, come over. Lin Xin, who was heading out, froze, the muscles on his face subconsciously twitched, turning his head with a slightly raw smile and said, how? What happened? Ning Zhuya just waved and looked on with cold eyes without speaking, but the calmer she acted, the more timid Lin Xin became inwardly, and he swallowed and walked over. It's really the game that's gone wrong. I'm not lying to you, daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I'll be back in a day or 2. Well, just a day or 2. The more he said, the more vain Lin Xin became, and even Lin Shuer, who was lying in Ning Zhuya's arms, heard that something was wrong and milked her voice. Sister, is brother going out to steal women? That's what they say on TV. Lim Xin, from now on, you're not allowed to pester your daddy Donghong to watch those dramas, or I'll smack your little butt. Ning Zhuya blankly glanced at the mouthy little guy. People are so young that they even know things like stealing women. At those words, Lin Shuer shrunk her neck in fear, beaming her little mouth and not daring to speak anymore. After calming the little naughty boy, Ning Zhuya raised her eyes to look at Lin Xin who had walked up to her, reached out and pinched his face, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Say, what the hell are you going for? Better think before you speak. Thinking about the consequences of being conditioned before, Lin Xin didn't dare to hide it, so he had to tell the original story of Bai Junwan's murder. After listening, Ning Zhuya pondered. Since the target is Bai Junwan, there's no danger. Right, Lin Xin compensated with a smile. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just stay home and take care of the kids before there's an accident like the last one, and I'll go back to Deep City and deal with this. Ning Zhuya glanced obliquely at Lin Xin, then came forward and kissed him on the cheek in a soft voice. Come back early then, I'll be waiting for you at home. Lin Xin instantly warmed his heart and nodded, pushing the little one aside, gently hugging his daughter-in-law and whispering in her ear. Well, I'll be right back, and when this is settled, we'll have the wedding. Lin Shuer, who had been pushed aside for no reason and tumbled a few times, looked at the scene with dull eyes, then beamed in exasperation. Stinky brother, you know how to bully kids. After checking in with his daughter-in-law, Lin Xin turned and walked out, his obsession surrounding his heart for a long time. This time, the black hand must be uncovered, just in time to avenge the old and the new. Eyeing Lin Xin out of the doorway, Ning Zhuya looked at the exasperated little one beside her and unfolded her arms. Seeing this, Lin Shuer immediately redug back into her sister's warm embrace like a reptile, unhappiness written all over her small face. At the same time, in the high-level conference room of the Bai clan group, all of the top executives were present with sad faces. Chairman, at the moment, all the branches of our group are being targeted by the Sky Curtain group and are suffering heavy losses. If we don't think of a way, if we continue like this, it won't take more than a month for our Bai's group to declare bankruptcy. Yeah, the gap between us and the Canopy group is too big at the moment. Looking at the panicked appearance of the people below, Bai Chongda, who was sitting at the very front, had a calm face, and only after the conference room had quieted down a bit did he calmly open his mouth. What's the point of panicking? Even if our Bai clan group is inferior to the Sky Curtain group, it's not so easy for them to mess with us. Seeing the chairman's calm demeanor, the executives present were a bit suspicious. Could it be that there was a solution? Instantly, the conference room was quiet as a pin drop. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Chongda stood up and walked towards the outside of the conference room, commanding without looking back. Go gather the news reporters of Mordor. I have an announcement to make in 3 days. As the words fell, the door to the office closed with a bang, leaving the executives looking at each other, confused as to what was going on now. What could be more important now than the survival of the group? Elevator room, out of the office of Bai Chongda made a phone call out, pressed the floor button, the phone just after the connection. He directly said, "Start the property transfer right away, and have that will ready. I need it in 3 days. No problem, Mr. White. Everything is as you wish." On that day, Lin Xin traveled by plane to Deep City at the fastest speed possible, while at the same time, Xiao Jie, who was far away in Deep City, traveled by the fastest plane possible and was heading towards Magic City. The police didn't find Bai Junwen's body, so Xiao Jie thought that Bai Chongda hadn't even spared her body. Inside a hospital somewhere in Deep City, within the corridors of the inpatient area, Lin Xin, who had hurriedly arrived, walked quickly towards the intensive care ward where Bai Junwen was. By the time he arrived at the ward, the door opened from the inside and a few nurses came out. Seeing Lin Xin standing in the doorway didn't say anything and left straight away. Inside the hospital room, Lin Tian, who was standing against the wall by the window, looked at Lin Xin, who had walked in, glanced at Bai Junwen, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, and faintly said, "The doctor hasn't said exactly when she'll wake up yet, so why don't we give her some drugs to make her death worthwhile? There are strange drugs that can force a person to wake up, but they are extremely harmful, so no one would bother to use them until the very moment." For Bai Junwen, Lin Tian didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart, only knowing that in this woman's head, there were things he wanted to know. If sister-in-law hears this, you'll have to be lectured. Lin Xin looked at the unconscious Bai Junwen on the hospital bed and shook his head. "When I came here, I heard that the Bai clan was going to call the press in 3 days to announce something, so they shouldn't know that Bai Junwen is still alive right now." Lin Xin twisted his head and asked, "Didn't I give you an address? Did you find Xiao Jie?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian returned in a cold tone, "I didn't find it. I checked the surveillance pressure and no one went in. But you can be sure of one thing. When this woman was being chased by that gang during the day, the one called Xiao Jie must have been there. She should have gotten scared in the middle of the day so she ran away." To this conclusion, Lin Xin did not hesitate to retort, "That's unlikely. That guy's not that much of a wimp." The words fell. Lin Tian did not reply, and the ward was quiet for a while before Lin Xin added, "Right now the matter of Bai Junwen being alive is only known to us, so keep watch here. Since there's no whereabouts of Xiao Jie right now, he's probably already left Deep City." Being commanded by Lin Xin, Lin Tian coldly grunted with some displeasure and remained silent. Lin Xin, who knew his temperament well, didn't say much and turned around to leave the ward. His trip was considered a wasted one. The odds were that the Bai family was going to announce Bai Junwen's death in 3 days, and then her father, Bai Chongda, would inherit her estate. At this juncture, Xiao Jie disappeared again, presumably back to the Magic City wanting to take revenge on Bai Junwen. Thinking of these conjectures, Lin Xion's footsteps couldn't help but quicken a bit as he hurried towards the airport. Had he known that the Bai family was going to convene Bai Junwen's death, he definitely wouldn't have made this trip. And in the intensive care ward, Lin Tian, who was hugging his hands and leaning against the wall, looked sideways at the unconscious Bai Junwen, thought for a moment, and took out a few pills from his bag. Secretly, "It's okay, it's not fatal anyway, so you can lay there as long as you like when we get this straightened out." Just as Lin Tian was planning to make a move, the door to the ward suddenly opened and Huang Yao bounced in, holding a thermos bucket in her hand, scaring him so much that he quickly retracted his hand. "Ah, Tian, what are you doing?" Huang Yao looked at Lin Tian's movements suspiciously, her eyes filled with innocence. "No, nothing." Magic City. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, during which nothing else happened, as if everything had returned to calm. But underneath this calm, there were dark currents. At lunchtime, located in the core of the Magic City commercial street under the White Group building, but it is lively, the scene is very noisy. TSK, 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 now everyone knows that the Ning family is targeting the Bai family group. Now the Bai family has summoned reporters at this juncture. Is it possible that they are going to raise the white flag and surrender? I don't know, but it seems like it shouldn't be a small thing when this battle is made so big. Can it be that the Bai family has any other cards or backers? Almost everyone from the major media outlets in Magic City had arrived, just waiting for the announcement to begin. In a residential building near the Bai group, across a window, Xiao Jie, whose face was a bit thin, was silently watching. These 2 days he felt the most tormented 2 days of his life. Bai Junwen's death was like a big hand deadening his throat, making him gasp for air. Xiao Jie raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch. There were still 10 minutes before 12 o'clock. By then Bai Chongda would appear. The room was deathly silent. Even the sound of his own breathing was clear to his ears. Just as Xiao Jie was about to simulate the plan once more in his head, suddenly, a heavy knock came from outside the house. Knock knock. This voice made Xiao Jie frown at once. This house was bought by him only today. It was impossible for someone to come. Could it be someone from the property? Who? He cautiously walked to the door and opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Xiao, we're from the property. There's something we need to talk to you about. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia raised his hand to look at the time while he was relieved and directly opened the door of the house. His tone indifferent. What's up? Not waiting for him to finish his words, Ningde, who had been preparing for a long time outside the house, directly rushed in to deadlock Xiao Jia on the ground. TSK, how can you be so vigilant? Be careful of being abducted by a pretty big sister on the street one day. Lin Xin walked in on a cloud, holding a grilled sausage bought downstairs in his hand and eating it with gusto. How did you know where I was? Xiao Jia, who had broken free several times to no avail, had no choice but to look at Lin Xin, who was standing in front of him. His hands and feet were clamped down by Ningde, and with his physical fitness he was simply unable to break free. Lin Xin finished the last bite of the grilled sausage, tossed the stick aside, and said with a smile, "There's nothing in the world I don't know. I'm here specifically to stop you from doing something stupid. So you're welcome." Xiao Jia, who was pressed on the ground, looked at Lin Xin with a calm face, hatred hidden in the bottom of his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "You know that's impossible. Even if you stop me now, as long as I'm still alive, I'll keep looking for a chance to kill that old man to avenge Bai Junwan." Listening to this speech, Lin Xin applauded, causing Ningde to let go of him and raise an eyebrow. "I didn't realize you two were so in love. I thought you two were just acting." Xiao Jia stood up and walked towards the outside of the house, his gaze firm. "I will definitely help her take revenge. This is not negotiable." Lin Xin didn't stop him. Instead he looked at Xiao Jia's back as he left with a smile on his face. "Do you believe that I can make you obediently come back and call me brother with just one word?" Xiao Jia, who heard this, was inwardly disdainful and did not take it to heart as he continued to walk towards the stairs. It was only until Xiao Jia's back disappeared into the stairway that Lin Xin unhurriedly took out a candy and held it in his mouth as he shouted towards the outside of the house. "Bai Junwan isn't dead. She's lying in the hospital in Deep City right now." On the side, Ningde held his forehead, already anticipating the next scene. As expected, just after Lin Xin's words fell, the sound of a sharp climbing sound instantly rang out from outside the house, and in the next second, only Xiao Jia ran in with a shocked expression on his face. "Shin, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Xin shrugged. "Jay Shaw, there is a sentence MMP do not know when to speak or not. You said this sentence cannot have to look at their own look to death. She's still in a coma, so go see her at the hospital yourself and hope the love thing works. Maybe if you give her a kiss she'll wake up." The three of them left the residential building for the time being, while the Bai Group's announcement was held as normal. In the many media cameras, White Chang's red eyes described the daughter's reluctance. At first glance, really like a good father who cannot afford to give up his daughter. Naturally, when the atmosphere was at its hottest, Bai Changde took out the forged will and a series of certificates to obtain all of his daughter's property, leaving not a single cent for Xiao Jia, her husband. Unbeknownst to him, all this action is a useless exercise. At night, the moonlight was pale, and the trees rustled in the cold wind. Lin Xin, who had returned home with a weary feeling, opened the door and muttered as the living room was so dim that he couldn't see anything. Sleeping in so early today, relying on the light from his cell phone, Lin Xin walked towards the upstairs bedroom, pushed open the bedroom door and quietly walked in without making a single sound. At this time on the bed, Ning Juya was hugging little Shuer as she slept, when she suddenly felt her waist being hugged by a pair of hands, followed by a familiar laughter coming from her ears. "Daughter-in-law, I'm back, on time enough." Lying under the covers, Ning Juya didn't say anything, just loosened her hold on Lin Shuer and rolled over into Lin Xin's embrace, their bodies fitting together and falling into dreamland. Early the next morning, the cries of the birds of prey were heard outside the window, accompanied by the greetings of the morning breeze. "Brother, get up and play with me." Inside the bedroom, Lin Shuer sat on Lin Xin's body with her bare feet, shaking his neck in a deadly manner. "Aya, stop it. Let brother sleep a little longer." Lin Xin pulled the quilt over his head and hid his entire body under the cozy comforter. Lin Shuer looked at her sister who was changing clothes with a look of help, her cheeks puffed up, blinking her soulful little eyes, looking pathetic. Seeing this, Ning Juya pulled up the zipper of her skirt, hiding her stunningly beautiful figure, and faintly opened her mouth. "Nobuko, get up." When Lin Xin, who was originally lying soundly asleep under the covers, heard this, he sat up reflexively, almost sending Lin Shuer, who was sitting on top of him, under the bed. She was instantly upset and said, "Brother treats you differently. You don't wake up no matter how much I call you, and you got up after only one call from sister." Looking at the unhappy little Shuer, Lin Xin reached out and hugged her over and kissed her, coaxing her with a smile. "Good boy. Don't be angry. Brother will accompany you out to play. Okay? Ning Juya said it this time. Hurry up and get up and change. We're going to pick out a wedding dress today. Yes, sir. Soon. Lin Xin changed into a brand new shirt after a simple wash. Only his hair looked a bit messy. Seeing this, Ning Juya walked up and took the comb to straighten him out. How old is he? Unkempt. Hey, it's not that you have a daughter-in-law. Lin Xin reached out and hugged her, taking the opportunity to sneak up on those soft lips. Ning Juya gave this guy a blank look and didn't care. After tidying up Lin Xin, Ning Juya picked up the little one in her arms again and sat down in front of the dresser to start braiding her pigtails and putting on a few rabbit hair clips. Sister, I want to eat sugar candy. No, eat candy early in the morning. Watch out for cavities. Just one, okay? Don't pull that stunt and say no. Seeing this cozy scene, the corners of Lin Xin's mouth lifted up as he turned around and walked out of the bedroom to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. There's no way. Who told my daughter-in-law that she likes to eat his handmade food? Unlike some people, who can only look at novels and make lewd giggles, and have never even touched a girl's hand. 5 or 6 minutes later, a large and small group came down the stairs. The morning temperature was cold and the little one's face was flushed with cold. Walking over to the couch and sitting down. It didn't take long for Rinchin to come out of the kitchen with 3 servings of eggs and milk. By mealtime, Little Faith and Little Yaya also darted in from the kennel in the courtyard, growling at Lin Xin, the toolman. Woof, woof, you kid move faster. Master Dog is starving to death. Scream again and I'll stew you for dog meat hot pot tonight. Lin Xin glanced lightly at the 2 little ones, then started eating breakfast on his own. Lin Shuer ate only a little before she was full, and after regaining her energy, she directly chased the 2 dogs all over the yard, with Ningde carefully following behind. Afraid of falling, the cold wind blew in along the gap in the door, and Ning Juya, who was only wearing a skirt, was so cold that she immediately put her hands into Lin Xin's back, which made her feel better. I see you don't think of me as a husband, but as a portable warmer. This sudden, cold Lin Xin shivered, skimmed his lips and put down the chopsticks in his hands, taking her into his arms. Ning Juya rubbed herself into his arms, blew out a breath, and grunted coldly. What? You have a problem with that? You're my man. I'll use you however I want, and if you don't behave I'll punish you severely. Watching her put in harsh words while enjoying her warmth, Lin Xin helplessly nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I'm your man, okay. Saying that, Lin Xin's hand climbed onto the soft and enchanting willow waist, picked up his daughter-in-law, and walked towards the upper floor. It's cold and you don't know to add clothes. Your kind is called wanting poise but not temperature. Ning Juya was lying peacefully in Lin Xin's arms, and when she heard him say that, she raised her eyebrows but didn't say anything. For the sake of being in a good mood today, let's go around this guy once. A few moments later, back in the bedroom, Lin Xin opened the closet and started rummaging through the clothes, constantly putting them on his daughter-in-law. Here, put this warm coat on. It's warm. Don't. It's ugly, I'm not wearing it. If you want to wear it you can wear it yourself. Be good. You're not little Cher. You can't still have me coaxing you to wear it, can you? As he spoke, Lin Xin stretched out his claws to set the clothes on Ning Juya's body, and the latter struggled, kicking her little pink and white feet restlessly at the end of the bed. I told you not to wear it. I'll bite you to death. A scuffle went on for a little over half an hour before it was over, and this time it was Lin Xin who won slightly. It was the bite marks on his neck that looked a little miserable. Are you being reasonable? I'm afraid you'll freeze and help you get dressed. And you're actually being gracious. Lin Xin sat on the edge of the bed with a grim gaze, looking at Ning Juya, who was thickly covered by his own set, with a face full of displeasure, possibly realizing that something was wrong. Ning Juya walked up 2 steps and kissed him twice on the cheek, her eyes swirling like autumn waves as she looked at Lin Xin and blinked. So is this okay? Not enough. I want more. Lin Xin swept her onto his lap and sat down, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to eat tofu. But before his mouth could kiss him it was pushed away by a small hand. Ning Juya stood up and clasped his hands and grunted coldly. Don't give me an inch. It just spoils you. Seeing his daughter-in-law turn around and walk away after saying that, Lin Xin, who had no success in asking for a kiss, had no choice but to stand up and follow him. Daughter-in-law, just one more kiss. Just one more. Get out. Soon, the family was in a car heading towards the most famous bridal store in Magic City to customize the world's most beautiful wedding dress for the world's most beautiful woman. On the way there, Lin Shuer, who was holding a white bear doll in the car, lay in Ning Juya's arms and looked up with her small eyes blinking in confusion. Sister, is the wedding dress pretty? At those words, Ning Juya reached down and touched her little head, softly saying, yeah, it's especially nice. True do. so can I wear it? Well, you ask your brother when he says you can wear it when he says you can wear it. Hearing this, the little guy's eyes immediately fell on his brother who was driving, with a bright light in his eyes that seemed a little excited. As long as there's a brother me, you won't be able to wear it for the rest of your life. Lin Xin cut off her thoughts without hesitation, his tone decisive. Lin Xuer's little mouth instantly pouted as she gamely turned her head away and milkily said, "Ignore your brother no more. Big bad egg." Lim Xin. The center of the city of Magic City near the location of the lake has an area of 500 or 600 square feet of bridal store, visible owner of the strong financial resources, with the country's top designers. The surrounding area is full of all kinds of restored landscapes, which is one of the best in Magic City. With such a luxurious configuration, the price aspect is naturally not cheap. Even the general power elite of Magic City would not dare to come here to spend money. The breeze was crisp and warm, and a Rolls-Royce slowed to a stop in front of the store, which was immediately greeted by two young men and women, so similar in appearance that they looked like twins, who came out of the store. "Oops, brother, was wrong. Forgive brother, okay?" Ning Juya walked in front, her body wrapped thickly, completely covering up her originally enchanting figure, leaving only a stunningly beautiful face for people to marvel at. The glowing white cheeks were tinged with a slight redness that couldn't help but make people want to kiss them. And in the back, Lin Xin, dressed in a white shirt, hugged the angry little one and coaxed him softly, with a gentle smile on his face. "Don't be angry, okay? Brother really knows it's wrong. At this time, Ning Juya had already arrived in front of the store and greeted the young woman. "Sister Zoe, customize a wedding dress for me." Wedding dress? Yang Ro froze at her words. Wasn't she here to customize her dress? Ning Juya nodded with a calm face and introduced Lin Xin behind him. "My man, Rinshin, this is Yang Ro, the daughter of the famous Shang Group, an internationally renowned costume designer. All those dresses of mine are basically from her hands." The young man on the side also introduced himself and smiled humbly. "My name is Yang Hao, a younger brother." As the group walked in, Lin Xin also learned some information about the rich siblings and marveled a bit. This store is a partnership between the two siblings opened, or their own money did not use the family half a penny, can be seen in the top of its talent. Sister Yang Ro was an internationally renowned clothing designer, while brother Yang Hao was a garden designer, and all those landscapes around the bridal store were his masterpieces. After walking into the store, the inside is very spacious. Decoration style is basically white tone, so that people can feel cozy looking at. Yang Ro looked a little excited as she pulled Ning Juya's hand towards the room inside, her tone a little agitated. "In fact, I've already made a wedding dress using you as a model. Xiaoya, you're the most suitable person for modeling I've ever seen in my sister's life. Coupled with the wedding dress that I've specially customized for you, it'll definitely be a global sensation by the time it's done." This would be a stretch. Ning Juya's voice revealed a few points of helplessness, but she couldn't argue with Yang Ro, so she had to let her have her way. In front of the seat by the window, Lin Xin spent a lot of effort to coax the little one. Looking at her little pink face, he couldn't help but come forward and kiss her. "I remember Sister Ya. She hasn't graduated from college yet, right? Your daughter is this old?" Yang Hao curiously said, because the young and wild Yang Hao had been taught a few times by Ning Juya before, and had a psychological shadow ever since. He was still called sister even though he was older than her. Pinching the little one's face, Lin Xin smiled back. "This is my sister, and my daughter-in-law, and I plan to have children after we get married." The two chatted for a while, and the originally rusty relationship suddenly became much closer, which made Lin Xuer feel a bit bored and directly ran to the inner room to find her pretty sister. Yang Hao came to Lin Xin's ear and mysteriously whispered and laughed. Xin, with your sister to fall in love is probably not good. After all, her that character general people cannot stand." Hearing this, Lin Xin immediately straightened his back and said confidently with his head held high, "This you don't understand. My family empire that you can't imagine. Usually I talk, she doesn't dare to interrupt. I'm in charge of the family." Crap. So hung. Yang Hao was shocked to hear this and directly gave a thumbs up in admiration. Regarding Sister Ya's harsh and delicate character, there was actually someone who could subdue it. No wonder these two could come together. Lin Xin said smugly, "That's true. Women should be self-aware. Just stay at home honestly and take care of the household chores. Men, if we are pressed by a woman, is it not an empty burden of an 8-foot body? We have to show our status to be able to do so." Yang Hao nodded with an educated look. Just as Lin Xin was bragging, the door to the inner room opened and a figure in a fluffy wedding dress silently walked behind him. Since his back was turned, Lin Xin didn't notice it the first time and was still laughing happily. "I tell you think of when my daughter-in-law chasing me attitude that is called a humble. I have refused several times. She is still dead pursuit of me. and finally I cannot resist her persistence. It is reluctantly agreed to. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin confidently patted his chest. That's for sure. At home I'm the sky. Oh Yang Hao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, kept scowling at Lin Xin, trying to remind him, but the latter was already on top of his head at this point and couldn't stop at all. It was so hard to be able to pretend in front of others. How could he let go of this opportunity? He had to pretend all at once. Yeah, so you're that good. Shinchan. Originally, Lin Xin was in the middle of talking, when a sudden voice rang out from behind. Without any warning, his expression immediately stiffened. This voice seems to be so billion points familiar. Gulp. Lin Xin gulped, his legs going weak at once, mechanically turning his head, bitterly looking at his daughter-in-law who had stood behind him at some point. Fluffy wedding dress made just right, snow-white skin and shoulders exposed, vaguely visible a touch of the bottomless gully. This is a delicate face at the moment is painted some light makeup, although it is the icing on the cake, but undoubtedly adds a few points of temptation. The end of her long black hair, like ink, was slightly curled, and although it was a small change, it added a bit of mature charm to Ning Juya. For a while Lin Xin actually looked a little dumbfounded, his eyes staring straight at his renewed daughter-in-law, and the fear in his heart was suppressed. Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law, you are so beautiful. Looking at Lin Xin, who had even begun to stutter as he spoke, Yang Ro proudly laughed. How about that? I told you it's perfect. It'll definitely take your man's soul. What are you looking at? Ning Juya grabbed Lin Xin's ear, glaring and coldly humming. Eaten the bear's heart and leopard's guts. Want to turn over a new leaf? Is that it? Lin Shuer walked out from the back at this time, and seeing her brother's miserable state, she mercilessly added, that's what my brother told me the last time my sister wasn't there, and that she was a big dummy. Lim Shin. Soon, Lin Xin's miserable pleas for mercy came from inside the store. With a sobbing tone, a daughter-in-law, I'm wrong. I'm just going through the motions. You're the big head at home. How dare I go against your wishes? Really? I thought you looked like you were capable just now. Now you're just being perfunctory, aren't you? Every word is true. Daughter-in-law, if I, Lin Xin, were to lie, I would be directly struck by heaven and thunder. Inside the store, Yang Hao, who was sitting in the window seat, looked at Lin Xin, who flipped his face faster than a book, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and he now sort of understood why these two people could come together. With your double-standard attitude, who wouldn't be confused reading this? One second he's bragging about how awesome he is, the next he's on his knees without hesitation. It was only after a full 10 minutes that Ning Juya let out a cold snort as she carried the hem of her snow-white wedding dress towards the inner room, but in her heart, she was very satisfied with Lin Xin's reaction just now. If you can't even seduce this stinky man, won't this wedding dress be in vain? Lin Xin reluctantly turned back, saw Yang how this kid actually still staring at his daughter-in-law's back looking dumbfounded, directly slapped him on the head. No good mood. What are you looking at? This is my daughter-in-law. Only I can look at it. Lin Shuer beside her followed suit and crossed her arms, repeating in a milky voice. This is my sister. Only I can look at it. None of you can. Looking at the siblings' reaction, the corners of Yang Ro's siblings' eyes twitched, forcing themselves to hold back the desire to spit. Seeing the little guy inserting his small waist in a petulant manner, Yang Ro smilingly came over and took this warm and cheering mass into her arms, rubbing the little guy's soft face vigorously. So cute. Seeing this, Lin Shuer's extremely old-fashioned sigh reached out her fleshy little hand to push away the sister's face. You adults. You're not reserved at all. Even if I know I'm cute, you guys could at least watch your image. Lin Xin, Yang Ro siblings. In the evening, inside a certain ward of the Deep City Hospital, Xiao Jia was helping Bai Junwan, who was lying unconscious on the bed, wipe her face with a somewhat lost look. 2 whole days had passed since Bai Junwan fell into a coma, and because of Lin Xin's help in covering it up, the people of the Bai family hadn't realized that Bai Junwan wasn't dead yet. Changing quilts, changing gowns, even rubbing his body. He had never cared for someone so carefully before. When he was done with everything, Xiao Jia slowly walked over to the bedside and sat down, holding her somewhat cold little hand against his forehead, and praying to God continuously in his heart. He wasn't a religious man, but he'd do anything he was asked to do if praying would make the person in his bed wake up sooner. In the quiet of the hospital room, apart from the sound of the cold wind whistling outside the window, the only sound left was the man's heavy-voiced mumbling. Maybe I should have said thank you a long time ago, but hopefully it's not too late for that. Thank you for pulling me back from the brink of death in the first place and giving me a real sense of what it means to truly be alive. You made me feel the best thing in the world, and I've never lived like this after my mother died. Thanks. Inside the hospital room, Xiao Jia held her hand and kept pouring out, and for a while his eyes actually turned a little red, and his heart fell into endless guilt. It may be that two people come together at first just because they have a common goal, but without realizing it, the seed known as love has sprouted. Bai Junwen's desperation, on the other hand, completely broke down this already fragile wall. Just as a flash of tears appeared in the corner of Xiao Jia's eyes, Bai Junwen, who was originally lying quietly on the bed, suddenly drew back the hand that he had held in his hand and rolled over in his shocked and stunned gaze. "It's so noisy, can't you let me get some rest and relaxation?" Bai Junwen, who had her back to Xiao Jia, still had her eyes closed, but the corners of her mouth could not help but raise, and her cheeks carried a wisp of scarlet color, somewhat like a ripe apple. You're awake." Xiao Jia's pupils were wide with shock, but immediately afterward, when he thought of the words he had just said, his face rolled, and even at this point in his life, he felt incomparably fleshy. But none of this was worth mentioning compared to Bai Junwen being able to wake up. The atmosphere in the hospital room was briefly dull for a moment, and in the end, it was Bai Junwen who couldn't pretend anymore and whispered with a blushing face, "I'm hungry, go get me something to eat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia, who was thinking wildly, nodded and stood up to walk towards the outside of the ward, not forgetting to turn back and instruct with concern when his hand touched the door handle. "Your body is still very weak right now. Lie in bed and don't move. Just call me if there's anything. I'll be there anytime." Bai Junwen, who was lying on the hospital bed, nodded imperceptibly in understanding. Seeing this, Xiao Jia was relieved to walk out of the hospital room and at the same time took out his cell phone and sent a message out. That behind-the-scenes thing is not the only one Lin Xin cares about. His hatred is equally not lost. By dinner time, the sky outside had darkened, and the sun was slowly setting, signaling that the busy day was coming to an end. Inside the riverside villa, the heating was turned on at full power and the house was warm. Lin Xin, who had walked out of the kitchen, looked at Ning Juya, who was sitting on the sofa playing a game with little Shuer, with a grudging gaze, and then looked down at the spatula in his hand, which still had grease stains on it. Sometimes he would wonder why he has to cook every day when his family is so rich and employs a top chef, and why he is not a full-time husband. Lin Xin is now at least considered a stormy figure. This family status is not too low. Thinking of this, Lin Xin looked up again and glanced at the two girls who were playing, and a nameless fire was born in his chest, so he directly threw away the spatula and walked over quickly. Tap! The footsteps were rapid, coming from far away. Hearing the commotion, Ning Juya's eyebrows furrowed as she touched little Shuer's soft face while twisting her head to see Lin Xin walking quickly in front of her, narrowing her eyes. "What do you want?" Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly bloomed on the cold-faced Lin Xion's face, and he looked fawning as he compensated and laughed. "Daughter-in-law, I didn't see that you're working hard with the baby, so I'm going to give you a whack on the back." Hearing this, a ferocious light flashed through Ning Juya's beautiful eyes, staring at him for a while before she turned back and faintly said with confidence, "Well, let's fulfill that request then." Lin Shuer, who was lying barefoot in her arms, followed and raised one hand, smiling. "Brother, I want it too. Lim Shin, if I can't cure the big one, I can't cure the little one." Ning Juya glanced obliquely without thinking. No problem." Lin Xion's mouth twitched, itching to slap himself twice. "If I had known it would be like this I might as well have been a master in the kitchen. Hey, I was born with a cheap life." After dinner, Ning Juya went back to her room to rest first, while Lin Xian sat on the sofa and watched TV with the little one. And in the corner of the living room, there were two dogs in heat, their doggy eyes mesmerized. Lin Xian's gaze fell on his cell phone with a smile between his brows, naturally because the unconscious Bai Junwen had woken up. If that happened, they would be able to learn more information, and then they could make a move against the White family. In these 2 days, Bai's group has been in the limelight, relying on Bai Junwen's game company, and even directly confronting the Sky Curtain group. Of course, this was also because Lin Xian didn't want to make a move yet. Otherwise, the Bai clan would still not be enough. According to Lin Tian's narration, those who had made a move on Bai Junwen had used Sibei's moves, so it was highly likely that the masterminds behind the scenes were Sibei's military officers or top brass. Just as Lin Xian was contemplating, he suddenly felt a weight on his legs and raised his eyes to see that Lin Shuer was currently leaning on his legs and falling asleep, seemingly tired of playing. Or a little cuter when you're asleep. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her fleshy face, and with gentle movements, he picked up the little one and walked towards the upper floor, her little feet just swaying in mid-air. Upstairs in the bedroom, Ning Juya was remotely processing documents at the moment, and when she saw Lin Xian walk in with the child in his arms, she closed the computer and lifted the corner of the quilt. Seeing her take the little one into her arms, Lin Xin had some taste.
Is that a child's privilege? How long has it been since you've hugged me?
Still competing with little kids.
Ning Juya rolled her eyes, and after tucking the little one in, she saw that Lin Xin stood by without responding, and helplessly unfolded her arms.
Come on, little friend Lin. Seeing this, Lin Xin hemmed and hawed and directly jumped into his daughter-in-law's embrace,
rubbing himself east and west and closing his eyes in contentment. Looking at a large and small group of people who both hugged themselves, the corner of Ning Juya's mouth lifted up, dotingly stroking the two's heads and murmuring softly, I still like that untamed look you had back then. Now this seems a bit too well behaved.
It always feels like something is missing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin,
who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, bristled.
You're a double standard. You didn't have this attitude when you were conditioning me before. What? You have a problem with that? Ning Juya raised an eyebrow, her gaze unkind as she looked at Lin Xin,
who was lying on her chest, and the hand that was stroking his hair was secretly hard.
Lin Xin hurriedly waved his head. No no no. Daughter-in-law is the sky. Daughter-in-law is the earth. Daughter-in-law is my whole world. That's more like it. Hearing Lin Xin's reply,
Ning Juya hummed softly and played with his face before closing her eyes in preparation for sleep as well.
Early the next morning, Ning Juya was woken up by a loud noise. On the bed,
Lin Shuer stood barefoot, beeping discontentedly at her brother who was confronting her, and said in a milky voice,
Don't. My sister is mine.
My brother sleeps alone by himself.
Looking at the little guy's justified appearance, Lin Xin raised an eyebrow. What you? This is my daughter-in-law. You're already in kindergarten.
You need to learn to sleep by yourself, go to school and wash by yourself.
Didn't your kindergarten teacher teach you that? Upon hearing this,
Lin Shuer crossed her small waist and said in a brutal tone,
I don't care. I want to sleep with my sister.
Seeing that her sister had woken up from her nap, Lin Shuer immediately pounced on her, crying and pointing to her brother on the side to complain.
Lim Shin,
this little milkbag ghost idea is really much. Have learned to sue for forgiveness, not just let her sleep alone. The whole suffered a great deal of aggression. Ning Juya looked at little Shuer who was pouncing in her arms,
lightly glanced at Lin Xin beside her,
and then very counterintuitively hugged little Shuer and softly said, Good girl, you're the one who's going to learn to sleep and sleep alone now, and we're so good at it Cher.
Surely it's okay?
Lin Shuer pinched the corner of her coat and beamed,
But I want to sleep with my sister.
Ning Juya gave the little one a kiss on his little face and patiently coaxed,
Then from now on,
you'll sleep alone Monday through Friday, and sleep with your sister on Saturday and Sunday, okay?
Upon hearing this,
Lin Shuer finally nodded her head and said somewhat unhappily,
Alright then. Lin Xin, who was on the side,
sniffed, and directly gave a thumbs up in admiration, worthy of being my daughter-in-law, directly holding this barbaric and capricious little guy steady. When Lin Shuer saw the smugness on his face, she was instantly upset and looked at her sister pitifully,
blinking her eyes in a cute way. But my brother just bullied me.
Ning Juya stroked her little head and smiled.
Want to ride a horse?
The little guy's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly.
Think. The gazes of the two women coincidentally looked toward the expressionless Lin Xin on the side,
the meaning of which was self-evident.
In no time at all,
the bedroom resounded with the sound of the little one's happy laughter.
Having fun. The laughter echoed in the ears, and it took a good half hour before it subsided. Ouch! My back! Lin Xin walked down the stairs holding his waist with a bitter look on his face,
while Lin Shuer, who was bouncing and following behind him, was full of joy,
obviously having a good time. Who told you to bully her early in the morning?
Ning Juya blankly glanced at this guy and faintly said,
Come over here and I'll rub it for you. Lin Xin instantly grinned and obediently walked over to the sofa to lie down. It's still good to have a daughter-in-law. But how come you've been so gentle with me lately? You didn't get this treatment before.
If you were in the past, not to mention the daughter-in-law to rub the waist, she did not do it to you even good. And now compared to that treatment is simply a heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Ning Juya sat on the sofa and rubbed his waist, her long hair hanging over her shoulders, hair hanging in front of her forehead,
and faintly said, What? You don't feel comfortable with me being nice to you? You're just a bitch. You keep trying to make me angry and beat you up, temper you, and you cry foul. Hearing this, Lin Xin whistled falsely, as if it was indeed the case.
So he hurriedly changed the subject and said, Our mom sent a message this morning saying that the wedding date has been set. It's set for August 8th of this year. So let's both get ready and see where would be a good place to have the wedding.
Lin Shuer,
who was sitting on the ground beside her to put a bow on little Faith, heard this and her eyes lit up with some excitement.
A wedding? Will I get to eat lots of candy then?
The little letter with 3 pink bows tied around its head barked twice,
reluctance written all over the dog's face. Master Dog,
I've been wise and valiant all my life. I have no face to see a dog.
Little Shinzi, be obedient or I'll beat your ass. Lin Shuer slapped its doggy head, and the latter immediately obediently shut its mouth, only to look at the bear child with a sultry look. As for little Yaya, she's still lying asleep in her kennel, looking like she didn't get tossed around much last night. Good thinking. Ning Juya blankly glanced at this milk bag, then turned to Lin Xin. It's up to you. I'm a little busy these days dealing with things over in Deep City, and don't forget we have to go to school for graduation at the beginning of next month. Speaking of which, Lin Xin just remembered that he is still in the internship period, but in the blink of an eye a year has passed. It passes really fast. After lunch, Ning Juya carried the naughty little milk bag to the company, and incidentally brought the little Yaya lying in the kennel to give the little one company. Inside the living room, Lin Xin stroked little Faithful's doggy head and admonished, I'll leave the task of looking after the house to you, but don't take advantage of little Yaya's absence to steal food. Little Faith shook her doggy head and growled twice toward Lin Xin. Woof woof, the one who wants to go out and steal food is clearly you. Return me to Yafei. Lin Xin didn't care about this. After instructing him, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the villa. He still had to go and choose the wedding venue, which was a top priority. Our daughter-in-law is so beautiful, the wedding can't be simple, it has to be grand, so that the whole world will be envious. On the way, Lin Xin drove and pondered how the wedding would be stunning enough. Weddings in general is to find a famous hotel, and then is to invite relatives and friends to what? Too old-fashioned. After thinking fruitlessly, Lin Xin decisively called Ouyang Hao, who had just met him, and in this aspect of marriage, those siblings are definitely professionals. After Ouyang Hao heard about the cause and effect of the incident, he was snatched by his sister who snatched the cell phone from the side before he had a chance to open his mouth. This is the right person you're asking, Ouyang Ro said with some excitement in her tone. In fact, I had an idea a long time ago, just have never had the opportunity to use it. It will be reluctantly used in the wedding of you and Xiaoya. In fact, is not so complicated. After a half-hour-long narration, Lin Xin nodded with seeming comprehension, understanding some of it. Simply put, it is to buy a mountain, and then get married when the sun rises. The moral is also very good scenery that is not to mention. The sun rises in the east, the purple east. When the time comes to get a few helicopters to hang banners and whatnot, the best of all worlds. Thinking of that scene, Lin Xin felt a surge of excitement within his heart and hurriedly inquired. Then, Sister Ro, which mountain do you think is more suitable around Mordor? It should be too late if we start building it now, right? There must have been quite a few people coming to the wedding, so naturally the selection of the mountain had to be carefully chosen, and after it was chosen it had to be finally remodeled once more. The Ouyang Ro on the other end had obviously anticipated this, and without thinking, she smiled back. 3 months is only enough time to barely remodel the mountain, and there are a lot of complicated procedures to go through to buy a mountain, so it's best to just buy it off the shelf to save time. It just so happens that I know of a suitable mountain in the hands of an individual, the Sun family of Mordor. Have you heard of them? Lin Xin shook his head as he recalled. Never heard of it. Is it famous? Ouyang Ro patiently explained. It used to be quite famous, but then it fell out, leaving only an old man to carry the beam. That mountain is the old man of the Sun family used to use the old. At that time, the Sun family has not fallen. Just to buy the mountain spent more than $1 billion it. I will send you the information later. You go to see it yourself. Thanks, Sister Zoe. I'll invite you for wedding wine later. Lin Xin laughed. Count on your conscience. Hang up, I'm still busy here. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xin directly clicked on the phone of Zhang Hai's kid, letting him come to a trip to Magic City as a tool. To help, you have to be exhausted if you're by yourself. After learning a bit about the Sun family's current residence, Lin Xin drove directly toward outside the city center. Inside the general manager's office of the Canopy Group, Ning Juya in business formal wear was looking down to deal with a foreign contract, while Lin Shuer, who was wearing a pink princess dress on the side, was shaking her feet and laying on the sofa, pulling on little Yaya's dog ears and skimming her lips. Doggy, why don't you talk? All the puppies in the cartoon talk. Are you too stupid to learn? Little Yaya with a head full of bows. If I could talk, I'd still be a dog. I'd probably be taken away tomorrow to be sliced up for research. Watching little Yaha not speak, Lin Shuer shook her short legs in boredom, barred her mouth afterglow glimpsed the bag full of candy canes on the coffee table and thought to herself, there are so many candies that if you eat one or two, you shouldn't be caught. Hey, I'm a little genius. Thinking of this, Lin Shuer secretly glanced at her sister who was working, and inadvertently stretched out her small fleshy hand towards the candy cane on the table, her eyes darting around a bit vainly. After touching a candy, seeing that her sister didn't notice, Lin Shuer immediately retracted her hand and sneakily tore open the bag to eat the milk candy into her mouth. her little face chewing with enjoyment. Sugar candy is positively delicious. If only I could have an endless supply of it every day. A milk candy was quickly eaten, and just when Lin Shuer was planning to repeat the same trick, she only heard a calm voice coming from the side, frightening her small hands. One is enough. If you take any more you're going to get a spanking. The little guy resentfully withdrew his hand, stood up from the sofa, and ran barefoot to the desk and hugged his sister's leg in a cute way. Sister, just one more, okay? Looking at the little one fiddling, Ning Juya put down her pen and turned to pinch her little face, coldly grunting. When I say no, I mean no, and if you don't behave, you won't get any more candy from now on. Ah, Lin Shuer's little face collapsed, so she nodded her head and returned to the sofa to lie down, and proceeded to fiddle with little Yaya. See little Shuer sitting alone on the sofa to play. Ning Juya face pondering color. Self-study is certainly good, but this is also very difficult to make friends, not conducive to the child's physical and mental growth. This cannot go on. On the other hand, the outskirts of the Magic City. It was only after most of an hour's journey that Lin Xian arrived at the current address of the Sun family, and he looked at the dilapidated compound not far away with some surprise. According to what Sister Zoe said, the Sun family used to have a total asset of more than $100 billion. But I didn't expect that they would have fallen to this level in just 10 years. Here is the Magic City close to the suburbs. The Sun family actually live in such a place. Is really mind-boggling. It was surrounded by dilapidated neighborhoods and the ground was pitted with potholes, and it looked like it was in a state of disrepair. After casually parking the car on the side of the road, Lin Xian walked directly toward the Sun family yard, and before he got close, he heard the sound of quarrels coming from inside. I say Dad, you just hand over the ownership of that mountain. John is a high school student from the United States and even your granddaughter-in-law. As long as you give us that mountain, I guarantee that I will be able to bring our Sun family back to the east. Get the hell out of here. I don't have an ungrateful daughter like you. Get the hell out of here. Lin Xian had just walked up to the door of the Sun family's mansion when he saw the iron door push open from the inside, followed by 2 women and 1 man walking out, their faces not looking good. But what made Lin Xian more curious was the young man with a Western face among them. After all, he hadn't seen many foreigners yet. A cursing voice came out from the mouth of the middle-aged woman in the lead with a look of disgust and impatience. Damn thing. Sooner or later I'm going to make him give up that mountain. As the group brushed past Lin Xian, they subconsciously looked at the young man twice more before withdrawing their gazes and heading towards the small sedan parked on the side of the road. This is a fight for the family fortune, Lin Xian muttered as he looked at the backs of a few people, not realizing that this kind of thing could also be encountered by him. Then he turned around and walked into the dilapidated mansion just in time to see a white-haired old man in a Chinese mountain suit slowly standing up with the help of a teenage boy. Seeing someone come in, Sun Debong subconsciously looked over and saw that it was an unfamiliar young man and frowned. Who are you looking for? The mansion was in the middle of nowhere, and it was still rare for unfamiliar faces to come. Today's Lin Xian before going out but specially by Ning Juya to build some 3/7 hairstyle in a straight suit. Temperament outstanding. Face clear. To say is not a rich son of others do not believe. Lin Xian swept a glance at the teenage boy, his mind racing, while smiling with a smile on his face. He smiled at the Sun family's old man and said, I've heard of Elder Sun's great name. The latecomer is here for that Zedong mountain. If the price is what you want to offer, I will never return the favor. Hearing Lin Xian's confident tone, Sun Debang's eyes looked at him in astonishment before he narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. A random bid? That old man I want $1 trillion. Can you kid afford it? Lin Xian's confident smile froze and he was speechless for a moment. Damn, the script is not so acting This old man is not even according to the rules. How can I repair? Seeing this, Sun Debong coldly grunted. No money and still pretending to be a big head of garlic. I thought how capable, said the grandparents and grandchildren to turn around and go back to the house. Lin Xian hurriedly walked up to stop, scratched his head and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Son old don't mediate my girlfriend is the daughter of the richest man in Magic City. I also have some relations in the political world. This time it is to want a Purple East Mountain to organize a wedding. If you recently encountered any difficulties then feel free to mention. As for the mountain I will buy it for twice the price. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sun Debong stopped in his tracks and stared at Lin Xian, who was blocking his way. The richest man in Magic City? You're the son-in-law of the Ning family that's been rumored in Magic City lately? If there isn't a second person named Lin Xian in the Magic City, then it should be me. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. The old man stared at Lin Xian for a moment, then walked around him towards the house and faintly said, Come in and sit down. But I don't have much in the way of good wine or tea to serve you here. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Seeing the old man's loose lips, Lin Xian knew that the matter of buying the mountain was in play and hurriedly followed. The afternoon passed quickly, and near the end of the day, all the employees of the Canopy Group went to the main conference room for a meeting under the call of Ning Juya, without any absence. At this time, the conference room is constantly talking, are wondering how the above so big battle, whether there is something big to be announced and so on. Hey, I guess it's time to launch a full-scale business crackdown on Bice Group. After all, I've been watching them act as a bully for the past 2 days, so I guess it's the top that's holding back a big move, and now it's time to strike. It's possible. Even Mr. Ning came to the company today. 9 times out of 10 it's because of this. Motherfucker, this is the best. These 2 days have suffocated me. Now the internet is spreading the rumor that our Canopy Group is not as good as Bice Group, and we are going to be pulled down. Shoo, Mr. Ning is here. All be quiet. As the door of the conference room opened, Ning Juya, whose temperament was cool and outstanding, stepped in, with a milk ball behind her, her watery eyes looking at the people sitting in the conference room with some fear. Originally there was some noise in the conference room suddenly quieted down. Nearly 1,000 people's eyes are watching the figure on the stage holding their breath and not daring to speak. This was Ning Juya's prestige within the group. Even just standing there, she had already become the center of attention in the room, a symbol of majesty. Picking up the microphone placed on the table, Ning Juya looked around at the employees and spoke directly. The main reason for this meeting today is to add a benefit to our group's employees so that everyone's work can be more convenient in the future. With immediate effect I will take out a floor of my company to use as a kindergarten and hire specialized teachers for preschool education, so that as long as the children of our company's employees who are 6 years old or under elementary school age can be sent to the company to learn without paying any tuition fees and the rest of the miscellaneous fees. At these words, most of the employees froze, their gazes subconsciously looking at the little one beside General Manager Ning who was hugging her leg, and a look of realization flashed in their eyes. They weren't any fools. This was Mr. Ning trying to find companionship for little miss. This time many people's minds are active. This if you can let the brat at home to take the little miss, is not it. There were also those employees who had to transport their children to and from work, and they even looked at Mr. Ning with gratitude. This benefit can be too practical for them, and the teachers invited by the group are definitely the top ones in the country. So who can't be touched by the fact that they can let their children enjoy the top education for free? Mr. Ning is wise. Mr. Ning is wise. Cheers grew. Ning Juya satisfied with this crowd scene. She wanted this effect, lowered her head to see the little one still deadlocked on her leg, reached out and picked her up, laughing softly. You'll have lots of kids to play with from now on. Are you happy? Upon hearing this, the fearful Lin Shuer directly flung her face into her sister's arms. Her ears were red, obviously shy. After announcing the matter, it happened to be the end of work point. Ning Juya did not delay to directly announce the end of work, and then turned toward the company downstairs with little Shuer in her arms. At the entrance of the building, seeing the 2 women come out, Lin Xin, who was a little bored of waiting, smiled and waved his hand. Brother! Lin Shuer immediately broke free from her sister's arms and trotted towards the car, excitement on her plump face. Ning Juya followed behind and said helplessly, "Run slower, you'll have to cry if you fall." After sitting in the car, Ning Juya held the child back in her arms and asked Lin Xin, who was at the side, "Have you chosen a venue for the wedding?" Lin Xin nodded as he drove. "It's almost done. I guess we can settle it tomorrow." Early the next morning, outside the Magic City airport, Brother Xin, "I'm here." Zhang Hai, who had taken an overnight flight to run to Mordor from Deep City, waved his hand towards the Rolls-Royce coming not far away. After Lin Xin stopped the car, he pointed to the back seat and smiled. "Get in the car, just in time to go with me to do something big." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai, who had pulled open the car door, was puzzled. "Big deal? What's the big deal?" Lin Xin started the car again and drove towards the city center, casually taking an invitation from the side and handing it to him. "Here. You're the first person to receive an invitation from me. I had my eye on a mountain to use for a wedding, and I was given a deal, which is a bit complicated to say the least. Simply put, Sun Lao had been stabbed in the back by his son-in-law, leading to the decline of the entire Sun family, and now he just wanted Lin Xin to help take back some of those industries. It's a toy production factory, built by the very same person who was the eldest son of the Sun family at the time, wanting to give it to his son as a gift, but it turned out to be the opposite of what he hoped for. The Sun family fell. He also died in depression. TSK, this matter is really dogged. Zhang Hai smacked his lips. Lin Xin nodded with approval. Just as he pulled up to the intersection and waited for the traffic light, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and connected it without thinking, casually. "Hey, Ning, what's wrong?" The call was from Ning Dae, which was a bit of a rarity. It seemed to be noisy on the other end, only to hear Ning Da's voice helplessly say, Lin shall you quickly come to the company? Right now someone is confessing their love downstairs at the company. Or a foreigner. It's affecting the traffic running. At that, Lin Xin yawned. Saw the red light turn green, stepped on the gas again and skimmed. This kind of small matter, just call a few security guards to drive people away, not on the line. Tell me why. I'm 100,000 miles away from here. Still can fly over to drive people away, not ah. As soon as these words came out, Ningde on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then faintly said, but, that gringo confessed to Missy. Lim Shin, sitting in the back of the Shanghai, did not hold back. Pooh bared a laugh, and then a fierce eyes glaring at him. Scared, hurriedly covered his mouth, did not dare to make a sound. The Rolls-Royce that had already driven by directly made a big drift towards the canopy group, and Lin Xin's angry curses were heard from inside the car. His grandmother's leg? I'd like to see which grandson dares to take a shot at my daughter-in-law. The third leg will be chopped up for him and fed to the fish. Rolls-Royce gas pedal slammed. Speed instantly reached more than 100 yards. Fortunately at this time there are not many people on the road, or else Lin Xinjia drive the way to be cursed to peace. On the other hand, under the canopy group building, Ningde shook his head as he looked at the gringo who was confessing his love not far away. Really asking for trouble. You talk about cooperation on cooperation. This also confessed on. When Lin Xiao came, teeth are for you to knock out. The distance has gathered a large crowd of onlookers, mainly, or this foreigner confession of love is too conspicuous. Full of rose petals and prayers, even candles on the whole. Want not to attract attention is difficult. At the center, a fair-faced Westerner was kneeling down on one knee, his gaze reverent and sincere as he looked aloud at a certain floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the building. Miss Ning, you are a beam of light in the dark night, illuminating my gray life and bringing me hope. I truly like you. The employees onlookers in the building were also talking, all waiting for a good show. After all, not to mention the high and cold character of General Ning, just that boyfriend of hers is not something to be messed with. Listening to the bodyguard beside General Ning said that he can fight a group of people one by one. The foreign trade cooperation between our group and the Caesar Consortium will probably go down the drain. And the young son of the Caesar Consortium is really bad, confessing his love to anyone but Mr. Ning. If you can say goodbye to me, how good ah. People always not bad. And behind the world 500 top Caesar Consortium, 10 lifetimes to eat and drink are not worried. Come on, if we're like that, we won't even give it to them. Inside the general manager's office on the top floor, Lin Shuer sat by the floor-to-ceiling window holding little Faith and little Yaya, looking at the confession scene below with surprise. Sister, why are there so many people down there? And candles, eh? Am I allowed to eat the cake? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya put down her pen, stood up and picked up the little one. Eat. Just know how to eat. Be careful of eating into a little fatso, then no one will like you. Seeing this, the two dogs took the opportunity to slink off to a corner and look at the pigtails on each other's heads, showing their teeth. Alright then, Lin Shuer sighed, shrinking into her sister's arms. Ning Zhuya, on the other hand, looked at the confession ceremony under the building. Her eyebrows frowned tightly. A wave of loathing grew from the bottom of her heart. She hated this kind of a mouthful of a favorite, full of philandering men, worse than the one at her own home. Just as she was about to call Ningde to get rid of the people, out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a small, rapidly traveling black dot appearing in the distance, a Rolls-Royce that kept overtaking the car. Ning Zhua's mood instantly improved, and she hummed softly, count on this guy having a bit of a conscience, or else he'd have to go home and kneel on a scrub board. Saying that, she hugged little Shuer and walked towards the outside of the office, and the two dogs who were kissing each other had no choice but to interrupt their show of affection and follow them when they saw this. At this moment under the building, the sudden Rolls-Royce did not have any intention to brake, and rushed straight towards Caesar Tulls, who was confessing. Fack, said Tulls, who had just finished reciting his confession, and at the sight of it, not caring about the ring and roses he held in his hand, he dodged towards the side in terror. The onlookers not far away also exclaimed out in shock, watching the outrushing Rolls-Royce crush the roses and candles, finally coming to a stop in front of the building. Seeing the carefully arranged venue being destroyed, anger welled up inside Tulls and walked straight over, angrily rebuking Lin Xin, who had stepped out of the car. In raw Mandarin, do you know how to drive? You asshole, if you hurt me, 10 of you won't be enough to pay for it. Behind them, 5 or 6 companions followed aggressively and walked over to surround Lin Xin and Shanghai firmly. Among them happened to be John, whom Lin Xin had met yesterday. Lin Xin stepped out of the car, not at all flustered after being surrounded by several people, and looked up and down at the humanoid Tulls, raising an eyebrow. You're the one who confessed your love for my daughter-in-law in public? Since Lin Xin was half a head taller than Tulls, he carried an intimidating presence all over his body. Hearing these words, Tulls instantly reacted.
then straightened the white tie on his chest and looked at Lin Xian with a disdainful gaze as he coldly snorted. I've investigated. You're that little white boy who only eats soft food beside Miss Ning. Right. Talking to a pariah like you will only lower my class. I advise you to obediently leave Miss Ning and then get the hell out of here as far away as you can. After listening to some confident speech from Tulls, Lin Xian felt very amused. Even if he confessed to his daughter-in-law, he still had to tell himself to get lost. How arrogant he had to be. Behind him, Zheng Hai took a pitying look at Tulls, who was full of pride, and silently prayed in his heart that no one would be killed. This guy is still too young to have experienced the beatings of society. And that's okay, he'll soon learn his lesson under the iron fist of love. As expected, as the words fell, the crowd only felt a black shadow flashing before their eyes, followed by the miserable screams of Tulls beside their ears. Lin Xian took an arrow step forward. Tulls only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by intense pain underneath his body, his eyes staring straight up in horror as he collapsed to the ground screaming in agony. Looking at the gringo who covered his crotch and kept convulsing on the ground, the males watching around them only felt a chill underneath their bodies and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Good guy. This young man is also a tough guy. Go up to the explosion hit. The most vulnerable place suffered such a kick. How painful it must be. Lin Xian was still feeling uninspired at this point, and once again kicked towards Tulsi's crotch with great force, cursing angrily in his mouth. You're just fucking crazy, aren't you? Today I must let you know why the flowers are so red. Confessing to my daughter-in-law is fine. After all, she's so pretty. If you can't hold back, it only shows that you have a problem with your sexual function. But you actually dare to tell me to get lost. What a face you have. I'll let you pretend to be 13 day after day. I'll let you see color day after day. If I don't waste this thing of yours today, I won't be called Lin Xian. Tull's 5 companions also reacted after a brief moment of stupefaction, and hurriedly tried to rush up together to restrain Lin Xian. But the result was self-evident. These few people were the sons of the major consortiums in the country of rice, and this time they were the ones who had specifically followed Tulls to China to have fun, and their physical qualities were not even comparable to those of normal people, not to mention sparring with someone who had been professionally trained like Lin Xian. About a minute later, originally lying on the ground screaming and twitching, Tulls had 5 more companions, their voices screaming louder than one another, and as soon as they received a blow, their bodies couldn't make any force at all, let alone resist. Seeing this familiar scene, Zheng Hai, who was on the side, silently took out his cell phone and recorded the scene while sighing, worthy of being Brother Shin. He's so awesome even when he's not drinking. Surrounding the crowd watching the situation, even more excited, usually by the rich son of the dog's eyes. Now it is not easy to meet the storm hit scene, cannot be excited. The brainy ones had even taken out their cell phones to record this scene, and then posted it online without even thinking about it. Over here, Lin Xian continued to output, and none of the 6 could run away, each one coming one by one with a kick. Just weaklings like you still dare to play tricks in front of my daughter-in-law. Fortunately I'm the one to do it today. Otherwise when my daughter-in-law comes, you probably won't even be able to keep your roots down there. Says you. What are you physically shaking for? Not convinced. I'll make you disobey. I'll make you disobey. Tulls, who had been continuously bludgeoned, finally couldn't take the pain anymore and hurriedly cried out for mercy. Brother, big brother, Don, I am wrong. I will never. Again never dare again. You foot mercy. The few people lying beside them also rushed to cry and beg for mercy, fearing that if they were slower, they would be kicked again. Brother. No. Dad. I really know I'm wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare next time. Woohoo! Just as Lin Xian was planning to increase his force again, a silhouette walked out of the building, her temperament high and cold and outstanding, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Ning Zhuya, who was holding little Shuer, looked at Lin Xian, who was still kicking furiously not far away, her eyebrows deeply furrowed, and she called out in a cold voice, Nobuko. As the words fell, little Faithful, who was following behind, gave a woof. Barked. Lin Xian followed suit and stopped his movements, turning his head to look at his daughter-in-law who was walking towards him, especially those cold eyes that subconsciously made him shiver in his heart. Zheng Hai, who had experienced this once, put away his cell phone and sighed. It seems that I can only see here today. Clearly understand the character of Ning Zhuya. Lin Xian see the situation. A look no daughter-in-law is angry, or very bad coaxing the kind, and hastened to smile up, compensating for the smile. Daughter-in-law, why are you down here? I'll take care of it right away. Don't worry. I promise I won't let these little scumbags get in your way in the future. Ning Zhuya, however, put the little one down and turned to grab Lin Xian's ear with her hand forcefully, narrowing her eyes and coldly saying, in the future, without my permission,
You are not allowed to hit people with your hands, and handle things in a civilized manner. Those who don't know will think that my Ningjuya's men only hit people with their hands. Lin Shuer nodded in agreement as she hugged her sister's leg. That's right, that's right. The teacher said that those who hit people are bad kids, and brother is a bad kid. Lin Xian immediately lowered his head coyly and squirmed. This is not I heard you were confessed. So the emotions are a little excited. Well, next time I will definitely change. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers also understood and smiled at each other. Look at the hands of the time, so powerful. After half a day or a rake years so powerful, actually still afraid of his wife. Sure enough, everyone has a natural enemy, and no one can be absolutely invincible. Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Ning Juya glared away with cold eyes and chided. How dare you talk back? You've grown so capable. As she said that, the force in her hand increased once again, directly crushing Lin Xian in terms of might. Gu, daughter-in-law, I'm wrong. Wrong. Promise there won't be a next time. In the future I will definitely do things in a civilized manner. Lin Xian begged in pain. At his feet, Little Faith looked at Lin Xian, who was being deathly restrained, and barked towards the Fei beside him, somewhat pleased with himself. Woof! See, no daughter-in-law. This is the wimpy master. If it wasn't for his good cooking, Master Dog, I would have repudiated him a long time ago. A look of adoration appeared in little Yaya's dog's eyes, and he went forward to rub his head. Seeing this, the smugness in little Shinji's eyes increased. Suddenly feeling a rush of urine, he looked towards the surroundings, and then directly ran his legs towards the 6 people of Tulse who were still screaming in pain over there. Tulse had cursed in his heart at the moment. Had he known that this little white boy was so powerful, he wouldn't have made such a big show. I don't know if that thing down there still works. Just then, Tulse only felt a blackness in his eyes, and gazing up, a large bubble of yellow liquid entered his mouth with the exact amount of tawdry flavor it was full of. His eyes glazed over and he rolled over and coughed. His face flushed a shade of red and purple, the taste of urine lingering in his mouth as he raged toward the dead dog that was peeing in front of him. MD, even a broken dog bullied me. I have to kill you today. Woof! Shinji cozily barked twice after peeing. Hearing that the human in front of him was actually going to slaughter himself, he immediately showed a ferocious face and directly swung his sharp dog claws towards Tull's face. Woof woof! Who gave you the guts to actually dare to speak harshly to Master Dog? Let's see if I don't teach you a good lesson. The crotch wound Tulls could not use his strength at all. Just in a few moments there were a few more bloody marks on his face, and he lay lifelessly on the ground, no longer moving. His eyes were lifeless. Hua gua! So scary! Hey, daughter-in-law! So many people are watching. Give some face. The gazes of dozens of people looked toward this side in unison, and even Lin Xian couldn't help but blush a little in his old face. Lin Shuer was still fanning the flames and smiling. Brother is a wimp and afraid of his wife. These words made everyone around them laugh. Such a small child knows what it means to be afraid of his wife. Ning Juya, however, did not have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, the force in his hand grew larger and larger. Not intending to give him any face at all, Lin Xian finally couldn't help it, directly forcefully knocked off the hand that grabbed his ear. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding people watching, the bottom of the barrel couldn't help but grow. There are so many people. The daughter-in-law should not do it in public. Thinking of this, Lin Xian coldly locked eyes with the astonished Ning Juya, his posture indifferent. Can you give me some face outside? There are so many people here. I advise you not to give an inch, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Looking at the suddenly hardened Lin Xian, Ning Juya's face revealed an eerie chill. Her delicate white face suddenly gloomy as she sneered. Fine. You want face, right? Then I'll give you that face. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian thought it had worked, and patted his daughter-in-law on the shoulder with some small triumph, saying in a serious tone, "That's right, the most important thing for couples is to respect each other. Pay attention in the future, otherwise." Without waiting for Lin Xian to finish his words, he only saw Ning Juya take out her cell phone and dialed a number, coldly commanding in a cold voice as she gazed at him with cold eyes. "Arrest him for me. I'll strip him naked and parade him." As the words fell, a dozen black-clothed bodyguards instantly rushed out of the building, and the one who rushed at the forefront was none other than Ningde, who had tipped off Lin Xian, and was rushing straight towards the side. Crap! Are you going to be so mean? Hearing that he was going to be stripped naked and paraded, Lin Xian's back went cold, where he still dared to stay here for a long time, and hurriedly ran towards the Rolls-Royce that was parked on the side. OMG mom, this bitch is crazy. I should have known better than to get a hard-on. Hurry up Shin. If you run any slower I'll be ready to enjoy your marvelous body. Reacting to this, Zhang Hai had already taken the driver's seat a step ahead and waved at Lin Xian, who was running this way.
with a cheap smile on his face. Hearing this dead fat man's flirtatious words, Lin Xian's forehead sprouted 3 black lines, forcibly resisting the urge to violently beat up the other party here. He hurriedly got into the car, and then heavily closed the door. Drive. 1 step slower and you'll be waiting to parade with me. Soon. The Rolls-Royce with the ejection start was chased by a dozen black Mercedes-Benz and fled from the scene, and the surrounding crowd had to disperse when they saw that there was no more drama to watch. Ning Juya still stood in place with a cold face, her gaze grim as she looked in the direction Lin Xian had fled and gritted her teeth. Damn dog man. You better not come home tonight or I'll make you look good. After saying that, Ning Juya turned towards the building with little Schwer in her arms, pondering in her mind how to temper her while not forgetting to instruct the security guards guarding the entrance. Those 6 people are interfering with the normal operation of the company. Tie them up and find a remote place to throw them away. Remember to smash their cell phones and such. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Yes, Mr. Ning. The security guard sniffed and nodded repeatedly. After Ning Juya left with the child in her arms, the security guard looked at the gringo lying not far away screaming in pity and shook his head. Mr. Ning's move is ruthless. Knowing that these foreigners are being that way down there, he deliberately threw them far away from the treatment. On the other hand, Lin Xian, who was fleeing from the city center, received a call from Ningde. Lin Xiao, you'll just immediately tie your hands. If you go back with me now, maybe Missy will still be able to strike a little lighter, and you'll be able to feel better. Looking at the dozen or so cars in hot pursuit behind him, and thinking of that little witch at home's means of conditioning people, Lin Xian was on pins and needles, and smiled sardonically at the other end of the phone. Brother Ning, you're my own brother. Why don't you go back and beg my daughter-in-law for mercy, and I'll ask her to give you a raise? The Ningda on the other end was silent for a while, and said in a calm tone, you probably don't know that as the leader of the Ning family's bodyguard team, as long as I'm still a bodyguard of the Ning family, I own 0.1% of the shares of the Canopy Group, although it was only 0.1. But don't forget how huge the industry chain of the Canopy Group was. This 0.1 share was worth at least several small targets. Lim Shin. Well, you're so rich as a bodyguard these days, aren't you? You don't get paid. You get paid in shares. Having no choice but to look at Zhang Hai, who was driving, Lin Xian asked somewhat expectantly. Fatty, can you lose the car behind you? Zhang Hai shook his head without hesitation. It's normally impossible. General situation? Lin Xian froze at his words. What did that mean? Only Zhang Hai smiled mysteriously and pulled out a palm-sized glass bottle from his pocket, which was filled with a brown liquid, and as soon as the cap was opened, a strong fragrance of wine emerged. Don't. It's better to forget it. Seeing that this guy was going to drink it, Lin Xian hurriedly stopped it. Kidding, that is a DUI. If you occasionally run a red light can be hidden from the sea. This is a DUI. The god of heaven to come also have to be suspended license. Soon, Zhang Hai, because he was unfamiliar with the roads of Mordor, was forced to stop in no time by Ningde with his men, and could only watch Lin Xian being hooded and taken away. Hey, Ning brother gently or let's make a negotiation. You put me to let go. I turn back to introduce you to a girlfriend. How? That kid in my house can hit the sauce. Do you think I need it? After a full half hour, the door to the general manager's office of the Canopy Group was knocked on. Ning Juya, who was teasing the little one with a doll, said indifferently without lifting her head, come in. The door to the office pushed open, and Lin Xian, who was bound and still hooded, was thrown in, and Ningde respectfully said, Missy, the man is captured. Aha! Ning Juya looked towards Lin Schwer who was sitting on her lap and smiled as she stroked her little head. Snowy, sister and brother have something to talk about. Why don't you follow this uncle to the playground first? Okay. Lin Schwer obediently nodded and obediently walked over. When the office door closed, the smile on Ning Juya's face slowly disappeared, and she stood up from her position, heading towards Lin Xian, who had collapsed on the ground and was constantly struggling. The next scene, juvenile. The black hood was removed, and Lin Xian looked at his daughter-in-law who was crouching in front of him in horror. Shivering, daughter-in-law. No, baby, I won't dare next time. I'm really wrong. Ning Juya ignored it, and after unlocking the office, she unhurriedly rolled up her sleeves, intending to give this guy a good shellacking. Behind Lin Xian's back, tiny blades appeared in his tight hands, and were constantly cutting the ropes while begging for mercy to buy time. Don't you want face? If I don't beat your face up today, you'll see if I'll spare you. Saying that, Ning Juya was about to sit on Lin Xian with a cold face, lest he move around. Just in the nick of time, Lin Xian finally cut the rope tying his hands and directly pounced on his daughter-in-law, who was caught off guard, triumphantly. Daughter-in-law, the situation is not the same now.
Good boy. Call out a couple of good words or don't blame me for not being polite. Ning Juya's entire body was held by Lin Xin, and she couldn't exert any force at all, so she could only glare at him and grit her teeth. You better let me go now. Yo-ho. Also learned to threaten her husband. Lin Xin let out a surprised cry and directly went forward to give her a hard kiss on the face. Unable to finish saying, "Not bad for my daughter-in-law. Fragrant." Ning Juya gave him a disgusted look, but what followed was a dense stream of kisses, whether it was on his neck or his ears that were invaded. Come on, tell me what you're doing wrong, or I'm going to have to strip you. You're dead. Under the violent entanglement, a large area of spring light leaked out. Has not been a long time to vent. Lin Xin suddenly could not help. Bad smile and pressed his daughter-in-law under the body. You're going to get beat up afterward anyway, so you might as well be the man of the hour while you're at it. After a flap, Lin Xin, who had redressed, looked at his daughter-in-law, who was getting dressed, with a smile and a heated laugh. Daughter-in-law, you can spare me this time. The disheveled Ning Juya turned around and directly kicked him in the face. Her face flushed but revealing a cold color as she coldly grunted. Nice try. Starting today all your credit cards and pocket money are confiscated, and from now on don't even think about having half a penny on you without my permission. Ah, that doesn't really become a soft food eater. Lin Xion's face collapsed, thinking that he would have to check if there was money in his pocket before going out in the future. Lin Xion hurriedly stood up from the ground and went up to hug his daughter-in-law's waist, leaning his head on her shoulder and pampering her. Daughter-in-law, just spare me this time. How can I go out without money? I still have to buy you a mountain as a wedding venue. Ning Zhua didn't eat this, and directly peeled the guy away, grunting, "Come on, take me with you when the time comes. How much you want? I'm not going to pay you anyway, and don't even think about going to mom and dad for it or you're going to pack up your stuff and move out of the house." Then, Ning Zhuya threw her socks and shoes in front of Lin Xian, while she herself sat on a chair with the corners of her mouth rising. "Come on, young Master Lin, how did you get it off me? Now how can you put it on me? Weren't you just so excited to get it off?" Lim Shin. Looking at the victor's smile on her face, Lin Xian bitterly picked up the socks on the floor and walked up to put them on her, only kneeling on one knee because of her height. This scene knows that it's a couple, but those who don't know think it's a high-strung millennial and her male slave. A few minutes later, Lin Xian finally put Ning Zhuya's clothes back on her as is, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a beep came from the cell phone in his pocket. "Dear Mr. Lin, hello? According to the demand, all 5 bank cards under your name have been frozen. If you have any questions please call 10086. Lin Xian wanted to cry at the moment. That is a good number of small goals. This can only look at but cannot be used. He will not become a pauper in the future. To lose so much for a face is a loss to outer space. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on yourself." Ning Zhuya snorted coldly. In the next second, Lin Xian directly picked up Ning Zhuya from the chair and walked towards the outside of the office with an expressionless face. Ning Zhuya, who was held in her arms, didn't rush to break free, but blinked at Lin Xian. "Looks like the punishment with you wasn't enough. What do you want again?" At those words, Lin Xian, who had pushed open the office door, bristled. "You froze all my cards. I have to go to acquire a company in the afternoon. Now I have no money on me, so I have to take you, a rich woman, with me." Hearing this, Ning Zhuya, who had heard about the Sun family when he left the house in the morning, just let Lin Xian walk out with him in his arms. "It's not like you've done it to yourself. You haven't been good at all." On the first floor of the company, several receptionists were gossiping, and when their afterglow glimpsed the opening of the special elevator, they hastily stopped their mouths and stood straight behind the counter, not daring to gossip anymore. The elevator door opened, and under the shocked gazes of a group of receptionists, Lin Xian walked out with Ning Zhuya in his arms, walking towards the outside of the company in a sweet manner. Ning Zhuya lay in her arms and pouted. "There are so many people. Is it a disgrace?" Lin Xian, on the other hand, straightened his back and instead wrapped his arms a little tighter around him, and returned with a straight face. "I'm hugging my daughter-in-law. What's there to be ashamed of?" Waiting for the two to leave the company, a few female receptionists then chatted with a gossipy face and a somewhat excited demeanor. See, are Mr. Ning and Mr. Lin more love? In broad daylight it is hugging up. I'm really envious. When will I be able to find a boyfriend as handsome as Mr. Lin? I'll be able to wake up laughing in my dreams then. I'll kowtow to this pair." Zhang Hai, who received the news in advance, drove his car and waited in front of the company, and when he saw Lin Xian holding his sister-in-law out, he greeted her with a smile and a wave. "Yo, brother Xian, you're still alive. I thought you were definitely dead this time. Looks like sister-in-law still has a soft heart." Lin Xian's face was dark. Just wanted to pack this fat man a meal. But when he thought that his daughter-in-law had just said that she was trying to be civilized, he forcefully suppressed the grumpiness in his heart again. After carrying his daughter-in-law into the back seat, he turned his head to Zhang Hai in the driver's seat and said with a leathery smile, "That's a bad mouth, you kid. You should be careful when you walk at night in the future, lest you get squatted." Zhang Hai touched his nose and hurriedly started the car, smilingly changing the topic. "Hey, it's worthy of being a Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition. It's much better to drive than my Mercedes." Ha, ha ha. Ning Zhuya, who was sitting on Lin Xin, then sent a message to Ning Di, telling him to take the child to play more, and to send him directly to the Ning family's old mansion in the evening. Lin Xin was still unwilling at this point and pleaded for mercy. "I, daughter-in-law, you say men go out with no money, that is not lost, or you give me to unblock 2 cards. Fuck off and leave me alone." After Ning Zhuya's overbearing rebuke, she directly pulled open Lin Xin's clothes and curled in to start warming herself. Lim Shin, so cold. Inside the ordinary box of the Heavenly Star Hotel, Magic City, a couple was chatting about something in a low voice. Just received a call from Xiaomei. John seems to have been beaten up now. He doesn't know where he ran away. So she's not coming anymore, Sun Qinghua whispered. Wen Tao was unconcerned, but instead, he showed a thoughtful face and frowned. "Have you inquired about the buyer this time? Is the other party really willing to pay $1 billion for that crappy toy factory? We looked for so many people before. The biggest price was only $20 to $30 million. Someone is actually willing to spend $1 billion to buy it. It can't be a liar, can it? This you don't understand." Sun Qinghua laughed in disbelief. "I heard that it is that Ning family to come. That toy factory at least occupies so big place, and the location is superior. How is not worth the price? When we sell this crappy factory, it'll be just the right time to discuss that old man at home." Just as the two were talking, a waiter's voice came from outside the door, and then the compartment door was opened. "Ladies and gentlemen, inside please." Then, it was a pair of handsome men and women who walked in. Their temperament was outstanding, and they were not ordinary people at first glance, but the fat man in the back looked out of place. Zhang Hai looked at the well-presented waitress sister, rubbed his hands, and hemmed and hawed. "This beautiful woman. My family is making auntie's napkins. That comfort is simply great. Why don't we get to know each other? Whenever you come, you can use any of my auntie's napkins. All for free." Lim Shin. Not to mention, this guy is not normally flirty sometimes, especially this unique way of hitting on people. Soon, Zhang Hai, who was labeled as a pervert, covered his face and walked into the box, puzzled. "I'm so handsome and plump, and she's rejecting me?" Sun Qinghua, who had just stood up and was ready to say hello, looked at Lin Xin, who was the first to walk into the box, and lost his voice. "Why you?" Wen Tao beside him was puzzled. "Well, you guys know each other? When I went to see the old master yesterday, I met him at the door." The smile on Sun Qinghua's face tightened. She is not a fool. The only thing that the old man at home wants is this toy factory. Just met this young man yesterday. Today he is going to buy the toy factory. If these two things are not related, the ghost does not believe. Just as the couple froze, Lin Xin had already taken it upon himself to lead his daughter-in-law to a seat and briefly greeted her. "Mrs. Sun and Mr. Wen, let's talk about the acquisition." Sun Qinghua, however, asked with a gloomy face, "You're here for Zidane Mountain? Did the old man ask you to buy this toy factory and then he sold you the mountain?" "Yes, that's right." Lin Xin nodded, then spread his hands and laughed. "There shouldn't be any conflict of interest between us. That mountain can be worth more than $1 billion when it comes to its true value. You won't lose out on this deal." Ning Zhuya sat quietly beside Lin Xin without saying anything, wanting to see how this dog man talked about business. A whole billion. Sun Qinghua and Wen Tao glanced at each other, both seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes, wanting to sell but not wanting to sell. The other party is obviously rushing to that mountain. It is difficult to discover the secrets inside. The couple's hesitation did make Lin Xin feel something was wrong, narrowing his eyes in dark contemplation. According to the investigation, the total assets of the Sun family couple is now no more than $1 million. And also the toy factory is worth a little money but cannot be sold. Now their own explicitly priced $1 billion to give out. They actually hesitated. Either they don't believe in their own identity, or they don't want to get the ownership of that mountain by themselves. According to Elder Sun, these two couples had always wanted ownership of Zidong Mountain, and Lin Xin had thought that it was because the other party wanted to sell it for money, but now it seemed that there was probably something else going on. After briefly making eye contact, Wen Tao clenched his teeth, resisted the temptation of $1 billion, and shook his head to refuse. "I'm sorry Mr. Lin, we suddenly don't want to sell this factory. This meal is considered an expression of apology from me." "What? You guys really don't think about it anymore?" Lin Xin still wanted to fight a little more. If he couldn't get his hands on Purple East Mountain, he would probably have to work a lot harder to pick another suitable venue for the wedding. Zhang Hai, who was on the side, said helpfully, "That's right, that's $1 billion. A broken toy factory can sell $1 billion. You guys just sneak happy. Actually not sold. Is it possible that there is a gold mine hidden inside it?" The couple's looks were a bit unnatural, but their attitude was unusually resolute. They said, "If you say it's not for sale, it's not for sale. You guys take your time eating, we'll just leave." After saying that, the two of them wanted to leave the box. "Stop!" Ning Zhuya, who was sitting beside her, finally couldn't help herself and directly called out to the two of them in a stern voice, glaring at Lin Xin without any good humor, as if to say that he needed her to step in for this little matter. Lin Xin shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't do anything about it, and started peeling the shrimp on his own. Wen Tao obviously recognized Ning Zhuya's identity and lowered his posture. "Miss Ning, is there anything else you need?" Ning Zhuya directly said in a cold voice. "Don't say I'm a bully. I'll give you two choices. I've investigated that toy factory. It's worth $15 million at most. I'll double my offer to buy it. You guys take the money and leave. On my way here, I heard that Boss Wen owns a liquor company, and I don't think you guys want to hear about the company going bankrupt tomorrow." Threats. Naked threats. Hearing this, Sun Xinghua and Wen Tao's faces immediately turned ugly. They believed that this Ning family's eldest miss definitely had the backbone to say this. If they provoked the other party, I'm afraid that the entire Magic City wouldn't be able to tolerate them. The bottom of the heart is even more regret. Had I known, just should have promised that 10 billion, now directly into 30 million. This is not a little less than half a point. Daughter-in-law, let's be civilized. Lin Xin handed the peeled shrimp meat to Ning Zhuya's small mouth and carefully reminded him. Ning Zhuya glared away with a single glance, and the latter instantly didn't dare to open his mouth to interrupt again. Wen Tao said grimly, "Ms. Ning, you have not gone a little too far. My daughter's boyfriend can be on the Senton Consortium's Duke John of Rice. Are you threatening me?" Ning Zhuya looked at her with cold eyes, her attitude subdued and domineering. A side of Zhang Hai checked Baidu. Read out. Senton Consortium, one of the top-ranking consortiums in the United States, with total assets of up to $50 billion. The person in charge of the Senton Morrisney has 18 children. Good guy, still quite able to give birth, and this John is ranked low among the heirs. In the future, I guess there is no chance for him to inherit the consortium. The couple who had been uncovered looked at each other with helplessness and remorse in their eyes, and had to nod. We agree to sell. Soon, after signing a series of transfer contracts, Ning Zhuya successfully took over the toy factory. Daughter-in-law is mighty and dominant. I worship you like a river. After the couple left, Lin Xin couldn't help but hug his daughter-in-law's waist and praise her with a look of adoration and admiration. Not good. Is this what it feels like to be a gigolo? Seems a bit addictive, eh?